As a 3S level all-element mage, the pinnacle of professions. Yet everyone ridicules you as a useless waste, even though an all-element mage possesses 16 mage professions simultaneously. You can cast spells from any element. However, your experience bar is 16 times longer than others, and you must level all 16 professions to the same level before you can continue to upgrade. This seemingly invincible talent requires 256 times the effort of others, earning you the title of the supreme waste of talent, as you stand before the Awakening Monument. Looking at the familiar system panel, your heart is filled with mixed emotions. All attributes are identical to your past life, except for strength, which hasn't reached 100. In your past life, you spent a full 7 years without even touching the threshold of the 3rd century. Just as you were losing hope, you suddenly received a message. Someone in the black market was selling a qualification token for a legendary dungeon, said to contain mysterious power that could awaken a second profession. You borrowed money from your former friends for the first time, but only Zhou Mengyan transferred you 1 billion. With the entry token in hand, hope reignited. The legendary dungeon is filled with experts. Even the weakest are over level 120 in their 4th advancement, while you, at level 28, are completely overlooked. The dungeon is brutal. The completion task is to kill the final boss for super god level rewards. These rewards vary, with the strongest said to have the power to influence a major nation's territory, opening a dedicated pathway to the divine realm. The worst reward is an awakening stone, which allows you to obtain a hidden profession 1 level higher than your original class. The temptation of the divine realm led to an imminent war, with the Beauty Alliance launching a surprise attack on the Dragon Dynasty led by the Dragon Kingdom. Just as the human powerhouses suffered mutual destruction, the dungeon boss attacked all strong players, leaving them gravely injured from the boss's magical backlash. Though alive, they were barely hanging on. The human powerhouses and the boss reached a stalemate, unable to move. In the final moment, a powerful being from the Dragon Kingdom used a sacrificial skill to ensure the ultimate reward fell to their nation, channeling all their strength to you, who was injured yet free. Not only did it instantly heal your injuries, but it also granted you the power of a 7-time Grand Sorcerer for a short time. You successfully killed the boss and claimed all the rewards. What no one anticipated was that just as you received that super god level awakening, the dungeon was forcibly opened. A man with golden hair and blue eyes appeared, and those powerful beings who had already perished came back to life under his control. After a fierce battle, you ultimately fell. Just before your death, you saw the information of that golden-haired man, Garen Pushkin, an 8th advancement Death Knight from the Dingzheng Kingdom. You thought everything was over, but when you woke up again, you found yourself reborn on the very day you joined the Yazi prison team. Everything felt like a dream, yet you clearly remembered everything from your past life. You least want to owe anyone anything. Since you've been given a second chance, while you might not be able to protect the Dragon Kingdom, you want to do your utmost to care for the descendants of those 3 undercover heroes. Heroes can endure hardships, but they must not be trampled upon. My Chelsea, they have hidden their identities and infiltrated foreign lands. To protect them, the nation concealed all information about their families. Since you have been given a second life, you decide to care for their Chelsea for a lifetime. With the accumulation from both lives, you lead the Yazi reserve team to countless achievements and honors. You believe that even if you awaken as a law pet, those honors will be enough to ensure the Yazi Guild treats you well. Just as you were lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled you back to reality. It detected that you had obtained a super god level awakening and assumed you automatically activated the super god level hidden profession, the Forbidden Spell Namer, which is now being activated. At this moment, even after 2 lives, your breathing quickened. However, soon several black lines appeared on your forehead as the panel before you seemed to crash like a computer, remaining stuck in the activation process. After a moment, it seemed the system couldn't save face any longer and finally popped up a new message box. As a dual-class awakener, your SSS level talent's hidden privilege has been cancelled, and your super god level talent will be automatically hidden. Since the super god profession is still activating, the first profession will be broadcast in 3 seconds, countdown 321. As the countdown before you disappeared, an AI voice echoed across the square. 00 job change successful. Combat profession, all element mage. SSS level talent, law pet activated. At that moment, the square fell into a dead silence. But this silence lasted only a moment before transforming into a wave of noise. The mayor's team of the Xuanfu base was reporting the situation to their superiors while walking towards you. At this moment, the highest organization of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Dynasty, immediately convened an emergency meeting. The store owner's prophecy came true. The Xuanfu base indeed experienced a surge of high-talent professionals. Lin Lin, with her SSS level talent as a law pet, obtained the all-element mage profession. Lin Lin sat on a guard's post, her graceful figure suddenly trembled. She squinted her eyes, and her chest began to rise and fall rapidly. It was this Lin who was looking for Uncle Yen Nan's colleague, who had been sending money to the families of No. 2 and No. 3 for the past 3 years. Did a glimmer of gold flash in the store owner's eyes? Or is there still nothing to be found? Nothing could be found, it was all very clean. The parents died in a car accident 3 years ago, and the entire family of 3 had no signs of life. Yet Lin miraculously escaped from the gates of hell, shrouded in misdirection, hidden within the grand prophecy of Xuanfu. Is he truly the one, regardless of whether he is the prophesied child? The law pet is ultimately an SSS level talent. Should we really ignore him? We only have 7 years, but for a law pet to grow, it will take at least 20 years. Let's observe for a while. For now, use the excuse of the White Bear Kingdom protecting Mike Yef to label the law pet as a waste talent. You can have Wegwar protect Meng Yan, creating an illusion that the Dragon Kingdom's focus is entirely on Meng Yan, but do not mention anything about the prophesied child. Let Lin develop freely for these 7 days. If she is truly the prophesied child, her growth certainly won't be as difficult as Mike Yef's. If Lin can reach level 10 within 7 days, then we will directly recruit her into the Hall of Warriors. In the square of the Xuanfu base, a balding middle-aged man walked up to you amidst everyone's envious gazes. His name is Bai Haishan, a 4th advancement archer and the mayor of the Xuanfu base. Lin, you truly are a talented individual. No wonder you can awaken an SSS level talent. Very good, very good. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Mayor Bai Haishan was smiling so broadly that he could hardly close his mouth, and the more he looked at you, the more he liked you. If it weren't for his daughter already having 2 children, he would have tried to play matchmaker. A slight smile appeared on your face. You had experienced this scene in your past life as well, and you knew it wouldn't take a minute before the mayor received a call from above. Lingling, what reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll fulfill it on the spot, Bai Haishan asked with a smile, patting her chest. Everyone cast envious glances at you, and at this moment, groups of people were quickly approaching the awakening stone tablet. The awakeners below gasped in surprise upon seeing them. This is the president of the War Heaven Guild, Lei Zhantian, a 4th-turn high-level archer. That's Yi Tianming from the Morning Love Guild, a 4th-turn warrior. Wow, even President Chen Xiao of the War God Alliance is here. He has already reached 5th turn and is one of the only 2 knights in Xuanfu base. These people are all big shots in Xuanfu base. Their hurried arrival left the newly awakened first-turners like Xiao Kalami in shock. Classmate Li Yuling, are you interested in joining the War Heaven Guild? The guild offers you 50,000 dragon coins each month as a development fund. Ling God, join our Morning Love Guild. We can offer you 80,000 each month. Boss Lingling, the War God Alliance will always welcome you with open arms, providing you with all equipment and skill books for free. One big shot after another approached you with smiles. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Although he was jealous of you, he was certainly no fool. Being the heir of the Xiao Corporation proved his extraordinary intelligence. At that moment, the mayor's secretary's phone suddenly rang, and soon his expression became strange. Bai Haishan frowned and asked. The secretary glanced at you, then at the mayor, and said, a document just came down from above. The SSS level talent rule is too difficult to upgrade and has been classified as a useless talent. The entire square erupted in an uproar. This news was just too explosive and hard to accept. Everyone's gaze fell on the mayor's secretary. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Secretary Xiao Wang couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He said, the SSS level talent rule has appeared before. Over 30 years ago, a friend from the White Bear Kingdom, Mike Yef, awakened this talent. The White Bear Kingdom invested national resources in training its people, and within 10 years, talent barely reached the 3rd turn. Now, 30 years later, the White Bear Kingdom revealed that Mike Yef still hasn't reached the 4th turn, having consumed hundreds of billions in resources, allowing him to be invincible only in low-level dungeons. Upon hearing this, Bai Haishan's face instantly darkened. The feeling of loss, as if something once gained was now lost again, caused a sharp pain in his chest. The talent rule was an all-element mage, and the difficulty of upgrading was over 200 times that of other professions. Oh, what a pity for you! Others continued to awaken. Bai Yunshan shook his head, his face filled with regret as he led people toward the VIP seats. At this moment, you looked at the system that was still opening the super god profession, feeling calm inside. How could a super god level profession be useless? The name alone, Forbidden Spell Namer, already hinted at its boldness. A strange smile quietly appeared at the corner of your mouth. You scoffed at those who looked down on your awakening. When I rise again, you'll see who I am. With interest, you looked at those who invited you to join their factions and asked, does your invitation still stand? This instantly made everyone's expressions turn strange. I just remembered, the guild has some matters to attend to. Please accept Lingling, after all, she has an SSS level talent, said Lei Zhantin, the president of the War Heaven Guild, with a smile, and as his words fell, he elegantly left. Classmate Lin Ling, President Yi Tianming of the Morning Love Guild looked conflicted and said, I just remembered that our guild is currently financially strained. I'll definitely invite you to join the Morning Love Guild next time. He left those words, glanced at the president of the War God Alliance, whose face was also ashen, and then strode out of the square. Humph. What are you pretending for? Lingling, the War God Alliance doesn't accept useless people. You, the Supreme God, should seek higher ground, said the straightforward president of the War God Alliance, seeing your talent labeled as useless. He spoke directly and, having finished, swept away without another glance. Ah, the strongest useless talent. Lingling, you really are a waste. Fortunately, you didn't agree before, otherwise, you would have been a stain on my life, said Xiaoya, who once pursued you, looking at you coldly, his gaze devoid of any lingering affection. Oh, considering your past contributions and your talent in crafting weapons, I represent the Yazi Guild to offer you a chance. You can either completely leave the Yazi or stay in the Yazi reserve team as a team leader. You'll also be responsible for crafting items for all formal members of the Yazi Guild, with a monthly salary of 10,000 dragon coins, Xiaoyan said with a cold smile, his tone dripping with condescension. At this moment, after being rejected by several guilds, you had no choice. Xiaoyan, are you speaking human words? Team Lin has brought so much honor to the Yazi in these 3 years. 10,000 in salary? You're treating us like beggars, yelled Li Jingliang, a warrior from the reserve team of the Yazi. That's right, this is tearing down the bridge after crossing. So what if his talent is useless? Didn't the mayor's secretary say that at least he can be invincible in the early stages? A talent like Lingard shouldn't stay in the reserve team as a team leader. Let him become a formal member, and we'll train Lingard, Zhou Mengyan said with red eyes, glaring at Xiaoyan as she fought for you. We'll train Lingo and let Lingard become a formal member. We'll help him level up. One by one, the reserve team members spoke out in your defense. As he listened to their clamoring, Xiaoyan's expression gradually darkened. Everyone shut up. If anyone dares to speak for him again, get out of the Yazi. After my Xiao Corporation became the owner of the Yazi Guild, the first thing I did was raise the salaries of the formal members. Everyone's monthly salary has been increased from 100,000 to 200,000. If you don't want to join the Yazi, get out now. Xiaoyan roared, leaving all reserve team members instantly speechless. 200,000 dragon coins is already equivalent to a year's salary for members of other guilds, and in Dragon Country, professionals can only receive national subsidies by achieving results in the newcomer championship. At this moment, even if they wanted to stand up for you, they dared not say another word. That's it. Lingling, make your choice, stay or leave. Think it through and don't act impulsively. If you stay, you can at least earn 100,000 a year, Xiaoyan said with a smile, as if he had already secured you. I choose to leave, you said, your expression calm as a deep well. Lin Gu and the others were furious, wanting to speak out for you, but under Xiaoyan's furious glare, they swallowed their words. Lin Ling, since you chose to leave, you won't receive this month's salary, and you won't get the 100,000 incentive for newcomers either, Xiaoyan said, a bit anxious but unwilling to actively retain you. Just like this, you said lightly. As your words fell, you placed your hands behind your head and walked toward the edge of the square without a hint of reluctance. What do you mean? Stop right there. Hearing your words, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly darkened, but you had no intention of acknowledging him. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? I command you to stop. Xiaoyan took a running start and charged at you, swinging his hand to grab your neck from behind. You narrowed your eyes slightly and moved your ears, suddenly leaning back to evade Xiaoyan while swiftly grabbing his neck with a thunderous motion. With a low shout, you exerted force with your arm, dragging Xiaoyan forward by his neck. Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically as he was lifted off the ground, crashing down onto it with a thud. The ground trembled, and after much effort, Xiaoyan managed to get back up. You dare to touch me? You narrowed your eyes, a cold light flickering within them. You'd better not provoke me. Xiaoyan shivered involuntarily at the cold light in your eyes, nodding subconsciously. Your gaze was filled with a chilling aura, reminiscent of the killers from the Xiao Corporation. At that moment, Xiaoyan felt a jolt of fear he was certain you had killed before. This scene made everyone involuntarily swallow hard as you turned and continued walking away. A clear and pleasant voice rang out, and upon hearing it, you paused slightly but did not turn around. You knew the voice belonged to Zhou Mengyan. Linling, don't act impulsively. Stay for now. With my talent, I can definitely influence the higher-ups. It's not just Xiaoyan who makes the decisions, Zhou Mengyan said anxiously. Although she wasn't your girlfriend, she was your closest friend in the Yazi Guild. She knew that if you left, it would be incredibly difficult for you to continue on your own. No need, I am Ling God, destined to become a mage god, you replied with a faint smile. Zhou Mengyan clenched her fists tightly. She had heard you say this more than once and knew it was your dream. Since you've made your decision, let me see you off, she said. You felt a sense of relief. At least this girl hadn't impulsively left with you. You didn't want to reveal your super god profession too soon, and right now, you had nothing. A woman would only slow down your casting speed. As the two of you walked further away, Xiaoyan could only stare daggers at your backs. No one spoke along the way until you reached the edge of the square. Zhou Mengyan seemed to gather her courage and asked, I want to ask you one more question. Why are you looking for that girl named Yin Nanshu? You paused for a moment and then replied, it's a request from someone. Zhou Mengyan, where are you going? You glanced at the second profession still being activated and helplessly looked for a place to test your skills and practice. Go for it. I believe you can overcome any storm. You must do your best to level up to 10 or higher as soon as possible, Zhou Mengyan said, clenching her fists. You didn't respond, raised your arm to wave goodbye, and strode toward the city exit. Just as you left the central square, a pleasant voice finally rang out. Ding! The second profession has been successfully activated. Congratulations, you have become an unprecedented forbidden spell namer. As a forbidden spell namer, you will receive one opportunity each day to rename an existing skill. The renamed skill will automatically upgrade to a forbidden spell, with the name being that of a song. The success rate will be raised to 100%. When casting the skill, the chosen song will resonate throughout the area, with a skill damage of 10 million. The basic damage of the forbidden spell will be multiplied by 100 times the caster's magic damage. As your thoughts moved, the system panel immediately displayed all the skill lists. Just like in your previous life, there are 16 initial mage professions. You can choose one profession and activate a skill for free. To learn additional skills afterward, you will have to obtain skill books. You scan through all the mage names on the system panel when suddenly the scene of the necromancer awakening the dead and killing you flashed before your eyes. A strong killing intent flickered in your gaze as you activated the necromancer. The necromancer was successfully activated, starting at level 1 and gaining the initial skill Summon Skeleton, which allows you to randomly summon a level 1 skeleton warrior for battle. Would you like to rename this skill? When the name is a song title, the success rate is 100%. What song is suitable for necromantic summoning? All the songs you've heard in 3 lifetimes quickly flashed through your mind. Suddenly, you had a bright idea and input the title All Things Live to rename the Summon Skeleton skill. Renaming successful. The initial skill Summon Skeleton has automatically upgraded to a forbidden spell. After casting All Things Live, all deceased creatures within a 100-mile radius will temporarily revive to serve you. Releasing a forbidden spell requires 1 million mana, but your mana is insufficient to release it. You have a passive skill that allows you to release a forbidden spell without cost once every 2 hours. Looking at the skill panel before you, you couldn't help but tighten your fists. The combination of a full-time mage and forbidden spell namer was simply perfect. With 16 mage professions, any skill could be renamed as a forbidden spell. Even if leveling up would be challenging, a smile quietly appeared on your face. Your departure made the atmosphere of the Yazi reserve team incredibly oppressive, with all members looking disheartened. At this moment, you had taken a bus and exited through the southern gate of Xuanfu Base City. Outside the southern gate is a river called Yanghe. Within a 50-mile radius of the south bank of the Yanghe is a novice training area, where most monsters have relatively weak combat power. Their primary purpose is to help newcomers adapt to the wild environment. Once they reach level 30, newcomers can undertake transfer tasks. Completing the second transfer will completely take them out of the novice category. Of course, in the early stages after awakening, wild boars above level 8 can still be quite troublesome for first-turn newcomers. If surrounded by wild boars, even a level 10 warrior risks falling. Although the game has descended into reality and monsters respawn, death is real for humans. Therefore, most people training outside the base are in groups, with very few practicing alone. Of course, there are some exceptional prodigies. However, once they exceed level 30, killing monsters in the novice area will be considered invalid kills, providing no experience for either individuals or teams. Thus, it is rare for veterans to carry newcomers. Newcomers must rely on themselves to level up. Isn't that Lingard? Ha ha ha, right here. A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. You turned to look and saw a burly young man approaching you with a longbow slung over his back. Zodu, you called out, recognizing him as the archer from the Shinfeng Club who had awakened with the blessing of a talent descendant. Ha! I didn't expect the mighty Lingard would have a data solo. Zotu laughed loudly. You glanced at him, slightly raised the corner of your mouth, and continued on your way, as if to say that Zoda didn't even qualify to make you stop. Seeing that you didn't even speak, Zota's expression darkened. Back when you were in Yazi City, I couldn't compete with you. Now you've become the joke of the entire Schwanfu base, yet you're still so arrogant. Listen up! Anyone who dares to team up with Lingling is my enemy, Zotu, he shouted loudly. Suddenly, he drew his longbow fully in an instant, and with the boost of his rapid talent, he shot 5 arrows in quick succession, killing a wild chicken in the distance. Seeing his fierce demeanor, some people who originally wanted to team up with you immediately dropped the idea. Zotu originally aimed to provoke you, but unexpectedly, you remained completely unfazed. Oomph, a full element mage soloing? You won't reach level 10 by next year, he said with a cold laugh. A warrior next to Zota scratched his head and asked, Boss Zotu, Lingling has an SSS talent too. I've heard there are 16 professions. Can't she release 16 skills at once? Wouldn't her leveling be really fast? What? Don't skills consume mana to cast? Are skill books that easy to get? You can't even level up to level 2 by level 10, Zota said disdainfully. You continued south, and the number of people leveling up diminished. An hour later, you arrived at the outskirts of the wild boar forest, and to your surprise, there were indeed people here. A lone boy was hiding behind a rock, and a few meters away, a small skeleton archer was struggling to attack a wild boar. It was actually a necromancer. You looked at the person in surprise. What are you staring at? Never seen a necromancer before? No wonder, I awakened a rare hidden profession. Do you think the little skeleton is cool? Once I reach second transfer, I can summon 3 skeletons. Wait until I reach third transfer. Hey, wait, I wasn't finished talking. Do you want me to help you level up? Seeing you leave, he seemed quite impressed that you could talk so much on a first meeting despite usually being quiet. Along the way, you encountered either cold sarcasm or hot ridicule. This was the first person who took the initiative to offer to help you level up. You stopped and turned back, asking, You don't know me? The person looked surprised, seemingly not recognizing you. Are you really that famous? He asked as his words fell. You suddenly felt as if someone was spying on you. Sure enough, a message appeared on the system panel. Jin Xian is using the spy skill on you. Lingling sounds familiar, but I just arrived at Xuanfu last night. You rushed over to Wild Bamboo Forest in a hurry. Let me advise you, don't go too deep. If you're surrounded, you won't last a second. Just agree, and all the dropped items will belong to me. Then I'll take you to level up. How about that? Jin Xian's eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he could already see your delighted agreement. He was unfamiliar with Xuanfu base and desperately needed a little brother after awakening to a hidden profession. To satisfy his vanity of being admired, he said, You talk a lot, just like a friend of mine. Here's a suggestion, go level up elsewhere, you said lightly. The person had already vanished deep in the woods, and Qin Xian looked in the direction you disappeared, shaking his head helplessly. Hey, you're quite proud. You don't know, just because of your arrogance has cost you an opportunity to make a connection with a future god. You walked for another 10 minutes and finally arrived deep within the wild boar forest. You were very familiar with this area. In your previous life, you had been the ruler of the novice zone. No profession could stay here as long as you did, almost 3 years. This spot will do, you murmured, looking at the clusters of wild boars ahead, stretching lazily and slowly opening your arms as your thoughts stirred. Your entire aura suddenly shifted, taking on a vibrant quality. Show yourself, little darling, you shouted. Your skill didn't initially require incantation, but you felt that magic without a chant lacked soul, so you casually added a phrase. It was almost noon, and the July sun was scorching the earth. But as your words fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and the temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, sending a chill through all the wild boars. The necromantic summoning skill All Things Live activated centered around you, turning day into night within a 100-mile radius. An incredibly ethereal melody resonated through the darkness, as if calling all living beings to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The ground began to tremble as countless ancient bones crawled out from underground, transforming into undead creatures. Numerous cracks appeared on the asphalt roads of Xuanfu Base City, and broken skeletons emerged from the ground, escaping the city. Beast skeletons littered the wilds of the Yanghe River, and in the water, several large dragon-shaped skeletons also surfaced. In an instant, the area around Xuanfu Base City seemed to transform into a hell on earth, with a vast army of skeletons numbering in the millions. If viewed from above, the land transformed into a sea of towering pines. The catastrophe of the undead. Please select the target of attack. Only attack monsters. Only attack humans. Only attack designated targets. In front of Lin Ling, a system panel appeared with options. Only attack monsters. Lin Ling made her choice in her heart, and in an instant, a million-strong army of undead flooded the area, overwhelming all monsters within 100 miles. In the central square of the Xuanfu Base City, the job transfer ceremony was nearing its end. The intelligent announcement continued to sound. Xuanfu no. For high school, Lei Xiaojun, job transfer successful, lifestyle profession, singer. Level talent, rock born for fever. Shinfeng Club, Fengji, job transfer successful, combat profession, fire mage, level talent, wrath of the fire god. Damn, just as the awakening ceremony is ending, Shinfeng releases another bombshell? Another mage, and it's the top combat power fire mage, level talent, wrath of the fire god? The talent known for mass slaughtering combat machines actually appeared in our Xuanfu? If someone teams up with him to farm monsters, wouldn't they just fly through the game? Wrath of the Fire God is known to be a mage talent worth its weight in gold. This talent has a passive skill, Explosive Burn. No matter what skill is cast, an explosive burn state will occur, dealing damage to everything within a few meters. This is simply a divine skill for farming monsters. A mage with Wrath of the Fire God can output as much as 3 ordinary mages combined. Everyone still in the square cast envious glances at Fengji. The big shots in the VIP seats couldn't help but praise him. This Fengji is impressive. The Shinfeng Club is going to boast everywhere again. Yeah, other guilds will probably offer high prices to team up with Fengji for leveling. Ha, is it going to rain? A city leader suddenly looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky had suddenly darkened. Watching the darkening sky, the strong sitting in the square suddenly stood up from their chairs. This is Zhang Mingyuan, the president of the Mage Guild in Xuanfu Base City. Widened his eyes but couldn't continue speaking. Could a new expansion be starting? Mayor Bai Haishan looked horrified. With such a celestial phenomenon, he could only think of scenes from movies when a new expansion was launched. Just then, a chant suddenly echoed in the air. I see the mountain chicken flying over 2 lonely fish. 2 fish swimming through the salty river. No one had ever heard such a mesmerizing voice, and before they knew it, goosebumps appeared on everyone's skin. Before the crowd could ponder, the square in front of them suddenly began to shake, as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had struck. Cracks appeared one after another, and the students who had not yet completed their awakening were already scared stiff. They sat on the ground, watching as pale white bone claws crawled out from the cracks. Monsters! Monsters! This is undead creatures, so many undead creatures. How is this possible? The base city is a safe zone. How could monsters appear? Is this a natural disaster or man-made calamity? Quick, activate the purification barrier. Let's talk about the division of realms. Awakening is the first transfer, level 30 for the first job transfer. Blue Star Arc, first transfer mage, second transfer junior mage, third transfer intermediate mage, fourth transfer senior mage, fifth transfer great mage, sixth transfer mage tutor, seventh transfer great mage tutor, can learn forbidden spells, 8th transfer Holy Mage Tutor, Divine Domain Arc, 9th transfer Half-Step Mage God, 10th transfer Mage God, Lower and Middle Gods, 11th transfer Upper God, 328 Eternal True God, 12th transfer Main God, God King level. We'll discuss higher levels later. Alright, I bow to all the little masters. Natural disaster or man-made calamity? White panic. Natural disaster or man-made calamity? White panic. With a loud shout from the mayor, a semicircular barrier suddenly appeared over the entire Xuanfu base city. Beams of dazzling white light fell from the barrier, killing the undead creatures within the city one by one. The president of the Magic Guild immediately cast a flying spell, and in an instant, he soared into the air. When he reached a height of 100 meters, his face turned pale. All he could see was a sea of white. While the city was relatively safe, the outside was almost surrounded by an army of the undead. Mingyuan, what exactly is going on? How did this happen? How could there be skeleton warriors in the city? Mayor Bai Haishan also used a flying spell to ascend into the air, his face filled with anxiety. There is a type of spell that can cover the safe zone, Zhang Mingyuan said with a serious expression. Bai Haishan seemed to suddenly recall some terrifying existence and incredulously asked, Mingyuan, are you saying, forbidden spells? Zhang Mingyuan nodded and looked towards the novice area outside the city. It must be a forbidden spell. There are no necromancer holy magicians in the country. It's very likely the Empire is behind this. Are you saying this attack is aimed at the newcomers who awakened today? Mayor Bai Haishan immediately understood. Zhou Mengyan, it must be a talent leak. That group of shameless people from Manhwa has made their move. His expression changed drastically as he quickly took out his phone and dialed the number for the Dragon Nest, the strongest combat organization in Longwa. He then issued a mayoral order for all individuals above the 4th transition to leave the city and rescue people, and ordered all aircraft from the Xuandu base city's air force to take off and search for enemy positions. Zhou Mengyan must not be harmed. In an instant, figures and planes filled the sky above Xuandu base city, rushing towards the outskirts. At this moment, the Yazi reserve team was busy farming level 5 novice monsters, slimes. It must be said that the elite truly lived up to their name. In just over an hour, all members of the Xuanduyazi reserve team had reached level 5. This was definitely at the forefront among their peers. Regarding monster farming techniques, Lin Ling had already laid out multiple plans for them. The Yazi reserve team had no need for an adaptation period. As soon as they left the city, they directly followed the plans Lin Ling had previously devised to head to various farming spots. Where were the monsters gathered? Where could they trap monsters? How long until they respawn? How to seamlessly lure monsters without waiting? All of these had been arranged by Lin Ling. They just needed to follow the steps. The only difference from expectations was that the god Lin who made all the arrangements was not in their team. Li Jingliang was definitely a qualified warrior. He precisely lured monsters with multiple bursts of power. As soon as his teammates killed a wave of monsters, he would lead another group of slimes back. Xiaoyan raised his hand and waved. A fireball spell blessed by the flame god directly struck a slime. The damage boost instantly killed the level 5 slime. Ding! A blue piece of equipment dropped to the ground, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Quality magic ring, blue, category, jewelry level requirement, level 7 durability, 100 intelligence, mana additional effect. Nun Xiaoyan stepped forward and directly put the ring on, his smugness evident on his face. However, at that moment, the ground shook, and a sound of chanting echoed as countless monster corpses and skeletons crawled out. The once jubilant farming team was instantly frozen in place. Anyone surrounded by thousands of skeletons could easily be scared out of their wits. Captain, what's going on? Li Jingliang swallowed hard and looked at Xiaoyan. This guy had already declared himself captain and tilted the experience in his favor, being the first to reach level 8. Xiaoyan was already dumbfounded. Although he prided himself on being extraordinary, a rich young master had never seen such a scene. If thousands of skeleton soldiers each gave them a sword, they would immediately turn into a pile of meat. Bro, didn't you bring a magic scroll? Xiaoya shouted loudly, and Xiaoyan immediately jolted, hurriedly taking out a parchment from his storage space. Ever since the game descended into reality, as long as humans completed their job transition, they would receive a personal storage space. Initially, it was only 10 cubic meters, and it would increase by 1 cubic meter for each level gained. Advanced Magic Resist Fire Ring. With a loud shout from Xiaoyan, a fire ring erupted from the parchment scroll, rushing towards the surroundings. In an instant, thousands of undead soldiers were reduced to shattered bones by the flames. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, with me, Xiaoyan, here, nothing will happen. If it weren't for the low density of wild monsters in the novice area, we could just spam magic scrolls and reach level 10 in no time. Xiaoyan laughed heartily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened again. The skeleton army that had been destroyed suddenly reassembled, transforming back into skeleton warriors in the blink of an eye. This time, they picked up weapons, clearly ready to attack. What the hell? They're back? Xiaoyan was startled and quickly pulled out another magic scroll to throw at the skeleton army. The scroll hit the ground and instantly turned into a tornado that swept the skeletons away. But soon, many more skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground. Xiaoyan continuously threw magic scrolls, and before long, he had used up all 10 scrolls, each worth millions of dragon coins. Even Xiaoyan felt a pang of pain. However, the skeleton soldiers seemed endless, once again emerging from the ground, quickly raising their weapons, ready to strike. Xiaoyan's heart sank. Seeing the undead army resurrect infinitely made him feel cold inside. If only Team Lin were here, he would definitely have a way to get us out alive. Lin God, where are you? Come save us. Woo woo, Lin Gu. At that moment, a figure appeared in everyone's minds. A figure that filled them with a sense of security. Zhou Mengyan tightly gripped her staff, her gaze unwavering. If that guy were here, he definitely wouldn't give up. A milky white halo lit up on her staff. As long as the undead army attacked, she would ensure the safety of every teammate before her mana ran out. However, at that moment, the skeleton soldiers suddenly moved. But no one expected that the target of the undead army's attack would be the slimes. The same scene unfolded in every corner within 100 miles. The faint white light of the monsters' deaths and the pale skeletons painted the entire land white. Before long, the million-strong undead army suddenly vanished, and there were no living wild monsters left in the leveling area. Everyone fell into a state of confusion. Only deep in the wild boar forest, a figure was constantly flashing with white light. The massive amount of data nearly caused Lin Ling's system panel to crash. Over hundreds of thousands of messages turned Lin Ling's view into a white blur. Congratulations, you successfully defeated a wild chicken, gaining 2 experience. Congratulations, you successfully killed a rabbit, gaining 3 experience. Congratulations, you successfully killed a slime, gaining 5 experience. Congratulations, your fire mage profession has leveled up to level 2. Congratulations, you successfully killed a lantern monster, gaining 10 experience. Congratulations, you successfully killed an elite wild boar, gaining 100 experience. Congratulations, your Earth Mage profession has leveled up to level 2. Congratulations, your Necromancer profession has leveled up to level 10. Seeking bookshelves, seeking updates, everyone rest assured, it will get better and better, super enjoyable, extremely enjoyable, ridiculously enjoyable, if not enjoyable, no money, enjoyable also no money. All professions at level 10, equipment is the core competitiveness. All professions at level 10, equipment is the core competitiveness. Congratulations, you successfully killed a fierce wolf, gaining 300 experience. Congratulations, you successfully killed a mutated northeast tiger, blue, gaining 800 experience. Congratulations, you successfully killed an infected mountain bandit, blue, gaining 2000 experience. Congratulations, you successfully killed a mountain bandit leader, elite, gaining 1 experience. Congratulations, your wind mage profession has leveled up to level 10. Friendly reminder, due to your possession of a super divine level profession, all mage professions have now been upgraded to level 10 and need to be manually unlocked to continue leveling up. The seal appears every 10 levels, lasting until the 5th transfer. Each time it is unsealed, you will gain 10 progress towards opening the super experience pool. The experience pool is a container for storing overflow experience when you reach the transfer threshold and cannot level up. After completing the 5th transfer task, you will receive a super experience pool, while the experience pool for other professions cannot exceed the experience of level 10. Your super experience pool will have a capacity at least 100 times that of a regular experience pool. The materials required to unseal the level are wild boar tusks, slime saliva, and red agate raw stones from the Warring States period. Lin Ling looked at the prompts on the panel, his facial muscles trembling with excitement. Although he had mentally prepared himself, when he actually saw one of his skills rise from level 1 to level 10, his heart raced uncontrollably. In his previous life, it took him more than half a year to reach level 10. Now, he had only released a skill to reach level 10, and it was due to encountering a level 10 seal. Otherwise, he might have already reached level 30 or higher. However, it seemed that the impact was not significant. There simply weren't enough monsters for him to endlessly cast forbidden spells. He couldn't just wait for monsters to respawn after using his skills and then cast forbidden spells again. That would immediately attract attention. Lin Ling understood the principle that the tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Sometimes, it is necessary to show one's brilliance, but before having sufficient strength, one must learn to protect oneself. The materials for unsealing are all ordinary materials, and unless something unexpected happens, they shouldn't be hard to obtain. The super experience pool reward is indeed very useful. The later transfer tasks seem quite difficult. Many people have been stuck on transfer tasks for years or even decades. The experience pool has long been full, and massive experience has been wasted, while the amount of experience required to start leveling up after the 5th transfer has undergone a qualitative change. If I have a super experience pool, I might be able to accumulate experience close to the 6th transfer while doing the transfer task. But that's still too far away. For now, I need to focus on improving myself. While Lin Ling was happy, his gaze swept over the system prompt regarding killing elites. His narrow eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Every year on Awakening Day, the novice area refreshes, and the first professional to kill an elite will have a nationwide announcement. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. Given his current situation, once exposed, it would not be a good thing. As soon as the first professional to complete the 2nd transfer appears, the system will publish a large number of rankings. Many high-level professionals' information will be exposed. To protect professionals, the system specifically opened a nickname feature after the 2nd transfer. Professionals can set an external nickname to protect their identity and privacy. However, Lin Ling was still some distance from the 2nd transfer. Once the first kill announcement appeared, his talent would surely be questioned. Being hidden by the state could be considered a good thing. Throughout 100 years of history, countless exceptionally talented professionals have been crushed in the cradle by the walking 500,000 or the special forces of enemy nations. Sure enough, a system message soon popped up in front of Lin Ling. You have completed this year's Novice Area Elite first kill and will have a server-wide announcement in 30 minutes. It seems I can only confess to the state and become a canary, hidden away until after the 7th transfer, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. However, at that moment, another system prompt suddenly appeared. As you are an Ultra God level Special Profession Awakener, the system rewards you with an Identity Protection nickname card, allowing you to modify all external display information's name attributes in advance. Would you like to use the protection card now? Yes. No, a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Wouldn't this thing immediately expose him once he formed a team? What use was it? But upon reflection, it did have some use. At least now, he could develop without publicly revealing his identity, avoiding being disturbed. Once his real name was made public, he didn't know how many people would contact him. let's focus on developing first. Yes, please enter the public name. Linling pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered a character from an anime he loved on Earth. Yi Shio. Naming successful, all external announcements will use Yi Shio for public notice. As you are an Ultra God level Special Profession Awakener, you have obtained the item drop teleportation function. Would you like to teleport the items dropped by killed monsters to your location? Yes, no, another pleasant surprise arrived, and Linling made his decision without hesitation. Yes. With his confirmation, a white light suddenly shone brightly before him. A large number of equipment pieces fell from the sky. At that moment, Linling's eyes were fixed on the continuously appearing equipment. He was searching for that perfect set dropped by the elite level monsters. The quality of regular equipment is divided into 7 types. Common equipment is white, quality equipment is blue, rare equipment is purple, perfect equipment is gold, legendary equipment is orange, epic equipment is red, and divine equipment is white light. In his previous life, he had accidentally heard a 4th turn expert mention that there was a hidden level 10 perfect set in the novice area. Only the first kill of an elite monster had a chance to drop it, and if it dropped, it would definitely be a complete set. Although it could be worn at level 10, its attributes could crush rare level sets below the 3rd turn. Finally, a golden light shone. Linling clearly saw a piece of golden equipment being instantly buried under a large number of white equipment. He frowned slightly. Based on his experience, others' first kills usually dropped a complete set, so it was impossible for him to only get one piece. However, after several seconds, no second piece of golden equipment appeared. Just as Linling was filled with doubt, suddenly, several beams of white light, far more dazzling than the other white equipment, lit up in succession. Linling's eyes widened instantly, but there was simply too much white equipment, and before he could see clearly, it had already buried the equipment in front of him. This was the first time Linling had seen such dazzling white equipment, and a bold guess quietly emerged in his heart. The equipment continued to be teleported over, and before Linling could verify his guess, a small mountain had already appeared before him. Although the drop rate of equipment in the novice area was higher, it was still less than 1. This meant that killing 100 monsters did not guarantee the drop of a single item. But at this moment, looking at so much equipment, Linling's mouth once again twitched uncontrollably. How many monsters had he killed to drop so much equipment? After a moment, no more equipment was teleported over, and he quickly moved forward to search through the pile. He automatically ignored the white equipment and only glanced at the blue equipment. Quality staff, blue, category, main weapon, level required, level 5, durability, 100, intelligence, mana, additional effect, none. In my last life, I could only use this level 5 blue weapon 2 months later. Linling shook his head and casually tossed the blue weapon aside. Rare Priest's Zen Staff, purple, category, main weapon, level required, level 10, durability, 200, intelligence, agility, mana, additional effect, none. Equipment is always a crucial factor in whether a profession can become truly powerful. A bare 5th turn Grand Magician could even be outmatched by a 3rd turn Intermediate Magician wearing a perfect set. Of course, no 5th turn professional would strip down to be killed. The only means to compensate for the equipment gap is the forbidden spell. However, only professions above the 7th turn can cast forbidden spells, and each profession's forbidden spell possesses the power to destroy the world. It is very difficult for professions below the 7th turn to withstand the attacks of forbidden spells. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, few people are willing to release them, as the million mana required to cast a forbidden spell could leave a 7th tier or higher professional completely drained. Therefore, equipment is always the primary core competitiveness of a profession. In regular equipment, white gear has only 1 attribute, blue gear has 2, purple gear has 3, gold gear has 4, and orange gear has 5 passive skills, while red gear has 6 passive skills. As for the legendary holy equipment that emits a white light, it is said to have a full 8 attribute bonuses, along with both active and passive skills. Among these pieces of equipment, if one collects a full set, there are additional exclusive set bonuses. In the eyes of the vast majority, the holy set is already the pinnacle of equipment. If it weren't for his rebirth, Linling would also be one of these people. However, at this moment, he is well aware that there are even more powerful pieces of equipment than the holy set. That is the top-tier self-made specialized weapon set. Professionals with top-tier specialized weapons are so powerful that even those of the same rank despair in their presence. A privately customized top-tier specialized weapon set can drive the entire world crazy. The Radiant Holy set allows Awakeners to change classes every 30 levels, and once the class change is successful, they can step into higher level maps or dungeons. There, killing monsters will yield equipment corresponding to their level, which is a consensus among everyone. However, after reaching the 7th class change, leveling up becomes extremely difficult. Whether through killing or completing quests, no equipment above level 210 will drop anymore. This means that after the 7th class change, everyone's equipment attributes will be quite similar, greatly balancing the combat power of humans. This situation persisted for decades. It wasn't until 2 years later when a legendary figure from the Eagle Sauce Nation wielded a level 240 specialized weapon to slay an 8th class holy knight from the Asan Nation that other countries finally woke up. It turned out that self-made equipment could break through the level 210 equipment cap. During that time, all countries publicly released their research findings on self-made specialized weapons. They only hoped that their own country could produce talents to break through the specialized weapon design blueprints to above level 210 in a short time. Unfortunately, by then, it was all too late. Creating sustainable upgradable specialized weapons not only requires extensive design iterations but also needs the specialized weapons to accompany the user from low levels all the way to high levels. For a country, gathering the materials needed for specialized weapons is easy, but leveling someone from level 30 to level 240 is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. That Eagle Sauce powerhouse, relying on his weapon advantage, nearly swept the globe. Now, Lin Ling's rebirth is destined to break this situation of Eagle Sauce's dominance. In his previous life, he had studied the core data on specialized weapons made public by the country, and after his rebirth, he spent another 3 years, finally designing a set of specialized weapons that could be upgraded from level 30 with the financial support of the Yazi Guild. He has not made this data public. The blueprints for the Yazi reserve team can only be upgraded to level 120. This is Lin Ling's backup plan, a retreat he has left for himself. Of course, Lin Ling's primary goal now is still the newcomer championship dungeon. After all, that is where he can obtain the core materials needed to create specialized weapons. Lin Ling continued to check the items on the ground, and soon a glimmer of unexpected joy flashed in his eyes. Among the pile of equipment, there were quite a few scrolls. Scroll-type items have always been valuable, especially in the early stages, where a magic scroll can easily sell for 6 figures. Among them, magic scrolls and teleportation scrolls are relatively common. Magic scrolls can be used to cast spells that the user does not possess, while teleportation scrolls can transport the user to a designated area or a random location. Lin Ling casually picked up a scroll and opened it, and information about the scroll immediately appeared on the system panel in front of him. Wind Speed Scroll Category, Consumable Buff Item Analysis, increases speed by 50 for 2 minutes upon use. Level requirement, none special effect, can be used outside of combat. High-speed movement will automatically avoid obstacles. After looking at the attributes of the scroll, Lin Ling couldn't help but curl his lips. This kind of enhancement scroll was the cheapest. Just then, a red light suddenly flickered on the system panel in front of him. An urgent notification from the Xuanfu base city quickly appeared. Urgent notification, Xuanfu base city is under attack by an unknown necromancer. All personnel below level 5 should return to the base city safe zone as quickly as possible. Lin Ling? Where did this necromancer come from? It can't be referring to me, right? Lin Ling's eyelids twitched violently, and he ignored it, continuing to rummage through his equipment. A strange box suddenly caught his eye. A blind box actually dropped? Lin Ling picked up the box, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Item, Mysterious Box, Category, Special Item, Analysis, a collected box that may contain any item inside. Lin Ling was no stranger to blind boxes. He had obtained a few in his past life. These things seemed mysterious but were hard to open good items from. Open! With a thought, the blind box was immediately opened, and a system message popped up on the screen in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained Disguiser's Mask, Legendary, Disguiser's Mask. Legendary. Wearing it can change your appearance and hide your information. If the opponent's level does not exceed yours by 100 levels, they will be unable to use the spying technique to view your information. I actually opened a legendary item, but it doesn't have much use. It only protects me for the first few dozen levels. As long as my forbidden spells exceed 3, even a level 7 master won't be able to do anything, Lin Ling said as he continued to search. Suddenly, a milky white glow lit up beneath his feet. This white light instantly pulled his attention back from the Disguiser's Mask. He reached out to grab the milky white halo, and immediately a staff was pulled out. Radiant Staff, Holy, Category, Weapon, Holy Set, Level Requirement, 10, Durability, 1000, Magic Damage, Strength, Intelligence, Agility, Stamina, Health, Mana, Hit Rate. Collecting the full set of 9 pieces triggers set effects. Intelligence, collecting the full set grants active skill. Radiant Burn, reducing the target's health by 5 per second for 10 seconds. Collecting the full set grants passive. Total intelligence attribute increases by 20 when equipped by a mage. Looking at the equipment attribute page, Lin Ling's breathing became rapid. He originally thought he would at most get a perfect set, but unexpectedly, he got a holy set. The attributes of the holy set were far superior to those of the perfect set. With this holy set, any newbie could walk confidently in the novice area. Soon, Linling found the entire holy set. Radiant Mage Hat, holy. Radiant Necklace, holy. Radiant Mage Robe, holy. Radiant Left Bracer, holy. Radiant Right Bracer, holy. Radiant Pants, holy. Radiant Ring, holy. Radiant Boots, holy. The main attributes of weapons and accessories increased damage, while defensive gear increased defense, with other attributes being quite similar across each piece of equipment. When Linling put on all the equipment, the milky white halo around him retracted a bit again. If one didn't look closely, it seemed as if he was truly wearing a glowing white outfit. Linling snapped back from his ecstasy and immediately called up his attribute panel. Name, Linling. Occupation, full-time mage. Level, 10, 99, health, 6500, mana, 21660. Physical damage, 3200, magic damage, 6940. Defense, 2950, speed, 80 yard stamina, 650 strength, 640 intelligence, 1188 agility, 800 hit rate, 90 available attribute points. 40. Looking at his attributes, Linling felt completely dazed. Every time a player levels up, they not only gain 4 free attribute points but also automatically receive an increase of 10 points in all attributes. Moreover, depending on the profession, corresponding special attributes receive additional boosts. However, even so, the average attributes at level 10 rarely exceed 300. Even some high-talent warriors, with a stamina-to-health conversion of 1, can only reach a health of 4000 at level 10, which is already top tier. Yet, with the enhancement of the holy set, Linling's health reached 6500. This health is comparable to that of a level 30 warrior in basic gear. His physical damage reached 3200, while the strongest physical damage dealers, assassins and archers, barely approach 1000 at level 10. His magic damage was even close to 7000. Without equipment, he would only have 280 intelligence and a magic damage of merely 1400. The holy set directly provided him with 5540 magic damage, and even without forbidden spells, he was undoubtedly having an incredibly lucky start. With the set's enhancement, Linling's mana exceeded 20,000. Of course, this was still far from the 1 million mana required to cast forbidden spells. I have forbidden spell magic, and what I lack most now is mana. Once my mana reaches over 1 million, I can truly become a forbidden spell mage, Linling thought to himself, immediately allocating all 40 attribute points to intelligence. At that moment, a black triangular warplane suddenly swept across the sky, seemingly searching for something. Linling's expression changed slightly as he quickly gathered his equipment from the ground. As for the attribute settings, 1 point in strength equals physical damage, 1 point in intelligence equals magic damage and mana, 1 point in stamina equals health and defense. For warriors, 100 agility equals speed. I will calculate the values based on the equipment, so if there are any mistakes, don't mind too much. As long as you can understand and enjoy it, that's enough. I'm just trying to gain some experience, and you're blasting me with a laser cannon? Linling was now level 10, and his storage space had increased to 20 cubic meters. Although he looked down on these white and blue gear, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The resources needed to craft a specialized weapon would definitely be astronomical. To Linling's surprise, in addition to a large amount of materials, he also obtained a total of 8 skill scrolls. The drop rate for skill books in the novice area is pitifully low, especially for the skills of warriors, mages, and archers, which are extremely hard to come by. Linling's forbidden spell killed monsters within 100 miles and dropped 8 skill scrolls, which speaks volumes. I hope to get a mage skill book, no matter the type, as long as it's for mages, Linling muttered to himself, immediately starting to open the skill scrolls. Skill scroll opened successfully, obtain life profession skill book, argon arc welding. Skill scroll opened successfully, obtain life profession skill book, pig slaughtering. Skill scroll opened successfully, obtained auxiliary combat profession skill book, purification light, a priest skill book. This one is good. Linling's lips curled slightly, eager to unlock it. Skill scroll opened successfully, obtained life profession skill book, sweet and sour ribs. Skill scroll opened successfully, obtained combat profession skill book, archery mastery, an archer skill book. At least it can sell for 1 million. Linling's eyes lit up as he opened the remaining skill scrolls in one breath. Obtaining a life profession. Obtaining a life profession. Skill scroll opened successfully, obtained combat profession skill book, dominance body. Lucky to have opened a warrior skill book again, but too bad there's no mage skill book. Linling frowned slightly. Without a mage skill book, he couldn't continue naming the skills. Should he continue to release the myriad of things? He was afraid that continuously using the necromancy forbidden spell would throw the entire base city into panic. Forget it, I'll go check the trading hall later to see if I can buy a mage skill book. He stored all the skill books into his storage space and immediately began to quickly pick up other items on the ground. Moments later, the ground was completely empty. Over 500 pieces of equipment filled his storage space to the brim. Hint: please gather materials to unlock the level as soon as possible. Required materials: Wild Boar Tusks 99, Slime Saliva 125, Warring States Red Agate Raw Stone 0. Unlocking actually requires Warring States Red? This thing might be hard to buy, Lin Ling said as he quickly took out his phone to check on an e-commerce site called Yunmeng. However, he couldn't find any information about Warring States Red. Every year within 3 months of Awakening Day, there are people hoarding second transition materials, and Warring States Red is one of them. It seems to have been hoarded by someone. I can only go back to the city and try my luck at the Yunmeng Trading Hall. Warring States Red Agate is a rare mineral unique to the Xuandu base city, which does not drop from monsters. It can only be mined with a very small chance of yielding. The Yunmeng Trading Hall is a branch of the largest consortium in the Dragon Kingdom, Yunmeng Group. It is not only a leader in e-commerce but also a prominent player among physical profession traders. Lin Ling thought about it and immediately decided to return to the city. The ordinary monsters in the novice area respawn every hour, so staying in the wild was just wasting time. Moreover, if someone discovered him, it would be hard to explain. Lin Ling directly used a wind speed scroll, increasing his speed by 50, and he instantly became a blur rushing towards the base city. At that speed, he could cover 100 meters in about a second. If it weren't for the scroll's passive effect of automatically avoiding obstacles, a tree could have cost Lin Ling his life. Before long, Lin Ling saw the necromancer Qin Xian hiding behind a large rock again. He didn't stop and zipped past Qin Xian, instantly leaving the wild boar forest. Qin Xian, on the other hand, looked a bit dazed as he turned to his little skeleton warrior. Did something just run past? The little skeleton archer immediately shook its head, indicating it couldn't see clearly. Qin Xian scratched his head, and the confusion on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of wild joy. He looked around to confirm there was no one else and immediately took out 2 items from his storage space. One of the items shimmered with golden light, while the other glowed blue. Qin Xian immediately focused on the golden item, a roll of yellowed parchment wrapped with several loops of black thread. Directional teleportation scroll category: one-time teleportation item details, randomly teleports in a specified direction, distance random. Level requirement: none. God bless, I've struck it rich. This is definitely a good item. If I remember correctly, I once saw someone buying this for 100,000 dragon coins. It's definitely a life-saving artifact, Qin Xian said as he shifted his gaze to the blue glowing boots. High-quality mage boots, blue, category, clothing level requirement, 10 durability 100 intelligence hit rate additional effect, none. Top-notch, I've got a top-notch drop. I told you I'm lucky. This is definitely a blessing from the gods. Mage exclusive shoes that can be worn at level 10. I'll be strutting around the novice area. That Lin Ling, if he knew how lucky I was, he'd probably regret crying to death in the little grove. Speaking of Lin Ling, I wonder how he's doing. May the gods bless you, Qin Xian said as he hugged the magical boots and kissed them fiercely before finally putting them away. Not long ago, a large number of undead creatures suddenly appeared, and Qin Xian, hiding behind a rock, was equally terrified. However, his skeleton archer did not feel fear. It continuously shot arrows, attacking the wild boars. When the undead army launched an attack on the monsters, this little skeleton also joined in the fray to kill the monsters. One must say that Qin Xian's luck was absolutely beyond that of ordinary people. The little skeleton's arrows had actually landed the final blow on the wild boars more than a dozen times. With these dozen kills, Qin Xian not only leveled up twice but also obtained 2 pieces of equipment. The drop rate for equipment is notoriously low, but it seemed non-existent for him. If he told others about this drop rate, absolutely no one would believe him, which only added to his joy. Just as Qin Xian clenched his fists and shouted "Olive!" a silver triangular warplane suddenly appeared above the wild boar forest. Waves of light emanated from the bottom of the aircraft, seemingly scanning for something. The aircraft scanned at high speed and soon discovered a skeleton warrior peeking out from behind a large rock at the edge of the wild boar forest. Undead creature detected, initiating thermal imaging scan. Scan complete, suspicious human detected behind rocket coordinates 1261, target suspected of using a concealment item to mask presence. Scan shows target level does not exceed level 10. Damn it, the undead archmage is actually hiding energy. Charge the super laser cannon. Charging complete, preparing to fire. A blue light point lit up beneath the triangular warplane, seemingly ready to launch an attack at any moment. Meanwhile, behind the stubborn rock targeted by the laser cannon, Qin Xian instantly spotted the triangular warplane above through the skeleton warrior's vision. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? I was just using the little skeleton to exploit a loophole for some experience. and you're targeting me with a laser cannon? At that moment, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind. At the same time, he suppressed the urge to spit blood and activated the still-cold teleportation scroll. A blue light flashed, and as the laser cannon descended, Xin Xian's figure instantly vanished from the spot. On the triangular warplane, detected spatial teleportation fluctuations, target has escaped. Hearing the report from the aircraft's intelligence, all the officers in the warplanes breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to teleport, it truly was an Archmage. Base City, this is the thunderstorm, enemy undead Archmage detected, target has teleported away. Base received. Soon, all the residents of Xuandu Base City received a notification message simultaneously. Notice, danger averted, all novice area leveling teams await monster respawn. Lin Ling, rushing along, couldn't help but touch his nose as he looked at the notification that appeared before him. He never expected that someone would take the heat for him and almost get blasted by a laser cannon. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, let's duel with magic. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, let's duel with magic in the Lantern Monster leveling area. God Wind Club leveling ground. Long, what was that just now? How would I know? Didn't the officials say there might be an enemy country's undead Archmage appearing? Did the Archmage from Manhwa sneak in? Then why didn't the undead army attack us? It is indeed a bit strange, but it was really dangerous just now. So many skeleton soldiers almost scared me to death. Who wouldn't be scared by that scene? Even Boss Feng Ji was dumbfounded. A leveling team huddled in a ditch, chatting quietly. These people had all reached at least level 4. And two boys not far away had even reached level 6. One of them held a blue longbow, while the other wielded a blue staff. They were the archer Sotu and the fire mage Feng Ji from the Wind God Guild. With the cooperation of Feng Ji and Sotu, their team's leveling efficiency was simply off the charts. Feng Ji's talent and the anger of the fire god made all his skills effective. With his group farming combined with Suwatu's shooting speed, they reached level 6 in just over an hour. Moreover, they were quite lucky, as they dropped 3 blue weapons, including a longbow and a staff. The last item, a pure-body blue shield exclusive to warriors, was given to a warrior in the team named Shangbiao. With the boost from the blue gear, Shangbiao could attract 5 monsters at once, and the farming speed of Suwatu and Feng Ji skyrocketed again. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the undead army, they might have already reached level 7. Old Foam, I ran into Lin Ling earlier, still looking all high and mighty. I made it clear that anyone who dares to team up with him is my enemy. The once formidable Lin God can now only farm alone in the wild, Suwatu said, a smirk forming on his lips. Feng Ji shook his head and gave a thumbs up, saying, impressive, it's still you, Suwatu. Lin God has fallen, the once great deity will eventually become a joke. Their Shinfeng Guild reserve team and the Yazi Guild reserve team had undergone countless simulated duels, but each time, they were thoroughly crushed by Lin Ling, to the point that the entire Shinfeng Guild reserve team had developed a fear of him over the past 6 months. At this moment, Lin Ling's fall from grace felt like a mountain collapsing in front of them. However, just as they finished speaking, they suddenly saw a figure emerge from the woods ahead. The person stood on a large rock, seemingly watching the triangular fighter planes flying overhead. When Suwatu and Feng Ji recognized the person's face, they both stood up from the ditch. They gripped their weapons tightly, a hint of wariness flashing in their eyes. But soon, they exchanged smiles, their tension transforming into deep disdain. Hey, isn't that Lin God? How many wild chickens did you have to kill to drop a full set of level 1 white gear? Don't say that the effects of this level 1 white gear can still impress. Ha ha. Suwatu laughed loudly, instantly drawing the attention of all the leveling teams around them. Feng Ji stepped out of the ditch and immediately cast a spying spell on Lin Ling. Target cannot be spied on. A system message popped up in front of Feng Ji. He was slightly taken aback. There were only 2 reasons for not being able to spy: either the other party had the ability to block spying, or they were at a higher level than him. He would never believe that Lin Ling could be at a higher level than him. This kid has some decent luck. It seems he dropped a passive skill book that blocks detection, Feng Ji said, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. In his view, Lin Ling's ability to block spying was just self-deception. The Lin God had ultimately fallen from grace. Brother Feng, Lin Ling is still talented. Could it be that he has abilities unknown to others? Maybe his level has already surpassed ours, a Shinfeng archer whispered. How is that possible? Didn't you hear the mayor's secretary? The White Bear Kingdom has confirmed that it's a wasted talent. We must trust the authorities, another player sneered. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Feng Ji's face as he raised the blue light staff in his hand, saying, Lin Ling, if you're willing to be my little brother, I might take you to level up when I'm in a good mood. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng is impressive. The great Lin God is willing to be your little brother. What a face-saving moment. Suwatu laughed as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, just agree. our brother Feng's skills are damage dealing. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find another. Brother Feng is kind-hearted. If it were me, I wouldn't waste time on him. Several members of the Shinfeng Guild chimed in. Hearing these voices, Fengji proudly raised his chin and said, Lin Ling, do you see this? This is a level 5 blue weapon. As long as you obediently become my little brother, when you reach level 5, I'll give it to you. Others stifled their laughter, especially when they saw Lin Ling in her shimmering white outfit, as if they could already envision the envy on her face when she saw Lan Wu. However, what no one expected was that Lin Ling's gaze towards them carried a hint of pity. That look was as if she were gazing at a group of pathetic fools. When Fengji was swept by Lin Ling's gaze, the smugness on his face vanished instantly. Lin Ling, what kind of look is that? Are you provoking my Shinkan Guild? Fengji shouted angrily. Get lost. Lin Ling replied indifferently, as if she didn't even regard the Shinkan Guild. After saying that, she turned and left, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the crowd as if they were a bunch of clowns. The word get lost sent the members of the Shinkan Guild into a rage. A warrior clad in blue armor, seeing Fengji humiliated, immediately charged forward with a skill from several meters away, blocking Lin Ling's path. Do you still think of yourself as the Lin God? Let me, Shang Biao, teach you how to behave today. Dare to spar with me? Shang Biao shouted provocatively at Lin Ling. Get out of the way. Lin Ling coldly commanded, blocked from leaving. The great Lin God won't accept my sparring invitation? How about we make a bet? If I lose, I'll give you my blue armor. If you lose, you have to bow to my brother Feng, Shang Biao said with a mocking grin. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, resembling an iron tower, creating a stark contrast with the slender Lin Ling. All the members of the Fengshan Club couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shang Biao, a level 6 warrior with the talent of Raging Bull, had a strength attribute of 250, despite only wearing a few pieces of level 5 white gear and 1 blue piece. With such combat power, not only would Lin Ling, a level 1 mage, be injured if Shang Biao got close, but even level 6 Fengji would suffer. Since you want to spar so badly, I'll oblige you, Lin Ling said calmly. Shang Biao immediately showed a look of wild joy and charged at Lin Ling with a shoulder tackle. He was fully confident that with all his strength, he could incapacitate the level 1 Lin Ling for 3 days. However, just as he was about to collide with Lin Ling, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped him. The speed of that slap was so fast that Shang Biao only saw a blur. The next second, there was a loud bang. A sharp pain shot through his left cheek, and everything went black as he flew backward. Boom! Shang Biao crashed into a large tree and fell heavily to the ground, motionless, clearly knocked out. This scene instantly plunged the Lantern Monster Wild area into silence. Lin Ling shook her hand, walked up to Shang Biao, stripped him of his blue armor, and turned to leave. It wasn't until she completely disappeared from view that the silence in the forest was broken by the sound of people swallowing. How is that possible? How could he knock Shang Biao away? How much strength does that take? Shang Biao weighs 100 kilograms, with a strength of 250, to knock him away, the strength must exceed 500. Lin Ling is a mage, how did he become a muscle powerhouse? Wasn't it said that Lin Ling's strength was only 90 before awakening? Could it be? Yes, he must have taken a high-level gene enhancement potion. I heard that a level gene potion costing 300,000 can boost strength to 500. The members of the Shinkan Guild began to speculate. What a clever guy, leveling up as a mage is hard, so he simply takes the muscle enhancement route. Does he want to be a full-power mage? The shock on Suwatu's face gradually faded, replaced by a strong sense of mockery. A mage with full power could only bully the wild monsters in the novice area. To him, it was a joke. Fengji shouted loudly in the direction Lin Ling had disappeared. Lin Ling, if you have the guts, come and compete with me in magic. Let's exchange skills. If you win, I'll be your follower from now on. Rogue Lin Ling, beware of fire, theft, and Lin Ling. One skill can earn millions. Yi Xiu's first kill, shocking the world. Yi Xiu's first kill, shocking the world. Looking at the bright red system announcement, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile slightly. What the hell is this dungeon entrance ticket fragment? Seeing a black iron piece suddenly appear in his storage space, a hint of confusion flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. In his previous life, he had killed many, but he had never obtained a first kill. Although he had seen numerous prompts in the system announcement, Lin Ling had never paid attention to them. He only knew that this item was very valuable. He had once seen someone offering 10 million for it. With a thought, a black iron piece appeared in his palm. Item, Dungeon Entrance Ticket Fragment, Item Analysis. Collect 10 fragments to automatically synthesize a complete entrance ticket, which allows entry into the dungeon instance. The dungeon instance is a global instance, a paradise for high-level professionals. Entering it can greatly enhance mental strength, and it is rumored that there are entrances connecting to other worlds merged by the divine realm within the instance. Lin Ling put away the fragment, a smile appearing on his face. Now that this fragment has appeared, some people might not be able to sit still. The members of the Shenkei's club, who were searching for wild monsters, suddenly froze in place. Fengji suddenly looked at Suatu, only to find Suatu was looking at him as well. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. What the hell? Who is so fierce? If I remember correctly, the elite that can count as a first kill must be at least. Is there a mistake? Has someone really killed a monster in less than half a day since the awakening ceremony? Before, a level 15 blue monster almost wiped us out. How did a level 31 get killed? Did they cheat? The Yazi reserve team had just found a wild area outside the north gate that had not been affected by the undead forbidden spell and started farming monsters. They were equally stunned by the sudden system announcement that popped up. Xiaoyan's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at all the team members. Yi Xiao? Where did this god come from? He managed to clear it so quickly? Bro, this must be a hidden big shot. You need to use your family connections to find him. Someone like this deserves to be my Xiaoya's man. I'm kneeling. In my life, apart from my Lingu, I've found another person worthy of worship. At this moment, the mayor's office of Xuandu Base City was in complete chaos. A group of big shots looked at the system announcement in front of them, their eyes turning red. Heaven is favoring our dragon country. It's only been a little over 2 hours since the awakening began, and someone has already achieved a first kill on an elite. This person's talent must be at least level A, and their profession is definitely some kind of hidden class. Bai Haishan's breathing became a bit rapid. At this moment, the gloomy mood brought by the mysterious undead archmage was instantly swept away. Mayor, if this person can hide their talent, I suspect they might have awakened a level A talent. Could it be that Linling? Is it possible he has a second profession? Impossible. I've never heard of anyone having a second profession at the first promotion. Then is it possible that the talent of the favored by the laws is not as legendary as it seems? Are you saying that the White Bear Country is deliberately downplaying a powerful talent? Can't say for sure. After all, even Apollo landing on the moon could be fake. The White Bear Country is our strategic ally. They shouldn't be hiding anything from us. We should look for Yi Xiao. I also believe the White Bear Country wouldn't lie. Let's not focus on Lin Ling anymore. The priority is to find Yi Xiao and protect him. One by one, the big shots spoke up, and soon the mayor's office phone began ringing off the hook. Report, Longchao is calling to inquire about Yi Xiao's situation. Report, the military department is calling, interested in having Yi Xiao further his studies in the military. Bai Haishan answered the phone one by one, a look of pride never leaving his face. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, he had never imagined that he would have such a glorious day. International. Oh, shit, who is this Yi Xiao? He got the first kill in the wild so quickly. He will become the biggest threat among my Eagle Sauce's newcomers this year. Ah, you must. This Yi Xiao must be from my Bangzi country. Baka Yoru, Xuanfu Base City, working for Longwa, notify Yamamoto to make this Yi Xiao die. Yura, to get a first kill on a wild elite in just one day, Longwa must have produced an extraordinary talent. Send a congratulatory message to Longchao. My Baishan country will always be Longwa's best ally. In Datong Base City, in a courtyard, an old man stood in the yard, eyes closed, holding a brush in both hands, moving them in unison to write 2 characters 4 on the shin paper in front of him. The brush strokes were strong and powerful, faintly revealing a hint of killing intent. A short middle-aged man hurriedly walked up to the old man. Yamamoto-kun, this morning, a level talent assassin awakened in Jinwei City, and a level talent mage awakened in Kiwailan Cloth City. That assassin is the young master of the G family. Should we take action? The old man did not stop writing, his eyes still tightly closed, only shaking his head slightly. Kawasaki, list him as target number 2. The G family is very strong. Do not act lightly without absolute certainty. The level mage will be target number 1. Let the soul group choose the right moment to act. Hi! The short middle-aged man bowed deeply but did not leave. Yamamoto-kun, a talented priest has appeared in Xuanfu. Upon hearing this, the old man's brush trembled slightly. List him as target number 9. Arrange for the soul group to infiltrate Xuanfu and eliminate him at the right moment. Hi! The short man bowed again but still did not leave. The old man continued writing, but there was a hint of displeasure on his brow. Kawasaki-kun, if you have something to say it all at once. Do you understand? His voice carried a hint of coldness, causing the short man to shiver suddenly. Yamamoto-kun, did you not see the system announcement just now? It was the announcement of the first kill by Longwa's elite. The old man nodded, his writing becoming more fluid, still not opening his eyes, seemingly unaffected by any emotional fluctuations. This first kill came from the novice area of Xuanfu Base City. Clang! The old man's brush suddenly shook, staining all the characters on the shin paper. A pair of wrinkled eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing 2 sharp eyes like those of a wolf. A newcomer killed an elite? How long has it been? The fastest record in my Sakura country is 6 hours after awakening. The fastest record in Eagle Sauce country is 2 hours after awakening. Could this person have talent comparable to Galen Pushkin? The old man stared in disbelief at the short man. Yamamoto-sama, this person is named Yishio. We have no information about him in our database, the short man said, lowering his head. Yishio? The old man's eyes narrowed instantly. List him as target number 2. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. First find out his identity, and once confirmed, eliminate him. Hi! The short middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a hint of blood, bowing deeply before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the person involved, Lin Ling, was completely unaware of all this. He logged into several forums on his phone and began posting about acquiring Sengoku Red. However, what he did not expect was that in the past, whenever he appeared on the forum, a group of fans would gather around. But now the comments under his post were either mocking him for robbing or discussing Yishio's first kill. No one responded to any information about Sengoku Red. Until the sky darkened, there was still no news about Sengoku Red agate. Did he have to go mining? Wasn't that ridiculous? Based on Lin Ling's experience, it might take 3 days to find even one piece of Sengoku Red agate. However, without the red agate, the level seal cannot be unlocked, and without unlocking the seal, Lin Ling cannot continue to level up. Walking on the streets of Xuanfu, Lin Ling's mind raced with thoughts about his next plan. Xuanfu Base City is a small town with limited resources but extremely high prices, and the highest level of monsters here is only a level 50 mutated black-headed sheep, making it a typical beginner city. If Lin Ling wants to level up faster, he ultimately has to leave this place, but without team support, individuals below the second transfer are not allowed to use the intercity teleportation array. At the very least, one must be registered in a team to use intercity teleportation, which is a protective measure for awakeners in Longwa. After all, since the game merged with the real world, many talented young people have completely fallen in the wild due to their pride. Even after 100 years of fusion, there are still many unexplored wild areas, and some rare hidden ones that no one knows when or where they will appear. Without a team, Lin Ling can either walk through the 280 kilometers of wild area to the nearest Qiulanbu city or join a guild to leave here. At this moment, newcomers are already seen returning from the wild area on the streets. Nighttime monsters are much harder to kill than during the day, with all attributes increased by 20, but the experience gained from killing monsters is reduced by 20, which makes many awakeners unwilling to stay in the wild to grind monsters. Of course, for various guilds, there is no rest during the first 3 days of Awakening Day. Each night, only 1 or 2 people are arranged to return to purchase the necessary potions and mana potions for leveling, while the others continue to output. Lin Ling looked at the professionals hurrying down the long street and couldn't help but glance at his panel, his gaze suddenly landing on the skill icon that had already lit up. I can release skills again. By the way, I wonder what skill book the Treant gift can open. With a thought, he immediately took out the small scroll given by Manager Lee from his storage space. From the Trent's gift, opening it will randomly grant you an initial skill book. Do you want to open it? You are thinking too much. The Warring States Red is in hand. You are thinking too much. The Warring States Red is in hand. Open. Lin Ling immediately issued the command. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blacksmith's initial skill book forging, which can also be learned by other professions. I actually forgot about this. Lin Ling muttered. All main combat professions can learn the initial skill of life professions. This skill does not occupy a skill slot. Once learned, life-type initial profession skills will have a dedicated life skill module. For example, the blacksmith's initial skill is forging, the chef's initial skill is cooking, and the farmer's initial skill is weeding. Lin Ling took out another Treant gift scroll. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the priest's initial skill, healing. It can't be that unlucky, there isn't even a mage skill? He frowned slightly, took out all the Treant gift scrolls, and quickly opened them. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the driver's initial skill, motorcycle driving, which can also be learned by other professions. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the archer's initial skill, feather arrow attack. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the assassin's initial skill, sneak attack. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blacksmith's initial skill, forging. Soon, only one Treant gift scroll remained in Lin Ling's hand, yet there was still no mage skill book. Looking at the last scroll, Lin Ling had basically lost all hope. If he couldn't get a skill book, he could just not learn it for now. After all, the necromancy forbidden spell All Things Life could be released again. At worst, he could wash the ground with the undead army a few more times, and in no more than 2 days, a large number of low-level skill books would appear on the market. Moreover, the prices will continue to drop. In half a month, skill books for main combat professions below level 20 will cost at most a few tens of thousands of dragon coins each. After all, skill books have a remaining usage time. If not learned within 30 days of obtaining them, they will automatically disappear. The inability to stockpile skill books is one of the key reasons for their high cost. The last one, let's open it, Lin Ling said casually. Opening successful, congratulations on obtaining the initial mage skill, Fireball. Lin Ling looked at the fire-type initial skill book that appeared before him, and his lips couldn't help but curl up in a smile. It's done. Once the cooldown is over tomorrow, I'll have a second forbidden spell skill. What others considered junk items had solved a problem that would have cost him 1,000,000 dragon coins. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Putting away the skill book, Lin Ling once again focused on the skill bar. The passive talent Elemental Guardian releases a skill every 2 hours without consumption. Still not enough money. If there were enough funds, someone would definitely sell the Warring States Red. Then I could find a place to put another skill to make money. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as he opened the map in front of him, and soon the bird's eye view of the Xuanfu base city was clearly presented. I summoned the Dragon Nest War Machine by releasing all things in the south of the city this morning, so I can't go to the south. I'll head north to the East Mountain Range. It's relatively remote there, and the weakest monsters should be above level 10. So there shouldn't be many people, right? Lin Ling said as he quickly walked towards a motorcycle shop in the south of the city. Wasting time walking was clearly unwise. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a car, but motorcycles were more cost-effective for entering the wild areas. Meanwhile, a figure dressed in a white cloak arrived at the Yunmeng Trading Hall. The huge cloak concealed her face, but the stunning beauty beneath it was Zhou Mengyan. Do you have any skill books? Of course, we received quite a few skill books today. What profession's skill book do you want? The main combat professions are on special today. Since we have a connection, I can sell it to you for only 1,500,000 dragon coins. Priest, Purification Skill Book. I really don't have that. Zhou Mengyan frowned slightly and turned to leave the trading hall. A heavily armed Great Wall Cannon was already waiting by the roadside. To the South City Courier Station, are you preparing for the job change materials this early? Zhou Mengyan boarded the Great Wall Cannon and gave the order, and the vehicle immediately turned south. Soon, the Great Wall Cannon stopped by the roadside, and Zhou Mengyan walked alone towards the courier station. Miss, self-service mailing or manual processing? A courier girl asked. Although she was wearing a cloak that concealed her face, it was not hard to tell she was a woman. I'll do it myself, Zhou Mengyan said, skillfully starting the operation at the mailing platform. This mailing service was a feature that came with the fusion of the Divine Realm. By completing certain tasks, the professional factions could gain the right to use spatial laws. As long as they used the faction's mailing system, items could be sent directly to the designated professional's personal space within minutes. The recipient must accept it to receive it. If they refuse, it will be immediately returned. Of course, the sender can set an amount, and the recipient must pay the corresponding amount of currency to successfully receive it. Soon, Zhou Mengyan completed the mailing, covering the operation platform the entire time. The courier girl behind her looked on with great curiosity but saw nothing. Being so mysterious, do you think you're the awakened talent goddess Mengyan? She muttered to herself, but Zhou Mengyan had already finished the operation and was walking out. The courier girl made a face at her back and immediately opened the delivery record. I'm a staff member. I want to see how much longer you can hide, the girl smugly murmured, but the next second, the smug look on her face instantly froze. This delivery is encrypted, and you do not have permission to view it. Young lady, Lin Ling had just spent 50,000 dragon coins to buy an off-road motorcycle. Just as he was about to head north out of the city, he suddenly saw a message appear on the regional public screen. The sender was none other than Zhou Mengyan. Zhou Mengyan, offering a high price to purchase a skill book for the priest's enhanced purification. Lin Ling couldn't help but smirk and took out his phone to call Zhou Mengyan. I saw you were looking for the enhanced purification skill book on the public screen, and I just happened to find one by the roadside. Are you going to give it to me? Are you dreaming? The friendship price is 1 million. If you want it, I'll send it to you. Zhou Mengyan fell silent for a moment, and a series of grinding teeth sounds came from the phone. Fine, send it to me, you heartless guy. Lin Ling hung up the phone and looked towards the roadside, where there happened to be a delivery station. Just then, an armed Great Wall pickup truck roared to life and drove north. Lin Ling frowned slightly, watching the pickup truck disappear into the distance, shaking his head helplessly. The emblem of the Yazi Guild on that pickup was both familiar and strange to him. Sir, self-service mailing or manual processing? The delivery girl asked dully. Lin Ling smiled politely at her. I'll do it myself. He quickly approached a mailing machine, entered Zhou Mengyan's account, and placed the skill book in the drop-off area. Recipient, Zhou Mengyan scanning item, scan successful item name, light of purification category, skill book learning requirements, priest level requirement, level 5 skill analysis, can purify all negative states of allies when used on them. When used on enemies, it prevents the target from casting any negative state attacks for 30 seconds. Pickup method, 1 million dragon coins sender. Anonymous. The delivery girl beside him widened her eyes at the description displayed on the mailing machine. Main profession skill book? 1 million? Such good luck? Is he a lucky star? She had just seen Zhou Mengyan's message about collecting skill books on the public screen. She didn't expect someone to strike gold so quickly. The girl, feeling a mix of sourness and curiosity, tentatively asked, "Little brother, are you in need of friends?" No. Do you need a charm on your thigh?" Lin Ling touched his nose and silently declined the girl's goodwill. "Would you like to mail it now? Confirm within 120 seconds. The mail will be delivered and cannot be retrieved. Please confirm the recipient's information before proceeding. Confirm, cancel, confirm." Lin Ling spoke slowly. Just as he finished speaking, a mail notification suddenly popped up on the system panel in front of him. "You have received a mail. Would you like to accept it? You can choose to return it." "What's going on? It was returned to me?" A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, but he chose to accept the mail. "You have received a delivery mail, Warring States Red Agate, which has been stored in your storage space. This mail is free of charge, no payment required. Detected that you have collected all materials. Would you like to unlock the level seal? Heezy Season, Black Dog Emo, Fire System Forbidden Spell Naming. Heezy Season, Black Dog Emo, Fire System Forbidden Spell Naming. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly looked in the direction where the Great Wall Cannon had left, and Zhou Mengyan's figure immediately appeared in his mind. "Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Apart from me, it seems you are the only one in this world." A smile reappeared on Lin Ling's face as he turned to the station girl beside him. "Can you help me check the identity of the sender who sent me an anonymous email?" The girl immediately showed a troubled expression. "I'm really unable to help you. As a station employee, I have no authority." Lin Ling nodded and took out his phone, quickly dialing a number. "Hello, Lin Ling. Why the hell have you been off all day? I thought you were going to do something stupid. Do you know how worried I was about you? Thinking about our 18 years of life. We've known each other for more than 3 years. If you just leave like this, A torrent of shouting came from the other end of the phone. Stop. Lin Ling raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, hurriedly interrupting the other person. He knew that if he didn't interrupt, this guy could go on for 2 minutes without stopping. "It's like you're acting like a little wife. I just need to ask you something. Someone sent me an anonymous package. Help me check the sender's information," Lin Ling quickly said while the other person was silent. "Bro, my dear bro, is that why you called me? I knew that if you took the initiative to contact me, it wouldn't be for anything good. Where are you now? My buddies already know about your useless talent transfer. Don't be sad, don't be upset. The great eagle rises with the wind, soaring high." Lin Ling pulled the phone away, his face full of disdain. "Shut up, Lao Mo, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm hanging up," Lin Ling said. "Don't, I haven't finished yet. My buddy is telling you, my buddy has awakened his talent. Are you in Xuanfu? I'll have my dad get me a green card, and I'll fly over to find you right now. My buddy is so awesome now. Tonight, I'll take you to level up. I guarantee you'll reach level 2 tonight." "Lin Gu, you haven't even asked me what profession I awakened yet. Speak, why aren't you talking? Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you curious? Lin Ling, you better give me a chance to talk. Even a machine gun has time to reload, but you just keep shooting without stopping. Check the sender's information for me. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't find it, I'm hanging up." 30. To be honest, Lin Ling already regretted making this call. "Don't worry, I'll check for you right now." Finally, the other end of the phone quieted down, and at that moment, Lin Ling felt the whole world had become much quieter. Meanwhile, the station girl was already dumbfounded. Her facial muscles twitched continuously, incredulously pointing at the phone. "Is your friend a professional singer-dancer? A professional rapper?" Lin Ling shot her a glance. "He's just a chatterbox, don't mind him." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice came from the phone again. "Hello, is there a beautiful girl? Hello, I'm GMO, Heezy G. Black Dog Mo. G Black Dog, shut up. Did you find anything?" Lin Ling grabbed his phone and shouted. The other end immediately fell silent. The station girl's facial muscles twitched even faster. She looked at Lin Ling's phone with wide eyes in disbelief. "Which GMO? It can't be. It's him, the second young master of the G Family Consortium that monopolizes the express delivery industry in Longwa. GMO, Black Dog G." Lin Ling covered his face and said, 3 years ago, during the first national joint examination, the Yazi reserve team led by Lin Ling faced the Kuanping reserve team led by GMO from the Jinhai base city. Mage 1 vs. Assassin. Everyone thought Lin Ling would undoubtedly lose. In the end, Lin Ling used the shadow movement technique he created in his previous life, making it so that the assassin couldn't find his trace at all. In the final showdown, the undefeated GMO was brutally pressed to the ground and rubbed by Lin Ling. After the joint entrance exam, GMO secretly flew from Jinhai to Xuanfu on a private plane. That night, Lin Ling was invited to the Yazi club by him. Originally, Lin Ling thought this guy was going to take revenge on him, but it turned out GMO just wanted to battle in 3 more rounds. Lin Ling didn't refuse, and the outcome was predictable. In 3 simulations, GMO was completely dominated and rubbed into the ground. After coming out of the simulation chamber, GMO directly hugged Lin Ling's thigh, crying and snotting, wanting to acknowledge him as his big brother. The only purpose was to have Lin Ling teach him the shadow movement technique, which didn't hold much value. It was merely about using various shadows to conceal one's form while launching attacks. Of course, such a minor skill could only be comprehended by the most basic combat-oriented awakened ones in life and death situations. Unexpectedly, after teaching GMO, this guy really treated Lin Ling as his big brother, calling him 3 times a day to check in, without interruption for 3 years. Naturally, this was a private matter, and apart from the 2 of them, no one else knew. After a few seconds, GMO's serious voice finally came through the phone. Lingo, I found out, don't get too excited. You absolutely can't guess who sent it to you, don't move, wait for me half an hour, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I'll be in Xuanfu. I keep my word, tonight I'll take you to level up. I'm telling you, bro, I'm invincible now, I can one-shot level 15 monsters. When I get there, I'll show you what a godly skill looks like. Beep beep beep. GMO actually hung up the phone himself. Should I slip away before he arrives? If I take him along to level up, how will I use the forbidden spell? If this big mouth finds out, it's like the whole world knows? Lin Ling thought to himself, but his eyes suddenly caught sight of the uncertain dialog box on his system panel. Confirm. Congratulations, unsealing successful, gaining progress in the super experience pool. The next seal will trigger at level 20, please level up as soon as possible. Congratulations on unlocking the experience seal, you are now awarded a Super God level profession special reward, Super God Blessing. Super God Blessing, single blessing state, health and mana fully restored, all personal cooldowns cleared, automatically granted upon each unsealing. Lin Ling looked at his full health and mana status, and his face immediately darkened. This was utterly useless, he was already at full health and mana. He had never seen such a chicken scratch Super God reward. The cooldown for the forbidden spell naming technique has also been removed? If I suddenly unseal it during a battle with others, a divine light suddenly shone in Lin Ling's eyes. This reward was not a chicken scratch reward at all. If used well, it could definitely be a powerful weapon. Detected that the forbidden spell naming has completed cooldown. Please learn a new skill as soon as possible and rename the skill. A system prompt popped up, and Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. He immediately took out the Fireball skill book. Successfully learned Fireball. Would you like to rename this skill? Yes. Please enter the term. If the term is a song title, the naming success rate increases to 100. Name the Fireball skill as Meteor Shower. Naming successful, the Fire Magic skill Fireball automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Meteor Shower. After casting the skill, fire meteors will fall within a 100-mile radius, and you can control the coverage area of the fire meteors and accurately strike targets within that area. That level 10 seal was a flaw in this book. The setting couldn't be changed. In fact, it was originally designed not to block levels but to give the protagonist another chance to release a forbidden spell. Later, there would be opportunities to remove the seal. There are also friends who like this book. Remember to add it to your bookshelf. And if you can, help by clicking on a free little gift. Love you, the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick, a pair of dog men and women. The night has completely fallen, and the base city is shrouded in a mysterious veil. After much consideration, Lin Ling decided to give GMO another chance. He couldn't always work alone. The road ahead for career changes was still long. Many materials could only be obtained through dungeons or event rewards, and they couldn't be bought with money on the market. Most of those dungeons and events required a team to participate, and he ultimately needed a team of his own. Over the past 3 years, although he had only met GMO once, Lin Ling believed that this guy could be a close friend. Aside from his somewhat deadly mouth, there were basically no flaws to pick out. If he was willing to give up the Kuanping Guild and form a team with him, leveling him up wouldn't be impossible. Just 5 minutes later, Lin Ling received a call from GMO. Lin Ge, there's air control in the Xuanfu base city. They said a foreign great magician appeared during the day, and my plane can't enter the city. How about this? wait for me at the North High-Speed Rail Station Square. As soon as the call connected, Jimo's voice came through eagerly. You got here so fast? Lin Ling was a bit surprised. You'll know when you get here, bro has upgraded his gear. I'm telling you, if it weren't for the fact that using hot weapons to kill monsters doesn't give experience, I'd probably be at level 5 by now. Hurry up, come quickly, I want to enjoy the night view of Xuanfu first. If I go down now, I'll be surrounded. Beep beep beep. GMO cheekily finished and hung up the phone. Lin Ling rubbed his nose. This guy was always so full of himself. He put on his helmet, started his motorcycle, and headed north towards the city. The North High-Speed Rail Station is outside the Xuanfu base city, and to reach it, one must pass through the North Gate. But when Lin Ling arrived at the North Gate, he found a lot of vehicles piled up ahead, and the speed of travel had slowed down significantly. At this moment, there were 2 other riders on motorcycles beside him. Lin Ling was on the far left, and the figure in the middle was clearly a girl. She was wearing a blue mage robe but had a priest's blue staff on her back. This was obviously a priestess. Judging by her curves and long legs, she could be considered a beauty. She was also riding a domestic off-road motorcycle worth several thousand. Next to this woman, a vintage Indian roadmaster stood out even more. The 2 clearly knew each other. Although they were wearing helmets, the roadmaster was continuously talking to the woman in the middle. Even in the north, the July weather was exceptionally hot. The cool breeze that finally appeared at night was completely blocked by the helmet. Seeing that the vehicles ahead were not moving, the female Bao priestess took off her helmet, revealing long hair that cascaded like a black waterfall. Although her looks couldn't compare to Zhou Mengyan after her awakening, she was definitely a beauty. Lin Ling glanced at her and then shifted his gaze to the rider on the far side. This person was small in stature, barely standing at 1.70 meters. Noticing Lin Ling looking at him, he immediately took off his helmet, revealing a fairly handsome face, with a gold chain around his neck as thick as a thumb, which was particularly eye-catching. You ran? Don't be angry, I really have nothing with that girl. She just wanted to hitch a ride because my bike looks good, the boy said to the beauty beside him, and suddenly saw Lin Ling. When he scanned Lin Ling's white outfit and the domestic off-road motorcycle he was riding, a look of superiority immediately appeared on his face. Hello, friend, my name is Wang Zifen, level 6 assassin, with a top-tier talent. Are you interested in leveling up together? Don't underestimate me as an assassin, I can take down a mage in just 10 seconds. When he mentioned his top-tier talent, Wang Zifen couldn't help but raise his chin, his pride showing without any concealment. It's no wonder, really. Today, several thousand people participated in the awakening at the Xuanfushi base city, but only a little over 20 were of a high enough level. Moreover, a powerful assassin is crucial for a team. In many special dungeons, the importance of an assassin can even surpass that of a warrior. An assassin with a high-level talent is already considered a top-tier assassin. Out of politeness, Lin Ling nodded and lifted his windbreaker, saying, "Thank you, but no need." However, what Lin Ling didn't expect was that the woman looked at him with curiosity. Hello, I'm Jiang Yuran from Xuanfushino. One high school, a level 7 priest with a high-level talent. Handsome, have we met before? Interested in getting to know each other? If fate allows, we can level up together. I have plenty of healing. Lin Ling was somewhat speechless. He hadn't even taken off his helmet, yet this woman was so enthusiastic towards him. However, he had heard of Jiang Yuran, the school beauty from No. 2 High School, who had once applied for the Yazi reserve team but failed the assessment. Jiang Yuran seemed to be facing Lin Ling, but her eyes were always on Wang Zifen. Lin Ling instantly understood. This woman clearly wanted to use him to annoy Wang Zifen. He had no interest in such a woman. He nodded slightly and pulled down his visor. This scene immediately darkened Wang Zifen's expression. It was unclear whether he was angry that Lin Ling ignored Jiang Yuran or furious that Jiang Yuran was flirting with Lin Ling. He shouted at Lin Ling, "Bro, that level 1 white gear of yours looks pretty cool at night. Sell it to me for 50,000. With those words, Wang Zifen's face was full of mockery. Lin Ling didn't even turn his head, slightly twisting the throttle and driving forward. Seeing that he was being ignored, Wang Zifen couldn't help but smirk. Bro, what's up? Not selling for 50,000? How about 100,000? 20,000? Are you selling or not, bro? If not, I'll add a bit more. If you are, just pretend I didn't say anything." Hearing this, Jiang Yuran immediately laughed brightly. "Stop it, don't bully the little brother, it might be his livelihood, and it's not easy to get a full set of level 1 white gear." Although this sounded like a warning, it was full of sarcasm. Wang Zifen became even more pleased with himself and stretched his neck to shout at Lin Ling, "Bro, do you want to level up with us? I'll show you what a high-end player is like. Bro, don't be scared." The car in front suddenly accelerated, easing the congestion. Lin Ling held back his annoyance and glanced back at the two, his eyes clearly showed he was looking at a pair of fools. This was truly a match made in heaven, a couple of dog lovers. With a roar of the engine, Lin Ling's car instantly sped out of the North City gate. "Honey, what was that look he gave?" Jiang Yuran pouted. Wang Zifen's face immediately darkened. "Let's go, chase him. How dare he look down on us? Today, we'll let him know what a master is." As they spoke, the two quickly pursued Lin Ling, and before long, they spotted his figure. It wasn't that they were fast, but Lin Ling had already parked his car by the square outside the high-speed train station. "Why aren't you leveling up? What are you doing in the square? Want to try out my Roadmaster? See that? Vintage version, the bear car costs over 300,000. Wang Zifen approached Lin Ling, patting his own vehicle proudly. He had already thought that if Lin Ling dared to touch his car, he would definitely extort a hefty sum from this poor guy. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him and was looking towards the square. Just as Wang Zifen was about to explode with anger, his arm was suddenly tugged by Jiang Yuran. He turned to look and was surprised to find that quite a few people had gathered in the square, a dark mass seemingly watching something. Wang Zifen couldn't help but curiously look into the square, and the next second, both he and Jiang Yuran's eyes lit up. A white floating car hovered 2 meters above the ground, and a golden-haired boy jumped directly down from the car door. "Did you see that? The hover car costs 15 million each. Wow, that guy with golden hair is so handsome. I wish I could know someone like him." A wave of envy swept through the crowd. "Hover car? SS-class triangular warplane, just so you know. My goal is the divine domain, Lin Ling's invitation. The one who sent the red mail from the warring states is her? There might be a meteor shower tonight. Fire-type forbidden spell meteor shower, bloom for me. Trigger hidden boss, Zhou Mengyan in danger. That person said there would be a meteor shower tonight. Natural disasters reappear, levels skyrocketing. Natural disasters reappear, levels skyrocketing, and everyone's expression changed drastically. The red alert only lights up when the base city is under forbidden spell level attack. What happened? Did that undead archmage appear again? Zhou Weiguo suddenly turned to the guard beside him. Mayor Bai Haishan was even more flustered, quickly pressing a button on the conference table. The wall instantly transformed into a giant screen. The night sky was filled with fire meteors rapidly falling towards the Xuanfu base city. Zhou Weiguo's pupils suddenly constricted, his face serious as he looked up at the sky. "Not good, it's a fire-type forbidden spell. Quickly activate the base city's protective barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a blue light shield instantly illuminate above the Xuanfu base city in the holographic projection. However, in the next second, everyone widened their eyes. Not a single fire meteor fell on the defensive barrier. The ground trembled, and the fire meteors on the screen all fell towards the northern part of the Xuanfu base city. "Ha! Did the opponent miss? How is that possible? You know how powerful an archmage's mental strength is, how could they miss? Could it be that their target isn't the Xuanfu base city?" Several high-ranking officials spoke up, their eyes filled with confusion. Zhou Weiguo saw that the meteor shower didn't fall in the city area and first breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he realized the fundamental problem. He quickly glanced at the awakening data on the table, his sharp eyes narrowing. Not good, Meng Yan and the others seemed to be in the Dongwang mountain range. Upon hearing Zhou Weiguo's words, everyone suddenly came to a realization. At the same time, they all felt a jolt in their hearts. Secretary Xiaowang quickly tapped a few times on the tablet, and a red dot immediately lit up on the wall's holographic projection. Above the red dot, Zhou Mengyan's avatar slowly appeared. Indeed, the red dot was covered by the fire-type forbidden spell. With a whoosh, everyone stood up from their seats. Damn it, it really is aimed at Zhou Mengyan. Send a citywide message, all newcomers evacuate the wild areas. Everyone, follow me, let's leave the city immediately to save people. With Zhou Weiguo's command, figures immediately soared into the sky, heading straight for the Dongwang mountain range. A large number of planes took off behind, with medical teams and priest teams following closely. Many guilds outside the Dongwang mountain range were grinding at night, but most lacked the courage to step into the mountains. At this moment, watching the fire meteors continuously strike the Dongwang mountain range, everyone was dumbfounded. The psychological trauma from the undead army during the day had not yet healed, and now they were witnessing such a spectacular apocalyptic scene at night. These newly awakened first-turn players began to doubt their lives. Many directly gave up on continuing their night training and rushed towards the base city area. The Xuanfu base city must be targeted. Daytime undead forbidden spells, nighttime fire-type forbidden spells. I don't even dare to level up anymore. Boss Suatu, so many people have run away. Should we continue leveling? Leveling my ass. That meteorite just fell less than 2 meters in front of me. If it weren't for my luck, I would have been dead or injured. I'm going back to sleep, and tomorrow I'll apply to leave the Xuanfu base city. It's too terrifying. Our War Heaven Guild also applies to leave and will never come back. Emergency notice. The leveling area in the Dongwang mountain range of the Xuanfu base city has been attacked by an unknown fire-type archmage's forbidden spell. All personnel below level 5 are to return to the base city's safe zone as quickly as possible. An official emergency notice from the Xuanfu base city suddenly popped up on the system panels of all awakened individuals. Damn it, this is bizarre. Why is it happening again? Is it impressive to cast forbidden spells? Are we not allowed to level up anymore? There are no monsters to kill. What's the point of leveling? I can't stay in Xuanfu base city anymore. I want to apply for intercity teleportation to level up in another base city. More and more people sent transfer applications to the city government, feeling fear in the once peaceful and comfortable Xuanfu town. Even those awakened individuals with civilian jobs resting in the city suddenly felt that Xuanfu base city was no longer safe. It felt like a monster with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow them whole at any moment. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this stood in the core area of the fire-type forbidden spell, enjoying a pleasant leveling journey. Whoosh! Streams of white light lit up beneath Lin Ling and Jimo's feet. The system panel in front of them was already flooded with system notifications. Holy crap, bro, I'm level 20. What the hell, bro, I'm level 25. What the big hell, bro, I'm level 30. Lin God, my dear brother, I'm so happy, I can't take it anymore. Don't stop. Ha 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 ha, my God, am I dreaming? I really hope this dream gets even more intense. The sky has cleared, the rain has stopped. I feel like I can do it again. I'm a sunny, cheerful boy. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. Please proceed to the Awakening Land to complete the job change task. You can continue leveling up after unlocking the job change seal. A system notification sounded in Jimo's ear, and he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Clap clap clap, thud thud thud. GMO raised his hand and slapped his own face frantically, but he still couldn't hide the fervent beating of his heart. He stared at the notification indicating he had soared to level 30. Completely dumbfounded. Is this what Lin Ling meant by showing off? Is this what a meteor shower is? He had promised to help Lin Ling level up, yet now he had done nothing and his level had already skyrocketed to 30, triggering the second job change seal. Is this something a person can achieve? Having had the previous experience, Lin Ling felt a bit excited, but compared to GMO at this moment, he was much calmer. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a ghoul and gained 200 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a will-o'-the-wisp and gained 300 experience. Congratulations, your wood mage profession has been upgraded to level 12. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a red-haired ghoul and gained 1000 experience. Congratulations, your summoner profession has been upgraded to level 12. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a white-haired ghoul and gained 2000 experience. Congratulations, your lightning mage profession has been upgraded to level 20. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a hidden dance king ghoul and gained 10,010 experience. Congratulations, your light mage profession has been upgraded to level 20. Congratulations, you have killed a valley bottom zombie and gained 1 experience. Friendly reminder, as you are a full-class mage, all your professions have been upgraded to level 20 and need to be manually unsealed to continue leveling up. Materials required for unsealing: ghoul's sharp teeth, ghoul's red hair, Warring State's red agate raw stone. There are no monsters within the skill release range, skill automatically terminated. As you are the first to kill a hidden profession this year, this kill will be globally announced in 30 minutes. How shameless, Lin Ling, you are too extravagant. Could it be the White Bear Kingdom? Could it be that a triangular fighter jet from the White Bear Kingdom swiftly flew over the Dongwang mountain range? Report, no level 5 or above professionals detected. The attacker has likely escaped. Report, no casualties have been reported. Report, all monsters in the East Wang mountain range have been cleared. Report, data analysis shows that the target of the other party is the same as the necromancy forbidden spell from the day, specifically targeting monsters for elimination. One by one, soldiers quickly reported the latest situation. Zhou Weiguo listened to the reports, his sharp eyes fixed on the moving light points on the thermal imaging device at the mountain's periphery. Which country is making a move? Is it possible that they are using a forbidden spell scroll? Indeed, forbidden spell scrolls can choose their targets. Fire-type ones are quite common, but I've never heard of a necromancy forbidden spell scroll. Captain Zhou, I think the probability of a professional releasing a forbidden spell is greater. Do you think it could be? Mayor Bai Haishan said, raising his hand to point north. The White Bear? Zhou Weiguo narrowed his eyes instantly, and suddenly a secure message appeared before him. Intelligence received indicates that American spies have entered the territory, likely searching for those who released the assassination forbidden spell, which basically rules out the suspicion of the American Empire. Looking at the content of the intelligence, Joe Wegwa fell into deep thought. Although he was sent to investigate the forbidden spell this time, he always felt that there was something mysterious about the higher-ups, as if they were hiding something from him. Now, the doubts raised by Haishin also seemed reasonable, if it wasn't the Americans. The White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation are indeed strategic allies, but they are also competitors. Launching an attack without killing blows would only slow down the development of newcomers. This would be a thankless task for the Americans. However, for the White Bear Nation, it could directly benefit them. In a month, the National Newcomer Championship instance will take place, and one of the champion rewards is a quota to enter the realm of the gods. The country that secures the quota can send personnel in without participating in the god realm competition. The more people, the greater the chance of obtaining resources from the god realm. The participants in the Newcomer Championship instance are divided into two groups, and the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation happen to be in the same group. The top-tier strengths of the two allied nations are quite similar, and whoever can secure the group championship in this tournament is likely to become the true leader of the alliance. Captain Joe, I think the possibility is quite high. After all, the White Bear Nation just happens to have a great necromancer. Haishin said again. Joe Wegwa nodded. I will report your speculation to the Dragon's Nest, but I still feel that the White Bear wouldn't go that far. Many people are starting to apply for intercity transfers. We must reassure the citizens, Haishin said anxiously, looking at Joe Wegwa. Joe Wegwa's expression darkened. How do we reassure them? Everyone saw this meteor fire rain. Are we supposed to tell all the awakened that it's just our great necromancer playing with fireworks? Just then, a soldier suddenly turned around. Report. The Xiao Family Consortium Xiao Yuanshan requests to connect for a video call. Joe Wegwa frowned. What does he want? Connect. Soon, a plump middle-aged man appeared on the large screen before everyone. Leaders, I wonder if you have found the great necromancer who released the forbidden spell in Xuanfu? Xiao Yuanshan asked with a smile. He ran away. Joe Wegwa sighed lightly. Just like during the day, cast and then flee. This person has an exceptionally high mental strength, precisely controlling the meteor fire rain to only kill monsters. Not a single awakened was injured. He. You must be wondering how to reassure the public, right? I have a solution. Xiao Yuanshan said with a sly grin. Spit it out if you have something to say. Joe Wegwa said impatiently. As a military general, he disliked these tycoons the most. Zhou Mengyan and the others just happened to encounter a hidden situation. We can announce that the missing heir of the consortium, Xia Yan, used a fire-type forbidden spell to clear the monsters and save Zhou Mengyan. Wouldn't that be a win-win? It can solve the government's troubles and also unite the children. How wonderful is that? What do you all think? After Xiao Yuanshan finished speaking, a cunning expression immediately appeared on his face. The periphery of the East Wang mountain range. The Yazi team looked at the ravaged mountains, a dozen black faces staring at each other, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Previously besieged by ghouls, they had reached a dead end, but then a meteor shower suddenly appeared, smashing and burning all the monsters attacking them, while they remained unharmed. After a brief shock, Zhou Mengyan immediately recalled the army of the undead from earlier that day. She put away the golden scroll, and even though her face was as cold as ice, it could not conceal her captivating beauty. Under her command, all the teammates began to dodge meteors while competing for kills. With the meteor shower's assistance, within just a few minutes, all members of the Yazi team had at least leveled up once. Yet, every time a meteor fell nearby, and every time they heard the ghouls sizzling in the flames, it still made their hearts race. Gulp! Li Jingliang realized there were no more living monsters to kill and finally swallowed hard. The archer Yu Yu asked, trembling slightly, Mengyan, how could there really be a meteor shower? I don't know either. At that moment, even Zhou Mengyan looked bewildered. Yu Yu, has your brain been burned by the meteors? This is not a meteor shower. This must be a fire-type forbidden spell. Li Jingliang said, glancing at the still-smoking ghoul corpses, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Zhou Mengyan replied, no matter what it is, if it weren't for the sudden meteor shower, we would have been dead. But it seems like the monsters have been cleared out again. They were cleared out once during the day, and now again. Luckily, we got a wave of experience. Otherwise, we would have to run the map again tonight. If only we had listened to Team Lin and farmed the mutated Trey ants, Yu Yu said. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has meaning. A hint of doubt quietly sprouted in Zhou Mengyan's heart, as Lin Ling's earlier words seemed to echo in her ears. Perhaps because of my appearance, the meteor shower came to be. You should go farm the mutated Trey ants at Wanlu Park in the west of the city. If a meteor shower really appears, the dark creatures would probably be smashed to death. I think I've found you. A figure slowly appeared before Zhou Mengyan. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she said lightly, let's go, we should leave here quickly. Mengyan, are we going back to Yazi? Yu Yu suddenly asked. As soon as the words were spoken, all the members of the Yazi team fell silent. The image of Xiao Yan and Xiaoya abandoning them to escape alone surfaced in everyone's minds. If we don't go back to Yazi, where else can we go? Let's stay for now, if we encounter a suitable guild. Li Dingliang didn't continue, turning to walk down the mountain. But everyone understood that if there were a way out, he definitely wouldn't stay in Yazi. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw the hovering vehicle flying back. As the vehicle landed, Xiao Yan was the first to jump down. "How dare you come back?" Zhou Mengyan said coldly. A hint of grievance appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he slowly said, "Everyone, are you all unhurt? To save you, I used a forbidden spell scroll worth 500 million dragon coins. Aren't you going to thank my brother? Especially you, Zhou Mengyan. If it weren't for you being in the team, my brother wouldn't have used such a precious forbidden spell scroll," Xiaoya said with a pained expression. A trace of sarcasm quietly appeared on Zhou Mengyan's face. "With so many monsters killed, why didn't your level increase?" However, she didn't point it out and simply watched the impressive performance of the brother and sister. "Duel with my boss? Do you have that strength?" The little necromancer of fortune and misfortune formed the heavenly court team. Eagle Sauce, Xiao Yan is Yi Xiu, ready to fight. "Brother, is 1 billion enough for you? Brother, is 1 billion enough for you?" Longwa Base City, Lin Ling's home. Lin Ling waved his hand, and 4 or 5 skill books immediately appeared in his grasp. These were all the spoils from the meteor wash. Lin Ling had no intention of sharing those blue and purple gear with GMO, who didn't even care for such things. Lin Ling took out an orange bow and a golden staff. "Dog, do you want this bow and staff?" Lin Ling asked. GMO shook his head repeatedly, awkwardly smiling. "I actually didn't contribute anything, so I can't use these, but this bow could be good for bragging. Hey, this staff is a bit interesting." Hearing this, Lin Ling looked at the staff. Although it was a golden item, it was black and gold in color, with no magical inscriptions carved on it, but rather several skulls. Such a design was quite rare. Lin Ling's mind stirred, and he immediately checked the staff's attributes. Azura staff, perfect, category, weapon Azura set level requirement. 10 durability, 100 magic damage intelligence, agility passive effect, undead or dark mage equipped, damage increased by 300 for each additional piece of Azura set worn. The equipment level automatically increases by 10 levels. Is this the kind of attribute a perfect equipment can have? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. In his understanding, golden gear should have 4 attributes and no main passive skills. Yet this piece of equipment had only 2 attributes but an additional, extraordinary passive attribute. Moreover, this Azura staff was practically tailor-made for undead and dark mages. If he didn't have the Radiant set, he would definitely be captivated by this Azura staff. Such a thing can't even be allowed to flow into the market, even if it rots in my hands. Lin Ling thought to himself and directly tossed the orange bow to GMO. The Azura staff was then stored back in his inventory. "Bro, an orange item is worth millions, and you just gave it to me like that?" GMO asked, looking at the orange bow in his hands. "No need for so much nonsense, the Shadow Clone skill book is good too. I'll give it to you," Lin Ling said as he tossed a level 15 assassin skill book over. GMO caught the skill book, and his eyes immediately lit up with joy. Skill book, Shadow Clone class requirement, assassin level requirement, 15 skill description. Casting this skill grants you a Shadow Clone, which possesses 100 attribute combat power of the original. When not attacking, it acts as a shadow of the original, and the clone can continue to fight for 5 minutes without dying. Skill cooldown, 360 seconds. This skill book was just right for GMO. He didn't say much and immediately learned Shadow Clone. The next second, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly seemed to come alive, separating from the original and walking forward. This type of Shadow Clone wasn't rare among assassins, but GMO happily let out a series of quacking laughs. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the remaining skill books. Although he had hastily collected all the dropped items after the equipment fell, he vaguely remembered seeing a mage skill book among them. Warrior Rock Armor Chef Intermediate Cutting Repairman Tire Patching Mage Rock Body. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. Earth Type Skill. Skill Book, Rock Body Class Requirement, Level 20 Skill Description. Summons a rock armor that can absorb 30 damage for 1 minute, during which the user is in an immunity state and can withstand a total damage value of 3000. Skill Cooldown, 60 seconds. If the Earth Magic Rock Body were to become a forbidden spell, wouldn't that be an invincible defense skill? Lin Ling's lips curled slightly, and a bold plan began to form in his mind. He looked at GMO and said, "Dog, let me make you a specialized weapon set." A hint of confusion flashed in GMO's eyes. "Bro, I have plenty of high-tier sets at home, and even my old man can get a holy set, so don't waste your time and effort." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Don't worry, True high-end specialized weapons can't be compared to just any set. GMO nodded, not saying much, but his expression clearly showed he wasn't very interested in specialized weapons. Bro, our team still needs one more person for the dungeon. Should I find a few good players from home? Creak. A light sound came from the window as the night breeze blew into the room, bringing a hint of coolness. No need, Dogsy. Before the rookie championship dungeon starts, the fewer people know about my strength, the better. You should head back to Jinhai Base City and complete your second job transfer. I'll wait for you in Xuanfu, Lin Ling instructed. Upon hearing this, Jimo's face flushed with excitement. He was certain he would be the first second job transfer player of the year. Once he successfully transferred, it would be announced globally, and when the rookie rankings opened, he would definitely sit at the top of the level leaderboard. This honor was entirely thanks to Lin Ling. He had originally come to help Lin Ling level up, but instead, he was the one who gained a tremendous advantage. Just then, Lin Ling stood up and walked outside. I need to go to Yunming Trading House to sell the equipment I got today and buy some materials. Lin Ling's voice came, and Jimo's eyes suddenly lit up. Bro, our family just happens to need to procure a batch of beginner equipment. Why don't you sell me everything you got today? Lin Ling was slightly taken aback but quickly understood Jimo's intention. The prestigious G family wouldn't lack for his ordinary equipment. GMO wanted him to earn a bit more money. Lin Ling had many places where he needed money right now. The production of specialized weapons needed to be prioritized. He was still short several $100 million for upgrade materials and inlay materials. Alright, if you need it, just take it, Lin Ling said, raising his hand, and instantly, equipment in white, blue, and purple colors filled half the room. GMO didn't even look and directly collected everything. Dogsy, I need all types of mage skill books, keep an eye out for me, Lin Ling said. GMO perked up at this. Like Lin Ling, he didn't like taking advantage of others, especially his brother. Of course, he still didn't fully understand Lin Ling. Lin Ling loved to take advantage, just not of friends and brothers. There was a significant difference between the two. GMO was worried that Lin Ling was too selfless, but since he had now expressed a need, he finally had a chance to be useful. Bro, don't worry, I'll have them keep an eye out for mage skill books. We should have news soon. By the way, take these skill scrolls. You can't expose your talent. Using these high-level magic scrolls in a pinch can help cover it up. Bro, I transferred 1 billion to your account. Is that enough? If not, I can send more. Consider it my team fee. From now on, I'll leave the leveling to you, brother. Lin Ling frowned slightly. No need for that much. Bro, with your skills, if you spread the word about leveling people up for 20 million each, and they can reach second job transfer overnight, do you know how many people would line up to come? Forget about 1 billion, you could earn tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. I'm just enjoying a one-on-one power leveling in advance. When the day comes that you can't hide it anymore, just go for power leveling. No one can resist such temptation. And that fighter jet of mine. Lin Ling saw GMO was about to say more and quickly interrupted. Alright, I'll take the money, and you can keep the fighter jet for now. We'll talk about it later. At that moment, Lin Ling's phone also received a bank transfer notification. Account ending in 8895 received 1 yuan, account balance 1 yuan. Looking at the long string of zeros in the 1 billion, Lin Ling felt a bit moved. He knew this amount might not mean much to GMO, but for him, it could solve his urgent needs. Many plans he had only dared to think about before could now be truly implemented with this money. Bro, I'm leaving. Let's keep in touch, GMO said as he prepared to leave. Lin Ling didn't say much and followed him out. At this moment, it was already midnight, and there were still quite a few people queuing on Xuanfu Street. It seemed that the consecutive bans and purges had given the practitioners in Xuanfu quite a scare. Brother, you should go back. Just wait to see the leaderboard. Ha ha ha. GMO chuckled strangely, showing no signs of fatigue on his face. The thought of becoming number one had him in a state of excitement he couldn't shake off. Stop laughing like that. You've scared the ghosts away. Hurry up and get lost, Lin Ling scolded with a smile. GMO waved his hand, and just as he turned to walk out of the city, a scruffy old man suddenly darted out from the side of the street. The old man was quick, charging straight at GMO. The moment he appeared, GMO noticed him. With GMO's agility, he could easily dodge this disheveled old man. However, when GMO saw the old man's hunched body and the scarred, wrinkled face, he didn't move. Behind him was a set of steps, and given the old man's speed, if GMO dodged, the old man would likely tumble down the stairs. GMO stood still, allowing the man to collide with him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as GMO steadied the old man. Young man. GMO was anxious to leave and didn't wait for the old man to finish speaking before he vanished into thin air with an invisibility spell. The old man stared blankly in the direction of the North City gate. After a moment, he shook his head and turned his gaze to Lin Ling. Young man, can you help me find my granddaughter? I can offer you a reward. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Grandpa, where did you lose your granddaughter? The streets of Xuanfu were crowded today, as everyone was leaving the city due to the recent bans. This made Lin Ling feel a bit guilty. If he could help the old man, he would. The old man's murky gaze suddenly became exceptionally clear as he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with hope. Young man, are you willing to help me find my granddaughter? The old man asked again, but just as he began to speak, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lin Ling. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest. Hero help the soldier King Zhang Beichen find his granddaughter. 5-star hidden quest. 5-star hidden quest. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest. Hero help the soldier King Zhang Beichen find his granddaughter. Quest difficulty, 5-star completion rewards, mysterious fruit, hero badge, quality unknown, quest failure penalty, cannot leave the current base city for 100 days and must accompany Zhang Beichen. Reward 1, mysterious fruit, said to be transformed from the blood of a powerful divine beast. Consuming it will permanently enhance the four-dimensional attributes of the practitioner and may reduce rare mana consumption. Reward 2, hero badge, grants special abilities when worn. Quest duration, 2 days. Will you accept the quest? Looking at the quest prompt, Lin Ling's face immediately lit up with excitement. He had encountered hidden quests in his past life, but he had never come across a Hero Series hidden quest. Only Hero Series hidden quests had star ratings, and a higher star rating did not necessarily mean it was more dangerous, but rather indicated the difficulty of completing the task. If he accepted the quest and failed, Lin Ling would be stuck in Xuanfu for 100 days. Lin Ling couldn't help but lick his cracked lips. There was no task that a ban couldn't solve. If one ban wasn't enough, then 2. If offensive bans didn't work, then defensive ones would. As long as there were enough bans, all tasks would just be a means to deliver rewards. Moreover, the rewards for this quest perfectly matched Lin Ling's needs. Both attribute enhancement and skill cooldown reduction were crucial for him. Accept the quest. Quest accepted successfully. Quest details, Zhang Beichen is the commander of the 7 demon-suppressing passes of the human race. He has led 1 million Beichen troops to resist billions of abyssal forces for 10 years. However, the Abyss Demon clan bribed the civil official Qin Runhui and framed the son of the War King for treason. Zhang Beichen exchanged all his military achievements for the life of his granddaughter, while his son and daughter-in-law were all killed by treacherous villains. Zhang Beichen was dismissed from his military position and returned to his hometown, only to find that his granddaughter Nan Nan had been kidnapped by the Demon King and transformed into a demon beast. In order to eliminate future troubles, the civil official Qin Runhui issued a bounty order, offering rewards for finding and killing the demon girl Nan Nan. Task 1. Find and kill the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain. Task 2. Protect Nan Nan from being harmed by various warriors. The higher the task completion rate, the higher the star rating and the better the rewards. Looking at the task panel before him, Lin Ling's breathing gradually quickened. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain was the same creature as the hidden demon king he had triggered. If that were the case, the rewards he would receive would be incredibly generous. But now, 2 difficult problems lay before Lin Ling. First, where exactly would the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain appear? No one knew. Although it was highly likely to be within the range of the Xuanfu base city, the total area of Xuanfu base city exceeded 100,000 square kilometers. If it was too far from him, once the Demon King appeared, it was likely that someone else would discover it first. As far as he knew, Demon Kings did not restrict the levels of practitioners. This meant that once discovered, it could attract powerful figures, and if a 4th or 5th transition powerhouse appeared, there would be basically nothing Lin Ling could do. Second, the task mentioned that Nan Nan had been turned into a monster. How could he distinguish which monster was Nan Nan? This was crucial. Without a clear target, not to mention stopping others from harming Nan Nan, he might even mistakenly kill her thinking she was a monster. Third, would there really be warriors appearing as mentioned in the plot? Were these warriors practitioners? If they were, that would be manageable. He could use forbidden spells to kill them. But if a large number of practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom became warriors, he absolutely could not use attack-type forbidden spells recklessly. What skills could be turned into forbidden spells to deal with warriors? Truly worthy of a hidden task with 5-star difficulty from the Hero series, Lin Ling muttered to himself, turning to Zhang Beichen. Old man, the Demon King is not easy to deal with. Do you know where your granddaughter was taken? Lin Ling asked. The old man, upon learning that Lin Ling would help him, was already filled with joy. He nodded vigorously and said, I know. She was captured by the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain and taken to its lair. You must save her. Hearing his words, Lin Ling frowned. Captured in the lair? Was he just talking nonsense? If what he said had any meaning, it wouldn't be completely meaningless. Old man, where is the lair of the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain? Also, your granddaughter has been turned into a monster, how can I recognize her? Lin Ling asked. The old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain? Did I say that? If I did, it might be because I was too hungry. As for the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain, it's naturally near the abyss well. The old man looked at Lin Ling with a worried expression. Lin Ling raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the words War King Bun Shop on a storefront by the street. It turned out he had been waiting here. Old man, wait a moment, he said, then dashed towards the bun shop. Soon, Lin Ling returned with 3 buns. The old man's face lit up with surprise upon seeing the buns. Good. Thank you, young man, you are a good person. Let me tell you, the bigger the bun skin. I know the Demon King is hard to deal with, so here, I'll give you 3 treasures, he said suddenly to Lin Ling after taking the buns. Lin Ling felt puzzled, but the next second, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. The old man smiled mysteriously, and a strangely shaped hammer appeared in his hand out of thin air. All that could be seen was a hammer, entirely black and shiny, its massive size exuding a heart-pounding aura. The handle was as thick as an adult's arm and over 2 meters long, with mysterious patterns faintly visible on its surface. The hammerhead was even more terrifying, the size of a basin and covered in dense, sharp spikes. Young man, take this hammer of the warrior king. If it weren't for its ugliness, it wouldn't be so bad. The most important thing is that it can grant you the power to defeat the Demon King, the old man said, handing over the colossal object with one hand. Lin Ling's heart raced. This thing looked like it weighed at least 500 pounds. Defeating the Demon King with it? It was one thing to talk, but he would still take it if it was given for free. Lin Ling grabbed the hammer's handle with both hands, and as soon as he lifted it, he realized he had underestimated its weight. Boom! The hammerhead hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. If it weren't for my radiant armor, I probably couldn't even lift it. Ha! Before Lin Ling could finish his thought, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. The heavy giant hammer suddenly felt like a plastic toy. He immediately looked at the giant hammer. Item, Cursed Hammer of the Warrior King. Special item, no class restrictions, strength, durability, 10,000. The Hammer of the Warrior King is cursed by the Demon King. It cannot be stored in inventory until the Demon King, the old demon of Black Mountain, is killed. Legend has it that the old demon of Black Mountain hid all treasures in an indestructible chest. This chest cannot be opened or picked up. Only the Hammer of the Warrior King can smash it open. Lin Ling slowly withdrew his gaze, his heart racing. What does a hammer with a strength attribute mean? If an archer fully invests in strength, they can gain 14 strength points for every level up. A fully powered archer at level 60 after 3 promotions would only have 840 base strength. Even with equipment, exceeding 2,000 strength would be considered elite. Now, a hammer that adds 3,000 strength means an additional 15,000 physical damage. Is this really a hammer? This is practically a divine artifact. Everyone, don't worry about the combat power collapsing. That's not a concern. In fact, it would be exhilarating if it did collapse. Later, we can upgrade the forbidden spell to divine level, and even the gods from the divine realm will be instantly defeated by Lin Ling at 5 promotions, pushing through everything in his path. Long live the extreme path. Encountering the scapegoat again, the little necromancer, the dog licker, all are dog lickers. Does the big shot need leg hair? Xin Shen, the opportunity is yours. I hope you can seize it. Heart of Cooldown, Single Target Defense Forbidden Spell, Second Update. Heart of Cooldown, Single Target Defense Forbidden Spell, Second Update. He took each step cautiously, absolutely not allowing even the slightest mistake. The 3 main materials cost 200 million dragon coins. If he failed, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With Lin Ling's efforts, a badge radiating silver light finally appeared in his hand. It worked! Whether it's worth 200 million depends on whether your attributes and rumors are the same. Lin Ling licked his lips and immediately checked the equipment's attributes. Heart of Cooldown, Legendary, Category, Self-Made Special Item, Usage Level, below 5 promotions, Level 120, No Attribute Enhancement, Passive Skill, reduces the cooldown time of skills below level 10 to 1 second, and reduces mana consumption by 90%. Active Skill 1, select a non-attack skill below level 30 to bind. Once binding is complete, using this skill will not consume mana, and the cooldown time is fixed at 30 seconds. This skill can only be used once. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Active Skill 2, select any skill to immediately unlock one use of that skill, without affecting its normal cooldown time. This skill has a cooldown time of 120 minutes. Looking at the attributes of the Heart of Cooldown, Lin Ling swung his fist vigorously. In the previous life, The Cooling Heart was announced by the Eagle Sauce Nation, and the Eagle Sauce Paradise team offered a reward of 10 billion to improve it to a level that could be used above 5 turns. Unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded in completing its enhancement. Due to the limitations of the item's attributes, it is too much of a burden for most strong individuals. However, at this moment, it would greatly enhance Lin Ling's capabilities. Although this item cannot bind forbidden spells, he can completely bind a basic defensive skill to the Cooling Heart. He could then name it a forbidden spell. Once successful, he would gain a defensive skill akin to a forbidden spell that requires no mana and can be cast once every 30 seconds. Lin Ling's Adam's apple rolled slightly, revealing his excitement. Bind the Earth-type skill Rock Body. As he issued the command, the Cooling Heart immediately lit up. In the next second, the level 20 Earth-type skill appeared in the skill box of the Cooling Heart. Skill book, Rock Body class requirement, level 20 skill description, summons a rock armor that can absorb 30 damage for 1 minute and reduce all negative effects. Total damage absorption, 30,000. Mana cost, 0 skill cooldown, 30 seconds. Use skill 2 to select the forbidden spell naming technique. As he issued the command, an icon for the forbidden spell naming technique immediately appeared below skill 2 of the Cooling Heart. The countdown for the forbidden spell naming technique in the main skill bar was unaffected. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this last step. Use the forbidden spell naming technique to rename Rock Body to Invincible. Skill naming successful. The Earth-type magic skill Rock Body automatically upgrades to the body defense forbidden spell Invincible after casting the skill. You will receive a diamond armor that can withstand 100 damage for 5 minutes and is immune to all negative effects. Total damage absorption, 10 million. Mana cost for this skill, 0 cooldown for this skill. 30 seconds. Lin Ling clenched his fists and swung them vigorously in the air. At that moment, his composure was shattered, and he was as excited as a boy who had just passed his college entrance examination. Let's try the skill. Activate Invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. A melody suddenly played, and a layer of armor resembling diamond appeared around Lin Ling's body. He raised his wolf fang hammer and struck himself, producing a loud bang. Lin Ling's health indeed did not drop at all. This is almost an instant cast forbidden spell. It took him a good 10 minutes to finally calm his emotions. However, he did not plan to rest immediately. He still had one more task today. Specialized weapon set. He had studied it for 3 years but had never truly made a specialized weapon of his own. Tonight, he aimed to complete the initial crafting of his main weapon in one go. The Invincible Body forbidden spell was enough to keep him undefeated in the early stages, but the specialized weapon set was key to his future dominance. With his skilled operation, the form of a staff was slowly taking shape. Time flew by. 2 more hours passed. Lin Ling stretched lazily, although there were many bloodshot veins in his eyes. The excitement in his gaze could not be suppressed. On the table before him, a bright silver staff covered in patterns of exotic beasts was radiating dazzling silver light. These beast patterns were all composed of tiny magical inscriptions. Lin Ling had engraved all the Eastern divine beasts from his past and present memories onto the staff using magical inscriptions. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Candle Dragon, Kuanping, Bai Zai, Xianqi. Under the brilliant silver light, each divine beast became lifelike. Silver Weapon, the unique color of the self-made set. Item, Lin Ling's exclusive staff, initial form, category, main weapon, custom-made exclusive weapon set, level requirement, 60, durability, 1000, magic damage, strength, stamina, intelligence, agility, health, mana, cooldown reduction, skill cost reduction 10, collect all 9 pieces to trigger set effect, intelligence, collect the full set to gain active skill, Holy Light Burn, burning the target for 5 health points per second, converting it into the user's health for 10 seconds. Collect the full set to gain passive. Total intelligence attribute increases by 30 when equipped by a mage. Inlaying with Holy Light Gem doubles all attributes. Inlaying with Demon King's Heart doubles all passive skill effects. Please name the exclusive set, and after naming, the set upgrade function will be activated. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. I name it the Ling Tian set. Name successful. Lin Ling's staff is renamed Ling Tian Staff. The Ling Tian staff can be upgraded by collecting the following materials, with each upgrade increasing its level by 10. After upgrading, all base attributes will receive corresponding boosts. Lin Ling put away the Ling Tian staff and stretched lazily. When he wore the full set of silver weapons, his cooldown reduction was 90, and skill consumption was reduced by 90. With some other reduction items, he could basically cast instant forbidden spells at will. He glanced at the time. It was 3 in the morning. The system public screen was still buzzing with discussions about where people were grinding monsters all night. Sleep, grinding all night? Even dogs don't do that. After washing up, Lin Ling turned off his phone and hugged his wolf tooth hammer, drifting into slumber. At that moment, a merchant caravan from the cherry blossom country quietly appeared in the teleportation array of Xuanfu Base City. There were 12 of them, each with shifty eyes. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, they respectfully presented their documents to the staff guarding the array. The staff member opened the documents and immediately showed a deep disdain on his face. Foot basin? Foot basin is a phonetic pun for the cherry blossom country in English, and within the dragon country system, they prefer to call it foot basin rather than the beautiful cherry blossoms. It truly is a shame that the name cherry blossom has been so misused. A middle-aged man from the cherry blossom caravan immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Hi, we are merchants from Yamamoto Corporation. Please take care of us. The teleportation array officer glanced at him. You understand the rules, right? The caravan leader immediately nodded and bowed. We understand, rest assured, sir. As he finished speaking, he signaled to the people behind him. The group immediately stood still by the roadside, not daring to move. The teleportation array officer nodded in satisfaction and then ignored them. But as he turned back, the caravan leader lowered his voice and said, Everyone pay attention to passers-by. Keep an eye out for any young people who might be Ishio. If there are any suspicious individuals, mark them immediately. All team members slightly bowed and responded in unison. Ha-ee! The Terminator strikes, Yishio is captured. While Linling was sound asleep on his soft bed at home, teams were grinding monsters all night on the Goblin Prairie of Chiobei Tian Road in Chioyi Blue Cloth City. Early morning is when humans are most prone to fatigue. The body's organs had long begun to shut down, the liver was angry, and the spleen was roaring. At this moment, even with Zhou Mengyan restoring their state, the Yaji team could still feel dizzy and nauseous. The deep dark circles under their eyes proved that their fatigue was nearing its limit. Captain Xiao, what good stuff have the elites and hidden ones dropped? Why don't you show us? Li Dingliang said with a sheepish smile towards Xiao Yan. I've already said, don't bring it up again. The items have all been handed over to the consortium. I only gained some experience, Xiao Yan said in a deep voice. Xiao Yan's face had not looked good all night. After leaving Xuanfu Base City, he had been in a daze. He knew better than anyone how precious loyalty and praise were. Once, a big shot from Eagle Sauce Country offered 2 billion, and even his father couldn't bear to sell it. Now, it was just gone like that. As he fought monsters, his mind was filled with Linling's condescending smile, like that of a demon god. Linling had silently become a heart demon in Xiao Yan's mind. Captain Xiao, is that really you, Yishio? Now the whole internet is filled with your little fans. When we get back, you have to treat us to a meal, Li Jingliang said, somewhat unwilling. After appearing on the world announcement twice in a row, Xiao Yan didn't show any reaction. Li Jingliang was still brooding over the fact that this guy had run off on his own earlier. He felt he had to take a good chunk of wool to feel better. Xiao Yan looked exhausted but could only grit his teeth and say, alright, when we return to the city, I'll treat you all to a big meal. Go pull some monsters. Got it. Let's go back to Xuanfu and eat at Qingyuan Tower's top-notch lamb hot pot. I've been craving it for a long time, Li Jingliang said as he dashed into the grassland, soon bringing back a dozen goblin rangers. Time flew by. Before long, it was already 4 a.m. Captain Xiao, should we take a break? Li Jingliang, drenched in sweat after finishing off a wave of goblin rangers, finally couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yan wasn't much better off. A night of hard fighting made him feel like he could drop dead at any moment. His panda eyes were full of grease, and if it weren't for Zhou Mengyan's strong healing, he would have already collapsed on the grass and fallen asleep. What frustrated him the most was that even though his output was the highest, Zhou Mengyan's level quickly surpassed his after reaching level 10. The advantages of higher talent and experience bonuses were gradually becoming apparent. If I pull 2 more waves of monsters, I'll reach level 13. After we finish, we can sleep for an hour, Xiao Yan said, yawning involuntarily. If he knew that Linling was sleeping soundly in an air-conditioned room and had already reached level 20, the psychological shadow would be immense. Okay, then I'll pull 1 more wave, Li Jingliang said as he charged into the depths of the grassland again. Not far from their team, a camouflage triangular fighter jet landed in the grass, like a ferocious beast lurking in a green ocean. 4 professionals dressed in camouflage were hidden in the 4 directions around the Yazi team. They were warriors sent by the Dragon Nest to protect Zhou Mengyan, led by a team leader who was a 5th-turn mage, while the other 3 were all 4th-turn professionals. These 4 were the elite of the Dragon Nest, showing how much the Dragon Nest cared for Zhou Mengyan. Although they hadn't slept all night, these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom still stood straight, their sharp eyes vigilantly watching for any movement. Team Han, there's 1 hour left. It's almost dawn, there shouldn't be any trouble, a soldier with camouflage paint whispered into his headset. Stay alert. A serious voice came from the headset. The young soldier immediately straightened up. Yes. Just as he finished speaking, another voice came through the headset. Team Han, there's a situation. A mini stealth drone has appeared at an altitude of 824 meters above us. As soon as this voice sounded, the 4 soldiers responsible for vigilance instantly prepared for battle. Owl, turn the Beidou power to maximum and scan the area within a kilometer. Team Han's voice rang out. Team Han, enemy detected. 3 fourth-turn assassins are rapidly approaching, 700 meters away from Zhou Mengyan. Not good, they're moving fast. 400 meters, 200 meters. Damn it, 3 fourth-turn assassins dare to come. Kites, you go up and take care of them. With Team Han's command, the 3 Dragon Nest soldiers immediately moved towards the 3 incoming figures according to the Beidou radar's guidance. Meanwhile, Team Han moved closer to Zhou Mengyan. The battle was about to erupt. 4th-tier Dragon Nest soldiers would face no surprises against 3rd-tier foreign assassins. However, no one expected that the owl's voice suddenly rang out again in their earpieces. Captain, be careful, there's someone 10 meters to your left. As his words rang out, the expressions of the 4 soldiers changed dramatically, especially the captain, Han Xiao, who instinctively unleashed a wind-based skill. Wind retreat. With a loud shout, a gust of wind suddenly erupted from his staff. Instantly, a wall of wind appeared, uprooting the wild grass in the left front. A shadowy figure, barely visible, was pushed back a dozen steps by the fierce wind before finally coming to a halt. The person's expression shifted slightly, seemingly surprised that Han Xiao had detected him. Han Xiao swiftly moved to shield Zhou Mengyan, his face darkening. High-level scrying technique. Target, Chaldea, class, Shadow Assassin, level, 6th transition, level 175, danger assessment, high risk. The skill Han Xiao had just used was a low-level skill, Wind Retreat. It was a level-based wind support skill that could push back targets within a 5-meter range by 10 meters. This was a common basic magic for mages, yet revered as a divine skill by all mages. The reason was simple, it could save lives in the face of sudden danger. Chaldea, the Terminator of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Han Xiao's voice was slightly hoarse, as the higher-ups had guessed that the United States would definitely make a move against Zhou Mengyan. However, they did not expect them to send a 6th transition assassin. These assassins were known as Terminators, all loyal to the United States. As long as they were alive, they would do everything in their power to hunt down their target, and upon completing their mission, they would commit suicide without leaving any traces. The sudden appearance of the Terminator had already stunned the team members who had just touched the threshold of level 10. Even Zhou Mengyan's eyes now held a hint of seriousness. She once again produced the golden scroll in her hand, clearly prepared for the worst. If I use the forbidden spell scroll, I lose. I absolutely cannot use it unless it's absolutely necessary, Zhou Mengyan thought to herself, yet she was ready to activate the forbidden spell scroll at any moment. Even if she lost everything, she did not want to see the warriors of the Dragon Nest come to harm because of her. At this moment, the other team members dared not move at all. They feared that their actions would attract the attention of the shadow assassin. Chaldea lowered his mask, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, his body vanished instantly. Han Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he shouted loudly, "Resist Wind Ring!" Dozens of azure tornadoes suddenly appeared, instantly surrounding Zhou Mengyan for protection. Han Xiao was also ready to counter the shadow assassin's ambush. But at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The shadow assassin suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan, raising his hand to deliver a knife hand strike to Xiaoyan's neck. Bang! Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief, and everything went dark as he fainted. The shadow assassin smirked again, grabbing Xiaoyan by the neck and disappearing back into the grassland. Only a voice echoed from all directions. Eagle Sauce Conspiracy, Xiaoyan defects, no Japanese or dogs allowed. Thanks to the explosive recognition from the great god. When others were grinding levels all night to the point of questioning their lives, Lin Ling slept soundly until 9 o'clock. He lazily got up to wash up, shouldering the wolf-tooth hammer as he walked toward the city. Although the Xuanfu base city was just a small town, it was less than 1,000 miles from the capital base city. As the foremost residence in the western capital, Xuanfu was usually bustling with activity. However, today both the long streets and small alleys had become incredibly desolate. Whether it was due to the continuous purging by forbidden spells or to take advantage of the free teleportation array, over hundreds of thousands of Xuanfu professionals chose to leave overnight. Lin Ling passed by the front of the teleportation temple and was somewhat surprised to see a group of people standing beside the temple. At a glance, it was clear that these people were from the Cherry Blossom Nation. At this moment, they stood by the street like grandsons, bowing and scraping to the occasional passing Dragon Kingdom practitioners. Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Long ago, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had been intimidated by the Dragon Kingdom. 300 years ago, when the Dragon Kingdom reclaimed the Taiwan province, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, incited by the American influence, sent troops to interfere. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom pushed them to the capital, East Capital, in half a day. When 1,000,000 dragon soldiers surrounded East Capital, it completely terrified the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After paying trillions of dragon coins in compensation, the dragon army finally withdrew from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Since then, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's economy has regressed by 300 years, and the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have become exceedingly respectful whenever they see someone from the Dragon Kingdom. At least on the surface, they must act like grandsons. Cherry Blossom merchants have to pay high taxes in the Dragon Kingdom, and after the Great Integration, practitioners coming to the Dragon Kingdom must stand outside the teleportation temple for 6 hours before they can move freely. Moreover, they also have to pay an environmental pollution fee of 3,000 dragon coins per minute to the locals. At this moment, upon seeing Lin Ling pass by, a group of Japanese merchants immediately bent at a 90-degree angle. Ko-ni ichi-wa. Hello? Lin Ling shot a cold glance, his eyes filled with disdain. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up as he withdrew his gaze. He couldn't understand the cherry blossom language. To be precise, he could only understand 3 phrases of the national essence of the island nation. Baka Yaru, Yashi, Yamatai. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. He had no good feelings for these Eastern devils, and the national humiliation would never be forgotten. Let alone humiliation, if he caught the opportunity, he would definitely not hold back. Just after he left, a small mustached man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom raised his hand to check his watch. A fierce glint suddenly flashed in his inverted triangular eyes. Baka Yaru, this kid actually looked at the great Kamayama Seiji with contempt. I will remember him. I want him dead. Kamayama, don't forget our mission. We have 5 more minutes of standing still before we can enter the wild area to find Yushio. Another round-faced man with gold-rimmed glasses said coldly. The small-mustached man clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling's back. Kamayama-kun, Kato-sama, we haven't found Yushio's whereabouts yet. I have a clone skill. Let me go take care of that kid. No one will notice. A small cherry blossom boy whispered. His name was Ikaguchi Kojiro, a ninja from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, who had just reached the second transition. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the man with gold-rimmed glasses, and he nodded slightly. The next second, Ikaguchi Kojiro's body paused, and a shadow separated from his body, chasing after Lin Ling, while the one left behind was merely a mirror clone. Lin Ling walked on, suddenly feeling as if he was being watched. He turned around sharply but found no one behind him, yet a faint sense of danger grew stronger. This feeling had saved him many times in his past life. If it weren't for his superhuman mental strength, it would have been hard to make such a warning. He continued forward for a while, then turned into an empty alley. Upon seeing this scene, the hidden Ikaguchi Kojiro felt a surge of joy. Yashi, this alley is just perfect for a kill, he thought to himself as he quickly followed in. However, as he entered the alley, Lin Ling's figure vanished from his sight. A hint of confusion flashed in Ikaguchi Kojiro's eyes as he began to cautiously examine the trash bins by the roadside. Soon, his invisibility time ran out, and his figure suddenly appeared. Where did he go? Could he also be invisible? Ikaguchi Kojiro murmured. Just then, a voice that seemed to come from hell suddenly rang out from above him. Are you looking for me? Ikaguchi Kojiro's pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up sharply. A spiked hammer came crashing down with a fierce wind. Boom! Everything happened too quickly. Ikaguchi Kojiro didn't even have time to react, and his health bar was instantly emptied. You have successfully killed the Sakura Country practitioner Inoue Kojiro. Lin Ling quickly searched the corpse and swiftly exited the alley. He turned and walked out of the alley, heading back towards the teleportation shrine. When he reappeared in the sight of the people from Sakura Country, he extended his middle finger towards them before turning to leave. This scene instantly made all the Sakura Country practitioners' eyes bulge with rage. Baka! That useless Inoue! Komeda glanced at the slowly dissipating Inoue beside him and immediately exploded with anger. Lord Kato, let me go. Inoue must have been harmed by that kid. I want to kill that kid. Don't worry, I absolutely won't expose myself. Kato Seiichi adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes narrowing slightly. I wonder if Yishio has left the Xuanfu base city. Too many people left Xuanfu yesterday. Did you use the spying technique? Kato turned to look at the others. The others all lowered their heads in silence. Kato knew they hadn't used the spying technique, feeling frustrated but helpless. They were members of the Soul Group from Sakura Country, specifically responsible for assassinating the genius newcomers of enemy nations. All Soul Group members were second-turn powerhouses, and Kato, as the captain, was a third-turn special profession on Myoji. Before entering Long Country, they had all undergone strict training and would never easily use the spying technique on Long Country practitioners. Lord Kato, that kid seems to be wearing level 1 white gear. The wolf tooth hammer he carries and the gear on him clearly don't match, so he must just be a low-level life profession practitioner. Komeda said anxiously as he watched Lin Ling walk further away. Kato's eyes narrowed, and the image of Lin Ling passed through his mind again. He always felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Komeda, go follow that kid. If you get the chance, take him out. Anyone who dares to insult our great Sakura Empire must die. Hi! Komeda Shotaro bowed deeply and then fixed his gaze on the time on his wristwatch. As soon as the time was right, he headed in the direction Lin Ling had left. After Komeda left, Kato suddenly froze. The image of Lin Ling's gear appeared before him. The milky white light flickered slightly, and the seemingly simple robe faintly revealed runes. He felt like he had seen this gear somewhere before. Kato's eyes widened from the size of a mung bean to that of a soybean. He finally remembered that not long ago, at a high-level soul group meeting, he had the fortune to see a certain lord from the eastern capital. That lord was wearing armor that emitted such white light, and the patterns on that armor were extremely similar to what the young man had just worn. He had even heard a seventh-turn powerhouse say that it was a piece of sacred armor. No way! I got it! That guy isn't wearing level 1 white gear, that's a sacred set. At such a young age wearing a sacred set, he is very likely that Yishio. Everyone, follow me, we absolutely cannot let him get away. With Kato's command, a group of soul group practitioners disguised as merchants immediately chased after the direction Komeda Shotaro had left. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was leisurely strolling along. Passers-by he encountered all stared in shock at the wolf tooth hammer on his shoulder. Especially with his white light mage robe paired with that terrifyingly large wolf tooth hammer, the contrast left people in awe. Lin Ling, however, was completely unconcerned and soon arrived at a place called Chaoyang Building Restaurant. He lifted the door curtain and stepped inside. This scene was witnessed by a few practitioners who had not left the Xuanfu base city and had just returned from a night of grinding outside the city. Those practitioners were instantly stunned. Damn, is there any justice? Did you see Lin Ling? I saw him, what's up? He looks well rested, obviously just woke up. We were grinding monsters all night while he was sleeping until 9 a.m. We had to eat some pancakes in the morning and continue leveling up while he directly went to Chaoyang Building for breakfast. Why is the gap between people so big? Come on, you've already reached level 8. Lin Shin has fallen from grace, he must be completely giving up. What's there to envy? If he's sleeping soundly and eating lamb offal soup while his level is higher than mine, that would really make me sick with jealousy. He. Now that you mention it, I feel much more balanced. A group of professionals paused briefly before dispersing again. However, the one who had been secretly following him, Komeda Shota, stopped outside the door. Lin Ling? Oh, it's you, the one with the most garbage level awakened talent. A hint of mockery flashed in Komeda's eyes as he muttered quietly, Gulu. At that moment, a delicious aroma wafted out from the restaurant, and Komeda's stomach immediately let out a cheerful growl. That smells good. Keeping an eye on this kid and trying the lamb offal soup would be nice too. He muttered to himself and intended to enter the restaurant, but as soon as he lifted one foot, he froze in place. There was a very conspicuous sign posted at the entrance. No Japanese and dogs allowed inside. Permanent attribute enhancement task, Alice's commission. Komeda gritted his teeth in frustration but dared not barge in. If they violated the rules, not only would they be expelled, but they would also have to pay a hefty fine. With no other choice, Komeda could only squat on the opposite side of the road, waiting for Lin Ling to come out. Lin Ling, of course, was unaware of the situation outside. For the past few years, he had come here every morning after waking up to enjoy a bowl of steaming lamb offal soup. As soon as he entered the room, an auntie walked over. Hey, isn't this Team Lin? The auntie said with a smile. Lin Ling returned the smile. Aunt Zhang, the usual 3 items, 1 bowl of lamb offal soup, 4 oat dumplings, and a plate of pickles. All right, the waitress responded and quickly brought out the food. As Lin Ling enjoyed his delicious breakfast, he began browsing the public screen messages. Soon, his eyes narrowed slightly as some regional messages caught his attention. Zhang Haoren, have you heard? Just before dawn, a killer from the US attacked a leveling team of newcomers in Yazi. Li Zishuan, what? Such a big scoop? Who were they targeting? What were the casualties? Zhang Haoren, I heard it was aimed at Zhou Mengyan, the priestess who awakened her talent. Li Zishuan, I hope those bastards didn't hurt her. At this point, a flash of killing intent crossed Lin Ling's eyes, and the chopsticks in his hand made a clicking sound. After a brief wait, the public screen messages continued to scroll. Zhang Haoren, our dragon nest sent an elite team to protect her, so the goddess Mengyan is naturally fine. Lu Bowen, then why are you even talking? Zhang Haoren, don't interrupt, just listen to me. Zhang Haoren, our Zhang AI guild was also in Kiwailan City last night. Our monster spawn point is less than 1,000 meters from Yazi, and we heard the commotion clearly. Zhang Haoren, the other side sent 5 level 6 assassins, and our dragon nest warriors killed 3 on the spot. The last one was supposed to be captured alive, but that kid bit down on his poison tooth and committed suicide. Li Zixuan, awesome. That's our Dragon Kingdom soldiers for you. Lu Bowen, no doubt about it, we don't chase internet celebrities or stars, only the soldiers of the people. Wang Xihan, bro, didn't you say there were 5 assassins? What about the last one? Suddenly, someone else asked. Zhang Haoren, let me tell you, but don't tell anyone else. Our captain says I have a big mouth and told me not to spread it around. A barrage of comments popped up, and hundreds of thousands of onlookers perked up their ears and widened their eyes. Zhang Haoren, no one knows what happened, but that assassin didn't go after Zhou Mengyan. Instead, he captured their captain, Xiao Yan. Li Zixuan, wow, this is really explosive. Mysterious person, I heard that Xiao Yan is actually Yi Xiu. Could it be that the Terminator is coming for Yi Xiu? Did they get it wrong? If you say Yi Xiu isn't Xiao Yan, then who could it be? An anonymous message immediately shifted the topic back to Yi Xiu. At that moment, Zhang Haoren suddenly pointed the finger at this anonymous person. Zhang Haoren, brother, I don't think I've ever mentioned that the one who attacked Yazi was the Terminator, right? Li Zixuan, you seem to know a bit too much? Zhang Haoren, the internet is not a lawless place. The mysterious person immediately fell silent. Lin Ling continued to eat the lamb offal, though his expression became somewhat strange. Xiao Yan. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to the public screen messages. Just then, a girl suddenly burst into the restaurant. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "Aunt Zhang, hurry and give me a sesame pancake, I'm starving." The voice was heart-wrenching, as if the girl was about to cry. This night was truly exhausting and thrilling. Yu, why are you so disheveled? The waitress said as she quickly grabbed a sesame pancake and walked over. Suddenly, Lin Ling and the girl locked eyes. The girl immediately ran towards Lin Ling, crying out, "Captain Lin, woo, I'm not dead yet, don't cry." Lin Ling called out lightly, and the girl stopped 2 meters in front of him. This girl was Yu, the archer from the Yazi team. She looked at Lin Ling drinking lamb offal soup and eating oat dumplings, feeling her mouth water. "Aunt Zhao, bring me a bowl of soy milk and 2 buns." Lin Ling called out lightly, signaling Yu to sit down. Yu sat beside Lin Ling, looking pitiful as she recounted her terrifying encounter with the skeleton army and meteor shower from yesterday. Lin Ling could only lower his head and eat the lamb offal soup, firmly deciding that he absolutely could not admit this was his doing. "Haven't you found Xiao Yan yet?" Lin Ling asked with a smile after finishing the last dumpling. Yu nodded, her originally round face looking even fuller after eating a few buns. "How did you come back by yourself?" Lin Ling asked again. Yu swallowed the bun with effort and took a sip of soy milk before saying, "Why is your phone off?" Sister Mengyan said the team is short 1 person and asked if you want to come level up together? You came back just for this? Just to tell me? Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Yes, this is very important. Now Sister Mengyan has the final say. We can take advantage of Xiaoyan not being here to level you up, Yu said seriously. Lin Ling took out his phone and turned it on, immediately seeing 32 missed calls and 98 text messages. Looking closer, there were 28 missed calls from Zhou Mengyan, 4 from GMO, 1 text from Zhou Mengyan, and 97 texts from Ji Haigu. Thank you, Yu. Let's wait a few days. I'm a bit busy right now. I'll level up with you guys later. I just woke up at 9 today, so I'm leaving now. Please thank Mengyan for me, Lin Ling said as he got up to pay the bill and walked out. Captain Lin, don't give up on yourself. We stayed up all night leveling up, and you slept until 9 here drinking lamb offal soup. We haven't given up on you, so you can't just let yourself go. Yu suddenly stood up, her eyes red as she shouted. Lin Ling didn't explain much. He wasn't someone who liked to explain. When the time came, everything would naturally be clear. Yu, I'm still the same boy as before, not a bit changed, Lin Ling said as he shouldered the wolf tooth hammer and turned to disappear beyond the door curtain. Only Yu stood there, staring blankly at his receding figure. Lin Ling left the restaurant and headed straight for the Xuanfu base city to change jobs at the Divine Temple. Although he couldn't change jobs to the 2nd tier yet, he knew a little secret that no one else did. In the case of insufficient level, one only needs to complete a monster killing task to take on the job transfer quest in advance. Moreover, the first person to take on and complete the job transfer quest can receive a small reward of permanent attribute enhancement. In his previous life, Lin Ling had visited the job transfer temple countless times, watching the transfer seem far away, until he accidentally discovered this task. In this life, this uniqueness naturally falls to the Lin family. Lin Ling stepped into the job transfer temple, and a girl dressed in Lolita approached him. This girl, named Alice, was a priestess responsible for job transfers, but Lin Ling knew that this was actually Alice recognized the holy set on Lin Ling at a glance, and her eyes immediately filled with respect. However, when her gaze fell on the large, long, spiked wolf tooth hammer, even the flesh on her face twitched. "Hello, sir, do you want to take on the job transfer task? I am Princess Alice, and I am pleased to serve you." "Hello, Alice, help me take on the second transfer task. It seems your level is not enough, you need to be level 30 to take it on." Others would typically leave upon hearing Alice say this. "Alice, I want to take the task first. Once I reach the level, I can directly start the second transfer." "Well, that's not impossible, but you need to help me kill 30 Abyss Scouts. Not only can you take on the second transfer task, but you will also receive a reward of 20 permanent attribute enhancement. Are you willing to accept the task?" "I am willing to kill the Abyss Scouts for you," Linling said. As soon as he finished speaking, a message prompt appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, you have successfully accepted Alice's commission. As you are an Ultra God class professional, the task difficulty and reward amount have been automatically increased for you. Task: go to the vicinity of the Abyss Well and hunt 300 Abyss Scouts. Upon completion, you will automatically take on the second transfer task and receive Alice's blessing, with a permanent attribute enhancement of 200. Enemies on a narrow road. Abyss Well? Permanent attribute enhancement of 200? Linling's heart raced as he saw the task prompt. This task was completely different from the one he had accepted in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, the previous task was to kill 30 mutated Treants in Wanyuli Park, and the reward was only a 5 attribute enhancement. This time, the task location changed to the Abyss Well, and the task monsters became 30 Abyss Scouts. The strongest mutated Treant was only level 20, but the Abyss Scouts were ordinary monsters at level 30. The task difficulty had increased significantly, and of course, the reward had doubled. What Linling didn't expect was that because of the Ultra God class, the task difficulty and reward had increased tenfold again. What does a permanent attribute enhancement of 200 mean? Now, with his magic damage at 7,600, if he completed the task, wouldn't it directly rise to 22,000? Thump, 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 thump. Linling's heart raced faster and faster. I wonder how easy it is to find these Abyss Scouts. Linling had been to the Abyss Well a few times in his previous life but had never encountered an Abyss Scout. He didn't know if these monsters appeared because of his task or if his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect, leading to some changes in the world. It seems that the soldier King Zheng Beichen said that Nan was captured by the Black Mountain Bottom Demon King and taken into the Abyss Well. Then I can just go to the Abyss Well and wait, hunting Abyss Scouts while waiting for the Demon King to respawn. Linling thought to himself and immediately opened the map, taking in the entire map of the Xuandu base city. But soon, he frowned slightly again. The Abyss Well was located in the southwest direction of the base city, commonly referred to as the Deep Well by the Xuandu people. Meanwhile, there was a Black Mountain Bottom Reservoir in the southeast direction of the base city. For some reason, Linling suddenly felt that this Black Mountain Bottom Old Demon should be at the Black Mountain Bottom Reservoir, not in the Abyss Well. If he was guarding the Abyss Well, he might not be able to arrive at the Black Mountain Reservoir in time. With the Demon King appearing and various big shots coming to make a show, things could get complicated. If the warriors tasked with finding the girl were those high-level players who had already reached the 5th or 6th turn, then he might as well forget about the mission. Moreover, the two locations were far apart. By the time he made it from the Abyss Well, anyone daring to compete with him would face a direct curse. Linling didn't linger, quickly returning home to hop on his motorcycle and speed towards the Abyss Well. Behind him, a dozen members of the Sakura Country Soul Group had completely disguised themselves as Dragon Country professionals. They were also riding several off-road motorcycles, their clothes changed into newly bought low-level white and blue outfits. Even their beards and hair had been meticulously groomed, making it hard to tell from the outside that this was a team from Sakura Country. They followed Linling at a distance, heading into the wild area. "Kato-kun, we've entered the wild area. Should we make our move now?" Kamaita Shota asked, glancing back at Kato Seiichi while driving the motorcycle. Kato Seiichi looked around and shook his head, saying, "Not yet." Although the number of people in Xuanfu has decreased, there are still some scattered leveling teams. "We can't let anyone know of our arrival. Let's go deeper. Keep your distance from him, don't let him notice us. We need to strike like lightning, ensuring a one-hit kill. We can't let him escape or send out any messages." "Understood." Kamaita Shota nodded in salute, watching Linling's figure in the distance, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. What these Soul Group members didn't realize was that above them, in the sky, a completely camouflaged stealth fighter was closely monitoring their every move. Inside the fighter jet, a bald young man was watching the movements of the Soul Group on a liquid crystal screen. Beside him were two others, a man and a woman, both under 25. The bald young man, named Zhang Meng, was 19 years old, a professional berserker with the talent of bloodthirsty war god, and a high-level third-turn warrior. He came from the People's Army of Kiwilan Cloth City and was the rookie king of last year. He was also selected for the Dragon Nest Reserve Team the same year, becoming a seed member of the Dragon Nest Battle Team. In just 1 year, Zhang Meng had reached level 87, not far from the 4th turn. This time, due to the Xuanfu curse incident, Kiwilan Cloth City had sent Zhou Weigui to oversee the situation, and Zhang Meng's team had also been brought over for training. Captain Zhang, these Japanese should be merchants, right? The visa says they are here to gather herbs, said a crew-cut young man, looking at the information in his hand. Nothing unusual has been found so far. They inquired about the distribution of medicinal herbs in the city and then bought motorcycles to leave the city, another girl with a high ponytail added, looking at her tablet. Zhang Meng raised his hand to touch his bald head, which resembled a light bulb, but a cold glint flashed in his sharp eyes. No matter what they are here for, keep a close watch on them. If they break any rules, make them leave. I can't stand these Japanese. They flatter on the surface but are full of malice inside. As he spoke, Zhang Meng zoomed out the screen, revealing an aerial view of several dozen kilometers. Where are they going? A hint of confusion crossed Zhang Meng's eyes as he pointed at the screen. Yen, locate the coordinates of the professionals in this wild area. The girl with the high ponytail immediately nodded, her long fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard. Soon, several light spots appeared on the map screen, each representing the location of newly awakened professionals in the Xuanfu base city. Zhang Meng pointed to the southwest corner of the map, where there were hardly any professionals visible, but in a dense forest, 10 light spots were clustered together. It seemed that 2 small teams were leveling up there. The goal of these Japanese seems to be this forest area as well. There just happened to be 2 teams there. Keep a close watch. We might have unexpected gains today, Zhang Meng said. Captain Zhang, should we report this? According to the regulations, we need to inform Captain Zhou of any special circumstances in a timely manner, reminded the crew-cut young man beside him. Zhang Meng shook his head. These dozen or so Japanese, the strongest among them is only at the 3rd transition, and the others are at the 2nd transition. If something really happens, can't the 3 of us handle it? Or do you want to hand over the credit? A knowing smile suddenly appeared on the crew-cut young man's face. Half an hour later, Lin Ling finally stopped. Ahead was the area of the Abyss Well. Even in his previous life, he rarely came to this wild area. The monsters here were tough to deal with, and they were quite scarce. Normally, no one would go this far to grind these troublesome Abyss Scouts. But what Lin Ling didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the vicinity of the Abyss Well, he saw several figures in the distant black forest. Those people were holding shovels, seemingly searching for something. Lin Ling slowly approached, only to find that these people were actually acquaintances. The members of the Kamikaze Club, Sotu, and the others. What a coincidence. They had also upgraded their gear. Shang Biao was holding a huge purple shield, while Fengji and Sotu were similarly armed with purple weapons. Weren't these guys at Kiwilan Cloth City yesterday? Why are they back? He didn't get too close but used the stealth skill of the warrior cloak, climbing up a large tree when he was about 20 meters away. He needed to figure out what these guys were up to. What Lin Ling didn't know was that early this morning, Xiaoyan had been attacked, which immediately alarmed Sotu and Fengji. After some discussion, they decided to return to the city to rest. While sorting through their spoils, Fengji discovered a blind box. To his surprise, it contained a legendary treasure map. Treasure maps are very rare items that require one to go to a designated location according to the map to dig for treasure. With good luck, one could directly unearth rare level, gold, equipment or, with bad luck, find hidden items that would definitely drop a rare skill book for the main combat class and a legendary level, orange, main weapon. Thus, the members of the Kamikaze Club hurried back to Xuandu and eventually found the Abyss Well. Just as Lin Ling climbed the tree, a sudden exclamation rang out from the forest. Lin Ling looked over to see Fengji strike down with a shovel, and a cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from the ground. The next second, a creature covered in green skin from the abyss appeared. It really came out. This boss is mine. Despicable Sotu. No matter how useless the Dragon Kingdom people are, they shouldn't be killed by the Japanese. Sotu, what are you doing? It was Lin Ling who saved me in Shangdiao. Fengji suddenly shouted, his eyes turning red. He had been unsure how to express his gratitude to Lin Ling for saving him, but now his teammate was trying to put Lin Ling in danger. Wasn't this repaying kindness with enmity? This was absolutely unacceptable. Fengji had been a genius since childhood, and his ancestors had even produced a martyr. Although he prided himself on not being a good person, he would never do something ungrateful. Fengji, are you confused? Save you? If this guy wasn't after the reward, would he save you? Sota shouted, completely unfazed. You. Fengji was so enraged that he spat out blood again, and suddenly his vision went black as he fainted. Sotu and the others had now reached about 20 meters from Linling. They spread out their formation but maintained a safe distance from him. The wolf-tooth hammer in Linling's hand further convinced them that he was just a full-power mage on a wild path. A warrior who wasn't a warrior was nothing in the eyes of these ranged attackers. Linling, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Throw all your gear on the ground and get the hell out of here, and I might spare your life, Suwatu said coldly. Inside the dragon nest fighter. What the hell? You run away faster than anyone else, and now you have the nerve to come back and steal gear after the fight? Zhang Meng's neck was bulging with veins, and with his hatred for evil, he almost wanted to jump down and teach Suwatu a lesson. Linling could take their lives with a single blow, and they dare to come looking for death. The crew-cut young man also blared at the screen indignantly. Captain Zhang, should we take action? I just inquired about Linling's information. He should have hit a dead end as a mage and switched to a battle mage route. With full points invested and at least having consumed a level gene potion, plus that strange wolf-tooth hammer of his melee level is quite strong in the early stages. But the opponents are almost all ranged attackers. If they really focus on Linling, he might not withstand their concentrated fire. Yen Yen said, her eyes showing some concern, clearly not optimistic about Linling. The crew-cut young man frowned tightly upon hearing this. If that's the case, Linling should back down. He won't strip his gear, but he can't stop leaving these people. Yen Yen nodded. Exactly, from the data, Linling is a very smart person. I think he will most likely give up the orange gear on the ground and choose to endure. Captain Zhang, the foot basin chicken is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Meng immediately looked at the screen. The merchants from Sakura country were indeed sneaking toward Linling's location. Their speed suddenly surged, and in the blink of an eye, they were within 100 meters of Linling and the others. If Linling hands over his gear and leaves, he might run into the foot basin chicken. Everyone, prepare for battle. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Linling. Yes, several dragon nest warriors got ready, but when their eyes fell on Linling, they instantly widened in shock. Linling did not compromise with Suwatu as they had expected. What if I don't? Linling's eyes glinted coldly. In his heart, Suwatu had already paved the way for his death. Then die! Suwatu roared savagely, drawing his purple bow to a full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot straight at Linling, each aimed at a vital point. The other ranged attackers also took action, and in an instant, arrows and magic were all raining down on Linling. You're looking for death. Linling narrowed his eyes slightly, activating his invisibility skill, and his body instantly vanished from everyone's sight. At that moment, he appeared like a ghost behind Suwatu, the massive wolf-tooth hammer aimed at Suwatu's head. But just then, a strange glint flashed in Linling's eyes. He slowly lowered his raised hand and quickly leaped onto a large tree. A rustling sound suddenly came from the edge of the jungle. In the blink of an eye, the figures of a dozen short-statured professionals slowly appeared. The one at the front, Linling recognized at a glance as a Japanese from outside the teleportation temple. Eye of the hero. Name, Kuwaitian Shota codename, Divine Turtle Little King profession, Ghost Samurai talent, level, Soul Refining Technique level, 42, 53, health, 11800, mana, 2545 physical damage, 5650 magic damage, 2436 stamina, 1200 strength, 742 intelligence, 500 agility, 790 combat power rating. 1-star potential estimate, for Flow Professional Comprehensive Evaluation. No threat. Seeing this panel, Linling couldn't help but smirk slightly. Who are you? At that moment, Suwatu also noticed the newcomers and suddenly drew his bow to aim at Kuwaitian. Baka Yaru, where is Yi Xiao? Kuwaitian Shota grinned menacingly. Foot basin chicken? Suwatu said in astonishment. Yi Xiao? How would I know where Yi Xiao is? Baka, die, die. Being called a foot basin chicken, Kuwaitian was instantly furious. He charged straight towards Sotu. Sotu shot 3 arrows directly, but they couldn't even break through the defense of this second-tier cherry blossom ghost samurai. At that moment, Kuwaitian's samurai sword was already in front of Sotu. Suddenly, a gust of wind descended from the sky. Kuwaitian turned around sharply and saw a spiked hammerhead smashing towards him. Bang! Without even a scream, both Kuwaitian and Sotu had their heads smashed open. The dense forest fell into a dead silence, with only Linling's voice echoing softly. Even the trash from the Dragon Kingdom doesn't deserve to be killed by a little Japanese brat like you. You really are asking for it. The brief silence was instantly broken by Kato's roar. Baka Yoru. With his furious shout, all the members of the Soul Group immediately tore off their disguises. They instantly changed into golden gear, their previous ordinary appearances transformed completely. The black skull emblem on this gear was strikingly eye-catching. These Japanese professionals charged forward but did not immediately attack. They positioned themselves in a way that completely blocked Lin Ling and the others' escape routes. The members of the Kamikaze Club, who had been stunned by Lin Ling's strike, instantly became extremely flustered. They aren't ordinary cherry blossom people. This is the Soul Group's emblem. How could the Soul Group appear here? Let's fight those bastards. Fight for what? If you want to die, go ahead. I don't want to die. I heard the weakest in the Soul Group are all second-tier strong. Coward, I'd rather die than not take a bite out of those bastards. Various voices continued to rise. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are undeniably cowards who fear for their lives, but there are definitely no shortages of hot-blooded young men willing to fight to the death against the little Japanese. But at this moment, under absolute power suppression, even the bravest person wouldn't dare to be the first to charge forward. The three in the Dragon Nest warplane had already stood up. The hatch opened, and if the situation below got out of control, Zhang Mang would immediately unleash a descending sword technique. However, just as Yin Yan and the others were ready to strike, Zhang Mang suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Interesting, let's see who has come. Yin Yan looked in the direction Zhang Mang pointed and saw two figures hiding in a large tree not far from Lin Ling and the others. You go ahead. Zhang Mang's defeat, everyone in crisis. Defensive forbidden spell released. How lonely is invincibility? Defensive forbidden spell released. How lonely is invincibility? Rumble. The ground trembled, and a green ghost head over 10 meters tall emerged from the ground. This thing had a huge head but no body, with spiked tentacles growing from the neck's severed end. Its appearance was extremely bizarre. Not good. Zhang Mang's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately used a detection technique. Shikigami, Green Demon Type, Summon Creature Level, 110 Health, 500,000 Physical Damage, 50,000, Magic Damage, 50,000 Characteristics. This Shikigami has high health, high damage, and 0 defense. Upon seeing the Shikigami's attributes, Zhang Mang immediately took out the control center of the Dragon Nest warplane from his storage space. As long as he could control the warplane, the laser cannon could easily teach this Onmyoji and Shikigami a lesson. However, at this moment, apart from his head not being completely paralyzed, his hands had almost lost all sensation. The control center just reached his hands before it fell directly to the ground. How could you have such a powerful Shikigami? Zhang Mang shouted unwillingly. Onmyoji is a unique hidden profession in the Cherry Blossom country, somewhat similar to traditional necromancers and summoners. However, the summoned creatures of Onmyoji can only be the unique ghosts of the Cherry Blossom country, Shikigami. After the Great Fusion, these Shikigami are generally maps, and Onmyoji have a very small chance of turning them into their summoned beasts after killing them. Under normal circumstances, the level of Shikigami does not exceed that of the Onmyoji themselves. At this moment, Kato had not yet reached the fourth transition, but he possessed a fourth transition Shikigami. No matter how strong Zhang Mang was at level 110, he could not possibly be a match for it, let alone the others. The terrifying damage here was enough to instantly kill the vast majority of third transition practitioners. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at such a terrifying Shikigami, not a shred of hope arose in their hearts. Even Zhang Mang was filled with regret at this moment. If it weren't for his bravado, support would have already arrived. And now, not only was he unable to send a distress signal, but even if he did, by the time help arrived, they would all be done for. Key kick. Foolish Dragon Kingdom people, didn't expect this, did you? Today is truly a bountiful harvest. Let me see what I've gained. This guy who passed out is a level talent fire mage. You three are the seed players of the Dragon Nest team. Wahaha, Yoshi, I will have my Shikigami devour you one by one. Kato Seiji's voice echoed continuously as he looked at the captured individuals with satisfaction, as if admiring a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Bro, I don't want to die. Can someone save me? General, spare us three brothers. We are willing to serve the great Cherry Blossom Empire. Just let us go, and we will do anything, even join the Cherry Blossom nationality. A panicked archer from the Kamikaze Club shouted, and the two practitioners behind him, who bore some resemblance to him, nodded vigorously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a large spiked hammer suddenly appeared. With a loud bang, the archer, who had been pleading for mercy just a second ago, had his head crushed in, and the two behind him were instantly stunned. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining half the sky. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the corpse. Lin Ling's figure slowly emerged. I hate traitors the most. Lin Ling, run! Get out of here, report the situation on the public screen. We can die, but we absolutely cannot let this foot basin chicken escape. Zhang Meng's heart leaped with joy upon seeing Lin Ling, and he shouted loudly. But soon, a bitter smile appeared on his face. he couldn't escape the poisonous mist of this fourth transition Shikigami. Could a newcomer like Lin Ling, who had just awakened for less than 2 days, possibly escape? Yoshi, Gaga. Run? Where to run? I originally thought you had fled, but I didn't expect you to still be here. To use an old saying from your Dragon Kingdom, that's finding something without any effort after breaking through iron shoes. You probably don't know, but Lin Ling is actually Yi Xiu. Now, it's great, apart from Zhou Mengyan, we can catch them all in one net. Kato's maniacal laughter immediately followed. The surrounding green poisonous mist grew thicker. He didn't believe Lin Ling had any chance of escape. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Yi Xiu? The Yi Xiu with 2 first kills? Does that mean we still have hope? Yeah, if Yi Xiu can kill, he must have a powerful trump card. Lin Ling is Yi Xiu? What kind of joke is this? Xiao Yan is Yi Xiu, okay? How could Lin Ling possibly be Yi Xiu? Whether he is Yi Xiu or not doesn't matter anymore. Whoever he is destined to die here like us. A group of practitioners went from feeling hopeful to quickly falling into despair. However, at that moment, an unbelievable scene suddenly unfolded. A song began to play around them. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible alone at the peak. The cold wind blows continuously. As the song played, Lin Ling, wielding that strange large hammer, stepped out from the poisonous mist, one step at a time. At that moment, he resembled an unmatched king. A single target earth-type defensive forbidden spell, invincible, immune to all damage and negative effects for a minute. The poisonous mist of the fourth transition Shikigami was ineffective against Lin Ling. Zhang Meng's eyes instantly narrowed. It was only at this moment that he realized. A piece of armor, as crystal clear as a diamond, had appeared over Lin Ling's white robe, though no one knew when. Is he really Yi Xiu? At that moment, Zhang Meng realized that it didn't matter whether Lin Ling was Yi Xiu or not. Everyone had underestimated Lin Ling. He was definitely not a joke from the Xuandu base city. The power of this young man far exceeded everyone's understanding. Those who regarded Lin Ling as useless were the real joke. While those newcomers thought Lin Ling was still in the basement, this kid had already reached the atmosphere. No wonder Lin Ling exuded an elusive aura. It was because he was no longer on the same level as these fellow awakeners. After the game Divine Domain merged with reality, assessing a person's strength was definitely not just about their level and attributes. Without powerful equipment, even the strongest profession could only be a pretty vase. And Lin Ling was clearly a newcomer with immense opportunities. Luck had always been a part of strength. No matter how good your talent was, bad luck could still lead to death in the wild. It seemed that as long as Lin Ling didn't die, his future was immeasurable. Others looked at Lin Ling, their faces filled with shock. But this shock was quickly drowned in ecstasy. Lin Ling isn't afraid of that poisonous mist? Does that mean Lin Ling has a chance to defeat the Onmyoji? We're saved. This is great. We're saved. We won't die. Excited voices erupted. At that moment, Lin Ling became their only lifeline. The soldier who had fainted earlier slowly regained consciousness. He happened to hear the cheers of the crowd. Shang Jun shook his head and immediately recalled the last slap from the dark Shikigami. He shivered and suddenly looked around. When he saw everyone wrapped in tentacles in the air, and one of them was Zhang Meng, he was even more shocked, his eyes wide open. What the hell? Isn't that Brother Meng from the Dragon's Nest? But when he saw Lin Ling, his already wide eyes grew even larger. How is this kid fine? Are you cheating or something? The voices of the crowd echoed in his mind. Damn it, kill the Onmyoji. At that moment, Shang Jun recalled how he had previously looked down on Lin Ling. His old face flushed, as if he had received a heavy slap. Shang Jun was about to try to break free from the tentacle's grip when he realized he was in a paralyzed state. Looking at himself and then at Lin Ling, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. He had fallen, so how was Lin Ling still fine? Didn't that mean Lin Ling was stronger than him? Had he wasted over 30 years of his life? Initially, when he heard that Xuandu had awakened a top-tier talent, Shang Jun felt very displeased. Although he could be said to be ruthless, he was extremely loyal. He only respected his boss, Big Head Jun. Big Head Jun was the true rookie king, no one could steal his thunder. When he saw the diamond armor on Lin Ling, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. So what if he has an armor that resists poison? What's so impressive about that? If he has the ability, go kill the Shikigami. I don't think he has that ability. It's just a show for attention. If my boss were here, he would solve this group of Japanese in minutes. Shang Jun's voice suddenly rang out, attracting numerous murderous glares. You're about to die yourself, and instead of hoping Lin Ling wins, you're making sarcastic remarks? At that moment, Kato saw that Lin Ling was unaffected by the paralyzing effect of the poisonous mist, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, his gaze was filled with anger. Lin Ling, since you are not afraid of the poisonous mist, perhaps it is the arrangement of the sun god. I will give you a chance to live. As long as you renounce your Dragon Kingdom nationality and join my great Cherry Blossom Empire, I can not only spare your life but also guarantee you the best resources. Kato's voice slowly rose, his eyes filled with hope fixated on Lin Ling's narrow gaze. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. When facing the enemy, one either kills or dies. Surrender is never an option. Some hatred cannot be dulled by time. When he was on Earth, there was a saying Lin Ling liked: strength is uncertain, when faced with the sun, one becomes strong. Lin Ling spoke, to the great Cherry Blossom Empire? Kato nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with hope. Lin Ling's lips curled up mischievously. I will go when the opportunity arises. When the forbidden spell's fireworks bloom on Mount Fuji, your compatriots will surely thank you for inviting me. Baka, kill him. With Kato's furious shout, the green-haired Demon King immediately raised a massive tentacle to strike at Lin Ling. Not good. This Shikigami's damage is over 50,000. Lin Ling, dodge. Zhang Meng shouted, but Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, swiftly appearing before the Shikigami that resembled a small mountain. Bang, 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 bang. The wolf-toothed hammer swung relentlessly, each strike raising a cloud of blood mist. Flesh flew, snowflakes danced. Roar! The Shikigami let out a furious roar. Dozens of tentacles lashed out at Lin Ling simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled, yet no damage notifications appeared for Lin Ling. Shikigami, is it really this weak? Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out again, while the wolf-toothed hammer in his hand grew even more ferocious. The Shikigami's health bar was rapidly decreasing. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a wild war god, fearlessly outputting damage. Everyone watching revealed expressions of disbelief. Is this even human? The three-turn Dragon Nest Elite was being utterly dominated, and you say this four-turn Shikigami is weak? So strong. No wonder Lin Ling has the title of Lin God. I feel like he might not even be Yishio. Yishio isn't this strong, right? Gulp. Gurgle. This is too fierce. The Shikigami is really going to be smashed to pieces. A chorus of professionals spoke up. How can he be this strong? I feel like the boss isn't even this fierce, Shang Jun said, his face filled with shock, the blind admiration he had for his boss gradually crumbling. This kid is impressive. If we go back, I must recommend him to join the Dragon Nest, Zhang Meng said, his eyes full of appreciation. Yen Yen, watching Lin Ling continuously swing the wolf-toothed hammer, couldn't help but ask, Captain, do you think this armor might not be equipment? It doesn't look like low-level gear at all. Zhang Meng didn't answer. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind that he himself found unlikely. His eyes suddenly shone brightly. Are you saying this could be a high-level defensive skill? Zhang Meng asked thoughtfully. Hearing this, Shang Jun's eyes flashed with disdain. Captain Zhang, how is that possible? How could a newcomer have high-level skills? In my opinion, he just triggered a hidden quest and obtained a godly piece of equipment. Without those two items, he is nothing. His talent is so poor, he probably isn't even level 5 now. Look, he can't even cast a fireball, let alone a high-level skill. Shang Jun said coldly, the despair in his eyes long gone. At that moment, he suddenly felt his boss was capable again. Meanwhile, Kato had long lost the ambition he once had. Lin Ling was immune to poison and damage while his attack power was off the charts. If the Shikigami were truly smashed, a terrible fate awaited him. As an onmyoji, Kato had no offensive skills. At that moment, Kato was completely panicked. No, we must retreat. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to escape, he thought as the Shikigami suddenly released all the professionals, instantly taking Kato and running off into the distance. Seeing this scene, Shang Jun was filled with wild joy. Kid, relying solely on equipment is ultimately inferior. If you could release a spell. Shang Jun originally wanted to mock Lin Ling for not knowing magic, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a staff shimmering with white light appear in Lin Ling's hand. The staff pointed directly at the fleeing onmyoji. Explosive fireball. With a low shout from Lin Ling, a fireball resembling a blazing sun shot towards the Shikigami with a whistling sound. Boom! The explosive fireball increased spell damage by 300 and dealt damage to a radius of 30 meters. Two bright red numbers floated above the heads of the Green Hat Ghost King and Kato Seiji. The Shikigami with low health and the fully healthy Kato had their health bars instantly emptied. You have successfully killed the Shikigami, Green Hat Ghost King. You have successfully killed the practitioner, Kato Seiji. You can loot his body. Shang Jun, is this what you call not knowing magic? Is this what you call under level 5? Is this what you call trash among mages? Zhang Meng's face twitched, and he turned to look at Shang Jun, whose face was also contorted with disbelief. His soul's three questions jolted everyone out of their shock. Did Lin Ling just use fireball? What the hell is fireball? That's the rare fire-type skill Explosive Fireball, a high-burst magic skill that's rare in level 20 skill books. Explosive fireball, no wonder it's so strong. What level skill did you say? Level 20 area attack skill. Holy crap, are you kidding me? I haven't slept since awakening my talent. These past 2 days have been nothing but grinding monsters or traveling to grind monsters. I'm dead tired and only at level 13, and you tell me he's at level 20? This is outrageous. I'm only level 10, okay? Didn't you see the damage values floating above the Shikigami's head just now? A single fireball dealt nearly 30,000 damage, are you kidding? I heard explosive fireball has a 300 damage bonus. Are you saying Lin Ling's base spell damage is already 7,000? Hearing their words, Sheng Jun's face turned from green to red, his heart filled with shock, but he didn't want to back down. What's an explosive fireball? If you have the ability, release a forbidden spell, and I'll lick the soles of your shoes. Happy looting person, are you even speaking human language? Forbidden spells are in the realm of level 7 transfers. I heard that not everyone can even release forbidden spell skills at level 7. That's right, the new set of forbidden spell skill book costs over 1 billion, and it's practically priceless. As soon as it appears, it's hoarded by the state or corporations, making it hard for ordinary people to get their hands on. Level 7 requires 180 levels. When will I also reach level 180 and get a forbidden spell to enjoy? As everyone spoke, they suddenly looked at their attribute panels. In the next second, everyone wore a bitter expression, especially the two archers from the Divine Wind Club, whose faces turned pale. The two exchanged glances, seeing a hint of ferocity in each other's eyes. They originally had 3 brothers, all surnamed Huang, and all were archers. They were Soto's followers and his die-hard fans. Previously, they had attacked Lin Ling together with Soto, using lethal moves. Unexpectedly, Soto was smashed to death by Lin Ling, and Huang Du was also killed by Lin Ling. At this moment, Huang Er and Huang San felt both hatred and fear. Such a powerful enemy left them with no thoughts of revenge. Now they could only hope Lin Ling would leave here quickly, at which point they would expose Lin Ling's killing of Soto, letting the Divine Wind Guild avenge their brother. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was happily looting bodies. Although he had previously killed monsters and obtained 2 mountain-level equipment, they had all been directly teleported. Moreover, loot from monsters appeared right next to the monster's corpse, while killing players required looting their bodies. Lin Ling hadn't experienced the feeling of looting bodies for 3 years, and now, rummaging through a pile of corpses, he felt naturally pleased. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the rare Demon Slayer sword, purple. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the Demon Sword curved blade, perfect. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the Demon Sword armor, perfect. Congratulations, you have obtained the Azura magic boots, perfect. Congratulations, you have obtained the Azura bracers, perfect. Congratulations, you have obtained a dungeon entrance ticket fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a designated skill cooldown scroll, epic. Congratulations, you have obtained the Light and Shadow dagger, legendary. Congratulations, you have obtained the Light and Shadow boots, legendary. Congratulations. As the system notifications continued to appear, Lin Ling's smile grew increasingly radiant. Indeed, the Soul Group was the elite scout of Sakura, and today was truly a bountiful harvest. Selling these items would easily net several hundred million. No wonder so many solo players in the past life said that killing players was far more profitable than killing monsters. After this round, Lin Ling had a full 10 sets of the Soul Group's golden gear. Naturally, he also picked up the orange dagger and orange boots from the small-headed soldiers. There were quite a few other top-tier equipment as well. What surprised Lin Ling the most was that he actually obtained 2 pieces of the Azura set, which came from the Onmyoji. Azura God Boots, perfect. Category, Equipment Azura Set Level Requirement, 10 Durability, 100 Magic Damage Intelligence, Agility Equipment Passive, Undead or Dark Mage Equipment, damage increased by 300. For each additional piece of the Azura set worn, the equipment level automatically increases by 10 levels. Although the Azura set was only a level 10 set, it was truly top tier for undead dark mages. There is a kind of top tier that never goes out of style, and clearly, the Azura set is just that for undead dark mages. Besides the Azura set, the epic cooldown scroll was also quite good. After use, it resets the cooldown of a designated skill to 0. In addition to these, there were fragments of the dungeon entrance ticket, totaling 6 pieces. Combined with the 3 obtained from killing earlier, Lin Ling now had 9 pieces. He only needed 1 more to synthesize a complete ticket. Lin Ling put away all the items and slowly turned his gaze to the somewhat weakened crowd. Although these people had regained their freedom, the paralysis toxin in their bodies was still present. They were slumped on the ground, lacking any ability to resist. Lin Ling didn't want to expose his identity as Yi Xiu, nor did he want to reveal his talent for forbidden spell naming, but given the current situation, it seemed difficult to continue hiding. However, hiding for a while longer was better than nothing. every extra day of development counted. This could also be an opportunity to set an example, having just killed one of the 3 who surrendered to Sakura, leaving 2 more to serve as a warning. After all, everyone understood that he didn't want to expose himself, and it was clear that only the dead could keep secrets. As he looked around, everyone involuntarily trembled. Each person felt a chilling aura. Does he want to kill me? It must be because of Yi Xiu's identity. Indeed, just as Lin Ling thought, no one was a fool. They immediately understood the stakes involved. The strength Lin Ling displayed was enough to prove he had the power to kill them all. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Meng. He was the squad leader of the Dragon Nest team, and if anyone could protect them, it was only Zhang Meng. Lin Ling, thank you. Zhang Meng felt the eyes of everyone on him and licked his cracked lips. After a slight hesitation, he broke the awkward atmosphere first. Lin Ling remained silent, slowly walking towards the crowd with the wolf-tooth hammer in hand. Apart from the 3 members of the Dragon Nest, everyone else instinctively shifted back a bit. The face of Shang Jun turned bright red. Although he verbally expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Ling, his body reacted most honestly. Lin Ling, don't you want to expose your identity as Yi Xiu? Zhang Meng gritted his teeth and spoke again, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling's menacing large hammer. As long as Lin Ling's hammer wasn't put away into storage for even a second, he felt no sense of safety. Lin Ling nodded but did not stop his advance. With each step closer, an immense pressure bore down on them. We can guarantee that we won't disclose your connection to Yi Xiu. Can you put the hammer away? Zhang Meng said. However, Lin Ling shook his head. I only trust the dead. At these words, the fear in everyone's eyes intensified. Lin Ling, I am the squad leader of Team 132 in the northern battle zone of the Dragon's Nest. There are Dragon's Nest fighter jets above us. Zhang Meng raised the control center in his hand. Lin Ling frowned slightly and immediately looked up. Sure enough, a triangular fighter jet suddenly appeared in the previously azure sky. Below that triangular jet, a laser cannon was glowing with a faint blue light. Do you believe it? I can withstand the laser cannon's attack and kill you all. Lin Ling's lips curled into a sly smile. The previously calm Zhang Meng broke into a cold sweat. Just as Zhang Meng was at a loss, Lin Ling suddenly asked, Can I trust you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng was overjoyed. Of course. I am a soldier of the People's Army, and I guarantee with my integrity that I will not leak any information about you. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and pointed at the people behind him. They won't either. If they dare to leak anything, I will not spare them. Lin Ling continued to move forward, suddenly extending 2 fingers to point at 2 figures. The wolf-tooth hammer in his hand slowly lifted. I trust you, but I don't trust them. Everyone's pupils constricted suddenly. The massive wolf-tooth hammer came crashing down. Bang! With one blow, it sent Huang Er away. Blood splattered, and Huang San was already paralyzed with fear. He didn't know where he found the strength to crawl quickly into the distance. Lin Ling did not pursue him. The dazzling staff reappeared in his hand. Explosive fireball. Boom! The blazing fireball chased after Huang San. A loud bang accompanied by Huang San's screams echoed from the forest. In an instant, Huang San was reduced to ashes. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, Lin Ling walked up to Shang Jun. Shang Jun was nearly in tears at this scene. They had no grudges, and the little head soldier who mocked him back then was already dead. Why was Lin Ling still coming to him? But seeing Lin Ling raise that massive hammer, Shang Jun immediately shouted, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can swear to the divine domain that I will absolutely not leak any information about you, or else I will be struck by lightning and face divine retribution. The divine domain oath was a contract feature that emerged after the Great Fusion. Very few people used it, but it was absolutely effective. Sure enough, as soon as Shang Jun finished speaking, a reminder popped up on the system panel in front of Lin Ling. Xian Xingjun has initiated a divine domain oath to you. The oath is valid and recognized by the divine domain. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally lowered the raised hammer. He had intended to rid the world of harm, but this person really had no major grievances with him, and it seemed unreasonable to take lethal action after he had sworn the divine domain oath. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed suit and swore to the divine domain. Before long, except for the 3 members of the Dragon's Nest team, all the conscious people had made their divine domain oaths. Lin Ling, seeing this, gradually revealed a smile. Zhang Meng looked at the hammerhead stained with brain matter and blood, feeling that Lin Ling's smile was particularly eerie. His flesh twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but ask, Can we put that big hammer away? Lin Ling, if it could be put away, who the hell would want to carry such a thing around? Alright, let's leave it at that, Lin Ling said as he turned and walked into the forest, still needing to find 299 Abyss Scouts without knowing where to look. Hey, Lin Ling, what are you doing here? Do you need our help? Zhang Meng shouted at Lin Ling's back, his tone clearly friendly. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. If there was free labor, why not take advantage of it? I accepted a mission to kill a few Abyss Scouts, Lin Ling replied. Abyss Scouts? Shang Jun suddenly spoke up. My boss triggered a hidden dungeon, and all the monsters inside are Abyss Scouts. Abyss Well Dungeon, hidden dungeon? Zhang Meng's breath quickened. After the Great Fusion, every dungeon became extremely valuable, as many rare materials needed by human practitioners came from various dungeons. And these dungeons were all hidden at first. Only by clearing a hidden dungeon could it become a regular dungeon. Therefore, whenever a hidden dungeon appeared, it was incredibly precious to any base city. Xiaodialanbu City had only 2 dungeons, while Xuanfu Base City had none at all. Are you sure there are Abyss Scouts in the dungeon? Although Lin Ling was also happy about the appearance of the dungeon, a faint suspicion arose in his heart. In his previous life, there was indeed an Abyss dungeon, and he had spent nearly 2 years going back and forth in that dungeon. However, according to Lin Ling's memory, the Abyss dungeon appeared 3 years after he successfully changed jobs, and the monsters inside seemed to be Abyss crawlers. It now seemed there were only 2 possibilities: either this dungeon was not made public in his last life and disappeared again after a failed challenge, or this dungeon appeared in Xuanfu Base City 3 years early due to his butterfly effect. But none of that mattered. What was most important was that the dungeon had enough Abyss Scouts for him to complete his mission and claim the reward. My boss accepted a hidden mission to deliver a message to the bandit leader of Xuanfu Base City. Who would have thought the bandit leader was killed by someone using a necromancy curse? The hidden mission changed due to the target's disappearance. My boss obtained a hidden dungeon map, and as long as we clear any difficulty dungeon, the hidden mission is considered complete. We followed the map and came here to open the Abyss Well dungeon. At first, the 3 of us teamed up to challenge it, but the more people there were, the more monsters appeared. There were a full 30 Abyss Scouts inside. We killed over 20 but still failed in the end. Later, my boss tried it alone. Although he didn't succeed, there were only 10 Abyss Scouts when he went in. When he attempted the Abyss dungeon for the 3rd time, we heard commotion here and came over to watch. We didn't expect that the little head soldier would fall into the hands of the Japanese, and now my boss is probably about to come out. Shang Jun relayed all the information about the dungeon truthfully. Upon hearing his description, Lin Ling became even more certain that it was likely his presence that caused the Abyss dungeon to appear early, and the monsters inside had also undergone some changes. The cause of this change was likely his acceptance of Alice's hidden mission. However, based on Lin Ling's understanding, this Abyss dungeon was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. He had even written a dungeon strategy during his time in the Yazi Guild. However, he had described it in a speculative tone, guessing that the dungeon was the Abyss dungeon. This dungeon seemed to become harder to clear the more participants there were, but in reality, the best way to clear it was with a team of 5. Moreover, the team must include a priest, as the priest was the key to clearing the dungeon. Of course, if one was strong enough, they could push through, but Lin Ling did not have the capital to do so in his previous life. Just as Lin Ling was deep in thought, Zhang Meng's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ling, the hidden dungeon will only exist for 24 hours after it appears. If we can't clear the dungeon within that time, it will disappear. Once the dungeon vanishes, it will be an irreparable loss for the base city and for the entire dragon country, so I must report this to the dragon nest, Zhang Meng said excitedly. If it weren't for wanting to get on Lin Ling's good side, he would have already reported to the dragon nest by now. After all, each dungeon has 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Only by clearing all levels can one be considered to have cleared the dungeon. This requires a significant amount of time to strategize. Alright, let's go check out this dungeon now, and then you can report to the higher-ups, Lin Ling said. Zhang Meng was overjoyed and threw his arm around Lin Ling's shoulder as they walked into the forest. To outsiders, it would seem like they were longtime friends. Just then, a cry of despair suddenly rang out from not far away, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Shang Biao's condition isn't good, he seems to be failing. Lin Ling turned to look and saw Shang Biao's face was ashen, and he was struggling to breathe. He had originally been knocked unconscious by the Abyss Scout and then was enveloped in the poisonous mist of a Shikigami. Although he was a warrior with full defensive gear, his health was already at its lowest, and the recovery speed of the healing potions was far slower than the rate at which he was losing health. At this rate, if he couldn't detoxify within a minute, his last bit of health would be gone. Where's the priest? Don't you have a priest among you? Zhang Meng shouted. A boy from the Shinkan Club looked at Zhang Meng with a worried expression. My level is too low, my healing skill can only keep him alive for a moment, but I can't purify the poison. His name was An Yi, the only healer in the 2 leveling teams of the Shinkan Club. Zhang Meng stepped forward to check Shang Biao's condition and shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. Shang Biao? I've heard of him, he's a thug from the Xuandu base city, not much stronger than me. Using your good citizen's words, we're just social scum, Shang Jun scoffed. That's not true. Biaogu is actually a good person. He comes from a single-parent family and grew up with me and Fengji. He has always taken care of us. Every time he fights, it's because we're being bullied. He pretends to be a bad guy just so others won't pick on us. You can't say that about him. The little priest in Yi's face gradually filled with sadness as he shouted angrily at Sheng Jun. TCH, it's just one person dying. What's the big deal? If you live a life of crime, you have to pay the price sooner or later, whether it's early or late, Sheng Jun said with a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If it weren't for fearing Lin Ling, he would have already taught this little priest a lesson for daring to shout at him. Enough! Lin Ling suddenly shouted coldly, raising his hand to throw a yellow potion bottle. This is a purification potion, give it to him. The little priest caught the potion bottle and was instantly overjoyed. He quickly fed Shang Biao the purification potion, and the poison stayed on Shang Biao instantly disappeared. And he quickly cast a healing spell, and Shang Biao's injuries gradually improved, soon showing signs of waking up. As the healing potions were poured into his mouth, both Shang Biao and Fengji soon regained consciousness. Not long after, their conditions returned to peak state, and when Shang Biao and Fengji learned from an E about Lin Ling's previous actions, they were both left speechless in shock. Especially Shang Biao. At that moment, he realized how ridiculous it was to compare his strength to Lin Ling's. At that moment, both of them had the same thought, if they could stay by Lin Ling's side. There is an old saying in Dragon Country, when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. If they followed Lin Ling, they might just soar to great heights in the future. Once they latched onto such a big opportunity, their prospects would definitely be much better than staying in the Shinkong Club. Seeing that they were all fine, Lin Ling said no more and turned to leave. After recovering from their shock, Shang Biao and the others immediately chased after Lin Ling into the forest. Boss Lin, take us into the dungeon, I guarantee I won't hold you back. I'm your little monster drawing expert. You point, and I'll draw whoever you want, absolutely no mistakes. Lin God, not only is all my attack area damage, but I can also sing, dance, and play basketball. If you like, I can even dress as a girl. The voices of the two rang out from the forest, instantly provoking a burst of laughter from the crowd. Do you have any mage skill books on you? Lin Ling asked. We really don't have any, but if we get a skill book, we'll definitely give it to Boss Lin at the first opportunity, Fengji said quickly, his mind racing. Lin Ling didn't respond, still thinking about the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain. Suddenly, a mail notification popped up in front of him. Did Ji Haigu help me get the skill book? Lin Ling's heart leaped with joy as he immediately clicked on the mail system. You have received a delivery mail. Mage skill books, Thunder Explosion and Wind Retreat have been stored in your storage space. This mail is a free delivery, no payment required. Thunder type forbidden spell named. Personnel selected to enter the Abyss Dungeon. It's my turn to perform now. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been harboring resentment, felt a flash before his eyes. He had already entered the Abyss Well Dungeon. The dim cave was filled with a damp, fishy smell, and a passage ahead extended into the unknown. Various beast patterns were carved on both sides of the passage, with statues holding staves as if performing some kind of sacrificial ritual. The terrifying and oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. A dungeon prompt immediately popped up in front of Lin Ling. Adventurer, welcome to the normal level Abyss Eye Dungeon. Please kill all monsters to complete the dungeon. After the dungeon timer starts, for every minute that passes, the remaining monsters' attributes will increase by 10, and the number of the next wave will double. Adventurers can leave the dungeon through the active exit option. Leaving midway will not grant any rewards. This dungeon actually. Alright, you're the most useless, so shut your mouth from now on. Lin Ling was about to share the dungeon strategy when he was interrupted by a cold shout from De Jun. He. Lin Ling sneered and stopped talking. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making sure you miss out on the first clear rewards. Shang Biao, Fengji, I'll take the lead, you two assist. Let's clear the monsters as quickly as possible. De Jun said to Zhang Meng and Fengji, while Lin Ling and the little priest in Yi were completely ignored. Fengji looked at Lin Ling apologetically, and Lin Ling shrugged, appearing completely unconcerned. Seeing Lin Ling's lack of reaction, De Jun thought even more that Lin Ling was all show and no substance, a coward. He sneered disdainfully, Lin Ling, just stand at the back. I hope you won't interfere with us. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of amusement appeared in Fengji and the others' eyes, but no one said anything. After De Jun finished speaking, he dashed forward. Sure enough, as soon as he crossed the red line, 5 dark figures rushed out from the shadows. These 5 figures were humanoid in shape but covered in fine black scales. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately cast a detection spell. Abyss Scout, quality, dungeon monster, class, abyss warrior, level, health, 10,000, physical damage, 1,200, defense, 800. At that moment, Jun was suddenly surrounded by lightning, and he truly resembled a thunder god as he charged toward the 5 abyss scouts. Thunder roll! Jun shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground. 4 spherical bolts of lightning suddenly appeared between the 5 monsters. Bang bang bang! These spherical bolts of lightning began to jump continuously, instantly paralyzing the bodies of the 5 abyss scouts. After a few bounces, the health of the 5 abyss scouts dropped by 1/5. A string of bright red damage numbers floated above the scouts' heads. I have to say that the combat power of Big Head Army is indeed impressive. One person managed to hold off 5 level 30 monsters. Fengji was not to be outdone either. Although his damage couldn't compare to Big Head Army, he still contributed some damage, which was useful during group farming. Shangbiao charged directly into the monster pile with a bloodthirsty rush. The 5 abyss scouts were instantly suspended in mid-air. He swung his knight's sword fiercely. Although the damage he could inflict was low, his attacks surprisingly restored his own health. Each time he hit an abyss scout, he gained health equal to the damage dealt. This scene surprised Linling. It seemed that Shangbiao had gained quite a bit of enhancement after awakening his dark profession, and at least this vampiric trait was quite extraordinary for a warrior. Under the attacks of the 3, the first wave of monsters was defeated in less than 20 seconds. Quest, Alice's Commission, Quest Completion Progress 6. Linling stood far back, holding the hammer, watching the kill count change on the system panel, feeling quite pleased. Let's hurry, we have less than a minute left. Big Head Army charged forward again, soon encountering the second wave of abyss scouts. However, just as they killed 2, the time hit 1 minute. The remaining 3 suddenly turned into 6, and their attributes were noticeably enhanced. As the second minute was about to end, the 3 finally managed to defeat the second wave. When the third wave appeared, Big Head Army's face turned ashen. The number of abyss scouts jumped to 10, and their attributes increased by 10. And this was only the third wave. Lin, it's your turn to act, Fengji shouted anxiously at Linling. Relying on him? Big Head Army scoffed. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. God of Thunder descends. In the next second, a 5-meter radius around him was instantly engulfed in thunder, and his 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed tenfold. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 scouts were killed by Big Head Army. So strong. Fengji watched, his eyes wide. Shangbiao couldn't help but swallow hard. Big Head Army turned back and waved his fist at Linling before charging deeper. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th waves were all conquered by Big Head Army single-handedly. Just as he was about to charge into the 8th wave of abyss scouts, the God of Thunder state around him suddenly vanished. Seeing his God of Thunder state disappear, a bitter expression appeared on Big Head Army's face. I can't even handle this alone. Bringing you burdens increases the difficulty 5-fold. What a joke! Big Head Army shouted angrily, already preparing to exit the dungeon. The attributes of the 8th wave of abyss scouts had already doubled compared to the first wave, and with a number of 10, no one was their match. However, he noticed that Shangbiao and Fengji showed no signs of worry at all. They both looked at Linling, as if believing that if Linling took action, clearing the dungeon would be absolutely no problem. The flesh on Big Head Army's face twitched, and he thought to himself, you guys are counting on this kid? Could it be that this kid is really some kind of expert? Impossible, he's just known for his high-level talent, these fools. If you die in the dungeon, you really die. There's still a chance to escape now. You guys aren't seriously relying on this waste to help us clear the dungeon, are you? Big Head Army sneered. However, Fengji didn't even look at him, instead awkwardly smiling at Linling. Lin, it's your turn to perform. Big Head Army was instantly infuriated, sneering, just him? Wielding a hammer makes him impressive? Hey, it really does make him impressive. At that moment, a voice appeared simultaneously in the hearts of Fengji and Shangbiao. Lin, want to warm up? Shangbiao said with a sheepish grin, rubbing his hands. Linling felt their gazes and nodded slightly. He dragged the big wolf tooth hammer step by step toward the depths of the abyss passage. You're crazy. I think you all are crazy, relying on a full-power mage to clear the dungeon? He scoffed disdainfully while already prepared to exit the instance at any moment. At this moment, as they delved deeper, the statues on both sides of the passage became fewer and fewer. Soon, the 8th wave of Abyss Scouts arrived as expected. Linling once again activated the Eye of the Hero. Abyss Scout, Quality, Instance Monster, Class, Abyss Warrior, Corrupted, Level, Health, 20,000, Physical Damage, 2,400, Defense, 1,600. As soon as these Abyss Warriors appeared, they charged towards them. The big-headed soldier saw Linling standing still and immediately showed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Still pretending when death is at hand? I won't accompany you to your death. The big-headed soldier sneered and immediately chose to exit the instance. Boss, what do we do now? The boss says we follow his orders. You say charge, I won't retreat against Shangbiao. That idiot retreated, though. When we clear the instance, he'll be the one crying. Acting all high and mighty, if I could beat him, I'd teach him what it means to be humble. Several people spoke up, their eyes fixed on Lin Ling with intensity. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. He was waiting for the big-headed soldier to leave, and now it was finally his turn to perform. First clear of the instance? That guy is back on the system announcement. First clear of the instance? That guy is back on the system announcement. Little priest, your name is an E, right? Do you see the statue to your left? Take the staff from its hands. An E was already panicking, but still followed Lin Ling's instructions and picked up the statue's staff. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. Congratulations, you have obtained the Abyss Zen staff, gaining the skill Abyss Blessing, which can enhance all attributes of teammates. The enhancement effect is determined by the number of remaining members in the team. Your team has 4 members remaining, and the enhancement effect is 40. Abyss Blessing skill will automatically disappear after leaving the Abyss instance, and the Abyss Zen staff cannot be taken out of the instance. Looking at the system prompt before him, and Yi's heart surged with waves of excitement. Who would have thought there was such a hidden existence in this instance? Don't be surprised, quickly give me a buff, Lin Ling said with a smile. Fengji looked at an E in confusion. He knew an E hadn't learned any buff skills, only the most basic healing and mana recovery skills. However, the next second, Fengji saw an E wave the staff, and a blue light enveloped Lin Ling instantly. Lin Ling's 4-dimensional attributes received a 40 boost. He swung the wolf tooth hammer and charged directly into the pile of monsters. Bang bang bang. With each swing of the hammer, a massive damage number appeared. In less than 5 seconds, all 10 enhanced Abyss Scouts lay on the ground. Before the 3 could recover from their shock, Lin Ling had already turned into a blur, charging towards the 9th wave. The 9th wave came without any surprises, sweeping through in another 5 seconds. The 10th wave appeared, still pushing through effortlessly. Quest, Alice's Commission, Quest completion progress 51. After all the Abyss Scouts were cleared, a creature over 10 meters tall, with 2 horns on its head and wings on its back, slowly emerged from the abyss. Abyss Beetle, Elite, Quality, Instance, Class, Abyss Assassin, Level, Health, 20,000, Physical Damage, 12,000, Traits, Immune to Physical Attacks, Defense, 0, just like in my previous life. Abyss Beetle, ignores physical attacks, magic attack resistance is 0. Lin Ling held the Radiant Staff in his hand. The explosive fireball activated instantly. Boom! Before it could wake up, it fell asleep again. Congratulations, you have completed the normal difficulty first kill of the Abyss instance in the novice area, taking 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Completion rating, shortening the completion time can earn a higher score. Since your team is the first to clear the instance in the novice area this year, the system will make a global announcement in 1 minute. Lin Ling raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, I wonder how long it takes to wash the copy with a forbidden spell? Outside the Abyss dungeon, silver light flickered, and the figure of Big Head Army suddenly appeared outside the teleportation portal. You're out? How was it? Did you clear it? Zhang Meng hurriedly asked as he approached. Big Head Army glanced at him and said irritably, with those trash, how could they clear a 5-person Abyss dungeon? Zhang Meng's expression darkened. That shouldn't be the case. With Lin Ling here, how could they fail? What about them? Them? Big Head Army's face was full of disdain. Humph, they'll either come out immediately or die inside. I've saved face for you, but they won't earn anything with me. However, before he could finish his sentence, a bright red system announcement suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the casual team from Xuanfu Base City, Captain, Zhao Yijuan. Members, Yi Xiao, Shang Biao, Feng Ji, and E for being the first to clear the normal level Abyss dungeon. Clearance rating, time taken, 11 minutes and 32 seconds. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Big Head Army's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the announcement. The flesh on his face began to twitch rapidly, and blood vessels gradually appeared in his eyes. This global announcement felt like a loud slap across his face. What he found even harder to accept was that he had exited the dungeon. Although his name was in the first clear announcement, he would receive no rewards for leaving the dungeon. This was the first clear of a dungeon, a legendary first clear with incredibly rich rewards. The first clear would reward not only massive experience but also a legendary piece of equipment most suitable for the clearers. Orange gear was already considered top tier by the vast majority of players, and all of this slipped through his fingers because of a small mistake. At that moment, Big Head Army felt like he wanted to die. Zhang Meng and Yan Yan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of joy in each other's eyes. This was how it should be. With that monster Lin Ling around, how could they possibly fail a normal level dungeon? Not to mention, Lin Ling's wolf tooth hammer was not something that little monsters could withstand. How hard could a normal level dungeon be? Captain, do you think Lin Ling will continue to clear? If they try the hard level, do they have a chance to clear it? Yan Yan asked. Zhang Meng rolled his eyes at her. Are you joking about the hard level abyss dungeon? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that putting this matter on Lin Ling was indeed hard to say. This guy is really unpredictable. Maybe he'll surprise us in a bit. At this moment, the entire Dragon Country and even the whole world was in shock. Major social media, various chat groups, and even the public screen of the Divine Domain were all in an uproar. Divine Domain public screen. This is not scientific. Aren't the lowest level dungeons filled with level 30 monsters? How could someone clear the dungeon so quickly? Who says otherwise? Just now, a level 15 blue monster almost wiped our team, and they're already tackling a level 30 dungeon. It's Yi Xiu again, didn't you notice? Yi Xiu is on the first clear list again. Damn, that guy is on the system announcement again. Pfft, it's just a normal dungeon, what's there to brag about? It took 11 minutes. I cleared my first normal dungeon in under 8 minutes back in the day. What level were you when you first cleared a dungeon? They've only awakened their talents for less than 2 days. I have a feeling that Yi Xiu is definitely not some young master of the Xiao family. Various messages continued to flood the Divine Domain public screen, and for a moment, everyone's discussions revolved around Yi Xiu's identity. Meanwhile, inside the Abyss Dungeon, white light was shining from Shangbiao and the others. Congratulations on successfully completing the first clear achievement of the Novice Area Abyss Dungeon. Congratulations, you have received experience rewards. 50,000. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 15. Congratulations, you have obtained Rare Abyss Boots, Purple. Congratulations, you have obtained Perfect Abyss Bracers, Gold. Congratulations, you have obtained Legendary Abyss Armor, Orange. Congratulations, you have obtained a Bronze Level First Clear Badge, which increases all attributes by 30 when equipped. At this moment, a multitude of reward notifications popped up in front of everyone. In addition to the substantial experience, there were at least 3 pieces of equipment of purple quality or higher. Shang Biao and the others looked at Lin Ling, feeling as if everything was just a dream. Even the lowest level in E had reached level 13 at this moment. This level was already enough to place him in the top tier. Shang Biao and Feng Ji had both crossed into level 15. This made them feel as if it was all so unreal. Boss, this is too awesome. Wah! Following the boss is definitely the blessing I earned in my last life. Mixing with Suwata means 3 days of hunger for 9 meals. But mixing with Brother Lin means I won't feel tired even if I don't sleep for 9 days. If heaven gives me another chance, I would definitely follow Lin Shen again. Truly, one person ascends and the whole family rises. Your metaphor is terrible. Are you a chicken or a dog? Get lost. The 3 were immersed in ecstasy, while Lin Ling remained indifferent. Having already wasted some experience, he couldn't afford to waste any more. Next, we challenge the hard level dungeon. I'm going to break the seal and rush to level 30. If I don't level up while using the forbidden spell, I'll definitely be struck by lightning. Dog, I'm giving you time to take the first place in levels. If you can't do it, don't blame me. This is what you begged me to sell the strategy to you. Xiaoyan's Madness. Xiaoyan's Madness. In the blue cloth city of Kiwaiban, Goblin Forest, 3 dragon nest warplanes hovered high in the air, constantly watching the leveling team below. In the forest below, dozens of 3rd and 4th Transfer Yazi official members stood in front of hovering vehicles. In their central area, there was an open space where the recently returned Xiaoyan held a huge wolf-tooth hammer, smashing a goblin scout's head into a pulp with one blow. All the Yazi teams looked at Xiaoyan with eyes full of different colors. Everyone felt that Xiaoyan was different from before, but no one dared to point fingers. Everyone believed that Xiaoyan must have been traumatized after being captured, and venting on monsters was within the realm of understanding. But at this moment, Xiaoyan seemed to be enjoying the thrill of smashing people with the hammer. Yo-Yo, do you think Xiaoyan is actually Yi Xiu? Li Jingliang whispered to the archer Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo was slightly taken aback and shook her head, saying, I don't know. Anyway, I didn't see him kill anyone, but he said the meteor fire rain was released by him, so he's probably Yi Xiu. Then why is he still alive and back? Li Jingliang glanced at Xiaoyan and asked again in a low voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyan suddenly turned around to look at him. Li Jingliang, what did you just say? Xiaoyan's voice was extremely cold. Li Jingliang shrank his neck, about to pretend he hadn't heard. But suddenly, the image of Xiaoyan escaping on a hovering vehicle flashed before his eyes. An unnamed rage suddenly ignited in Li Jingliang's heart. I asked if you are really Yi Xiu? Is meteor fire rain really released by you? The more I think about it, the more I feel you're an imposter. I've inquired. The forbidden spell scroll is a controlled item, not something you can buy just because you have money. Li Jingliang stared fiercely into Xiaoyan's eyes. Dare to question me? Seeking death. Xiao Yan's body instantly transformed into an afterimage, appearing in front of Li Jingliang, raising his hand to grab at Li Jingliang's neck. Li Jingliang's expression changed slightly, but as a warrior, how could he be intimidated by a mage getting close? He suddenly raised his shield to block Xiao Yan, and although he didn't dare to actually attack Xiao Yan, passive defense didn't carry any psychological burden. However, what Li Jingliang did not expect was that an overwhelming force suddenly surged through the shield in his hand. At that moment, it felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. Bang! The shield was instantly sent flying far away. Li Jingliang spat out blood, his whole body flying backward. Boom! He landed heavily on the ground, waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his arms and half of his body no longer belonged to him. Bang! A golden mage's boot stomped hard on his face, slowly twisting and turning. Doubt me? You think you're worthy? Pah! Xiao Yan said disdainfully, spitting directly on Li Jingliang's face. You are not even worthy to be the captain of the Yazi team. Compared to Captain Lin, you're just trash. Although Li Jingliang was being stomped on the ground, he vented all the resentment he had accumulated in his heart. Say that again. Xiao Yan's voice trembled slightly, as if someone had ripped open a wound that had just begun to heal. You are trash. You're not even worthy to carry Captain Lin's shoes. Li Jingliang turned his head with all his might, glaring at Xiao Yan with slanted eyes. Looking for death. Xiao Yan raised his wolf-tooth hammer high, ready to smash it down on Li Jingliang. Captain Xiao, how can you do this? Jingliang is a member of Yazi. He was just joking with you. How can you treat him like this? Yu, startled by the sudden scene, rushed towards Li Jingliang, wanting to stop Xiao Yan. But as she got closer, Xiao Yan backhanded her, slapping her face. Yu spun in the air several times before landing on the ground. Two beams of white light suddenly appeared on Yu and Li Jingliang, instantly healing their injuries. Xiao Yan, that's enough. Zhou Mengyan shouted sternly, clearly furious. Xiao Yan sneered coldly, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. As he slowly opened the scroll, a torrent of fiery magical elements began to gather in the air. The aura was reminiscent of the meteor fire rain that had appeared that day. Still think I'm bragging? See this? This is a forbidden spell scroll. Lin Ling? What is he worth? My power is far beyond what you can comprehend. Xiao Yan said with a sinister smile, and all the Yazi team members around him changed their expressions drastically. Yu was already scared silly, and Li Jingliang was also stunned by the forbidden spell scroll, no longer daring to speak. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly appeared before them. Looking at the list of first clears for the dungeon, everyone looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. Yi Xiu was not Xiao Yan at all. The lie was self-evident. Xiao Yan's face turned red with anger, and a flash of crimson crossed his eyes. Yi Xiu? I want to withdraw from the guild. Yu glared at Xiao Yan. Tomorrow was the day to sign the official contract, and thankfully she saw through Xiao Yan today. Withdraw from the team? Xiao Yan released Li Jingliang, striding forward to grab Yu and heading towards the nearest hovering vehicle. Before you leave, let me have some fun. Yu's expression changed drastically. Let go of me. What are you going to do? Sister Mengyan, Jingliang, help me. Woo. Yu's cries for help rang out. Xiao Yan, let go of Yu. What do you want to do? Zhou Mengyan shouted angrily again. Li Jingliang also got up from the ground and charged directly at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I curse your grandfather, let go of Yu. Li Jingliang's eyes were bloodshot. He had secretly loved Yu for a long time, and as a warrior, protecting her was his highest honor. However, he had not yet reached Xiao Yan. A cold voice ignited him instantly. Flame of the Inferno. Li Jingliang's body was instantly engulfed in scorching flames. A large number of damage values rapidly appeared above his head. A piercing scream erupted from his mouth, but the knight's sword in his hand still lunged toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Zhou Mengyan instinctively cast a healing spell, but she was still a step too late. The moment the healing technique fell, Li Jingliang's body was completely reduced to a pile of ashes. Xiao Yan's equipment was like heaven and earth compared to Li Jingliang's, almost instantly obliterated. You actually turned on your own teammate. Zhou Mengyan's eyes were red, her voice trembling. Mother, I'm sorry, I can't stay here for another moment. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He looked at the ashes on the ground in disbelief, as if everything that had just happened was not his doing at all. But soon, blood-red threads flickered in his pupils, and a sinister smile slowly emerged on his face, his gaze taking on a more lascivious glint. Teammate? Just a piece of trash. I originally wanted to play with this little girl, but now I've changed my mind. How about you play with me instead? Xiao Yan threw the stunned Yu aside and strode towards Zhou Mengyan. You are outrageous. Zhou Mengyan scolded, but Xiao Yan had no intention of stopping. Just as Xiao Yan approached within 5 meters, a golden scroll appeared in Zhou Mengyan's hand. The moment the scroll appeared, Xiao Yan instantly halted, the blood in his eyes vanishing by half. Forbidden spell scroll? How is that possible? How could you have a forbidden spell scroll? Xiaoya's voice came from not far away. In her understanding, Zhou Mengyan was just the daughter of a cleaner. Don't force me, I want to take you away. From now on, we have nothing to do with the Yazi team, Zhou Mengyan said coldly. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A small figure appeared beside her, snatching the golden scroll from her hand. Zhou Mengyan's expression changed drastically. She never expected a four-turn assassin to quietly appear behind her. At this moment, Xiao Yan's shock quickly faded, a lewd smile slowly appearing. He walked towards Zhou Mengyan again. Just as Zhou Mengyan wanted to retreat, 3 more four-turn assassins revealed themselves behind her. All her escape routes were blocked. Ha ha ha. Zhou Mengyan, I advise you not to resist. I will be very gentle. If you follow me wholeheartedly from now on, I guarantee you will be the happiest woman. As Xiao Yan spoke, he reached out to grab Zhou Mengyan. However, at that moment, the 4 four-turn assassins surrounding Zhou Mengyan suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Xiao Yan and the other powerful members of the Xiao family changed their expressions drastically. Dozens of powerful members of the Xiao family quickly drew their weapons, aiming at Zhou Mengyan. But then came another series of explosions. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the powerful members of the Xiao family exploded into blood mist. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately retreated, pulling out the forbidden spell scroll. He had no idea what was happening, but he knew a huge crisis was approaching him, and he was willing to do anything to protect himself. The situation here immediately attracted the attention of the Yazi Guild's security team. They quickly moved towards Xiao Yan, equally unaware of what was happening. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as if dark clouds had covered the sun. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. A gigantic white deer, over several hundred meters in size, stood suspended in the air. It radiated a dazzling light, like a blazing sun, making it impossible to look directly at. Its snow-white fur shimmered with mysterious runes, each rune seemingly containing endless power. Why has the sky darkened? This is monster. Monster! This is the divine beast Lingxiao Tianlu among flying pets. Exclamations rang out from all corners of the goblin forest. At this moment, both novice practitioners leveling up and veteran practitioners responsible for security felt the immense pressure from the divine beast. The hidden dragon nest fighter jets in the sky immediately revealed themselves, and figures dressed in military uniforms quickly flew out from the aircraft. The leader among them was Captain Zhou Weigui of the northern war zone of the Dragon Nest. At this moment, the Dragon Nest team members looked at the soaring celestial deer in the sky as if facing a great enemy. It's fine, don't panic, it's our people, Zhou Weigui suddenly said. His voice echoed like thunder throughout the entire goblin forest. Look, there's a figure standing on that divine deer. Our people? I thought the enemy's great mage was here to cast forbidden spells again. Who is that person? To be able to control such a divine beast, they must be a 6th-tier powerhouse, right? Several experts responsible for security from small families wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. At this moment, on the back of the majestic celestial deer stood an old man dressed in a magnificent robe. Though his hair was as white as snow, his gaze was deep as the sea, exuding endless majesty and indifference. The staff in his hand shimmered with dazzling light, as if he could control all the elements of the world. Kid, don't touch those lines that shouldn't be touched with your ignorance. A voice rang out from the mage. Xiao Yan tightly gripped the forbidden spell scroll and asked, "Who are you?" "Jiang Shani," the mage replied. Boom! At that moment, everyone gasped in shock. Jiang Shani? Isn't that a 7th-tier great mage? This is someone who can casually unleash forbidden spells, and there are only 5 great mages in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Now, such a noble, mysterious, and powerful being appeared before them. Elder Jian, one of the 3 deputy masters of the War God Hall, Jiang Shani? The 2 5th-tier vice-captains of the Dragon Nest gasped in astonishment. The War God Hall, the pinnacle organization of high-end combat power in the Dragon Kingdom. Many people knew that at the top of this pyramid stood an 8th-tier professional. However, no one knew her name, nor did anyone know her profession. Not even the gender of this big shot was clear. People only knew that 10 years ago, the United States and India launched a surprise attack on a rare mine within the Dragon Kingdom. A mysterious person suddenly appeared, suppressing 3 7th-tier powerhouses with a single strike. The United States spread the word that the Dragon Kingdom was hiding an 8th-tier powerhouse, promoting the theory of the Dragon Kingdom as a threat globally. Soon after, the Dragon Nest suddenly established an organization called the War God Hall. Only the most outstanding members of the Dragon Nest had the opportunity to join. The 3 deputy masters of the War God Hall were already famous 7th-tier Great Mages, Jiang Shani, the 7th-tier Sky Knight Zhong Wugai, and the 7th-tier Bao God Archer Tu Nani. These 3 were known as the War God Hall's Jiang Shani, who could not change his nature. Seeing this big shot who had killed so many of the Shao family's powerhouses yet did not touch him, Xiao Yin immediately believed that this person must be wary of the Shao family's influence. Senior, my father is Xiao Yuanshan. I hope you will not meddle in affairs for my father's sake. Xiao Yuanshan? Jiang Shani showed a hint of disdain on his face. Don't say it's Xiao Yuanshan. Even your grandfather Xiao Hongtu would have to kneel to greet me. Boom! This statement exploded in Xiao Yan's ears, causing his mysterious confidence to vanish without a trace. Jiang Shani snorted coldly, and a silver staff suddenly appeared in his hand. A silver light shone from the staff, and the space within 100 meters seemed to freeze instantly. All things in the world fell into a state of prohibition, except for Zhou Mengyan, who was unaffected. Nanshu, the master asked me to inform you that your trial has ended early, and your task is over. You can go back now. Don't waste time outside, Jiang Shani said, looking at Zhou Mengyan. Grandpa Jiang, just call me Mengyan, Zhou Mengyan replied. A hint of bitterness appeared on Jiang Shani's face. Grandpa Jiang, please tell her that the trial can end early, but I won't go back now. I have kept my distance from Lin Ling as she instructed, but I absolutely cannot cut off contact with him, Zhou Mengyan said. Drin Yen, there are no issues found with Lin Ling's identity. Perhaps everything is just a coincidence. Moreover, Lin Ling's performance has far exceeded the expectations of the War God Hall, and we plan to find an opportunity to formally contact him. Speaking of Lin Ling, Jiang Shani's breath became somewhat hurried. Grandpa Jiang, everyone has underestimated Lin Ling. You should have taken him away from the start. His talent is likely not just that of a favored child of the laws. I suspect he possesses a powerful ability that we do not know about. For example, deduction, foresight, or even time travel. In short, I want to learn more about him. Give me some more time, and I will definitely figure it all out. Although I truly believe Lin Ling is not a problem, we have the last line of defense for the entire Dragon Kingdom behind us. We cannot afford any carelessness in the face of national security. We must act with discretion and understanding. Zhou Mengyan said firmly. How do you plan to uncover Lin Ling's background? A hint of approval appeared on Jiang Shani's face. She truly is that person's daughter. Zhou Mengyan's face suddenly flushed. What if I offer myself and get close to investigate? Jiang Shani's beard trembled wildly. Is this your discretion and understanding? Which understanding? The hall master asked me to remind you that until we figure out how he knows those classified pieces of information, you absolutely cannot let him know your true identity. Zhou Mengyan's expression quickly returned to normal as she nodded gently. Grandpa Jiang, do you think it's possible for someone to be reborn after death and return to a certain point in the past? A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Shani's eyes. Time travel can be done, but rebirth to the past is unlikely. Why do you ask? Nothing at all. Zhou Mengyan chuckled awkwardly. Grandpa Jiang, do you think it's possible for a newcomer to unleash a forbidden spell? Young people's imaginations are truly vast. By the way, don't touch Xiaoyan, he likely has a big fish behind him. Jiang Shani shook his head helplessly and looked again. The Lingxiao sky deer shot up into the sky and instantly disappeared into the heights. Until this moment, the world that had been paused suddenly resumed. Birds flew away again, and the practitioners in the forest did not notice any abnormalities. Zhou Mengyan put away the token and turned to help you up. We need to leave Yaji. Is there anyone willing to come with me? Zhou Mengyan asked the remaining members of the Yaji team. Everyone, please help think of some subtitles that can be used to name skills. 16 types of mage professions: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, life, death, summoning, wind, thunder, ice, time, space, fate. Let's put a little magic, thunder system forbidden spell. Oh no, the damn forbidden spell is back again. Oh no, the damn forbidden spell is back again. Please select attack target, only attack monsters, only attack humans, only attack designated target, only attack monsters. As Lin Ling silently commanded in his heart, a bird's eye view of the abyss well within 100 miles appeared before him. Only cover the abyss dungeon. Thunder is a range-type forbidden spell skill. Its release will have overflow but will not cause casualties outside the designated target. Due to some unknown accident during the naming of this skill, the skill effect may have some deviations. Please do not mind as it does not affect the final effect. A system message popped up, and the next moment, an intense rhythm accompanied by shouting music exploded. Move, 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 move. Thunder, this heavenly cultivation, the sky collapses and the earth sinks. The purple gold hammer, purple lightning and mysterious true fire, the sword of the 9 heavens transforms the world. The next moment, the dim abyss passage instantly turned into a dazzling purple. Huge lightning instantly engulfed the entire passage. All the abyss scouts suddenly began to stretch their necks forward in rhythm. It looked as if a dance troupe was dancing to the music. At the same time, the originally clear sky above the abyss well suddenly became overcast with clouds. The dark clouds stretched for hundreds of miles, and for a moment, the southwestern part of Xuanfu Base City felt like the end of the world was upon them. At this moment, a large number of professionals were driving various vehicles from the urban area towards the abyss well. Rumbling. Who turned on the shout rap? It's quite nice. Boss, this sound seems to be coming from the sky. From the sky? Why is it so dark? Looks like it's going to rain. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today? No, why is there such a dense presence of thunder elements in the air? Why is my head uncontrollably starting to sway? In an off-road vehicle, four members of the Shamade Guild with explosive hairstyles voiced their confusion, their movements synchronized at that moment. Each person was precisely stepping to the beat, craning their necks forward. However, in the next second, their eyes turned purple. Thick purple lightning, as wide as a water tank, descended from the sky, numbering in the billions. The purple thunder transformed into a sea of lightning, fiercely cleansing all the wild monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Xuanfu Base City. The dark clouds roared as I galloped across the battlefield, howling through the rain. Since ancient times, love has only left me with regrets, as I wield the crescent blade. Amidst the rhythmically captivating shout rap, a red alert echoed throughout the city. The mayor and a group of bigwigs had already ascended the city tower. They gazed southwest, their expressions darker than the clouds above. At that moment, anyone who heard the music seemed to be under a spell, all craning their necks forward simultaneously. Mayor, do you think this is a natural disaster or man-made? I hope it's a natural disaster, but have you ever seen dark clouds with only thunder elements and no water elements? Then this is a thunder-type forbidden spell? Who the hell is it? Why is there a thunder mage appearing again? Is it the White Bear or the American Alliance? Zhou Mengyan is in Qiuisland City. Even if they were to act, they shouldn't still be in Xuanfu casting forbidden spells to cleanse the land. The Dragon's Nest just sent news. I dispatched the professionals in the city, and they were enveloped by the thunder-type forbidden spell. Report, no casualties have been reported. Mayor Bai Haishan said while moving his neck, a hint of confusion suddenly flashing in his eyes. Is it targeting only monsters and not humans again? Go check. I want to see who is in that area. A guess emerged in Bai Haishan's mind. Although he felt this guess might be absurd, once the thought appeared, it couldn't be suppressed. Could these repeated forbidden spells actually be skills released by some guy leveling up? This is also why it only kills monsters and not humans, because killing monsters grants experience. Bai Haishan wiped his sweat, took out his phone, and dialed the number of Captain Zhou Weiguo from the Dragon's Nest. Old Zhou, do you think the one casting the forbidden spell might be a newbie? At this moment, outside the Abyss Well dungeon, Zhang Meng and the Big Head army were already dumbfounded. The moment the thunder appeared, they didn't even have the thought of escaping. What they saw near the Abyss Well was completely different from what others experienced. A thunderstorm, formed from lightning, appeared above the Abyss Well. No one understood the thunder elements better than the Big Head army. They could conclude that this was definitely not a natural disaster, but someone was releasing a thunder-type forbidden spell. This had been his lifelong dream. Ever since awakening his talent, he had constantly fantasized about becoming a 7th-turn great mage casting thunder-type forbidden spells. And at this moment, he was personally experiencing the charm of a thunder-type forbidden spell. This calamity of thunder came quickly and left just as fast. In less than a minute, the lightning suddenly disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. At that moment, sunlight shone down on the earth once more. A wave of ecstasy surged in every professional's heart. I didn't die. It's so good to be alive. Is there a celestial being crossing tribulations? Just like the previous 2 forbidden spells, only killing monsters and not attacking humans. Who the hell is behind this? Yen Yen and the crew cut shouted excitedly. Zhang Meng, this eye of the storm is above us. Could there be a peerless master hidden in this forest? De Tu Jun said in a deep voice. However, as De Tu Jun was filled with shock, a system announcement suddenly popped up before his eyes. Congratulations to the Xuanfu Base City Random Team, Captain Yi Xiao. Members, Yeya's Front Tooth, Shangbiao, Feng Ji, and Yi for clearing the difficult level Abyss Dungeon. Clearance rating, time taken 1 minute 39 seconds. Boom. This announcement was like a thunderclap to De Tu Jun. They cleared a difficult level dungeon? How long have they been in there? De Tu Jun's eyes turned red. Zhang Meng looked at the dungeon entrance, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Isn't it clearly stated in the announcement? 1 minute 39 seconds. It's not bragging. If it says 2 minutes, then it's 2 minutes. At this moment, inside the dungeon. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyss Scout. Experience gained. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyss Crawler, experience gained. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyss Tree Demon, experience gained. Congratulations, your Time Mage profession has successfully leveled up to level 21. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyss Scout. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Mutated Bandit, experience gained. Congratulations, your Wind Mage profession has leveled up to level 25. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Little Zaymari, experience gained. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the rebellious King Mazi, experience gained. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyss Mutated Dark Worm, experience gained. Congratulations, your Fire Mage profession has successfully leveled up to level 26. Quest, Alice's Commission, Quest Completion Progress 101. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the first clear achievement of the Novice Area Abyss Dungeon. Congratulations, you have received Experience Reward, 100,000. Congratulations, your Undead Mage profession level has increased to 27. Would you like to teleport all dropped items to your side? Yes, no, yes. Lin Ling confirms softly. The shocking rain of equipment instantly appeared in the Abyss Dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the rain of equipment turned into a mountain of gear. At this moment, Fengji and the others were already dumbfounded. Their faces twitched, their hearts pounded like drums, their breaths quickened, unable to believe what was happening before them. This is. Why do I feel like it's a forbidden spell? Remove the like from your sentence. This is definitely a thunder-type forbidden spell. My god, this is just too unbelievable. This magnificent scene is as beautiful as a painting. It should be celebrated with poetry for the world, but unfortunately, Shang Biao lacks culture, and all he can say is unbelievable. Shang Biao. Lin Ling quickly gathered all the purple and above equipment into his storage space amidst the doubtful gazes of the other four. Wind's Retreat? Turn it into a forbidden spell for me. Lin Ling, do you want me to take you through a normal level dungeon? Lin Ling shifted his focus to the skill that had just dropped. Mage Skill Book, Wind Blade Technique, Required Level, 25, Skill Analysis, releases a gust of wind containing 18 wind blades, attacking the specified target in the specified direction 18 times. Each attack hitting the target will deal 80 spell damage from the caster. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Would you like to learn this skill? Learn. Skill learning successful, Lin Ling began to ponder suitable attributes, and soon a very fitting song title appeared in his mind. Now he just needed to wait for level 30, or until tomorrow when the forbidden spell naming cooldown ends to name it. I'll find a place to try this skill when I have time. Lin Ling thought to himself when suddenly Fengji's voice came from beside him. Boss Lin, what skill did you just release? The others suddenly recalled the endless sea of thunder they had seen earlier. There was actually a skill that could cover the entire dungeon. This skill was just too powerful. If they knew that the thunderous roar covered not the entire instance but only a radius of 100 miles, they wouldn't know how spectacular their expressions would be. It's just a group attack skill, nothing to mention, Lin Ling said with a smile. At that moment, the countdown to exit the instance suddenly appeared. Everyone's vision went dark, and they found themselves next to the Abyss Well. At this moment, Big Head Army saw Lin Ling come out and immediately rushed over with red eyes. Kid, are you messing with me? You gave me the strategy but went for the first clear of the hard mode yourself. Big Head Army shouted, raising his hand to throw a lightning ball at Lin Ling. Bang! Shang Biao stepped forward with a golden shield, blocking in front of Lin Ling. Lightning crackled everywhere, but Shang Biao did not retreat a single step. Seeing this scene, Big Head Army's pupils suddenly constricted. Lightning surged around Big Head Army as he prepared to unleash another skill. Lin Ling's eyes were already filled with killing intent. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Big Head Army is General Zhao's grandson. Zhang Meng quickly stepped in front of him and whispered a warning. If this little scourge really killed Big Head Army, countless people would cheer, but Lin Ling would face endless trouble. However, his words seemed to have no effect. Lin Ling, behind Shang Biao, suddenly disappeared and reappeared right in front of Big Head Army. Slap! Big Head Army felt as if his left cheek had been struck by a giant dragon. He flew out. This is the last time. If there's a next time, I will kill you. Lin Ling's voice came coldly, carrying a hint of icy killing intent. You're looking for death. You scammed me out of 50 million and still dare to hit me? Big Head Army got up from the ground, lightning surging around him, ready to fight back. Did I say I couldn't clear it myself after selling you the strategy? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Big Head Army's face turned from green to red. Lin Ling indeed never said that. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he got the first clear while Lin Ling got nothing. Was the fault really on him? Enduring for a moment brings peace, but taking a step back only makes one angrier. No matter how Big Head Army thought about it, he felt Lin Ling was the one scamming him. You never said you could clear hard mode first, Big Head Army retorted. Are you an idiot? I charged them 10 million right in front of you for the hard mode instance. Are you blind? Lin Ling scoffed. This guy's brain didn't seem to grow with his big head. The bigger the banana, the bigger the peel, and the banana flesh inside grows along with it. Who would have thought you could actually clear it? Don't you have any fault? Big Head Army shouted angrily. Lin Ling raised his hand to rub his temples and turned to walk towards an empty space. What fault do I have? People like Big Head Army have some strength but have been spoiled since childhood. Alice's task still required 200 more, needing to clear the instance 4 more times to complete. His Elemental Guardian passive still had 2 hours of cooldown. During this time, he could take a break. Lin Ling found a spot, took out a rocking chair from his storage space, and lay down. Zhang Meng walked over with an awkward smile. Brother Lin, I just reported the news. It shouldn't affect you, right? It's fine, let it go. Do you have any cola on the plane? Preferably cold? Lin Ling asked. It was almost noon, and the lamb offal soup he had for breakfast was nearly digested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's face immediately showed a hint of delight. Ha ha ha. Yes, just wait and see. As he spoke, Zhang Meng raised his hand and surprisingly took out a table from his storage space. Finally, it was Lin Ling's turn to be shocked. An oven, charcoal, refrigerator, beer, and cola were successively taken out by Zhang Meng, filling the entire table. Brother Lin, just wait. Let's have some skewers. Zhang Meng chuckled and immediately took half a sheep out of the refrigerator. You guys come over and help. Shang Biao was in charge of cutting the meat, Fengji was responsible for starting the fire, and An Yi and Yiya were in charge of skewering. Lin Ling saw them busy and estimated it would take a while, so he stood up and said, You all carry on, I'm going for a stroll. He dashed into the woods and soon arrived at a secluded spot. He immediately unleashed a wind spell against a large tree. A gust of wind appeared from the tip of his radiant staff, but only 3 wind blades struck the tree. Bang bang bang. 3 deep cuts appeared on the tree, but this clearly did not satisfy Lin Ling. His mental power was high, he should be able to control the skill more precisely. Once this skill became a forbidden spell, the number of wind blades would be terrifying if Lin Ling could concentrate them at a single point. The power that this skill could unleash would reach an incredibly terrifying level. Moreover, as long as he became proficient in using his mental power, he could control the range of the forbidden spell better. Lin Ling waited for the skill to cool down, repeatedly releasing various skills. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and he finally managed to hit the trunk with all 10 wind blades. The large tree was instantly reduced to a flurry of wood chips, exposing a semi-transparent tree core to the air. Now I feel that if I release the forbidden spell, I should be able to control the range to the entire dungeon. It seems I need to practice more whenever I have time, Lin Ling said, suddenly walking up to the broken tree and gently touching the tree core. The core material for the specialized robe is the light tree core, which is said to be very rare and only appears with hidden quests. I wonder if I can buy it. Lin Ling mumbled to himself and planned to head back, but not far into the woods, he suddenly heard voices. He listened closely and immediately understood that a team of professionals from the Xuandu base city had arrived. He didn't pay much attention and was about to leave when the approaching professionals noticed his presence. Friend, are you also here for the dungeon? Let's go together. Lin Ling turned around to see a group of weary professionals emerging from the woods. They clearly hadn't rested for a long time. These people bore 2 different insignias, indicating they were from 2 different teams. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ling realized one group was the rookie team of the War God Alliance, while the other was from the War Heaven Guild. Lin Ling, what are you doing here? Are you also here to run a dungeon? A captain from the War Heaven Guild recognized Lin Ling at a glance. Lin Ling had met this guy a few times. His name was Hao Daer, nicknamed Big Guy, and he was quite decent, having chatted with Lin Ling a few times. Yeah, Lin Ling replied briefly without saying much more. Lin Ling, think positively, it's not a big deal. That Xiao Yan is just a fool. The theories you've published are worth as much as a high-level combat professional. Besides, you're a high-level talent, so what if you level up slowly? Just take your time. Come on, let's go together. If the dungeon is relatively easy, I'll guide you through it later to grab some rewards. Hao Daer, tall and robust, said with a smile, Who the hell is your brother-in-law? I want all the good stuff on you. GMO entered Shangxi alone, using tricks and deception to raise the flag, clearing levels and leveling up, with bizarre skills. Destruction level forbidden spell named Tornado. Destruction level forbidden spell named Tornado. Item, Abyss Key, Category, Special Item, Item Analysis. Holding this item allows you to ignore dungeon cooldowns and enter the dungeon at any time. This item is for single use only. This thing is pretty good. Skill Book, Climax Technique, Level requirement, level 30, skill description, summons a river to form a wave up to 10 meters high, pushing back targets within the specified path and dealing 300 spell damage to the caster. This one is also good, I'll learn it. Fate Mage skill book, hair combustion technique level requirement, level 30 skill description, can curse a single target. The cursed individual will experience hair combustion when releasing skills within 3 days. After each combustion, there is a chance for a green mushroom to grow, which will provide the caster with 1 experience point per second. Upon seeing the skill description, even Lin Ling, the owner, couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. I actually exploded a rare Fate-type curse skill book. Fate-type mages are an extremely rare hidden profession. This profession usually appears as a secondary profession. Practitioners have a chance to awaken a secondary profession during their 2nd, 5th, or 8th transitions. Fate-type mages are rare, and skill books are even scarcer. The vast majority of Fate-type mages do not achieve much, primarily due to the rarity of skill books. However, once they reach the 5th transition, they will awaken a talent skill, prophecy, and 7th transition Fate-type mages can even advance prophecy to great prophecy. Fate-type magic is divided into 3 categories: curses, blessings, and prophecies. This hair combustion technique clearly belongs to the curse category. I'll learn it. Lin Ling did not hesitate at all. As an all-profession mage, he accepted all mage skill books without question. If this thing turns into a forbidden spell, a vivid image suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips, as if a little demon had appeared beside him, constantly tempting him to name this skill a forbidden spell. Lin Ling glanced at his skill bar, where the previously learned Gale technique was still in queue. Compared to this mushroom head, he still hoped to obtain an offensive forbidden spell, especially after his mental power had been refined. This group attack forbidden spell could also be used as a single target forbidden spell. However, the naming of forbidden spells was still far from cooling down. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the Heart of Cooldown, and a sly smile quietly appeared on his face. The second active skill of the Heart of Cooldown can designate any skill every 2 hours, instantly unlocking 1 usage per mission. At this moment, the skill was already in cooldown. With a thought, Lin Ling immediately chose the forbidden spell naming technique. The skill icon under the Heart of Cooldown immediately lit up. Name the Gale technique as Tornado. Naming successful, the Wind Magic skill Gale technique automatically upgrades to the Forbidden Magic Tornado. After casting, it releases a tornado in the specified direction. This tornado contains 10,800 wind blades, which can deal true damage to the target. The caster can control the size of the tornado with mental power, with a default size of 1 kilometer in diameter, a world-destroying storm. As you are a super god level practitioner, the system detects that you have successfully reached level 30, rewarding you with 1 opportunity to release a skill without consumption. After completing the 2nd transition task, you will receive even richer rewards. Lin Ling looked at the message on the system panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. 2 pieces of the Ming Wang set, and 1 is a holy equipment. If I can gather a full set, it can sell for at least several billion. Lin Ling did not check their attributes but instead focused on the taskbar. There, a task prompt was flashing with golden light. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly as he quickly clicked on the taskbar. Task, Alice's commission, task completion progress 601. Congratulations on completing Alice's commission task. Reward, permanent attribute increase of 200. You have automatically accepted the 2nd job transfer task starting to extract task difficulty. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have accepted a 5-star job transfer task requirements. Collect 5 rare items. Trader's token, not obtained. Legendary equipment 1 piece, obtained. Holy equipment, obtained. Silver first completion badge, obtained. Gold first completion badge, obtained. Feeling the significant boost in attributes, Lin Ling's smile never faded. Trader's token? What is that? Looking at the only item not obtained, Lin Ling's smile gradually faded. This item looked difficult to acquire, likely requiring a hefty sum to obtain. You guys, Lin Ling turned to look at the 4, but before he could finish his sentence, they had already taken out all their orange grade and above equipment. Lin Ling did not hold back and collected all the equipment, slowly saying, I need your help with something. If you get this done, you won't have to pay me back the money you owe. Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately showed expressions of wild joy. Boss Lin, just tell us what you need. My life was saved by you. I'll go through fire and water for you. Shang Biao said, his face flushed. After we go out, you all need to say that I was cursed, injured and unable to recover, and that I took all the orange-red equipment. You also need to help me block Zhang Meng. Boss Lin, what are you planning? Shang Biao asked, confused, but as soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly constricted. Lin Ling was going to filter out enemies and eliminate threats. It was serious. Don't ask so much. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Don't rest tonight. level up to 30 as fast as you can and complete the job transfer task. Don't leave the Xuanfu base city. If any warrior-related task prompts appear tomorrow afternoon, make sure to accept them, but don't rush in too aggressively. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the dungeon space suddenly darkened. The five were instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the outside world had already descended into chaos. Looking at the first completion announcement popping up on the public screen, too many people fell into a brief silence. The first completion of the ordinary difficulty novice area dungeon is not very difficult as long as you find the right technique. The first completion of the hard level dungeon has a high success rate as long as there are skills and the whole team's equipment can keep up. But the nightmare level dungeon's difficulty is a qualitative change. Especially in the novice area, many have not achieved the first completion for decades. After the second job transfer, it cannot be challenged. Before the second job transfer, there was no strength to challenge. And today, the fresh first completion announcement for the nightmare level novice area dungeon appeared before everyone's eyes. My god, am I seeing things? Someone actually completed the nightmare level novice area dungeon first? It's them again. They must be cheating. There must be something wrong. I can't even get past the ordinary level. Is this fake? It looks so fake. Fake? Show me how fake it is. It's definitely Yi Xiao. He's amazing. As long as the announcement has Yi Xiao, everything becomes so reasonable. I want to worship the great god. Meanwhile, abroad, it was a scene of gloom. Eagle Sauce Country, New Sheep Base City. Fuck, what the hell is going on with Cardia? I'll personally go to Dragon Country. John, Dragon Country has locked its borders. The War God Hall won't stand by. You might not come back. Then let the Terminators lurking in Dragon Country quickly gather in Xuanfu Base City. This Yisho definitely has big problems. Datong Base City. Kato is such a waste. Bang! Yamamoto Ichiro slammed his palm on the stone table in front of him, and the hard marble table instantly shattered into pieces. Mr. Yamamoto, a call from Kyoto, you must eliminate Ishio, a man dressed in samurai attire said, bowing his head. Then I will personally go to Xianfang. I don't believe that as a six-turn earth ninja, I can't kill a newcomer. As Yamamoto's words fell, his samurai outfit instantly transformed into a black bodysuit. However, a faint red glow emanated from the bodysuit, clearly indicating it was an epic level set. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a residual shadow that shot into the sky. The samurai in the courtyard looked in the direction where Yamamoto had disappeared, their eyes filled with admiration. Lord Yamamoto's flying skills are indeed remarkable. His speed must have surpassed Mach 5. It won't be long before he reaches Xianfang, and his invisibility talent cannot even be detected by a 7-turn powerhouse. The little author reflects, I wrote a bit too slowly in this segment of the Abyss Dungeon. I will speed up tomorrow. Thank you to all the friends who have been reading. No matter what, having your company is the happiest thing for me. Xiaokue. Thank you all for reading to the end. Killing the Big Head Army. Achieving the 2nd-turn talent source, Thunder. Love is like a gust of wind. Once it blows, it departs. Love is like a gust of wind. Once it blows, it departs. This sound came from all directions, making it impossible to tell where the person was. Yamamoto's pupils constricted suddenly, as if facing a great enemy. Lin Ling's breathing became rapid as well. The heavens looked down, always in an activated state, and the originally swaying blood-red light points suddenly crossed hundreds of miles to overlap with his coordinates. Who? Yamamoto shouted, simultaneously drawing his katana and slashing towards Lin Ling. This slash was extremely fast, giving Lin Ling no chance to dodge. Lin Ling's pupils suddenly shrank, and with a thought, he was about to teleport 1,000 miles away. However, at that critical moment, the blade's light suddenly stopped in mid-air. At that moment, it was as if time had frozen at the position of the blade's light. Yamamoto's expression changed again. His body instantly vanished from the spot and flew away into the distance. Under Lin Ling's gaze from the heavens, the red dot representing Yamamoto had already reached several dozen miles away. Just then, an old man in a white robe suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man softly began to chant. In the next second, time began to rapidly rewind, and the fleeing Yamamoto was unexpectedly pulled back. Lin Ling, don't worry, with me here, Zhang Shani is here. The little devils of Hua Island absolutely cannot harm you in the slightest, Zhang Shani said with a smile. In the next second, the blade's light that was aimed at Lin Ling suddenly changed direction and flew into Yamamoto's forehead with a thud. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed from Yamamoto's forehead, and his health bar was instantly emptied. A peak 6-turn earth ninja died right before Lin Ling. At that moment, even Lin Ling, having lived 3 lifetimes, couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Shani stepped forward and instantly arrived at Yamamoto Ichiro's corpse. However, he frowned slightly. Why is there no kill notification? Boom! Suddenly, Yamamoto's corpse on the ground exploded, and Zhang Shani teleported 5 meters away, but some blood still splattered on him. Damn it! Jiang Shani cursed, but before he could finish, his expression changed drastically. A poison notification appeared above his head, and his body fell into a 3-second immobilization state. The passive defensive treasure on Jiang Shani automatically released a protective shield, covering him from all angles. However, at that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Lin Ling. A gleaming dagger stabbed straight towards Lin Ling's back. Yamamoto Ichiro's talent skill, Shadow Clone. After using Shadow Clone, the clone would possess 1/3 of the main body's attributes, and all damage would become true damage. If the main body dies, the clone automatically becomes the main body after 7 days, losing 1 level. Unless both the main body and the clone die, Yamamoto Ichiro would not truly be killed. At that moment, Jiang Shani's expression changed drastically, filled with self-reproach and regret. He knew what 3 seconds meant for this child before him. The son of prophecy was about to fall due to his carelessness. However, at that moment, a strange song suddenly echoed through the forest. How lonely it is to be invincible. A cold dagger pierced Lin Ling's back, but a diamond armor appeared around his body. A huge crimson number floated above Lin Ling's head. At this scene, Yamamoto Ichiro and Jiang Shani both gasped in shock. Especially Yamamoto Ichiro, after that stab, felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart for some unknown reason. Just then, another melody rang out from all directions. Love blows in like a wind and leaves just as quickly. Such a rhythm leaves no one with any choice. The sense of crisis grew stronger, and Yamamoto Ichiro struck again. Another crimson number appeared, yet Lin Ling still did not fall. The diamond armor's 10 million health points played a crucial role at that moment. Yamamoto glared, knowing he had no chance to strike again. He stared intently at Lin Ling, fully aware that he should flee immediately. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Have you heard of a tornado? The ominous premonition intensified, and Yamamoto Ichiro turned to escape. But as he turned, a mass of air abruptly surrounded his body. This mass of air, with Lin Ling as the eye of the storm, instantly transformed into a massive tornado that shot up into the sky. In an instant, towering trees were uprooted, and swirling sand and stone shot into the sky as if to break through the heavens. Jiang Shani was stunned, his mouth agape, as cracks appeared in the shield around him. Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot veins. How is this possible? As his last words left his mouth, his body was like an ant before the colossal wind dragon, instantly swallowed by the tornado. Oh, love comes too quickly, just like a tornado, unable to escape the storm's embrace. Countless blades of wind ravaged within the tornado, and in the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Ichiro was reduced to a mere skeleton. The tornado moved toward the distance, resembling a cataclysmic disaster. In the vast abyssal forest, a vacuum zone 100 meters wide appeared. It wasn't until the tornado completely dissipated that Jiang Shani slowly regained his senses. He didn't even know when the immobilization state on him was lifted. At this moment, the shield around Jiang Shani had vanished, having completely collapsed before the tornado ended. The once spirited Deputy Hall Master Jiang now looked disheveled and ragged, resembling a refugee from Siberia. The flesh on his face twitched continuously, his eyes only reflecting the slightly emaciated figure and the miraculous jungle path that appeared before him. How is this even possible? What did I just see? Does anyone understand? A little guy who had just awakened for less than 2 days cast a forbidden spell in front of him and killed a 6-turn earth ninja. Who would believe this if it were told? Yet such an absurd thing truly happened. Jiang Shani's breathing began to quicken, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling as if he were looking at a treasure. At that moment, Jiang Shani had made a decision in his heart. He absolutely could not let Lin Ling roam free anymore. Lin Ling definitely held a great secret. Sensing Jiang Shani's gaze, Lin Ling remained completely vigilant. Eye of the Hero. Lin Ling looked at Jiang Shani and immediately activated the Eye of the Hero. Name, Jiang Shani. Codename, Jiang is still spicy in old age. Occupation, Grand Mage of Time, Grand Mage of Space. Talent, Level, Time and Space Believer. Level, 205, 2, Health, 15,323,000, Mana, 18,937,592. Physical Damage, 5,110,175, Magic Damage, 23,204,617. Stamina, 424,820. Strength, 146,005. Intelligence, 1,003,949. Agility, 150,092. Combat Power Rating, 84 stars. Seeing this attribute panel, even though Lin Ling was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. This is the panel of a 7th transition old mage? Over 10 million health, nearly 19 million mana. If Lin Ling had this mana, he could unleash 19 forbidden spells in a row. No wonder he could easily handle 6th transition Sakura ninjas. the gap between 7th and 6th transition is like an unfathomable chasm. Although he didn't sense any hostility from Jiang Shani, Lin Ling still felt a strong sense of caution in his heart. Should I keep this old guy around? If I use the Divine Mage's Reign, I could continuously release all forbidden spells. I wonder if I could take down a Grand Mage. Just a casual chat. I'm back again, asking, have you heard of Tornado and 1,000 Miles Away? Actually, old songs are quite nice, even if they reveal my age a bit. Wind system forbidden spell, exile the 7th transition Grand Mage top of the leaderboard, Dark Current surging fish die, nets break? Battle the Grand Mage fish die, nets break? Battle the Grand Mage. Jiang Shani tried to calm his emotions as he slowly turned to look at the pitiful, harmless boy beside him. My goodness, you really are a little monster. In Divine Realm, which has merged with reality for a century, no one has ever successfully transitioned to the 2nd level the next day. No one has ever dominated all categories in a single day. The concerns of the Lord are completely unnecessary. The growth of the Chosen One is unstoppable. If he used his leveling techniques to train other talents, it might also be a good choice. Jiang Shani thought to himself as he turned to Lin Ling. Little brother, reaching level 32 in 16 professions within 2 days? How did you level up? Lin Ling replied seriously, leveling up? I've never leveled up. I'm not interested in leveling. He suddenly remembered the tornado that had appeared earlier and the gust of wind that had blown him away. His old face twitched again uncontrollably. Aha! Jiang Shani let out a light hum, calming his emotions. Little brother, we need to have a good talk. My name is Jiang Shani, from the War God Hall. His tone tried to sound amiable and calm, but the turmoil in his heart could not be quelled. The shock Lin Ling brought him was layered, each layer being revolutionary. That terrifying leveling speed, the clean and efficient way he dispatched 6th transition ninjas, that utterly unscientific forbidden magic. Any one of these would be enough to look down on his peers. Those so-called prodigies seemed as tender as unweaned chicks in front of this boy. No wonder that girl Nan Shu was so infatuated with him. Moreover, these were clearly not all the highlights of this young man. He seemed to possess the ability of precognition. Thinking of this, Jiang Shani suddenly furrowed his brows. Young friend, I want to know everything about you, Jiang Shani suddenly said. The tone of this statement was firm, even somewhat aggressive. Jiang Shani clearly liked this boy immensely but still wanted to test Lin Ling's character. Sorry, I don't want to expose my talents. Once exposed, it will bring me a lot of trouble, Lin Ling said truthfully. Ha ha ha, don't worry, what talent haven't I seen? With me around, there won't be any trouble. Although Jiang Shani spoke with a smile, his tone deliberately carried a hint of undeniable authority. Lin Ling instantly narrowed his eyes, and the divine reign of the law appeared quietly in his hand. I said I don't want my secret to be known by anyone. If you insist on forcing me, I'd rather die with the net broken, Lin Ling said in a deep voice, his gaze firmly locked on the light point lurking in the shadows. After the leaderboard appeared, that light point began to move again, albeit slowly, with Lin Ling still its target. Lin Ling knew that this person was about to make a move, and since that was the case, he might as well show off his muscles in front of Jiang Shani. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shani couldn't hold back any longer. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been? Finally, someone dares to speak to me like this again, and it's a young brat at that. But, I like it. Ha ha ha, too bad I don't have a daughter or granddaughter. Then let me see how capable you are, you little brat. A sudden sense of wicked amusement arose in Jiang Shani's heart. He wanted to see how this kid would go down with him. The aura around him suddenly changed, enveloping Lin Ling with a presence akin to heavenly might. However, at that moment, an extremely dangerous omen suddenly appeared in Jiang Shani's heart. At the same time, a diamond armor appeared around Lin Ling. He used the divine reign of the law in sync. Although this item was incredibly precious and Jiang Shani had a good reputation, Lin Ling still couldn't reveal his greatest secret to this old man he had known for less than half an hour. Since negotiation was impossible, he might as well defend his dignity with strength. As long as he could subdue this old guy, there might be unexpected gains. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Successfully used divine reign of the law. All skills enter no cooldown and no state for 120 seconds. Countdown 120, 119, 118. The sky suddenly changed color, and blood-red clouds covered a radius of 100 miles. Yo yo! The Lingxiao celestial deer suddenly let out a mournful cry, trembling violently as it rapidly fell toward the ground. This scene instantly changed Jiang Shani's expression. The Lingxiao celestial deer was a demigod-level divine beast, and its combat power was not inferior to Jiang Shani's at all. For the Lingxiao celestial deer to feel fear meant that it sensed a presence that could threaten it. Jiang Shani suddenly looked up at the sky, the wrinkles on his face quickly gathering, his eyes filled with horror. Could this phenomenon in the sky be a forbidden spell? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chaotic medley of songs echoed in the air. accompanying you to watch the meteor shower fall on this earth, the purple lightning, this mysterious true flame, the sword hanging in the sky transforms the world, the eaves like cliffs, the wind chimes like the vast sea, we wait for the swallows to return. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have fallen into a frenzied state. He released 16 meteor showers in one breath, and the number of meteors raining down in the sky had become terrifyingly dense. This was simply too exhilarating. This was the ultimate essence of being a forbidden spell master. With no consumption, no cooldown, and instant casting of forbidden spells, Lin Ling completely transformed into a forbidden spell Katyusha. Meteor showers, thunder, and tornadoes rained down like they were free, striking 30 meters behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling could clearly feel that the 7th turn powerhouse 30 meters away harbored extreme killing intent toward him. Since you want to kill me, then I'm sorry, but you can be the chicken in this kill the chicken to scare the monkey scenario. This scene left Jiang Shani frozen in place. The forbidden spell is good, but unfortunately, the accuracy is lacking. Jiang Shani looked bewildered, but at that moment, there was someone even more bewildered than him. The hidden Aolifo had originally planned to make a move, but suddenly realized that the plot seemed to be going awry. This little guy seemed to be about to clash with the great mage of the Dragon Kingdom, which suddenly gave him an urge to watch the show. What he didn't expect was that this kid could unleash such a violent fire-type forbidden spell. Even more unexpected was that these forbidden spells actually fell on his head. As a 7th turn assassin, how could he not have life-saving items? A large black bowl instantly covered Aolifo's head. That night, there was a blood bar with a staggering 80 million health points, enough to withstand 2 forbidden spell attacks from a great mage. But when those fire meteors fell from the sky, he instantly widened his eyes. The number of these fire meteors is at least equivalent to 10 fire-type forbidden spells. This is just outrageous. Before Aolif could react, the monstrous song in the sky suddenly changed. 8 massive tornadoes reached from the heavens to the earth. Countless wind blades rampaged through the air as if they were going to strangle everything in this space. Spherical lightning danced and leaped between heaven and earth, casting a ghostly purple hue over the landscape. The area within 100 miles had completely transformed into a doomsday world. The large bowl above Aolif's head was instantly shattered. At that moment, it was already fragile, and he himself was wiped out without even enduring a single wave of forbidden spells. Lin Ling looked at the kill notification that popped up before him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. There's still time for forbidden spells, old man. Why don't you feel it for yourself? In the next second, the forbidden spell swept toward Jiang Shani. At this moment, the entire northern region of the Dragon Kingdom was shaken. Within 100 miles, all practitioners, whether newcomers or veterans, were stunned in place. Can someone tell me what happened? Could it be that a group of great mages is fighting nearby? What a disaster! I was grinding rabbits in Xuanfu and got hit by a forbidden spell. I fled to Qiuilan City to grind goblins and got hit by a forbidden spell again. How did I end up in the capital and still get hit by a forbidden spell? One day, I will stand at the peak and let newcomers experience the feeling of being enveloped by forbidden spells. All base cities within 1,000 miles simultaneously sounded the red alert. Almost all strong practitioners above the 5th transition rushed to this place with all their might. They either rode warplanes, tamed beasts, or flew through the air. But as soon as they approached within 100 miles, they could not advance another step. Who had ever seen such a scene? Who could simultaneously unleash dozens of forbidden spells? Above a 100-meter-long giant azure dragon stood a middle-aged man clad in silver heavy armor. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's War God Hall, the 7th transition Sky Knight Zhong Wugai. Did the Americans attack? Zhong Wugai's expression was extremely grave. Beside him stood another middle-aged man in silver light armor. He held a silver longbow, his hawk-like nose and eyes fixed intently on the front, as if trying to see through the layers of tornadoes. Nani, vice leader of the War God Hall, 7 transition sharpshooter, the strongest archer guarding the Dragon Kingdom. It shouldn't be the Americans, haven't you noticed? These forbidden spells haven't caused any harm to those leveling practitioners, Nani said. Old 2, charge in. This place is too close to the capital, no matter who it is, Zhong Wugai said in a deep voice, but before he could finish, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before the 2. No need to worry. Everyone go back. Announce to the public that our War God Hall is testing a secret weapon, and tell the people not to panic. Zhou Weiyan's voice rang out in the air. Zhong Wugai and Nani both bowed and turned to fly back to the imperial capital. Zhou Weiyan's gaze passed through the storm and landed on Lin Ling's face. No wonder that girl is so infatuated, if only she were 20 years younger. The Great Mage's Compromise, the forbidden spell of the Fate system named Harvesting Ace Warplanes. Lin Ling let out a long breath, feeling much more comfortable. Everything was developing according to his expectations. In fact, Lin Ling could also feel that compared to his previous life, the country valued him much more now. He was now certain that the person mailing him the Warring State's red, Yin Nanshu, was definitely affiliated with the state, and Jiang Shani's appearance this time indicated many things. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for him to attack the capital. That would be tantamount to treason, and treason was something Lin Ling would never do. But when it comes to reaping benefits, he would definitely not hold back. Wasn't this fight just to fully demonstrate his value and gain more resources? He wasn't unwilling to reveal his trump card to the country, but rather needed an attitude that belonged to the nation. As the Vice Lord of the War God Hall, Jiang Shani's vows already carried enough weight to represent the country's stance. The army of the undead and the phenomena in the sky vanished in an instant. Jiang Shani, on the opposite side, saw the faint smile at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth and suddenly felt a heaviness in his heart. Why did it feel like he had fallen into someone's trap? Let's leave here first. You wouldn't want to expose yourself, would you? Jiang Shani said irritably. What he really wanted to say was that it would be embarrassing to be discovered in such a sorry state, but wasn't it a bit too abnormal that this kid could take down a level 7 assassin in an instant? However, Lin Ling showed a sheepish smile. Elder Jiang, just a moment. At that moment, his system interface was already flooded with numerous messages. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the official Hall fish monster, gaining 50,000 experience. Congratulations, your lightning mage profession has been upgraded to level 32. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the flower thief of the lower garden, gaining 2,500 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the giant of Badaling Mountain, gaining 60,000 experience. Congratulations, your summoning mage profession has been upgraded to level 33. Congratulations, you have killed the elite magic orb of the Deer Cave, gaining 100,000 experience. Congratulations. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the polluted Great Wall Guard, gaining 150,000 experience. Congratulations, your Fate Mage profession has been upgraded to level 40. Friendly reminder, as you are a full profession mage, all professions have now been upgraded to level 40 and need to be manually unsealed to continue leveling up. Unsealing level requires materials, essence of the Sand City Wine Ghost, saliva of the Cave Magic Orb, and the waist badge of the polluted Great Wall Guard. Is there anything else? Jiang Shani asked. I need some materials. Lin Ling listed the required unsealing materials one by one. Jiang Shani frowned slightly. These materials differed significantly from what the War God Hall had prepared for Lin Ling, indicating that he had underestimated the growth difficulty of the favored one of the rules. As the Vice Lord of the War God Hall, it should have been easy for him to procure some materials, but the Great Wall Guard's waist badge was not so easy to obtain. This item was related to a secret dungeon of the War God Hall, and the guard's waist badge was a core resource, a necessary item to unlock the dungeon, with all the badges in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. I can give you these things right now, but the guard's waist badge will have to wait. Even if you want to buy it, you can't. Lin Ling said nothing more, nodded, and accepted the other materials. Since Jiang Shani couldn't produce the guard's waist badge, it seemed genuinely difficult to obtain. Alright, then I'll wait for your good news, Lin Ling said. Are we ready? Let's hurry and leave, those old guys are probably on their way, Jiang Shani urged anxiously. Just a moment, Lin Ling said with an awkward smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of equipment fell from the sky, quickly piling up into a small mountain in front of him. This time, the area covered by the forbidden spell was vast, and the harvest was much richer than in previous casts. Under Jiang Shani's astonished gaze, Lin Ling waved his hand, and all the equipment was collected. Lin Ling glanced at the countdown for the reign of the Divine Mage and found that there were only a few seconds left, which made him feel delighted. Time was tight, and he immediately began to use the naming technique for the forbidden spell in his mind. Rename the water magic tidal wave to Raging Waves. Naming successful, the water magic tidal wave automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Raging Waves. After casting the skill, the area within 100 miles transforms into a vast ocean, with huge waves repelling designated targets and causing massive damage. The first water-based forbidden spell was born in an instant, and Lin Ling couldn't help but smile slightly. During the use of the Divine Rain Dew, releasing any skills will not affect normal operations. If you can use it, why not? Who would complain about having too many forbidden spells? Glancing at the last 30 seconds of the Rain Dew countdown, I continued to name. I named the hair explosion technique as Human Fireworks. Naming successful, the Fate System skill Hair Explosion book automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Human Fireworks. After the skill is cast, targets within the designated area will be cursed and cannot evade it. Cursed individuals will experience hair explosions during emotional fluctuations within 7 days. After each explosion, there is a chance to grow a green mushroom, which will provide the caster with 10 experience points per second. Lin Ling looked at the system panel with a wicked smile. Tomorrow the Demon King will appear. All you brave ones, if you grow green mushrooms on your heads, don't blame me, hee hee hee. Lin Ling scanned the skill list again, only to find that the status indicator for the Divine Rain Dew had completely disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Shani looked at Lin Ling, who was silent yet animated, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. My Divine Rain Dew. Lin Ling couldn't help but cry out in despair. The Divine Rain Dew was truly a wonderful thing. This exclamation immediately made Jiang Shani understand. No wonder this kid could continuously release so many forbidden spells. It turned out he had used the Divine Rain Dew. Kid, how can you use forbidden spells? Jiang Shani suddenly asked. Lin Ling replied nonchalantly, I have a unique hidden class that allows me to upgrade already acquired skills to forbidden spells with money. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shani immediately looked skeptical. Kid, why do I find it hard to believe you? Believe it or not, I really need money, Lin Ling said with a look of indifference. Hey, you little brat, what compensation do you want? Regardless of the truth, Lin Ling being able to cast forbidden spells after his second class change was definitely true. Thinking back to the apocalyptic scene earlier, Jiang Shani's eyes suddenly lit up. If Lin Ling developed well, no wonder he was the child of prophecy. Only such a prodigy could help the Dragon Kingdom through a crisis. At that moment, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if the whole world saw him in a sorry state. I just used 2 bottles of Divine Rain Dew to resist your bullying. You owe me, Lin Ling said shamelessly. Divine Rain Dew? Jiang Shani's face twitched, but thinking of Lin Ling's importance, he smiled again. Damn it, I only have 3 bottles in total, take them. Lin Ling looked at the 3 bottles of Divine Rain Dew in his hand and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. 3 bottles of Divine Rain Dew meant he had obtained 3 experience cards for the forbidden spell Katyusha. What else do you need? Just ask, I'll try to satisfy you as much as I can. With the support of the Hall Master behind him, Jiang Shani said generously. Lin Ling, that deer of yours is not bad. Jiang Shani, you see, I originally level up slowly, I can't waste time on the road. Lin Ling put on a pitiful look again. No way, it won't work for anyone, Lulu is impossible to give to you, do whatever you want. Jiang Shani scolded, but then worried that he had been too harsh. He pondered for a moment. I have a fighter jet that I haven't used for years, if you want it, take it. I also have a flight skill book, I'll give that to you too. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red alien fighter jet appeared out of thin air on the ground. The jet resembled an ancient ferocious beast, made of an unknown material, and its overall shape was like a finely carved piece of red agate. Below, 16 laser cannons faintly emitted a cold light, instilling fear at first glance. Lin Ling instinctively used the hero's eye and immediately received information about the fighter jet. Item, Phantom Fighter Jet, Level, King Level, Speed, 10 Mach, Main Weapon, 16 laser cannons, Comprehensive Evaluation, one of the top 10 ace fighter jets of Blue Star, its value is incalculable. King Level? It's actually a King Level fighter jet? Lin Ling's heart raced. Gmo's top-tier fighter jet was nothing compared to this one. This is a skill book for summoning flying pets, and you need to be level 45 to use it. Here, take it. This book is rare and quite valuable, Jiang Shani said, tossing a skill book over. Lin Ling caught the skill book, and his eyes lit up again. I'm back to interact with you all. I woke up super early today, so I wrote 3 chapters. Surprised? Unexpected? I'm asking for updates, free little gifts, and written reviews. There were indeed many plot points that I didn't handle well before, and I'll take time to improve the storyline. Now, I want a child. I want a rating. I heard that 50 written reviews will do, so please, all you handsome guys and beautiful ladies. The invitation from the War God Hall. Join the War God Hall? Lin Ling's gaze flickered slightly. He didn't expect it to be the most mysterious and powerful War God Hall in the Dragon Nest. The resources and rights enjoyed by the members of the War God Hall were on a completely different level from those of ordinary Dragon Nest members. Both are top-tier universities. The former is Qingbei, and the latter is 92. The gap is self-evident. Normally, one must first enter the Dragon Nest and then go through selection to join the War God Hall. Jiang Shani immediately noticed Lin Ling's subtle emotional change. His eyes narrowed slightly, a smile like flowing light passing through his gaze. Youth is still youth. You're excited, right? Surprised? Unexpected? He thought to urge again, so, how about it? Do you want to join the War God Hall and become the captain of the War God team? However, just as he imagined Lin Ling nodding enthusiastically in agreement, Lin Ling suddenly countered, do my future team members have to be arranged by you? Jiang Shani was slightly taken aback, seemingly not understanding why he asked that. Of course, all team members need to go through layers of selection. Don't worry, they will definitely be the strongest newcomers of the year. By then, you'll lead them to rise rapidly and give the whole world a big surprise. Then I refuse to be the captain of the War God team, Lin Ling suddenly said. As soon as he said this, Jiang Shani's face was filled with doubt. Why? Give me a reason. I want to form my own team, Lin Ling said honestly. Since he was going to lead people, wouldn't it be better to lead his own brothers? Who knows if some people would sneak in through back doors. Lin Ling didn't like giving the initiative to others. It was better to hold his own fate in his hands. A strange light flashed in Jiang Shani's eyes as he stared intently at Lin Ling. Good kid, you have quite an ambition. Do you know what the War God team represents in the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Nest battle teams represent the strongest elites of the Dragon Kingdom, while the War God team is the strongest elite within the Dragon Nest. Are you really going to give up this honor? I've already made up my mind. I'm confident I can crush all teams, including the War God team. If I have to lead people, I'll only lead those I want to lead. Lin Ling was neither humble nor arrogant, showing no intention of compromise. At that moment, their conversation suddenly fell into a stalemate, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but joke. However, if Brother Jiang is willing to let me form an independent team, I wouldn't mind being Li Yunlong again. What independent team, Li Yunlong? Jiang Shani's confusion deepened. Lin Ling touched his nose, realizing that there was no Li Yunlong on Blue Star. I mean to set up a team that is on par with the War God team but is not subject to anyone's control. If there's a dungeon we need to participate in, just issue the task, and as for how to fight and clear it, that will be up to me alone, Lin Ling said. He had made his request very clear. He wanted the War God Hall to grant him authority. However, Lin Ling only mentioned it casually, not really expecting the other party to agree. He was confident that he could lead his brothers all the way, relying on his own abilities to join the Dragon Nest and break into the War God team. However, what he did not expect was that at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. I agree to your request. You can form an independent regiment and select your own members to build the team. You will have full responsibility for personnel changes within the independent regiment. The independent regiment will be under the War God Hall and can enjoy the same treatment as the War God team, participating in all internal dungeons of the Dragon Nest. As the commander of the independent regiment, I represent the military of the Dragon Kingdom to grant you the rank of Major General, with the authority to mobilize a group army from the War God Hall, equivalent to a group army commander. Additionally, I can provide you with 500 billion in team growth funds, but I require that all members of your independent regiment must rank within the top 100 of the newcomer championship dungeon. If you can achieve this, the establishment of the independent regiment will be officially effective and announced nationwide. If you cannot, all of the above will be void, and the people you recruit will return where they came from, while you obediently become the captain of the War God team. Lin Ling suddenly turned around and saw Zhou Weiyun, dressed in elegant white, appearing behind him. You are? Lin Ling had a vague suspicion in his heart but couldn't help but ask. My name is Zhou Weiyun, the head of the War God Hall, and I am also Zhou Mingyan's mother and Yan Hongtian's wife, Zhou Weiyun said slowly with a faint smile on her face. Lin Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he had known about the arrival of the person behind him for a long time, he had never dared to turn around. At this moment, he realized that the legendary private financial group, Yunmeng Group, was also a state-owned enterprise. The so-called number one entrepreneur of the Dragon Kingdom was actually the head of the War God Hall. Moreover, she was Zhou Mingyan's mother, and Lin Ling suddenly felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to address her. Seeing him like this, Zhou Weiyun smiled gently. Alright, don't be nervous, just call me Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou, hello. Lin Ling didn't even know why his cheeks were faintly flushed. Haha, Lin, my little brother is shy. Don't be nervous. I was the same when I met my mother-in-law back in the day. Jiang Shani suddenly laughed. Get lost. A light shout came, and a ball of light suddenly smashed into Jiang Shani. His body bizarrely appeared dozens of meters away, but his head had merged with a fir tree, leaving only his body twisting outside the trunk. At that moment, Zhou Weiyun also became a bit reserved. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up in front of Lin Ling. The head of the War God Hall invites your team to join the War God Hall. Do you want to merge the Heavenly Court team into the War God Hall? Lin Ling did not expect that his casual mention would actually lead to an invitation to join. He glanced at Zhou Weiyun and then confirmed. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the War God Hall. The War God Hall grants you the title of Commander of the Independent Regiment. Please name the Independent Regiment. Ling Tian. Lin Ling responded. Naming successful, Ling Tian Independent Regiment created. Team Management System activated. Team name, War God Hall Ling Tian Independent Regiment. Unauthorized, number of teams within the regiment. 1. Number of team members. 2. Team name, Heavenly Court Team. Team dungeon not cleared. Team will be activated when the number of members exceeds 3. Just as Lin Ling felt a bit regretful about not knowing how many members the independent regiment actually had, a system message suddenly popped up. Heavenly Court Team Vice Captain GMO invites Wan Yilin to successfully join the team. Lin Ling was momentarily stunned, this was indeed a case of needing something and getting it. However, he didn't understand how Ji Haigu managed to bring Wang Yilin into the team. But soon, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. He originally planned to make a trip to Chang'an and Baishan before successfully completing his second transition. He had funded those two guys for 3 years without ever meeting them. If they had combat talent, he wouldn't mind playing with them. Just then, a message from the team system appeared again. Detected that the team size has reached 3, team activated. Below is a blessing from the War God Hall, which takes effect immediately. Lin Ling stared in shock at the values that popped up on the screen. Just as he got the sword, the Zhao family's neck stretched out. Weaken life skills? When the time comes, I'll name the forbidden spell to teach them a lesson. Weaken life skills? When the time comes, I'll name the forbidden spell to teach them a lesson at the Swanyufu Base City Mayor's office. At this moment, the presidents of the major guilds in Swanyufu Base City gathered together. Mayor Bai Haishan sat in the main seat, his brows tightly knitted. Mayor Bai, say something. Lin Ling, my Zhang AI guild wants him, said Yi Tianming, the president of the Zhang AI guild, standing up. What do you mean your Zhang AI guild wants him? When Lin Ling just awakened, it was my Zhan Tian guild that extended the olive branch to him first. If anyone is to take him, it should be us. Lei Zhantian, the president of the Zhan Tian guild, looked at Yi Tianming defiantly. Old Lei, who was it that pretended to have something to do when he first heard Lin Ling was a waste talent and ran away? I remember the first to flee was you, Lei Zhantian. A wave of mockery arose, and Shen Xiaomeng, the leader of the War God Alliance, knowing he had no chance, added fuel to the fire. Chan Xia. Just as Lei Zhantian was about to get angry, Mayor Bai Haishan suddenly shouted, "Enough!" The 3 guild leaders shivered simultaneously and looked at Bai Haishan. Don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. When he needed you, you ignored him. Now that you know Lin Ling is Yi Xiu, you want to recruit him? Dream on! Bai Haishan's face was ashen, and he felt deep regret. He simply couldn't understand. Clearly, it was said that the favored one of the level rules was a waste talent. So how could Lin Ling be so strong? Just because of a set of holy gear? Although the holy gear was indeed important, could anyone just wear it and clear the nightmare level abyss dungeon? He wouldn't believe that for anything. But surely the higher-ups couldn't be lying to them, right? Mayor Bai, didn't you say he was a waste? Could we leave? Exactly, now more and more people are asking Lin Ling to hand over the holy gear. But that's holy gear. High-level holy gear can be bought with money, but the holy gear for beginners, not to mention having seen it, we've never even heard of it. Old Lei is right, Lin Ling will eventually grow. This gear will eventually need to be replaced. If such a treasure stays in Swanyufu, won't we have a top newcomer every year? We must get Lin Ling to join the guild. Our 3 guilds are at least level 2 guilds. Besides Yazi, we are the biggest here. He definitely won't return to Yazi after being expelled, and maybe we'll have a chance. Bai Haishan's eyes suddenly lit up. I have an idea. Why don't you 3 join forces to form a brand new guild, like calling it the Love God Guild? This way, you can also rank up to a level 1 guild. That's right, Lin Ling is just a newcomer, with no backing and no resources. When the time comes, we guild leaders will personally go find him, giving him enough face. Good idea, let's pool 100 million for his development funds. When he sees 100 million, won't he be so happy he sings and dances? Just as the guild leaders were excited, the mayor's secretary, Xiao Wang, suddenly rushed in. Lin Ling is back, he's probably home now, the mayor's secretary said. The 3 guild leaders' eyes brightened instantly. Old Bai, the new guild is up to you. We're going to his house to find him right now. Don't worry, we will definitely keep Lin Ling in Swanyufu. As they finished speaking, the 3 quickly rushed outside. Let Xiao Wang accompany you, he represents me fully. Lin Ling should give him some face. Mayor Bai's voice rang out, and Secretary Xiao Wang immediately followed. Lin Ling's home. Kid, this design. Hey, you even made a specialized weapon? Zhang Shani picked up a draft of the specialized weapon design in surprise. Lin Ling leisurely took a sip from a bottle of ice-cold cola before saying, Brother Jiang, do you want to change your clothes? At that moment, Zhang Shani looked like a refugee, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. Previously, he had worried about being laughed at for his appearance, but ever since Lin Ling joined the God of War Hall, the old man seemed to care less about it. The expression on his face even had a hint of pride. It seemed that having fought alongside Lin Ling had become something he could boast about for 10 years. TCH, don't mind the details. I'm asking you, are you very interested in specialized weapons? Zhang Shani asked with a smirk. Lin Ling was too lazy to waste words with him and directly threw over the Ling Tian staff. Zhang Shani caught the staff, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wow, you really made one, but upgrading this staff will be difficult. Zhang Shani suddenly shook his head. Lin Ling frowned, looking at Zhang Shani in confusion. I've already tested it, as long as the materials are sufficient, it can be upgraded. Jiang Shani shook his head again. If specialized weapons were that easy to make, who would spend a lot of money on equipment? Lin Ling didn't speak, but the confusion in his eyes deepened. Do you think having a blueprint, learning basic life forging skills, and having materials will allow you to continuously upgrade the specialized weapons level? Jiang Shani raised his eyebrows. Isn't that the case? Lin Ling asked. Of course not. Jiang Shani took out a silver staff. After successfully embedding level 60 materials, you'll find that your life forging panel can't continue to upgrade the specialized weapon at all. This seemingly simple thing contains many techniques you can't even imagine. Moreover, the blueprints made with ordinary simulators have inherent flaws and cannot successfully embed the final upgrade materials. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. This was indeed the first time he had heard of it. After all, in his previous life, he had only obtained the core blueprints released by the United States. In this life, he had spent 3 years thoroughly understanding these blueprints and then improved them into designs he could use. He thought that the simulation design program at the level of the Yazi Guild would meet his needs. Now it seemed he had been somewhat naive. Brother Jiang, how can I continue to upgrade my specialized weapon? Lin Ling humbly sought advice. First, you need to find a way to raise your life profession skill level. This is too time-consuming. I suggest you don't do it yourself. Let me help you find a high-level forger from the God of War Hall. Although the specialized weapon made by others won't perfectly fit you, the quality will be much higher than what you, a novice, can produce, Jiang Shani said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly smiled lightly. No need, Brother Jiang. I still plan to do it myself. Low profession skill level? How about the forbidden spell naming technique? Lin Ling was already looking forward to turning his forging skills into a forbidden spell level. You little brat. Are you really going to turn your forging skills into a forbidden spell level too? Jiang Shani said irritably, but as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened. Why not? If you really want to do it yourself, you'll need to find a high-level forging laboratory. The God of War Hall has one, but you'll need to go through procedures to use it. This falls under the jurisdiction of Tu Nani, and he will definitely make things difficult for you. Alternatively, you can look for those large institutions in the Kyoto base city. I have an old friend who is the president of the Kyoto Forging Guild. I can give you a heads up, and you can borrow the laboratory. He shouldn't refuse out of respect for me, or if you have the ability, you can find his daughter. That girl, although she looks delicate, is a specialized weapon manufacturing fanatic. She can provide you with some useful experience. Jiang Shani finished speaking in one breath and handed the Ling Tian staff back to Lin Ling. Brother Jiang, doesn't the Forging Guild's laboratory open to the public? Lin Ling asked. If money could solve the problem, he didn't want to waste favors. Ha ha ha. You can try your luck, but that girl Qiu Yi has a bit of a fiery temper, so don't get kicked out, Jiang Shani said. Lin Ling nodded, already determined in his heart to complete the Black Mountain Demon King task tomorrow and then check out the Kyoto base city. I wonder how Meng Yan and Li Jingliang are doing. Thinking of the Black Mountain Demon King task, Lin Ling couldn't help but recall his teammates from the past 3 years, Ye Zi and the others, with whom he had spent every day. Although they had gone their separate ways, Lin Ling understood that many things in the world were beyond one's control. At least for the past 3 years, Li Jingliang and the others had been his best friends. Brother Jiang, does the War God Hall accept equipment? Lin Ling suddenly asked, pulling his thoughts back. Open the guild panel. The War God Hall is a national organization, and our Dragon Country's national team naturally belongs to a special level guild. Inside, there's a guild shop where you can scan the equipment you want to sell, and a specialist will quickly evaluate your items. You can exchange them for dragon coins or points, Jiang Shani explained. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the guild interface, where he indeed saw the guild shop. He quickly took out useless equipment, and soon the quotes popped up, surprisingly not less than what the Yunming Trading Hall offered. When he took out the perfect set obtained from the Sakura Country Ninja, it surprisingly generated a long string of numbers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. 100 million? Lin Ling licked his lips. This perfect ghost sword set was worth 100 million? He had found several sets, and he also had a legendary set from Yamamoto Ichiro. After scanning all the items for sale, the transaction amount on the system interface had already reached 5 billion. Looking at that long string of numbers, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile broadly. It would be great if the Sakura country sent more ninjas. You little brat, your mental power awakened at 120? Jiang Shani suddenly asked. Lin Ling nodded. Wait until you reach the third transition. I'll find a way to get you some treasures to enhance your mental power. The importance of mental power is no less than that of the four-dimensional attributes, Jiang Shani said. Lin Ling looked puzzled. Is mental power really a thing? Don't professionals rely entirely on attributes? What use is mental power? Mental power determines the upper limit of a professional and is crucial for whether a 9-transition professional can become a god. Jiang Shani said solemnly, "Become a god?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Can one really become a god? The three presidents were frightened. Of course, Jiang Shani said with burning eyes, the divine realm is actually the place where the gods reside. It not only has the original gods but also many strong professionals above the 10 transitions. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly sparkled. No matter how many lifetimes he lived, gods were extremely mysterious to him. 8 transitions were the limit of his previous vision. Now he was hearing about 9 and 10 transitions, and it seemed there were quite a few. Seemingly sensing Lin Ling's confusion, Jiang Shani smiled and said, "The Divine Realm game integrates not only Blue Star but also other life planets. They are unknown distances from Blue Star, but in the Divine Realm, all civilizations integrated by the Divine Realm can gather together." Alright, those things are too far away for me. I'll take it step by step. Keeping a low profile and steadily pushing forward, Lin Ling said with a smile. Low profile? Steadily pushing forward is called low profile? Jiang Shani shot Lin Ling a glance. "Little guy, I have to go back. If you need anything, contact me anytime, and I'll rush over as fast as I can." "Are you leaving just like that?" Lin Ling looked at Jiang Shani, feeling a hint of reluctance in his heart. After spending some time together, he found that the old man was quite nice. "What kind of look is that? Are you reluctant to part with this old guy?" Jiang Shani joked. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him. "What are you joking about? Why would I be reluctant to part with you?" Jiang Shani's smile remained as he pushed the door and left. Lin Ling shook his head and refocused on his special weapon. He would soon reach level 60, and at that point, the level 10 holy set would no longer hold such an advantage. Although Lin Ling felt that Jiang Shani's words were true, he still wanted to try it out for himself. Just then, a loud and rough knocking came from outside. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Was the old man back again? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard an arrogant voice from outside. "Is Lin Ling home? Open the door quickly. The 3 presidents of the Ace Hen Guild from the Xuandu base city have come to personally deliver money to you." Lin Ling's brows furrowed. The speaker's tone was quite unpleasant, even giving off a sense of superiority. Lin Ling stepped forward and gently opened the door, only to see 4 people standing outside. These 4 were not strangers to him. The mayor's secretary, Xiao Wang, the presidents of the 3 major guilds in Xuandu. "Is there something you need?" Lin Ling asked. "Xiaolin, today I represent the mayor's office of Xuandu Base City." The mayor's secretary, Xiao Wang, immediately adopted an official tone to start his speech. Lin Ling frowned slightly and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy." Xiao Wang was interrupted and a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. However, knowing the purpose of today's visit, he forced a smile and said, "Xiaolin, you're quite lucky to have obtained a holy set. Today, we specifically brought you some great news." Lin Ling looked at Xiao Wang in confusion, waiting for him to continue. The 3 major guilds of Xuandu, the War God Alliance, the War Heaven Guild, and the Love Burial Guild have merged into the Ace Hen Guild, officially becoming a first-level guild. Today, we specially invite you to become a member of the Ace Hen Guild, which is on par with the Yazi Guild. You should be well aware of what a guild means. How about it? Our sincerity is quite sufficient, right? As Xiao Wang spoke, his chin unconsciously lifted slightly. "Not interested." Bang! Lin Ling said as he directly closed the door. Looking at the tightly shut security door, the 4 were left dumbfounded. How outrageous! This Lin Ling really doesn't know what's good for him. So arrogant and reckless. Xiao Wang's face turned red with anger, his chest heaving. "Secretary Wang, your attitude is the problem. We are here to invite Lin Ling to join the guild, and why didn't you mention the reward money?" Yi Tianming from the Love Burial Guild anxiously reminded. Only then did Xiao Wang show a hint of a forced smile. He usually got patted on the back and unconsciously felt a sense of superiority. He took a deep breath and spoke again. "Lin Ling, come out for a moment. I haven't finished speaking. We are really very sincere." Lin Ling yanked the door open, looking disgusted. "Are you done yet?" Seeing him like this, Xiao Wang forced a smile. "As long as you agree to join the Ace Hen Guild, we will reward you with 100 million dragon coins on the spot." At that moment, he felt as if he could already see the joy flashing in Lin Ling's eyes. To him, the number 100 million was astronomical, not just for Lin Ling, but even for him as the mayor's secretary. However, the next second, "No need, not interested." Bang! The security door was slammed shut again. This is simply outrageous. What kind of attitude is this? Xiao Wang instantly exploded with rage. Could it be that Lin Ling doesn't even care about 100 million? After all, he has achieved the first kill of 2 and cleared the Abyss Dungeon 3 times, President Lei said bitterly. "Old Lei, don't joke around. What good equipment can drop in the novice area? The dungeon rewards a few epic items at most, which can sell for a few million at best. How could he possibly not care about 100 million? Exactly, that's 100 million. I've saved for most of my life and only have a net worth of 500 million. A few people were talking, and the more they spoke, the angrier they became. Lin Ling, you better think it through. Don't let temporary fame and fortune cloud your judgment. That's 100 million. If you don't seize this opportunity today, you'll be begging others to take you in tomorrow. Secretary Xiaowan completely tore off the facade, banging on the door while shouting angrily. The three presidents behind him also had grim expressions. They were all prominent figures, and it was rare for them to be treated so coldly. Oof, what a big deal. Exactly, the two of us are at least fourth-turn seniors, and old Chen is a fifth-turn knight. The three of them expressed their dissatisfaction, exchanging words. Just then, an elderly voice suddenly rang out behind the four of them. What are you all doing? Step aside. Xiao Wang, already fuming, coldly retorted, Who are you? Can't you see that our four big shots are being locked out? However, he didn't finish his sentence before abruptly stopping. The old man in front of him looked like a refugee, but that face was all too familiar. Wasn't this Jiang Shani, one of the three vice leaders of the War God Hall? There were several portraits of great figures on the wall of the mayor's office, and this was one of them. A seventh-turn archmage had come to the Jianfu base city? Jiang. Xiao Wang stammered, trembling, but the words wouldn't come out. Step aside. Jiang Shani's expression darkened. At that moment, the three presidents also recognized Jiang Shani. They all showed shock, their eyes filled with admiration. Who would have thought that such a big shot, usually seen only on TV or the internet, would appear before them? Step aside. Jiang Shani spoke for the third time, releasing a faint pressure. The four of them simultaneously felt a chill that penetrated to their bones. They were taken aback and quickly retreated to the side. Bang bang bang. Kid, open the door. Jiang Shani knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened, and Lin Ling appeared at the entrance, arms crossed. Old man, are you with them? Lin Ling's lips twitched, unsure of what was happening outside. How dare you? Lin Ling, you mustn't be rude. Do you know who you're talking to? Secretary Xiao Wang immediately shouted at Lin Ling. Shut up. Jiang Shani suddenly frowned and coldly shouted, raising his hand, and in the next second, Secretary Xiao Wan was sent spinning into the air. He vanished in the blink of an eye. The three presidents gasped in shock. The next moment, they saw Jiang Shani take out a crystal cube and hand it to Lin Ling. Almost forgot this, the control center for the war machine, the Phantom is inside. I originally wanted to give you some personal subsidies, but since you casually earned 5 billion with a bit of equipment, I'll keep my money for retirement. Remember to call me if you need anything. I'm off, little brother. After finishing, Jiang Shani turned to the three presidents. Swear by the divine domain that you won't tell anyone what you just saw or heard. The three presidents shuddered and immediately swore an oath. Once the oath was completed, Jiang Shani waved goodbye to Lin Ling and disappeared from the doorway. Lin Ling didn't even glance at the three presidents as the door closed again. This scene left the three presidents beside him in a state of shock. Gulp. Little brother? 5 billion? Did I hear that right? Did old Jiang just say the Phantom War Machine? That war machine worth several hundred billion was given to Lin Ling? Oh my goodness. Just then, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Ling poked his head out. Presidents, how much were you offering me to join your guild just now? It turned out that someone wanted to frame their own boss. This was truly something that Aunt could tolerate, but Uncle could not. Dare to blacken my boss, you have already chosen the path to death. Qin Xian thought to himself, and instantly, 15 undead creatures appeared behind him. At the same time, he let out a loud shout. Stop! This sudden roar startled Xiao Yan and the girl, especially Xiao Yan, whose appearance had just returned to his original form. If this matter were to be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he was determined to kill and silence them, to eradicate the roots. The Wolf Fang hammer came crashing down. Unexpectedly, a bone arrow shot out, directly hitting the Wolf Fang hammer. Boom! A tremendous force came, causing the Wolf Fang hammer to lose balance instantly, yet it still grazed the girl's right cheek. Bang! The girl's health bar instantly dropped to a single sliver of health, and she completely fainted. Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. With just one arrow, he understood that this emaciated boy's combat power was definitely not beneath his own. His expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, he took out the forbidden spell scroll. Only by killing these two in front of him could he successfully escape. A hint of madness ignited in his eyes. Fire-type forbidden spell, meteor fire rain, Xiao Yan shouted, and a dazzling golden light illuminated the forbidden spell scroll. A vast expanse of red clouds quickly appeared in the sky, enveloping an area of over 10 kilometers. To die under the forbidden spell, you should close your eyes. Xiao Yan shouted and turned to flee into the distance. Under the forbidden spell, they were all mere ants. He was not worried at all about the possibility of Qin Xian and the girl surviving. Put! The sneer on Xiao Yan's face instantly froze. His health bar had suddenly dropped by more than half. He turned back to see a bone arrow, emitting black mist, lodged in his backside. Gritting his teeth in pain, Xiao Yan pulled out the bone arrow and continued to flee into the distance, quickly disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Qin Xian's expression was extremely grave. He also understood that a grand conspiracy had already enveloped Lin Ling. He and this girl had to survive. Only they could help Lin Ling clear his name. Qin Xian took out a bottle of instant recovery potion and forcefully fed it to the girl. Her health bar recovered a bit, but there were still no signs of her waking up. He picked up the girl from the ground and quickly fled towards the city. Meanwhile, massive fire meteors had already begun to fall from the sky. The goblin forest within a 10-kilometer radius instantly turned into a hell on earth. Countless leveling teams perished in this catastrophe. In the War God Hall of Kyoto. Finally here. Lin Ling looked at the system prompt that appeared before him, feeling exhilarated. He turned to walk out of the trial tower and saw Jiang Shani with a face full of malice, as if something had made him extremely angry. It was only when he saw Lin Ling come out that the old man's expression softened slightly. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Lin Ling took Jiang Shani's demeanor as being due to the trial tower incident and sincerely thanked him. "Old Jiang, thank you. When I have points in the future, I will definitely come back to challenge the trial tower." If he still didn't understand Jiang Shani's good intentions at this moment, it would truly be a huge joke. It was clear that whether or not the guard's badge was genuine was hard to discern, but Jiang Shani's efforts to cultivate Lin Ling were undoubtedly sincere. The worry on Jiang Shani's face gradually disappeared, and he nodded in satisfaction, forcing a smile as he said, "It seems you understand my good intentions. At least I didn't work in vain. You don't need to worry about your statements. The War God Hall will help you settle everything." Lin Ling immediately understood that Jiang Shani was most likely referring to those clamoring for him to hand over the sacred set. He had blocked the public screen area that morning, so he hadn't paid any attention to these matters at all. "Old Jiang, let me handle these things myself. If I need the War God Hall to intervene for such trivial matters, I would be too pathetic," Lin Ling said with a smile. Jiang Shani looked at Lin Ling, still a bit uneasy. "Are you sure you can handle it?" "Piece of cake," Lin Ling said, hands clasped behind his head, looking completely relaxed. "Alright, if you really can't solve it, just give me a call. You saw the system announcement, right? Hurry back. Such regional hidden tasks are rare. If you're lucky, you could level up directly by 5 levels, and even just joining in could get you 3 levels. Jiang Shani said. A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, then he suddenly realized. "Are you talking about the Demon King task?" Lin Ling asked. This made a flicker of doubt appear in Jiang Shani's eyes. "Demon King task? Didn't you receive a notification in the trial tower? Let me share it with you." As he spoke, he immediately shared the system task with Lin Ling. Regional Hidden Task Bounty Notice: the traitor of the human race, Zheng Beichen's son, has colluded with the demon race, giving birth to a demoness who brings disaster to humanity. It has been confirmed that the demoness is hiding near the Heishan Bottom Reservoir in the Xuanfu base city, and a bounty notice has been issued. All practitioners below the 5th transition can go to Xuanfu base city, and upon entering the city limits, they will automatically accept the task and become warriors. Participating in the search and killing of the traitor's remnants will increase the participants' level, and successfully killing the traitor's remnants will also increase their level. After 30 minutes, the borders of Xuanfu base city will be temporarily locked, and no one will be able to enter by any means. Border lock countdown, 27 minutes 14 seconds. Lin Ling looked at the task description on the system panel, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had originally thought it was just a task within the Xuanfu base city, but he never expected it to be a national task. As long as he could get there, he could participate. How many warriors would he have to face? This was way too difficult, right? It was forcing him to go all out, and one wasn't enough. "Brother Jiang, I'll thank you later, I have to go now," Lin Ling said. "Remember, don't let anyone know I brought you into the trial tower," Jiang Shani reminded him. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang." As Lin Ling spoke, he hurried towards the helipad. The Phantom fighter jet took off, and Lin Ling began to ponder his next plan. First, he hoped that those close to him could enjoy the benefits of the Demon King task. This meant he needed to inform them in advance not to rush too far ahead. That way, when he used his forbidden spell to chase people, he could avoid accidentally hurting them. "Let's contact them first." Lin Ling took out his phone, only to find it had automatically shut down at some point. He charged it on the Phantom, and as the startup screen ended, a flood of messages popped up. The most numerous were from GMO. Looking at the 99 messages from Fei Xian, Linling felt a surge of resistance. This chatterbox. He instinctively opened his contacts to find Zhou Mengyan's number, but saw that a number named Li Shirhan had called him over a dozen times. Li Shirhan? Why is she calling me? Did she discover something new about the special weapon forging? A hint of confusion flashed in Linling's eyes, but he still called back. The call was quickly connected. However, to Linling's surprise, a man's voice came from the phone. Boss, it's Qin Xian. Listen to me, Xiao Yan from the Xiao Corporation has transformed into your appearance and is killing people in the Goblin Forest of Qiwailan City. He wants to harm you, you need to escape. The gods reappear, mistakenly entering the water prison. Then let's have some fun with you. At the end of the road? The real show is just beginning. At the end of the road? The real show is just beginning. A figure suddenly flew up from the shore. It was Bai Haishan, the mayor of Xuanfu Base City. Everyone quiet down, the situation is unclear. Let me ask Linling a couple of questions. If he really committed heinous crimes, the laws of Long Country will surely punish him. If he is wronged, I will also clear his name. The official appearance immediately silenced the crowd on the shore. At that moment, another figure soared into the air, and a booming voice came forth. Mayor Bai, I am Zhao Sanhu. It just so happens that I passed by here today and did not expect to encounter such a terrible incident. My family's elder has already been informed and is paying special attention to this matter. I hope you uphold justice and do not favor anyone, otherwise. His voice immediately stirred up a commotion. Zhao Sanhu? From the Zhao family? As expected from a military family, even in retirement, General Zhao is still a pillar of our dragon country. That's right, the Zhao family is highly respected and is indeed the foremost family in the north of dragon country. Hearing these words, Zhao Sanhu's head involuntarily lifted high. This was the effect he wanted. As long as he stood on the moral and prestigious high ground, if he said Linling was guilty, then he was guilty. Bai Haishan glanced at Zhao Sanhu with some trepidation and turned to Linling. Linling, I ask you, where were you an hour ago? What were you doing? No comment. Linling replied. Humph, what an arrogant kid. A loud voice came from the crowd. Linling looked over. The person was nearly 2 meters tall but exceptionally thin, standing there like a bamboo pole. Jimo's voice came from behind Linling. His name is Xiao Yang, the strongest archer of the Xiao Consortium. A trace of disdain flashed in Linling's eyes as he turned his attention back to Bai Haishan. Well, a no comment. Linling, I give you one last chance to prove your innocence. Bai Haishan shouted again. It must be you, Linling, you can't quibble. A fifth-tier warrior stepped forward, pointing directly at Linling across the reservoir. Linling let out a cold laugh, and his appearance suddenly transformed into that of the fifth-tier warrior. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. He was about to get angry but suddenly understood Linling's intention. At this moment, many people showed expressions of realization. After the Great Fusion, there were indeed many props that could change one's appearance. It was indeed difficult to determine authenticity based solely on looks. It's possible that someone is trying to frame Linling. Look at his appearance. Does he look like someone who has done something wrong? Exactly. If Linling killed someone, why didn't he kill them all? Did he deliberately leave a witness to incriminate himself? But just then, someone asked, who else but you has the strength to take down the captain of the Blue Whale team in one hit, using a hammer? I heard that Linling got the first kill using a forbidden spell scroll. If he could release it once, he could release it again. Over 100 professionals were killed in the Goblin Forest by that forbidden spell. A beast in human form. Linling, return my daughter's innocence. The shouts from the crowd grew louder. Just then, a triangular fighter jet suddenly descended from the sky. A military aircraft. Could it be that Linling has also offended the military? The discussions erupted again as a middle-aged officer flew out of the jet. Which one is Linling? A booming voice rang out, like thunder exploding above the reservoir at Heishan. Colonel Wang Shueming from the Western Theater. Why is he here? That's right, I heard Colonel Wang Shueming just completed a 6th-tier mission. Linling is truly seeking death. He dares to provoke the military. The discussions continued, but Linling remained proudly standing. Linling, what have you done to Shirhan? The colonel stared at Linling intently. At that moment, although there was some anger in his eyes, there was even more hope. Shirhan's father and I were comrades. Before he died, he entrusted her to me. I do not want to see anything happen to Shirhan. As Wang Shueming spoke, his eyes began to redden. This statement immediately resonated with Linling. Originally, he wanted to wait for Xiao Yan to appear before presenting evidence, in case Xiao Yan tried to escape, but now, looking at this iron-blooded soldier, he felt a twinge of compassion. Uncle Wang, Shirhan is fine, Linling said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the side, and a look of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Fine. Not long ago, thousands of people from my Shao consortium saw Lin Ling leave the Goblin Forest. As soon as the voice rang out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The crowd turned to the direction of the sound and saw Xiao Yan, dressed in a blood-red robe, leading thousands of professionals rushing over. Damn, it's Xiao Yan from the Shao Corporation, and he's wearing a level 30 epic set? Xiao Yan has actually reached level 35 on the leaderboard, only 5 levels behind Lin Ling. It is said that Lin Ling has been wearing a level 10 holy set since level 10. Surely a level 10 holy set can't have attributes higher than a level 30 epic set? Gasps of surprise echoed, and most professionals looked at Xiao Yan with admiration. An impressive family background, powerful equipment, and high levels, these were undoubtedly things ordinary people dreamed of. Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked at Xiao Yan, her disdain growing stronger. That same look, that same dismissive gaze. Xiao Yan tightly gripped his staff. Why, now that he was so strong, could Lin Ling still look at him with such contempt? Bold madman, Lin Ling, you have slaughtered your compatriots and seduced many female professionals. Today, I will act on behalf of justice. Xiao Yan shouted loudly. This immediately drew cheers from the crowd. Wow, how did I not notice before that Xiao Yan has such a heroic demeanor? Really? I think he looks like he's deliberately putting on a facade of righteousness. Exactly, look at Lin Ling. Although he doesn't say much, he always gives off a sense of integrity. Integrity? I think Lin Ling has reached the end of his rope. With thousands of witnesses to his deeds, how can he turn things around? As the saying goes, the words of the people are fearsome, and the murmurs in the crowd made many who originally supported Lin Ling lower their heads. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his right hand. A civilian-grade fighter jet unexpectedly dove down from the sky. The jet hovered in the air beside Lin Ling. 3 large-caliber cannons beneath the plane had already locked onto Lin Ling. Evildoer Lin Ling, on the day of the awakening, you stole the blue gear from Shang Biao of the Godwin Club. Today, I will act on behalf of justice and see if you can withstand the cannons. Xiao Yan sneered. This scene immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Holy crap, Xiao Yan actually brought a fighter jet. Lin Ling really has no chance now, someone shouted from the crowd. At this moment, even Colonel Wang Shueming couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Shao Corporation had actually deployed a fighter jet. Even a fifth-turn professional would find it hard to survive under the jet's cannon fire. The situation was still unclear, and with Shurhan's life unknown, if the Shao Corporation's jet really attacked Lin Ling, Shurhan might never be found again. However, just as Wang Shueming was worried, Lin Ling's lips suddenly curled into a slight smile. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The show is just beginning. Everyone looked at him with confusion. Suddenly, a laser beam appeared from the sky in an instant. The laser was not aimed at Lin Ling but fell upon the Shao Corporation's fighter jet. Buzz! Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The once imposing fighter jet instantly transformed into a massive fireball, plummeting into the reservoir. In an instant, the area around the reservoir fell into silence, with only the sounds of the wreckage of the jet exploding in the lake. This strike was for me. Furious, I will slay Xiao Yan. This strike was for me. Furious, I will slay Xiao Yan. What's happening? What attacked the Shao Corporation's fighter jet? Didn't you see it was a laser cannon? There's a stealth fighter jet in the air. The crowd gasped in shock, while Xiao Yan's eyes were about to burst with rage. He suddenly looked behind Lin Ling and indeed found GMO's figure there. GMO, it must be GMO. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth in hatred and immediately pointed at GMO, shouting, Do you dare to be Lin Ling's accomplice? Does your G Corporation want to ally with evil? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that 2 figures had appeared beside GMO without him realizing it. The 2 were cloaked, their faces hidden, and at this moment, they slowly stepped forward, causing Xiao Yan to suddenly feel a bad premonition. The appearance of these 2 immediately attracted everyone's attention. Just as the crowd was filled with confusion, the 2 simultaneously removed their hoods. Young Master Xiao, didn't expect to see you again, did you? Xin Xian's cold voice came through. Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. How is that possible? How could you? Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. Who are you? Have we met? Xiao Yan countered with a question. Xiao Yan, you impersonated Lin Ling to slaughter and humiliate your fellow countrymen, and you still have the face to pretend to be a good person here? Li Shurhan's trembling voice rang out. Boom! This sentence instantly turned the area around the reservoir into a hubbub. Shurhan? Colonel Wang Shueming looked at Li Shurhan's figure, tears streaming down his face. Damn! I didn't expect such a shocking twist. This plot is too intense. Is the Shao family going to defy the heavens? People in the crowd began to point fingers at Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's breathing became rapid. He raised his hand, pointing at Qin Xian and Li Shihan, and shouted angrily, "You think you can slander me? I've been with thousands of brothers from the Shao family gold mining team, how could I possibly assault you? Besides, with my power, what woman can't I have? Your looks aren't even worthy of me assaulting you." Xiao Yan's face was filled with anger, as if he were truly being wronged. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Shihan's icy voice rang out again. "I never said I was assaulted. How do you know I was assaulted?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. "Young Master Xiao, is your injury on your backside healed? When I was saving Li Shihan, that thug was hit by my cursed arrow of the undead. Do you dare let us check if there's an injury on your right buttock?" Qin Xian shouted coldly, and Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. "No way, it can't be true, right? Young Master Xiao, take off your pants and let us see. Brother Xiao, hurry up and explain, don't let them slander you." Various voices rang out, and Xiao Yan's face gradually turned a shade of liver color. "You want to slander me? Those who offend the Shao family will die. All members of the Shao family, attack together, kill them." Xiao Yan, furious and ashamed, gave the order, and over 6,000 people charged towards the island in the lake. "Xiao Yan, trying to use numbers to bully the few?" Lin Ling mocked. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Yan laughed wildly. "Today, it's about using numbers to bully you, so what?" At that moment, a large number of footsteps echoed from the surrounding forest. The advancing members of the Shao family couldn't help but stop. The noise from the forest was too great, as if thousands of troops were charging in. The next second, tens of thousands of people surged out of the woods like a tide. Their target was clear, the Shao family gold mining team. The overwhelming flow of people instantly submerged the Shao family members. "You think you can touch my brother Lin? I'll crush you. Damn, you've got guts, let's take them down. Using numbers to bully the few, brothers, let's give these cowards a good beating." Seeing the situation getting out of control, Xiao Yan charged directly at Lin Ling. GMO saw Xiao Yan rushing over and immediately wanted to step forward, but was pulled back by Lin Ling. "Everyone step back, he is mine," Lin Ling shouted fiercely, brandishing his wolf-tooth hammer and charging forward. Seeing Lin Ling come alone, a glimmer of wild joy flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "Lin Ling, I admit you're strong, but in front of me, Xiao Yan, you're nothing. Die." He raised his staff, unleashing a level 30 fire-type single-target skill, Flame Burning Heaven, in an instant. He was no longer the same as before, his magic damage had reached 14,000. The blazing flames can inflict damage on the enemy 10 times within 3 seconds, each time dealing 14,000 magic damage. Even if Lin Ling were hit, he would be as good as dead. Even if he could withstand it, he would at least be left in a severely weakened state. After drinking the Gene Potion, Xiao Yan's physical damage had already exceeded 6,000, and he also possessed a special equipment that increased his strength attribute by 500. This brought his physical damage close to 10,000, and with one punch, he could crush Lin Ling to death. The thought filled his mind, and the ferocity in his eyes seemed almost tangible. Lin Ling was instantly enveloped in a ball of fire. Countless onlookers held their breath, not daring to blink. However, Xiao Yan's expression soon turned pale. Lin Ling emerged from the flames, just like that time in Xuanfu. He seemed like a war god who was about to take his life. Above Lin Ling's head, a series of numbers floated up. Xiao Yan was completely dumbfounded, fully aware of what it meant. No defense broken. His damage was not higher than Lin Ling's defense, only symbolically dropping 1 point of health. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, incredulously exclaiming, "How is that possible? Can't break through the defense? 14,000 magic damage isn't higher than your defense? Are you cheating? Can't break through the defense?" Xiao Yan's voice was heard by many. At that moment, many people's breathing became rapid. What kind of equipment could allow a practitioner 5 levels lower to not break through the defense? At that moment, many felt they had underestimated the holy set. Even a level 10 holy set could potentially make someone powerful enough to be invincible among peers. So strong, this is too strong. How can it be this strong? If I had the holy set, I could also be invincible. Maybe it's just high defense? Perhaps Lin Ling possesses some defensive treasure. Right, maybe he also can't break through Xiao Yan's defense. Discussions arose, but the next second, Lin Ling transformed into a shadow and charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. Looking at the rushing Lin Ling, he couldn't even muster the courage to resist. The wolf-tooth hammer whistled through the air. A high-level earth defense magic scroll automatically activated. Guardian Shield, absorbing 100,000 damage. Boom! A loud sound made the onlookers collectively gasp. A huge damage value floated above the yellowish shield surrounding Xiao Yan's body. The shield's energy bar decreased by 1/3. "This hammer is free as Z." Lin Ling shouted coldly and swung the hammer again. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the defense shield. The energy bar of the defense shield was left with only 1/3. This hammer is for Li Jingliang. Xiao Yan suddenly woke up, throwing out several high-level magic scrolls. Thunder Domain, Flame Dragon Killing Array, Wind God Sai. 3 high-level spells instantly enveloped Lin Ling. Invincible. Diamond armor appeared around Lin Ling. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. He wielded the wolf tooth hammer and walked out of the magical storm. Boom! A critical hit occurred, and the Guardian's shield shattered instantly. This hammer is for those innocent citizens you have harmed. Xiao Yan's eyes bled as he fell to the ground, constantly moving backward. Don't kill me, I can give you money. I have a lot of money, spare me. Lin Ling leaped into the air, gripping the hammer tightly, heading straight for Xiao Yan. This hammer is for me. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky, spare him under the hammer. Lin Ling abruptly stopped and looked up at the sky. He saw a high-level warplane emblazoned with the Xiao Corporation's logo hovering above. A middle-aged man grabbed Xiaoya and flew out from inside. He was none other than the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanshan. Lin Ling, Xiao Yan knows he was wrong. I will make him apologize, and I am willing to compensate you with a lot of money. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. An apology is useless. What else do you want me to do? As the words fell, the hammer of the warrior king crashed down. Boom! Blood splattered wildly, the health bar emptied. You have successfully killed the professional, Xiao Yan. The struggle and demise of the Xiao family, the truth only exists within the range of forbidden spells. Lin Ling opened the skill bar, his gaze landing on the ice-type skill he had just learned. The skill book Qin Xian had given him filled the gap of having no skills in the ice profession. Name the Sai of Snow as the Ice Age. Naming successful, the ice magic skill Sai of Snow automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Ice Age. Upon casting, it releases a doomsday-level blizzard, freezing 100 miles in an instant. The first release of this skill will not consume mana. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. The Demon King was about to appear, and now that he had used the naming technique, he could use it again when he unlocked the level seal. At this moment, tens of thousands of professionals by the lake had just escaped from the embrace of death. Every gaze directed at Lin Ling was filled with deep apprehension. No one dared to voice any doubts anymore. Even those who wanted Lin Ling to hand over the sacred set were now rendered speechless. Lin Ling's performance had conquered the vast majority of professionals. Lin Ling, was that huge wave you released? Is that your skill? Mayor Bai Haishan of Xuanfu City asked, his tone significantly more respectful than before. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged as he replied lightly, forbidden spell. Hiss. Countless people simultaneously inhaled sharply. You can cast forbidden spells? Bai Haishan asked in disbelief. Lin Ling did not answer, but in his hand appeared a dozen golden scrolls. He had already planned everything. Jimo's invisibility meant that Xiao Yuanshan could not detect him at all. If GMO could seize the forbidden spell scrolls, he wouldn't need to act, as the laser cannon could take care of Xiao Yuanshan. Unfortunately, GMO ultimately failed, and at that time, although the laser cannon could still kill Xiao Yuanshan, the professionals present would undoubtedly suffer devastating blows. The only thing that could counter a forbidden spell was another forbidden spell. He had already thought it through. It was time to reveal some strength, but this strength definitely did not include the ability to casually cast forbidden spells. Before taking action, he had GMO procure a dozen counterfeit forbidden spell scrolls. This thing was not hard to obtain, but at this moment, no one doubted that it was genuine in Lin Ling's hands. The day the enemy thought he had no forbidden spell scrolls left, well, they could only expect surprises and shocks. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, their gazes towards Lin Ling were filled with awe. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Professor AI is right, dignity only exists above combat power, and truth only exists within the coverage of forbidden spells. At this moment, they were all subdued by the pile of forbidden spell scrolls in Lin Ling's hands. Many of them had never seen a forbidden spell scroll in their lives. They had only seen forbidden spell scrolls online, knowing only that they were golden. But at this moment, a young man held a full dozen of forbidden spell scrolls. This made them not even dare to entertain the thought of competing with this young man. While they were still using small arms, he was clutching a dozen nuclear bombs. How could they even play? A deep sense of powerlessness emerged in everyone's hearts. Envy turned into jealousy, then into apprehension, fear, and ultimately back to envy and jealousy. Just then, Zhao Sun, whose voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ling, how do you have so many forbidden spell scrolls? I want to protest to the War God Hall. Forbidden spell scrolls are restricted weapons and should not be in your hands. His words were firm, but his body trembled slightly. Who the hell knew if Lin Ling, this reckless youth, would throw one over directly after hearing his words? Hand over the forbidden spell scrolls. Lin Ling, you must hand over the forbidden spell scrolls. The Zhao family's professionals, mingling in the crowd, began to take the lead in speaking. Don't say that these two voices instantly lit up the eyes of many professionals. That's right, how can a newcomer like you possess a forbidden spell scroll? Lin Ling, hand over the forbidden spell scroll. My father is Peng Daoming from the Jiangnan base city, and I will immediately have him protest to the Dragon's Nest. I am the heir of the Jiang family consortium, and I represent the Jiang family consortium to protest. Lin Ling, you must hand over all forbidden spell scrolls. Voices rose one after another, and everything returned to square one, with more and more people joining the ranks denouncing Lin Ling. Zhao Sanhu's eyes were filled with cunning. This was the effect he wanted. You really are ungrateful wolves, forgetting so quickly who saved you? Jimo's voice was laced with sarcasm. Those professionals who spoke were instantly flushed, but they were clearly determined not to let a wolf mingle among the sheep. Hand it over? To whom? To you? Lin Ling laughed. The clamoring voices fell silent in an instant. Just then, Zhao Sanhu suddenly stepped forward, an electronic device appearing in his hand. With a press of a button, a beam of light shot into the sky. An old man in military uniform with white hair suddenly appeared in that beam of light. Lin Ling, right? I am Zhao Longcheng, former Major General of the People's Army. A forbidden spell scroll is not something a brat like you can possess. I command you to hand over the forbidden spell scroll to my son Zhao Sanhu for safekeeping. Zhao Longcheng's voice carried an undeniable tone. Lin Ling looked at Zhao Longcheng, feeling speechless. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Seeing Lin Ling not respond, Zhao Longcheng's cold shout rang out again. Lin Ling frowned slightly and turned to Zhao Longcheng. Are you a fool? Impudent! Insulting a former general, do you know your crime? Sanhu, take him down. Zhao Longcheng had never been insulted like this in his life and was instantly furious. Are you planning to use your rank to pressure me? Lin Ling scoffed. Zhao Sanhu's eyes were filled with pride. If Lin Ling refused to be captured or attack the guards, it would only add to his crimes. Once he was in prison, it would be easy to deal with Lin Ling. So what if I use my rank to pressure you? Let me tell you, Lin Ling, I still hold the rank of Major. Do you dare to touch me? Zhao Sanhu landed directly on the ground, standing just a few meters in front of Lin Ling, his eyes filled with mockery. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling raised the forbidden spell scroll and charged towards Zhao Sanhu. Slap! A loud slap landed directly on Zhao Sanhu's face. What's wrong with touching you? What are you even? Lin Ling said arrogantly, raising the forbidden spell scroll in his hand. This scene made the flesh on everyone's faces twitch. Beast, isn't this clearly bullying? I suddenly realize I want to be a beast too. Awesome, that slap felt satisfying just to watch. When will I also hold a forbidden spell scroll and slap our leader back? Whispers arose, and Zhao Sanhu's face burned with pain, his eyes already wanting to devour someone. He suddenly turned to Bai Haishan. Mayor Bai, why haven't you sent someone to take Lin Ling down? The Dragon Kingdom Military Honor Protection Law, Article 34, states that insulting retired senior military officers is punishable by 10 years in prison. Assaulting active duty military officers is punishable by 10 years in prison. Lin Ling, just wait for the law to punish you. Bai Haishan looked regretful but still nodded to a few guards beside him. These guards were all 4th-tier experts, and they immediately walked towards Lin Ling. However, just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. A shadow shot in from the distance. It's Dragon's Nest fighter jets. Why are there suddenly so many Dragon's Nest fighter jets? Damn, they're all level 3 triangular fighters. Is the Dragon's Nest People's Army coming out in full force? Exclamations arose. Zhao Sanhu's eyes lit up. Did they already know someone had insulted his father? The Dragon's Nest is still so efficient. Lin Ling, let's see how you die this time. 10 aircraft landed. Hundreds of fully armed People's Army soldiers rushed out of the planes. Ha ha ha. Isn't this Captain Zhou? Zhao Sanhu awkwardly greeted Zhou Weigua. However, as he approached, several soldiers rushed over and pinned him to the ground. Captain Zhou, what are you doing? Lin Ling is over there, catch him. Zhao Sanhu shouted angrily, his face filled with shock. The crowd in the distance looked equally puzzled. The Northern Theater received an order from a major general of the War God Hall to capture Zhao Sanhu and Zhao Sihu. Zhou Weigua said coldly. Ice-type forbidden spell Ice Age, unleash. The powerful Black Mountain Old Demon. You have successfully killed the practitioner Zhao Sanhu. You have successfully killed the practitioner Zhao Sihu. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Black Mountain Bottom Water Monster, gaining 50,000 experience. Congratulations, your Lightning Mage profession has been upgraded to level 43. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Black Mountain Bottom Little Demon, gaining 10,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Black Mountain Bottom Big Crab, gaining 30,000 experience. Congratulations, your summoner mage profession has been upgraded to level 43. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Black Mountain Bottom Black Flood Dragon, gaining 80,000 experience. Congratulations, your Fate Mage profession has been upgraded to level 43. As the levels increased, the difficulty of the favored by the laws also grew exponentially. Thousands of small monsters only raised Lin Ling's level. In the silent icy world, Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the Demon King turned into an ice sculpture. The passive upgrade of Elemental Guardian to Elemental Child allowed him to use any skill without consumption, with the release time shortened to 1 hour. After joining the War God Hall, he also gained a 50% cooldown reduction. This allowed him to use his ultimate talent's passive every half hour. When he named the Ice Age, he received the benefit of releasing for the first time without mana cost. With his mana locked in the anti-magic field, he became the most dazzling one in the arena, able to cast forbidden spells without mana. He needed to kill the Demon King and protect Nuan Nuan. The Ice Age could perfectly meet all his needs. In a short time, Lin Ling made the most precise calculations. He directly unleashed the Ice Age, simultaneously unsealing the level 40 seal. Under the blessing of the super god, all skills instantly refreshed. The forbidden spell was cast, and he still had 2 opportunities to release skills. After he deliberately set it, the Ice Age froze all creatures except Nuan Nuan. The forbidden spell's damage was only aimed at the Demon King and the Zhao brothers. However, after casting a forbidden spell, he did not receive the prompt for successfully killing the Demon King. This indicated that the Demon King was not dead. Lin Ling did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards the ice lake. Rescuing Nuan Nuan was the top priority. Since the Demon King was not dead, it could break free from the ice at any moment. As Lin Ling charged over, the little demon instinctively wanted to escape, but she quickly saw the wolf-tooth hammer Lin Ling was holding. Eek eek. The little demon let out a tender scream and immediately ran towards Lin Ling. However, she slipped on the icy surface and fell flat. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he reached the little demon. He raised his hand and hugged the little demon in his arms. Congratulations, you have successfully found Nuan Nuan. The task of killing the Black Mountain Bottom Old Demon and protecting Nuan Nuan is about to be completed. A system prompt appeared before Lin Ling. Suddenly, crack crack crack. A sound of ice shattering came from the huge body of the Demon King. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. As expected, a single forbidden spell can't kill it. Lin Ling quickly rushed towards the island in the lake. He couldn't fly, and the time for the Ice Age was running out. He didn't want to fall into the water. Bang! The ice on the Demon King instantly shattered, and the blood bar above its head still had a full 3/5 of its length left. Nearly 3 million health points. Roar! As a roar echoed, the time for the Ice Age's forbidden spell had arrived. The ice and snow began to melt rapidly. Tens of thousands of professionals looked at Lin Ling on the island in the lake with faces full of horror. Did that kid throw another forbidden spell scroll? What a wasteful brat. A forbidden spell scroll costs several hundred million, right? I heard that some area of effect forbidden spells cost over 1 billion and are practically impossible to buy. Run! If the forbidden spell couldn't kill that old demon, do you want to die too? Still envying their forbidden spell scrolls. Looks like this trip was for nothing. Did you see the health points? It's impossible to kill it. Among the crowd that had awakened, sounds of envy and exclamations occasionally arose. Many people had already begun to flee. Roar! The old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain let out another furious roar, and tentacles suddenly lashed out towards the shore. Bang bang bang. Anyone touched by the tentacles instantly turned into a mist of blood. In the face of death, everything became insignificant. Everyone began to flee in panic. At that moment, an armored vehicle slowly approached from a distance. A boy in an orange suit with a buzz cut emerged from inside, and a red longbow in his hand was instantly drawn into a full moon. Ha! With a light shout from him, a golden arrow shot up into the sky. The next second, it transformed into a golden rainbow several dozen meters long, heading straight for the old demon of Black Mountain. Boom! The giant arrow landed directly on the old demon's head, and a massive damage value instantly floated up. This scene left the nearby professionals dumbfounded. Holy crap! One arrow took away 1% of its health. Who is this person? So fierce? A professional carrying a large bow exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Zai from the Magic Capital Base City, top-tier talent, ranked 5th when the level leaderboard opened, now reached 2nd place, level 39. A healer in a priest robe recognized him from a distance. So impressive? He came all the way from the Magic Capital? The young man with the big bow's face twitched, clearly not expecting a professional from so far away to appear. Do you know? This kid is really something, the best newcomer from our Magic Capital Base City this year. I heard she has already received a notice that she might be scouted by the God of War Hall's divine team. and they want to reserve her, a warrior from the magic capital said with a laugh in the local dialect. Holy crap, getting into the dragon's nest is my lifelong dream, and she's already been reserved by the god of Warhol? The young man with the big bow said, his face filled with envy. At that moment, Lin Ling also saw this Zhang Zai. The old demon of Black Mountain had a defense of 20,000, and could deal 35,000 damage in the anti-magic field, which meant that the attack just released was a normal attack. If the shooting speed was fast enough, wouldn't this kid be even more invincible than him? 10 arrows per second would mean at least 300,000 damage, and 3 arrows per second would still be 100,000 damage. Is this the level a newcomer can reach? Lin Ling immediately thought of using the Eye of the Hero but found that there were less than 20 minutes left on its usage time. Just as Lin Ling was slightly taken aback, the old demon of Black Mountain immediately turned its attack towards Zhang Zai after being hit. Zhang Zai turned to flee, weaving in a serpentine manner, and shot several arrows back but only managed to take away 1 point of health. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling suddenly realized, this kid's talent passive must be that big arrow, but to trigger the passive, certain conditions must be met. As for that high damage, in the vast Dragon Kingdom, who didn't have some special opportunities? Just as Lin Ling was thinking this, the old demon of Black Mountain suddenly stopped attacking Zhang Zai. Instead, it turned its gaze towards Lin Ling. It quickly gathered all its tentacles and charged straight towards Lin Ling's position. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared before all the professionals participating in the bounty task. The bounty task is nearing its end. Killing the Demon King or the Demon Girl Nan Nan will both yield the final reward. Please do not leave the 1 kilometer range of the Demon King or the Demon Girl, or you will not receive the task reward. Prime Minister Qin Runhui has asked the National Master to cast a spell. The little demon Nan Nan will light up with a golden prompt. There are 29 seconds left in the countdown for the old demon at the bottom of Black Mountain to double its attributes. The human world is filled with smoke and fire, a tremendous boost. With the appearance of the system prompt, a golden light suddenly shone on Heart Island. What the hell? What's going on? The little demon is in Lin Ling's hands? We can't kill the Demon King, but with so many of us, we can at least level up 3 times by killing a demon girl. Lin Ling, hurry up and kill the demon girl. The Demon King is about to go berserk. In an instant, everyone shouted at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression darkened. Kill Nan Nan? What a joke. Anyone who wants the reward, step back. Lin Ling shouted without further explanation. It was a race against time, everyone was in chaos, and he could only issue an ultimatum. Some people, having witnessed Lin Ling's forbidden spell, instinctively stepped back, but others directly abandoned the Demon King and stealthily drew their bows, aiming at Nan Nan. Why should I step back? I only need 1 arrow to kill this little demon. Zhang Zai, dressed in orange, pulled his bow to full draw, aiming at Nan Nan, and shouted. Lin Ling's face immediately darkened. Since you all refuse to listen, don't blame me. Human world, smoke and fire. He shouted, and a song that had never been heard before suddenly rang out. 1 person later crossed the Jiangnan mist, seeking melancholy. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. In the human world, a smoke and fire you once ignited. As the song became clearer, flames suddenly erupted above the heads of those who had not retreated. The explosions connected into a mass, instantly causing cries of alarm to rise from both banks of the Black Mountain Reservoir. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. And this was just the beginning. After their hair ignited, green mushrooms suddenly sprouted from the scorched hair. The banks of the reservoir instantly fell into a dead silence. Such a bizarre scene had never been seen even by Zhou Weiguo, who had already undergone 6 transformations. Tornado! At this moment, Lin Ling unleashed his last forbidden spell, the most destructive spell he could cast. A hurricane appeared in an instant, and countless wind blades flew toward the old demon at Black Mountain under Lin Ling's powerful control. Pft, pft, pft. Roar! After a desperate roar from the old demon at Black Mountain, its massive body crashed to the ground. A mountain of equipment and a sparkling golden treasure chest appeared beside the corpse. The little demon beside Lin Ling suddenly transformed into a little girl with pigtails and a chubby face. Lin Ling glanced at the mountain of equipment made of blue, purple, and gold but did not pick it up. Instead, he focused on the system panel. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Demon King, Black Mountain Old Demon, gaining 1,200,000 experience. Congratulations, your water mage profession has reached level 45. Congratulations, your light mage profession has reached level 45. Congratulations. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the enraged Demon King. The Shenzhou base city will open a new dungeon, Demon King Cave, in 7 days. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Black Mountain Old Demon and successfully protected Nan Nan. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Hero Hidden Task rating 5 stars, task item Hammer of the Soldier King attribute enhancement automatically disappears. Congratulations, you have received a 5-star rating. All skill cooldowns are automatically cleared. Congratulations, you have received experience rewards, 2 million. Congratulations, your undead mage profession has reached level 46. Congratulations, your space mage profession has reached level 46. Congratulations on your fire affinity. Congratulations on obtaining the fruit of the gods. Congratulations on receiving the hero's badge. Congratulations on acquiring the intact King of Soldiers cloak. For other precious rewards, please open the Demon King's treasure chest. Looking at the constantly flashing system notifications in front of him, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. At this moment, tens of thousands of people on the shore had already rushed towards the mountain of equipment in the lake. Many of them only had blue gear as their best equipment. The temptation of purple and gold gear was even greater for them than the prospect of leveling up 3 times. Lin Ling glanced at the enormous treasure chest in the center of the reservoir but did not rush forward. The King of Soldiers, Zheng Beichen, had said that the chest could not be opened without the wolf tooth hammer in his hand. As for the scattered equipment on the ground, he had no intention of taking any. His emotional intelligence was high. Sometimes, letting go to a certain extent could save a lot of trouble. A fruit radiating golden light appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the attributes of this fruit, Lin Ling's heartbeat began to quicken. Fruit of the gods, quality, sacred, item analysis, a sacred fruit plucked by heroes from the deepest part of the divine realm, containing infinite energy. Consuming it grants 4-dimensional attribute points, and reduces mana consumption by 20. 4-dimensional attributes? Such a thing exists? Leveling up by 1 grants a 10-point increase in all attributes. A 3,000-point increase is equivalent to the attributes of a level 300 character without gear. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling immediately consumed the fruit of the gods. The golden fruit melted in his mouth, and a fine layer of golden light appeared on his skin. As the golden light gradually receded, Lin Ling's already handsome features became even more refined. He did not check the system panel but continued to look at the rewards he had just received. Hero's badge, quality, sacred, a badge once worn by heroes, granting rare abilities when equipped. All attribute increase, active skill, Eye of the Hero, can identify all items, including but not limited to professions, items, monsters, etc. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. After consuming the fruit of the gods, what does an all attribute increase of 100 mean? Doesn't that mean his attributes would double? Moreover, the original Eye of the Hero could identify most items, but now it could identify all items. After the Great Fusion, the system never provided ambiguous definitions. If it said all, then even divine beings could be examined. Most importantly, there was no time limit. As long as the hero's badge was not lost, Lin Ling could use this skill permanently. Lin Ling immediately equipped the hero's badge. The last reward was the King of Soldiers cloak, which, aside from its invisibility ability, did not provide any attribute increase. However, it no longer had a time limit. Lin Ling took a deep breath of the sweet air, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and opened his attribute panel. He knew his attributes had definitely taken a leap. Name, Lin Ling, combat profession, all-element mage, level 46, 2, all attribute increase, 350 active, health, 189500, mana, 216320, physical damage, 141625, magic damage, 206217, defense, 61150, speed, stamina, 6325, strength, 6295, intelligence, 8943, agility, 6850, hit rate, 90, available attribute points, 24, cooldown reduction, 50, mana consumption reduction, 20. Lin Ling's mood gradually calmed, but the blood in his veins seemed to be slowly burning. His attributes had completely crushed his peers, and the day he could freely unleash forbidden spells, transforming into the forbidden spell Katyusha, was one step closer. Suddenly, a gasp arose. Lin Ling turned to see the golden arrow he had seen before crashing towards the golden treasure chest. Brothers, let's get to work. Once this chest is opened, I only want 2 things, the rest we can share. Zhang Zai shouted cheerfully to a group of professionals, as if the treasure chest was something he was generously giving away. Brother Zhang is so generous, haha, let's go, brothers, the treasure is right in front of us. I only want the mage skill book, the rest is all yours, an excited mage said. Just to be clear, the warrior skill book is mine, and I won't take any other equipment. Thanks, brother Zhang. I don't want the skill book, just let me have whatever is left after you all take what you need. Several people chimed in, already dividing the spoils of the treasure chest among themselves. Although the chest had not been blasted open, Lin Ling still frowned slightly. He looked at Zhang Zai and coldly said, "Hey, did I tell you to touch my things?" At the end of the scene, the Heavenly Court team and the Underworld team were at the Xuandu base city. Lin Ling's home. At this moment, the small apartment of just over 80 square meters was packed to the brim. Lin Ling had invited all the people he had his eye on to his home. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Ling, who had moved a small stool to sit in the center of the living room. In front of him, equipment was being taken out one by one, and the breaths of those present became hurried with each new item revealed. "Boss, did you rob the Yunmeng trading house?" GMO couldn't help but ask. Zhou Mengyan, who was the calmest among them, immediately retorted upon hearing GMO's words. How could the Yunmeng trading house be robbed? Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, I was just joking, GMO said awkwardly, looking at Zhou Mengyan. The term sister-in-law made Zhou Mengyan blush instantly. She stole a glance at Lin Ling and immediately lowered her head, falling silent. The others wanted to laugh but were hesitant, nearly bursting from holding it in. Ahem, let's get down to business. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lin Ling cleared his throat and directly moved on to the topic. You all know my situation to some extent. Ever since leaving Yazi, I haven't been very interested in teams. However, many dungeons require a team, so I called you here today to ask if you would be willing to join my team. Of course, I need to lay down my rules first. Those who can accept them can stay, and those who can't should leave. At that moment, except for GMO and Wang Yilan, everyone else showed a deep sense of anticipation in their eyes. Even Zhou Mengyan was unaware that Lin Ling already had his own team. No one interrupted, and seeing this, Lin Ling continued, First of all, my team does not accept useless members. I will bring your levels to the front lines. I will do my best to ensure you have the best equipment. I will bring you unparalleled glory, a glory that may shine even brighter than you can imagine. With each word Lin Ling spoke, the people present felt compelled to sit up a little straighter. But, I must say this up front. You will become my workers. I will take 90% of the team experience points, and you will take 10%. All materials collected must be submitted. My orders must be obeyed. My commands take precedence over everything. Those who can accept this can stay, those who cannot should leave now. I don't want to end up at odds with my brothers over trivial matters. After Lin Ling finished speaking, his gaze began to sweep over each person. I, Shang Biao, am definitely following Boss Lin. You point, I hit. If you tell me to squat, I won't stand. Shang Biao was the first to set an example. His life was saved by Lin Ling, so he didn't need to think twice. With this example set, the others quickly followed suit. I, Feng Ji, am willing. I, Xin Xian, am willing. Wang Yilan, am willing. I, Ji Yu, am willing. I, Chen Outyan, am willing. I, GMO, am willing. I, NE, am also willing. The admiration these people had for Lin Ling had reached a fanatical level. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world, they were among the few who knew that Lin Ling could unleash forbidden spells without the need for a spell scroll. Lin Ling nodded at them, his gaze falling on the only two who had not expressed their stance, Zhou Mengyan and Wang Jiaqing. Although Lin Ling was mentally prepared, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Are you choosing to leave? Everyone knew that although he was looking at the two, he was actually asking Zhou Mengyan. Of course not, Zhou Mengyan quickly replied. She had felt uncomfortable for quite a while after Lin Ling left without her. Now that there was another opportunity, how could she let it slip away? As soon as she spoke, a smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. So you agree? This young lady has been tricked away by you. I could have joined the God of War team soon, Zhou Mengyan muttered softly. Lin Ling heard her clearly but said nothing more. He could already imagine the delightful expression on her face when she saw herself as a member of the Ling Tian Independent Corps. Just then, Yaya suddenly said, Boss Lin, I choose to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Shang Biao's face was filled with surprise. Yeah, what are you doing? My brother was killed by the Black Mountain Old Demon, and my parents are very sad. Now they only have me left, and I want to stay by their side, Wang Jiaqing said. Yeah, my condolences. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Ling's face. Since returning to the Xuanfu base city, Yaya had not spoken a word. He didn't expect such a big incident to happen at home. No one blamed her for choosing to leave, they only felt a bit regretful for her. After she left, Lin Ling looked at the 8 oath recognition prompts that appeared on the system panel and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to waste time on this, he had many important things to do. Alright, let's distribute the equipment. This is a set of Azura gear. Xin Xian sold it to you. Lin Ling pushed a set of Azura gear toward Xin Xian. Boss, I can't afford it, Xin Xian said, nearly drooling but still daring not to take it. I was joking with you, do you really think I only know money? Lin Ling said irritably. Dog, this epic level assassin set was given by the Demon King's treasure chest, it's yours. I don't want it, you don't have to give it to me. I'll soon get my specialized weapon, Zhou Mengyan said. Lin Ling nodded and continued distributing equipment to others. Although the remaining gear wasn't a full set, it ensured that everyone had at least orange gear. Some even had 1 or 2 pieces of red gear. With top-notch equipment, everyone's attributes skyrocketed significantly. The combined value of these items was at least worth several billion. It would be a lie to say he wasn't pained by it, but when Lin Ling thought of his future plans, he felt much more at ease. The road ahead was long, and he needed many rare materials. These materials required conquering many tedious dungeons to obtain. He needed a team dedicated solely to him, to help him tackle those cumbersome dungeons and acquire materials that money couldn't buy. He also needed a sharp blade to deal with enemies he couldn't handle himself. The people before him were not only his partners but would also serve as a sharp blade in his hand. Qin Xian, has the team registration I asked you to do been completed? Lin Ling turned to Qin Xian. Qin Xian immediately nodded. Boss, it has been registered as you instructed. Invite Feng Ji, Shang Biao, and Yu into the team, Lin Ling said. Qin Xian immediately complied. The Yuming team invites you to join. Notifications appeared before Shang Biao and the others simultaneously. At the same time, Lin Ling sent invitations to others as well. The withdrawal procedures for these people from their teams and guilds had already been completed before coming to Lin Ling's home. At this moment, Qin Xian was filled with confusion, wanting to ask but not daring to pry further. Could it be that the boss has created a guild? Otherwise, why isn't the boss in the same team? I was originally planning to join the Dragon's Nest, but following the boss is no worse than going to the Dragon's Nest. Qin Xian thought to himself. Although he felt a bit regretful about not being able to enter the Dragon's Nest, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The others were equally puzzled, but at this moment, they could only wait quietly for Lin Ling's arrangements. They all had the potential to enter the Dragon's Nest, and now that they had given it up, they could only look forward. Just as everyone finished joining the battle team, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Qin Xian. Guild invitation. The War God Hall's Ling Tian independent team invites your battle team to join the guild. Qin Xian's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? What the hell? War God Hall? Is this the ominous Heavenly Court battle team instance? Is this the ominous Heavenly Court battle team instance? War God Hall Ling Tian independent team, unauthorized, number of subordinate battle teams, 2, Heavenly Court battle team level, Black Iron, Battle Team Leader, Lin Ling, Battle Team Vice Leader, GMO, Battle Team Members, Zhou Mengyan, Wang Yilin, Chen Outyan, Underworld Battle Team Level, Black Iron, Battle Team Leader, Qin Xian, Battle Team Vice Leader, Feng Ji, Battle Team Members, Yu and Shang Biao. Team has been activated. Looking at the information on the guild interface, everyone was plunged into shock, unable to extricate themselves, especially Zhou Mengyan, who knew far more about the War God Hall than the others. When she saw the 5 characters Ling Tian independent team, the shock in her heart reached an unprecedented level. In the past, the War God Hall only had the War God Squad under its jurisdiction. Since the establishment of the War God Hall, there had only been 1 squad each year, totaling just 18 squads in 18 years. This year's goal was to establish 2 War God squads, the 019 and 020 War God squads. This was already an expansion of recruitment, but now she actually saw an independent team? Moreover, it seemed that Lin Ling had significant power, even able to freely recruit members. She looked at Lin Ling with a somewhat dazed expression. What kind of virtue and ability does this young man possess? What secrets does this young man hold that she does not know? As for the others, they were completely immersed in ecstasy. The disappointment from missing out on the Dragon's Nest had long been blown away by the wind. Entering the Dragon's Nest was nothing. They had now become members of the War God Hall. Looking at the various bonuses from the War God Hall, everyone's faces turned red. At this moment, they finally understood what glory Lin Ling was referring to. Just as Lin Ling said, the glory he brought them far exceeded their imagination. But what they did not know was that this was not the glory Lin Ling was referring to. His goal was the Newcomer Championship, and the God Domain Championship, which was unattainable for many. Only the high ground was his target. Feng Ji, this thing is for you. Think about whether to use it yourself, Lin Ling said as he directly threw a glowing orb of lightning to Feng Ji. After catching it, Feng Ji's expression changed instantly. Level talent source, lightning. He could not imagine that such a treasure existed in the world. Having just advanced to the 2nd tier, he had not upgraded his talent nor awakened a 2nd profession. He wished so much for his talent to advance further. The probability of obtaining a 2nd talent, and it was a level lightning talent. If it failed, he would be done for. At this moment, Feng Ji's eyes gradually turned red. Thank you, boss. I'll keep it for now. It might come in handy. Lin Ling nodded and looked at GMO. Dog, is the thing I asked you to prepare ready? It's been ready for a long time. Absolutely foolproof. This mask is not an ordinary mask. It was personally crafted by my G family's master blacksmith. Guarantee you'll be satisfied if you. GMO took out 10 metal masks and began to chatter again. Alright, hand them over. Lin Ling took the masks and distributed them to everyone one by one. From now on, when we act collectively, everyone must wear a mask. This is for everyone's protection, Lin Ling said. The group looked at the masks in their hands, making all sorts of funny faces. They could never have imagined that the masks they held would soon become a nightmare for countless opponents. The masks were made of metal and could only cover half of the face. Their design was based on the disguiser's mask, also possessing the ability to prevent peeping. However, the level of the forger was not high, and the peeping prevention ability was weak, only allowing those who were no more than 10 levels higher than the wearer to be unable to peek. Boss, are we still going to participate in the Dragon Nest selection competition? GMO suddenly asked. Of course we are. The selection competition will reward a lot of points, and these points can be exchanged for many useful things. Each and every one of you not only has to participate but also has to achieve a ranking, Lin Ling said seriously. Guaranteed to complete the task. Qin Xian raised his left hand and gave a very unstandard military salute. Alright, I will now arrange the first mission for the Ling Tian Independent Corps, Lin Ling said. Everyone immediately held their breath and listened carefully. The Heavenly Court and Underworld teams have not yet completed their team dungeons, so we will first go and clear this dungeon, Lin Ling said before turning and walking out. Due to the bounty tasks, the number of second transformation professionals in the Xuanfu base city surged. Many second transformation powerhouses began to form teams or gather to establish guilds. When Lin Ling and the others arrived at the team management bureau, it was bustling with activity, a stark contrast to its usual quietness, with many professionals gathered together. Help clear team dungeons, 100,000 dragon coins guaranteed to pass 3 stars. 1-star dungeon clearing strategy for team dungeons, 20,000 per copy, money back guarantee. For Star Team Dungeon, price negotiable. Shots rang out at the entrance of the management bureau. Just as Lin Ling and the others stepped through the door, a young man with a green mushroom on his head ran over and asked, "Hey, friend, need help clearing dungeons?" Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eye at the sight of the mushroom on his head. "You can't handle our dungeon." As soon as these words were spoken, many people turned to look at them with puzzled expressions. "Oh, little brother, I'm already level 58, and I've been clearing dungeons here for 2 years. You can ask around about me, Wu Guang. As long as the money is right, I can clear any dungeon." The young man with the green mushroom patted his chest and said, "That's right, little brother, Wu Gu is definitely an authority in this area. For a team dungeon, as long as you pay, we guarantee a pass." There's no dungeon we can't clear. As long as the money is sufficient, we'll join your team immediately and clear it in no time. Several teammates behind Wu Guang chimed in with laughter. "Do you accept dungeons for the Heavenly Court team?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. The team that had been full of confidence just a second ago became extremely serious upon hearing the words Heavenly Court. In an instant, several people in the hall had fireworks ignited above their heads. This scene made Lin Ling's companions glance at him with unease. At that moment, they suddenly felt a chill. Their boss really couldn't be offended. Wu Guang looked at the others with fireworks above their heads and earnestly advised, "Heavenly Court team? Little brother, did you really register for the Heavenly Court team? Let me advise you, don't attempt the dungeon for the Heavenly Court team. That name is ominous, and you can't exit a team dungeon midway." Lin Ling suddenly found Wu Guang to be quite decent and smiled as he said, "Thanks for the reminder, we can handle it." With that, he walked towards the dungeon entrance, truly unaware of the danger, daring to take on the name Heavenly Court. Why bother with him? 100 years of great fusion, and those who don't believe in evil have all died in the dungeon. Maybe they really have the skills? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Humph, do you think he's Lin Ling? A chorus of voices, some mocking and some hopeful, echoed from the boosting teams. At this moment, Lin Ling and Qin Xian had arrived at the dungeon entrance. The two exchanged a glance and nodded lightly. The two teams instantly vanished outside the dungeon entrance. Lin Ling's vision blurred, and when it cleared again, he found himself in a vast desert. "Lin Ling, I've always had a question for you. Do you really use forbidden spell scrolls to farm monsters?" Zhou Mengyan suddenly asked, looking at the endless yellow sand. This question had been lingering in her mind for too long. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Yilan and Chen Outyan also showed a hint of confusion in their eyes. "Brother Lin, I want to know too. Even if Dog Brother's family is rich, it can't withstand our kind of farming, right?" Chen Outyan asked somewhat foolishly. Although Wang Yilan didn't speak, he quietly waited for Lin Ling's answer. Seeing the three of them so curious, GMO and Lin Ling both smiled. "The monsters should be coming soon, you'll see them shortly." Clearing the dungeon, named Big Fish. Just as Lin Ling's voice fell, a layer of dust began to rise from the distant sand dunes. The ground started to tremble, and shadows emerged from beneath the dunes. These shadows were overwhelming, and wherever one looked, there were monsters. At this sight, everyone except Lin Ling couldn't help but change their expressions. At the same time, system prompts popped up before everyone. Team Dungeon, Nightmare Sand Sculpture, difficulty, 12 stars. In ancient times, the Sandstar fell, and the natives of Sandstar ventured into the Milky Way's blue star, but were blocked outside the Stargate by a force called the Heavenly Court. All Sandstar life was exterminated, with some turning into sand sculptures lurking in the dungeon, hoping to take revenge one day and overthrow the Heavenly Court. Dungeon tasks: 1. Survival, survive in this dungeon for over 1 hour to clear it. 2. Slaughter, kill all sand sculpture life to clear immediately. Dungeon mechanism, the first 2 minutes after the dungeon starts are a welfare period, during which all team members can release skills without consuming mana. After 2 minutes, mana consumption doubles. After 10 minutes, a magic suppression field opens in the dungeon, and challengers must fend for themselves. Seeing the prompt before them, even Zhou Mengyan, who possessed the so-called strongest holy healing light of Blue Star, couldn't help but change her expression. No wonder they say the Heavenly Court team is ominous. This is simply an impossible dungeon task, Zhou Mengyan whispered. At this moment, she glanced at the monstrous creatures that resembled the sea and couldn't help but inch closer to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked into the distance and softly called, Mengyan. Zhou Mengyan turned to Lin Ling. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. Guess how many minutes it will take me to clear this dungeon? A few minutes? Are you saying how long we can last? Zhou Mengyan's slightly curled eyelashes trembled gently. Lin Ling's smile remained. If I clear this dungeon within 2 minutes, you have to give me a kiss. Zhou Mengyan's face flushed for the second time that day. Okay. Lin Ling's smile widened. Don't you want to know my secret? Today, I'll show you a feast. Meteor shower. All things arise. Thunder. Raging waves. Tornado. Ice age. In fact, even Lin Ling didn't expect such a setting for this dungeon. It was as if a mysterious hand had arranged everything for him. This dungeon setting might truly be catastrophic for others. After all, 2 minutes for others, even with unlimited skill releases, would not be enough to handle such a monstrous tide. Unless a 7th turn Grand Mage came along out of sheer boredom to create a team for fun and happened to choose the name Heavenly Court. At this moment, Zhou Mengyan and the others were already stunned, unable to close their mouths at the scene before them. Countless undead creatures burst forth from the ground amidst a sky filled with meteor showers. In the apocalyptic hurricane, purple lightning flickered, and wherever the towering waves passed, there was nothing but vast oceans. However, this watery world was just taking shape when it was frozen for miles. In such a scene, Lin Ling, holding his staff, truly resembled a descending deity. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the sand sculpture puppet, gaining 30,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the sand sculpture scorpion, gaining 50,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully. Congratulations, your dark mage profession has reached level 46. Congratulations, your summoner profession has reached level 47. Lin Ling saw that he had only leveled up twice and couldn't help but pout. It was indeed difficult to level up after killing so many monsters. Just then, Zhou Mengyan suddenly turned and pounced on Lin Ling like a little tiger. The sand dune beneath Lin Ling's feet gave way, and he found himself lying on his back on the ground. Zhou Mengyan straddled him, her small fists pounding relentlessly on Lin Ling's sturdy chest. You tricked me so badly, quickly tell me, do you have a second talent? Lin Ling looked at Zhou Mengyan sitting on his waist, and his heart raced for a moment. I do indeed. Lin Ling replied. What talent? Zhou Mengyan asked curiously. You've already seen it, magic has turned into a forbidden spell, but it requires a lot of money, so I'm really short on cash. Little rich girl, do you want to support me? Lin Ling said with a mischievous smile. Support. Zhou Mengyan suddenly realized she was sitting on Lin Ling, and at that moment, the gazes of the three others were on her. With a flush, Zhou Mengyan's cheeks turned bright red, and like a startled little rabbit, she quickly jumped off Lin Ling. At the same time, a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, the Heavenly Court team has cleared the team dungeon, taking 53 seconds. Congratulations, the Heavenly Court team has been directly promoted to Platinum level. All members of the Heavenly Court team receive reward levels. All members of the Heavenly Court team receive the legendary item, Heavenly Court Teleportation Talisman. Using the Teleportation Talisman allows you to teleport directly to any teammate. 3 beams of white light lit up beneath everyone's feet. Each person's eyes were filled with ecstasy, especially Lin Ling, who found leveling up increasingly difficult, but this reward of 3 levels was a boost for all professions. At that moment, his level had soared to 50, and the level cap appeared once again. Lin Ling reined in his smile and looked at Zhou Mengyan. 53 seconds. What 53 seconds? Zhou Mengyan asked, puzzled. Did you forget something? Linling raised his hand and lifted the mask on his face, revealing half of his right cheek. Zhou Mengyan glanced at GMO and the others. GMO and the others, very perceptibly, turned their bodies to the side. Zhou Mengyan blushed and suddenly stood on her tiptoes, kissing Linling's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. However, just as she was about to kiss him, everything went dark, and everyone's figures vanished in an instant. When they reappeared in the hall of the Team Management Bureau, it immediately caused an uproar. What the hell? We actually came out? What's going on? Can we exit the team dungeon midway? How long has it been? Everyone's emotions were highly agitated, and the hall was once again filled with fireworks. Then came a sea of green mushroom heads. The young man named Wu Guang zeroed in on Linling and immediately approached him. Bro, tell me how you guys got out? Linling smiled faintly. We just killed all the monsters and came out. Is the curse of the heavenly court gone? Wu Guang asked, puzzled. It exists, but it's not very hard to kill. I just used a few skills and wiped them all out, Linling replied honestly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was left in shock. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up above the dungeon portal. Congratulations to the heavenly team for clearing the team dungeon, difficulty level, 12 stars. Wow. 12 stars? Isn't the highest difficulty 5 stars? What the hell is 12 stars? My god, what kind of monsters are you? Hey, little brother, why does your voice sound so familiar? You can't really be Linling, can you? A professional suddenly leaned in front of Linling, staring at the lower half of his face that was exposed. Suddenly, the dungeon portal lit up again. The figures of Qin Xian and the other four appeared in an instant. Boss, we're ready, Qin Xian said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the Team Management Bureau. Look, it's the Lingxiao Heavenly Deer. It's actually a flying pet, such a big one. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the giant divine deer slowly descended. The next second, Jiang Shani's figure appeared right beside Linling and the others. Meng Yan, the Dragon Nest selection competition is about to start. Let's go back to Kyoto together, Jiang Shani said. However, to his surprise, Zhou Mengyan and the others all looked at Linling. The atmosphere clearly indicated that no one would leave unless Linling nodded. This scene immediately made Jiang Shani glare fiercely at Linling. Let's go! Riding his deer, Zhang Lao's deer is indeed quite good, Linling said with an awkward smile. Oomph, you know your place. Do you want to go to Kyoto together? Didn't you say you wanted to make a specialized weapon? Jiang Shani said with satisfaction. Linling shook his head. You guys go ahead. I'll go by myself. Soon, everyone reluctantly left with Jiang Shani, while Linling looked at the Lingxiao divine deer with a sly smile. Old Jiang, when I arrive in Kyoto, you'll be shocked, right? Linling said, and immediately began to name a forbidden spell in his heart, renaming the flying pet summoning technique to Big Fish. Naming successful, initial skill flying pet summoning technique automatically upgraded to flying forbidden spell Big Fish. After casting the skill, summon a divine beast Kuanping, possessing the speed of 10,000 miles in a second. The book entered a recommended silence period, with extremely low earnings, but Xiao Kuei insisted on writing, everyone please help send free gifts, thank you. Who says forging techniques can't be named? Kuanping's crossing scared everyone. What happened? Is another forbidden spell coming? Why has the sky turned dark? Wasn't there no solar eclipse today? Countless professionals rushed out from indoors, looking up at the sky. This sight made everyone tremble uncontrollably. From first-turn newcomers to sixth-turn experts, anyone who saw the giant object in the sky was filled with shock. What is this? Why do I feel like this thing looks a bit familiar? Why does it look so much like the emblem of the G Family Consortium? That's right, this is Kuanping. My god, I actually saw a real Kuanping? A divine beast actually appeared in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Exclamations arose, and under the might of such a giant beast, humans couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Zhou Weiguo flew into the air. Although he was a six-turn expert, at this moment, he felt as small as a speck of dust beneath the Kuanping. No, this isn't a real divine beast. Zhang Lao's Lingxiao Heavenly Deer feels different from this Kuanping. The next second, the Kuanping suddenly flew high into the sky, and a figure stood prominently atop its head. This scene made Zhou Weiguo's pupils suddenly constrict. What level of existence can control such a terrifying divine beast? Gradually, more and more people saw that figure. In everyone's understanding, there was absolutely no such existence in the Dragon Kingdom. Even across the entire Blue Star, it was hard to find a true master who could control a divine beast. Is this the true foundation of our Dragon Kingdom, or a powerful figure from another country borrowing the way? Gulp! Why do I feel like this world is getting crazier and crazier? Hope is the foundation of my Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps those immortals in the myths of my Dragon Kingdom truly existed before the Great Fusion. At this moment, all the strong warriors fell into deep shock. It was a tangled emotion, mixed with fear and anticipation. The fear that such powerful beings existed in other nations, and the hope that their own country could have such giants. Amidst the discussions, the Kuanping in the sky suddenly twisted its body. That massive figure, which had obscured the heavens, instantly vanished from people's sight. In the capital base city, at a certain base in the Dragon's Nest. Next is Zhou Yuan versus GMO. The instructor in charge of monitoring at the Dragon's Nest called out lightly. Two figures, both dressed in assassin white, instantly charged at each other. There was no suspense at all. GMO's figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, a hand strike had already landed on his opponent's neck. A virtual health bar appeared above the opponent's head and instantly hit zero, causing him to collapse to the ground. From the start to the opponent falling, it took a total of 4 seconds. GMO's strength left everyone in awe. The instructor nodded and directly handed a promotion card to GMO. GMO, you don't need to compete in the following matches, you will directly participate in the reselection 3 days later. GMO accepted the card, satisfied, and walked back. 10 battles, 10 victories, the longest time taken was 26 seconds. What a little monster. The instructor picked up the list and called out again. Wang Yilin versus Wu Min. Wang Yilin, with a white scarf wrapped around his head, strode to the starting position. Opposite him was a girl in a tight black leather outfit. Sister, do you want to shoot quickly or slowly? Wang Yilin asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately became furious. Pervert. With a loud shout, she drew her bow and within 3 seconds shot out 7 arrows in succession. The shooting speed was impressive, and even the instructor couldn't help but nod. You girl, I kindly asked you, why are you cursing? Wang Yilin said unhappily after being called a pervert. At this moment, the arrows had already crossed the 100-meter training ground and were flying straight at him. He remained calm, raised his hand to draw the bow, and no one could see his specific movements. Yet, a rain of arrows had already flown out in front of him. After shooting down the 7 arrows coming his way, 11 more arrows still flew towards the opposite side. Puff, puff, puff. A series of hit sounds rang out. The virtual health bar of the girl in the black leather outfit instantly hit zero. Wang Yilin wins. Wang Yilin, how many arrows can you shoot at once? The instructor looked at the boy with a headache. Wang Yilin grinned, I can shoot a maximum of 36 arrows in 1 second. The flesh on the instructor's face twitched. Attack me with all your strength. He called out lightly, quickly retreating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 36 arrows formed a line and shot straight at the instructor. The instructor was a 5th-turn strong warrior and had no trouble dodging at first, but these arrows became faster as they approached. When he dodged 25, his body suddenly slowed down by half a beat. Puff, 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 puff. Oh no! A surprised shout rang out, and 6 arrows immediately lodged into the instructor's backside. Take this, get lost, and don't let me see you for 3 days. The instructor threw out a promotion card and began to pull out the arrows from his backside one by one. Chen Outyan versus Li Taizhan. The instructor shouted irritably. Immediately, 2 burly figures walked into the training ground. I won't move, you can hit me. If you can make me move a step, I will admit defeat, Chen Outyan said. Li Taizhan's eyes lit up, and a fierce expression appeared on his face. You said it. He was a berserker with a high-level talent, capable of dealing some real damage. Seeing that the opponent wasn't making a move, he immediately charged forward, raising his great sword to strike at Chen Outyan. Bang! The great sword struck directly on Chen Outyan's head, and the boy indeed did not move at all. A damage value floated above Li Taizhan's head. Instantly, Li Taizhan was filled with question marks. He was not discouraged and raised his sword to strike fiercely again. Bang bang bang. After 3 consecutive strikes, Chen Outyan remained as unmoving as a mountain, while Li Taizhan's health bar was already nearly empty. What the hell is your talent? Li Taizhan asked, his face full of disbelief. The immovable Thorn King armor. As long as I don't take the initiative to attack, I am immune to 99% of damage and reflect 100 points of true damage back to the opponent, Chen Outyan replied. Li Taizhan's face twitched violently. Then why even fight? I admit defeat. As soon as Li Taizhan finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded all around. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and saw a gigantic fish-like creature flying over the sky of Kyoto. The instructor waved his hand, and a white crane over 5 meters long suddenly appeared. He leaped onto the crane and quickly ascended into the sky. However, they had only flown up a dozen meters when the crane trembled and refused to fly any higher. At that moment, the entire Kyoto base city was in an uproar. Hundreds of figures flew into the sky, among them dozens of 6-turn powerhouses. All the 7-turn powerhouses in Kyoto also took to the air. Over 1,000 laser cannons were instantly charged. However, just as they were about to launch an attack, the giant fish continued to fly over Kyoto, heading straight for the Jinhai base city. Why did such a powerful being enter the Dragon Kingdom without our radar system giving any prior warning? Where did this big shot come from? Could it be an 8-turn powerhouse passing through to the sea? Quick, summon the Lord of the War God Temple to take action. As another 8-turn powerhouse, we must clarify whether this being is friend or foe. At this moment, inside the War God Temple, Zhou Weiyun had already released her prophecy technique. The moment the Kunping appeared, she sensed its overwhelming aura. But before her prophecy could fully manifest, the aura of the Kunping had already arrived above her head from thousands of miles away. Zhou Weiyun hadn't felt such intense tension in a long time. She wasn't afraid of other 8-turn powerhouses, but she couldn't imagine the consequences of a duel between 8-turn powerhouses in the sky above Kyoto. The wind stirred, and a light screen suddenly appeared in front of her. Within that light screen, a figure quietly emerged. When Zhou Weiyun saw that figure, her expression instantly froze. Lin Ling? That little bastard. You scared me to death. These people are quite good at borrowing chickens to lay eggs, upgrading the cooling heart. Brother, run quickly, the young lady is back. The shocked Miss Chioye. Holy Light Technique, a healing skill belonging to mages. Holy Light Technique, a healing skill belonging to mages, Yunmeng Trading Hall. Lin Ling, holding a full diamond VIP card from Yunmeng Trading Hall, was directly invited into the VIP reception room. A young lady in a low-cut outfit was enthusiastically serving him. Sir, these are the materials you requested, all prepared for you. Do you have any other needs? I can fulfill any of your requests. I need mage skill books, under level 60, Lin Ling said. The young lady smiled sweetly, and 2 skill book images immediately appeared on the big screen. Holy Light Technique category, Light System Mage Skill Book Learning Level, Level 45 Skill Analysis, releases a beam of light, dealing 150 spell damage per second to enemy targets, and healing friendly targets, restoring 30 health to the caster. Price, 2 million Dragon Coins. Summon Beast category, Summoning Skill Book Learning Level, Level 60 Skill Analysis, summons a fierce beast to fight for you, with the beast's attributes being 1 times yours. Price, 3 million Dragon Coins. Seeing these 2 skill books, Lin Ling immediately felt a surge of desire, especially the Light Magic book, which he could learn right now, and he still hadn't obtained a single skill book for the Light System class. It must be said that light mages have a high degree of similarity. If there is a biggest difference, it might be that the priest skills are more focused on healing, while the light mage leans towards purification attacks. I'll take both books. Do we have ice silkworm silk here? Lin Ling smiled. Now that his finances were abundant, he didn't want to waste time haggling. In fact, he had little hope in his heart. He had already checked with Yunmeng and found no stock of ice silkworm silk. Bringing it up now was just a gamble. Sure enough, the young lady immediately showed a hint of an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, we haven't had ice silkworm silk in stock for a long time. Then I'll take these, Lin Ling said. Soon, the card transaction was completed, costing only 6.5 million, and he received the unsealing materials and 2 skill books. One must say that money is indeed a good thing. Once he had the skill books, Lin Ling immediately learned the Holy Light spell. He walked out of the trading hall, already eager to test his new skill. Unfortunately, after looking around, he found no target to deliberately release the skill on. Lin Ling could only shrug and head towards the task temple. At this moment, a Supreme VIP client arrived in the adjacent VIP room. Is there anyone consigning cooling crystals today? Xiu Yi asked with hopeful eyes. The handsome manager in charge of receiving her shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Miss Xiu Yi, we haven't received any consignment news for cooling crystals. If someone consigns, notify me immediately, Xiu Yi said. The manager nodded in agreement, and Xiu Yi had no choice but to get up and walk out. Just as she exited the trading hall, she heard a group of people shouting as they ran from a distance. We've arrived at Yunmeng Trading Hall. There are free priests at Yunmeng Trading Hall. Is there a priest? Please save my sister. She was caught by a monster and is bleeding a lot. A man was running with a 5 or 6-year-old girl in his arms. The girl was already in shock from blood loss. There was a gaping tear on her neck. How pitiful, she's injured her carotid artery, bleeding too fast, even red potions can't keep up. This child's health is almost gone. If we can't find a priest, she might not make it. 2 passers-by spoke with pity on their faces. A middle-aged manager in a Yunmeng uniform hurried out upon hearing the commotion, but when he saw the child's injury, his face immediately fell. Our trading hall's priest went to do a job change task today. What should we do? The middle-aged man said anxiously. Have you called an ambulance? The hospital's priest will take a while to arrive. Shao-Chi probably won't make it. The man holding the little girl cried. Is there a priest? Please save this child. The Yunmeng trading hall manager immediately shouted into the street. In no time, many pedestrians gathered around. An 18 or 19-year-old young dad immediately said, "I'm a priest, but I just awakened a few days ago. Out of my 3 skills, only one is a healing skill, and it doesn't heal much." As he spoke, he raised his staff, and a beam of white light instantly fell on the little girl, restoring only about 1/10 of her health. This recovery speed was far slower than the rate of blood loss, and the man holding the child helplessly sat down on the ground. "Is there any other priest?" the manager shouted again. Xiaoyi was right beside them, holding her phone, having already dialed the family priest's number. But it would take at least 5 minutes for them to arrive, and the child clearly couldn't hold on that long. "Make way." Just as Xiaoyi bent down to check the child's injury, a magnetic male voice sounded from behind. Just as she was about to stand up, a strong force suddenly came from behind her. It seemed someone was trying to squeeze in from the crowd, and that person's leg bumped directly into her backside. "Ah!" Xiaoyi exclaimed, her center of gravity shifting, and she fell forward. At that moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed her arm, pulling her forward body back. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you," Lin Ling said apologetically. He was just about to enter the mission temple when he suddenly heard that shout. This was just the opportunity to unleash the holy light spell he had just learned. His speed had reached an extremely terrifying level, and with a flash, he arrived in front of the Yunmeng trading hall. He shouted loudly, and since no one made way, he could only force his way in. The people behind him blocked his view, and with Xiaoyi bent over, he couldn't see her upper body, which led him to accidentally bump into her. He knew it was wrong to bump into a girl's backside, but at that moment, he couldn't think too much. That child's health bar was almost empty, and he had to act immediately. Before Xiaoyi could get angry, a milky white beam of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the child on the ground. In the next second, the wound on the child's neck healed at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the health bar above his head instantly increased by 30. The child, who had been in shock from blood loss, slowly opened his eyes. Thank you, benefactor." Xiaoqi quickly thanked the benefactor, the man said, tears streaming down his face, while quietly applying pressure to the girl's shoulder and neck acupoint. The girl was about to speak but tilted her head and fainted. "It might be due to excessive blood loss. It's okay, just let her rest a bit." "Thank you, young man," the man said, looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's just a small effort, it's nothing. Let's part ways here. Good people will be rewarded." The man cupped his fists towards Lin Ling, picked up the girl, and quickly rushed out of the crowd, disappearing down the long street. Lin Ling watched their figures, feeling inexplicably that something was off. However, after pondering for a moment and finding nothing, he turned and walked towards the mission temple. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, watching his back, was already so angry that her teeth were itching. Growing up, no one of the opposite sex had ever touched her hand, but thinking that this person was so eager to save someone that he acted so abruptly, she had to swallow her anger. "Humph, just pretend I was bumped by a passing cow," Xiaoyi muttered to herself as she turned and walked towards the mission temple as well. "The world is so big, it's normal to have the same name. Who gave you the courage to be arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the courage to be arrogant in front of me?" "Xiaoyi, the overlord of the Baitu, then let's set off. We'll gather at the entrance of the mission temple." Just as Xiaoyi sent the message, she saw a giant standing at the entrance, towering at least 2.5 meters tall. This guy was clad in heavy armor, his exposed body covered in bulging muscles, looking nothing like a mage. Lin Ling directly threw out the eye of the hero. Name, Ben Boba. Codename, Baitu Tianxia. Special profession, Thunder Mage. Chess player. Talent, Powerful Thunder Array. Level, 119, 86, Health, 52800, Mana, 55215. Physical damage, 45850, Magic damage, 91700. Stamina, 6600. Strength, 5043. Intelligence, 10086. Agility, 1000. Combat power rating, 3.5 stars. Potential estimate, Great Mage level. Comprehensive evaluation, Strength and magic coexist, a war machine. When Lin Ling saw this person's name, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ben Boba? Why not call yourself Little Whirlwind? This profession of Thunder Mage chess player was something he had never heard of before. However, when he saw these attributes, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These attributes were not weak, but why hadn't someone with such talent been recruited by the Dragon Nest? However, these attributes could only be considered not weak to ordinary people. But in front of Lin Ling, he was completely a younger brother. In terms of strength, Lin Ling surpassed him by over 1,000, although he was slightly behind in magic damage. He had 4 powerful forbidden spells on him. Lin Ling is a monster, while Ben Boba, although somewhat exceptional, is still just an ordinary person. Upon feeling Lin Ling's gaze, a strong disdain immediately appeared in Ben Boba's eyes. "Humph, so it's just a little puppy." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been somewhat interested in this man, but now that interest vanished in an instant. "Watch your mouth," Lin Ling said in a deep voice. "Oh, you still have some temper, but in front of your boss, you're a dragon coiling and a tiger lying down. Boss won't indulge you." As he spoke, Boba raised his middle finger, his condescending gaze showing no signs of concealment. Lin Ling's expression darkened, and he immediately felt the urge to strike. However, at that moment, Shoyi suddenly stepped in front of him. Feeling the imposing presence just a fist's distance away, Lin Ling instinctively took a step back. "Alright, you two, we are teammates now. Wouldn't it be better to focus our strength on clearing the dungeon?" Shoyi said with a smile. "Humph, I can take the kid along, but I won't share a single cent of the 200 million dragon coins reward with him," Ben Boba replied. Shoyi looked at Lin Ling with some difficulty. "Let's go, I only need the ice silkworm silk. As for whether we can get the 200 million, it depends on his abilities," Lin Ling said. Shoyi immediately sighed in relief. A hint of disdain flashed in Ben Boba's eyes. "I want cash, you go prepare it now. Once you're ready, we'll set off." "Cash?" Shoyi frowned slightly. Carrying 200 million in cash? However, since she needed something from him, she agreed. Half an hour later, after everything was prepared, the three of them walked to an open area. A central magic cube appeared in Shoya's hand. A class-level fighter jet instantly materialized above the street. The appearance of the jet immediately drew gasps of astonishment. Although class-level jets are the cheapest among fighter jets, that's only relatively speaking. After all, there are only a few dozen civilian fighter jets nationwide. Seeing one is like spotting a Lamborghini on the road. No matter how ordinary, it's not a vehicle that an average person can own. Upon seeing the fighter jet, a hint of fervor also flashed in Ben Boba's eyes. "You actually have a fighter jet? This is my first time on one." As the jet slowly landed, Ben Boba spoke while gently touching the aircraft's body. "Boss Badu, you seem to really like fighter jets," Shoyi asked. "Of course, which man doesn't like fighter jets?" Just as Ben Boba finished speaking, he noticed that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with indifference, as if this cool fighter jet couldn't attract him at all. "Sissy," Ben Boba suddenly shouted coldly, raising his leg to enter the jet. "Boss Badu, can you stop picking fights? Just because you like something doesn't mean others do, and how can a nearly 5-turn boss compare with a newcomer?" Shoyi suddenly shouted, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, and she still needed Bata to help her clear the dungeon. However, seeing Bata bully Lin Ling made her feel uncomfortable. Just when she was worried that Bata might throw in the towel, to her surprise, the guy nodded repeatedly with a smile. "Alright, boss, it won't happen again. I was just joking with this little brother." The cold glint in Lin Ling's eyes gradually dissipated. The three of them boarded the plane in succession, and the aircraft immediately sped southward. Inside the cabin, Shoyi saw that her two teammates were getting along well, so she took out a design draft. This was the pendant she had been diligently researching for over a year. To avoid any mishaps, whenever she had free time, Shoyi would take out this draft and review it again. Soon, as she looked at her draft, a proud smile appeared on her face. "Autumn Leaf, oh Autumn Leaf, you truly are a genius. Once this pendant is made, it will surely cause quite a stir in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world." Autumn Leaf thought to herself, suddenly feeling an urgent desire to be praised. She pulled out a sheet from her manuscript and looked at Batu Tianxia. "Boss Batu, do you understand forging?" Originally, she was just asking casually, but unexpectedly, Ben Boba snatched the manuscript from her. "A cooling type accessory, is this your design? Very good. Although it's only one page, I can already guess that this item not only reduces cooldowns but also has an active skill," Ben Boba said. Autumn Leaf's eyes lit up at his words. "Boss Batu, are you also a forger?" A hint of pride appeared on Ben Boba's face. "Not really, I just studied under Tang Minji for a while, but later I switched to focusing on combat professions." "Tang Minji? The Grand Master of Forging from Jinling? He is the best at purifying enchanted stones in the Dragon Kingdom. To what level can you purify enchanted stones?" At this moment, Autumn Leaf looked at Ben Boba with hopeful eyes. I'm just a half-baked level, managing to purify to a loss rate of 25, so second tier," Ben Boba said, sounding somewhat melancholic about being half-baked, yet his face was full of pride. The art of purification has always been a closely guarded secret among forgers. Autumn Leaf didn't ask further. If the other party didn't have a master, she might have sought advice. But since the other party was a disciple of Tang Minji, asking another question would break the rules. The highest purification level in the Forging Guild of the capital is 31, and it was clear that the forgers from Jinling were significantly stronger in this regard than those from the capital. "Keep it up. Your understanding of forging is already quite good. This manuscript is the most exquisite design I've ever seen," Ben Boba generously praised. Just as his words fell, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "If we could have high purification enchanted stones, that would definitely be a perfect work of art. I don't forge, I only purify enchanted stones. If you're still single, we might as well have a deep exchange. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on Autumn Leaf's curvaceous figure. However, at that moment, a voice that seemed to have no presence suddenly rang out. The design direction is correct, but it's flashy and impractical. No matter how good the enchanted stone is, it won't matter. Lin Ling, sitting in the corner, glanced at the blueprint in Autumn Leaf's hand and said nonchalantly. However, as soon as he spoke, Ben Boba was furious. Originally, he had found Autumn Leaf beautiful and had developed some wicked thoughts. Perhaps with a bit of persuasion, he could have both wealth and beauty. But Lin Ling's words disrupted his scheme. Bullshit, you little brat, what do you know? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Ben Boba shouted and charged directly at Lin Ling, as if he was determined to teach this kid a lesson for ruining his good fortune. The space in the battle machine was already small, and this time Autumn Leaf wanted to intervene, but it was too late, so she could only let out a cry. Be careful. In her view, with Ben Boba closing in, Lin Ling would surely receive a beating. Moreover, judging by Ben Boba's demeanor, he would show no mercy. However, just as Ben Boba's hand was about to slap Lin Ling's head, the kid suddenly vanished. The next second, Ben Boba's expression changed drastically. A powerful hand suddenly grabbed the back of his neck. He immediately tried to break free, but that hand felt as if it were made of steel, far stronger than his own strength. The next moment, a surge of primal power flooded into his neck, the wind howled past his ears, and a knee rapidly enlarged in his vision. Bang! Ben Boba only felt a buzzing in his ears, as if his head were about to explode. Before he could regain his senses, that large hand pulled his head back slightly. Ben Boba gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his face and opened his eyes, only to see the floor rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Lin Ling pressed Ben Boba's head down hard against the cabin floor. Boom! A large pit appeared on the floor. The entire plane trembled slightly, and the alarm blared alongside Lin Ling's chilling voice. Who gave you the courage to be arrogant in front of me? How should I put it in a few words? Honestly, I find it quite annoying when authors ask for gifts from readers. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. But only after committing to writing full-time did I truly understand that sometimes, one is forced by reality to become the very thing they despise. The recommendation count in the book city plummeted from 10,000 a day to a mere 1,000, and my income shrank to just a few dozen yuan a day, yet I spend nearly 9 hours writing 7,000 words daily. I want to persevere, to finish this book well, but, never mind, let's just hold on a bit longer. I won't ask for monetary gifts, just a little support from those who can spare a few seconds would be enough. You see, I earn a dime for every ad you watch, and I can see every dime. At the same time, I thank you for your support. The upcoming plot will become increasingly exciting: Dragon Nest rematch, sweeping the national wild zones, cross-border monster theft, igniting Mount Fuji, time traveling, Demon Island, other races professionals, exterminating East Island, pacifying New York, the divine dungeon dimension, and so on. Lin Ling's opponents will grow stronger, and he will become even more formidable. I hope you continue to follow along. I've written 300 words, this chapter is over 3,200 now, so I'll stop here. Thank you all. Ben Boba's scheme. My song has magic. My song has magic. As Ben Boba's voice fell, a special mark appeared above his head. At that moment, he would become the variable in this instance. Only he could slay monsters, while the monsters could only wait for death. As for the others, if he was willing to save them, he would; if not, they could die. The last time he cleared this instance, Ben Boba relied on the variable star. Not only did he clear it smoothly, but he also made excessive demands of 2 young ladies from second-rate families in his team. In the end, they could only swear allegiance to the divine realm, and afterwards, they not only gave Ben Boba a considerable amount of wealth but also became his playthings. This time, he not only wanted to kill Lin Ling and take his equipment, but he also had no intention of letting the lovely Choi go. Just as Ben Boba was fantasizing about the upcoming spectacle, Choi's voice rang out again. Boss Batu, how do we fight? Bata came back to his senses and replied, my profession is very special. I will treat this forest as a chessboard, and I need to set up a chess formation here. However, setting up the formation requires money, so you need to give me 200 million in bounty first. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile suddenly flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Why does this sound so familiar? But Xiao Yi looked somewhat angry. I've never heard of a talent that requires money to use. Since you're unwilling, I'll just leave the instance. Ben Boba pouted. You. Xiao Yi increasingly found this boss detestable. I can only give you 100 million. The rest will be given to you after we clear it. Alright, hand it over. Ben Boba did not insist further. With a wave of her hand, a mountain of cash appeared before Ben Boba. He raised his hand to store the cash in his storage space and turned to look at Lin Ling. Little brother, I need to set up the chess formation now, so you and the captain stay here and don't move. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed into the snowy forest. In Ben Boba's view, there was conflict between the two, and he wanted the other to stay put. Lin Ling would surely not obey, and when he moved around, he would immediately become a living target for the monsters. Once Lin Ling was dead, he would be the first to loot the body and obtain the sacred set. However, what he did not expect was that Lin Ling actually remained completely still. I had thought more highly of you, just this level of vigilance. He quickly set up formations in the forest, and the moment these were triggered, the outcome would be sealed. As long as the monster was not dead, the thunderous formations would not cease. As for the ice behemoth, he had no intention of killing it at all. Minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Ben Boba had completed the chess formation. The ground trembled, and a massive cave appeared in the center of the forest. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook rhythmically, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Soon, a towering figure over 20 meters tall emerged from the cave. It was a humanoid being, covered entirely in ice, wielding a gigantic ice hammer. The moment it stepped out of the cave, the entire forest seemed to transform into a giant chessboard. Countless pillars of lightning lit up on the board, moving towards the ice behemoth. Boom! The lightning struck the behemoth, and a large amount of health points began to float above its head. The health bar above it started to decrease slowly. At the current rate of damage, it would take at most 10 minutes to drain its health completely. Seeing this rate of health loss, Ben Boba nodded in satisfaction, his pride intensifying. Isn't it just going to fall before me, enhanced like this? Just as he reveled in his triumph, Lin Ling also looked at the ice behemoth, activating the eye of the hero instantly. Ice behemoth, initially enhanced by an item, race, behemoth level health, 22, 600, 000 physical damage, 120, 000 magic damage, 0 magic defense, 90, 000 physical defense, 0 friendly reminder. This fire-type magic is immune, the fatal weakness is its nose, and physical attacks to its nose can deal 10 times true damage. Looking at the information, a hint of amusement appeared in the corner of Lin Ling's eye. He knew without thinking that Ben Boba had tampered with it, but he never expected someone could control attributes and aggro like this. At this moment, the ice behemoth continued charging towards Lin Ling's direction. What's going on? Boss Boba, why is the monster coming over here? Xiao Yi shouted. I don't know, maybe the monster has its own consciousness and wants to attack those it dislikes, Ben Boba coldly replied from atop a large tree. Not good, come here, little brother, run quickly, Xiao Yi shouted anxiously. At the same time, a wall of flames erupted, instantly blocking the ice behemoth's path. Normally, when ice and fire meet, the ice would surely melt, but at this moment, Xiaoya's wall of flames caused no damage to the ice behemoth at all. Xiaoya realized her skill couldn't break through its defenses, and she was instantly dumbfounded. When she looked up and saw the health bar above the ice behemoth, her face turned pale with fear. Over 20 million health points upon entering the dungeon? How could a human possibly kill this? At the same time, her gaze towards Lin Ling was filled with regret. Little brother, you must exit now. It's not too late to leave, Xiao Yi shouted loudly. Hearing her words, the mockery in Ben Boba's eyes was no longer concealed. Meanwhile, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already noticed that the exit icon had turned gray the moment Ben Boba began setting up the chess formation. This meant that his escape route had been completely sealed off. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. It seemed that today, someone was destined to remain in this dungeon forever. The aggro is locked onto me. Is this trying to force me to act? If so, then I shall satisfy your desire to watch. He glanced at Xiao Yi, a smirk on his lips, as a makeshift forbidden spell scroll appeared in his hand. This action immediately filled Xiao Yi, not far away, with confusion. Yi Xiao, hurry and exit the dungeon, it's too late. This kind-hearted sister was on the verge of tears from anxiety. At that moment, Ben Boba, perched on a distant tree, nearly burst into laughter. Disable item usage. With that command, the blue and red potions and magic scrolls on Lin Ling turned gray. Yi Xiao, I'm giving you a chance. Come to my side, kneel at my feet, and admit your mistakes. I might consider letting you leave alive, Ben Boba said with a maniacal laugh. Batu, what nonsense are you talking? We're teammates. If you have a way to deal with this ice behemoth, hurry up and use it. Xiao Yi shouted angrily at Ben Boba. Ha ha ha, my little darling. When you're crying, don't worry, Big Brother will definitely help you clear the level. Ben Boba no longer wanted to pretend. He aimed to trample Lin Ling's dignity first, then let him die in the dungeon. He laughed wildly as he said, ha ha ha, Yi Xiao, do you think your forbidden spell scroll can be used? I'll give you one last chance. However, before he could finish, he suddenly noticed the smile curling at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. "Do you want to hear a song?" "My singing is magical," Lin Ling asked with a smile. "Love comes too quickly, just like a tornado, unable to escape the storm circle." One song wasn't enough, so he sang another, furious at Ben Boba. One song wasn't enough, so he sang another, furious at Ben Boba. As Lin Ling's voice rang out, a strange vortex suddenly appeared in the snow around him. Snowflakes slowly rose in the vortex, growing larger and more numerous. A massive ice and snow hurricane suddenly emerged. A blizzard swept through the entire frozen forest. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi was dumbfounded. Ben Boba was also stunned. Even the rushing ice behemoth was at a loss. "What is this? Is this magic?" Xiao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Your items have been sealed by me. How can you still unleash a forbidden spell? Could it be that your forbidden spell doesn't come from the forbidden spell scroll?" Ben Boba's face was filled with terror, the previous smile long gone. But in the next second, rumbling, the sound waves generated by the rapidly spinning hurricane gradually drowned out the song. The wind girl, fierce and unyielding, did not rush towards the ice behemoth but instead swept directly towards the tree where Bata was. At that moment, Ben Boba was completely panicked, a massive sense of fear engulfing him. "Chess formation," he shouted, and a flash of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, forming a shield. The ear-piercing sound of wind blades scraping against the lightning shield made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, a wolf-toothed hammer appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he strode forward, heading straight for the ice behemoth. The forbidden spell named Ice Behemoth. The diamond armor instantly enveloped him. He leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, and aimed the wolf-toothed hammer directly at the behemoth's enormous nose. At the same time, the ice behemoth's massive hand, like a grinding wheel, swung towards Lin Ling. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds echoed simultaneously. A critical hit damage of 690,000 appeared above the ice behemoth's head. Lin Ling also lit up with nearly 100,000 in damage. But this damage was insignificant compared to the 10 million health points of the Earth-type defensive forbidden spell Invincible Armor. At that moment, Lin Ling vividly illustrated what was called the aesthetics of violence. Boom boom boom. There was no flashy dodging, just a head-on clash. Life and death were taken lightly. If you're not convinced, then fight. Back and forth, they harmed each other. The wolf-toothed hammer swung round, and in just a few breaths, over 20 strikes landed, each one employing the subtleties of swordsmanship. Each hammer struck precisely on the behemoth's nose. The ice behemoth fell into a frenzy, its two massive hands swinging wildly. In an instant, dozens of slaps were unleashed. The ice behemoth's health bar had dropped by over 10 million. Lin Ling's diamond armor health bar was nearly empty. Just when the ice behemoth thought it could crush this human with its next slap, a brand new diamond armor appeared. At that moment, the ice behemoth cried. He covered his eyes and cursed Lin Ling for not being able to play fair. But Lin Ling showed no signs of stopping. After a flurry of fierce attacks, the ice abyss behemoth could no longer endure. "Unseal!" Lin Ling called out lightly. The level 50 seal on him suddenly vanished. Ah! With a blissful roar, his health bar was emptied, and the ice abyss behemoth fell to the ground. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the double-enhanced ice abyss behemoth and received a high experience reward. Congratulations, your earth mage profession has reached level 52. Congratulations, your fire mage profession has reached level 53. Congratulations, your time mage profession has reached level 53. Congratulations." Lin Ling's lips curled slightly, allowing him to level up by 2.5 levels. This scene completely overturned the perceptions of the other two. Xiao Yi was already dumbfounded. At this moment, Ben Boba in the hurricane was also engulfed in despair. The lightning shield surrounding his body was already covered in cracks. It was clear that under the attack of the wind system forbidden spell, this lightning shield couldn't hold out much longer. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and a tide of ice puppets surged out from the ice silkworm cave. There were at least tens of thousands of them. As soon as these small monsters appeared, they charged straight at Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the terror in Ben Boba's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of madness. "Yi Xiu, stop your forbidden spell, or you all will die here today. You've just released a forbidden spell, and your mana must be low now, right? Only I can kill these monsters." Ben Boba roared, not believing that someone could truly disregard their own life. However, the brief moment of terror soon returned, because Lin Ling didn't even glance at him. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning shield in front of him emitted a series of shattering sounds. Ben Boba's expression changed drastically as he turned to Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, stop him quickly. Do you still want to clear the dungeon? Just make him stop this damn storm, and I'll refund you that 100 million, hurry." Xiao Yi was about to speak when she saw Lin Ling take out another golden scroll. His handsome profile could undoubtedly captivate countless lovesick girls. "Little brother, Yi Xiao, can you not? Wait. Xiao Ye's eyes widened suddenly. Boom! At that moment, a scene suddenly flashed in Xiao Ye's mind. Under the merman leader, the figure clad in a white robe, wielding a wolf-tooth hammer, quickly overlapped with the Yi Xiao in front of her. Her pupils suddenly constricted. You. She extended a slender finger, pointing at Lin Ling but unable to utter a complete sentence. Just then, the detestable guy in front of her turned to look at her. Did you like that song just now? Xiao Yi was stunned, instinctively nodding her head. Lin Ling smiled, then let's have another. As his words fell, he strode towards the tide of monsters. Accompany you to watch the meteor shower fall on this earth, let your tears fall on my shoulder. A hauntingly beautiful song suddenly played. The overcast sky turned fiery red. Huge fireballs broke through the dense clouds, heading straight for the frozen forest before them. At the same time, Ben Boba's lightning shield shattered with a bang. But at that moment, he seemed to forget the fear of death, his eyes only reflecting the breathtaking scene of fire rain falling in the snowy forest. Boom, 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 boom. You have killed the professional Ben Boba. You have successfully killed the Ice Dwarf clan puppet, receiving an experience reward of 120,000. You have successfully killed the Ice Elf clan puppet, receiving an experience reward of 130,000. You have successfully killed the Ice Dragon puppet, receiving an experience reward of 150,000. You have successfully killed the Honey Snow Ice. Congratulations, your Dark Mage profession has reached level 57. Congratulations, your Wind Mage profession has reached level 57. Congratulations, your Summoner Mage profession has reached level 57. Killed so many monsters, and I only leveled up 4 times. Minutes later, the ice and snow forest was no longer a place of peace. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure in a white robe approached gracefully. As the breeze swept by, behind him lay an endless expanse of corpses. Yet, the boy's face bore a faint smile. He stopped a meter in front of Zhou Yue, gently lifting his chin. Do you still think I'm just a pretty boy? Zhou Yue shook her head, dazed for a few seconds, then suddenly said, Come here, I want to tell you a secret. Lin Ling frowned slightly but leaned in to listen. The next moment, a delicate hand reached for his ear. Lin Ling could not let her twist his ear. He swiftly dodged. I say, sister, who taught you to twist people's ears? We're not that familiar, are we? Lin Ling said, somewhat speechless. At that moment, Zhou Yue, having failed her sneak attack, breathed heavily, her eyes gradually reddening, and the grievances that had built up in her heart surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. At the Jinhai Merman Beach, did you steal the nearly defeated Merman leader from me? Wow! Thank you all for your gift support. Happy looting starts with me. Jinhai Merman Beach? 3 little question marks popped up above Lin Ling's head. Wasn't that Merman leader called by old Zhang for help? Did he get it wrong? Thinking this, Lin Ling awkwardly scratched his nose. Sister, there might be some misunderstanding between us, Lin Ling said with an awkward smile. Who are you calling sister? You all bully me. Zhou Yue curled up on the ground, hugging her knees, her mind filled with the pressure from her family and the obstacles from the Lin family, her mood sinking further. In the wind and snow, her body trembled slightly, as if frozen or frightened. In that moment, Zhou Yue resembled the little match girl curled up in a corner. When the rain of fire fell, she once thought she was going to die. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lin Ling felt at a loss. He wasn't skilled at comforting girls, and besides, he had no obligation to do so. Normally, if someone stole from you, it would just be that. But now, he felt a lingering guilt as if he were a bad uncle bullying a little girl. The cooling crystal is gone. How about I compensate you? Lin Ling tentatively asked. Zhou Yue stubbornly raised her head. How will you compensate me? Lin Ling scratched his head. How about I sing you a song? I don't want to hear it. Others charge for singing, your singing costs lives. Zhou Yue replied, her eyes once again filled with images of hurricanes and meteor showers. Lin Ling, ahem, ahem, ahem. Lin Ling cleared his throat awkwardly 3 times. How about I tell you a fairy tale? Your appearance is quite fitting for that. A hint of doubt flashed in Zhou Yue's eyes. You can tell stories? Lin Ling's face turned red. He didn't know how to tell stories. He just remembered how he had told GMO the story of the little match girl, only for that guy to turn it into a joke on the spot. Have you heard of the little girl selling forbidden spell scrolls? Lin Ling asked. Zhou Yue shook her head. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who made a living selling forbidden spell scrolls. On Christmas Eve, it started to snow heavily, and it was particularly cold. The little girl hadn't sold a single forbidden spell scroll that day. She hadn't eaten all day, feeling cold and hungry. She found a corner in the base city and curled up there, hugging her knees, yet still shivering from the cold. She looked at the passers-by, calling out in a trembling voice, selling forbidden spell scrolls, selling forbidden spell scrolls, but no one paid her any attention. As night deepened, the little girl was too hungry, she took out a few colorful mushrooms she had picked during the day and stuffed them into her mouth. A miraculous thing happened. The shoes in the display window transformed into roasted ducks, lining up and performing the third driving test right before her eyes. Even the donkey droppings by the roadside turned into fragrant roasted chickens, swirling and leaping around her. Moments later, a gust of wind blew in, the biting cold jolting the little girl, causing the roasted ducks to revert back to shoes and the roasted chickens to turn back into donkey droppings. The little girl recalled the warm embrace of her great-grandmother when she was alive. She took out a fire-type forbidden spell scroll, a smile of unprecedented happiness spreading across her face. She activated the scroll, and instantly, a grand meteor shower of fire enveloped the village. That night, everyone in the village witnessed her great-grandmother. Lin Ling reminisced about Ji Haigu's words as he finished the story. At that time, GMO had laughed for a long while telling it. However, he soon realized that Xiao Yi hadn't laughed at all. Is it not funny? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yi shook her head. Didn't you notice anything strange? Lin Ling frowned slightly and turned to look at the ice silkworm cave. The little monsters had been killed for so long. Why hadn't they appeared yet? Are you saying they haven't appeared? Lin Ling asked. Xiao Yi replied, just now, the prompt asked if I wanted to clear the instance with 3 stars, and I chose no. Logically, they should have appeared, but, Lin Ling frowned slightly, don't keep me in suspense. But what? Xiao Yi didn't answer but instead shared the system prompt in front of her to the team channel. Due to the adventurers being too brutal, the Ice Silkworm King was frightened and refused to appear. Please leave the instance or wait for the Ice Silkworm King to appear. Seeing these 2 prompts, 3 black lines instantly appeared on Lin Ling's forehead. Strange things happen every year, but this year was particularly abundant. Are they starting a strike? Lin Ling rubbed his nose. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But the Ice Silkworm's silk could only be dropped by the Ice Silkworm King. If they didn't kill it, wouldn't this trip be in vain? After all, leveling up could be done anywhere by casting a forbidden spell in the wild. What should we do? Should we wait a bit? Lin Ling asked. Xiao Yi shrugged. That's all we can do. Lin Ling turned and walked into the forest, finding Ben Boba's corpse and began looting. Congratulations, you successfully looted dragon coins. 3. Congratulations, you looted the legendary mage robe of the dominance set. Congratulations, you looted the legendary mage staff of the dominance set. Congratulations, you. Lin Ling looked at the prompts on the panel and couldn't help but curl his lips. Once a specialized weapon was named, only the owner could use it. This set of dominance gear was clearly Ben Boba's specialized weapon. Although it couldn't be sold, specialized weapons could be refined, with a certain probability of yielding rare materials. These materials could be used for upgrading specialized weapons, but Lin Ling had never studied specialized weapon refining and was completely clueless about it. He suddenly turned to Xiao Yi. Just because he didn't understand didn't mean she wouldn't. When Xiao Yi took out that manuscript on the war machine, Lin Ling had already confirmed that this Xiao Yi was definitely the young lady from the Forging Guild. Having such a professional around was much better than spending money to ponder these common knowledge issues. He walked back to Xiao Yi, smiling awkwardly. Beautiful Xiao Yi, since we're waiting anyway, why not do something meaningful? Xiao Yi suddenly looked up at Lin Ling, her eyes filled with disbelief. Little brat, what do you want to do? I'll tell you to give up on that thought. I'm not going to mess around with you here. Xiao Yi moved back a bit. Lin Ling, what on earth is going on in the mind of this adult lady? Lin Ling spoke again. I want to, however. Before he could finish, Xiao Yi interrupted. I don't want to mess around with you. I admit you're handsome, but we've only known each other for less than a day. I'm not that kind of casual girl. Can we keep it simple? Lin Ling was increasingly at a loss for words. I want to discuss some experiences regarding forging with you. Xiao Yi was instantly petrified, wishing she could dig a basement with her toes to hide. This was simply too embarrassing. Oh heavens, oh earth, Xiao Yi, you really need to wash your hair. Your mind is filthy. I'd like to ask you some questions. If your answers satisfy me, I can teach you how to purify the enchantment stones to level 30, Lin Ling said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's big eyes instantly brightened like searchlights. You can ask. Whatever I know, I will definitely tell you everything without holding back. Xiao Yi nodded vigorously. Do you know how to refine upgrade materials from finished specialized weapons? Lin Ling asked. You don't know this? Xiao Yi looked utterly astonished. Lin Ling replied, I can refine enchantment stones. Xiao Yi, just use the refining system that comes with the life profession. As long as you're a second-tier blacksmith, you have a refining system, Xiao Yi explained. Lin Ling's eye twitched. I don't have it. Can you help me refine these pieces of equipment? Lin Ling said, pushing the battle map set over. This statement left Xiao Yi once again in a state of shock, while a hint of pride swelled in her heart. You don't even have a second-tier blacksmith profession? Lin Ling, I can purify enchantment stones. Xiao Yi, Fine, you win, you heartless person. Sister will help you refine, but there is a failure rate in refining. The higher the blacksmith's level, the lower the failure rate. I am already a 6th tier blacksmith, so you can rest assured about the success rate. Shoyi gritted her teeth and said. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a piece of equipment and began the refining process. Refining target, battle map staff, 120 level finished specialized weapon, start refining? Yes, no, yes. Refining failed, equipment disappeared. She continued to pick up a robe. Refining target, battle map robe, 120 level finished specialized weapon, start refining? Yes, no, yes. Refining failed, equipment disappeared. Shoya's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She looked at Linling with some embarrassment, only to find Linling already covered in black lines. The success rate for 6th tier seems a bit low. Do you still want to refine? Shoyi asked shyly. This slap in the face came too quickly. She had just boasted, and now she had failed twice in a row. Linling remained silent, recalling whether there was a refining function in the blacksmith panel when he was in the cocoon state. Soon, he confirmed that there should not be one. He felt a bit helpless and could only nod. Go ahead, I hope your luck is better. Shoyi forced a smile and quickly picked up a wrist guard. As she confirmed, the refining system immediately responded. Refining failed, equipment disappeared. At that moment, Shoyi was about to cry. I really didn't mean to. I refined before, and it wasn't this hard. Seeing her eyes turning red, Linling could only encourage her. Come on, it's okay. Even if you fail, I can still teach you how to purify enchantment stones. Hearing this, Shoyi felt even worse inside. This little brother was quite warm, but she felt so useless. She took a deep breath, her already lofty spirit rising a few notches. Refining target, battle map right wrist guard, yes, refining failed, equipment disappeared. Refining target, battle map pants. Refining failed, equipment disappeared. Refining target, battle map boots, 120 level finished specialized weapon, start refining? Yes, no, Shoyi clenched her fists tightly. Yes. A golden light suddenly shone brightly. Refining successful, obtained silver dragon tendon, koi scales. It worked. At that moment, Shoyi was as happy as a child, bouncing in place for several seconds before handing everything she had obtained to Linling. She continued to pick up a ring. Refining target, buy 2 ring. Yes. Perhaps her bad luck had been used up in advance, and the goddess of fortune finally favored Shoyi once more. Another flash of golden light appeared. Refining successful, obtained starstone or obtained elk essential oil. This time, Shoyi gathered her courage and picked up the last bite of Mage hat. The golden light shone again. Refining successful, obtained golden seahorse skin, deep sea dragon whale whiskers. I did not fail my mission. 3 items succeeded. Shoyi handed all the materials to Linling, and although she was several years older than Linling, she looked more like a little sister seeking praise. Linling put away the materials and immediately taught Shoyi a carving inscription that could purify enchantment stones to level 20. Shoyi tried it right away, and when she found that she could actually purify it to a mana loss rate of 20, she almost rushed forward to kiss Linling. But Linling seemed to be prepared. Before she could make a move, he had already flashed away into the distance. Successfully refining 3 pieces of equipment was already a very good harvest for him. The value of these materials was extremely high. 3 specialized weapons yielded 3 types of common materials and 3 types of rare materials, and the value of these items definitely exceeded 1 billion. What made him happiest was that these materials were exactly what he needed to upgrade the Ling Tian set. He was also unclear why his level 60 Ling Tian set used materials meant for someone else's level 120 set. However, he understood that the more difficult the crafting conditions, the stronger the equipment attributes. From another perspective, this was a good thing. Linling walked towards the ice silkworm cave. He didn't want to waste time here. Since it wasn't appearing, he would find a way to force it out. But when he arrived at the cave entrance, he received a system prompt. Adventurers cannot actively enter the ice silkworm cave. This was quite frustrating. Time passed slowly. The frozen forest grew increasingly silent. Night fell. In front of a campfire, 2 figures waited quietly. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere gradually became a bit awkward. Shoyi, I need some materials. Can you help me see if the blacksmith guild can sort it out? Linling suddenly broke the awkward silence. He listed all the materials needed to upgrade the Ling Tian set in the team channel. Some of them are available, and some, although not available, can still be obtained with some effort. But it will take some time. If you need it, I can help you gather them. But you also have to help me with something. Shoyi looked into Linling's eyes as she spoke. Linling's heart leaped with joy. What do you need me to help with? Shoyi hesitated slightly, but thinking of the situation in the Cho family, she gritted her teeth and said, "You mentioned that my time pendant has a problem?" Lin Ling nodded. "Yes, your design concept is fine, but with your level as a 6th turn blacksmith, it's very difficult to make. But the candidates for the competition can only be under 30 years old, and I am already the highest level blacksmith under 30 in the entire Cho family. I heard that the Lin family bought a perfect item design blueprint from abroad. If I can't make the time pendant, I won't be able to win against the Lin family," Shoyi said. "I can make the pendant based on your blueprint, but just helping me gather materials isn't enough to hire me to assist you," Lin Ling said with a smile. Shoyi's eyes lit up. "Are you serious? Aren't you not even a 2nd turn blacksmith?" "Lin Ling, I have my ways. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Shoyi bit her red lip lightly. "Then what do you want? Do you want me to offer myself?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it, thinking her mind must be dirty. "The Blacksmith Guild's laboratory is open to me for free. If you can agree to that, I will help you once," Lin Ling said. As soon as the words left her mouth, something suddenly overlapped rapidly in Xiaoya's mind. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, incredulously saying, "You are the one who created the Ling Tian suit in the lab during the day?" Lin Ling smiled faintly and nodded gently. "I promise you, you apply to join the Blacksmith Guild, and 7 days later, you will represent the Chiu family in the election competition. From now on, you can use the Blacksmith Guild's laboratory however you want. Deal," Lin Ling said with satisfaction. Just as the words fell, he suddenly turned to look behind him. Just a moment ago, he had clearly felt a gaze peering at him from behind. He squinted his eyes and quickly searched for the source of that hidden gaze in the darkness. A shadowy figure flashed through the frozen forest, as if a child had run past in the woods. When he looked again, he found nothing. This discovery instantly made Lin Ling's hair stand on end. This was a dungeon world. Apart from the Benboba he had killed, there shouldn't be a third living person here. A god-level boss, in crisis? What's wrong? Xiaoyi asked, puzzled by Lin Ling's unusual behavior. "It's nothing, I might have just seen things," Lin Ling said, but he immediately activated the Heavenly Overlook. The entire map's bird's eye view instantly appeared in his mind. At this moment, besides the 2 light points representing him and Xiaoyi, a dazzling ice blue light point was located in the frozen forest 100 meters away from them. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and his eyes narrowed instantly. "Xiaoyi, is there any possibility that someone else has intruded into our dungeon?" The moment Lin Ling asked this question, he suddenly recalled the scene from his previous life when the dungeon was forcibly opened, and the 8th turn Death Knight Galen Pushkin appeared before him. He slowly stood up from the ground, a drop of divine rain dew already held in his palm. At that moment, Lin Ling understood that the greatest crisis he had encountered since his rebirth had appeared. An existence capable of forcibly entering someone else's dungeon was at least a powerhouse beyond the 7th turn. He couldn't determine how much chance he had against an 8th turn powerhouse with his current level. However, it was highly likely that the 8th turn powerhouse would be the one to survive. "It's impossible for other powerhouses to enter our dungeon, right? That doesn't make any sense unless this person is a ghost or a god," Xiaoyi said half-jokingly. However, the speaker had no intention, but Lin Ling felt a bit uneasy in his heart. It had been 100 years since the Great Fusion. Did ghosts and gods really not exist? Could it be that he had truly encountered something unclean today? He began to think quickly about how to respond. If it really was a ghost, ordinary forbidden spells would likely be useless. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. A light-based forbidden spell might be the only way out. He glanced at his skill panel. The forbidden spell naming had completed its cooldown. Rename Holy Light Spell to Direction of Light. Naming successful. Initial skill Holy Light Spell automatically upgraded to the light-based forbidden spell Direction of Light. After casting the skill, a holy light will appear, locking onto a single target and dealing 100 times the caster's magic damage as additional damage, with a powerful purifying effect. The healing function is gone, and it has actually transformed into a single target attack forbidden spell. Besides the spell's own damage, it can also deal nearly 10 million additional damage. Seeing the skill description, Lin Ling felt much more relaxed. Although he didn't know if he could kill this mysterious creature, at worst, he could drink the divine rain dew, and if one hit didn't kill it, he could directly transform into a forbidden spell machine gun. After all, he had 3 drops of divine rain dew. This thing was meant to be used desperately, and if not now, then when? Just then, that blue light point suddenly began to move towards the position where Lin Ling and Xiaoyi were. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before them. The ultimate ice silkworm king of this dungeon has appeared. However, the next second, a humanoid figure appeared before the two. This is not just a little girl. She is clearly a small lowly only about 8 or 9 years old. She stands around 1 meter tall, wearing an ice blue long dress, with 4 semi-transparent wings on her back. Her skin is as white as milk, and her face still has the chubby baby fat. However, Lin Ling's expression grew increasingly serious, especially as Lin Ling immediately activated the hero's eye. Abyss eroded Divine Domain Ice Silkworm King Race, Ice Domain Divine Race Level, Health, 100 0000000 Physical Damage, 0 Magical Damage, 10 million, True Damage, Magical Defense, Immune to Magical Damage Physical Defense, Immune to Physical Damage Friendly Reminder, this entity is affected by special items that double its attributes. A kind angel falls into the abyss? Currently unbeatable. Pray for your own safety upon encountering it. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Lin Ling's eyelids twitched violently. 100 million health? And doubled damage immunity? Is the level 10 transformation a mistake? Can something like this appear in a 4 transformation dungeon? Is the game malfunctioning? Or has it been stimulated? Almost instantly, Lin Ling unleashed his invincible diamond armor. Just as his armor appeared, the adorable Ice Silkworm King raised a finger and pointed at him. There were no flashy magical skill effects, it was as if nothing had happened. Yet Lin Ling clearly felt a gentle energy collide with him. However, the next second, his expression changed drastically. The diamond armor, transformed from the Earth Defense Invincibility spell, shattered with a loud bang. His health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. The cooldown for invincibility was only 15 seconds. Under normal circumstances, 10 million health would be enough to last until the next activation. But now, there was no chance to resist at all. A sense of helplessness he had never felt before surged in Lin Ling's heart. However, at that moment, something Lin Ling never expected happened. Xiao Yi, beside him, seemed to be enchanted as she ran towards the Ice Silkworm King. Yi Xiao, look quickly, what a cute little loli. Come, let sister hug you. As the voice rang out, Xiao Yi had already dashed forward. She was like the wind, arriving in front of the Ice Silkworm King under the astonished gazes of both the Ice Silkworm King and Lin Ling. Then, she stretched out her 2 fair jade hands and pinched the chubby cheeks of the Ice Silkworm King. At that moment, Lin Ling clearly saw 3 black lines appear on the Ice Silkworm King's forehead. Cold sweat began to drip down his own cheeks. How thick-skinned must one be to treat this thing as a cute little one? Lin Ling wanted to warn her but didn't know how to start. At that moment, half of Xiao Yi's leg had already stepped into the gates of hell. Xiao Yi. Lin Ling opened his mouth, but before he could finish, Xiao Yi had already hugged the Ice Silkworm King and started spinning in place. Are you out of your mind? This thing is obviously not human. Lin Ling was instantly speechless. The Ice Silkworm King's large, beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was instantly locked onto the back of the Ice Silkworm King. There, a dagger-emitting black mist was ominously embedded. Just then, a trace of crimson appeared in the Ice Silkworm King's eyes. It seemed to sense a threat. The Ice Silkworm King did not attack Xiao Yi but instead looked at Lin Ling with great vigilance, raising her finger once more. If nothing went wrong, as Xiao Yi spun around, when that finger pointed at Lin Ling again, it would be the moment she launched a fatal attack on him. I only have one chance. Whether I can survive depends on this strike. The direction of light. Continue to play music and dance for me. With Lin Ling's soft shout, the song suddenly rang out. No place to escape, no branches to rely on, smiling in reverse. A pure white beam of light descended from the sky, heading straight for the black dagger on the Ice Silkworm King's back. That's right, the target of this light system forbidden spell is not the Ice Silkworm King, but the dagger on her back. Lin Ling is taking a gamble. This is his only chance. The Ice Silkworm King has a kind nature. If he can purify the evil power, there might be a glimmer of hope, perhaps even unexpected gains. If he bets wrong, will kindness be rewarded or will good deeds be repaid with resentment? Ice Silkworm recognizes its master. All systems level 60. Ice Silkworm recognizes its master. All systems level 60. Congratulations, the Ice Silkworm King has successfully recognized you as its master. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the Ice Silkworm King, increasing your 4-dimensional attribute points by 1000. Congratulations, you have obtained the inheritance of the Ice Silkworm King, gaining a Divine Thought Seed, which has automatically merged with your mental power. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest, Divine Escort. Quest details: safely bring the Ice Silkworm King into the Divine Realm and deliver it to the far north. Quest Reward 1, all attributes increase by 300 points. Quest Reward 2, the Ice Silkworm clan in the Divine Realm will honor you as their king. Quest Time Limit, within 1 year. If not completed within the time limit, the quest will be deemed a failure. The blessing of the Ice Silkworm King will disappear. The attribute increase will become invalid, and the master-servant contract will be automatically dissolved. Looking at the system prompt that appeared before him, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with astonishment. However, what Lin Ling did not expect was that this surprise was just the beginning. At this moment, a system prompt popped up simultaneously in front of him and Xiao Yi. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the nightmare level difficulty Ice Silkworm Cave Dungeon. Since the Ice Silkworm King has disappeared, the dungeon rating is 5 stars. Congratulations, you have received a reward, experience. Due to the increased difficulty of the dungeon, the reward is doubled, and you receive an additional experience reward. Due to the adventurer using a special item, the reward is doubled, and you receive an additional experience reward. Due to the increased difficulty of the dungeon, the equipment reward has automatically upgraded to a holy set. Congratulations, you have obtained the 150 level Moon Demon set, Holy. Due to the increased difficulty of the dungeon entry ticket fragment has been upgraded to a complete dungeon entry ticket. Congratulations, you have obtained a dungeon entry ticket. Congratulations, your life system mage profession has reached level 60. Congratulations, your fire system mage profession has reached level 60. Congratulations, your lightning system mage profession has reached level 60. Congratulations. Congratulations, your all system mage profession has reached level 60. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple for your third job change as soon as possible. The overflow experience has been fully stored in the experience pool and will automatically merge into the experience bar after the job change is successful. Looking at the finally stopped system prompts, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. He knew that the most precious thing he had gained today was probably that divine thought seed. At this moment, his mental perception had reached an unprecedented level. Every blade of grass and tree in the entire dungeon map, every snowflake seemed to resonate with him in some way. When he concentrated, he could even feel the slight vibrations caused by the wind blowing the snowflakes to the ground. This feeling is so wonderful. Although I don't know how to use my mental power, the whole world seems to have slowed down countless times in my eyes. I've leveled up. I can finally wear the Ling Tian set. I wonder what my attributes will reach after changing outfits. With a thought, the Ling Tian set instantly replaced the Radiant set. In that moment, he was clad in silver armor, like a deity descending to the world. Especially the Ling Tian staff in his hand, with divine beasts vividly depicted on it, a faint silver glow shimmered with rainbow colors, appearing and disappearing. Yi Xiu, what is this? A voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was Qiu Yi. Her eyes were still red, holding the damaged radiant robe in her arms, but her gaze was filled with disbelief. As a top-tier new generation blacksmith, how could she not see that Lin Ling was wearing a specialized weapon set? Yet, the specialized weapon sets she had seen that could compare to Lin Ling's were absolutely no more than 3. Moreover, the minimum level requirement for the specialized weapon set is level 60. Could it be that this seemingly 18 or 19-year-old boy has already reached level 60? Even if Lin Ling awakened last year, it has only been a little over a year. It is indeed rare for a genius to reach level 60 in 3 transitions within a year. As the young lady of the Blacksmith Guild, she knows several such geniuses in her circle. But weren't they all young masters from the noble circles of the capital? Most of them had high levels but little combat power. As for Lin Ling's combat strength, Qiu Yi had a deep understanding. However, thinking of how Lin Ling used a forbidden spell scroll without even blinking, Qiu Yi quickly felt much more at ease. This guy is clearly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. How could he be the useless person they say? Should I take this opportunity to cling to him? At that moment, Qiu Yi's mind was unusually sharp. Sister Qiu Yi, just call me Lin Ling. Yi Xiu is just a code name. Thank you very much for this dungeon task. I gained a lot. Let's leave, Lin Ling said with a smile, genuinely grateful to Qiu Yi. Just as Qiu Yi was lost in thought, Lin Ling asked again, what did you gain? Qiu Yi instinctively replied, I leveled up by a full 9 levels and obtained a set of holy gear. Let's go back to the Blacksmith Guild. I need to upgrade the equipment for which I have enough materials, Lin Ling said. Qiu Yi nodded dumbly, as if suddenly remembering something, and looked at Lin Ling with urgency. We can't leave yet. Follow me. There are treasures in this dungeon. Saying this, Qiu Yi grabbed Lin Ling's arm and ran off into the distance. Soon, they saw a patch of light blue ice blocks scattered at the edge of the dungeon. As expected, Qiu Yi exclaimed with delight. What is this? Lin Ling did not recognize these items. A hint of pride flashed in Qiu Yi's eyes as she said, Eyesore, it only appears in ice attribute dungeons at nightmare difficulty. In the ultimate undead, Eyesore won't appear. This is a hidden benefit I heard from my grandfather. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a pickaxe and began to dig. Soon, a piece of ice blue ore appeared in her hands. Come and dig. It's very expensive. 1 piece can sell for 10 million, Qiu Yi shouted. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling immediately became interested. An hour later, Lin Ling's storage space had over 100 pieces of ice ore. This billion was practically picked up for free. The two of them left the dungeon reluctantly after seeing that the ice ore was gone. With a flash of light, they reappeared outside the Ice Silkworm Cave dungeon. At this moment, many teens were still waiting outside the dungeon, including some from yesterday. When they saw Lin Ling and Xiao Yi appear, their eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, you actually made it out alive? You didn't really clear the nightmare difficulty, did you? Someone exclaimed, and everyone's gaze fell in unison on the large screen displaying the dungeon challenge records. In the nightmare level dungeon section, there was suddenly a line of information that had appeared at some point. Ice Silkworm Cave Nightmare Level Dungeon Optimal Clearance Record First Place, Captain, Xiao Yi, Team Members, Yi Xiao, Ben Boba, Deceased, Time Taken, 17 hours, Task Rating, 5 stars. Wow, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. They really cleared it? And with 5 stars? 3 people tackled the nightmare and only 1 died? Yi Xiao? Why does that name sound so familiar? Damn, could it be that popular newcomer from before? Impossible, this is a 4 transition dungeon. No matter how strong a newcomer is, they can't clear a 4 transition nightmare. It must be a big shot with the same name. Look at his equipment, it's a silver weapon set. Exactly, the newcomer Yi Xiao is said to be a code name. This might be his real name. I'm so regretful. If I had known they could clear it, I would have risked everything to get a spot. Clearing a nightmare at least guarantees a legendary set reward. TCH, a spot? Didn't you see that the one lying down can't get up anymore? What? Lin Ling is a relationship-based entry into the Dragon's Nest? The mentalist Ling Qie, clad in the Ling Tian set, has a health bar exceeding 1,000,000. 5-star 3-turn mission speedrun, successfully completing the 3rd turn. The brilliance of the favorite of the laws begins to show. Extreme sparring, blasting the Great Magic Guide. Extreme sparring, blasting the Great Magic Guide. The thunder of this heavenly cultivation collapses the earth with the purple gold hammer. As the shout echoed, the entire sky darkened instantly. Boom! Crack! Huge linear lightning intertwined in the air, forming a heavenly net. Countless blue-purple spherical lightning fell from the sky like hail, instantly submerging Jiang Shani. Good kid. Starting with a forbidden spell. Again with this thunder system forbidden spell, this can't do anything to me. Jiang Shani laughed heartily, waving his staff. A spatial rift appeared, and all the lightning balls were sucked into another space. Without the law god's reign, let's see what you do next. Now you want to drink blue potions? Recovering 20 at a time, the enemy won't let you drink blue. Jiang Shani said, but before he could finish, he saw Lin Ling raise his staff again. Raging wave. The next second, a wave towering 1,000 meters came crashing towards Jiang Shani. Boom! As the wave fell, a damage value of several million appeared above Jiang Shani's head. How is this possible? Jiang Shani's eyes were filled with confusion. In his view, Lin Ling, without the law god's reign, should not be able to release a second forbidden spell. However, at this moment, Lin Ling downed another bottle of divine oil. At the same time, this kid raised his staff once more, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ice Age! A beam of white light rose from Lin Ling's staff into the air. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped in ice elements. Everything, including Jiang Shani, was frozen. Tornado! Crack, crack, crack. Bang! The ice on Jiang Shani instantly exploded. The howling hurricane had already enveloped him. Countless wind blades fell upon him, and his health bar began to decrease continuously. How has this kid's attack become so high? Has he become too strong? Or is there something wrong with me? The space began to distort, forming a spatial shield around Jiang Shani to help him resist damage. The thought of just giving Lin Ling a little lesson had gradually faded, and at this moment, he began to doubt himself. Jiang Shani's face turned crimson, not from shame or anger, but from the reflection of the sky. Meteoric fire rain, billowing black smoke, had already fallen. What astonished Jiang Shani the most was that these fiery meteors were lined up in a long queue in the air, all crashing down on his head. What kind of mental power does it take to control a forbidden spell so exquisitely? Treating an area forbidden spell like a single target forbidden spell, huh? If he gets hit, even 10 million health points wouldn't be enough to withstand it. At this moment, Jiang Shani felt a bit regretful. He had clearly thought highly of this kid, but now it seemed he had still underestimated him. This kid must have obtained some ability to instantly recover mana, yet not fully replenish it. Boom boom boom. A dozen fiery meteors fell like cruise missiles on Jiang Shani's head. His health bar instantly dropped to just half. At this moment, he could no longer care about winning or losing or his pride. Time in the air came to a standstill. Those rapidly falling meteors were frozen in midair. The seriousness in Jiang Shani's eyes intensified. He quickly completed the incantation. Space System Forbidden Spell, Gate of Space. As his voice fell, a dark portal appeared beneath each fiery meteor. Time resumed. The meteors in the sky instantly disappeared. Jiang Shani's gaze fell on Lin Ling. Until this moment, neither of them had moved an inch. This time, unlike the last, Lin Ling had used a total of 4 forbidden spells without repeating any. This indicates that the cooldown time for the forbidden spell is still in effect. Once Lin Ling, this little hedgehog, finishes casting the forbidden spell, he will be at the mercy of others. Kid, you're pretty good, but you're not the only one with forbidden spells. Feel my forbidden spell, Jiang Shani said, playing it slyly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his staff and pointed it at Lin Ling. However, at that moment, Jiang Shani suddenly felt as if his fate was being interfered with. What tricks is this kid playing? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a strange sound followed by a bang. His hair instantly ignited. Brilliant fireworks shot up from the top of Jiang Shani's head. This scene left Jiang Shani dumbfounded. But it wasn't over yet. From the burnt hair, green mushrooms began to sprout rapidly. Feeling the greenery above his head, Jiang Shani instantly went berserk. Kid, stop right now. At that moment, while Jiang Shani was furious, he also regretted bringing this kid to spar. This was simply a monster. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and reached out towards Lin Ling from a distance. The interrupted incantation of the forbidden spell quickly resumed. Space-type forbidden spell, Grip of the Celestial. A hand as large as a mountain descended from the sky, directly reaching for Lin Ling. Yet Lin Ling remained unmoved, and an invincible diamond armor appeared around him in an instant. Boom! The celestial hand tightly bound Lin Ling. The diamond armor's health instantly dropped by over 8 million. Lin Ling, admit defeat. You can't possibly win against me, Jiang Shani shouted loudly. His heart was already shocked beyond measure by Lin Ling's performance. Without the divine reign of the mage, a mere kid who had just reached the third transition was actually forcing him, a level 200 plus grand mage, to continuously use forbidden spells. That was already enough. However, what Jiang Shani did not expect was that, in the face of his forbidden spell, Lin Ling still refused to compromise. Make me admit defeat? The word defeat doesn't exist in my dictionary. Be careful, Jiang old man, Lin Ling shouted. At this moment, the diamond armor was covered in cracks, and the health bar was left with less than 1 million. Humph, then let me show you what a true forbidden spell feels like. Jiang Shani snorted coldly, and the hand gripping Lin Ling suddenly exerted force. Bang! The diamond armor instantly transformed into countless stars. Jiang Shani's lips curled into a slight smirk. However, at that moment, a brand new set of diamond armor appeared around Lin Ling once again. A teasing smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. Although the cooldown hadn't reached 15 seconds, he had the passive ability of the Son of the Law. Jiang Shani, seeing the smile on Lin Ling's face, was instantly infuriated. You little brat! He suddenly exerted force without holding back, determined to give Lin Ling no chance and aiming for a one-hit kill. But at that moment, a glimmer of confidence shone in Lin Ling's eyes. Jiang old man, you can't stop it, just run. A voice echoed softly. To the direction of light. A beam of pure white light descended from the sky, heading straight for Jiang Shani. At that moment, a breath of death quietly emerged in Jiang Shani's heart. The direction of light, single target forbidden spell, 10 million base damage plus 100 times the caster's additional damage. And now Lin Ling's magic damage had reached 750,000, meaning this strike would deal 75 million critical damage to Jiang Shani. Jiang Shani immediately waved his staff to raise a spatial shield in the air. Boom! However, the spatial shield, which had a resistance value of 20 million, instantly exploded. Jiang Shani's expression changed drastically, and he no longer cared about his dignity. He directly teleported away to escape. However, that beam of light accurately landed on the spot where he had appeared. Boom! Jiang Shani's already low health bar was instantly emptied, turning into a puddle of blood mist that vanished from the spot. You've locked onto me, and I still think I can run. Once I reach the Divine Realm, I will be the calamity of the Divine Realm. Once I reach the Divine Realm, I will be the calamity of the Divine Realm outside the Martial God Temple. 10 billion, spend it wisely, Jiang Shani said irritably. Lin Ling, however, looked happily at the 16 billion balance on his phone, a faint smile on his face. Smile? What the hell are you smiling about? Jiang Shani said with a frown. If it weren't for me giving you a chance, that armor of yours with only 10 million in blood value wouldn't last half a second. Anyway, I blew up the great demon mage. Lin Ling continued to smile. How about we find a place and have another match? Jiang Shani couldn't help but want to hit Lin Ling, seeing the smug smile on his face. No fighting. It's all that useless Blue's fault. Lin Ling muttered softly. We have to fight. It's a must. Jiang Shani raised his hand and pointed directly in front of Lin Ling, instantly freezing him in place. Time around him fell into an absolute state of stillness. He. Bang bang bang. 10 minutes later, the flow of time resumed, and Lin Ling was already bruised and battered. Old dang, you really don't play fair. Lin Ling pointed at Jiang Shani, yelling, but Jiang Shani wore a broad smile, his expression full of satisfaction. The moods of the two had completely swapped from half an hour ago. However, Lin Ling didn't hold a grudge against Jiang Shani in his heart, despite his words. No matter the reason, he could feel that Jiang Shani was genuinely helping him. Getting beaten up by a 7th turn Great Demon Mage wasn't really shameful. Kid, there are a few things I need to tell you. Jiang Shani took out a magic scroll. As the scroll opened, a green light enveloped Lin Ling, and his injuries instantly healed. Spit it out, don't hold back. Lin Ling put on a look of indifference. First, let me remind you, don't think that just because your talent is decent, you can be arrogant. The divine realm is much more complex than you imagine. Jiang Shani's expression suddenly became serious. Complex? Lin Ling looked puzzled. Wasn't the divine realm just about leveling up by defeating monsters? He didn't see where the complexity lay. It's not just that our blue star is merging with the divine realm. There are countless intelligent life forms in the boundless universe, and it's not only our human civilization that is being integrated into the divine realm games. Jiang Shani said solemnly, are you saying that the legendary divine realm has many other civilizations? Lin Ling understood Jiang Shani's meaning immediately. Jiang Shani's eyes showed a hint of relief. Although we 7th turn guys claim to have entered the divine realm, we actually only explored the area near the passage. To truly walk on the divine realm continent, you need to reach at least the 9th turn, but the 9th turn is just the lowest level of the divine realm. For the many civilizations covered by the divine realm, Blue Star's 100 years of integration is still too immature. So, you must never think of yourself as invincible. The highest awakening level on Blue Star is only level, but many other civilizations have awakening limits at the divine level. When you grow a bit more, it's time to enhance your mental power. Mental power is the most important attribute for practitioners aside from the 4-dimensional attributes. After hearing Jiang Shani's words, Lin Ling's eyes burned with enthusiasm. The divine realm felt too distant for him, but that didn't diminish his yearning for that land filled with strong beings. Right now, he indeed had no qualifications to be proud or arrogant, but when he reached the 9th turn, when he stepped into the divine realm, he would be a disaster for the divine realm. There's one more thing to tell you. The dragon nest performed surgery on the Zhao family. Jiang Shani said again. Lin Ling suddenly looked at Jiang Shani. The dragon nest's actions were faster than he had anticipated. How is it? From your tone, it doesn't seem to have gone smoothly? Lin Ling asked. Jiang Shani nodded. They only caught Zhao Arrow and a bunch of irrelevant relatives. Zhao Longcheng and Zhao Yijuan's father, Zhao Daho, has disappeared. Someone inside the War God Hall must have tipped them off. It seems necessary for you to cooperate with us in putting on a show. A serious look flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Jiang Shani mentioned the War God Hall, not the Dragon Nest, which indicated that the informant held a significant position. Cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze blows and it grows again. Running away may bring him some trouble, but acting for benefits is completely fine. What level of practitioners are Zhao Longcheng and Zhao Daho? Lin Ling asked. Jiang Shani rubbed his forehead. Both are at the peak of the 6th transition, and Zhao Dahu may have already reached the 7th. He went to Australia when he was level 179 and hasn't shown up since. As for Zhao Longcheng, it's hard to say, but the chances of him breaking through to the 7th transition are slim. The Lord suspects they might take action against you, so it's best not to run around these days. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Old Jiang, do you think they can pose a threat to me? Jiang Shani's expression became serious. Lin Ling, you must not be careless. They will definitely not challenge you openly. I understand, old Jiang. After Lin Ling spoke, both fell into silence. After a moment, Lin Ling asked again, what about the Shao family consortium? Shao family? Jiang Shani pondered slightly. Xiaoya of the Shao group has disappeared along with billions in funds, and the Shao family's assets have been mostly swallowed by the Ji family consortium. Xiaoya? Lin Ling thought for a moment. In his previous life, this Xiaoya had a scandal a few years later, but he didn't pay attention to what happened, only knowing that she seemed to have killed many people. Lin Ling had no good feelings towards this woman. As long as she didn't provoke him, he wouldn't seek her out. If she were to do something foolish, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Old Jiang, is that Indian miracle oil real? Lin Ling suddenly asked. What Indian miracle oil? You mean the instant recovery oil? That's a special potion from the Dragon Nest. You can't buy it outside, only exchange it for points. Jiang Shani scoffed. He. Then can I? No way. Go exchange it yourself. Why are you always trying to get something for nothing at such a young age? Jiang Shani interrupted Lin Ling before he could finish. It's not that I'm poor, I just don't have any points. Lin Ling chuckled awkwardly. I have a task here. Do you want to take it? You can earn a batch of points, Jiang Shani said, looking like a cunning old fox, staring at Lin Ling. What task? Lin Ling asked. Your level is much higher than the other newcomers, help me raise their levels. For every person you help level up by 10, I'll give you 1,000 points. Zhang Shani smiled. How many points for a bottle of miracle oil? What's the exchange rate between dragon coins and points? Lin Ling asked with interest. 1 point for a bottle, and 1 point can be exchanged for 1 million dragon coins. Helping one person level up by 10 means you've earned 1 billion. Think about it, the opportunity is only once. At that moment, Zhang Shani seemed to have Lin Ling all figured out. What he didn't see was Lin Ling slightly lowering his head, his eyes turning, a sly glint flashing through them. Alright, deal. I'll go right now. But can I get some points in advance? Lin Ling asked with a sheepish smile. I'll give you 2,000 points, use them sparingly. Others can't even earn 1,000 points in a year, Zhang Shani said. Thank you very much, you're really a good person, Lin Ling said, turning to leave. Wait, Zhang Shani raised his hand to stop Lin Ling. You little brat, if you go dressed in all silver weapons, won't you crush the little confidence others have? Come here, let me spray some color on you. As Zhang Shani spoke, a bottle of spray appeared in his hand, and with a few puffs, Lin Ling's gear transformed into a camouflage outfit. This was a unique spray item after the Great Fusion. Many people in the Dragon Nest had their gear sprayed with this stuff. It could conceal one's figure and also provide fire and theft protection. Kid, go ahead, they're in the task temple. Also, remember to report back by midnight tomorrow, Zhang Shani reminded. Lin Ling didn't look back, waved his right hand above his head, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Dragon Nest Task Temple. In the Great Hall, many teams were quietly waiting for the dungeon cooldown. All members who joined the Dragon's Nest could level up here. The experience dungeons in the Task Temple were a unique privilege for top-tier guilds. The number of monsters in the experience dungeons was very high, and there were also additional experience bonuses. Each person could open the experience dungeon 3 times a day, with a maximum of 50 people allowed in a single dungeon at the same time. The experience dungeon was similar to the Abyss dungeon. The more people in the team, the more monsters there would be in the dungeon. Killing monsters granted experience, and completing the dungeon would still yield experience. This led to the experience dungeons being extremely popular in the Dragon's Nest, especially when new players arrived each year. Of course, there was also an unspoken rule that had existed for many years. Every year when new players arrived, veterans would offer paid assistance to help them through the dungeons. Each new player who made it through the preliminary rounds would receive at least 200 points as a reward. These points were a huge temptation for the veterans. At this moment, several seasoned veterans in camouflage stood beside GMO. One tall, sturdy, dark-skinned young warrior spoke to GMO, "Young Master G, don't make it difficult for me. It's the rule for veterans to help newcomers. We all went through this. Now, you're the only 9 who haven't agreed. Hurry up and hand over your points, don't waste everyone's time." This person was named Zhuchong, a mage, and he was not far from his 5th class advancement. "I don't want to waste words. I said we don't need it," GMO replied coldly, a blade of grass in his mouth. Their points only belonged to Lin Ling. No one could take even a single point from them. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of newcomers also looked unwilling but dared not retort. It took them nearly an hour to complete a normal difficulty dungeon, with each person gaining about half a level. These veterans charged 50 points each time to help with hard difficulty dungeons. Although completing one could level up by 1 level, it felt like a loss for them. "GMO, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it, huh? This is the Dragon's Nest, not your G family consortium. No one is protecting you here." One of the warriors besides Zhuchong seemed to have lost his last bit of patience and shouted at GMO. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. At the same time, a somewhat cold voice sounded from behind him. "Hey, they are under my protection, Lin Ling. Thank you all for the gifts and the updates. Xiao Kuei has seen them, thank you everyone. Boss Lin, why did you choose Nightmare difficulty? Is the dungeon about to break? Good news, reach level 70, bad news, the dungeon exploded. Good news, reach level 70, bad news, the dungeon exploded. Congratulations, you have killed the mutated insect warrior, elite, gaining 80,000 experience. Congratulations, you have killed the mutated insect archer, experience, gaining 85,000 experience. Congratulations, you have killed the mutated, congratulations, your summoning mage profession has reached level 64. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Nightmare difficulty experience dungeon. The insect queen escaped after being severely injured and was not successfully killed. Dungeon rating, 4 stars. Congratulations, you have received a completion experience reward, 5 million. Congratulations on winning the bet, earning 1,000 points, points balance, 3,000. Remaining points will be credited within 7 working days. Congratulations, your Lightning Mage profession has reached level 65. Congratulations, your Light Mage profession has reached level 65. Congratulations. Lin Ling looked at the system prompts in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. The only regret was not killing the queen. If it had been a 5-star reward, the experience would have been even greater. At this moment, the others were also filled with joy, although they shared only 10% of the experience while Lin Ling took 90%, most of them still skyrocketed by 7 levels. For them, this was akin to ascension. The joy in their hearts could not be expressed in words at this moment. Was that just a forbidden spell? Is the restriction on forbidden spell scrolls in the dungeon ineffective against Boss Lin Ling? Or is it that Boss Lin isn't using a forbidden spell scroll at all? Too strong. It's a huge loss that Zion Xie didn't come. If anyone says again that Boss Lin got in through the back door, I'll get angry with them. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the dungeon world fell into darkness. Everyone instantly appeared in the mission temple. Lin Ling, what did you do? Give me back my points. As soon as Zhuochong saw Lin Ling appear, he rushed towards him. He had thought he was sure to win this gamble, but ended up losing everything, even his underwear. Lin Ling, be careful, Zhou Mengyan exclaimed immediately upon seeing this. Zhuochong was a veteran close to his 5th turn, and she was worried Lin Ling would suffer. At the same time, GMO directly pulled out a dagger and charged at Zhuochong. This strike was aimed straight at the opponent's neck, clearly intending to kill. However, just as everyone else was about to rush towards Zhuochong, a fair hand suddenly grabbed Zhuochang's wrist. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The next second, Zhuochong was kicked away. Bang! Li Yang caught Zhuochong, and his gaze towards Lin Ling now held a hint of displeasure. Although Zhuochong was a bit extreme, he was still his soldier. As the saying goes, you have to consider the owner when hitting a dog, especially in front of him, the squad leader, when a newcomer attacks a veteran. Lin Ling, you're too arrogant, Li Yang said in a deep voice. Lin Ling remained unfazed. I'm just playing on behalf of someone else. He gambled with me, lost, and now won't admit it. How am I being arrogant? You. Lin Ling was stating facts, and Li Yang was immediately at a loss for words. Humph. Li Yang snorted coldly. Tomorrow's rematch has 3 events, the first being a challenge against veterans. You better pray for yourself then. With a dark expression, Li Yang left after dropping a harsh remark. Boss Lin Ling, can we still join the team? The two who had previously withdrawn asked quietly. Lin Ling merely glanced at them indifferently before reopening the dungeon. It was still at nightmare difficulty, and the figures of the 15 disappeared once more. For such people, Lin Ling wouldn't give them any chances, even if it meant losing points. After entering the dungeon, Lin Ling directly said to Zhou Mengyan, Mengyan, do you have any skills to quickly restore mana? Zhou Mengyan immediately nodded. Red and blue potions are sufficient. Good. This time I want to clear it with 5 stars. I'll use my skills, and you just restore my mana, Lin Ling said. Minutes later, the number of monsters had once again reached its limit, and Lin Ling turned to Zhou Mengyan. Zhou Mengyan immediately understood, raising her priest's staff. Holy healing light. A beam of white light instantly enveloped everyone. Lin Ling immediately felt a refreshing sensation all over, like a spring breeze. This was the warmth from the healer. Drinking the divine oil still required taking it out to drink, but the healer directly poured it into your mouth after your mana was consumed. Thunder! He shouted softly, releasing a thunder-type forbidden spell. His mana bar had just disappeared, but under Zhou Mengyan's holy healing light, it was instantly filled again. The level 5 priest's ultimate talent skill, Holy Healing Light, restored 100 health and 100 mana to teammates every second within a minute. Tornado! Lin Ling locked onto the distant insect emperor and directly unleashed a wind-type forbidden spell. Countless wind blades, under his super strong mental control, rushed towards the insect emperor. However, what he didn't expect was that the seemingly clumsy insect emperor was actually a nimble fatso. After being attacked, it immediately began to flee. Its health had just dropped by 2/3 when it burrowed underground and disappeared. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He knew that achieving a 5-star clearance was likely slipping away again. Sure enough, not long after, the smell of burning wafted through the air. And beneath everyone's feet, white light flickered, with a massive prompt popping up again on the system panel. The insect queen escaped after being heavily injured and was not successfully killed. Dungeon star rating, 4 stars. Congratulations, you have received a completion experience reward, 5 million. Lin Ling's level reached 66, while the others had at least reached level 54. The dungeon was completed, and everyone was instantly teleported out. At that moment, cracks appeared in various corners of the empty dungeon world, as if it had reached some kind of limit and could shatter at any moment. Boss Lin, if we do it one more time, I should be able to hit level 60. Me too, I'm already at 57, this is amazing. Bro, I'm at 58. If we keep grinding experience dungeons like this every day, I feel like we could all hit level 70 before the new year. Everyone was breathing heavily, their faces flushed. Even Zhou Mengyan felt as if she were dreaming. When she reached her second class advancement, she unlocked a new passive ability that boosted her leveling speed. Even so, she had estimated that she would reach level 60 by the end of the month. Yet now, she had become the second newcomer to reach level 60 among her peers. This euphoric feeling was something no woman could resist. Let's continue, let's do it again. Lin Ling said as he re-entered the dungeon. He was a bit stubborn. He feared he wouldn't sleep tonight if he didn't get that 5-star rating. With the experience from the first 2 attempts, he was confident he could defeat it before escaping this time. You love to run? Then I'll lock you down and see where you can escape to. Time passed quickly, and everyone was familiar with the routine. All things arise. With Lin Ling's light shout, countless undead armies emerged from the ground. This scene nearly made Qin Xian drool. This was his ultimate dream. He had already surpassed 50 undead creatures, but he was still far from commanding such an undead army. The sheer number of undead sent chills down everyone's spine. Just as they felt their hair stand on end, a beam of white light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the insect queen. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the insect queen. Dungeon rating, 5 stars. Congratulations, you have received a completion experience reward, 10 million. Since you are the only adventurer to achieve a 5-star rating in this dungeon, your experience reward is doubled, gaining an experience reward of 10 million. Congratulations, your Necromancer class has reached level 70. Congratulations, your Fate Mage class has reached level 70. Congratulations, your Dark Mage class has reached level 70. Friendly reminder, as you are an all-element mage, all your classes have been upgraded to level 70 and need to be manually unlocked before you can level up. Unlocking level requires materials, black silk spider legs, perfect grade equipment, rainbow clams. Lin Ling's lips curled up in a broad smile, and his teammates behind him erupted in cheers. I'm level 60, ha ha ha, I actually reached level 60 in less than an hour. Boss, you're incredible. Lin Ling, I'm in awe. From now on, Wuxi, will stick with you, just let me warm your bed. Just as everyone was immersed in a sea of joy, a strange sound echoed from all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Before anyone could react, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. Alert! 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 The experienced dungeon has suffered severe damage and is about to collapse. All adventurers evacuate immediately. Lin Ling thought, this is serious. Everyone, please help recommend some books, thank you all. Lin Ling, do you plead guilty? Help us catch the big fish. When do we start? At that moment, Lin Ling appeared unusually calm. No rush, you should focus on leveling up quickly. Once you reach your 4th class advancement, we'll officially start our actions, Zhang Shani said with a smile. At that moment, the middle-aged man with a hooked nose who had spoken earlier suddenly said, Old Zhang, I think we can't just let this go so easily. Although Lin Ling has decent talent, his intentions are not right, and he cannot be entrusted with important tasks. As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of anger crossed Lin Ling's eyes. The words were so clear, if you enjoy acting, I will play along. If you want to drag me down, I have agreed, so why is this still not over? Meanwhile, Zhou Weiyun frowned slightly, not right in his intentions? That assessment is a bit excessive. I think Lin Ling just accidentally damaged the instance. Humph. The hook-nosed man snorted coldly, Palace Master, I have received news that before Lin Ling entered the instance, Zuochong and Liang told him that the instance couldn't withstand the forbidden spell scroll, yet he still used taboo methods comparable to forbidden spells. This is clearly intentional revenge. Senior, they said not to use the forbidden spell scroll, but they didn't tell me the reason. If I don't know the reason, how can there be intentional revenge? Besides, what benefit would this bring me? Lin Ling retorted directly. He could cooperate with the act, but he absolutely would not allow others to tarnish his reputation. Impudent! Did I allow you to speak? Do you believe I can cripple you right now? The man suddenly shouted coldly. At the same time, a mental force as deep as a prison suddenly pressed down on Lin Ling. Tunani, if you dare to harm Lin Ling, I swear I will cripple you. Jiang Shani suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful mental force instantly protected Lin Ling. Jiang Shani, do you think I'm afraid of you? The hook-nosed man shot back. Humph, old two, you've gone too far. Zhou Weiyun's cold snort rang out, and Tunani's body instantly retreated 2 steps. However, a cold glint quickly flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. If he hadn't obtained the seed of divine consciousness, that blow just now would have definitely severely injured him. No matter who this person was, or whether he was acting, Lin Ling remembered that blow. Lin Ling, starting today, you can no longer challenge the instances within the dragon's nest, Zhou Weiyun said. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Ling's eyes as a guess flickered through his mind. It was indeed an act, but could it be possible that not only he was acting, but the hook-nosed man in front of him was the big fish they were trying to catch? Palace Master, no matter what, this kid has made a big mistake. It would be unreasonable not to punish him. I suggest temporarily revoking his rank of Major General. If he can win the national championship in the rematch, we can restore it later. The middle-aged man with the hooked nose spoke again. A cunning glint flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. He could already preliminarily determine that this person was definitely not right. This person seemed to be talking about the experience instance, but in reality, there was a hint of extremely concealed hostility when he looked at Lin Ling. If this was also an act, then this person truly wasted his talent by not going into acting. Let's do as Tu Nani suggested. Zhou Weiyun rubbed his forehead and said. The next second, Lin Ling received a system notification. Your rank of Major General in the Dragon Kingdom People's Army has been revoked. Lin Ling raised the corner of his mouth, having guessed Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun's intentions, and did not take it too seriously. It was obvious that this was just for show for certain people. Alright, you can leave now. For tomorrow's rematch, just go through the motions. The rematch assessment is very important for you, but you absolutely cannot use forbidden spells during the assessment, Jiang Shani instructed. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Lin Ling stood up and said to Jiang Shani, and regarding those other 7th turn big shots, he was not familiar with them and had little interest in getting to know them. However, what Lin Ling did not expect was that just after he left the War God Hall, several notifications and messages popped up in front of him. You have received a task reward from the War God Hall, 15,000 points. You have received a message from Jiang is still as spicy as ever. Lin Ling was in a bad mood and did not want to check these messages, but upon seeing the name Jiang is still as spicy as ever, he chose to click on it. Ginger is still spicy when old. Kid, don't be discouraged. Everything today is arranged by the Lord of the Hall. The target isn't you, but the ghost. There are ghosts in the War God Hall. Ginger is still spicy when old. Everything today is for this ghost-catching game. Ginger is still spicy when old. We have our suspicions about the target, but there's no evidence. Their target is you, but since you hold the rank of a general in the Dragon Kingdom, they don't dare to act directly against a major general. Ginger is still spicy when old, so do you understand what I mean? We need you as bait to help us catch the big fish. Ginger is still spicy when old. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety. According to our calculations, the other side will take action tomorrow. Once everything is over, the War God Hall will give you a satisfactory compensation. Ginger is still spicy when old. The Lord of the Hall also asked me to give you a Supreme card, which can be used in any industry under the Yunmeng Group. It contains 1 billion in spending money. You can relax tonight. Lin Ling didn't reply. The moment he guessed the higher-up's intentions, the frustration in his heart dissipated. Ghost? Tu Nani? I guessed right, this grand play is prepared for you. Lin Ling thought to himself, suddenly noticing a system email pop up. Soon, a card made of an unknown material appeared in his hand. The card was semi-transparent, as if crafted from diamond. On it, the words Yunmeng Supreme in dark gold were particularly eye-catching. After putting away the card and exiting the War God Hall, he immediately saw GMO and the others waiting outside. What surprised him was that the 5 people led by Zhong Nyamya were also waiting there. Boss, are you okay? GMO asked with concern. Lin Ling smiled broadly. I'm fine, just got fined a bit. In the future, I'll just avoid running dungeons here. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Lin, we're giving you our points. Thank you for helping us level up today, Zhong Nyamya said, stealing a glance at Lin Ling and speaking softly. Lin Ling nodded, just doing my job, no need to thank me. Received a points transfer of 200 from Nyamyo Shui Duo. Received a points transfer of 200 from Wuxi is a bit sweet. Received a points transfer from Killer of the Curb. Boss, these are the points we earned from the preliminary selection. They're all with me, GMO said, transferring the points to Lin Ling. Received a points transfer of 2,000 from a bit of GMO. Total points accumulated, 21,000 points. Looking at his points, Lin Ling felt very happy. These points were worth 21 billion. He hadn't realized he had become so wealthy. Dog, points are very useful. You distribute this 1,000 among everyone, and for future points, just hand over half to me, the rest you can use yourselves. Lin Ling said, transferring back 1,000 points. Hearing his words, the members of the Ling Tian Independent Regiment felt a bit moved. Alright, you all go complete your job change tasks. After you succeed, call me. Tomorrow will be lively. Tonight, let's enjoy some music. After Lin Ling finished speaking, it immediately sparked a cheer, except for Zhou Mengyan, who rolled her eyes at him. They went to the task hall, while Lin Ling immediately opened the War God Hall shop. It must be said that the items in the War God Hall shop were truly comprehensive. As long as you had enough points, you could exchange for almost everything you needed. Instant return oil, points required, 1, skill book for level 60 and above, points required, 10, level 60 legendary set, points required, 50, level 60 epic set, points required, 300, level 60 divine set, points required, 1000, a level 60 divine set costs 1 billion? Lin Ling had a set of 150 level moon demon gear in his hands. Just as he was considering whether to sell it to the shop, he suddenly caught sight of a few different items out of the corner of his eye. Basic health recovery aid, requires 3000 points for exchange. Permanently bound upon use, automatically uses a red potion from storage when health drops below 20, no bonuses. Basic mana recovery aid, requires 3000 points for exchange. Permanently bound upon use, automatically uses a blue potion from storage when mana drops below 20, no bonuses. Advanced health recovery aid, requires 10,000 points for exchange. Advanced mana recovery aid, requires 10,000 points for exchange. Permanently bound upon use, allows free setting of mana recovery conditions, automatically uses specified blue potion when conditions are triggered, reduces cooldown for this aid in mana. Summoning forbidden spell, there are beasts here. Summoning forbidden spell, there are beasts here. This item paired with divine oil is simply a perfect match. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled, both the automatic mana recovery and those two passives made his heart race. With this item, he no longer had to pop potions while fighting, and the cooldown for the forbidden spell was reduced to 72 minutes. However, just seeing that 10,000 points made his liver ache. That was equivalent to 10 billion points, half of his fortune. But the thought of fighting while drinking divine oil, buying was uncomfortable, but not buying was even worse. Buy! Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Advanced Mana Recovery Aid. Points consumed, 10,000. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased Instant Recovery Divine Oil. Points consumed, 999. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased Black Silk Spider Legs. Points consumed, 50. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the 75 level Mage skill book, Metal Storm. Points consumed, 50. Lin Ling didn't buy too many skill books. The skill books in the War God Hall shop were too expensive. Points were equivalent to 50 million dragon coins, and he wasn't lacking in skills at the moment, so there was no need to buy at high prices. With his method of leveling up through forbidden spells, it wouldn't be long before he could obtain more. Sell equipment. Please select the equipment you wish to sell for evaluation. Moon Demon Set, Holy. Evaluating. Evaluation complete, 150 level Holy Set, estimated value 5,000 points. Do you wish to sell? Lin Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he immediately clicked confirm. Sale successful, gained 5,000 points, points balance, 13901. Lin Ling exited the shop system and opened the skill panel. Now, there were 2 skill books in his storage that he hadn't learned due to insufficient level, valid for a year, so he didn't have to worry about them expiring. One was the Metal Storm he had just purchased, and the other was the time travel skill given to him by Zhou Wei Yun. The Summon Battle Beast skill was now available for learning. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the new skill, Summon Battle Beast. Do you wish to rename it? Lin Ling had already thought of a name for this skill book, and at this moment, he couldn't help but smile as he said, rename Summon Battle Beast to There Are Beasts Here. Renaming successful, the summoning magic skill, Summon Battle Beast, automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell magic, There Are Beasts Here. After casting the skill, it will summon a primordial divine beast to fight for you. Primordial? Seeing the skill description, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This was somewhat different from the big fish. The big fish specifically summoned the Kuanping, and There Are Beasts Here seemed to not have a fixed summoned creature. The range of primordial divine beasts was not small. Summoning the Eastern Emperor Tai was not out of the question. Just as Lin Ling was immersed in joy, his phone suddenly rang. That guy was calling again. Hello? Lin Ling, part of the materials you wanted has been contacted, and I need you to come discuss the price. The voice of Chiu Yi came from the other end of the line. Okay, where? I'll head over right now. I'll send you an email with the VIP card for Yun Menghaoding. You can use the VIP card to enter the Supreme Scenic Room. Yun Menghaoding? The property of Yun Meng Group? Yes, you can't get in without the VIP card. Just mention my name when you show it. Yeah, no need, I have a card. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Ling hung up the phone and directly called for the Phantom. Soon, the bustling night scene of Kyoto appeared before Lin Ling. Looking at the twinkling lights below, Lin Ling suddenly felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Compared to the city's splendor, he preferred the carefree freedom of the wild. As one of the few large entertainment venues in Kyoto, Yun Menghaoding had everything from parking lots to helipads. At that moment, several waitresses in formal attire were gazing at the phantom warplane that was slowly descending. Their eyes were filled with deep longing. Hey, why isn't it the Silver Cloud warplane? This is young Master Jia's exclusive landing spot. Has young Master Jia changed his vehicle? No, this is the Ace War Chicken? My goodness, it really is the Ace warplane. The higher-ups from the War God Hall have come to our Yun Menghaoding. It could also be their younger generation. I wonder who it is. If I could just sit in that warplane, I'd be willing to do anything. Here it comes down. Wow, what a handsome guy. Lin Ling stepped off the warplane and was immediately surrounded by these enthusiastic waitresses. Looking at their revealing low-cut dresses, Lin Ling felt a bit at a loss as to where to look. It seemed that no matter which direction he looked, it was all a sea of white. Ahem. He cleared his throat and awkwardly said, "You don't need to surround me. I can walk by myself." He. "Sir, do you have a reservation? Let me take you there." One of the welcoming waitresses greeted him warmly. "Supreme Scenic Room." Lin Ling replied with a smile. "Supreme Scenic Room? Do you have a VIP card?" The welcoming waitress instinctively glanced at the phantom warplane but still asked according to the rules. Lin Ling took out the Yunmeng Supreme card and handed it to the welcoming waitress. Upon seeing the card, the surrounding waitresses gasped in surprise. Yunmeng Supreme? They each revealed incredulous expressions. There were no more than 10 Yunmeng Supreme cards in the entire Dragon Country. According to their understanding, only those who were above the 7th transition could obtain this card. Could it be that this incredibly handsome guy in front of them was actually a 7th transition powerhouse? Sir, I'll take you there right away, the waitress said somewhat nervously, while holding the Supreme card with both hands and returning it to Lin Ling. "No need, I can go by myself," Lin Ling said as he prepared to leave alone. "Sir, this landing spot." One of the welcoming waitresses suddenly seemed to remember something as Lin Ling was about to leave. What's wrong? Isn't this a public helipad? Lin Ling turned back and asked in confusion. No, it is a public helipad, but young Master Jia likes to park here, the welcoming waitress said somewhat anxiously. "Who is young Master Jia?" Lin Ling asked. "The son of Jia Quan, the deputy mayor of the Kyoto base city," the welcoming waitress replied. Lin Ling said no more, taking a step forward and leaving the helipad. A second-generation official really didn't have the qualifications to make him move a plane. At that moment, the welcoming waitress immediately dialed the phone of the general manager of Yun Menghaoding. "Manager who? There is a gentleman holding a Yunmeng Supreme card." "What? Yunmeng Supreme? I'll go welcome him right away." On the second floor of Yun Menghaoding, in the general manager's office, a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears hurriedly tidied up his clothes and rushed downstairs. Just after Lin Ling left the helipad, a top-tier warplane descended from the sky. The landing spot was exactly where the phantom warplane had been parked. At this moment, the parking space was occupied, so they had to land aside. Soon, a drunken, yellow-haired fat man was surrounded by several beautiful women as he walked out of the plane. "Damn! Who the hell parked the plane in my spot? Dog egg, smash this broken plane for me." The yellow-haired man swayed unsteadily, pointing at the phantom fighter jet and shouting angrily. "Is there a guest list? No entry without an invitation?" The two walked side by side, with a follower trailing behind, looking utterly helpless. Jia Duoyu was clearly a regular here, and with him leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. They quickly arrived at a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. In front of the door stood a dozen waiters, and a middle-aged man who looked like a manager was seriously checking the invitations of those entering. When he saw Jia Duoyu, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his previously stern face. "Young Master Jia, you're here, please come in," the manager said as he directly pushed open the large door, completely ignoring Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling originally thought this would be a private room, at most a luxurious one. However, inside was at least the size of 2 basketball courts, a proper grand hall. The decor was resplendent, and at this moment, dozens of people were scattered in various corners. "Young Master Jia is here. Who's that kid next to him? I've never seen him before. Looks unfamiliar, not from our circle. Why is everyone bringing outsiders today? That kid is still wearing camouflage. He looks like a rookie who hasn't seen the world." A few youths in the corner looked at the 2 newcomers with disdain. It was evident that their circle was somewhat exclusive. Lin Ling felt the gazes and couldn't help but frown slightly. Jia Duoyu continued to lead Lin Ling further inside. More and more people noticed the two, but their gazes were filled with confusion. Who is that? Why is he so close to Jia Duoyu? Old Jia has taken in a little brother? I didn't expect old Jia to dare come knowing Tu Fei is here. Tu-Fei just announced that no one is allowed to be with Jia Duoyu. This kid is probably in for a rough time today. Whispers arose, and many people looked at Lin Ling with a hint of glee. At that moment, a tall young man with a gloomy face walked over from inside. His name was Tu-Fei, 26 years old, a fifth-tier powerhouse. Originally, Tu-Fei did not belong to their circle, but his father was the deputy lord of the war god hall, Tu-Nani. Tu-Fei had barged into their elite circle in Kyoto to pursue Qiu Yi. However, Jia Duoyu, who also liked Qiu Yi, became his primary target. Who are you? Tu-Fei blocked Lin Ling's path and asked in a deep voice. Lin Ling sensed the man's unfriendly demeanor and frowned slightly. He was sure he had never seen this person before. Is there something you need? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Impudent. I'm asking you a question. Do you dare not answer? Tu-Fei's face was full of arrogance, as if Lin Ling's retort was a grave offense. Tu-Fei, what are you doing? Qiu Yi didn't invite you. Why did you come again? Jia Duoyu, emboldened by alcohol, shouted loudly. Yellow hair, haven't beaten you in 3 days, and you're back to life, huh? Tu-Fei coldly retorted. Jia Duoyu immediately shivered and involuntarily took a step back. At that moment, a figure dressed in camouflage was walking over with a glass of red wine. It was Zhuo Chong, who immediately spotted Lin Ling ahead and narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling, what are you doing here? In Zhuo Chang's mind, Lin Ling shouldn't be here. This gathering was private, and he had only managed to get an invitation with great difficulty. Tu-Fei turned to look at Zhuo Chong. Do you know him? Zhuo Chong didn't dare offend Tu-Fei and quickly nodded. A newcomer from Longqiao this year, from Xuanfu, a genius, very arrogant. Tu-Fei's eyes flashed with disdain. Geniuses are the least valuable. Who isn't a genius these days? How did a rookie get in here? I suspect he snuck in. A guy from a small base city couldn't possibly have an invitation, Zhuo Chong said gleefully. As soon as these words were spoken, the nearby rich kids showed expressions of disgust. Why are they letting anyone in? Is this kind of occasion something a bumpkin from a small base city can attend? Get him out of here quickly. It'll ruin the mood when that big shot arrives. Yeah, a big shot who's spending billions to acquire materials is coming today. The crowd began to murmur, and upon hearing this, Zhuo Chang's face revealed a smug expression. Tu-Fei's eyes glinted coldly. Kid, do you have an invitation? No, Lin Ling replied. Ha! Tu-Fei sneered and turned to shout towards the entrance. Security! How can anyone just waltz in here? At that moment, the manager rushed in from outside. As soon as he saw Tu-Fei, he immediately asked respectfully, Young Master Tu, is there something wrong? How are you doing your job? Letting people in without an invitation? I suspect he doesn't even have a Yunmeng invitation. Has Hu Zong raised a bunch of useless people? Get him out of here! Tu-Fei shouted, causing the manager to break out in a cold sweat. He instinctively glanced at Jia Duoyu, and his expression suddenly changed as he said to Lin Ling, Sir, please step outside. Does he have an invitation? Lin Ling asked, nodding towards Tu-Fei. Upon hearing this, a smug look appeared on Tu-Fei's face. Naturally, he didn't have an invitation, but no one in Kyoto dared to stop him. The manager's face darkened. Young Master Tu doesn't need an invitation. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter such nonsense at a trade fair. Just as he was about to call Qiu Yi, the large door suddenly swung open. A young man with a buzz cut walked in, flanked by several men in black. Hey, Brother Tu is here too? There's a king-class fighter jet on the tarmac. You didn't bring it, did you? The newcomer directly asked Tu-Fei, ignoring everyone else. I don't have the ability to fly a king-class fighter jet. Lin Dong, Qiu Yi shouldn't have invited you, right? Tu-Fei replied irritably, though a hint of envy flashed in his eyes when mentioning the king-class fighter jet. Even his father, Tu-Nan-yi, hadn't managed to get one, and he had longed for it for years. At that moment, the others looked on with fervor. A top-tier fighter jet? I've never even seen one in person. Who can fly a top-tier fighter jet? Could it be that the mysterious big shot invited by Qiu Yi has arrived? Gasps filled the air, and many people were already eager to leave the hall to welcome the big shot who casually spends billions on materials. Manager Lee, why aren't you getting this person out? If you disturb the big shot flying the king-class fighter jet, can you bear the responsibility? Tu-Fei shouted coldly again. This brother was brought in by me. I'm a platinum member of Yunmeng Houting. I'll have Dog Dan leave, but I'll vouch for this brother, Jia Duoyu suddenly said. Humph. Tu-Fei snorted coldly. You can't vouch for him. I'm a diamond member and can expel anyone I don't like. Manager Lee, throw him out. Sir, since you don't have our Yunmeng card or an invitation to the trade fair, please step outside. Manager Lee immediately stepped forward to say to Lin Ling. As soon as these words were spoken, Tu-Fei and the others wore expressions of schadenfreude. Zhuo Chong even laughed out loud. Aren't you Lin Ling so impressive? Now you're about to be thrown out by security? Just then, a card that looked like a diamond suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's hand. The words Yunmeng Supreme on the card were dazzlingly bright. Manager Lee's eyes widened in an instant upon seeing the card. Yunmeng Supreme card? You actually hold a Yunmeng Supreme card? Mr. Lin, just call me Xiaohu. Mr. Lin, just call me Xiaohu. As soon as the Supreme card appeared, the crowd nearby erupted in excitement. What is the Yunmeng Supreme card? I've never heard of it. It is said that the Yunmeng Consortium has issued fewer than 10 cards, and only those above the 7th transition can possess one. My goodness, this kid must have a 7th transition powerhouse in his family. I said it, how could such a handsome young man be an ordinary person? Hey, why do I feel this guy looks familiar? He must be the offspring of some big shot. The crowd speculated, but how could they imagine that this card represented Lin Ling's preliminary possession of 7th transition combat power? Feeling the envious gazes, Lin Ling remained unfazed. He raised the Supreme card and asked, do I qualify to attend the trading fair now? Manager Lee immediately beamed. Of course, holding a Yunmeng Supreme card allows you to attend any trading fair hosted by anyone. At this moment, Tu-Fei's face turned purple and red. His family had a diamond card like this, and from the moment Lin Ling took out the card, he could basically confirm it was real. It looked almost identical to his father's card, with the name of the cardholder engraved in the lower right corner beneath the words Yunmeng Supreme in dark gold. Wait, Lin Ling? Tu-Fei focused on the Supreme card in Lin Ling's hand and found that the lower right corner was directly engraved with Lin Ling's name. This discovery made Tu-Fei ecstatic as if he had found a new continent. Ha ha ha, you brought a fake card to deceive? Should I praise your cleverness or laugh at your stupidity? As soon as he said this, the people around exchanged glances. What the hell? There's a twist. Too good. What's going on? Just spill it. Is this Yunmeng Supreme card fake or what? Several young masters had strange expressions and began to ask. Manager Lee also looked surprised. He carefully examined the Supreme card in Lin Ling's hand but still found no issue. He turned to Tu-Fei, his eyes filled with confusion. Tu-Fei smirked. Let me ask you, what are the issuing rules for the Yunmeng Supreme card? Those above the 7th transition, Manager Lee instinctively replied. The mockery in Tu-Fei's eyes deepened as he smiled and said, look at who this card is nominated for. The crowd, puzzled, immediately looked at the lower right corner of the Supreme card. When they saw the name Lin Ling, they suddenly realized, how could such a young boy possibly be a 7th transition powerhouse? What the hell, bro? Are you 7th transition? Awesome, you dare to forge a Yunmeng Supreme card. If the forgery of a Yunmeng Supreme card is discovered, you will be blacklisted immediately, and you won't be able to use Yunmeng anymore. Why bother? The crowd burst into laughter, their words filled with sarcasm. Sir, may I take a look at your card? Although Manager Lee's face was ashen, he still maintained respect. To be a manager here, each one was sharp. Without absolute certainty, he dared not show any dissatisfaction. Lin Ling ignored the mockery from others and directly handed the card to the manager. The manager raised his hand and gently rubbed Lin Ling's name, and soon his eyelids began to twitch violently. Real Supreme cards are made with a laser engraver, and the cardholder's name is composed of hundreds of micro-runes. But this card was clearly engraved, and the engraving was exactly the same as the handwriting of Yunmeng's chairman, Zhou Yun. The level of forgery was indeed impressive. Manager Lee suppressed his anger and spoke again. Sir, what level are you now? Lin Ling smiled slightly. 3rd transition. Manager Lee nodded, opened the internal system of the Yunmeng group, and immediately entered Lin Ling's name into the Supreme card system. There's no such person. Please confirm your input is correct and try again. Manager Lee's flesh trembled slightly as he suddenly turned to Lin Ling. You have guts. Someone, throw this guy out. With a loud shout from Manager Lee, several burly security guards clad in golden battle armor rushed in from outside. Manager Lee, you must be mistaken, right? This young man doesn't seem like someone who would commit fraud. Jia Duoyu, now mostly sober, asked reluctantly. Huang Mao, are you in cahoots with him? Did you help him forge something? Tu-Fei suddenly questioned. Jia Duoyu wanted to speak up but immediately shut his mouth at the thought of the consequences of forgery. You reap what you sow. One shouldn't judge by appearances. I was just thinking of latching onto a big shot. The atmosphere in the crowd suddenly shifted again with the turn of events. Get lost, kid, or we might get rough with you. One security guard said coldly, lightly patting his level 90 unique Lion King armor. Lin Ling was also at a loss for words. How could the card Zhou Weiyun gave him possibly be fake? What he didn't know was that the Yunmeng Supreme card Zhou Weiyun had given him on a whim had never gone through the system. This card was personally engraved with Lin Ling's name by her, and he was the only one in the entire Dragon Country to enjoy such a privilege. What if I don't leave? Lin Ling retorted. If you don't leave, we'll throw you out. The 4th-tier security guard raised his hand and threw a punch straight at Lin Ling's stomach. One must say that the quality of Yunling's employees was indeed very high. Even when they struck, they deliberately avoided vital points. However, just when everyone thought Lin Ling was about to be knocked down by a single punch, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Lin Ling casually raised a hand and firmly blocked the 4th-tier warrior's fist. No matter how hard the warrior tried to exert force, his fist couldn't move an inch. At that moment, it was as if he had been bitten by a prehistoric beast. A layer of fine sweat beads appeared on the warrior's forehead. His eyes were already filled with horror. What kind of monster had he encountered? What are you doing blocking the door? At that moment, a delicate voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around to see Qiu Yi in a fiery red robe walking towards them from the auditorium. Sister Qiu Yi, ha ha ha, you look even more beautiful. Let me introduce you to my good brother I just met. What was your name again, brother? Jia Duoyu immediately swayed towards her, but just as he got within 2 meters of Qiu Yi, she suddenly grabbed his arm and threw him out with a back throw. Bang! Jia Duoyu crashed heavily to the ground, and his little follower nearby trembled all over but dared not say a word. The young masters in the distance gaped at Qiu Yi with awe, wanting to mock Jia Duoyu but fearing it would draw Qiu Yi's attention. Jia Duoyu, holding his waist, got up from the ground, his face still full of smiles, but he no longer dared to approach. Lin Ling, why are you standing at the door? Qiu Yi ignored everyone else and walked towards Lin Ling. She quickly stepped forward and linked her arm with Lin Ling's, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Qiu Yi, what are you doing? This kid is handsome, but he's actually a clown. He sneaked in to cause trouble and forged a Yunming Supreme card. Tu Fei immediately jumped out upon seeing Qiu Yi and Lin Ling so close. Yeah, Sister Qiu Yi, this kid looks good but is useless. Miss Qiu Yi, he really did forge the Supreme card. People kept speaking up, seemingly afraid that Qiu Yi would be deceived. Qiu Yi, with a black line on her forehead, looked at everyone in astonishment. This is Lin Ling, the main character of today's trading conference. Main character? The mysterious tycoon who spent billions acquiring rare materials? Such a young hidden wealthy man? Is there still room on your thigh? I said it long ago, how could such a handsome young man be a scammer? The crowd of onlookers swayed once again. Humph, so what if he's the main character? Even with a private Supreme card, he still has to be kicked out. Tu Fei still clung to his disbelief, convinced that as long as he wanted it, Lin Ling would be chased out today, even if he was the main character. Sure enough, Manager Li's face showed a hint of difficulty as he said, Miss Qiu Yi, according to the rules, Mr. Lin cannot stay any longer today. Faking? What a joke! How could Lin Ling possibly fake anything? Just as Qiu Yi's words fell, the large door not far away was pushed open once more. A cautious middle-aged fat man poked his head in. The crowd immediately became tense upon seeing him. Hu Jiwei, the boss of Yunmeng Houting, a peak 6th turn mage. It was said he could step into the 7th turn at any moment, the king of the entire underground world of Kyoto. There were even rumors that he was a trusted confidant of Zhou Yun, the chairman of the Yunmeng group, and was very familiar with the high-ups of the War God Hall. Even second-generation officials like Tu Fei felt a bit intimidated by Hu Jiwei. Mr. Hu, Tu Fei called out with a smile. Mr. Hu, you're here, Lin Dong from the Lin family awkwardly asked. At that moment, all the second-generation young masters who saw Hu Jiwei called out in unison, Mr. Hu. However, Hu Jiwei's gaze fell on Lin Ling's face. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the photo Zhou Weiyun had sent him on his phone. He quickly jogged over to Lin Ling, bowing respectfully, Mr. Lin, I am Hu Jiwei, the general manager of Yunmeng Houting. I have prepared a dedicated helipad for you. Next time, your phantom fighter can land directly at the designated spot. Lin Ling smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Hu. Hu Jiwei quickly bowed again. Just call me Xiao Hu, that's fine. Left in shock, Mr. Hu. Tu Fei, Xiao Hu? Jia Duoyu, my godfather? Kyoto's Baishan, Baiyi Taoist, the conjunction of 2 stars, GMO shot? Chimera is so powerful? Play music for me, there's a beast. Tonight, I will annihilate everything. Tonight, I will annihilate everything. A tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. The 3 who had transformed into a chimera were already prostrated on the ground. Under such pressure, they felt as humble as insects. How is this possible? Is this the divine dragon of the east? One chimera had exclaimed. However, just as he finished speaking, a massive tiger body emerged behind the enormous dragon head in the sky. This creature was round and plump. As it jumped out from the crack, a paw as large as a mountain landed on the chimera. The once imposing chimera had no chance to scream before it turned into a puddle of mud. Pishio? A great Pishio. They actually summoned a great Pishio. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Just now, when he saw the opponent transform into a chimera, he immediately changed his mind. He abandoned the light system forbidden spell and used the newly learned summoning forbidden spell, There's a Beast. That meatball towering 1,000 meters seemed to hear Lin Ling's call and immediately looked over at him. Its tail began to sway gently behind it. In an instant, mountains crumbled, and forests were flattened. Lin Ling's flesh trembled, and he suddenly felt a bit confused. What he had summoned was a divine beast Pishio or just a pet dog. At this moment, a powerful figure hidden in the bushes in the distance looked on in horror, sprouting a pair of luminous wings on his back and flying away at high speed. Lin Ling's lips curled up. With a thought, the great Pishio vanished, and the phantom fighter quietly appeared. Once Lin Ling boarded the plane, the phantom instantly entered stealth mode and pursued that person. In the Kyoto-based city, figures had already soared into the sky. They gazed at the massive figure slowly disappearing to the north of the base city, their eyes filled with shock. Is that a Pishio? How could such a divine beast appear near Kyoto? A Kuenping appeared a few days ago, and now a Pishio has shown up. Is our dragon country about to rise? So powerful. I have a feeling that our dragon country is hiding an incredibly strong summoner, and these two divine beasts are probably related to him. The strong ones in the sky continuously gasped in astonishment. Just a few seconds later, Zhou Weiyun and Jiang Shani, along with other powerful members of the War God Hall, had already arrived at the scene of the recent battle. When they saw the three people on the ground turned into mush, their hearts couldn't help but race. Hallmaster, that big Pishio just now wasn't conjured by that Lin Ling kid again, was it? Jiang Shani's eyelids twitched as he suddenly looked at Zhou Weiyun. Zhou Weiyun's brows quivered slightly. Check the identities of the bodies. Jiang Shani quickly landed and began rummaging through the remains. Soon, he confirmed the identities of the three through some items. Hallmaster, Kex is from Australia, Brian from America, and the egg from the Foot Basin chicken, Jiang Shani said in a deep voice. Humph. Zhou Weiyun snorted coldly. The golden iron triangle. It seems they are most likely here for Lin Ling. Find out who they entered the country through. Soon, a warrior from the War God Hall uncovered everything. Hallmaster, they entered the country this morning with complete paperwork, but it involves many people, all of whom belong to the Zhao family's power network, and the final signature was from Deputy Hallmaster too. It seems the big fish can't hold back any longer. After hearing the report, a hint of seriousness flashed in Jiang Shani's eyes. Zhou Weiyun nodded. Start closing the net. We can't wait any longer. They have 3 7-turn powerhouses, and if we wait any longer, Lin Ling might be in danger. Hallmaster, should we report this? Or let Nikolaev take action? Jiang Shani asked again. Zhou Weiyun pondered slightly. It's better not to report this. Tell Nikolaev that if we encounter any accidents while taking action, he should step in. We can agree to his conditions. In an instant, a large number of Dragon Nest People's army began to mobilize. Many powerful members of the War God Hall on leave were urgently recalled. Team after team of War God squads launched attacks on various target points. That night, blood was destined to stain the night sky of Kyoto. Lin Ling looked down at the large courtyard, a hint of wild joy in his eyes. They're all here. It's truly heaven's help. 5 attack-type forbidden spells. I wonder if it's enough? The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he pointed the Ling Tian staff at the large courtyard below. Meteor shower, bloom for me. Tonight, I will leave no one alive. Zhao family's stronghold. The starry sky was brilliant, and the lights flickered. At this moment, dozens of cloaked figures formed a circle. In the center of this circle, a massive magic array was rapidly taking shape. Suddenly, everyone looked to the north, where an extremely terrifying aura was emerging. Such terrifying pressure? It seems Sax and the others have made a breakthrough. This 5 billion hired golden iron triangle is indeed formidable. Indeed, under such pressure, that Lin Ling probably won't even have a chance to resist. I think they will return soon. Everyone, hurry up and stabilize the teleportation array. Excited voices echoed in the courtyard, and everyone worked even harder to carve the magic array. Old Zhao, I feel that the War God Hall has already suspected me. They are likely gathering evidence. A man in a black robe said to the old man beside him. Under the huge hood, a middle-aged face with an eagle-hooked nose was revealed. This man was none other than Tu Nani, one of the 3 deputy hall masters of the War God Hall. Beside him stood the old general Zhao Longchang, who had disappeared for several days. Nani, don't worry, the teleportation array will be completed soon. Big Tiger has arranged everything in Australia. When Kexes and the others return, we will leave together. Once we get there, you will have a higher status than in Dragon Country, Zhao Longcheng said with a smile. He had fought for the Dragon Kingdom for decades. What was a few hundred billion in embezzlement? Wasn't his merit enough for his descendants to live happily? Zhao Yijuan, his most beloved grandson, was still just a child. He had merely slept with a few girls. It was their fortune to be chosen by his grandson. As a general of the Dragon Kingdom, What did it matter if his grandson casually killed a few people? Those who were killed by his dear grandson should be grateful. Yet, the dragon's nest had imprisoned his beloved grandson. Now, his grandson was dead, while the murderer who killed him was still living well. This was something Zhao Longqing could not tolerate. He wanted to betray the country. He wanted the Dragon Kingdom to know the consequences of offending Zhao Longqing. Beside him, Tu Nani also showed a hint of determination in his eyes. He opened a map and quickly found the positioning light representing Tu Fei. In just a few minutes, Tu Fei would arrive. No one knew that all his assets and treasures were with Tu Fei. Even if an accident happened and they fell, his son could still become a powerful figure with those treasures. Suddenly, Tu Nani felt an incredibly rich wave of magical elements. He looked up at the sky and saw it turn fiery red. Such a rich magical element. Could it be that Sax has evolved the chimera into a pure fire chimera? A hint of doubt flashed in Tu Nani's eyes. Beep beep beep. An alarm suddenly rang out in the courtyard. The frequency of this alarm was very special. Only their own people could trigger it, and the faces of everyone in the courtyard instantly showed wild joy. Sax and the others are back. A cry of surprise rang out as a light gate suddenly appeared in the air outside the courtyard. A figure instantly darted through that light gate. Mark, why did you come back alone? Where are Sax and the others? Zhao Longqing and Tu Nani both had a bad premonition. The fire elements in the air grew even denser. This did not seem like energy that a chimera could bring. This feeling felt more like fire-type forbidden spells. Everyone in the Zhao family gang suddenly looked up at the sky. Countless meteor fire rains fell in an instant. Treasures, the author has suffered from heatstroke, so there's only one update today. No bones left. The Abyssal Demon Tower angrily slashes Tu Nani, sounding the prelude to the undead. The first spirit slave, eradicate Tu Fei. In front of people, show divine power and shock the nation. Lin Ling's reliance has always been himself. Lin Ling's reliance has always been himself. Morning 06. Dragon's Nest Base. In the square of the Dragon's Nest Base, the 20 new professional practitioners entering the semifinals stood quietly. Each of them had removed their gear and put on the ordinary military uniforms issued by the Dragon's Nest. In the upcoming semifinals, they would not be able to use any of their own items. The specially made weapons in their hands, which had no attribute bonuses, were their only reliance. 100 meters behind them stood a row of strange buildings. Each building had bright silver alloy doors. Each door had a serial number, arranged sequentially from 1. At this moment, everyone was very excited, especially the geniuses outside the Ling Tian Independent Corps. For them, whether they could enter the Hall of War Gods depended on today's performance. Lin Ling's gaze was equally bright, but what he cared about was not entering the Hall of War Gods, but the secret of becoming a god mentioned at the end of the notification. This was a level he had never encountered in 3 lifetimes, and it was the goal he yearned for deep in his heart. In a world where strength was paramount, no one could resist the temptation of becoming a god. At this moment, facing Lin Ling, Zhang Shani stood in front of 2 figures cloaked in silver capes, dressed in crisp military uniforms. No one knew who these 2 people were, but Lin Ling could feel that they seemed to be looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. One of the 2 lightly nodded, and Zhang Shani turned to walk to the front of the line. Let me explain. Everyone straightened their backs simultaneously. Do you see that row of alloy doors behind you? No need for small talk. The first challenge of the semifinals is right in front of you. Push the door open and walk in. Reaching the other end of the passage will complete the first assessment. Alright, are there any questions? As Zhang Shani's words fell, his gaze swept over these rookie newcomers. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The fervor in these kids' eyes was exactly what he wanted to see. Each of them seemed eager, almost wishing to start right away. It was highly unlikely that anyone would speak up at this moment. Report! A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's gaze turned to the handsome young man. Lin Ling, if you have any questions, go ahead, Zhang Shani said. Old Zhang, didn't you say there's a secret to becoming a god that you would tell us? Lin Ling asked. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shani chuckled lightly. There is, but I can only tell you after you pass the first assessment. Lin Ling was somewhat speechless, shrugging helplessly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Zhang Shani's teasing. Lin Ling, are you overthinking it? You know how difficult it is to upgrade to the 10th level of becoming a god. Zhang Zai rolled his eyes. This kid Zhang Zai, his IQ is fine, but why does he act like an idiot when it comes to Lin Ling? Can't he see the gap between them? Lin Ling's level is already ahead of all of you, and you're still worried about his upgrading? Zhang Shani shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Lin Ling's sharp gaze had already landed on Zhang Zai. But just with a glance, Zhang Zai suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a god-level being. A chill rose from the depths of his heart, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What do you want? Zhang Zai's face turned pale, and he blurted out, For a moment, everyone's gaze towards him became somewhat strange. Lin Ling just looked at him. How could this guy be so scared? Feeling the stares of the crowd, Zhang Zai's face instantly flushed red. Cough cough cough. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang Shani cleared his throat twice and spoke again. I almost forgot. There's one more thing. Kids, you can form teams or go solo. For fairness, Lin Ling can only proceed alone. Alright, let's go. As his words fell, a look of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. Zhang Zai's eyes immediately showed a hint of glee. Lin Ling is really being given special treatment. No equipment, no magic scrolls, and you don't even have a team. All your advantages will be gone. Zai is right. All the monsters will have to show their true forms. You guys aren't still planning to team up with him, are you? A few boys who hadn't been able to team up with Lin Ling for experienced dungeons said coldly. Not being able to board the upgrade rocket had been a sore spot for them. However, the others couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. Boss Lin, we can still walk together without forming a team, said a girl named Zhong Miao Miao. No need, you all can form your own teams. Old Jiang is right, it would be unfair for me to join you, Lin Ling replied, then looked at GMO and the others. See you at the finish line. As his words fell, he dashed towards an alloy door. Trying to seize the initiative? Zhang Zai shouted loudly and immediately launched into a sprint. Lin Ling watched as Zhang Zai surpassed him, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just as the two of them left the square, two attacks suddenly shot in from not far away. Boom boom. The explosions almost sounded simultaneously, and the moment the fireball appeared, Lin Ling had already made a preemptive judgment. He rolled on the ground and, after getting up, moved in a serpentine pattern. The fireball, which clearly had tracking effects, still missed. Zhang Zai was not so lucky. When the fireball came flying, he chose to take it head-on. They had long received news that there would be third-turn powerhouses appearing to obstruct their assessment. Although Zhang Zai was not yet at the third turn, he had enough confidence in his attributes. Now, he had to endure a third-turn strike and be the first to rush through the alloy gate. However, at the moment the fireball exploded, his expression changed drastically. Zhang Zai was instantly blown to the ground. A quarter of the virtual health bar above his head disappeared in an instant. Although running out of the virtual health bar wouldn't actually kill him, once it was empty, he would be deemed to have failed the assessment. At this moment, Zhang Zai finally understood. This was no ordinary third-turn powerhouse. The one attacking him was infinitely close to the fourth turn. Zhang Zai was filled with shock, while Lin Ling remained calm. The difference between the two was clear. A sound of footsteps echoed. In front of each alloy gate stood a Dragon Clan warrior dressed in camouflage. Although they were not equipped, Zhang Zai had still underestimated their level. These warriors had all reached at least the fourth turn. Standing in front of Lin Ling was a familiar face, Zuochong, a fire mage just 2 levels away from the fifth turn. Didn't expect this, Lin Ling, we meet again. Today, you're destined to stop here, Zuochong said coldly, his narrow eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly suffered defeats in front of Lin Ling, and last night he hadn't slept at all, searching everywhere for a powerful figure to release a forbidden spell. At this moment, all his negative emotions needed an outlet, and Lin Ling had undoubtedly become his best choice. Unfortunately, neither he nor Zhang Zai had realized until now that Lin Ling had always relied on himself. A roadblock? One strike to eliminate. Fighting separately, Zhang Zai fell. A big shot? A human bull? Lin Ling's calm mind began to ripple with emotions. Meanwhile, those waiting to see Lin Ling's embarrassment were eagerly anticipating the silver-robed man's announcement. Moments later, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of the silver-robed man's mouth beneath his cloak. The assessment continues. Lin Ling is perfectly fine and has not used any props. As his words fell, he walked towards the podium. The dead silence of the square was once again stirred into a huge wave. Incredible, is he a monster? I'm really convinced. He actually crushed Zuochong, who was close to the fifth turn, with his third turn bare attributes. I've said it before, Boss Lin is the real expert. The discussions continued. Not far away, Zhang Zai suddenly launched a sneak attack on the Dragon Nest Mage who was still in a daze. His eyes were filled with unwilling anger, but at this moment, he transformed all his rage and frustration into motivation. Dozens of arrows shot forward under his control. The Fire Mage instantly regained his senses and began to dodge the attack, but was still caught off guard, losing half of his health. Lin Ling glanced at Zhang Zai and strode towards the alloy gate ahead. As the alloy gate opened, Lin Ling was the first to enter the passage and disappeared. Zhang Zai felt a surge of anxiety as he saw Lin Ling enter the passage. He once again recklessly endured a magical attack from the mage ahead while shooting a giant light arrow. The Dragon Nest Mage, having learned from the previous experience, immediately dodged in advance while preparing for the next attack. But at that moment, Zhang Zai suddenly charged at him. Seeing this, the Dragon Nest Mage quickly retreated, creating enough distance for safety. However, Zhang Zai suddenly turned and dove into the No. 8 Alloy Gate. This scene was witnessed by others, and many eyes lit up with excitement. So it turns out you can enter the passage without defeating these warriors. In an instant, everyone began to rush towards the Alloy Gate. The roadblock mechanism is 1 carat for 1 pit. The number of roadblock tigers that appear will match the number of people charging in a team. At this moment, the most eye-catching is Jimo's team. Although they only have 4 members, the intensity of their battle is no less than Lin Ling's solo charge before. Zhou Mengyan opened her ultimate ability in place, and the other 3 instantly filled their energy. Chen Outyan charged directly at the 4 opponents. He unleashed an enhanced version of the bull charge, causing all 4 opponents to become immobilized simultaneously. At this moment, Wang Yilan shot 3 waves of arrows, targeting 3 of them. Except for the priest among the opponents, the other 3 gloriously became targets. Each wave of Wang Yilan's arrow rain consisted of 36 arrows. Bang bang bang. A spray of blood erupted, and the health of the 3 dropped by more than half in an instant. At this moment, the 4 blocking their path showed expressions of shock, but before they could regain their senses, a shadow had quietly appeared behind the mage with the least health. A black dagger swiftly slashed across the throat. The mage didn't even understand what was happening before their health bar was completely emptied. The others immediately turned to attack upon realizing the situation, but Jimo's figure had already vanished. In the blink of an eye, GMO reappeared. The second low-health archer fell to the ground. At this moment, only a priest and a warrior remained. GMO revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and disappeared again. The Dragon Nest warrior quickly returned in front of the priest, and the priest's skills were rapidly cast. The health lost by the warrior due to Wang Yilan's arrows began to recover quickly. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed in, a blade aimed directly at the priest's neck. Just then, a glint of cunning flashed in the priest's eyes. A blood-red mark appeared above GMO and Chen Outyan's heads simultaneously. Boom! The priest's health bar instantly dropped by 7 or 8 tenths, while Jimo's health bar was left with only a sliver. The high-level priest's skill resulted in mutual destruction, exploding their own health to deal equal true damage to all nearby enemies. Damn it, a sacrificial skill, mutual destruction? GMO cursed inwardly, but at this moment, he was too close to the opponent. The warrior's longsword was already coming down. Clearly, this pair of priest and warrior had fought together countless times. The warrior's full-force strike and the priest's sacrificial skill were almost seamlessly connected. They had defeated countless opponents with this move. At this moment, the warrior's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was absolutely confident that this strike would take down either the assassin in front of him or the warrior beside him. However, at that moment, Chen Outyan suddenly sidestepped in front of GMO. The sword strike landed on him but bizarrely only bounced off. At the same time, a white halo lit up. The health bars of both Chen Outyan and GMO instantly filled up. This scene left the warrior-priest duo dumbfounded. How the hell were they supposed to fight now? Without any hesitation, GMO vanished, and once again thrust out his blade. After killing the enemy, the passive ability that increases the damage of the next basic attack by 600 was triggered. The warrior, whose health was nearly full, was instantly taken down by a single strike. I surrender. The remaining little healer raised both hands and retreated to the side. Meanwhile, GMO and the others smiled simultaneously and quickly dashed into an unguarded passage. On the other side, Ling Qiye was acting far too strangely. He walked straight towards the number 10 alloy gate with his hands in his pockets. The one responsible for intercepting him was a short-haired girl of small stature. The girl wasted no time and directly summoned over 30 ice spikes to shoot towards Ling Qiye. However, Ling Qiye continued to walk forward calmly. Just as the 36 ice spikes were about to reach him, a silver light flashed in his eyes. The 36 ice spikes suddenly changed direction and flew towards the girl. The girl's eyes widened in shock as she desperately waved her staff but was unable to regain control of her skills. Under the impact of the ice spikes, the girl was sent flying. Before she even hit the ground, her health bar had already been emptied. Inside the alloy passage, Lin Ling looked at Zhang Zai next door, who was waving his fists at him, and felt a moment of speechlessness. Each passage was separated by a special glass that could block energy fluctuations but allowed the participants to see each other. A laser aurora net stood in front of them, seemingly warning them that the assessment had not officially begun. Just as Lin Ling was puzzled, the floor behind the laser net suddenly opened, and shiny silver mechanical dogs began to emerge from below. Looking at the dense mass of mechanical dogs in front of him, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had seen these mechanical dogs online before, each worth tens of millions. They used a special material called magic core as an energy source and could unleash skill attacks comparable to a 4th-tier professional. The most outrageous part was that they could unleash skills in succession. Once a certain number was reached, even a 6th-tier powerhouse would find it incredibly troublesome. And now, there were at least hundreds of mechanical dogs in the passage before Lin Ling, all looking at him. Congratulations, you have officially entered the assessment. The use of forbidden spells is prohibited in this assessment. Please reach the end of the passage within 15 minutes. You may use any means to complete the assessment except for the aforementioned methods. The countdown of 900 seconds will officially begin the assessment. Friendly reminder. Breaking a red balloon grants a 10-fold speed boost for a second. Breaking a blue balloon reduces skill cooldown by 10-fold for a second. Breaking a yellow balloon grants a 5-second invincible shield. After completing the assessment, the remaining seconds will be converted into assessment points as a reward. The first to finish will receive an additional reward of 30,000 points, the second 20,000, and the third 10,000. Are they targeting me? Lin Ling cursed under his breath, but a wicked smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the laser net in front of him suddenly disappeared. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the passage and indeed saw balloons of 3 colors distributed at the top of the passage. Just as he was about to make a move, Zhang Zai in the adjacent passage let out a strange cry and rushed out. Ha ha ha! Lin Ling, the hints are just meant to interfere with our judgment. With an invincible shield, why consider anything else? With your IQ, you might as well eat dust at the back. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting the yellow balloon accurately. An invincible shield instantly appeared around him. Zhang Zai, overjoyed, did not shoot again but chose to release his own acceleration skill. He instantly dashed toward the end of the passage. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Those mechanical dogs simultaneously unleashed a series of azure magical attacks. A thin layer of ice instantly covered Zhang Zai, and his speed dropped to a crawl. Just as the 5-second invincible shield disappeared, hundreds of attacks came crashing down at once. Boom! Zhang Zai was directly blasted away several meters, crashing heavily against the wall and losing consciousness. The health bar above his head was instantly emptied. Brutal push, first clear of the first level. Mental strength, one of the keys to becoming a deity. Why is Lin Ling's mental strength so poor? Why is Lin Ling's mental strength so poor? After entering the second alloy passage, Lin Ling immediately began to observe everything inside the passage. In front of him were 2 metal devices. One had a control screen and a bright silver metal ball, while the other had a control screen and only a light gate connecting to the passage behind. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the 2 screens. Mental strength test. Concentrate your attention and use your will to attack the metal ball of the testing machine to obtain your mental strength value. The mental strength value will be displayed synchronously outside the alloy passage. Mental power pressure refinement levels. Level 1 pressure requires 200 mental power to pass. Level 2 pressure requires 500 mental power to pass. Level 3 pressure requires 800 mental power to pass. Level 4 pressure requires 1000 mental power to pass. Level 5 pressure requires 2500 mental power to pass. Level 6 pressure requires 4000 mental power to pass. Level 7 pressure requires 6500 mental power to pass. Level 8 pressure requires 8000 mental power to pass. Level 9 pressure requires 12000 mental power to pass. Warm reminder, please try level by level. Skipping levels may lead to an instant loss of mental C and failure in refinement. Lin Ling did not attack the metal ball but instead tried to touch it with his mind. As his thoughts extended, his mental power seemed to transform into a hand gently pressing against the testing metal ball. Beep beep beep, detection successful, mental power, 358. Just a gentle touch gives me 358 mental power? Before my awakening, it seemed to be 120. Lin Ling muttered, then ignored the testing device and looked at another screen. He activated level 1 pressure and walked towards the light gate. As he stepped in, the passage ahead instantly transformed into a space the size of a football field. The surroundings shimmered with colors, seemingly starting up slowly. Soon, palm-sized robots appeared one after another before Lin Ling, and there were at least 100 at a glance. Hero's Eye. Mental pressure. Bionic robot special life form. Each robot can release mental pressure. 10 robots can double the mental pressure. The more there are, the greater the pressure. If sustained for more than 5 minutes, mental power will be enhanced, and the higher the pressure level, the greater the enhancement. Information panels about these robots appeared before Lin Ling, yet, he did not feel any mental pressure. Just as he was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Your mental power exceeds the maximum limit of level 1 pressure, which is 500. Please adjust the refinement difficulty level. It seems I can't avoid skipping levels, Lin Ling said as he stepped out of the light gate and directly adjusted the intensity to level 3. Level 3 should give me some pressure, right? He thought as he entered the light gate again, but this time the refining space was densely packed with small robots. A glance revealed there were probably over 1,000. Reminder, level 3 refinement will endure 100 times mental pressure. Your mental power exceeds the maximum limit of level 3 pressure, which is 500. Please adjust the refinement difficulty level. Linling was somewhat speechless and simply chose level 5. This time, the number of small robots in the refining space reached 100,000. Reminder, level 5 refinement will endure 10,000 times mental pressure. Reminder, current pressure exceeds your tolerance limit. Please release a mental barrier. Pressure will be released in 10 seconds. 1098. How do I construct a mental barrier? Linling's eyes were filled with confusion. Although he had high mental power, he was clueless about this. 7, 6, 5, Soul Guide. Linling immediately called up the skill panel and found the Soul Guide, which he had never used before, in a corner. However, just as he thought he could obtain what he wanted from this skill, a prompt left him dumbfounded. Due to your poor mental state, you cannot cultivate the Soul Guide. Please restore your mental state through sleep. 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the countdown had already ended. Boom! He felt darkness before his eyes, a sharp pain surged in his mind, and a beam of teleportation light enveloped him. Your mental sea has been breached, refinement terminated. As a system prompt appeared, Linling's figure instantly vanished from the passage. Outside the mental power pressure refinement room, looking at the value of 358 displayed on the screen, the sheepman shook his head and left with a single remark. Why is Linling's mental strength so poor? The cowman wanted to say something more but ultimately held his tongue and turned to chase after the sheepman. Master, ordinary practitioners typically see an increase of about 100 in mental strength with each job change in the early stages, and can reach 300 by the third change. Linling's 358 is indeed higher than that of ordinary practitioners, but there is still a significant gap compared to Ling Chia, Zhang Shani said with a furrowed brow. Zhou Weiyun's eyes were filled with confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Mental strength is directly linked to a person's magical talent. For Linling to become an all-element mage, his mental strength should be at least 500. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. Perhaps Linling hasn't used his full strength, Zhang Shani said with a wry smile. Generally, after entering the second channel, people would test their mental strength to the fullest before starting the pressure refinement. Only in this way can they know how much they have improved. At this moment, Linling's displayed mental strength value left Zhang Shani uncertain if it was indeed his full strength. After all, there are many talented mages whose mental strength grows slowly. Just then, the screen suddenly showed that Linling had activated level 1 pressure. Master, Linling has started the pressure refinement. This kid is quite steady. Beginning from level 1, Zhang Shani's brow slowly relaxed as he smiled. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Weiyun's face as well. Starting from level 1 is solid. It seems he has taken our advice to heart. However, before Zhou Weiyun could finish his sentence, the pressure level on the screen jumped from level 1 to level 3. What's going on? How would I know? Did he select the wrong option? Both of them were filled with disbelief, but just after exchanging a couple of words, the level 3 difficulty changed to level 5. This kid has gone mad? What kind of nonsense is this? A golden light had already lit up on the teleportation array in front of the alloy door, and Linling's figure appeared in an instant. You haven't listened to a word of our advice, Zhou Weiyun said irritably. Zhang Shani was also somewhat exasperated. There are only 3 chances in total, and you've wasted one like this. With the gap already there, how can you catch up? Linling awkwardly scratched his nose. Let others practice for a while. I'm going to take a nap. If you don't enter the refinement channel within 3 days, you will be deemed to have given up the assessment, Zhang Shani shouted anxiously. However, Linling waved his hand and walked away. This brat has no idea how anxious we are. Zhang Shani gritted his teeth. Zhou Mengyan shook her head and smiled wryly. Let him rest. After all, there is still time. While others were gradually entering the mental refinement channel to undergo pressure refinement, Linling had already arrived at the dormitory prepared for newcomers in the Dragon Nest's rematch group and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't expect that, thanks to the fatigue from the refinement room, he would sleep straight through to the next morning. After getting up, Linling went to the cafeteria and enjoyed a delicious free breakfast, feeling quite at ease. At that moment, the chatter of some staff members caught Linling's attention. Have you heard? There are a few very promising newcomers this year. Are you talking about that Linling? Upon hearing his name, Linling immediately perked up his ears. I've also heard about that Linling. They say he took down 400 mechanical dogs in 10 seconds, and the ministers from the logistics and finance departments turned green. I'm not talking about any Linling. How many mechanical dogs he can take down isn't the assessment's focus. This assessment is mainly looking for high mental strength seed-type talents. I think being able to take down 400 mechanical dogs in 10 seconds is already impressive, Whether his mental strength is high or not doesn't matter anymore. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I see you're just infatuated. You must have heard about that handsome guy named Linling, which is why you're smitten. That kid, you're a newcomer too, right? Come and judge for yourself. Is Linling really strong or just a pretty face? A few young ladies, while chatting, unexpectedly found themselves at Linling's table. He's just average in strength, about the same as me. But he is indeed very handsome, Linling said, lowering his head. Did you hear that? I told you Linling isn't some powerhouse, otherwise, everyone in the group would have mentioned him by now. Yeah, everyone's talking about that kid with the strongest mental power. Oh, I know, you're talking about Ling Chia, right? Yes, that's Ling Chia. As soon as he entered the mental power refining passage, he was tested to have 700 mental power. 700? Is he really that strong? I'd been at the 4th transition for 3 years and barely reached 420. That Zhou Mengyan is also very strong, with 610 mental power, ranking 2nd. And that Zhang Zai, a bowman, surprisingly has mental power talent too. He went in later than others, but after a day and night of refining, his mental power reached 450. I heard that Zhang Zai has a skill for refining mental power, otherwise, he wouldn't have such high numbers. A mental power refining skill? There's such a thing? If only I could get one too. Listening to their conversation, Linling couldn't help but smile slightly. Sisters, is mental power really that important? The young ladies immediately turned to look at Linling, and only then did they notice his appearance. For a moment, they were all stunned. How could there be such a handsome young man? And they hadn't even noticed such a handsome guy appearing before them. Ahem. Linling cleared his throat a few times, and the young lady snapped back to reality. Junior, of course mental power is important. I heard that many high-level dungeons won't let you in if your mental power doesn't meet the standard, one young lady said with a smile. I see, that really is important. Luckily, my mental power is quite strong, Linling replied. Upon hearing this, the young lady's eyes lit up with surprise. In the Dragon's Nest, leveling up quickly doesn't necessarily mean high talent, but those with high mental power will definitely have strong talent and leveling speed. Junior, what was your mental power test score? Another young lady asked with concern. Linling thought for a moment. It seems to be 358. As soon as he said this, the smiles on the young ladies' faces instantly vanished. What transition are you at? Linling replied, 3rd transition. A mental power of 358 at the 3rd transition is really nothing in the Dragon's Nest. The young ladies suddenly turned and walked away. This is a classic case of looking good but being useless. When I was at the 3rd transition, my mental power was already 360. After all these years, I'm still just a cafeteria supervisor. Linling was speechless and couldn't help but shake his head. He immediately pulled up his panel and found the soul guide in the corner of the skill bar. Skill name, soul guide level 1 category, mental power refining skill analysis. Complete the skill task by using mental power to control an object to perform specified actions, thus completing the training and gaining training experience. Skill upgrades will grant mental power rewards. Training conditions, find as many independent objects as possible. Skill experience, 0. This skill cannot be renamed. Skill task, use mental power to control an object to jump. Linling's gaze fell on a pair of chopsticks on the table. With his mental power control, the chopsticks immediately began to jump on the table. Linling revealed a faint smile and looked at the panel again. Task completion experience task. Control 3 objects to jump. Linling broke apart another pair of chopsticks. Is it really that simple? Time passed little by little. Task. Control 100 objects to jump. A pile of broken disposable chopsticks was stacked on the table, barely enough to meet the requirement. Task completed. Experience. Congratulations, your spirit guide has been upgraded to level 2. Reward, mental strength. Current mental strength, 1460. Linling looked at the task panel, his eyes filled with ecstasy. After merging the spirit seed, his mental strength had surprisingly surpassed 1000. But soon, the smile on his face froze. Task. Control 500 objects to complete a jump. Linling turned to look at the other tables, only to find that all the chopsticks had disappeared. Each table now had a warning sign that read, "Wasting utensils is shameful." Several staff members were watching with guarded expressions, looking as if they were guarding against thieves. Linling raised his hand to touch his nose and walked towards one of the staff members. "Hello, if you could give me a bowl of raw rice, I'll leave." Junior, as someone who has been through this, let me kindly remind you, when you're not as good as others, you must not slack off. Go to the refining room, that's where you can improve the fastest. A chubby staff member kindly advised. Linling nodded. "Thank you, senior. Please give me a bowl of raw rice first." Linling returned to his dormitory and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. After turning off his phone, he finally approached his bed. With a little shake of his hand, a bowl of rice spilled onto the bed. This bowl contained at least 20,000 grains of rice, definitely enough for Lin Ling to practice for a while. With everything ready, Lin Ling began to sprint towards the spirit guide. Task completed, experience task. Control 1,000 objects to jump. Lin Ling controlled 1,000 grains of rice to start jumping, but some of them could not synchronize their jumps. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After trying again and again, finally, 1,000 grains of rice began to jump in perfect unison on the bed. Task completed, experience task. Control 3,000 objects to perform a front flip. Task completed, experience. Congratulations, your spirit guide has been upgraded to level 3, mental strength. Current mental strength, 1760. Congratulations, you have unlocked the spirit guide skill, mental barrier, which can resist some mental attacks when released. Time passed quickly, the number of tasks increased, and the required actions became more complex. Task, control 10,000 objects to perform subject 3. Lin Ling, I'm not practicing anymore, I'm going to sleep. The night after the second round of the competition began. Outside the mental strength refining room, 9 figures gathered together. Big sister, we still can't contact the boss, GMO said anxiously. Zhou Mengyan also looked worried. Lin Ling hadn't shown up for 2 days. I heard that the boss was kicked out the first time he entered the refining room. He might not be able to handle it, Qin Xian said with concern. Zhou Mengyan shook her head. You don't understand Lin Ling. How could he be defeated by a single failure? Lin Ling once said something that I can never forget. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. Is it better to improve oneself than to envy others? However, Zhou Mengyan shook her head. A faint smile suddenly appeared on her face as she gazed at the deep night sky. He said, the worst that can happen is death. If you don't die, you will eventually rise. The terrifying speed of improvement opened the dimensional cube, and the treasure of 2 nani opened the dimensional cube. The treasure of 2 nani warm reminder. Level 5 difficulty has reached the longest refining time. Please change the pressure level. The system prompt from the refining room echoed in his ears, and the robots that had been doing the 9th set of calisthenics suddenly burrowed underground and disappeared. Damn it! How can these robots run away? Lin Ling sighed lightly and had no choice but to get up and leave the refining room. After a day and night without a drop of water, he didn't feel hungry or thirsty while fully immersed in his training. At this moment, he stopped, and an intense feeling of hunger and thirst surged over him. He did not leave the refining room but instead took out the package that Jiang Shani had given him. It was filled with various meats and drinks to replenish his energy. As Lin Ling ate, he reviewed the day's training. He had spent over 20 hours inside, but the mental power reward from the level 5 pressure had stopped once it reached 1,000. Now, to continue increasing his mental power, he either had to raise or lower the pressure level, or he could only break through the soul guidance. At this moment, his mental power had reached a terrifying 3,700 points. Before the 6th transition, ordinary practitioners could increase their mental power by about 100 points with each job change. After the 6th transition, the increase began to undergo a qualitative change. Upon reaching the 7th transition, the increase was 500 points. Upon reaching the 8th transition, the increase was 2,000 points. At this moment, Lin Ling's mental power was already comparable to that of an ordinary 8th transition expert. As for the 9th transition experts, who only existed in legends, no one knew how much they could increase. Lin Ling had basically touched the threshold of an 8th transition expert's mental power. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Ling contentedly put away the remaining food. Old Jiang is really a good person, he said, glancing in the direction of the exit. Just as Lin Ling was eating, Zhang Zai arrived outside the refining room with a few teammates. They looked at the screen displaying Lin Ling's mental power value, which was still 358, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. When they saw that Lin Ling's challenge difficulty was marked as not challenged, they laughed even harder. 358? Zhang Zai had never been this happy before. Is this the big shot who breezed through the first level, hiding in the refining room and sleeping? Tang Lei, isn't the worst among us over 500 mental power? Brother Zhang, there's no need to pay attention to Lin Ling anymore. He's like a fleeting flower, destined to fade into the crowd. Let's go, let's level up and wait for him to wake up. Maybe we'll surpass him in levels. The group laughed as they walked away, as if they could already see Lin Ling looking up at them when he came out again. Before long, the entire newcomer circle was buzzing with the joke that Lin Ling had spent 4 days in the refining room and still had over 300 mental power. Zhou Mengyan and the others returned to the entrance of the refining room. Although they couldn't contact Lin Ling, they firmly believed that when he reappeared, he would surely shock everyone. Inside the refining room. By the way, I wonder if that dimensional cube I got from Tu Fei can be opened? Lin Ling was completely unaware of everything happening outside. As he spoke, a gradient-colored cube appeared in his hand. He tried to use his mental power to activate the cube, but a prompt immediately popped up in front of him. This dimensional cube has a password set. Your mental power is insufficient to forcibly open the dimensional cube. How much mental power is needed to open the dimensional cube? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown and ask. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, another system message popped up in front of him. Forcibly opening the dimensional cube requires mental power to reach 4,000. Seeing this prompt, Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. The fatigue on his body was swept away. I'm only 300 short. My level 1 pressure can't yield rewards, so I can only go for level 6. Lin Ling thought, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. The passing standard for level 6 pressure was 4,000 mental power, which he clearly did not meet. This indicated that he would have to truly endure once he entered. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the level 6 pressure and strode into the refining room. The overwhelming mental pressure instantly enveloped him. A large amount of sweat began to bead on his body, yet he stood like a monument in this realm. The space before him, the size of a football field, had already expanded beyond measure. Everywhere he looked, there were densely packed small robots. By comparison, Lin Ling initially estimated that the number of these robots had reached about 200,000. He called upon his mental power once again and began to control the robot. He tried repeatedly to complete the task of guiding the spirit. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. This was already the 5th day of the semifinals. Task completed, experience gained. Congratulations, your spirit guidance has been upgraded to level 6. Reward, mental power, current mental power, 5,300. Task, simultaneously control 200,000 objects to jump. Lin Ling looked at the prompt in front of him and did not continue with the task. Instead, he took out the dimensional cube again. As his mental power penetrated, an additional space of up to 100 slots appeared before him. At the same time, a large number of system prompts popped up in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained the Blue Flag Secret Realm Admission Token. Congratulations, you have obtained the Heavenly Pool Secret Realm Admission Token. Congratulations, you have obtained the Arise Secret Realm Admission Token. Congratulations, you have obtained the East Sea Instance Ticket. Congratulations, you have obtained the Talent Evolution Stone. Congratulations, you have obtained the Qinglong Evolution Liquid, semi-finished product. Congratulations, you have obtained the Las Vegas Citibank Vault Key. Congratulations, you have obtained the Moonlit Set, level 120 Sacred. Congratulations, you have obtained the Flame Prison Set, level 150 Sacred. Congratulations, you have obtained the Dream Illusion Set, level 180 Sacred. Congratulations, you have obtained the Spirit Truffle, mythical item. The temporary leaderboard, Lin Ling at the bottom? The temporary leaderboard, Lin Ling at the bottom? Goodness, the items prepared by 2 Nani for 2 Fei are quite comprehensive. Just the sacred sets can be worn up to the 7th turn. The value of these items is immeasurable. 2 Nani probably never imagined that these things would end up in my hands. Mythical great items. What are these? Spirit Truffle, mythical, top-tier item from a blind box. Item analysis. After consumption by a practitioner, permanently increases mental power by a point after reaching 1,000. Do you want to consume? Lin Ling couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Yes. Consumption successful. Mental power, 6,300. Heavy rain poured down. Dragon Nest Canteen. At this moment, apart from Lin Ling, the other 19 contestants in the semifinals were sitting in the canteen. The vast majority of those participating in the semifinals had only one opportunity left to enter the refining instance. The scheduled deadline for the second assessment was 7 days, and everyone unanimously decided to save the last chance to enter the refining room for the final day. In these past few days, everyone had been sprinting for experience in the instance. Originally all elites, they had made remarkable progress in these few days. Dragon Nest compiled statistics for everyone and temporarily drafted a ranking to motivate them. First place, Ling Chia, level 85, mental power, 1210. Second place, Zhang Zai, level 80, mental power, 750. Third place, Zhou Mengyan, level 79, mental power, 700. Fourth place, Qin Xian, level 77, mental power, 685. Fifth place, GMO, level 77, mental power, 650. Those ranked lower had basically reached level 70, with mental power generally exceeding 500. Lin Ling, who had originally been in first place, was now at the bottom. 20th place, Lin Ling, level 75, mental power, 358. At this moment, even GMO and others, who had always believed in Lin Ling, were starting to feel restless. They wanted to ask Zhang Shani to come forward and understand the situation, but they hadn't seen Zhang Shani's shadow in these past few days. That's Ling Chia. I heard he has easily cleared the level 4 difficulty. So strong, I'm almost at the 5th turn and can only manage level 3 difficulty. This year's national champion must be him. Have you seen the newcomer leaderboard? His level is already 85, and I heard he can solo the hard level experience instance in half an hour now. Listening to the chatter of a few canteen staff, Zhou Mengyan and others looked at the table full of meals but couldn't eat a single bite. It seemed that Zhang Zai had noticed the oppressive atmosphere on their side. He suddenly stood up and laughed, saying, "Why are you still worried about that waste? In my opinion, geniuses should stand together. Zhou Mengyan, why don't you three join our team? Xie has already been designated as the captain of the War God team. Sooner or later, we will all be in the same team." "Shut your filthy mouth." Zhou Mengyan suddenly stood up and shouted angrily at Zhang Zai. Zhang Zai's expression darkened at the insult, but thinking of a rumor he had heard in the past few days, he suppressed his anger again. "I can't let my relationship with Zhou Mengyan get strained. If she really is the daughter of the Hall Master, that would be something. It seems she's angry because Xie is the captain of the War God team. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, Xie is the strongest." Zhang Zai thought to himself, forcing a smile, but little did he know that the real reason for Zhou Mengyan's anger was his remark about waste. "As long as you're willing to come, I can talk to Xie. Maybe he will agree to let you be the captain. Actually, Xie isn't bad. He's much better than that waste Lin Ling." As soon as Zhang Zai finished speaking, his pupils suddenly constricted. An extremely dangerous aura appeared beside him. He leaned back sharply, and a black dagger suddenly appeared, aiming for the spot where his neck had been. Zhang Zai was still in shock as he looked at the shadow. "GMO, what are you doing? If you say my boss is waste again, I'll kill you." Jimo's cold voice rang out. "What? Did I say something wrong? Lei, go take a photo and bring it back. Let them see what score Lin Ling has on the screen outside the refining room." Zhang Zai shouted coldly. A henchman not far away revealed a sinister smile and immediately dashed into the night. At that moment, on a rainy night, a team of patrolling soldiers happened to arrive near the mental power refining room. The leader was none other than Zuochong. "Captain, there are a few good newcomers this time. Should we try to recruit them?" A trusted subordinate of Zuochong asked quietly. "Yeah, Ling Xie and Zhang Zai are good. Zhou Mengyan and that GMO also have great potential. Let's try to make contact tomorrow. These people are all prodigies. As long as we can build a good relationship with them, they could be our support in the future." "Captain, do we still need to recruit that Lin Ling?" the soldier asked again. Ever since being struck by Lin Ling, Zuochong realized he had underestimated him. How could someone like that be made an enemy? Such a prodigy must be recruited. Even if it meant apologizing, he had to maintain a good relationship. That was Zuochang's principle in dealing with people. He would never miss any opportunity to befriend a big shot, even if it was a future big shot. He had instructed his team members to notify him as soon as Lin Ling appeared, but to his surprise, so many days had passed, and he still hadn't seen Lin Ling. Hearing his team members' question, Zuochong suddenly felt how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. He had even considered Lin Ling a big shot. "Lin Ling, I've almost forgotten about him. There's no need to pay attention to him anymore," Zuochong said. "Captain, this Lin Ling looks pretty fierce. I didn't expect him to be so useless," a soldier remarked. "Humph." A smug expression flashed across Zuochang's face. "If his mental power is lacking, it doesn't matter how strong he is. Didn't you see that the seniors of the 12 Zodiac and the Hall Master have all left these past few days? Clearly, they all think Lin Ling." As Zuochong spoke, his gaze swept toward the screen of the refining room where Lin Ling was. At that moment, his words abruptly stopped, and his advancing body suddenly froze in place. "I barely passed at level 2. What the hell is he doing at level 6? At that moment, everyone was shocked. That godlike existence, he has returned. That godlike existence, he has returned. Level 7? My god. Everyone held their breath. What did level 7 mean? The young people had no concept of it anymore. The hearts of several big shots had already stirred up a tremendous wave. The oppressive feeling brought by the 7th level, even though they were already 8th turn powerhouses, left them feeling somewhat suffocated. At this moment, Zhou Mengyan's eyes began to redden, tears mixed with rainwater flowed into her mouth, but they tasted only sweet. A smile that could enchant the world suddenly appeared on her face. Before her eyes, she seemed to see that boy again who said he would become a god of magic. That godlike existence. He was back. The heavy rain continued to fall, and no one left. Everyone wanted to see how long Lin Ling could endure under the pressure of the 7th level. Or could he take another step forward? Xie, how long do you think he can hold on? Zhang Zai looked at the 7th level difficulty on the screen, as if he were gazing at an insurmountable chasm. This chasm infinitely widened the distance between him and Lin Ling. Ling Qia's gaze was somewhat dazed. He slowly turned to Zhang Zai. Maybe he can hold on for half an hour. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Lin Ling still had not exited the 7th level refining room. "Alright, everyone go back. Don't waste time here, Zhou Weiyun said. But no one moved. These people seemed to be entranced, staring intently at that small screen. Enough! Zhou Weiyun shouted again, either go to sleep, or go grind experience in a dungeon, or go refine your mental strength, now. This time her voice was loud, and everyone immediately jolted. With a rustle, the crowd dispersed. Where are we going? Experience dungeon? How about we go to the mental strength refining room? If we go, you won't catch up to Lin Ling, but leveling up can at least let us pull ahead of him in levels. Everyone heard Ling Qiye's words clearly. Watching them leave, Jimo's eyes flashed with determination. Let's go, we'll level up too. The boss is already firmly at the peak of mental strength. We have no talent in that, so we'll hold on to the opponent in levels. By then, when the boss comes out, he'll see, dog, how come you're already 4th turn? Ha ha ha. We can't let them look down on us. Let's hold them down first, and when the boss comes out to solo, catching up will be a matter of minutes, GMO said in rapid succession. Zhou Mengyan also revealed a faint smile and spoke, you're right, while we may not surpass Ling Qie in levels, we absolutely cannot let them pull too far ahead. Just then, the little priest appeared to be hesitating. If you have something to say, just say it, GMO laughed. Actually, we might be able to take the first place on the level leaderboard. Everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Annie smiled awkwardly, shifting to the side to reveal Qin Xian standing behind him. Captain Qin, you should start soloing from today. We can handle ourselves and won't fall too far behind. You solo the experience dungeon, and you'll definitely be the first to reach 4th turn. Qin Xian could now summon 60 little skeletons at once. The damage from these little skeletons was terrifying. He alone was comparable to dozens of high-end combatants. If it weren't for bringing along Shang Biao and the others, Qin Xian might have already successfully reached 4th turn. He was the only newcomer, aside from Lin Ling, capable of soloing nightmare-level dungeons. Although it was much slower than Lin Ling's forbidden spells, even taking 2 hours to clear would far exceed others. Qin Xian, go ahead and snatch back the first place from Ling Qie, GMO also said. Qin Xian hesitated slightly but eventually nodded, alright, I'll go challenge it. Let's all do our best. As he spoke, he extended a hand. The others quickly stepped forward to place their hands together. Let's go! A group of people immediately rushed toward the task temple. The rain had stopped. A faint red glow appeared on the eastern horizon. The human ox and human sheep had already left, but Zhou Weiyun still stood guard outside Lin Ling's refining room, until the first ray of sunlight in the morning fell on her face. She revealed a faint smile, but this smile quickly vanished. Zhou Weiyun's brows furrowed tightly, as if she had thought of something very important. She took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed. Bai Ji, Elder Jiang has encountered a bit of trouble. I want you to enter the instance. It's very dangerous, the hidden dragon's secret realm. Zhou Weiyun left, and outside Lin Ling's refining room, tranquility returned once more. But at this moment, there was a place in Kyoto that was still bustling with activity. The Blacksmith Guild. The once quiet Blacksmith Guild was already bustling with people today. Today was the Northern Blacksmith Conference of the Dragon Kingdom, the biggest event for the profession of blacksmithing. Major blacksmithing families would send their blacksmiths under the age of 30 to participate in the competition. The winning family's patriarch would become the new president of the Blacksmith Guild. At this moment, all the contestants had already entered. However, no one from the current president's family, the Chiu family, had yet attended. Outside the Blacksmith Guild, Qiu Yi was eagerly waiting, but still did not see Lin Ling's figure. That brat, is he really going to stand me up? She dialed Lin Ling's number again. The number you have dialed is turned off. What to do? It starts in 5 minutes. I have learned the purification method for enchanted stones with a 20% loss rate. Maybe I can win the competition myself. Qiu Yi comforted herself and turned to walk towards the competition venue. Lin Ling emerged from his retreat, 2 skill books in hand. While others hurried to purify, he first enjoyed a chicken leg. The sound of breaking out of the cocoon rang out, crushing everything in its path. The sound of breaking out of the cocoon rang out, crushing everything in its path. First place, Boj, Lin family, loss rate, 15. Is it really that impressive? This is the first time I've seen such pure second-grade enchanted stones. Haven't you heard? This kid is a disciple of Master Lucas. How could he not be impressive? Tisk tsk. I wish I could purify enchanted stones to below 30 as well. A wave of exclamations erupted both inside and outside the competition venue upon seeing the value of 15. Boj is indeed the proud disciple of Master Lucas. My best result was only a purification to 20. Tang Minji stroked his beard and said somewhat awkwardly. Meanwhile, Xiu Duanhong beside him looked even more ashamed. He was not good at purifying enchanted stones, and the technology mastered by the Qiu family could only reach 30. Master Lucas's Starry Sky Rune purification method is indeed a gift from the ancient temple, it's truly remarkable, Xiao Duanhong said with a smile, but his words secretly mocked that this purification method was merely a result of good luck. The purification methods within the Dragon Kingdom were the results of generations of blacksmiths' gradual accumulation and improvement. How could Lucas not hear the underlying meaning in his words? However, he did not care. No matter what others said, only he knew the Starry Sky Purification Rune. If President Xiao had that luck, he could also obtain a copy of the Starry Sky Purification Method. After all, luck sometimes depends on looks. Lucas remained silent, but Boge in the contestant area below spoke with a smile. You. Upon hearing his blatant mockery, Xiao Duanhong's face turned red with anger, but Boge merely smirked, picked up his teacup, and continued to drink tea, his eyes filled with disdain. That kind of high and mighty gaze, looking down on all, was not concealed in the slightest. What are you so proud of? What is it? Just a better purification of enchanted stones, and your butt is almost in the sky. Seeing Boja's expression, someone immediately muttered under their breath. No one wanted to be looked down upon, especially by a foreigner. Although the other party indeed surpassed the locals in blacksmithing, that was not acceptable. If you're so capable, you go up, if not, stop whining. Lin Dong suddenly shouted at the two who were muttering. The two immediately dared not speak again, but their gazes instinctively fell on Lin Ling. There was still one person who hadn't made a move, perhaps. However, their gazes soon dimmed, a hint of bitterness appearing in their eyes. At that moment, a song suddenly echoed in the auditorium. If one were to open their eyes in a nightmare and face a cruel world, everyone was taken aback, but they quickly immersed themselves in this song they had never heard before. What song is this? The Dragon Kingdom's Forging Guild really knows how to have fun, but this song is quite nice, Borg said, lightly tapping his teacup with his fingertips, speaking in somewhat clumsy Mandarin. As the song continued, Lin Ling finally moved. He picked up an enchanted stone, raised his carving knife, and began to carve the purification rune with fluidity, as if aided by the gods. What he was carving was, in fact, the Starry Sky Rune. Raise your head amidst the chaos and endless battles. Break the curse of fate and make the story immortal. As the song, whose origin was unknown, reached its climax, Lin Ling's seventh Starry Sky Rune took shape under the carving knife. In this state of breaking free, he had 5 sets of techniques in his mind that could purify the enchanted stone to the highest quality. He specifically chose this Starry Sky Purification method, which was far more refined than what Lucas had obtained. Lucas's inheritance only had 5-star runes, while Lin Ling mastered the complete 7-star runes. A red light suddenly lit up, and Borg's name on the big screen instantly changed to second place. Lin Ling's name was already at the top. First place, Lin Ling, Show Family, Purification Rate, 10, Borg, who had been immersed in the song, suddenly squinted his eyes. The gasps from below surged like waves. What did I just see? 10? Someone from the Dragon Kingdom can actually purify the enchanted stone to 10? My goodness, our Dragon Kingdom's forging industry has produced a true dragon, ha ha ha. In an instant, many forgers in the audience stood up, and some older forgers even had tears in their eyes. Their lifelong dream was for the Dragon Kingdom's forging industry to compete with Europe and America one day. After decades of hard work, they had finally surpassed Europe and America in forging technology, only to be choked by a mere enchanted stone. High-level equipment required high-purity enchanted stones, and the Dragon Kingdom had never been able to make significant breakthroughs in high-purity enchanted stones. NATO even prohibited the flow of enchanted stones with purity exceeding 15 into the Dragon Kingdom to obtain high-end design blueprints from it. This had caused the Dragon Kingdom's forging industry to suddenly halt its rapid development. At this moment, hope for the Dragon Kingdom's forging industry had reappeared. How could these people not be excited? However, just as everyone's breathing became rapid, a cold voice suddenly came from the podium. Shameless scoundrel, you actually stole my patent. Who allowed you to use the Starry Sky Purification method? Is the forging industry of the Dragon Kingdom this disgusting? Everyone turned to see Lucas pointing at Lin Ling, angrily shouting. In an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Starry Sky Purification method? He used the Starry Sky Forging method? Impossible, this is the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. How could it be the Starry Sky Forging method? Several old men said, their faces flushed. Humph. Lucas snorted coldly, enlarge his enchanted stone. 9 seconds of purification, 9-star special grade. With his command, the big screen immediately displayed the special features of Lin Ling's enchanted stone. Those magnificent constellation runes were nothing but the Starry Sky Forging method, right? In an instant, the faces of all the forgers present turned pale. However, at that moment, Lin Ling coldly looked at Lucas and said, "Old fool, who said I can't use the Starry Sky Forging method? How many stars do you see on my rune?" Hearing the term old fool, Lucas was furious, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. How many stars? At this moment, everyone's gaze turned once again to the special display on the big screen. 7 dazzling stars shone brightly on the exquisite starry rune. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. Lucas's 5-star conjunction was a legendary existence in the entire forging world. But at this moment, they were witnessing a 7-star conjunction. 7 stars? How could it be 7 stars? My god, I have a feeling that Lucas's 5-star starry rune is simply a joke compared to these 7 stars. Gasps and laughter erupted simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lucas's face had long turned pale. He stared at the 7 brilliant stars as if witnessing a miracle. Impossible, this can't be. Lucas's eyes began to redden rapidly. He couldn't believe that his starry purification method could be surpassed by someone else. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He had to obtain this 7-star rune. As long as Borg won the championship, he could make Lin Ling hand over the carving method for the 7-star rune. With this thought, greed filled Lucas's eyes. So what if there are 7 stars? Today's competition isn't about who has more star runes. Why isn't Borg making a move? There's no time left. Lucas shouted at Borg when he saw that only 1 minute remained on the countdown on the big screen. Borg immediately understood. He picked up a piece of enchanted ore again and began carving. This time, he clearly put forth all his skills, carving 8 starry runes in one go. When his final stroke fell, a golden light suddenly illuminated. At the same time, the rankings on the big screen changed once more. Lin Ling's first place instantly turned into second. Borg's name returned to first place. First place, Borg, Lin family, loss rate, 9. The entire hall was drowned in an uproar. The faces of all the forging masters from the Dragon Kingdom were as dark as water. They wore bitter smiles. Even if they were reluctant to accept this fact, the reality was right before their eyes. At this moment, only Lucas, Borg, and Lin Fan, the head of the Lin family, wore smug smiles. Especially Lucas, whose cunning glimmered in his eyes as he looked at the countdown on the big screen, which had only a few seconds left. He was confident of victory. Kid, you're too young. Even if you have the ability to surpass 9, there won't be time left to purify now. Your 7-star rune belongs to me, Lucas said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ling had a straight knife in his hand, using the reflection from the nearby LCD screen to shave. Has this kid completely given up? Oh no, if he loses, the 7-star rune will belong to them. Why is he shaving at a time like this? Young man, dropping the ball at a critical moment. If you were my grandson, I'd beat you and tell your mother. Hey, look at his carving knife. A few elders, seeing that only 10 seconds remained on the countdown, pointed at Lin Ling in exasperation. But before one of them could finish speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye at the workbench beside Lin Ling. There, a carving knife was floating in the air, wildly slashing at a piece of enchanted ore that was also suspended in mid-air. The enchanted ore was spinning as if cooperating with the carving knife. A waltz belonging to the knife and the ore was quietly unfolding. This scene instantly widened the eyes of the elders. Their astonishment spread like a virus, rapidly passing from person to person. In the blink of an eye, everyone's attention was focused on the knife and the ore. This scene was both bizarre and magnificent. A beautiful dance quietly began and then quietly ended. 5, 4, 3, 2, a dazzling white halo suddenly lit up from the enchanted stone, and in the last second, the rankings on the big screen changed once again. When everyone looked at the big screen, they all gasped in shock. Hiss, 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 hiss. First place, Lin Ling, Cho family, loss rate, 0 at this moment. People even forgot to breathe. Even Lucas was completely dumbfounded as he stared at the screen. From the moment the knife started to dance until the purification ended, it took a total of 9 seconds. And at this moment, the enchanted stone radiating a milky white light had a total of 9 7-star runes shining with dazzling starlight. 9 seconds, 9 stars in alignment, 7-star diagram, special grade enchanted stone. Awesome! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 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 Can you imagine a group of old men so excited that they could only shout awesome and holy crap? At this moment, every blacksmith in the Dragon Kingdom was filled with tears of joy. The enchanted stone technology, which had been suppressed by Europe and America for decades, had finally made a comeback. This was the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, the rejuvenation of the nation. Lin Ling's 0 made Lucas and the whole world understand what it meant to be far ahead. I protest. He must have cheated. I don't believe he could refine an enchanted stone with a loss rate of 0. I demand a high-level forging system check. Lucas shouted loudly, his neck veins bulging at this moment. Lin Ling, while stroking his beard, raised his chin. The enchanted stone flew directly to the scanning system below. A series of system messages immediately synchronized on the big screen. Enchanted stone purity detection in progress. Beep, 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 detection successful. The magic loss rate of this enchanted stone is 0, purification level special grade enchanted stone. Heartfelt admiration, Lin family Lin Ling? Championship belongs to the young master craftsman. Championship belongs to the young master craftsman, take as much as you can. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to suddenly transform into a greedy wolf. He looked at the list of materials on the screen, instantly feeling as if he was about to drool. So complete? There are even rare materials from North America. He quickly clicked on the screen, and soon over 100 types of rare materials were selected by him. I need all of these, start with 10 copies. A blacksmith responsible for extracting materials for the contestants frowned. These materials aren't yours just because you picked them, you need to create finished products to take them away. He kindly reminded him, as Lin Ling at this moment seemed like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. His demeanor clearly suggested that he thought rare materials would automatically belong to him. Ha ha ha. Give it to him, this young friend is truly talented. Lucas laughed out loud upon seeing Lin Ling's material choices, his words dripping with sarcasm. Borg glanced at Lin Ling and saw that he was just hoarding materials without starting to create, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you planning to make a specialized weapon with your materials? Do you know how long it takes to create a high-level specialized weapon? As Borg's words fell, he began to immerse himself fully in the creation process, entering a state of self-forgetfulness where the outside world could no longer disturb him. He was indeed a disciple of the master, with both hands holding a carving knife. He could actually manage to do two things at once, fighting with both hands. Every rune he carved was done with great care, each rune appearing on those materials as if they were crafted by divine hands. Seeing this scene, many old men nodded in agreement. Although they didn't like this arrogant German kid, his forging skills were still highly respected. Borg is indeed very strong. It won't be long before the three great masters become four. Yes, Germany has been an industrial powerhouse for nearly 1,000 years. After the Great Integration, the status of German blacksmiths is no less than that of main combat professions, and may even surpass it. This is the influence of the larger environment. Although our Dragon Kingdom has a wealth of talent, it is difficult to produce such high-end talents under the current environment. A few old fellows spoke, their gazes once again turning towards Lin Ling. At this moment, the workbench near Lin Ling was already piled high with rare materials. A few elderly men couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their faces, shaking their heads and saying, "Sigh, this kid is great in every way, but he's just too young. When I was young, I probably wouldn't have done much better than him upon seeing so many rare materials. Yeah, the materials he wants are probably worth over 100 billion. These aren't even materials for making specialized weapons. They might even include those needed for upgrades," another elder said, a glint of unusual interest suddenly flashing in his eyes. "Ha, what's this?" He suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at the materials Lin Ling had. Most of these are materials for making assassin sets, and the upgrades also require materials for the assassin set. It can't be a coincidence, right? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling looked at the attendant beside him. "Hey, could you get me 10 carving knives?" The attendant, filled with confusion, still fetched 10 carving knives for Lin Ling. In the next moment, the 10 carving knives floated simultaneously in front of Lin Ling, beginning to carve frantically. This scene immediately caused a wave of gasps throughout the venue. Incredible! Is he making 10 pieces of equipment at the same time? Why 10 pieces? This young brother's mental strength must have surpassed 1,000. He might have even broken through 1,500. Otherwise, he wouldn't be carving runes so smoothly with his mental power. Amidst the crowd's astonished exclamations, every time Lin Ling finished carving a piece of equipment, that piece would immediately fly to the scanning area. The advanced forging system operated rapidly, everything in perfect order, as if Lin Ling had rehearsed countless times. For a moment, no one dared to breathe. Everything Lin Ling displayed felt like a spectacular performance. Every detail was nothing short of perfect. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Borg was sweating profusely. His specialized weapon crafting had entered the most critical moment, and a slight mistake could ruin everything. Suddenly, Borg, lost in concentration, stopped. Sounds began to fill his ears. The audience's gasps rose and fell. A proud smile involuntarily appeared on Borg's lips. These amateurs are once again stunned by my superb skills. It's no wonder, when I first saw my master carving runes with both hands, I was equally amazed. Wow! Awesome! So strong! This is simply a miracle. In our dragon country, this is truly a young master craftsman. Borg enjoyed listening to the continuous exclamations from the audience, but when the last sentence reached his ears, the smile on Borg's face instantly froze. "Ha, what do you mean, in our dragon country? I'm not really joining the dragon country, these fools," he mumbled, but suddenly realized something. Borg slowly turned to look at Lin Ling. In the next second, an unforgettable scene rushed into his mind. 10 bright silver pieces of equipment were floating in front of Lin Ling. That's right, they were equipment. The mountain of materials in front of Lin Ling had long since disappeared. At this moment, the 10 carving knives were simultaneously carving the final runes. Once the runes were completed and scanned by the advanced forging system, their attributes would appear. At this moment, 9 of the 10 pieces of equipment had runes that formed the patterns of ferocious beasts. Each beast was filled with an aura of darkness and brutality. They lurked in the shadows, as if ready to deliver a fatal blow to their prey at any moment. The last piece was a priest's staff, adorned with auspicious beasts and clouds, exuding a sense of holiness, standing in stark contrast to the entire assassin set. Borg suddenly snapped back to reality, wanting to continue with his equipment, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't enter a state of concentration again. He gently waved the carving knife. A minor mistake immediately occurred. Crack! The runes triggered a chain reaction. The equipment instantly cracked. Meanwhile, the advanced forging system beside him simultaneously popped up a system prompt. Critical rune chain damaged. This equipment is scrapped. Please remake. Borg. Time's up. Everyone, stop. The host gave a light shout. Everyone stopped their actions. At that moment, every person looked at their creations with smiles on their faces. Of course, except for Borg. In front of him lay only a very rough glove. This was the only piece of equipment he could complete in 10 minutes. Ice silk gloves category, special equipment quality, fine required level, 40 item attributes, cools the hands in summer, damage for ice-type practitioners. This equipment could actually be considered a small masterpiece, completed with just 2 rare materials. Moreover, Borg had used some private techniques to allow these ice silk gloves, which originally required level 60, to be usable at level 40. Yet at this moment, looking at the gloves before him, Borg felt like he could die. On the opposite side, Lin Ling had 10 pieces of equipment neatly arranged in front of him. A 9-piece assassin's special weapon set, 2 of which had already reached fine quality. The remaining piece was a fine quality priest's staff. Any one of these would absolutely outclass the equipment of others. Once named, these pieces could immediately become special weapons, and if sold now, they could fetch at least several hundred billion. Today, Lin Ling had truly struck it rich. But on stage, Lucas was heartbroken. What he had expected to be a free ride had turned into a complete loss. The rare materials worth tens of billions he had brought were mostly used up by Lin Ling's 10 pieces of equipment. It was truly a case of losing the chicken and the rice, losing both the wife and the soldiers. The 3 judges walked around the 10 contestants, and the results of the competition were clear without needing to say much. Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Ling was already the uncrowned king. I announced that the first place in the second round of the competition is Lin Ling. The 3 judges have reviewed all the entries, and the results of the third round are also out. The overall champion of this blacksmithing competition is Lin Ling. Congratulations to Lin Ling for winning the championship, and congratulations to the Chiu family for continuing to be the president of the Kyoto Blacksmithing Guild. As the host's words fell, warm applause erupted from all around. The Lin family members turned pale, their eyes filled with hatred as if they could swallow Lin Ling whole. At this moment, Xiu Yi was so happy that she almost wanted to rush forward and hug Lin Ling tightly, but her thoughts had long been seen through by Lin Ling, whose gaze had already issued a warning to her. Can I put away the equipment I made? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Of course, you can take them. They are all yours. Young man, your future is limitless. Have you thought about developing in Jinling? I can hand over the entire Jinling Blacksmithing Guild to you, Tang Minji said with a smile. Lin Ling raised his hand to collect all the equipment and replied to Tang Minji, "Thank you for your kindness, but blacksmithing is just a side job for me. I will visit Jinling when I have the chance." As soon as he said this, many people felt it was a great pity. This young friend, your talent in blacksmithing is absolutely unprecedented. It would be a shame not to make it your main profession. Young friend, you and my granddaughter are quite compatible. Why not consider joining the Chiu family? I can make you the head of the Chiu family. Grandpa, what are you saying? I'm 3 years older than him. Ha ha, a girl 3 years older gets the golden brick. Old Master Cho teased, and Xiuya's face turned completely red. Lin Ling, however, smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." As soon as these words were spoken, the shyness on Xiuya's face suddenly froze. Ha ha ha. Well, I don't know who is so lucky to be your girlfriend, but it doesn't matter. The doors of the Chiu family will always be open for you, Old Master Chiu said regretfully. While they were joyfully gathered, Lucas and his apprentice could not share in the happiness. Kid, I don't know what inheritance you received, but luck won't always be on your side. Lucas said with a dark face that he would remember this loss today, and if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely take revenge. It didn't matter that he didn't speak. At this moment, as soon as he opened his mouth, Linling immediately looked at him. Master Saint, if I'm not mistaken, the champion can demand a skill from the defeated, right? Your esteemed disciple just performed that technique that can lower the equipment requirement level. Can you share it? Linling said with a mischievous smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Lucas's face instantly turned to one of shock. The Ling Tian set was complete, with mana exceeding 1,000,000. 12 scorpions, danger approaching. Ding ding yow, suspicious personnel detected nearby, halt all actions. As the voice in the earpiece sounded, a middle-aged man in camouflage slowly released the trigger. The figures of GMO and others also entered the Forge Master Guild through the scope. Ding ding 2. What's going on? Just now, I only needed to pull the trigger, and 10 billion would be in my hands. Hawk, observe the second window on the 13th floor at your 9 o'clock. The previous voice echoed again in the earpiece. The man in military uniform's expression changed slightly. His partner had called out his real code name, indicating that the situation was serious. He immediately turned the gun and used the scope to lock onto the second window on the 13th floor. A strange figure appeared in his 6 times magnification scope. His pupils suddenly constricted, and blood vessels quickly spread across the whites of his eyes. Underworld Scorpion, Emily Davis, 12 scorpions. Hawk's voice burst out word by word through clenched teeth. Silver Owl, it's the 12 scorpions. He could never forget the owner of that face. It was this woman whose arrows had turned into evil spirits. Those evil spirits had devoured their captain and 2 other teammates alive. They had witnessed everything but lost the courage to act under that extremely eerie underworld arrow. It was also because of that mission that their once proud War God Hall team became fragmented. He and Silver Owl, burdened with deep guilt, did not return to the Dragon's Nest. They became living dead on the War God Hall's list of fallen, becoming Grey Dragon mercenaries in the dark world of the Dragon Kingdom. They had discarded their faith and responsibility, degenerating into cold-blooded killers who only discussed prices, regardless of the target's identity. This time, the target was GMO, the second son of the G family consortium. Someone had offered a bounty of 10 billion for GMO's life. Originally, they could just kill for money, but now they had seen the people from the 12 scorpions. This brought back their nightmares and once again placed them at that familiar crossroads. Should they report to the Dragon's Nest or just leave and pretend they hadn't seen anything? The 12 Scorpions were an extremely evil terrorist organization. Ordinary people might not have even heard their name. But as a former core team member of the War God Hall, Hawk knew just how terrifying the 12 Scorpions were. It was said that the 12 Scorpion Kings were either 8th turn powerhouses or possessed combat power comparable to 8th turn powerhouses. They were a group of madmen, a group of lunatics who believed the world was fake and sought to overthrow the entire world. These people were cold-blooded and extreme, their indifference to life reaching a terrifying degree. In their eyes, humans and monsters were the same. It was just a game, and only they were the players in this game. Hawk, I don't want to live in darkness anymore. Silver Owl's voice came through the intercom. Hawk smiled. He smiled easily and happily. This was also his thought. Hawk received. Silver Owl, we might be logging off today. Do you have any regrets? Hawk said, gently placing his right index finger on the trigger, while the crosshairs of the scope settled on the center of the Underworld Scorpion's forehead. Regrets? I just don't know how to face the captain after death, but after today, I think I won't have this concern anymore. Listening to the voice in the intercom, Hawk smiled at the corner of his mouth and gently pulled the trigger. However, at that moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of the scorpion in the scope. The next second, the scorpion's face transformed into that of a middle-aged man, looking extremely surprised. The man, dressed in camouflage and wearing headphones, was none other than Silver Owl. At the same time, a soft voice suddenly echoed behind Falcon. Little guy, do you want to kill someone? Falcon spun around abruptly and pulled the trigger with force. Buzz. The laser sniper rifle instantly released a deep blue laser, but it did not hit anyone. A translucent evil spirit swallowed all the attacks in one gulp. He. The little guy at level 6 is quite fierce, but I wonder if he's this fierce in bed. A woman, alluring to the core, laughed. Falcon quickly retreated, and at that moment, the laser sniper rifle in his hands had transformed into a silver longbow. He drew the bow to its full moon, and a crystal arrow vanished into thin air, only to reappear from another direction, shooting towards the woman. The moment the arrow appeared, ripples spread through the space, yet the woman remained unfazed, her face still adorned with a wicked smile, as she shot an arrow from her own black longbow. That arrow instantly transformed into a gray ghost, which, after devouring the crystal arrow, bit down on Falcon's shoulder. An extreme chill instantly invaded Falcon's body, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the rooftop, no longer able to resist. Little guy, go ahead, the space archer isn't bad, use this guy to practice a bit, said Scorpion Emily Davis. Behind her, a fiery red figure with wavy long hair slowly stepped out. If Lin Ling were here, he would recognize her at a glance. This girl was none other than Xiaoya. She walked up to Falcon, a dagger appearing in her hand. The dagger pierced Falcon's skin, slicing from his calf all the way to the top of his head. As she moved, blood flowed from the wound like little snakes. Xiaoya sheathed the dagger and produced an ancient beastskin scroll. Ancient God Scroll used successfully. Please select the attribute you wish to plunder. Archer class, Space Talent. Xiaoya slowly spoke, Space Talent. As her words fell, a system prompt immediately popped up again. Plunder successful, congratulations, you have obtained the talent, Void Escape. Your ice magic now possesses the ability to escape into the void. Very good. Now we just need to wait for your little lover to come out. Don't worry, we will fulfill our promise to you. Today everyone will accompany your brother and father to the grave. Scorpion said, her gaze turning towards the entrance of the blacksmith guild below. Meanwhile, inside the blacksmith guild, Zhou Mengyan and the others had already arrived at the laboratory where Lin Ling was. Mengyan, this staff is a gift from me, but you'll need to prepare the materials yourself later. I think this won't be difficult for you, Lin Ling said with a smile. Is it really made for me? Zhou Mengyan asked excitedly as she looked at the priest's staff on the screen. When she looked back at Lin Ling, her eyes were already shimmering with emotion. Of course. Lin Ling nodded gently, his starry eyes as bright as the most dazzling stars in the night sky. Zhou Mengyan gazed into his eyes, gradually becoming entranced. She gently rose on her tiptoes to kiss Lin Ling's lips. Seeing those fiery red lips, Lin Ling's breath quickened. He slightly turned his face to meet hers, inhaling the familiar fragrance in the air. Beep beep beep, please name the equipment. Suddenly, the forging system emitted a system prompt. The two quickly pulled away as if startled, both looking at the screen. Ahem, you should come up with a name, Lin Ling asked. Let's call it the Nianlin set, Zhou Mengyan whispered. You too. Don't flaunt your love like this, GMO said, covering his face and pointing two fingers at them. Naming successful. Congratulations on successfully crafting the Mind Forest Zen Staff, Premium. Lin Ling ignored GMO and directly clicked Confirm. A staff engraved with auspicious beasts was handed to Zhou Mengyan. Zhou Mengyan took the staff and held it tightly in her arms. Her eyes at that moment could no longer accommodate anyone else. However, she soon became dumbfounded. The forging system simultaneously displayed 9 special weapons. Clearly, this set was not crafted for her. At this moment, GMO looked at the assassin set on the screen, his eyes widening in an instant. Brother, is this made for me? Lin Ling nodded. Name it, then we can leave. GMO, I want to call it Mind Forest too. Zhou Mengyan, this is a strong competitor. Lin Ling, GMO, Mind Ling is fine too. Lin Ling raised his hand to type on the keyboard, and immediately the naming was successful. Congratulations on successfully crafting the Black Dog set. GMO, let's go. You guys don't need to envy him. I'll make a set for you all when the opportunity arises. Lin Ling said with a smile, and several sour lemons immediately showed happy smiles. The group walked out of the laboratory, and many members of the Forging Guild came to see them off. Just as Lin Ling reached the guild's main entrance, a sudden feeling of palpitations arose. Restricted area ahead, Magic Prohibition Zone. Restricted area ahead, Magic Prohibition Zone. Do you guys feel a sense of palpitations? Lin Ling asked. The group paused, all looking puzzled. GMO looked outside through the door. The sun was shining brightly. Everything seemed fine. Why would there be palpitations? Brother, have you been too tired these days? Hearing GMO's words, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown slightly. But after a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, let's go, maybe you're right. I really should take a break. As the group stepped out the door, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up at the sky but didn't pay much attention. Only Lin Ling's confusion deepened. Mengyan, have you seen old Jian? I thought I would see him right away today, but it turns out he's not here. Lin Ling asked as he walked, quietly activating the heavenly gaze. An aerial view of the Kyoto-based city appeared before him. The bustling Kyoto was indeed a place where experts gathered. There were over 100 6-turn experts, and more than a dozen 7-turn powerhouses scattered throughout the Kyoto-based city. Within a kilometer radius of him, there were 2 red dots that remained still. Based on Lin Ling's experience, the energy intensity of these 2 should both be 7-turn, their brightness already close to Jiang Shani, making them rare strong figures among the 7-turns. However, such beings did not pose a strong threat to Lin Ling. I haven't seen old Jiang for several days. I wonder what the Lord and the others have been busy with these days. It seems they've discovered some extraordinary high-level dungeon. The entire War God Hall is busy strategizing for that dungeon. only coming over at night to check on the newcomer's rematch situation. Zhou Mengyan said, her words filled with confusion, seemingly unable to understand what kind of dungeon could mobilize the dragon nest so extensively. Lin Ling nodded, continuing forward while keeping a close watch on the movement trajectory of the energy light points. He had never doubted his sense of crisis. He knew that since the feeling of danger had appeared, it definitely meant a threat was approaching. He just couldn't figure out where the danger was coming from. Everyone be careful, prepare for battle, there might really be danger, Lin Ling said again, and the other few people immediately showed more caution in their eyes. At this moment, on the rooftop, the scorpion demon wore a smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Ling, and as Lin Ling moved forward, that smile became increasingly sinister. Just in front of Lin Ling on the ground, there was a button-sized landmine. This was the latest technological weapon from the United States. Once detonated, everything within 100 meters would be instantly vaporized. The lethality is absolutely no less than that of an ordinary single-target forbidden spell. In the core explosion zone, even a 7th turn expert caught unprepared would face certain death. At this moment, a longbow quietly appeared in the hands of the falcon lying on the rooftop. He didn't know what the scorpion of the underworld was planning, but all he wanted was to emit a little light in the final moments of his life. Even if this light was as fleeting as a shooting star, it could at least prove that he had once existed in this world. The bowstring slowly drew back, and a crystal feather arrow gradually took shape. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the falcon's mouth. Whoosh! A streak of light shot straight into the sky. Boom! The arrow exploded, resembling a cluster of colorful fireworks in the air. At this moment, Lin Ling was just 3 steps away from the landmine. You're seeking death! The scorpion of the underworld shouted angrily, and in a flash, she was in front of the falcon. Boom! She stomped down, and the falcon's chest instantly caved in. Blood mixed with internal organs gushed from his mouth, yet a strange smile remained on his face. Cough cough cough. Captain, the falcon didn't back down this time. Ha ha ha. The falcon let out a wild laugh and fell silent. His pupils rapidly dilated, but the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. At this moment, a large mass of black clouds suddenly appeared above the building. Eerie music began to play on the rooftop. Thunderous, this heavenly cultivation brought down the purple gold hammer. A massive purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, heading straight for the scorpion of the underworld and Xiaoya on the rooftop. Xiaoya, use the ancient god's teleportation talisman to leave here first, the scorpion of the underworld shouted. Xiaoya produced a sheepskin scroll, and as a beam of light illuminated, her figure instantly vanished. The scorpion of the underworld then spoke into her wireless earpiece, make your move. Just as her voice fell, the thunder struck. Boom boom boom. Bolts of lightning rained down upon her like divine punishment. Yet this woman remained unscathed, her golden hair disheveled across her forehead, and around her body, several grotesque ghostly figures slowly parted. Above them, blood bars reaching millions were already nearing depletion. The scorpion of the underworld frowned slightly. Is there a thunder-type great mage hiding here? At this moment, Lin Ling had no time to concern himself with this madwoman. Around the street, 6 figures dressed in black were slowly emerging. Their target was clearly Lin Ling and his companions. Lin Ling activated the eye of the hero, but his pupils involuntarily constricted. These people were all 6th turn assassins, but each of them was holding a signboard. What caught Lin Ling's attention were the words on the signboard. No entry ahead. The 4 familiar characters made him recall a novel he had read before crossing over. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the 6 individuals suddenly stopped. Their positions were very deliberate, distributed in 6 directions around Lin Ling and the others. As they dropped their signboards, a massive hexagram suddenly appeared on the street. Lin Ling and his companions were right at the center of this hexagram. Buzz! A blue light instantly illuminated. To the eyes of others outside, the figures of Lin Ling and the 6 mysterious individuals vanished simultaneously. However, Lin Ling and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. The mana value bar turned gray the moment the hexagram lit up. At that moment, except for Lin Ling, everyone else's faces turned extremely grim. If a professional could not use blue, they could not use skills, and it was inevitable that a professional without skills would suffer a significant drop in combat power. The ground was still the street, but the surrounding buildings and pedestrians had disappeared. In their place was a vast expanse of darkness. Magic suppression domain, Zhou Mengyan said in a low voice, her face somewhat pale, as if she had recalled something. Do you know who is attacking us? Lin Ling asked. It seems that only they can freely cast the magic suppression domain, Zhou Mengyan replied. Lin Ling frowned. Who? The 12 scorpions, Zhou Mengyan said. 12 scorpions? I've never heard of them. A hint of contemplation flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Why am I thinking of 12 monkeys? Just then, 6 figures emerged from the darkness. It was only at this moment that Lin Ling finally saw their attire clearly. All of them were dressed in black trench coats, with a cigarette dangling from their mouths. Most importantly, they were shouldering a straight knife. Lin Ling had one of those knives in his storage space as well. The heavily core team was ambushed. The chance to resurrect GMO, the second spirit slave. Are we of the same kind? Has Lin Ling become indistinguishable from the crowd? All things dance, two beautiful, natural disasters. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was as clear as a still pond. All fatigue was swept away, leaving only a strong sense of hunger in his stomach. He slowly got up, gently moved his body, but frowned slightly. How long have I been asleep? He took out his phone and instantly squinted his eyes. 7 days had actually passed. As his gaze swept across the phone screen, a hint of gloom quietly surfaced in his heart. This time, there were only a few messages, and that familiar 99 had not appeared again. 10 days have passed, and there are only 5 days left until the maximum of 15 days that Ix mentioned. I must speed up. Lin Ling took out the bag that old Jiang had given him from his storage space, and there was only one piece of bread left inside. Fortunately, old Zhang's food storage bag, otherwise, this bread would probably have gone moldy. I wonder if Meng Yan found old Jiang, Lin Ling muttered, quickly eating the bread. Although he wasn't full, this specially customized bread still restored most of his stamina. Come on, it's just 800,000 little robots doing calisthenics at the same time? Under Lin Ling's control, the once difficult-to-manage army of robots instantly became synchronized. Just one attempt completed the task. Task completed, experience gained. Congratulations, your spirit has risen to level 8. Reward, mental power. Current mental power 8800. Task, simultaneously control 900,000 objects to jump. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth as he stepped out boldly, directly adjusting the pressure difficulty to level 9. But when he re-entered the refining room, he was immediately pressed down to the ground. The pressure here was an insane increase compared to level 8. The number of robots in the refining space had already reached 900,000. He forcibly controlled his mental power to avoid being crushed by the pressure and immediately began to manipulate the 900,000 robots. Task completed, experience gained. Task, simultaneously control 900,000 objects to do sit-ups. Before Lin Ling could even start to control them, he already felt the limit of his mental power. He practically crawled out of the refining room. Lin Ling gasped for breath. He knew he couldn't collapse in the refining room. Once he collapsed, he would be expelled, and it would be a long time before he could break through 10,000 mental power. After a brief rest, he began a new round of attempts again. Just like that, constantly entering and exiting, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now Lin Ling could endure 15 minutes in the level 9 pressure refining room. Although he couldn't gain more rewards from the refining room, he still pushed the spirit task at level 8 to its limits. Task completed, experience gained. Congratulations, your spirit level has risen to level 9, mental power. Current mental power 9990. Task, simultaneously control 1 million objects to jump to only because you are too beautiful. This task is the ultimate task for spirit, and upon completion, you will directly receive a reward of 1,000 mental power points. Just 10 points of mental power short, but only 2 days left. 1 million robots jumping to genies too beautiful? But there are only 900,000 now. Where can I find another 100,000 robots? A bitter smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, as after 3 days of enduring hardship, his body had begun to feel exhausted once again. Coupled with the gnawing hunger in his stomach, he had no confidence in completing this task. The last 10 points of mental strength felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. If only the people outside could dance with these robots, Lin Ling said, but as soon as the words left his mouth, an endless light suddenly blossomed in his eyes. Who said it couldn't be done? The Ling Tian staff quietly appeared in his hand. A somewhat trembling voice immediately rang out from Lin Ling's mouth. All things dance. All things dance successfully released. Please select attack target, maximum attack quantity 1 million. Please control the release range through mental strength hee. Fill it up for me. Unseal the level seal. With Lin Ling's choice, the level 70 seal on him was instantly lifted, and the fate system forbidden spell, All Things Dance, was released simultaneously. Blinded by cliches, I made a mistake, correcting mistakes. All Things Dance, oh, Decayed Wood Points, Strange Arts, oh. As the enchanting song filled the air, 900,000 small robots in the refining space were simultaneously enveloped by the forbidden spell. At this moment, the Dragon Nest base and half of the Kyoto base city were also shrouded in the same magic. Such a vast area was instantly covered by a layer of bizarre magical elements. At this moment, whether swimming in the sea or flying in the sky, regardless of gender, age, or even pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, even robots and robotic dogs were all eroded by this strange magical element. The old lady who used to complain suddenly felt no soreness in her waist or pain in her legs. and with a leap, she jumped up from the ground, moving her shoulders and twisting her hips, singing a bizarre lyric. Zhang Zai was in a high-level monster area grinding monsters, and with one arrow, he shattered the body of a level 100 Betaling dog demon. The dog's head was controlled by him and flew into his hand. Just then, the strange music suddenly played. Zhang Zai's newly grown long hair automatically parted in the middle, and the dog head in his hand had already started dribbling between his legs. The most bizarre thing was that he kept shouting, "You are too beautiful." The 30,000 station warriors in the dragon nest were dumbfounded. The monsters in the wild near the dragon nest were stunned. In the suburbs closest to the dragon nest, the professionals began to fall into panic one after another. Li Yang started dancing, Zhou Weiyun started dancing, and even the sheep that had just arrived at the dragon nest began to dance. At this moment, the enchanting music was everywhere. At this moment, all things danced. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with horror. Only Linling had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, with beams of white light continuously rising from beneath his feet. Congratulations on casting All Things Dance. A total of 1 million targets have been controlled, earning you 600 million experience. Congratulations, your Dark Mage profession has reached level 80. Congratulations, your Fate Mage profession has reached level 80. Congratulations, your Summoner Mage profession has reached level 80. Congratulations. Friendly reminder, as you are an all-element mage, all professions have been raised to level 80 and need to be manually unsealed before upgrading. Unsealing level requires materials, 9-turn large intestine, not obtained, legendary equipment, already owned, Wajang 7 color sand, not obtained. Task completed, congratulations, your soul guide has been upgraded to max level, reward mental strength, current mental strength 10,990. Detected that your mental strength has broken through 10,000. The seed of divine thought has completely merged with you. Congratulations, you have obtained the realm of divine thought. Not only did I complete the soul guide task, but I also gained so much experience. I'm one step closer to the fourth transfer. This All Things Dance is simply an upgrade divine skill. Why not strike while the iron is hot and do it again, breaking through to level 90 in one go? Linling's mouth curled up as he directly purchased all the upgrade materials through Yunmeng. Unseal. As he issued the command, all skill cooldowns were instantly cleared. All Things Dance. Within 1,000 miles, among millions of living beings, continue to play music for me, continue to dance. In an instant, the once calm Kyoto region welcomed the second princess once again. Princess Ni was so beautiful that her presence spread like a virus. This disaster was recorded in the history of the Dragon Kingdom as a beautiful natural calamity. The wood-type forbidden spell was named Annihilation and Rebirth. The wood-type forbidden spell was named Annihilation and Rebirth War God Hall. Zhang Shani is probably in grave danger. Let Chiya venture into the dungeon. If he falls too, we will permanently seal the hidden dragon's secret realm, said Ren Yang. Alright, it can only be this way. Before Zhou Weiyun could finish her sentence, a strange melody suddenly rang out. Both she and Ren Yang began to twist their bodies simultaneously, performing a somewhat awkward and bizarre dance. At that moment, Linling was once again favored by the goddess of fate. Congratulations, you have cast Dance of All Things, controlling a total of 1 million targets, earning you 600 million experience. Congratulations, your Dark Mage profession has reached level 90. Congratulations, your Fate Mage profession has reached level 90. Congratulations, your Summoner Mage profession has reached level 90. Congratulations. Warm reminder, as you are an all-element mage, all your professions have now been upgraded to level 90. Please complete your fourth transfer as soon as possible. This transfer will awaken a new talent. It's surprising that 600 million experience only barely got me to level 10. Leveling up is getting harder and harder. Now that my mental power is satisfied, I just need the wood-type forbidden spell, Linling said, as several skill books appeared in his hands. He laid out the skill books and took out the wood-type skill book first. Ode to Life, category, rare skill book for wood mages, learning level, level 90, learn. Learning successful. Would you like to rename the skill? Rename Ode to Life to Annihilation and Rebirth. Naming successful. The wood-type magic skill Ode to Life has successfully evolved into the wood-type forbidden spell Annihilation and Rebirth. Sacrificing a forbidden spell skill can resurrect a deceased target whose level does not exceed yours by 100 levels. The target's soul must be intact, otherwise, resurrection is impossible. If the target has been dead for more than 14 days, resurrection is impossible. Linling looked at the system panel and let out a long sigh of relief. It's been over 7 days, but it's fine as long as I find old man Jiang. With such a commotion just now, he must be outside hopping mad. With that thought, Linling immediately walked towards the mental power refining room. At that moment, the entire Kyoto base city was engulfed in panic. Dragon Nest's exclusive leveling wild area. Xin Xian, this music, could it be a new trick learned by the boss? Zhou Mengyan, only he could pull off something so perverse. I can't think of anyone else. Yu, at least it's not a striptease. Zhang Zai stopped dancing while holding a dog's head. He was staring at the dog's head in disbelief, completely unaware of what had just happened. This is terrifying. The demon dog died, yet it can still control me to dance with it? Not far away, Ling Chie also wore a face of disbelief. He had always been the one controlling others. When had he ever been so manipulated? The feeling of his limbs not obeying him was nothing short of a nightmare. The moment the music started, he tried to resist the control with his mental power. But soon he realized that what was controlling him didn't seem to be mental power. It felt as if it were the arrangement of fate itself, utterly irresistible. Who on earth can control so many people to dance together? Ling Chie said, his shock deepening. War God Hall. Ren Yang asked in confusion. What just happened? Did someone cast magic on us? Zhou Weiyun's eyelids twitched violently. The moment she thought of the music that had just played, a figure immediately appeared before her eyes. The familiar scent lingered. Human sheep, it might be a misunderstanding, Zhou Weiyun said with a bitter smile. To control me, it must be at least a forbidden level fate magic, and the caster is likely at the 8th transition? Does the War God Hall have such a powerful figure? The silver-robed man, referred to as human sheep, asked in confusion. Zhou Weiyun shook his head. That would probably be Lin Ling. Lin Ling? That brat! Human sheep scolded with a laugh, his attitude now far from what it was at the beginning of the rematch. If he, an old man over 100 years old, couldn't see the potential Lin Ling displayed, then he truly had lived like a sheep all these years. Senior human sheep, do you want me to call him over? This forbidden spell has thrown half of the Kyoto base city into chaos, Zhou Weiyun asked with some concern. No need, Xiaoyun, that brat has already arrived, human sheep replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Weiyun saw Lin Ling's figure appear at the entrance of the War God Hall. This brat must be taught a lesson. Zhou Weiyun shouted, Lin Ling, why are you messing around with forbidden spells again? Lin Ling's eyelids twitched violently, and he prepared to unleash a spell from 1,000 miles away at any moment. He couldn't let old Jiang beat him up, but soon, he frowned slightly. The voice just now was wrong. The person he expected to question him should have been Jiang Shani, but now it was Zhou Weiyun. However, before he could ask, Zhou Weiyun and his silver-robed figure were already in front of Lin Ling. Brat, you still. Zhou Weiyun had just started speaking when the familiar formula and scent reappeared, 1,000 miles away. A strong wind suddenly arose, and Zhou Weiyun and human sheep were instantly propelled into the sky. Brat, at my age, you still dare to blow me off. A startled cry from human sheep echoed from the air, while the two figures had already flown 1,000 miles away. Lin Ling didn't run. He knew that in front of two 8th transition powerhouses, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Even if he couldn't summon the big fish, these two would likely be able to catch him again. If they were relentless, then he could only fight it out. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a disheveled Zhou Weiyun and a black-lined human sheep reappeared before Lin Ling. However, after they appeared, they did not attack Lin Ling again. Lin Ling, do you know what kind of chaos your forbidden spell just caused? Zhou Weiyun asked irritably. I leveled up by 20 levels, Lin Ling replied with a smile. The entire area within 1,000 miles went into a dancing state. What if you scared the kids? Even if you didn't scare the kids, scaring the flowers and plants isn't good either, Zhou Weiyun said. As she spoke, Zhou Weiyun suddenly turned to look at human sheep. Two gentlemen, I think Lin Ling has realized his mistake. He won't randomly cast forbidden spells in densely populated areas in the future. How about we let this matter go today? The few remaining bits of flesh on human sheep's gaunt cheeks trembled. What the hell are you saying? Alright, I'll help you settle this today. You absolutely cannot casually use forbidden spells in densely populated areas. Anyway, it's not allowed in Longwa, human sheep said. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. This was a hint within a hint. He nodded, suddenly remembering the main issue. Aunt Zhou, where is old Jiang? I need to find him for something, Lin Ling asked seriously, putting away his smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiyun's expression suddenly became a bit unnatural. She exchanged glances with human sheep before slowly speaking. Old Jiang has something urgent to attend to. He's gone to carry out a task and probably won't be back for a while. Old Jiang is in trouble? This is truly a matter of life and death. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He was sure that Zhou Weiyun wasn't telling the truth. Lord Zhou, I really have something to discuss with old Jiang. Where is he? Lin Ling said in a deep voice. For a moment, the War God Hall fell into silence. In their silence, Lin Ling faintly sensed the air of sadness and helplessness. Has something happened to Elder Jiang? Lin Ling asked. Zhou Weiyun hesitated slightly but eventually nodded. There are two types of dungeons. triggered dungeons and regional secret realms. The former must be cleared within a specified time once it appears, or the dungeon will disappear. The latter, while not time restricted, is extremely difficult to clear. These secret realm dungeons often have remnants of divine will. They require a high level of mental strength from challengers, and the dangers inside are all unknown, relying entirely on divine will. With good luck, even a 4th transition could clear it. With bad luck, an 8th transition would still end in disaster. Zhou Weiyun paused here, a hint of bitterness in her gaze. Are you saying Elder Jiang entered a secret realm dungeon? Lin Ling asked. Zhou Weiyun nodded. In our dragon country, there are many secret realm dungeons that have not been cleared, one of which is called the Hidden Dragon. This dungeon has been around for 10 years, yet no one has cleared it. We found out that Elder Jiang learned there was a reward inside the Hidden Dragon realm, a book on mental cultivation skills. He might have wanted to obtain that skill book, so he took the risk to enter the Hidden Dragon realm, but for some unknown reason, he got trapped and hasn't come out since. The longest a professional has been trapped in a secret realm is 1 month. If they can't clear it in that time, they will be erased by divine will. Hearing Zhou Weiyun's words, Lin Ling suddenly thought of the message Jiang Shani had sent him. Lin Ling took out his phone, feeling a pang in his heart. Jiang is still as sharp as ever. Stinky kid, don't slack off. Even if your mental strength results aren't good, don't be disheartened. After the rematch, I'll give you a surprise. Elder Jiang went into the secret realm for my sake, didn't he? Lin Ling thought, suddenly feeling that hiding his strength from those who truly cared for him was too cruel. Aunt Zhou, what's the minimum level to enter the Hidden Dragon realm? Lin Ling looked at Zhou Weiyun. Zhou Weiyun seemed to guess what Lin Ling wanted to do and did not answer his question. But the person beside them, Yang, spoke directly. 4th transition, you need to be at least 4th transition and have a mental strength of 1000. Kid, do you want to go save Xiao Jian? You might never come back. There's no dungeon Lin Ling, can't break through. I need your help to complete the 4th transition task. Once it's done, I'll set off, Lin Ling said firmly. But, Zhou Weiyun was about to speak when she saw the determination in Lin Ling's eyes. Alright, I'll take you to the transition temple. At this moment, there were only a few figures in the transition temple, all of them newcomers here to take on 3rd transition tasks. I got a 3-star transition task. This is too hard, a girl said, looking lifelessly at the task stone tablet. Next to her stood a refined young man, who was an E from the underworld team, the only one from the Ling Tian independent group who had just completed the 3rd transition task. Xiao Duo, it is indeed a bit difficult. Why don't we wait until tomorrow to take it again? An E suggested. The girl he called Xiao Duo could only nod helplessly. Just as they were about to leave, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of the transition task stone tablet. Upon seeing the newcomers, their pupils constricted simultaneously. Temple Master, Boss. Lin Ling nodded at an E but had no mood to chat with him. Originally, he sought Jiang Shani to save GMO, and now Jiang Shani also needed saving, and he only had 2 days left. He had to make every second count. Let's begin, Lin Ling, Zhou Weiyun said. Lin Ling nodded and immediately placed his hand on the transition task stone tablet. Lin Ling, you meet the conditions for the 4th transition. Do you wish to accept the transition task? Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully accepted a 5-star transition task. As this prompt appeared on the task monument, several newcomers who had not yet managed to leave gasped in shock. They would directly abandon tasks rated 3 stars or higher, while someone else had just received a 5-star task. Task 1, collect Qilin or Brahma tree flowers, goblin night metals. Upon seeing the task materials, the newcomers' faces twitched. Each was a rare item worth millions, and they needed 40 of each. However, the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. The main hall master of the War God Temple, Zhou Weiyun, directly opened the Dragon Kingdom's treasury, and in less than 10 seconds, all the materials were handed over to Lin Ling. At this moment, their feelings could no longer be described as sour. They were completely shocked. During this time, Zhou Weiyun had personally led them in leveling up, and they knew just how strict she was. She would not lend a hand unless it was a life or death situation, but now this was just 2. This was clearly favoritism. Lin Ling, however, had no time to care about their thoughts. Task 1 completed. Do you wish to start Task 2? Yes. Task 2, raise mental power to over 2000. Since you already meet the criteria for completing the task, this task is automatically completed. Do you wish to increase the difficulty of Task 2? If completed successfully, the transfer reward will be upgraded by 1 tier. If not, this transfer task will fail, and the materials from Task 1 will not be refunded. A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, but he still nodded and said, increase. Seeing his choice, Zhou Weiyun's eyelids twitched. This brat, with the materials I provided, really isn't afraid of failure. She muttered to herself as the text reappeared on the monument. Task 2 automatically upgraded. raise mental power to over 6,000. Upon seeing this task, everyone except Lin Ling changed their expressions dramatically. It's over, this is too insane. Who can complete this task? The boss is in danger this time. If I had known, I would have advised that brat. This is just wasting my materials worth hundreds of millions. At that moment, both the newcomers and the hall master couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. But the next second, they widened their eyes. Since you already meet the criteria for completing the task, this task is automatically completed. Do you wish to accept Task 3? Yes. Task 3, enter the Huangshe dungeon, complete the nightmare difficulty challenge within 10 minutes, unlimited number of participants. The Huangshe dungeon, a level 100 boss dungeon, is one of the top 10 elite dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom. I heard this dungeon can only be tackled in the late stages of the 4th transfer? I heard that in nightmare difficulty, the monsters inside are comparable to 5th transfer professionals. How can we even fight this? No matter how strong the boss is, he can't possibly take on tens of thousands of 5th transfer monsters. The group murmured quietly, while Lin Ling and the others had already vanished from the task temple. When they reappeared, they were thousands of miles away in Huangshe Base City. Lin Ling looked at the vast Longquan Lake before him, slightly astonished. A level 8 transfer expert could teleport such a distance at will? Just then, Ran Yang suddenly said, "Kid, form a party with me." Lin Ling turned to Ran Yang in confusion. "Form a party? Hurry." He instinctively sent a party invitation. "Let's start the challenge. Nightmare level." Ran Yang said calmly. Lin Ling complied. The scene before him instantly changed. The once clear Longyang Lake transformed into a desert. Countless stone giant statues emerged from beneath the sand. Rock explosion. Ran Yang shouted lightly, and the entire secret realm echoed with a rumble. A system message appeared before Lin Ling. "Congratulations, your team has successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty Huangshe dungeon, taking 2 seconds, achieving the record for the fastest completion. 4-turn reward new talent. The victor is King. I am the Great Demon King. I want to be insidious and brutal. I am the Great Demon King. I want to be insidious and brutal. Yes." Rename Metal Storm to Sword Soul. Naming successful, the Metal Mage skill Metal Storm automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Sword Soul. After the skill is cast, all metal within 100 miles will transform into flying swords for your use. Each flying sword will deal 500 true damage to the target. The metal system is indeed the highest single target damage profession among the 3 major elemental mages. 500 true damage is already very high, not to mention the countless 500s from the Rain of Swords. The forbidden spell naming technique refreshed instantly, and in front of Lin Ling was the last skill book. Time Travel Time Mage Skill Book Required Level 90 Skill Introduction, opens a time passage, allowing you to connect to any point in time within the past 7 days. Do you want to use the forbidden spell naming technique to rename it? Yes. Rename time travel to 10 years in the mortal realm. Naming successful, the Time Mage skill time travel automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell 10 years in the mortal realm. After the skill is cast, summon 3 time gates. The first time gate allows travel to any point within 1 year, the second allows travel to any point within 10 years, and the third allows travel to any point within 100 years. Friendly reminder, everything you do after using the forbidden spell time travel may affect the original timeline. If not necessary, try to travel as little as possible. Lin Ling looked at the skill introduction for 10 years in the mortal realm, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Behind time lies endless causality. It is very likely that a mere flap of his wings in the past could bring a tsunami to the future. Lin Ling did not think too much, turned to glance at Zhou Weiyun, and strode into the magic circle. "Kid, come back alive." Zhou Weiyun's voice rang out, and Lin Ling did not look back, still raising his right hand and gently waving it above his head a few times. The next second, he stepped into the magic circle and disappeared. "Senior Ren Yang, do you think he can come out?" Zhou Weiyun's eyes were filled with fatigue. Ren Yang was silent for a moment, but a faint smile appeared beneath the mask. "He is your prophesied child." Zhou Weiyun's frown instantly vanished. In the secret realm of the Lin Ling entered a strange space. It was a dim room, with no doors or windows, only 4 yellowed walls. In the middle of the room was a round table, and across from him sat a strange person wearing a birdbeak mask. The air was filled with a dark, damp, moldy smell that made Lin Ling frown slightly. "Adventurer, welcome to the world of the gods." The person with the birdbeak mask suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Lin Ling did not act rashly, everything here was too bizarre. "You can call me the Great Gulstai, or you can call me Lord Gulstai. I am the omnipotent ancient god, the divine will of the instance world, the friend of all female beings, and the nightmare of all male beings. I can cut off the parts of your body and sew them onto a dog, or I can give you the long nose of an elephant," the birdbeak mask said again. "Can't you pause for a moment when you speak?" Lin Ling frowned. "This is my territory. I can do whatever I want." The eyes beneath the birdbeak mask revealed a deep disdain. "What do I need to do?" And what can I gain? Lin Ling asked, simultaneously using the eye of the hero. Ancient God Avatar Gulsadai Race, Ancient God Race Level Health, 100000000 Physical Damage, 500000000 Magical Damage, 500000000 Magical Defense, 500000000 Physical Defense. 500000000 Gulsadai was molested by an evil deity during his childhood, which caused his personality to become strange and perverse. He despises all males and is fond of all females. He enjoys various role-playing games, is skilled in flying, and excels in illusions, capable of making an entire planet live within the illusions he creates. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, Gulsadai revealed a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, we will play a role-playing game. As long as you successfully portray your character and complete the task, you can leave here. Otherwise, you will remain here forever to play with me. Now, let me show you the prizes. As he finished speaking, the wall behind him suddenly lit up. The original wall transformed into a series of transparent grids. Lin Ling glanced over and noticed quite a few good items. Flame Forbidden Spell Skill Book, Assassin Forbidden Spell Attack Skill, Raging Dragon Fruit, Strength Fruit, Mental Refinement Skill Book, God's Reign, Do Divine Domain, Teleportation Tablet, Talent, Awakening Stone. What role do I need to play? What task do I need to complete? Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and asked calmly. Subtask 1. Play the role of a wicked demon lord and defeat all creatures you despise. Task analysis. Once a creature you detest appears, you must defeat or kill it. Otherwise, the task can never be completed. Each time you complete a task, you will gain an opportunity to select a reward and an opportunity to send a message to the outside world. Friendly reminder, since you are playing the role of an evil demon lord, you cannot fight honorably, you must be insidious, brutal, and utterly shameless. Tasks that do not meet these requirements will not be completed. Looking at the task information before him, Lin Ling suddenly found this game quite interesting. Great Mr. Beak, does the game start now? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Of course, dear adventurer, I will now open the door to the dungeon world for you, he said as he walked towards the cabinets behind him. However, just as he touched the cabinet, a burst of music suddenly filled the room. Let the wind blow, blow, blow. At that moment, a large green face quietly appeared before Lin Ling. As soon as the face appeared, it blew a breath towards Gulsadai's rear. A blade of wind, as green as it could be, shot towards Gulsadai's rear. But the wind blade completely penetrated Gulsadai's rear. At such a close distance and with such a sudden attack, Gulsadai had no chance to react at all. A massive critical damage value floated above his head. Gulsadai's health bar, which was as high as 100 million, was instantly emptied. He incredulously covered his rear and turned to look at Lin Ling, collapsing to the ground in unwillingness and despair. Young people don't follow the rules of martial arts, Lin Ling smirked. Keek. I'm the demon lord. What rules of martial arts do I follow? Just ask if I'm insidious or not, brutal or not, shameless or not. The ancient god Gulsadai perished. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an avatar of the ancient god Gulsadai, triggering the talent Survivor Takes All. Do you want to extract one of his talents? Lin Ling's eyes brightened immediately. Extract. As he spoke, a huge spinning wheel appeared before him. Cross-dressing transformation technique, flight technique, teleportation, rabbit transformation technique, illusion realm, gynecological master, talent extraction in progress. Lin Ling watched the spinning pointer, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Not the gynecological master. Don't want the gynecological master. I want it all. I want it all. Illusion realm. Illusion realm. Lin Ling mumbled, his gaze fixed on the pointer. He watched as the pointer repeatedly swept past the gynecological master, his heart feeling like it was on a roller coaster. Finally, the pointer slowed down, gradually passing over the gynecological master. Ha! Lin Ling let out a long breath, and the pointer stopped at the flying skill. Congratulations, you have drawn the ancient god's flying talent. After obtaining this talent, you can freely soar through the skies. With the system prompt appearing, a flying talent instantly appeared in Lin Ling's talent list. The flying talent is not bad. Although he didn't get the illusion realm he wanted the most, Lin Ling still felt quite pleased. You have successfully used despicable means to kill an undesired target, completing task 1. Please choose a reward and gain an opportunity to send a message to the outside world. As the system prompt appeared, all the cabinets in front of Lin Ling lit up with a silver glow, and every treasure in the compartments became collectible. Flame Forbidden Spell Skill Book, Assassin Forbidden Spell Attack Skill, Tyrant Fruit, Strength Fruit, Mental Refinement Skill Book, God's Reign Do, Divine Domain Teleportation Tablet, Talent Awakening Stone. Lin Ling looked at these treasures with eyes full of ecstasy. Can I choose any of these? After completing a task, you only have one chance to choose. A voice suddenly echoed in the secret room. Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. This voice was very similar to that of the divine avatar he had just killed. Are you sure I can choose anything? Lin Ling asked tentatively. Humph. Do you dare to question the great ancient god? The voice replied again. Lin Ling couldn't help but lick his lips. The ancient god truly was a creature that wouldn't die easily. Then, I want this cabinet, he said with a sly smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, all the treasures disappeared, and only the cabinet separated from the wall, standing in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face immediately darkened. I hadn't finished my sentence. How could you take matters into your own hands? I meant I wanted the divine domain teleportation tablet inside this cabinet. Lin Ling said, speechless. He. Greedy ant, you only have one choice. The voice of Gulstai echoed again. Lin Ling nodded. So this was how it was going to be. He turned to look at the corpse of Gulstai on the ground. Prelude of the undead. As Lin Ling's voice fell, a passionate music suddenly erupted. A shadow instantly appeared from the air, and it was none other than the soul of Gulstai. At this moment, his face was filled with panic and disbelief. What have you done to me? What do you want? I am the great ancient god. What do you want from me, you old six? Gulstai exclaimed, but soon his consciousness began to fade. Under the contract of the forbidden spell magic, he stopped struggling and walked towards the corpse on the ground. Soon, the corpse and soul merged, and the dead Gulstai was resurrected on the spot. However, at this moment, he was enveloped in rolling black mist, and his fate had been marked with the label of a spirit slave. Lin Ling watched this scene, his eyes filled with ecstasy. Initially, he had just been trying his luck, but he never expected to actually succeed. Although this was just an avatar of an ancient god, it was still a god. The fact that a god had become his third spirit slave was simply unbelievable to think about. Gulstai, you took the treasures just now, right? Lin Ling asked. Gulstai nodded. In the next second, all the items that originally belonged to the storage cabinet instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised the corners of his mouth. Only children make choices. I want them all. He waved his hand, and all the treasures were collected by him. Congratulations, you have obtained the Forbidden Flame Spellbook Earthcore Flame Dragon. Congratulations, you have obtained the Tyrant Fruit. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Domain Teleportation Stone. Congratulations to you. Looking at the system notifications that appeared before him, Lin Ling smiled happily. Gulst, let me ask you, about 20 days ago, did a 7th transition professional come here? Lin Ling asked. Gulst respectfully replied, yes, master, he tried to forcibly take my treasure, but after I suppressed him, I threw him into the dungeon world. Lin Ling frowned slightly, his aura beginning to become unstable. Is he still alive? Gulst said somewhat woodenly, yes, he is alive, currently on a challenge mission. Lin Ling, terminate the mission and release him. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, Gulst shook his head and said, Master, I cannot do that. Adventurers who enter the dungeon will be permanently transformed into part of the dungeon world unless they complete all tasks, 30 days after accepting the mission. Lin Ling's expression darkened. What mission did he accept? A hint of a smile flashed in Gulst's gray eyes. To play the role of a mother and a child. Lin Ling floated in the air, raising his hand to rub his forehead, unable to look directly at the scene below. An elderly figure in a robe was bound by an invisible chain to a large bed made of clouds. At that moment, his robe was lifted, cradling a young boy in his arms, seemingly feeding him. The boy was someone Lin Ling recognized. It was Bai Ji. From their expressions, it was clear they were both very serious and invested in their roles. Even Lin Ling's appearance did not affect them in the slightest. You damn kid, I told you to drink. Why are you biting me? Jiang Shani's angry roar came from below. Lin Ling was instantly filled with black lines. If this scene were seen by outsiders, who knows how many beliefs would collapse. Gulst, what would happen if I forcibly awaken them using my mental power? Lin Ling suddenly thought of a method. Gulst's figure immediately appeared. Master, the first batch of humans who entered the dungeon 10 years ago tampered with the dungeon world. They inscribed some divine domain runes on the magic circle outside the dungeon, which enhanced the illusionary capabilities of the illusion realm. Without 8,000 mental power, no one can regain their autonomous consciousness, and the mission is the will of the divine domain. You cannot awaken them. Lin Ling's heart sank. Could he only watch as the old man Jiang sank here? Is there no other way? Lin Ling asked. Gulst pondered for a moment. Unless you can erase the runes on the magic circle, or you can go back 10 years to stop those adventurers from inscribing the runes. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good method. Do you remember the strength of the ones who inscribed the runes? Lin Ling asked. Gulst, 5 7th transition professionals, they were the first batch of humans to discover the dungeon on March 16, 10 years ago. 5 7th transitions? Lin Ling sneered coldly, then let's go meet the 7th transition big shots from 10 years ago. 10 years in the mortal realm. This map cannot release this skill. Please exit the secret realm dungeon before releasing. A system notification appeared, and Lin Ling, with over 10,000 mental power, exited the dungeon world without any obstruction. Lin Ling? You came out so quickly? Zhou Weiyun looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. Master, let's talk later. I need to exit the hidden dragon secret realm first, Lin Ling said. Although Zhou Weiyun had doubts in her heart, she still grabbed Lin Ling and exited the hidden dragon secret realm. What happened? Zhou Weiyun asked. Aunt Zhou, to save old Jiang, I need to travel back in time to 10 years ago, Lin Ling said. Zhou Weiyun and Ran Yang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with seriousness. Traveling back 10 years? Our dragon country does not have a time magician who can traverse 10 years. Old Jiang is a great mage of the time system, but he does not possess the forbidden spells of the time system, Zhou Weiyun said, suddenly widening her phoenix-like eyes. The book I gave you. Lin Ling nodded and softly called out, 10 years in the mortal realm. The journey through time and space, the beginning of the closed loop path. The journey through time and space, the beginning of the closed loop path has the most rugged peaks that have fulfilled our wild ambitions. As the music began, 3 light gates appeared before them. Choose the time period to traverse and set the specific time. March 16th, 10 years ago. Lin Ling, clad in shimmering silver battle attire, tightened her grip on the staff and stepped into the 10-year time gate. Senior Ring Yang, I feel as if I can already see a true mage rising in the dragon country, Zhou Weiyun remarked, gazing at the 3 gates of time and space with emotion. Ran Yang's eyes were also filled with hope. Since the Great Fusion, every strong individual had slowly grown through countless hardships, and this young man before them was undoubtedly an anomaly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before someone from the dragon country could truly step into that place. Xiaoyun, I will propose to the Zodiac Association that Lin Ling become the new generation of the rabbit, not as a seed but to take over directly as the rabbit, Ran Yang said with intense focus. Zhou Mengyan clenched her fists gently. Senior Ran Yang, I've always had a question. Why does the Zodiac Association choose the rabbit as the combat representative? A faint smile appeared beneath Ran Yang's mask, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Xiaoyun, do you know? Hundreds of years ago, there was someone in our dragon country nicknamed Rabbit. Some people found it inappropriate. How could we, the descendants of the dragon, be the weak rabbit? But how could they understand the true meaning of the rabbit? Zhou Weiyun pondered. Are you saying that a rabbit in a hurry can kick an eagle? The pride in Ran Yang's eyes gradually swelled. Wrong. In the dragon country, the rabbit has never been a synonym for weakness. The rabbit represents the rabbit of the year. It is indeed a symbol of peace. However, further, it is the tiger of the year, and stepping back, it is the dragon of the year. And possessing the rabbit staff on the battlefield of the gods allows one to simultaneously gain the combat power of the dragon and the tiger. This is the greatest reliance that has allowed our dragon country to secure a place in the divine realm over the past century of great fusion. This child Lin Ling absolutely has the potential to become the new generation of the rabbit. Who? Ran Yang looked at the time gate that was slowly disappearing, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly turned and shouted loudly. A complex magic circle suddenly lit up on the originally empty lake surface, and a figure appeared in the air. As soon as that person appeared, without a word, they launched an attack towards the time gate where Lin Ling had vanished. Clearly, they intended to blast Lin Ling to death through the time gate. Seeking death. Stop! Ran Yang and Zhou Weiyun shouted in unison, simultaneously launching an attack on that figure. 3 streams of energy collided instantly, creating a massive shockwave. Although the figure did not succeed, a silver energy still managed to slip into the time gate. The time gate shook lightly and then completely vanished. Die! Ran Yang shouted, directly pouncing towards that figure. But the figure showed no signs of wanting to fight, turning and fleeing instead. A strong 8-turner wanting to escape would not be able to stay without careful preparation. In an instant, that person had disappeared without a trace. Senior Ren Yang, who is he? Is it the United States wanting to go to war with us? Zhou Weiyun's face turned somewhat grim, but her eyes were already filled with fighting spirit. Ren Yang shook his head and pointed towards the lake. It's not the United States. I hope Lin Ling is safe. Zhou Weiyun looked in the direction Ren Yang pointed, where the strange pattern of 12 scorpions on the lake surface lingered for a long time. Lin Ling entered the time gate, and the surroundings transformed into a colorful passage. Just as a bright light appeared ahead, the spatial passage suddenly trembled lightly, and a surge of energy rushed in from behind. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly, but he was not attacked. The white light flashed before him, the colorful passage disappeared, and he found himself in a snowy expanse. A snow-white giant beast over 20 meters long lay on the ground, its body covered in scars. Siberian Salamander Beast, Elite, Level 90 Lord Monster Health, 5,600,000 Physical Damage, 2,000,000 Magical Damage, 3,000,000 Defense. Linling glanced at the monster's attributes, completely unfazed. How can it be winter? Where is this? Where did the reservoir go? Linling said, looking at the beast and the snowy field in confusion. Suddenly, a somewhat awkward Mandarin voice came from not far away. Friend, be careful. Roar. At the same time the voice came, a blinding red light suddenly lit up on the monster's body. Its large mouth opened wide and lunged directly at Linling. Bang! A bursting fireball whistled and landed directly in the salamander's mouth. Boom! A spherical lightning bolt shot up from the snowy field, crashing into the Salamander Lord. The Salamander Lord was immediately knocked to the side by the explosion. Its massive mouth ultimately failed to bite Linling. Just as Linling was somewhat surprised, ice spikes, wind blades, metal shurikens, and even a few polar bear zombies burst out from the ground. Various attacks continuously struck the Salamander Lord. The already low health of the Salamander Lord began to decrease slowly again. Brother, get out of the way, it's gone berserk, its damage has increased tenfold. We can't face it head-on. The somewhat awkward Mandarin voice sounded again. Linling finally got a clear look at the person's appearance. This was a typical Slavic man from the White Bear Country, with fair skin, brown hair, blue eyes, and high cheekbones. He looked to be around 40, draped in a snow-white cloak, completely concealed in the snowfield. But just as the White Bear man finished speaking, the Salamander Lord immediately locked its hatred onto him. Roar! Its massive body trembled, and it suddenly spewed a huge flame at the white man. The flame directly engulfed an area of hundreds of square meters, leaving the man no chance to evade. A hint of bitterness flashed in the white man's eyes as he surprisingly gave up any defense and chose to face it head-on. He waved his staff, releasing at least 8 or 9 different magical skills in one breath. But his skills were insignificant against the Salamander Lord's dying blow. Just as despair filled the man's heart, the silver-robed youth lightly waved the silver staff in his hand. A dazzling white light descended from the sky, enveloping the Salamander Lord. Boom! The Salamander Lord's health was instantly emptied. Light-type forbidden spell, Direction of Light. A white light lit up beneath the white man's feet, and he looked at the silver-robed youth in disbelief. You are a light-type Grand Mage? The white man asked. Linling smiled faintly, not answering the man, but instead asked, Are you a child of the laws? The white man was slightly taken aback, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. Forgive me for making a fool of myself, being a child of the laws is just a joke. I awakened 20 years ago and barely reached level 70. After reaching level 70, I haven't leveled up in half a year. I can only show off in low-level areas. The country has already given up on me, and all the guilds are unwilling to provide me with financial support. I probably won't reach the 6th transfer before I die. Being a child of the laws was destined to make me a useless person. Linling looked at this man as if he were seeing his past self. What is your name? Linling asked. The man smiled and said, Mykoyev. Indeed, it's you. What is today's date? Linling asked with a smile. March 15th. Mekiev blurted out. The time is a day early, and the coordinates are off by thousands of kilometers. We might as well level up in the White Bear Country. Linling thought to herself, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. The favorite of the laws are not useless. Do you want to see the forbidden spell Katyusha? There are plenty of monsters in the White Bear Country. I can help you level up. I can clear all the wild monsters for you. Dear readers, you must continue reading. Many plot threads will be tied up in the following chapters. What a sin! The White Bear Country has been cleansed by forbidden spells. What a sin! The White Bear Country has been cleansed by forbidden spells. The north wind howled, stirring up piles of snow, while fire rain and meteors extinguished millions of demons. Mekiev looked at the meteor fire rain before him, resembling an apocalyptic scene, and couldn't help but swallow hard. His pupils constricted sharply, his lips trembled slightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The once resolute face was now filled with disbelief. His jaw dropped slightly, as if he wanted to say something but was rendered speechless by the sight before him. At that moment, every drop of blood in Mekiev's body was burning, all because of the continuous system notifications floating up before him. Congratulations, your Wind Mage level has increased to level 85. Congratulations, your Necromancer level has increased to level 85. Congratulations, your Thunder Mage level has increased to level 85. Streams of white light rose from beneath his feet, making him feel as if he were dreaming. At this moment, Linling was equally excited. The White Bear Country truly deserves to be the largest nation in Blue Star, it was vast, filled with monsters, yet sparsely populated. A meteor shower covered a 1,000-mile radius of the Siberian plain. This was a high-level monster area, where the weakest monsters were above level 60. Just one forbidden spell not only raised him by 10 levels but also brought Mekayev to level 85. Without level restrictions, Mekayev truly experienced what it felt like to ride a rocket. A fire-type forbidden spell. It's actually a fire-type forbidden spell. Mekayev looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. The next moment, a mountain of equipment appeared before his eyes. Lin Ling waved his hand to collect all the purple grade and above equipment. As for the blue and white gear, he couldn't be bothered to pick them up. This thing is a bit interesting, Lin Ling said, holding a piece of black iron with great interest. Stolen from the divine realm, this enhancement divine iron increases damage. Attributes, legendary, item description. This material can add 2 tiers of true damage to any non-attribute equipment. This item was somewhat useless, as non-attribute equipment was rare. For example, a brick, a wooden stick, and a wolf fang hammer. Lin Ling directly pulled out the wolf fang hammer he hadn't used in a long time and applied the enhancement divine iron to it. Item use successful. The wolf fang hammer gains 2 tiers of true damage. First tier, 10,000 true damage per attack. Second tier, 1,000 true damage per attack. Lin Ling put away the wolf fang hammer and said to Mekayev, Mekayev, I need some materials, help me gather them. Shocked, Mekayev numbly nodded. Lin Ling listed the materials, and Mekayev immediately agreed. He began frantically purchasing these materials through the online platform of the White Bear country. At this moment, the entire White Bear Federation was experiencing a massive earthquake. Kremlin, can someone tell me what happened in Siberia? Report, our satellites did not detect any meteor showers. It might be a fire-type forbidden spell. Report, all domestic fire-type archmages deny having acted in Siberia. Quick, report to the parliament, ask the members to take action. Among the people, have you heard? A fire-type archmage is using forbidden spells to farm monsters in Siberia. My friend was leveling up and nearly died of fright on the ice field. All the wild monsters within hundreds of kilometers have been killed. This is too much. Weren't 7th or higher experts not allowed to use forbidden spells to farm monsters? Protest. Protest to the parliament. A wave of panic and protests is sweeping across the White Bear Nation. At this moment, Mikayev has gathered all the materials. Although these materials cost him a significant portion of his savings, they are nothing compared to the 15 levels he has gained. Lin Ling took the materials and immediately chose to unseal. Congratulations, you have unsealed the 100 level seal. The next seal will trigger at level 110. The difficulty of leveling up will double after level 100. Please persist and work hard to accumulate progress. Looking at the prompt before him, a smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. Big fish. Lin Ling called lightly. The Kuanping appeared. Mikoyev stood on the back of the Kuanping, his legs shaking uncontrollably. In the next moment, they arrived at another monster zone thousands of miles away. Thunder. All things live. Meteor shower. Wild wolf. Several hours later, the entire White Bear Federation was completely dumbfounded. A red alert echoed throughout the White Bear Nation. The southern line of the central base city has encountered a thunder-type forbidden spell attack. Requesting support. The Volga base city's Caucasus high-level monster zone has been washed by a water-type forbidden spell. Requesting support. The Ural base city's southern 800 km Kulun high-level monster zone has been washed by a necromancy-type forbidden spell. Requesting support. The 8 counselors have mobilized but found no trace of the enemy. This is an organized and premeditated terrorist attack. It must be the Americans. Activate the presidential order, summon all 7th and 8th transition powerhouses, mobilize 2 million White Bear troops, and send a rescue signal to the Dragon Nation. Our White Bear Army will launch a special military operation against the Eagle Sauce. The high-ranking officials of the White Bear Nation were completely panicked. This unseen enemy attack led the fighting nation to choose direct warfare. However, just as the army was preparing to mobilize, a message suddenly arrived at the Kremlin. It was a video. A massive fish blotted out the sky as it flew through the air. Satellites clearly captured 2 figures standing on the back of the giant fish. What kind of monster is this? Analyzing, this is the Kuanping from the Legends of the Dragon Nation. Report, we have locked onto the Kuanping's trajectory. It has visited all locations where forbidden spell attacks occurred. Could it be that so many elemental forbidden spells are all from one person? Pause all military actions, enlarge the video. The video was quickly enlarged, and the 2 figures gradually became clearer. Gulp. A staff member swallowed hard and pointed at the screen, saying, Mikoyev, block all information. Terminate all military actions. Do not disturb this powerhouse. Send a message to Mikoyev and wait for his reply. Mikoyev knelt on one knee, determined to take Lin Ling as his master. No matter what Lin Ling said, this bear of a man refused to get up. In just a few hours, he had risen from level 70 to 90. He had also completed a 3-star difficulty 4th transition task at the Task Temple. In contrast, Lin Ling was quite speechless. The experience required to level up after level 100 was simply astronomical. He had cleared all the high-level wild zones in the White Bear Nation and had only gained 5 levels. Master, Mikoyev doesn't know how to repay you. I would like to invite you to my home, Mikoyev sincerely invited. Lin Ling shook his head. He had no leisure to visit, he only wanted to level up, save people, and make money. Has the American side been up to any small tricks lately? Lin Ling suddenly asked. With the high-level monsters in the White Bear Nation cleared, since there was still time, it would be better to stir up some trouble. Mikoyev was slightly taken aback, then suddenly looked east and said, there is indeed something. Alaskia recently released a world-class experience, and over 37th transition powerhouses from the Americans are currently besieging it. They've been fighting for 3 days, and it should be wrapping up today. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Let's go, let's grab it. Is it too much to snatch a world boss? Cutting down cherry blossoms, entering the secret realm, battling the 7th transition. The sudden appearance of Lin Ling startled everyone. Whose work is this? A cherry blossom warrior named Matsushita Sasuke was the first to react, shouting loudly as he pointed his katana directly at Lin Ling. Behind him, a glowing portal slowly rotated, emitting streams of light. This was the entrance to a masterless secret realm, which only appeared when the realm was unregulated by the state. Once controlled, one could only enter with a token. At this moment, Matsushita Sasuke felt a bit nervous seeing Lin Ling floating in the air. Their main task was to remain vigilant. Apart from 3 6th transition experts, the rest were all 5th transition practitioners. Generally, only those of at least the 6th transition could float. Lin Ling, clad in silver specialized armor, looked like a deity descending from the heavens. It was clear he was no ordinary passerby, and his presence brought a tremendous sense of threat to the Cherry Blossom Warriors. However, Matsushita Sasuke thought that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not surpass the 7th transition. The boy was simply too young. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be that strong at such a young age. After all, although the lifespan of practitioners had increased significantly after the Great Fusion, no one could retain their youthful appearance. They couldn't be sure of Lin Ling's level, but they understood that he absolutely could not be allowed to leave. If this silver-robed youth escaped, he would likely report to the Dragon's Nest immediately. If that happened, it would ruin the plans of several important figures, and they would be in serious trouble. The best course of action now was to hold Lin Ling back until the important figures arrived. Even if Lin Ling insisted on leaving, they believed that even at their peak 6th transition, they could forcibly detain him. This is the territory of our Dragon Kingdom. Who are you to question me? Lin Ling's expression darkened, realizing that these Japanese were indeed opposing him. Not far away, a dozen archers heard the coldness in his words and immediately drew their bows, aiming at Lin Ling. Sir, don't be ungrateful. Annoying. Lin Ling frowned and lightly scolded. Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Attack, hold him down. Matsushita Sasuke shouted loudly. At that moment, Lin Ling had already raised his staff. Tornado! A fierce wind arose, and countless wind blades instantly converged into a massive whirlwind. The Cherry Blossom Warriors, who had been full of confidence, suddenly changed their expressions drastically. Not good, this. This is a forbidden wind spell. 7th transition Great Mage? It's over, how can someone so young? Gasps of shock erupted, but the merciless wind blades would no longer give them a chance to speak. After the hurricane passed, apart from the frail boy by the riverside, there were no other living souls left. Big brother, you're so amazing. Thank you for helping me kill these bad guys and avenging my mom and dad. When can I be as strong as you? The little boy clenched his tiny fists, looking at Lin Ling with admiration and gratitude. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, instead of envying others, it's better to turn hatred into motivation and improve yourself. When you grow up, you can also become a strong person. The moment he finished speaking, his expression suddenly became a bit strange. This scene felt somewhat familiar. A child, murdered parents, Japanese, himself in silver robes? Lin Ling's facial muscles twitched as he looked at the child again. Indeed, he could vaguely see some resemblance to Qin Xian in the boy's innocent face. Lin Ling did not engage with him further. Every action he took now would have a huge impact on the future. If the influence was too great, it could bring him unknown uncontrollable factors. And Lin Ling did not like that feeling of being uncontrollable. He turned and dashed directly into the portal. The scene shifted, and the familiar hidden dragon's secret realm reappeared before him. At that moment, several figures were indeed inscribing runes in front of the massive magic circle. Linling was somewhat puzzled by Gerstei's mention of 5 7th turn powerhouses, but there were clearly 6 people here. Linling's appearance immediately caught the attention of one of them. "Fuck, didn't we say not to let anyone in? Ha!" An old man with blonde hair and blue eyes suddenly shouted. His voice startled the other 5 simultaneously. 12 pairs of eyes fell on Linling one after another. In that moment, the atmosphere in the secret realm became tense. However, Linling's gaze was fixed on a young man with blonde hair. The man was clad in black armor, and beneath his wavy long hair was a fair and handsome face. Linling was all too familiar with that face. He had seen it not long ago in the dream space of Toonani. "Galen Pushkin?" Linling said in a deep voice. He couldn't understand why Galen was here. Moreover, he looked at most 23 or 24 years old. But this was 10 years ago. When Linling first met Galen in his past life, he looked about 25 or 26. The current timeline should be 17 years before the legendary dungeon encounter. Logically, Galen should still be a 10-year-old child. You know me?" The blonde young man looked at Linling in astonishment, as if Linling calling his name was more unbelievable than him appearing in the dungeon. "Ito, kill him," a brown-haired old man behind Galen coldly commanded, then turned back to continue inscribing runes, completely disregarding Linling's presence. "Hi!" A middle-aged man in a Onmyoji battle robe beside the brown-haired old man responded with a bow. The next moment, a pitch-black, double-horned Shikigami emerged from the ground. "Ito is too nervous, he's just a young brat. Just summon a king-level Shikigami and wipe him out," a bearded man beside the Onmyoji said disdainfully, raising his hand to send a fireball the size of a grinding wheel flying toward Linling. The fireball transformed in midair into a flame demon, roaring as it lunged at Linling. Seeing this, the other few people turned back to continue carving runes, as if Linling were merely a fly that had accidentally wandered into the dungeon, already swatted dead by them. Only Galen Pushkin's eagle-like eyes remained fixed on Linling. Boom! The flame demon's palm struck Linling, and Galen's eyes narrowed instantly. "Who exactly are you?" Galen asked coldly. At this sound, a look of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. They turned to see a diamond armor materializing on Linling. A level 160 fire skill released by a 7th turn fire mage had failed to break through the armor's defense. In that moment, a hint of seriousness appeared in everyone's eyes. However, this seriousness vanished in an instant. "Soul, let my Shikigami handle this. This kid has some skills. He might be a hidden super genius from the Dragon Kingdom. I love to crush these so-called geniuses," Ito said, snapping his fingers. The massive king-level Shikigami stomped its foot, instantly transforming into a giant monster over 20 meters tall. Ito is making a mountain out of a molehill. As the old saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What do you care? Just keep inscribing runes. Completing Chairman Gandalf's task is crucial. The Holy Sun's visit in 12 years won't be easy. What's there to worry about? Can 5 7th turn powerhouses let a young brat turn the tables? 2 7th turn powerhouses said while continuing to carve runes. But just as they finished speaking, a sudden burst of music echoed through the secret realm. "Let the wind blow, let the wind blow, keep blowing." Is a forbidden spell really that impressive? Truly remarkable, a fated enemy, the first clash. Beyond the mountains, there are higher mountains. Halfway up the slope, a thunderclap shakes the treetops. Suddenly, a song echoed within the secret realm of the hidden dragon. The pitch-black rain of arrows was already approaching, but just a dozen meters above Linling's head, it abruptly halted. Garen Pushkin's pupils constricted sharply. The next second, he witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. All the arrows transformed into flying swords, redirecting their tips from Linling to himself. At that moment, the sound of swords resonated throughout the entire secret realm. In that instant, every object related to metal morphed into flying swords. Metal ores, remnants of weapons underground, the weapons of his hundreds of undead army, even a broken sword flew out from Garen's belt. In an instant, flying swords filled the sky from all directions, their numbers too vast to count. Linling raised his hand to the sky, and countless flying swords gathered above him. He pointed forward, and in an instant, thousands of swords were unleashed. Pft, pft, pft. The flying swords at the front directly turned the corpses of 5 7th turn strongmen, transformed into undead servants, into a sieve. The hundreds of strongmen rushing from behind quickly followed suit. The pft sounds continued. The sound of flying swords piercing through flesh sent chills down one's spine. Where the rain of swords passed, it was as if a locust swarm had invaded. In less than 2 minutes, the barrage of arrows flattened everything ahead. Linling hovered in the air, a pair of translucent light wings gently flapping behind him. Yet, there was a hint of seriousness in his brows. In this battle, he had unleashed all his attack-type forbidden spells. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of his peak combat power, but he stared intently at the system panel, still not seeing the prompt for killing Garin Pushkin. As the dust settled, a somewhat lonely figure stood proudly ahead. To his surprise, the health bar above him was completely full. Truly an unkillable cockroach. Linling squinted slightly, instinctively activating the eye of the hero. Name: Garin Pushkin. Codename: God King of Light and Darkness. Combat profession: Undead Sky Knight. 7th turn: Holy Sky Knight. 7th turn: Talents: Level Holy Light Judgment. Level Undead Lord. Level King's Heart. Level Steel Heaven and Change Sun. Level Secret Realm Walker. Level Unassailable. Level 201. 95. Health: 76,850,000. Mana: 4,009. 300 physical damage: 56,441,800. Magic damage: 3502, 350 defense, 9,083,510, speed, mental power, 9,500, subdivine level, stamina, 895,000 strength, 1548,060 intelligence, 100, 310 agility, 130, 200 dodge, 100 heir to the dual divine positions of the God of Light and the God of Azura, possessing the potential to become a God King. Combat power rating, 116 stars. Seeing Garin's attributes, Linling's pupils suddenly constricted. Garin at 7th turn has 35 times my health, 35 times my damage, and 100 dodge? If he charges at me with a forbidden spell and hits me, won't I just drop dead on the spot? It must be said that this was the most powerful practitioner Linling had ever seen, without exception. If it were someone else, claiming not to be afraid would undoubtedly be a lie. Faced with such a formidable enemy, others might not even have the courage to resist, but Linling was definitely not among them. He still had 1,000 miles away, he still had big fish. Perhaps it was difficult to kill Garin today, but escaping would be easy. For someone like him, with a super divine level talent, having such a powerful opponent was definitely not a bad thing. After all, how lonely it is to be invincible. Thinking of this, Linling's heart ignited with a strong fighting spirit. He was currently at the 4th turn, while the opponent was at the 7th turn. As long as Linling continues to upgrade and change jobs, the passive attribute enhancement of the favored one of the laws can reach a maximum of 256 times. What does this 35 times strength even count for? Moreover, his silver weapon still has enormous potential for improvement. The smile on Linling's face carried a hint of madness at that moment. Meanwhile, Garin across from him could not remain as calm. Since his birth, he had been shrouded in the halo of the Saint Sun. He had always believed that there was absolutely no one among all human professions who could rival his strength. However, the recent clash had left him profoundly shaken. He had also used the insight technique at the first opportunity, but he failed to successfully probe Linling's attributes. To Garin, this could only mean one thing: Linling's level was definitely higher than his. For the first time in his life, Garin felt a sense of fear. Whether it was the unavoidable fate-type forbidden spell or the various attack-type forbidden spells, they all made Garin feel a deep unease. 8 transitions, this is at least an 8 transition powerhouse. No, perhaps it's even a 9 transition. The Dragon Kingdom actually hides such a being. I must find a way to leave here. Garin Pushkin struggled to calm himself, but when he saw the twisted and mad smile on Linling's face, his heart suddenly chilled. What the hell is that smile? It really looks like he's completely confident and has me figured out. What should I do? Although the talent that cannot be defeated has 100% evasion against attack-type skills, who knows how many strong control skills that guy has? Not to mention, if that guy keeps making me dance, I'll eventually starve to death in this instance. I have to run. I must run. As long as I go back, give me 10 more years, and I will definitely surpass him. Garin's mind was in constant turmoil, and his fear of Linling grew stronger. At this moment, Linling's gaze also fell on Garin, and he suddenly realized that this guy seemed to be standing there like a war god. But those 2 little legs seemed to be trembling slightly? It seems, perhaps, this guy is a bit afraid of me? A hint of a smile flashed in Linling's eyes, and the smile on his face suddenly became even more ferocious. He began to walk towards Garin, each step unsteady, yet his hand was ready to flee at any moment. Seeing him approach, Garin instinctively took a step back. Linling captured this scene perfectly, and his heart relaxed a bit. Garin, do you think that just because you have 100% evasion, you can stand invincible? Do you believe I have at least 10 ways to kill you? Linling suddenly spoke. Garin's pupils contracted. He really is at a higher level than me. He can even see my talent. What to do? What to do? Am I going to die? His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and the Saint Sun, revered throughout the West, suddenly felt an urge to wet his pants. I am the dignified Saint Son of the temple. How could I fall here? Garin thought to himself, suddenly raising the knight's sword in his hand. A pillar of light shot up from him, and black and white flames surged within this light. No matter who you are, today, I, Garin Pushkin, will make you know. Garin Pushkin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his momentum instantly soared to its peak. Lin Ling's heart sank. He didn't understand why this guy suddenly wasn't scared anymore. This kid wouldn't suddenly charge over and stab him with a sword, would he? Just as Lin Ling was thinking of a countermeasure, Garen Pushkin forcefully plunged his long sword into the ground. Runes quickly appeared around his feet, and Lin Ling let out a low shout. 1,000 miles away, a fierce wind rose. The runes beneath Garen Pushkin exploded with light, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's 1,000 miles away missed for the first time, blowing into emptiness. Who would have thought that the terrifying Garen Pushkin would make such a grand display just to escape? Just as Lin Ling was at a loss for words, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Congratulations on defeating the 7-turn Death Knight Garen Pushkin and successfully triggering the talent victors or kings. Would you like to extract his talent? Teach me to fight? Teach me while kneeling? Currently reading 200,000 words. Explosive updates next month. Teach me to fight? Teach me while kneeling? Currently reading 200,000 words. Explosive updates next month. Extract. Lin Ling's heart surged with joy. Holy Light Judgment Lord of the Undead Heart of the King Heavenly Swap Realm Walker Unbeatable. The big wheel began to spin wildly. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the wheel. Having had a few extraction experiences, he knew this wheel was extremely unreliable, so he didn't dare to hope for much. Soon, the pointer stopped, indicating the talent, Realm Walker. Congratulations, you have extracted the level talent Realm Walker. Talent analysis. You will not need a pass to enter any realm instance except for the Divine Domain. Regardless of whether the instance is open or closed, you can enter and exit freely. Looking at the prompt before him, Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. I killed several 7-turns earlier, and their talents haven't been extracted yet. Lin Ling thought to himself and immediately began to sift through the system prompt records. However, when he found the previously popped up system prompt record, he couldn't open it. Unable to perform talent extraction, the victor's or king's talent can only extract from currently defeated or killed opponents. If the opponent flees or begs for mercy during battle, it also counts as defeating the opponent. Lin Ling looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but curl his lips. He glanced at the 5 corpses on the ground, now riddled with holes, and shook his head, saying, "It's already like this, and they've been taken as undead servants by that guy. I guess they can't even become spirit slaves now, right?" That said, Lin Ling still took out a bottle of instant recovery oil and poured it into his mouth. Prelude to the Undead. Originally just a casual attempt, but Lin Ling didn't expect that immediately hundreds of shadows appeared before him. These shadows were enveloped in ghostly energy, and they were all former undead servants controlled by Garen. Lin Ling used his hero's eye to scan and was pleasantly surprised to find that besides the initial 5 7-turn powerhouses, there were 2 more among the army of servants. He revealed a strange smile, and with a thought, 7 7-turn souls quickly found their way into his body, which felt like mush. The corpse was shrouded in black mist, and flesh and bones quickly reassembled. Seconds later, 7 figures slowly stood up from the ground. With a thought, a dark tower appeared in the palm of Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, a layer of the tower door slowly opened, and the 7 spirit slaves instantly transformed into black smoke and entered. 1 divine-level avatar and 9 7-turn powerhouses. Divine-level spirit slaves cannot be used casually, and there are still 2 spots left. I need to find a way to bring in 2 8-turn powerhouses. Lin Ling's lips curled. 10 years in the mortal realm. The time-space gate appeared again, and Lin Ling stepped in, instantly disappearing. At this moment, due to Lin Ling's time traveling, Blue Star underwent a subtle change. At a noble gathering in the Eagle Sauce Nation, the names of several 7-turn big shots on the guest list quietly changed. Yet no one noticed any abnormalities in this change. In a high-level conference room in the United States, 12 8-turn chairpersons surrounded a massive round table. However, among the 12, 2 had already changed. The old had passed, and new ones had taken their place. Everything had changed, yet it seemed as if nothing had changed. Senior Human Goat, have you noticed that this pattern of the 12 scorpions seems a bit off? I wonder what their purpose is. How long will Lin Ling be gone? Zhou Weiyun asked, somewhat puzzled and worried. Human Goat shook his head, unable to determine. After all, there were not many who had seen the 12 scorpions. This pattern did indeed differ somewhat from the data, but the difference was not significant. As for Lin Ling, he was only 4-turn. No one knew what he would encounter during his time-traveling journey. Zhang Shani is the only dual-system Grand Mage of Time and Space in the Dragon Kingdom. The rarity of these 2 professions is beyond doubt, and it is even more difficult to grow into one. If Zhang Shani cannot be saved, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. However, losing Lin Ling would be a disaster for the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the intricate runes on the brilliant magic circle before them suddenly began to disappear. The 1st, the 2nd, the 36th, Senior Rin Yang, this is. He just went in less than a minute ago, Zhou Weiyan said. It's done, Lin Ling did it. Ha ha ha. It must be Lin Ling who did it. He changed history. As soon as Rin Yang finished speaking, a door of space quietly appeared. The next second, a figure stepped out from the light gate. I have not failed my mission, Lin Ling said with a smile. Good boy. Ran Yang stepped forward and hugged Lin Ling. This sudden warmth made Lin Ling feel a bit uncomfortable. Ahem. Lin Ling coughed lightly. Senior, I need to save Elder Jiang first. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his leg and rushed directly into the magic circle. Jiang Shani was changing Bai Ji's diaper, his meticulous movements leaving no room for criticism. Suddenly, a system message popped up in front of both of them. Congratulations, you have completed the role-playing task and received a reward. Please choose to continue the challenge or leave. Both of them were instantly dumbfounded. Jiang Shani glanced at Bai Ji, who slowly looked down at her bare lower half. Two screens instantly pierced through the dungeon world. At that moment, a powerful mental force suddenly surrounded them. The next second, they were forcibly brought into the secret room they had entered at the beginning of the dungeon. Elder Jiang, Lin Ling said with a smile. Seeing Lin Ling, disbelief instantly spread across their faces. Lin Ling, how did you get in? Elder Jiang asked. Bai Ji immediately put on a pair of pants. It's a long story. I need your help with something right now, Lin Ling said, taking out Jimo's head. When Elder Jiang saw the frozen head, his pupils instantly constricted. A surge of killing intent erupted from his eyes. GMO? What happened? What has been going on during this time? Jiang Shani asked anxiously. It's okay, Elder Jiang. I need you to make the space where Jimo's head is located absolutely still. I have a way to revive him, Lin Ling said again. Jiang Shani wanted to ask more, but seeing Lin Ling's serious expression, he nodded. He took out his staff, and a silver light instantly enveloped Jimo's head. At that moment, Jimo's head and soul were completely bound. Ixis, defrost. As Lin Ling spoke, the ice law covering Jimo's head instantly disappeared. Destruction and rebirth. Lin Ling called out again. Using the wood system forbidden spell, destruction and rebirth requires the sacrifice of a forbidden spell skill. Please choose a skill. A system prompt appeared, and Lin Ling chose Meteor Shower without hesitation. Sacrifice successful. Fire system forbidden spell Meteor Shower. As the song began to play, a green light instantly enveloped Jimo's head. In an instant, the breath of nature filled the secret room. Jimo's missing body quickly grew a new form like a plant. 1 minute later, Jimo slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, shock filling his gaze. Brother, I'm not dead? A smile instantly appeared on Lin Ling's face. He stepped forward and gave GMO a tight bear hug. No, you're not dead. We still have to go to the divine realm together. How could I let you die? At that moment, a hint of bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and a thin mist quietly emerged, making the whole world blur and shimmer. You little brat, hurry up and put on some clothes. What kind of situation is it for two men to hug each other naked? Jiang Shani's voice suddenly came through. It was only then that GMO realized he was completely naked. He hurriedly took out his pants from the storage space and put them on. Alright, let's head back to the base. Your rematch should be entering the final round soon, and the national champion should be decided, Jiang Shani said, suppressing the questions in his heart with a smile. Dragon Nest Base. At this moment, all the trainees had returned. Everyone received the notice that the finals would take place today. During the few days Bai Ji was missing, Zhang Zai had leveled up 3 times. He had reached level 95, matching Bai Ji. Only Qin Xian, who was already at level 99, made him feel a sense of helplessness. However, in the past few days, he had gained opportunities, not only acquiring a full set of level 90 divine gear but also obtaining a stat fruit that boosted his attributes by 800 points. This made Zhang Zai's confidence reach an unprecedented level. Zhang Ge, I heard Lin Ling will also participate in the finals. Do you think he can still join the War God team? A follower asked with a smile. A trace of disdain flashed in Zhang Zai's eyes. Him? Maybe no one is his match in mental strength, but after such a long time, he probably hasn't even fought. I wouldn't mind teaching him how to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in a silver robe suddenly appeared before them. Lin Ling walked straight towards Zhang Zai. Zhang Zai's pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively took a half step back. Lin Ling, what do you want? I'm not afraid of you, Zhang Zai said, clearly putting on a brave front. Lin Ling's figure turned into an afterimage in his eyes, instantly appearing in front of him. As a full-power archer, he was furious at being ambushed by a mage. However, the next second, a powerful hand pressed down on the back of his head. Zhang Zai's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense force coming. His head was pressed down towards the ground. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Zhang Zai's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Only Lin Ling's voice slowly emerged. Teach me to fight? Are you going to teach me while kneeling? If they don't submit, then beat them until they do. Summon Lu Wu, intimidate everyone. After tonight, there will be no Lin family. What does it mean that 2 walking 5 billion will no longer have the Lin family? Is this to wipe out the Lin family? Brother, leave this matter to us. You don't need to step in, GMO said. Xin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he said in a deep voice, Boss, just tell us what to do. I will definitely not embarrass you. When do we strike? I, Shangbiao, am willing to take the lead, Shangbiao said excitedly. Aren't you afraid? The Lin family has 7 turn powerhouses, and there may be more than one. Lin Ling looked at their spirited expressions and finally showed a hint of a smile. Not afraid, with the boss here, we fear nothing, Fengji said, smiling as he saw Lin Ling smile. As soon as these words were spoken, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Yes, with Lin Ling around, what do they have to worry about? Lin Ling's smile gradually faded. Alright, now I will take you to get the specialized weapons. Your current combat power should be fine against ordinary 6 turns, but once you encounter 7 turns, you will have no power to resist. As Lin Ling finished speaking, the Phantom Warplane immediately appeared. The group boarded the plane one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Blacksmith Guild. Lin Ling looked at the newly paved road below, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. With Qiu Yi gone, after the last election incident, Lin Ling received the highest level of hospitality as soon as he appeared. He didn't say much and immediately began crafting the specialized weapons. With over 500 billion in funds, he didn't have to worry about money at all. He was both shopping in the trading hall and posting bounties online. Under the high-priced bounties, various materials flew into his inbox one after another. 3 hours later, everyone except Qin Xian had acquired a set of level 90 specialized weapon gear. Although these sets were not as extraordinary as the Ling Tian set, they definitely surpassed the vast majority of equipment available on the market. In a state of breaking through, the attributes of the level 90 premium specialized weapons were comparable to those of a level 150 divine set. The attributes of the group had already surpassed most ordinary 6 transformation powerhouses. Among them, several main combat members, bolstered by their advanced talents, were even on par with some ordinary 7 transformation powerhouses, especially GMO and Qin Xian. If Lin Ling didn't use forbidden spells, it would take some effort for him to defeat the 2 of them. Lin Ling looked at everyone with satisfaction. His team finally had a certain level of combat power. Alright, everyone get ready for battle. We will strike at 8 o'clock sharp tonight. I won't be participating in this fight, you can arrange it yourselves. If you really can't handle it, just crush the signal talisman, and I will teleport over immediately. As Lin Ling spoke, he handed each person a signal talisman. While destroying the Lin family was certainly important, Lin Ling believed that the lives of his brothers were even more precious. Boss, where are you going? Qin Xian instinctively asked. Lin Ling looked into the distance, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. There's a nest of rats hidden in Kyoto. I need to flush them out. After parting ways with GMO and the others, Lin Ling immediately activated the Celestial Overlook. At that moment, he had a clear view of all the 7 transformation powerhouses in the entire Kyoto base city. Why are there so many 7 transformation powerhouses in Kyoto? A full 37? When did 7 transformation powerhouses become so worthless? Lin Ling wondered to himself, but he began to distinguish them one by one as time passed. The sun gradually tilted westward, but Lin Ling's search was not going smoothly. He checked each individual 7 transformation powerhouse using his invisibility ability. In Lin Ling's understanding, to hide a child in Kyoto, there would definitely not be many people available. Most likely, there would only be one 7 transformation powerhouse. So he prioritized investigating those light clusters that had only one 7 transformation and 3 or fewer lower-level professionals together. But even now, he had not found Jinhua. And there were still 3 last gathering places of 7 transformation powerhouses that had not been checked. One was the Lin family, where 5 7 transformation powerhouses were gathered. The other was in a nursing home, where 2 7 transformation powerhouses had remained stationary. The last one was in a farmhouse less than 3 kilometers from the Dragon Nest base, where 3 7 transformation powerhouses were also standing still. Lin Ling first ruled out the Lin family. If it were the Lin family, they wouldn't have spent a dime hiring 2 waves of assassins. With a thought, he activated Tianya and appeared on top of a building in the nursing home. At that moment, inside a room, 2 seemingly senile old men were fiddling with a remote sensing device. The image on one screen was precisely that of the entrance to the Dragon Nest base. Shan Longjun, the time has come, send the latest video data of the Dragon Nest base perimeter to the Soul Group, said an old man with a face full of drool. replied the other old man, whose right hand was shaking uncontrollably. Soon, an old-fashioned radio appeared on the table, and a telegram was sent flying towards Sakura country. Just as the two were packing up the equipment to continue playing dumb, a ghostly voice suddenly echoed behind them. I never expected to encounter two walking 5 billion. The pupils of the two men suddenly constricted, and they turned around sharply. A massive green face had opened its mouth wide. Whoosh! A blade of wind flew out from the mouth. The two men's expressions changed drastically as they instantly completed a one-button gear change, but unfortunately, it was futile against such a close-range wind-type single-target forbidden spell attack. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Thud thud. Two heads, filled with shock, were instantly sent flying. Ancho, Qingshan Nursing Home, there are 2 7-transformation Sakura spies. I've taken care of them, come handle it. Lin Ling finished the call and quickly opened the system prompt. You have successfully killed the 7-turn Sky Ninja Shan Long Sha Yilang, Sakura, triggering the winner-takes-all talent. Do you wish to extract the opponent's talent? Already overridden, you have successfully killed the 7-turn marksman Kawasaki Shinji, Sakura, triggering the winner-takes-all talent. Do you wish to extract the opponent's talent? Yes. Emperor's Eye Technique, feigning madness, old man pushing a cart. What the hell are these talents? Why are they so inappropriate for children? Lin Ling was at a loss for words, but at that moment, the roulette had already started spinning. Under Lin Ling's incredulous gaze, the pointer slowly landed on old man pushing a cart. Lin Ling's eyes widened instantly, and just as the pointer was about to stop, it moved forward a little bit. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent feigning madness. Talent analysis. With this talent, when you play the fool, you will be so lifelike that no one can distinguish between true and false. Lin Ling. Leaving the nursing home, Lin Ling focused on the 3 light spots he deemed the least likely. What kind of robber would dare to kidnap someone and hide them just a few miles from the strongest organization in Dragon Country, the Dragon's Nest? Lin Ling suddenly squinted his eyes and slowly said, "This really is a one-trick pony. Isn't this just another case of darkness under the lamp?" With a thought, he instantly appeared outside a small courtyard 3 kilometers east of the Dragon's Nest base. However, just as he was about to release his mental power to sense the courtyard, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out from within. "Brother, you finally came." At that moment, Lin Ling's mental power also penetrated into the small courtyard. Inside stood 3 figures, and the one at the forefront was none other than GMO. Dog? Lin Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. "No, you are not GMO." Lin Ling instinctively took a step back. Although this person looked 90% like GMO, he was clearly several years older. This was a young man of at least 25 or 26. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, and a guess suddenly crossed his mind. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Ji Mao, right? I really didn't expect you to be a 7-turn powerhouse at such a young age," Lin Ling said coldly, a hint of killing intent already rising in his heart. From the moment he learned that Ji Mao had hired an assassin to kill GMO, he had harbored a trace of murderous intent. This person impersonating GMO must have some ulterior motive. This had crossed Lin Ling's bottom line. However, what he didn't expect was that the young man opposite him revealed a bitter smile. "Brother, I am GMO, Ji Hago, I come from the future," the man said, his clear eyes carrying a hint of fatigue. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow. "From the future? Came back to kill yourself?" This was the most ridiculous lie he had ever heard. However, the man opposite him gently nodded. "He is not GMO. Keep making up stories." Lin Ling clearly did not believe him. "There's something I've never had the chance to tell you. I awakened a high-level talent when I was at the 3-turn stage, and that talent was eroded by a deity. Its name is True Shadow Clone. This talent can only be used once, and its effect is to turn your shadow into another version of yourself. When separated, we can fight independently. When fused, I will gain a double boost in all attributes. Moreover, as long as either the main body or the shadow survives, the other will never truly die. The GMO beside you is my shadow clone. He has been eroded by a demon god and has gained his own consciousness. He will grow stronger and more twisted. By the time you realize something is wrong with him, it will be too late. He will become a nightmare for everyone, completely falling into darkness. And in the future, he will create an organization that seeks to destroy the entire world. This organization is called the 12 Scorpions. They traverse time and space, walking through the river of time, and no one can find them. Their goal is to destroy all of humanity. To stop the 12 Scorpions, you must kill him before the shadow clone grows strong, the man said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lin Ling smirked with sarcasm. Do you think I would believe that? Your words are full of holes. Didn't you say that as long as one of you is alive, the other won't die? If what you say is true, Wouldn't killing him mean you have to die too? The man's face was bitter, yet he nodded slightly. As long as I kill him, my soul will return to my body. At that point, as long as I don't use the shadow clone again, he will disappear forever. I was almost successful, but unfortunately, that part of my soul was frozen by you and couldn't return to my body. I came here personally to tell you everything. Kill the current GMO, don't seal the soul, and in 30 days, I will naturally resurrect. That will be the real me, the man continued. You make it sound plausible, but unfortunately, it still doesn't convince me. If it's true, let me test it, and I'll know for sure, Lin Ling said, and a King of Soldiers hammer appeared in his hand. He lunged at the man who claimed to be GMO. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the man also produced a wolf-tooth hammer. The hammer was identical to the one in Lin Ling's hand. The two wolf-tooth hammers collided instantly. Boom! A huge damage value floated above both Lin Ling and the man's heads. Lin Ling's health dropped by nearly half in an instant, while the man's health decreased by a third. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he looked at the large hammer in the man's hand in disbelief. True damage? Bro, I really am GMO. This is your King of Soldiers hammer, with 800,000 true damage on the first level and 80 true damage on the second level, the man said with a bitter smile. And this, you should recognize, right? In the next second, a black and red dagger appeared in the man's hand. Lin Ling's heart momentarily stopped. Demon God Dagger. With a thought, a black and red dagger also appeared in Lin Ling's hand. The two daggers were identical, clearly made from the same mold. Lin Ling suppressed his doubts and immediately used the eye of the hero on the dagger in the man's hand. Purified Demon God Dagger usage level, quality, divine artifact, a weapon made from demon god bones. Abyssal creatures gain 100 times all attributes after use. Friendly reminder, the level meets the requirements. Using the dagger to deal damage to enemies will accumulate demon god bloodline. Once the purity of the bloodline reaches the standard, the dagger's attribute enhancement passive will be triggered. At that moment, Lin Ling took a deep breath, but still felt a bit stifled in his chest. Bro, if you still don't believe me, you can try to leave some scratches on the King of Soldiers hammer with the Demon God Dagger. If I really come from the future, then the same scratches should appear on the King of Soldiers hammer in my hand. If what I'm saying is false, then it absolutely won't happen. With your mental strength, unless a true god descends, no one can create an illusion for you, the man who claimed to be GMO said again, remaining calm throughout. Lin Ling stared hard at him but couldn't sense even a hint of malice from this man. He frowned again, glancing at the dagger in his left hand and the wolf-tooth hammer in his right. Lin Ling had personally experienced time travel. If he could do it, others could too. But a man claiming to be GMO from the future asking him to kill his current brother felt like a conspiracy, no matter how he thought about it. He tightened his grip on the dagger and carved a TikTok symbol on the handle of the wolf-tooth hammer. However, just as the dagger was about to strike, a similar mark appeared at the same spot on the man's wolf-tooth hammer. When Lin Ling finished carving the musical note, a perfectly identical symbol appeared on the wolf-tooth hammer. The only difference was that the hammer in Lin Ling's hand had some burrs, while the one in the man's hand had a particularly smooth note, as if it had been carved a long time ago. Brother, now you believe it, go kill GMO, kill him. The man sneered. As he spoke, several blood-red magic circles faintly appeared in the air. Behind this man, a shadow, completely charred black, quietly emerged. Countless tentacles swayed gently in the night sky. But at that moment, Lin Ling seemed oblivious to it all. His gaze was tightly locked on the wolf-tooth hammer, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. He became dazed, as if his mind had been lost. Oh no, it's late again. Thank you for your abyss forbidden spell. The arrogant Lin family, one hit kills again. The first battle of the Ling Tian Independent Corps. The Mad Lin Fan. Lin Fan's trump card, the mantis catching the cicada. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of the dragon man's mouth, and a huge blood loss value floated above his head. Yet even so, his health was still not empty. At that moment, a poison status appeared above his head, with continuous damage values floating up. Lin Fan did not go for the finishing blow but slowly took a step back. Father, now announce to the outside world that you will pass the position of the dragon man to me and claim that you were attacked by an assassin. I will give you the antidote, and you can enjoy your old age in the Lin family. I will take on the burden on your shoulders, Lin Fan said while wiping the dark blood off his dagger. The disappointment in the dragon man's eyes grew heavier, with a hint of relief. You're dreaming. I would never pass it to you, even if I die. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed maniacally. Unfilial son, what are you laughing at? The dragon man asked hoarsely. Father, actually in our family, I am the one who can achieve great things. If it were a different era, I would at least be a generation of heroes. As Lin Fan spoke, a black cube appeared in his hand. He raised the cube and continued, Father, for today, I have made ample preparations. My Lin family is the second largest forging force in Kyoto, next to the Forging Guild. Over the years, we have sold 300,000 self-made props and specialized weapons. No one knows that we have tampered with these props and specialized weapons. I was fortunate to obtain a legacy of formations from the Divine Realm in a hidden quest. There is a very interesting micro-formation that has two magical functions. One of the functions is to add an explosive effect to equipment props. As long as I want, anything in hand or at the waist will explode with a bang. Of course, one or two of these things are useless, and their power is only equivalent to that of a grenade. They can't kill monsters above level 30 and are of no use to high-level professionals. The most interesting part is that once the number of these micro-explosive formations reaches 10,000, they will resonate with each other, and the explosive effect will increase by 10,000 times. Monsters of level 30 can be killed instantly. If there are 100,000 explosive formations, even if they are separated by thousands of meters, they can still create a chain reaction. Moreover, the power will undergo a qualitative change, with lethality comparable to a large area attack forbidden spell. As long as I press the detonation button of the control center, it will instantly detonate the explosive formations of these 300,000 pieces of equipment simultaneously. The entire Kyoto base city will turn to ruins in a fireworks feast. At that moment, the Dragon Man's gaze finally changed, and everyone in the courtyard gasped. Many people even quickly discarded the Lin family's props and equipment from their storage spaces. Ha ha ha. Everyone, there's no need to throw them away. The effect of 300,000 explosive formations is definitely beyond your imagination. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words. In short, no one in the entire Kyoto base city can escape. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I am the oriole, the one who laughs last, Lin Fan said with a hearty laugh. You madman. Lin Fan, you old fool, you madman. Lin Fan, how could you commit such a heinous act? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? You've plunged your own country into crisis. Even if you become the dragon of humanity today, what does it matter? The Zodiac Society is merely a tool for you to fulfill your desires. Voices of questioning arose, but Lin Fan wore a broad smile. It seemed that every accusation and reproach was a compliment to him. Alright, my old man, time is running out. Your health is nearly depleted. If I don't give you the antidote soon, you'll be dead. Now, announce it to the outside world. As long as I can rise to power, perhaps in your lifetime, you'll see the day I unify the world. Don't think about sending messages to have my explosive formations confiscated or destroyed. Only attack-type forbidden spells can destroy them, but even a 9-turn expert can't ensure their forbidden spells only target those items, right? Lin Fan tightly gripped the control center in his hand, his thumb resting on a red button. Fanner, you've just entered the 7-turn stage. Even if you become the dragon of humanity, your strength isn't enough to stand in the Zodiac Society. After all, the others in the Zodiac Society are all 8-turn experts. I can treat today's events as if they never happened. I can still live for about 10 more years. As long as you reach 8-turn within that time, I promise to pass the position to you. How about that? The dragon of humanity looked at the frenzied Lin Fan, seemingly forced to compromise. The other's eyes brightened. As long as they could temporarily eliminate the danger, killing Lin Fan in 10 years would be a piece of cake. By then, not only the officials but even these old-timers would have the means to make Lin Fan disappear completely. However, something unexpected happened again. A strange smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Father, what are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Your worries are unnecessary. I mentioned before that this formation has two functions. The second function is to steal the experience of the equipment user. I originally planned to activate it once the number of formations reached 1 million. By then, I might directly reach 9-turn. Don't you believe it? Let's witness the miracle of the formations in the Divine Realm together. As Lin Fan spoke, he gently pressed a button. In an instant, the several family heads present realized that their experience bars were rapidly decreasing. The same scene unfolded in various corners of the Kyoto base city. The experience of over 200,000 professionals quietly vanished at that moment. There were no system prompts. If one wasn't paying attention to their experience bar, no one would notice the theft. Those who discovered their experience was being stolen fell into panic. In 100 years of great fusion, such a situation was unheard of. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's experience bar was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, a white light shone beneath his feet. The appearance of this first white light was just the beginning. A multitude of white lights continued to illuminate, and his level instantly surpassed 200. Level. An incredibly bizarre scene unfolded. Without completing the job transfer task, Lin Fan's level reached 215. he had already crossed into the realm of a turn. His equipment instantly switched to a set of silver weapons, and his attributes multiplied several times. After years of preparation, today he finally achieved his goal, albeit barely. Father, look, I'm just one job transfer away from being a true A-turn. Now, I can easily kill everyone present. I'm qualified to become the dragon of humanity, right? Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed wildly. Everything was under his control. He scanned the crowd as if a giant were looking down at a swarm of ants. At this moment, even the dragon of humanity wore a face full of bitterness. He had never imagined that the situation would spiral out of control to such an extent. Just as despair and fear enveloped everyone, a mournful song echoed in the darkness, as if it sought to strip the soul from the body. The cool night was a river of longing for you. Life and death speed, Kyoto crisis. This is. In that instant, Shoya's eyes widened in shock. The members of the Ling Tian independent group also lit up with a glimmer of hope. This was the tune. He was coming, and he was bringing forbidden spells with him. Everyone looked up at the sky simultaneously. However, in the next second, the pupils of everyone present suddenly constricted. Beneath the night sky, a figure hovered high above. He wore a bright silver armor, covered in blood-red magical patterns. Behind him, a massive demon god stood proudly in the night sky. The demon god was pitch black, surrounded by rolling demonic energy. A pair of crimson eyes gazed down fiercely at everything below. Dark, cold, and violent emotions invaded every person. In that moment, many faces were filled with horror, especially the dragon of humanity. His face turned pale, trembling as if he had seen the greatest terror in the world. Azura god. This figure was all too familiar to him. The Azura god, one of the three great demon gods of the abyss, the one most eager to conquer Blue Star. The Zodiac Society had guarded the abyss for decades, always able to see the statue of the Azura god towering in the abyss world. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon of humanity took out a dragon emblem and crushed it with force. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the Kyoto base city, the ground trembled, and beams of light shot up from underground. 36 golden beams and 72 crimson beams. A defensive formation representing the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends instantly enveloped the entire Kyoto base city. This commotion immediately plunged the entire Kyoto base city into a frenzy. More and more professionals rushed outdoors, fearfully gazing up at the massive demonic shadow in the sky. What is that? Did aliens invade? Is it the world? Attacking the base city? Why do I feel like this thing resembles the demon god carved on the Azura suit? Gasps echoed throughout Kyoto, panic spreading rapidly. At the same time, figures began to appear in the sky out of thin air. Each of them exuded an incredibly powerful aura. There were hundreds of them, the weakest at the peak of the 6th transition, and the strongest had even touched the 8th transition's bottleneck. They wore various types of gear, like a crowd gathering for a market. Most of them were under 50, with some only in their 30s or 40s. Achieving above the 6th transition at this age was undoubtedly the mark of the elite in a nation. They were the true foundation of the War God Hall, members of the War God teams selected over the years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Besides them, a large number of professionals began to ascend. The number of these people was even greater, with thousands flying into the sky. They were the true masses. These ordinary professionals usually kept a low profile. Some belonged to family factions, while others were lone wolves, often engaged in internal strife. But when the nation faced a life and death crisis, they would charge to the front lines without hesitation, vowing to defend their homeland to the death. Waves of spatial ripples appeared above Kyoto, and a light shadow emerged from these ripples. As the light solidified, 5 figures cloaked in robes and wearing beast-headed masks appeared in the air. Human ox, human sheep, human snake, human rat, human rooster. At this moment, 6 of the 12 zodiac signs of the Zodiac Society appeared in the Kyoto base city. This was already the maximum number the Zodiac Society could send from that place. On the ground, a large number of camouflage troops quickly mobilized, dark green dragons intertwining to form a vast net. They resembled ants on the ground, yet they vowed to protect to the death. Looking at the situation below, Lin Ling couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that he had really gone too far this time. At this moment, he had no time to explain. Once that madman Lin Fan came to his senses, everyone else would be in danger. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and with a thought, the demonic shadow suddenly extended 2 fingers and reached downwards. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The dragon nest is charging the defensive array. The War God Hall is charging the defensive array. The Bai family is charging the defensive array. The Mage Guild is charging the defensive array. Voices rang out, and a system prompt popped up in front of every practitioner in the capital base city. The affiliated country has issued a red alert mobilization order. Do you wish to charge the protective shield of the Dragon Kingdom's capital base city? Reminder, charging will consume mana. In an instant, blue lights erupted from each practitioner, shooting up towards the energy shield. Lin Ling was speechless. Did they really not know where the danger lay? If the 30,000 explosive magic arrays inside detonated, that would be the real apocalypse. He stopped thinking and continued to control the hand of the Azura god with his mental power. Boom! The seemingly powerful protective shield didn't even resist and instantly shattered, creating a large hole. The two fingers of the Azura god accurately pinched Lin Fan, who had already been scared silly. Lin Ling's original intention was to crush Lin Fan directly, but at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Instead of killing Lin Fan immediately, the Azura god's fingers quickly lifted him and threw him into the gaping mouth of the demon god. At the brink of death, Lin Fan suddenly awoke. He looked desperately at the demon god's mouth, which was getting closer, and screamed hysterically, "I will make the entire capital pay for my burial." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan pressed down hard on the black cube in his hand. In an instant, countless people felt something unusual. Whether it was the equipment they wore or the items stored in their spatial storage, at that moment, they all flashed with dazzling red light. They quickly took out these items, and one by one, points of light lit up across the land of the capital. In the blink of an eye, a vast red net spread across the entire capital. From a high vantage point, this net appeared to form a countdown that was continuously decreasing. 29, 28. When the countdown reached 0, this net would detonate the capital. But the army of practitioners in the sky was entirely focused on the demon god's phantom above and had not noticed the danger coming from the ground. A hint of despair gradually filled their eyes. Could humanity really defeat such a powerful existence? Suddenly, someone pointed at the figure beneath the demon god and shouted, "There's someone there! He's controlling the demon god! Military, laser cannons, aim! That's a practitioner! Take him down! Laser cannons ready!" Tens of thousands of laser cannons simultaneously aimed at Lin Ling in the sky. Not to mention him, even an 8th-tier powerhouse would have no chance of survival under the concentrated fire of tens of thousands of laser cannons. Meanwhile, the countdown of the explosive magic array continued to decrease. 13. Fortune and misfortune, the bloodline of the abyss tainted. Can't enter the divine realm? Sorry, I have a tower. The strong act directly, while the weak can only protest. Alright, Aunt Joe, no need to say more. I'm not interested in the Zodiac Society and never intended to join. Don't forget, I only agreed to become the Deputy Hall Master of the War God Hall, and all actions of my Ling Tian Independent Corps are decided by me alone, Lin Ling said. As soon as he said this, the Dragon Clan looked worriedly at the Serpent Clan. These old fellows had worked together for a lifetime and understood each other as well as they understood themselves. The Serpent Clan's old man had never been easy to deal with. With Lin Ling being so arrogant, this old fellow was likely to take the opportunity to make a point. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the Serpent Clan spoke up again. Humph, such arrogance at such a young age? But how can young people be called young if they aren't a bit reckless? Your personality really suits my taste. I have a granddaughter who is 28 this year. Cough, cough, cough. Your granddaughter already has a child in elementary school. Ren Long interrupted the snake man with a series of dry coughs. The others looked on in astonishment. Just a moment ago, this old fellow was hurling insults, and now the tone had completely shifted. What are you coughing about? I'm talking about my great-granddaughter. The little girl is already 9 years old, not much younger than Lin Ling, at most 10 years. The snake man said irritably, but his somewhat sinister eyes were now filled with admiration. This old fellow's schemes could be heard all the way in the southern hemisphere. Do you still have any shame? Stop with the unrealistic talk and get to the point. You scared my great-grandson. I'll take you down, Renlong said fiercely. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, if you're a brother, then fight me. The snake man rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. Seeing the two old men with flushed faces and thick necks, Lin Ling suddenly felt overwhelmed. The snake man's sudden change in attitude indeed caught him off guard. At that moment, Zhou Weiyun could no longer bear to watch and stood up, saying, "Seniors, let's get back to business. You can fight outside later. I'll be the referee." Humph, humph. Both men snorted coldly at the same time and turned their heads away in unison. Lin Ling, what we need to discuss next is the Newcomer Championship. This event holds no significance for you. No newcomer from any country can pose a threat to you, but if you want to gain more resources, you must find opportunities to showcase your strength to the world. The rules of this world have never changed. Only those with strong fists have a voice. Only by defeating those fools will they dare not pull any tricks on you, Zhou Weiyun said to Lin Ling. Aunt Zhou, don't worry, I already have the ability to protect myself, and it's time to show my strength. This time on Devil Island, I will make everyone understand what the power of the Dragon Kingdom is, Lin Ling replied with a smile. Good. Auntie is waiting for your good news, Jo Wei-yoon said with admiration in her eyes. Once we finish this matter, let's return to the base. We'll rest today and set off for Devil Island tomorrow. Speaking of Devil Island, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 entry tickets to Devil Island appeared in his hand. Aunt Jo, look what I got, Lin Ling said. Jo Wei-yoon looked at the entry tickets in disbelief. Where did you get these? 5 tickets. Now your Ling Tian independent team can all be mobilized. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. Actually, we only need 9 tickets. I have some opportunities. Entering the secret realm instance can waive the entry ticket. As soon as he said this, everyone present began to exchange glances. What does it mean to enter the secret realm instance without an entry ticket? Does that mean you can go in and out as you please? That's too outrageous. How much money does that save? A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Many looked at Lin Ling as if he were a deity. No wonder this young man was synonymous with miracles. How many more incredible things could he possibly have? Jo Wei-yoon also looked delighted. Lin Ling, this extra ticket can't be used next year. What do you plan to do with it? I haven't thought it through yet, Lin Ling replied honestly. Suddenly, an old man walked over, somewhat excited. Excuse me, young friend, could you sell me that entry ticket? The speaker was Bai Chonghua, the head of the Bai family. Who are you? Lin Ling asked politely, noticing the old man's white hair and respectful demeanor. The old man in the snow-white robe looked somewhat familiar. Ha ha ha, I am Bai Chonghua, the head of the Bai family in Kyoto, with the down name Bai Shan. You can call me Brother Bai Chonghua said with a smile. Brother Bai, are you related to Bai Ji? A strange image suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Little Yi is also my grandson. This time, I want to buy a ticket to Demon Island for Little Yi, Bai Chonghua said with a beaming smile. However, the flesh on Lin Ling's face twitched involuntarily. Damn it, you call me brother, but how will your grandson feel when he sees me? Bai Ji, oh Bai Ji, you can't blame me. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Your grandfather insisted on calling me brother. Next time you see him, he'll have you call me Grandpa Lin, so don't cry, Lin Ling said, a devilish smile quietly appearing on his face as he directly addressed Bai Chonghua. Alright, Brother Bai, I'll sell you the ticket, and as for the price, let's go with the market rate. Not long after, Lin Ling received a notification of a 5 billion transfer in his account. Lin Ling was slightly taken aback. He had inquired and found that although tickets to Demon Island were precious, they were only about 3 billion each on the market. This old Bai is quite interesting, Lin Ling thought to himself, feeling a significant increase in his fondness for Bai Chonghua. Just as the group was about to leave, Jiang Shani's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Master, old Zhong sent a message. The Neza team stationed at the Demon Island instance was attacked. Captain Meng Zhe was killed in action, and the other 4 were seriously injured, Jiang Shani said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. The Dragon Man was filled with murderous intent. Who did it? 2 elite teams from the Asan country sent a neighboring country distress signal to us. When Meng Zhe and his team arrived, they were ambushed by the 2 elite teams from Asan. The surviving members reported seeing European figures. This organized and premeditated ambush may involve the Americans, Jiang Shani said gravely. Shameless, the Dragon Man shouted angrily. Are those murderers still on Demon Island? Jiang Shani smiled bitterly. Although they killed Meng Zhe, we also killed 3 of them. The rest escaped back to their country. According to international treaties, disputes that occur in public areas cannot be pursued into the other party's territory once one side returns home. Damn it, I'm going to wipe out those Asan bastards right now. This country annoys me as much as those damn cherry blossoms, with no idea of their own strength. The Snake Man stood up, ready to charge out. Old Snake, at your age, you should let the young ones take action. Besides, what's your status? If you make a move, it will only cause chaos, the Dragon Man said, his gaze falling on Lin Ling. He had just mentioned looking for an opportunity to show his sword, and now the opportunity had come. The Snake Man suddenly looked at Lin Ling. Kid, do you dare to go to Asen country and kill? Lin Ling's eyes lit up with a glint. Why wouldn't I dare? Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. You have guts, but you also belong to the War God Hall, so going there might draw criticism, the Snake Man replied. Lin Ling smirked. Criticism? Whoever dares to criticize me, I'll go kill them and let them speak with strength. That would affect our Dragon Kingdom's international image, Jo Wei-yoon said with some concern. Image? Lin Ling sneered. Then I'll withdraw from the War God Hall. The strong need no reason, only the weak protest. As soon as he said this, the breaths of the big shots around him quickened. Belonging to Ling Tian, Lin Ling suddenly shouted. Here, here. Everyone responded loudly. A bronze mask appeared in Lin Ling's hand, which he put on his face, smirking. My fish got lost while passing through Asen country. Let's go find it now. If we can't find it, tonight the Ganges will run red with blood. The faith of Asen country collapses. Kill them all. Not a single one left. 1,000 swords unleashed. The Mo Sha Legion annihilated. Ganges instance, on the eve of explosion. A new fire-type forbidden spell. How can a new fire-type forbidden spell be without fire? Named the explosive fireball full firepower. Naming successful, the fire skill explosive fireball automatically upgrades to the fire forbidden spell firepower unleashed. After casting the skill, it will summon 100,000 fireballs to bombard the designated target area, causing a violent explosion upon impact. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were already ablaze with fierce flames. Lin Ling directly summoned the Kuanping. Under his control, this time the Kuanping was only a few hundred meters in size. Even so, the appearance of this giant fish immediately attracted the attention of the upstream practitioners. Lin Ling quickly led all members of the Ling Tian Independent Corps to leap onto the back of the Kuanping. The Kuanping immediately soared into the high sky downstream of the Ganges, where everyone could witness the upcoming fireworks spectacle. This scene instantly caused over hundreds of thousands of practitioners from around the world to gasp in amazement. Their voices rose like a massive wave, echoing along the banks of the Ganges. Look, someone is heading downstream. This flying pet is impressive. It's actually a flying fish. Why does this fish look familiar? It resembles the Kuanping that someone from the Dragon Kingdom posted a few days ago. Ha ha ha. It does look a bit like it, but this one is much smaller. I heard that Kuanping is the mount of an 8-turn powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom. These people dare to go downstream. They must be crazy. The million-strong Asan army is not to be trifled with. Let's follow them and see. Figures soared into the air. They either flew through the air or rode flying pets. Although they didn't dare to get too close, they followed from a distance. These individuals were all at least 6-turn powerhouses, and in an instant, over 10,000 6-turn powerhouses gathered in the sky. Downstream of the Ganges instance, the million-strong Asan army was already prepared for battle. A towering figure hovered above the river. He was Rajesh, the captain of the Asan elite team. At this moment, there were a dozen figures beside Rajesh, making him appear like the moon surrounded by stars. Lord Rajesh, when you successfully reach 7 turns, don't forget us, your loyal subordinates. Yes, my lord, we want to traverse the globe under your leadership. This time we killed a captain from the Dragon Kingdom. Next time, we'll directly invade their territory. I heard that last year, a genius named Bai Ji emerged from the Dragon Kingdom. Let's storm their war god hall and take him down. Ha ha ha. I also heard that there's a guy named Garin Pushkin from Eagle Sauce, said to be the greatest genius of our time. Let's kill him too. Good idea. By then, with all the old powerhouses dead, we can unify the world. The boasting continued, and the light in Rajesh's eyes grew brighter. It was as if he was about to unify Blue Star. One must say that the Asan nation always possessed a mysterious confidence. Just then, a sudden exclamation broke the reverie of these highborn nobles. Lords, a large number of practitioners have appeared from the west, numbering over 10,000, with a giant fish leading the way, followed by many 6-turn powerhouses. The high-caste individuals, who had just been boasting about unifying the world, suddenly changed their expressions. They were all 6-turn powerhouses with noble bloodlines, yet hearing about over 10,000 6-turn powerhouses made them somewhat anxious. What's going on? What do these people want? Don't they fear death? Dare to violate our ban? Don't they fear that our great Asan Empire will destroy their country? What's there to fear? We have so many people, and we have the invincible Lord Rajesh. Exactly, the great Lord Rajesh can wipe them all out by himself. Lord Rajesh, take action. Challenge them, annihilate them. Long live, long live. Rajesh, damn it, there are always troublesome people trying to harm me. Rajesh felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, but his face remained calm. Everyone, don't panic. Let me see what they really want first. As Rajesh spoke, he raised his staff and shouted coldly, Poly Fire Sea. In an instant, a sea of fire appeared in the sky within a kilometer radius, blocking the incoming professionals. This was his strongest magic. The magic had 2 release modes, one was instantaneous, and the other was a full incantation. The former was convenient with a short cooldown, while the latter, though slower, had immense power. Seeing this high-altitude sea of fire, the onlooking professionals immediately retreated. They distanced themselves from Lin Ling and the others by several hundred meters before stopping, seemingly afraid of being caught in the crossfire. This group of people came in a rush and then retreated in a flurry, instantly filling Rajesh's heart with wild joy. Is this it? To put it in the words of the Dragon Kingdom, it's a rabble. Ha! Why is there still one fish that hasn't escaped? Rajesh, who had been somewhat tense, had completely forgotten all fear at this moment. His confidence surged again as he pointed at the people on the Kuanping and shouted, why aren't you running away? Lin Ling looked at the tall man in a white robe and turban before him and smiled. Why should we run? A flicker of doubt crossed Rajesh's eyes. After all, he was the noblest of Brahmins. How dared these people continue to linger here? Aren't you afraid of me? Or do you not fear death? Rajesh asked. Lin Ling looked down at the encirclement and slowly replied, afraid of you? What are you even? Rajesh's face instantly turned furious upon hearing this. Just as he was about to act, a sudden realization struck him. Are you from the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, he was very certain that he had just killed the captain of a divine squad from the Dragon Kingdom, and now someone had come to stir trouble. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom, he really couldn't think of who else it could be. Although Lin Ling did not answer, Rajesh could already confirm that the other party was definitely from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it was very likely that they were elites from the Divine Hall. A sinister smile appeared on his face. If he could capture these Dragon Kingdom people here, his reputation would reach its peak in the A3 country. Ha ha ha. Mere Dragon Kingdom people dare to intrude. The goddess of destruction will show you the consequences of offending the great Rajesh. On this sacred land, you will become the despised by the gods and laughed at by humans, a mere ant. Rajesh laughed loudly, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing throughout the Ganges instance. Behind him, a tall, thin member of the elite squad also flew forward. His name was Hanuman, who had previously participated in the ambush against the Dragon Kingdom squad. At this moment, upon hearing that the other party was from the Dragon Kingdom, he felt no fear left in his heart. We, the professionals of A3 country, are warriors favored by the gods. You ignorant Dragon Kingdom people dare to come to the Ganges instance, then stay here. Kill, kill, kill the Dragon Kingdom people. Countless shouts of anger from A3 professionals erupted simultaneously, like rolling thunder. However, Rajesh frowned slightly because he did not see even a hint of fear in their eyes. Lin Ling stared intently at the aerial view before him, not acting out of mercy, but waiting for the appearance of the Ganges water monster army. The red dots appearing upstream were increasing, and the Ganges water monsters began to appear in large numbers in the midstream. A flash of red light crossed Lin Ling's eyes. It's almost time, the feast is about to begin. Total annihilation and talent extraction. 5-star first clear of the Ganges instance. Battle against the avatar of the goddess of destruction. The nature goddess recognizes the master. Divine escort mission 2. How is this possible? This is the abyss demon god? How could you possibly summon the Azura god? The goddess of destruction let out one last scream. Her massive body instantly disintegrated. The health bar, which had been rapidly recovering, hit the bottom in that moment. At the same time, the Ganges instance world was filled with cracking sounds. Terrifying spatial rifts were visible everywhere. The rifts spread continuously. At this moment, even a fool could see that the Ganges instance was about to collapse. Hundreds of thousands of professionals suddenly awoke from their shock, forgetting the unparalleled divine battle they had just witnessed. One by one, they began to leave the instance, fully aware that those who delayed would inevitably be reduced to dust along with it. Beneath the feet of Lin Ling and the others on the Kuanping, the white halos of leveling up began to flicker once more. Lin Ling's gaze was fixed intently on the system prompt before him. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the avatar of the god of destruction, Shiva. The winner takes all talent has been triggered. Do you wish to draw a talent? Yes. Law Avatar, Skill Fusion, 3 heads and 8 arms, King of Beasts, 100-meter body, Natural Dancer. Lin Ling looked at the 6 talents displayed on the spinning wheel, feeling a bit dazzled. Aside from the last one, Natural Dancer, every other draw would be a tremendous gain. The wheel began to spin, and Lin Ling couldn't help but focus intently on the pointer. The pointer slowly came to a stop, ultimately passing over Natural Dancer, allowing Lin Ling to let out a long breath. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the god-level talent, Skill Fusion. Talent Analysis. You can fuse mastered skills into new skills through this talent. The original skills do not disappear, and the new skills will receive a significant power boost. Lin Ling suppressed the joy in his heart and immediately used the Prelude of the Undead. How could he possibly let such a powerful god-level spirit slave slip away? The contract was completed. The once-dead Shiva was resurrected, becoming the 11th spirit slave in the Abyssal Magic Tower, and the 2nd god-level spirit slave. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the avatar of Shiva, earning an experience reward of 200 million. Congratulations, your light mage profession has reached level 120. Congratulations, your thunder mage profession has reached level 120. Congratulations, your space mage profession has reached level 120. Congratulations, all your professions have reached level 120. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple to complete the promotion task as soon as possible. Congratulations, you have obtained Artifact Trident. Congratulations, you have obtained Skill Book Nirvana Demon Body. Due to your attack causing the world level instance to be completely destroyed, you have received a punishment from the Divine Realm. You are prohibited from using any means to enter any world instance for 3 days. The Ganges instance will completely disappear in 60 seconds. Countdown to the disappearance of the Ganges instance, 59, 58, 57. The system panel finally stopped displaying new messages. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He had never expected such a punishment of being barred from all world instances for 3 days. Not even the legendary strong ones who had entered the Divine Realm and achieved the 9 transformations knew about this. After all, he was the only one who had ever destroyed a world instance. It seems I won't be able to enter the Demon Island instance tomorrow. If the instance plot is significant, I might be able to join in the spoils 3 days later, Lin Ling thought as he finally withdrew his gaze. However, just as he regained his focus, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared above the collapsing Ganges. The whirlpool spun rapidly as if something was about to emerge from beneath the water. Soon, the whirlpool transformed into a water tornado, dragging a graceful figure slowly rising from below the Ganges. The person had green hair and pale skin, with a pair of emerald green eyes beneath long eyelashes. As soon as she appeared, she deeply bowed to Lin Ling. Thank you for saving me. Nelia will remember your kindness, and the Nature God clan will forever remember your grace. Her voice was as melodious as flowing water. As her words fell, the Nature Goddess quickly flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling felt no threat and did not make any move to evade. The Nature Goddess smiled sweetly and was about to kiss Lin Ling. Zhou Mengyan furrowed her brows, wanting to stop her, but before she could speak, an arm resembling a jade shoot suddenly extended from Lin Ling's forehead, pressing against Melia's forehead. The Nature Goddess Melia's face instantly showed a look of astonishment, staring incredulously at the little girl who had appeared before her. Stephen X? What are you doing here? Melia exclaimed in surprise. X looked at her with disdain, hands on her hips, and said, This place has already been claimed by me, go somewhere else. Remember to sign the master-servant contract, other contracts are invalid. As her words fell, a contract rune suddenly appeared on Lin Ling's forehead. Seeing this rune, Moria's expression changed instantly. You actually signed a master-servant contract with a human? She exclaimed. Humph. X curled her lips and said, You can find your own way back to the Divine Realm. No one is begging to send you back. A hint of struggle flashed in Moria's light green eyes, while a sly glimmer passed through X's bright blue eyes. Moria's body quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, she became no bigger than a palm. In that moment, she seemed to transform into a little fairy among the flowers. She gently landed on Lin Ling's hand and gave a light kiss. In an instant, she turned into a faint lip print and merged into Lin Ling's body, becoming a master-servant contract rune. X playfully winked at Lin Ling and instantly disappeared into his brow. At the same time, the system prompt that had just calmed down popped up again. Congratulations, you have gained the favor of the Nature Goddess Moria. Moria has signed a master-servant contract with you and willingly becomes your servant. 4-dimensional attribute points, mental power. Congratulations, you have triggered the hidden quest, Escort of the Gods 2. Quest details, safely bring the Nature Goddess Moria into the Divine Realm and deliver her to the Nature Goddess Temple. Quest Reward 1, 4-dimensional attribute points. Quest Reward 2, favor of the Nature God clan. The Nature God clan will regard you as their master. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest to save the Nature Goddess Moria, gaining the favor of the War King. Current favorability 82. Due to the collapse of the Ganges instance, the Nature Goddess has disappeared, and all tears of the Nature Goddess will be destroyed in 30 seconds. The required materials for the tears of the Nature Goddess will be replaced by the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West. With the appearance of the last system reminder, a smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. The people of a sand country are really going to eat dirt now. Lin Ling thought to himself, turning back to ask GMO and the others, What level are you all now? We should leave. Boss, this is amazing. I'm level 120, and my experience pool is almost full. I feel like as long as we complete the professional tasks, we can at least reach level 125 or even higher. GMO said excitedly, almost bursting with the urge to jump up and kiss Lin Ling. Bro, I'm also level 120. Lin Ling, I'm also level 120. Me too, my experience pool is also full. I'm full too. At that moment, every one of them looked at Lin Ling with fervent eyes. Bro, our attributes have skyrocketed a lot. I really want to see how high your attributes have reached. Can you share your attribute panel with us so we can see how far you've come? GMO said with hopeful eyes. Lin Ling's terrifying attributes came from the legendary Class Change Temple 10 years ago, where he encountered Zhuchong. Others occasionally cheat, but are you always on cheat mode? Lin Ling was utterly speechless. He clearly just wanted to buy insurance for his little brothers. How did he end up with an unexpected adopted son? GMO was even more puzzled. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, Zhuochong had clashed with them multiple times. How could Lin Ling give him a free chance to enter Demon Island? Moreover, Lin Ling should not have a ticket to the Demon Island instance anymore. Bro, GMO called softly. Lin Ling nodded at him, and GMO immediately felt relieved. He was too familiar with Lin Ling. The glint in Lin Ling's eyes carried a hint of cunning, clearly indicating he had his own plans. Sure enough, the next second Lin Ling spoke. You should know how precious the ticket to the Demon Island instance is. I would never give it to you for free. Zhuochong immediately nodded vigorously and said, Adoptive father, please speak. As long as it can be used by Zhuochong, I will never hesitate to risk my life. From now on, I will follow my adoptive father's lead, and I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. If I go against this in the slightest, may I be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. Lin Ling gently raised his hand, and Zhuochong was immediately supported up by him. He glanced at the others, and they quickly understood, dispersing in different directions. I want you to swear to the Divine Realm to help GMO and the others avoid the dangers of Demon Island. I know you can do it, Lin Ling whispered in Zhuochang's ear. Zhuochang's pupils suddenly constricted. His dangerous foresight ability was a newly acquired hidden skill, and no one had told anyone about it. At this moment, Lin Ling's words clearly indicated that he knew about his hidden talent. This realization elevated Lin Ling's status in Zhuochang's heart even further, and his determination to cling to Lin Ling's thigh grew stronger. I, Zhuochong, swear to the Divine Realm that as long as I can enter the Demon Island instance, I will do my utmost to assist GMO and the others. If I fail to do so, let me die in the Demon Island instance. Although Zhuochong swore in a low voice, Lin Ling still received the system prompt immediately. He nodded in satisfaction. From now on, stay by my side. Zhuochang's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. Ha ha ha, I've got a strong ally. Bro, you don't have any extra entry tickets left, GMO reminded. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow, I'll just go to Demon Island and grab one from a Sakura Country player. If I want it, do they dare not give it to me? GMO and the others exchanged glances and gave him a thumbs up. Lin Ling then turned and walked towards the mission stone tablet. Everyone, take on your class change missions and try to complete the 5th transition before dawn. Everyone immediately began to accept missions. At that moment, the veteran soldiers from the Dragon Nest secretly glanced over here again. Completing the mission before dawn? That boast seemed a bit too grand. They knew better than anyone how difficult the 5th transition mission was. Lin Ling placed his hand on the mission stone tablet, and a system prompt immediately appeared on the big screen. Lin Ling, you have met the conditions for the 5th transition. Do you want to accept the class change mission? Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully accepted a 5-star class change mission. Hiss. As soon as this prompt appeared, everyone in the hall gasped in unison. It's actually another 5-star. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. Others would give up at the first sight of a 5-star mission, but he had long decided that he would give up immediately if it wasn't a 5-star. He stared at the screen, and the next second, the mission details appeared one after another. This class change mission is a 5-star ring running mission, totaling rings. Please complete the tasks in order as required. Mission: go to the Siberian ice field of the White Bear Kingdom to find the Ice and Snow Goddess's disciple, Dias, and complete the tasks according to Dias's requirements. Upon seeing this mission, Lin Ling's expression darkened. Although it was his first time receiving a ring running mission, he understood that among all missions, ring running missions were the most tedious. Even though he could teleport and had a big fish, it was impossible to complete 15 rings of the class change mission in 1 or 2 hours. Just finding the disciple of the Ice and Snow Goddess would take quite a bit of effort. It seems that I won't be able to successfully change classes in one go. You all take on the missions, I'll help you complete them, and tomorrow I'll send you into the Demon Island instance while I slowly do my tasks, Lin Ling said. The others immediately began to accept missions. GMO was the first to step forward, and soon a standard 3-star mission appeared on the screen. Defeat a dungeon and collect 2 types of rare materials. These tasks, which seemed incredibly difficult to others, took Lin Ling and GMO less than 2 minutes from entering the dungeon to coming out. Did we complete it or fail? Today has been an eye-opener. Of course, we completed it. Look, the dungeon record has already refreshed, cleared in 1 minute and seconds. Thud. Damn it, we prepared for the dungeon run with all sorts of strategies and layouts, but we still couldn't win. They play like it's as easy as playing in the mud. It's impossible to live when comparing people. A few old soldiers said with long faces. GMO, however, wore a blissful smile. The first task was to collect 5 types of rare materials. Of these 5 materials, GMO directly acquired 4 through high-priced bounties from Yunmeng. In less than 2 minutes, he had them all thanks to his cash ability. The last one was simply not available on the market. Linling immediately wanted to access the points shop of the War God Hall but suddenly realized he no longer belonged to the War God Hall. He scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and took out his phone to call the good-natured Jiang Shani. The moment the call connected, Jiang Shani's excited voice came through. "You little rascal, you're back? Are you hurt?" Linling touched his nose. "Old Jiang, how could I be hurt? Still as cocky as ever, where are you? You come to the job change hall." Before Linling could finish, Jiang Shani's figure had already appeared in front of him. "Kid, looking for me in the middle of the night can't be good," Jiang Shani said with annoyance. Linling chuckled awkwardly. "We're doing the 5th job change task and need some materials." A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Jiang Shani's face. Not bad, no slacking off. The 5th job change is quite fast." However, before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. "5th job change? I heard someone say you just reached the 4th job change the day before yesterday?" At this, everyone turned to look at Linling. "What kind of monster is this? What is this leveling speed? Others occasionally cheat, but you seem to have your cheat on all the time, right? Good night, everyone. What are you hiding that feels so hard?" Linling felt a bit embarrassed. These past 2 days felt like 2 months. One thing after another, he was sure he was the busiest traveler. No one else could compare. "Ahem. Don't mind the details, everyone knows I never care about leveling speed. I'm not interested in it." Jiang Shani. Everyone. Jiang Shani quickly operated like a tiger, and soon Linling received a system notification. "The War God Hall has sent you a request for point shop intercommunication. The other party has set up intercommunication benefits. Once successful, all items in the point shop will be available to the Ling Tian Guild at half price for 3 days. Do you accept?" Linling felt a spark of excitement. "There's such a trick? 11 plus 618? Accept." With his choice, the icon for the point shop immediately lit up. Linling smirked and began to shop like crazy. Today was destined to be the darkest day for the War God Hall's point shop. A large number of rare materials were rapidly depleting from the inventory at a terrifying speed. Some already scarce rare materials were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Linling's 2 million points vanished in no time. These points could last a lifetime for other members of the War God Hall, but Linling didn't want to miss this double 11 opportunity. Watching the decades of accumulation in the point shop diminish so quickly, even Jiang Shani, who usually favored Linling, felt a pang of pain. He had seen ruthless, but never this ruthless. This little brat was truly. Minutes later, Linling reluctantly withdrew his gaze. His 10,000 points were spent, and his storage space was now piled high with various rare materials that couldn't be bought on the market. Just selling these materials would probably require several billion. "Kid, you're too ruthless." Jiang Shani gritted his teeth. "It's not that bad, just fairly ruthless," Linling replied with a sheepish smile. "If I weren't unable to beat you, I would at least want to give you a beating," Jiang Shani said fiercely. As soon as these words were spoken, they struck the Dragon Nest warriors who were unaware of Linling's strength like a bolt from the blue. "What do you mean I can't beat you? The Vice Master of the War God Hall, a late-stage 7th turn Great Mage, Jiang Shani, can't defeat a newcomer who was only awakened for a month? It's over, it's over, it's over." Faith crumbled completely at that moment. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Linling completed GMO's materials. GMO immediately began to submit his quest. Waves of white light lit up, and GMO's level soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he jumped from level 120 to level 126. The hearts of the Dragon Nest warriors shattered. How hard is it to level up after reaching this level? Have you never seen a pig run after eating one? How much experience must be in that experience pool? Did these people really kill 1,000,000 elite monsters beyond their level? Hey, you guessed it right. The lowest of the Ganges water monsters are elite monsters at level 150, and there are many leaders at level 180. Killing monsters beyond one's level grants experience bonuses, and each elite monster in this world dungeon is equivalent to a small one. Linling's barrage of forbidden spells was equivalent to simultaneously killing 1,000,000 small monsters, and with the completion rewards, everyone gained a massive amount of experience. Not to mention these Dragon Nest warriors, even Linling felt a twinge of envy watching the 6 consecutive white lights rise beneath GMO's feet. He led the team to farm monsters but enjoyed 90% of the rewards himself, yet he understood that he couldn't possibly level up 6 times after completing his job change. Being able to raise all professions to level 121 would be impressive enough. Zhou Mengyan began her job change, a 4-star ordinary job change quest. With the help of a high-level player, everything was incredibly easy. A hint of dawn quietly appeared in the east, and all 9 members of the Ling Tian Guild completed their 5th job change quest. Everything went smoothly, but Lin Ling was slightly surprised by Zhou Mengyan's level and Qin Xian's star rating. Zhou Mengyan's talent required her to need less experience to level up than others, and the experience pool directly pushed her to level 128. Meanwhile, Qin Xian unexpectedly received a 5-star job change quest. He successfully awakened his 2nd-level talent, Second Day Disaster. His number of summoned undead creatures reached 500, and it would increase by 100 with each level up. The exclusive skill of the Second Day Disaster, Corpse Explosion, significantly boosted his combat power. Watching them complete their job changes one by one, Zuochong, who was standing nearby, finally couldn't help but speak up. "Foster father, can you help me get some materials? Consider it borrowed points, and I'll pay you back slowly later," he said pitifully, not holding out much hope. But Lin Ling directly asked him what he needed. Zuochang's eyes instantly lit up. 50 forbidden army armors, black iron ore from Eagle Mountain. Lin Ling waved his hand, and a pile of materials appeared before Zuochong. These materials were nothing to Lin Ling, but they brought Zuochong to tears. This made the Dragon Nest warriors envious beyond measure. Everyone wished they could come up and acknowledge him as a foster father. "Alright, that's enough for now. Everyone has been busy for so long, go rest. We won't be able to sleep long before we have to set off again," Lin Ling said, and the others immediately nodded. The group headed towards the camp and returned to their dorms, soon leaving only Lin Ling and Zhou Mengyan. "Mengyan, do you want to rest together? I promise I won't do anything, just want to hold you," Lin Ling said with a smile. Zhou Mengyan's face flushed, and she immediately felt a bit tempted. She looked around and, seeing no one else, whispered, "You said it, just holding while sleeping, no funny business. You don't know my character? I promise I won't have any funny thoughts," Lin Ling said with sincerity on his face. At that moment, Zhou Mengyan's heart began to race. She slowly lowered her head and softly replied, "Okay, then let's go to your place." Lin Ling was overjoyed and directly swept Zhou Mengyan off her feet. "MMM." Zhou Mengyan let out a surprised gasp, her soft arms tightly wrapping around Lin Ling's neck. "Lin Ling, what are you hiding on you? It's hard and poking me," Zhou Mengyan asked, but as soon as she finished speaking, her already flushed face turned even redder, reaching her ears. "A little gift." Lin Ling smirked and was about to dash towards the dormitory. However, just as he was about to move, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. Lin Ling's expression immediately fell. "Aunt Zhou," he called softly, and Zhou Mengyan, like a startled little rabbit, broke free from his embrace. I'm looking for Mengyan about something. You should go back and rest," Zhou Weiyan said. Lin Ling shrugged and reached into his pocket to pull out a palm-sized cylinder. Upon seeing this object, Zhou Mengyan's face turned even redder. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, clearly having thought of something inappropriate just now. "This is for you. It might come in handy in the Demon Island instance," Lin Ling said. Zhou Weiyun's eyes were filled with confusion. "What is this?" Lin Ling smiled faintly, pressed a button on the object, and it immediately elongated, with 3 sharp spikes emerging from the head. "A divine artifact, the Trident of Lord Shiva. Divine forbidden spell, Black Myth, Liu Kong." "Divine artifact?" Zhou Weiyun was astonished. There was no such thing as a divine artifact in the equipment hierarchy for practitioners. Only the gods in the divine realm could use or create equipment that could be called divine artifacts. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the members of the Zodiac Society, the dragon, the tiger, and the temporarily vacant rabbit, possess 3 exclusive divine artifacts. And Lin Ling casually took out a divine artifact to give away. Could this be considered a betrothal gift? But they had just turned 18, wasn't that a bit too early? Just as Zhou Weiyun's thoughts were racing, Lin Ling smiled and said, "This trident isn't the best choice for Mengyan, but it should be useful for self-defense. I might not be able to enter the Demon Island this time, but with this, I can feel a bit more at ease." Zhou Weiyun immediately cast a detection spell on the trident. Trident of Lord Shiva usage level, quality, divine artifact exclusive divine artifact of Lord Shiva's destruction aspect. This equipment has no class restrictions. When equipped, the user's subjective consciousness will be interfered with for 30 seconds while the destruction aspect of Lord Shiva is possessed. Use with caution. Upon seeing the words destruction aspect of Lord Shiva possessed, Zhou Weiyun's pupils suddenly constricted. Although it was only for 30 seconds, there was so much that could be done in those 30 seconds of being a god. This was definitely a game-changing weapon. Zhou Mengyan understood the value of this divine artifact and knew that Lin Ling was worried about her safety. At that moment, she couldn't care less about her mother being present and directly leaped into Lin Ling's arms. "When I come back from Demon Island, can I give myself to you?" Zhou Mengyan whispered in Lin Ling's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. As soon as those words were spoken, Lin Ling's body trembled. He was not a eunuch, He had everything a normal man should have. Which girl doesn't have a crush, and which boy isn't passionate? Facing Lin Ling, who feared nothing even against Lord Shiva, he now nervously stole a glance at Zhou Weiyun. Okay. Zhou Mengyan's face instantly turned crimson, and after giving Lin Ling a gentle kiss on the lips, she quickly slipped away. Zhou Weiyun then walked step by step to Lin Ling's side and said, "Lin Ling, someone wants to see you." A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. It wouldn't be the dragon again, would it? Lin Ling felt that this ancestor wouldn't let him off easily. After all, he was his only bloodline heir. However, to his surprise, Zhou Weiyun shook her head. "It's the monkey." Lin Ling was instantly speechless. "I don't know the monkey, I'm not familiar with him. How about we forget it? It's annoying to have someone wanting to see me every day." Lin Ling said, if Zhou Weiyun weren't Zhou Mengyan's mother, he would have already teleported back to catch up on sleep. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his ear. "He is my father. If you want to be with Mengyan, you will have to call him Grandpa from now on." Lin Ling felt a sudden headache. Before he could respond, a figure appeared before him. Although the person wore a bronze monkey mask, his eyes bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Weiyun's phoenix eyes. "So your family occupies half of the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom?" Lin Ling said instinctively. "Ha, that's not entirely wrong. Kid, I'm not here because of Mengyan. My descendants will have their own fortunes, and I won't meddle too much." The monkey man suddenly spoke with a laugh. Lin Ling tilted his head slightly. "Then what are you here for?" A dark golden hoop suddenly appeared in the monkey man's hand. "This is for you. If one day the abyss bloodline within you becomes uncontrollable, put this on," the monkey man said seriously. Lin Ling's facial muscles twitched violently. The golden hoop? The Monkey King's golden hoop? Does this world also have a Monkey King? "Grandpa Zhou, I really don't need this. I won't use it," Lin Ling said with an awkward smile. "Take it, just in case. Wearing it is better than losing your mind completely," the monkey man said, already extending the golden hoop towards him. With no choice, Lin Ling reached out to take it. A satisfied smile appeared on the monkey man's face. "Good, I have high hopes for you. Don't be constrained by the mundane. Be yourself and go for it. Even if you cause a huge mess, we'll help you bear it," the monkey man said, patting Lin Ling on the shoulder. Ding! Detected a magical skill on the other party that you can learn. Talent skill replication triggered. Do you want to replicate the skill? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Replicate. Congratulations! You have successfully replicated the summoning skill Summon Holy Monkey from the practitioner Zhou Yang. Learning requirements met. Do you want to learn it now? No! Lin Ling did not learn it immediately. Instead, he suppressed his excitement and thanked the monkey man. "This kid is quite polite. I'm off now. Remember what I said. The future world is yours. Go for it," the monkey man said before disappearing with Zhou Mengyan from Lin Ling's sight. Lin Ling returned to his dormitory, quickly washed up, and lay on his bed. He took out a bottle of ice-cold cola and gulped it down, letting out a satisfying burp before finding the most comfortable position to lie down. At that moment, 2 skill books appeared in his hands. Summon Holy Monkey Nirvana Clone. The Nirvana Clone skill book was a reward for completing the Ganges dungeon. Originally, Lin Ling hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was just a magical clone. But now, seeing the skill analysis, his breathing quickened. Skill book, Nirvana Clone, category, Dark Passive Skill, usage level, level 120, skill analysis. When health drops below 20, automatically recovers 70 health and create a clone with 100% of the main body's attributes. The clone can exist for 5 minutes. Do you want to use the forbidden spell naming technique to name it? Rename Nirvana Clone to Twilight Echo. Naming successful. The skill Nirvana Clone automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Twilight Echo. After receiving a fatal blow, you will resurrect within 3 seconds and randomly summon a magical clone with combat power of 500, which can fight for you for 10 minutes. Lin Ling took 2 deep breaths but couldn't calm his excitement. With this skill, wow, this is incredible. His smile instantly vanished as he looked at the next skill book. Skill book, Summon Holy Monkey, category, Summoning Skill, usage level, level 120, skill analysis. After using this skill, summon a holy monkey to fight for you, with combat power of 150 based on your attributes. Do you want to use the forbidden spell naming technique to name it? Lin Ling frowned slightly at this skill. In fact, it's quite a good skill. Why does it seem less appealing? What if this holy monkey turns into that one? The summoned holy monkey will be renamed Sun Wukong. Naming successful, the skill summoning the holy monkey automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Sun Wukong. After the skill is cast, Sun Wukong will be summoned to assist you in battle for 3 minutes. Before Lin Ling could get excited, a system prompt suddenly popped up again. successfully triggered the talent skill fusion. Do you want to fuse Twilight Echo and Sun Wukong? You can name the fused skill or choose not to name it. If named, the fusion success rate is 100%. After fusion, you will obtain the Divine Forbidden spell. Linling gently licked his slightly cracked lips. Fuse Twilight Echo and Sun Wukong into Black Myth Wukong. Thank you to the friend who gave me a 5-star review last night. The rating has increased by 0, happy. The second tower of the 9 Calamities Universe Tower has appeared. Congratulations on the successful fusion. The Dark Forbidden spell Twilight Echo and the Summoning Forbidden spell Sun Wukong have been fused into the Divine Forbidden spell Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong, quality, Divine Forbidden spell, skill analysis. After receiving a fatal blow, Twilight Echo will be triggered. You will be reborn in the form of Sun Wukong, possessing 100 combat power for 10 minutes. After the time ends, you will revert to your original form and enter a weakened state for 7 days. Skill cooldown time, 30 days, cooldown reduction is ineffective. What is a trump card? What is a king bomb? If one day I really encounter an unbeatable opponent, they will definitely be very surprised and unexpected, right? Linling's smile gradually faded, and he found himself somewhat looking forward to the moment he was killed. He slowly closed his eyes and quickly fell into a dream. A little sleep would be good. These past few days had been too exhausting. Time passed quickly. It seemed like Linling had just closed his eyes when a knock sounded at the door. Foster father, it's time to get up. He suddenly opened his eyes, the bloodshot veins in his eyes quickly disappearing, but the flesh on his face still trembled a bit. He glanced at his phone. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and he hurriedly washed up, but the voice outside continued to call. Foster father, hurry and open the door. The dormitory door was pulled open, and Linling, looking like he was about to eat someone, said, Zhuochong, stop calling me foster father. It's a high-risk profession, making me feel like I want to eliminate future troubles. High-risk profession? Zhuochong scratched his head, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. Linling covered his face with one hand, remembering that this world did not have the history of Lubu from the 3 kingdoms bowing 3 times to his foster father. Just then, Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun, along with GMO and others, were walking over. Behind them were 3 others, Ling Qie, Zhang Zai, and Bai Ji. Linling, we are preparing to set off. Now I will tell you about the situation of the Demon Island dungeon. Even though you can't enter it now, it's good to have an idea, Jiang Shani said. Linling nodded, and the others perked up their ears. The Demon Island dungeon is a secret realm. The difference between a dungeon and a secret realm is that a dungeon generally refers to a single instance. A secret realm may contain multiple dungeons, and the Demon Island dungeon is one of the 3 dungeons within the Demon Island secret realm. However, the other 2 dungeons are too lackluster and are directly ignored by professionals. It's strange, although this dungeon is within the Demon Island secret realm, its name is incredibly sacred, Divine Domain Spirit Tower. It is divided into 7 levels, like a treasure tower inverted into the sea. Each level is guarded by the Guardian Army protecting the entrance to the 2nd level, and every day, a continuous stream of abyss creatures rushes out from the passage. When we professionals enter the dungeon, we will receive a system task to help the Guardian Army protect the passage. Each time we repel an abyss creature's attack, we gain dimensional attribute points, and after repelling 10 times in a row, the abyss creatures will retreat. When the sun rises, the passage will open, and at that time, the professionals can charge into the 2nd layer. The 2nd layer has the same layout, still guarding against monsters, but each time they withstand an attack from the abyss creatures, they will receive a reward of 4-dimensional attribute points. The 3rd layer gives 30 points, the 4th layer 40 points, and so on. Each layer has 10 waves of monsters and 10 rewards. Currently, the highest record for professionals is the 5th layer of Hell, and it is said that the 7th layer of Hell seals the demons, while below the 7th layer connects to the abyss. Jiang Shani finished speaking in one breath, and a fiery spark ignited in everyone's eyes. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed with surprise. Abyss Demon Tower, Divine Realm Spirit Tower. Both are 7 layers, but the former is called the 7th layer of the abyss and connects to the Divine Realm. The latter is named the Divine Realm, yet the 7th layer leads to the abyss. This is definitely part of that so-called 9 Calamities Universe Tower. I must obtain this. The 9 Calamities Universe Tower is his secret. Although he felt puzzled, he did not voice it. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that collecting the 9 Calamities Universe Tower might be just as useful as the forbidden spell naming technique. The Demon Island dungeon is vast, with each layer resembling a world. Once you enter, you may not necessarily be together. So after entering, you can only rely on yourselves and find a way to regroup as quickly as possible. Be wary of everyone except your own people, including professionals from other countries, monsters, and even. Your first task is to survive. and the second task is to clear the dungeon for rewards, understand? Jiang Shani said with a serious expression. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Looking at their spirited appearance, Lin Ling suddenly felt a bit of longing for this dungeon. Old Jiang, how many days will this dungeon exist? According to what you just said, the passage will only open at sunrise each day. To reach the 7th layer, wouldn't we have to stay at least 6 days? But the newcomer championship starts in 4 days, right? Lin Ling asked. Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun exchanged glances and smiled, saying, You little brat, still talking about the newcomer championship? You are already a king without a crown. This thing has no meaning for you anymore, let others take on the championship. The first 5 days of the newcomer championship are the preliminary rounds, and our dragon country, as one of the 5 permanent members, doesn't need to participate. We can directly join the semifinals on the 6th day. As for the duration of the Demon Island dungeon, it lasts 8 days. I don't know why the 7-layer tower opens for 8 days, but it won't interfere with the newcomer championship. Lin Ling's heart suddenly filled with joy. 8 days? That seems sufficient. Alright, now let's prepare to set off. Let's take your Phantom Warplane. It's suitable for long-distance travel, Jiang Shani said. Although both Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun had the ability to teleport people, it was impossible to teleport so many people at once. Hearing Jiang Shani's words, Zhuo Chong was almost drooling. The Ace Warplane he had been dreaming of, was he finally going to have the chance to ride it today? He looked at Lin Ling with eager anticipation, waiting for him to nod. But Lin Ling's words instantly turned him into a wilted eggplant. Old Jiang, taking the Phantom Warplane would be too ostentatious. Once we arrive at Demon Island, everyone will know that our dragon country has come. Lin Ling shook his head. Just as Zhuo Chong was feeling disappointed, Lin Ling suddenly changed his tone. How about we take the Kuanping instead? It's fast, and others can't be sure it's the dragon country that has arrived. After we get there, I also want to find a few footbasin people to exchange ideas. Kuanping? Zhuo Chang's eyes widened instantly. The image of that enormous fish that blocked out the sun appeared in his mind. Wow. Kuanping? Riding the Kuanping? One day, I, Zhuo Chong, will also ride the Kuanping? Wow, compared to the Ace Warplane, the Kuanping is nothing. Kuanping. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Chong turned around, filled with joy, dancing with excitement. Suddenly, the noise behind him disappeared, and Zhuo Chong had a bad premonition. He slowly turned his head, only to suddenly find everyone staring at him with strange eyes. Zhuo Chang's face twitched, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just as he was feeling awkward, music suddenly erupted in the air, and the sunlight vanished in an instant. The mythical Kuanping he had been thinking about appeared in the sky. The wind howled, and everyone was swept up by a gust and landed on the Kuanping. Lin Ling pointed forward with her index finger and softly said, Set off, Devil Island. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, get involved in trouble, the 12 scorpions reappear. What the hell are you talking about? Who killed your brother? Zhuo Chang's expression darkened instantly. No one in this world likes to be slandered. Zhuo Chong, come back. Lin Ling called out lightly, and Zhuo Chong realized he was a bit too close to the burly man. He instinctively used his spying technique, but he immediately received a system prompt indicating that the other party was far higher in level than him. Meanwhile, a reminder popped up on his system panel. 8-turn professional Ramaz Abdul, Shada Kingdom, is spying on you. A layer of fine sweat appeared on Zhuo Chang's forehead as he slowly began to back away, but just as he took a step back, the middle-aged man named Ramaz suddenly turned to look at him. Don't move, or you'll die. As Ramaz spoke, the sky instantly darkened. Zhuo Chang's body froze, not daring to move another inch. Zhou Mengyan looked at Lin Ling with some concern, and upon sensing her gaze, Lin Ling simply nodded gently at her. Even though the other party was an 8-turn expert, Lin Ling didn't take it seriously at all. These people looked like professionals from Arab countries. In Lin Ling's understanding, the Dragon Kingdom and Arab countries have always had a good relationship. In fact, many professionals from Arab countries had moved their families to the Dragon Kingdom. If the misunderstanding could be resolved, that would be best. If not, he wouldn't mind using violence to counter violence. But for now, the primary task was to figure out what exactly had happened here. Jia. A young boy shouted twice, and seeing that Jia did not respond, a longbow appeared in his hand. He drew the bowstring back and aimed directly at Zhuo Chong. Akim, don't act yet, Ramaz said with a light shout. The boy with the bow reluctantly released the string. Ramaz's face turned ashen as he checked the bodies on the ground one by one. However, his expression grew heavier. These were all his children. He had only these 9 children in his life, and now 5 of his sons lay dead on the spot, with his only daughter also unconscious. Why did you attack Jia and the others? Shada has joined the Dragon Nest organization, we are also a part of the dragon nest. Isn't the dragon kingdom Shada's best friend? Why did you lay hands on my children? The middle-aged man's eyes were already bloodshot as he spoke. Sir, if I say we just happened to be here and didn't know what was happening, would you believe me? Lin Ling stepped out from the crowd and slowly spoke. Rama squinted his eyes, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you think I would believe that? Asad is my fourth son, his fatal wound is from a dagger, and he was killed by an assassin. Omar, my eldest son, had his head smashed in with a wolf-tooth hammer. Not many people use such a weapon. As Rama spoke, his gaze fell on the blood-stained wolf-tooth hammer beside Zhuchong. The third, sixth, and ninth sons were all killed by fire magic. Although I can't see your information, I know you are definitely a magician. Do you think this is all just coincidence? Rama suddenly looked up at Lin Ling and spoke again. At the same time, the aura around him began to unfold. He had spied on everyone except Lin Ling. A group of young people all had levels above 120. What kind of prodigies were these? If one must find a group of prodigies in the dragon fruit, it can only be in the legendary War God Hall. Ramas understood what it meant to kill these youths, but his child absolutely could not die in vain. Even if it meant betraying the killing tower, even if he stood against the entire dragon kingdom, he had to seek justice for his child who died unjustly. I can't explain this, perhaps it's coincidence or perhaps a conspiracy, but I just want to say that we didn't do it, Lin Ling said, his tone incredibly calm. A flicker of surprise crossed Rama's eyes. The temperament of the youth before him far exceeded his expectations. Faced with the pressure he had released, the boy remained completely unfazed. This youth was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure, even in the War God Hall. Aren't you afraid of me? Ramas said in a deep voice. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow. Why should I be afraid of you? Ramas stared intently into Lin Ling's eyes, and soon his surprise grew even stronger. He actually saw a hint of battle intent in Lin Ling's gaze. Sorry, I can't believe you unless you can prove it yourself. As Ramas spoke, a curved blade appeared in his hand. His aura suddenly surged, and his robe transformed into a set of golden holy armor. What a hassle! Since you have a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, I'll show you, Lin Ling said with a slight frown, pointing his staff directly at Ramas. Great wind blow! The face of the wind god appeared in an instant, and the wind elements became almost tangible at that moment. Ramas's expression changed drastically. Forbidden spell, wind-type forbidden spell. He could withstand a single wind-type forbidden spell, but the two children beside him would definitely not be spared. Whoosh! The wind god unleashed a powerful gust, and countless wind blades instantly engulfed Ramas. Pft, pft, pft. Moments later, a vacuum zone several hundred meters long appeared in the dense forest. Ramas looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. His health bar plummeted rapidly under the violent true damage of the wind blades. Just as his health was about to be depleted, the wind blades suddenly vanished. The damage from those wind blades exceeded Ramas's understanding. With his defense as a 7th-tier Grand Mage, it was impossible for them to inflict such damage on him. He had fought Grand Mages before, and to kill him, at least 3 single-target attack forbidden spells would be required. Yet the youth before him had nearly taken him down with a casual gesture. How could this not shock an 8th-tier Holy Knight? Meanwhile, his two sons were already dumbfounded. Experiencing a forbidden spell firsthand was definitely not a pleasant experience. They just didn't understand why those terrifying wind blades had caused them no harm. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly came through. Is this proof enough? Ramas paused slightly, a bitter smile appearing on his face. You are indeed not a fire-type mage. I mean, if I were to act, your daughter wouldn't have any chance of surviving. This could be a conspiracy against us. Meng Yan, heal her. Lin Ling raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. Zhou Meng Yan immediately used the holy healing light, and the unconscious Jia began to recover instantly. In the blink of an eye, the burns on her face disappeared, and she slowly opened her eyes. Ramas was overjoyed but still did not let his guard down. Thank you, esteemed priestess, but that doesn't prove that it wasn't you who killed. As he finished speaking, he noticed Lin Ling walking towards the corpse. This person isn't one of yours, right? We'll know soon enough if we did it, Lin Ling said confidently. There lay a body with only half remaining, its clothing distinctly different from the other corpses. He stepped forward and tore off the cloak from the corpse, revealing a man with a head full of golden hair. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on the man's right hand, where a tattoo stood out conspicuously. 11 little scorpions surrounded a big scorpion. The answer was already clear at that moment. Upon seeing the tattoo, everyone exclaimed in unison, 12 scorpions. The 3 great scorpion kings arrived. Another 12 scorpions? What on earth do these lunatics want? At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly recalled the feeling of being watched he had sensed earlier. Could this conspiracy be aimed at me again? 12 scorpions, 12 scorpions. A memory was suddenly awakened in Lin Ling's mind. When you realize something is wrong, it will be too late. He will become everyone's nightmare, plunging into darkness. And in the future, he will create a terrifying organization that seeks to destroy the entire world. And this organization is called the 12 Scorpions. He suddenly looked at GMO beside him. GMO felt a chill run down his spine from Lin Ling's gaze. Brother, what's wrong? Lin Ling shook his head. I just remembered something. After we finish the Demon Island instance, I want to talk to you alone. GMO nodded, but the confusion in his eyes did not diminish. Lin Ling turned to Ramaz. You should have guessed our identity, so we can't possibly be in cahoots with the 12 Scorpions. This is a misunderstanding. Someone wants to frame the Dragon Kingdom. He. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the dense forest. Who? Ramaz shouted angrily, swinging his curved blade towards the side of the forest. The warrior skill Silver Moon Slash is one of the few ranged attack skills available to warriors. A Silver Moon Blade can perform a group attack on targets within a 20-meter range. In an instant, a crescent blade shot towards the direction of the voice. In a moment, grass and trees flew, and rocks shattered, showcasing its immense power. Bang! A muffled sound came, the blade was shattered, and a figure cloaked in dark red appeared in the forest. This person held a black dagger, easily blocking Ramaz's furious strike. Is this all you've got? An 8th transition is just a weakling. And you, kid, you only guessed half right. We are not simply framing the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, a grand feast will begin, and we are very honored to facilitate this feast. However, this time, I hope no one knows about the actions of the 12 Scorpions, so you all must die today. As the person spoke, he stepped out from the forest. Return my child's life. Ramaz shouted angrily, golden flames rising from his body as he charged at the figure. However, the person he had locked onto vanished the moment he got close. His relentless strike hit empty air, creating a chasm in the ground that stretched for dozens of meters. He. Is this all you've got? A voice suddenly sounded behind Ramaz. His pupils constricted, and he turned to strike. But once again, the strike missed. The blade instantly severed dozens of giant trees but still failed to touch a hair on that person. Whoosh! Without any warning, a dagger lunged towards Ramaz's neck. A critical attack, if hit, would surely deal devastating damage. Unless there was a significant power gap, it could easily result in a one-hit kill. Ramaz was horrified, and in this life-and-death moment, he displayed the decisiveness of an 8th transition powerhouse. He charged forward, but the target was not the enemy, it was Lin Ling, who had been watching from 20 meters away. There is a rule in warrior charges, they cannot be interrupted. In the instant of the charge, he was invincible, and the dagger grazed past his neck. A large D floated above Ramaz's head. He stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Ling, large beads of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. If he had reacted just half a beat slower, even if he hadn't been killed in one strike, he would have been severely injured in an instant. Oh, not a slow reaction, huh? Unfortunately, Antonia, was just playing with you earlier, and the fear is only just beginning. The figure shrouded in the cloak sneered, her pointed chin lifting into a playful smile. Come out, the one hiding in the shadows. There's no need to lurk anymore. Everyone who came today must stay. Lin Ling suddenly spoke, his voice laced with a hint of mockery and coldness. A flicker of surprise crossed Antonia's face. You can sense someone lurking? At that moment, she felt a spark of interest in the boy also cloaked in shadows. It seems this time you are the bright scorpion, Lin Ling said, having researched some information about the 12 scorpions during this time. He also knew that the 12 scorpions typically acted in pairs. Snap! A finger's snap echoed softly. Suddenly, 5 more figures emerged from different directions. 2 of them wore dark red cloaks like Antonia, clearly indicating their equal status within the 12 scorpions. Upon seeing them, both Lin Ling and Ramaz narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Antonia? The legendary Shadow Scorpion has actually appeared in person? Should I feel honored or should I feel sorrow? A bitter smile appeared on Ramaz's face. Now at level 210, he had just successfully completed his 8th job transfer after 8 years of tasks. However, Antonia was notorious in the 8th transfer circle. He had heard of her since he was a boy. The name of a person can instill fear, and for Ramaz, the Shadow Scorpion Antonia was such a presence. This was at least a level 228th transfer powerhouse, rumored to have assassinated more than one 8th transfer expert. Facing Antonia, Ramaz had no chance. He was not a defensive warrior, and while he could hold his own in a direct confrontation, he felt completely uncertain against an 8th transfer assassin. Moreover, now 3 members of the elusive 12 Scorpions had suddenly appeared. Even 7th transfer experts among the 12 Scorpions possessed 8th transfer combat power. What had once been speculation was now a certainty. If ambushed by an 8th transfer assassin, the attack would undoubtedly be fatal. Rames's throat moved slightly. He didn't understand why. In his moment of despair, he turned his gaze toward Linling. At that moment, Linling wore a strange smile. Only the gods are incapable? How coincidental, they are all deities. With my 3 divine servants present, you dare tell me this is all an illusion? Dark divine fragment, tempting talent. Dark divine fragment, tempting talent. As Antonia watched the trident grow larger in her field of vision, she suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This fear struck at her very soul. For the first time, she wavered in her assumptions. Antonia harbored a colossal secret, one she had never shared with anyone. Not even the founder of the 12 Scorpions, Lord Lei, was aware. That secret was that Antonia had obtained a treasure map during a hidden quest, which required an item called the Star Secret Key to unlock. The treasure map had remained in her storage space for over a decade. It wasn't until a Divine Realm operation that Antonia successfully acquired a Star Secret Key, allowing her to find the treasure indicated on the map. No one expected that a treasure hunt would lead her to a dark divine fragment. Anything related to the gods could not be ordinary. This granted Antonia a sliver of recognition of the dark laws, allowing her to comprehend a talent skill imbued with the dark laws, shadow incarnation. The longer the dark divine fragment remained with her, the deeper her understanding of the dark laws became. Antonia felt that as long as she could continue to survive, perhaps one day she could even become a deity who mastered the dark laws. And in the presence of the god Shiva, she sensed the tremors of the dark laws. She did not believe that an individual who had never touched the laws could create an illusion that would affect them. In this critical moment, Antonia made the most correct choice of her life. That is the use of the shadow avatar. Once the skill is activated, the main body instantly transforms into a clone. The true body becomes a shadow in an instant. As long as the shadow does not die, the main body will not truly perish. After using this skill, if the clone is completely killed, the main body will enter a prolonged period of weakness. This is Antonia's greatest life-saving trump card. She absolutely cannot die. As long as she survives, with the fragments of divinity she possesses, she might even stand at the pinnacle of humanity. The trident struck, and Antonia instantly switched to her shadow clone. Everyone saw her body lean back slightly, yet the trident still struck her shoulder. If she hadn't made that backward motion just now, she would have likely been cut in half. Antonia's health bar was reduced to a single thread, but she still did not fall. Ha ha ha. Michael, Daniel, did you see that? This is all an illusion, all created by this kid's mental power. In this illusion, as long as you believe you are immortal, these phantoms cannot kill you. Attack together, take them down. Antonia laughed maniacally, drenched in blood. Seeing her like this, the other Scorpions suddenly realized. No wonder Antonia remained so confident despite suffering severe injuries. From their understanding of Antonia, this woman was the biggest old six among the 12 Scorpions. In countless operations fraught with danger, one Scorpion after another had perished, with new ones taking their place. Only this old woman had never died in decades. Saving others? A strong assault? Impossible. Antonia would only act if she was 100% sure. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier, Antonia? Yeah, how could a human make 3 deities submit? Get to it, kill him. At that moment, the eyes of all the Scorpions gleamed with cold light as they charged towards Linling and the others. Only a shadow on the ground quietly pulled out the straight knife stuck in the earth. The anti-magic field instantly vanished, and the shadow shot up into the sky. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, it had already disappeared into the horizon. At that moment, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Blood Scorpion Michael was stunned. Illusion Scorpion Daniel was also taken aback. Even Linling was somewhat confused about the situation. How did the anti-magic formation break so easily? Only the Shiva god, transformed into a spirit slave, was unaffected. He only knew to obey his master's orders and kill these intruders. The trident in his hand swung out again, and the nearest blood Scorpion Michael was directly split in half by a single thrust. Illusion Scorpion Daniel instantly transformed into a dozen different animals and darted into the forest. At this moment, if he still didn't realize that he had been sold out by that old six Antonia, he would be the biggest fool in the world. You think Antonia has life-saving means? Who doesn't have a few hidden tricks up their sleeve? One of the reasons Daniel was called the greatest illusion scorpion was that he possessed an interesting top-tier talent, shapeshifting. Although he couldn't change others, he could transform into any form himself. Coupled with the shadow clone technique he awakened at the 7th transition, This allowed him to stand out among a group of 7th transition powerhouses. Ultimately, he crossed into the 8th transition and became one of the 12 Scorpion Kings. Each of these little animals was under his control. He was the one with the highest mental power among the current 12 Scorpion Kings, second only to the Thunder Lord. As long as he wished, he could even turn into a swarm of bees to escape, while his true body could switch to any one of the bees. Goodbye, I remember you, Dragon Country Kid. Once I settle the score with that old 6 Antonia, I will repay you for today. Never mind, maybe it's better not to take revenge. A voice echoed from all directions as Daniel quickly fled into the distance. As long as he went a little further, he would immediately summon these animals together, allowing him to fully transform back into his original form and escape from Demon Island. However, just when Daniel thought he had escaped from the jaws of death, a cold voice echoed from behind. Ice Age. Dynamic and explosive music suddenly blared. In an instant, a series of cracking sounds erupted. At that moment, it was as if a natural disaster had struck. Centered around Linling, a massive ice ring rapidly spread outward. Seconds later, the entire Demon Island and the surrounding misty sea of the Pacific were instantly frozen. Boom! The deafening sound of ice explosions echoed closer and closer. The roar merged into a single wave, resonating for miles around. Countless sea monsters hidden in the gray mist were reduced to powder in the ice explosions. Countless remnants of blood in the jungle at the edge of Demon Island were instantly obliterated. Only those high-level, fully healthy monsters fled in terror after losing half their health. The members of the 7th Scorpion Legion and Illusion Scorpion Daniel also exploded one after another. Under Lin Ling's powerful mental strength, he could perfectly control the sequence of forbidden spell damage. This allowed him to achieve the desired effect, landing the final blow of the winner-takes-all talent on the opponent he wanted. At this moment, Illusion Scorpion Daniel was honored to be that person. A flood of system messages popped up before Lin Ling's eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Mistsea Demon Whale, gaining 1,900,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed SpongeBob, gaining 2,100,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Patrick Star, gaining 2,050,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Mr. Krabs, gaining 2,200,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Golden Horn Giant Crocodile, gaining 1,200,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed. Lin Ling glanced over. This time, releasing the Ice-type forbidden spell only netted him less than 500 million experience. He had killed fewer than 400 monsters, and it was clear that the monsters in this misty sea were not limited to these, as his damage made it difficult to achieve one-hit kills on those above level 7. Lin Ling didn't pay much attention, raising his hand to collect the equipment that had been teleported over and continued to look at other system messages. You have successfully killed the professional blood scorpion Michael Johnson, triggering the talent passive winner takes all. Do you want to draw a talent? You have successfully killed the professional Weska, triggering the talent. You have successfully killed the professional illusion scorpion Daniel Thomas, triggering the talent passive winner takes all. Do you want to draw a talent? Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. The final blow indeed landed on Daniel. Draw! As Lin Ling's voice fell, a large spinning wheel appeared before him. The talents of Illusion Scorpion Daniel appeared in sequence. Master Brewer, Assassin Sai, Shadow Clone, God of Wine's Blessing, Shapeshifting, Mental Storm. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes, fixating on shapeshifting. What a tempting talent. The third giant of the United States? What are you even? The feeling of being protected by someone made Lin Ling's heart warm as he looked at the towering figure in the air. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Dragon Man, you actually came back? Alex asked, his throat bobbing with a hint of fear. In this world, there were very few people who could make Alex feel afraid, but the person before him definitely counted as one. This guy was a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Not only was he a peak level 8-turn Holy Mage, but he was also an 8-turn Holy Dragon Knight. The difference between a Holy Knight and a Holy Dragon Knight was just one word, yet their actual combat power was vastly different. He also had a Subdragon mount, but in front of a 5-clawed golden dragon, his Subdragon didn't even have the courage to fly. That was a complete bloodline suppression. Ha ha ha. If you don't come back soon, my little cub will be bullied by you, won't he? Alex, you don't want to fight? I'll accompany you for a good battle. Lin Tianlong laughed heartily as he sat down, and the golden dragon charged towards Alex again. Alex shot up into the sky, engulfed in towering golden flames. Boom! The two beams of golden light collided instantly. Unfortunately, he ascended quickly but fell even faster. Lin Tianlong's dragon spear slashed down, sending a spear light hundreds of meters long crashing towards Alex. Bang! Alex slammed heavily into the ground, creating a pit over 10 meters deep in the ice-covered surface. Lin Tianlong charged again, his dragon spear thrusting directly at Alex in the pit. Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat. I'm leaving right now. Alex hurriedly waved his hands in surrender. You scared my child and think you can escape so easily? Lin Tianlong shouted angrily, his dragon spear already drawn again. Wait. I'll compensate for your child, Alex said, his face filled with bitterness. If he had known that the one who unleashed the ice-forbidden spell was Lin Tianlong's descendant, he wouldn't have dared to come here even if he was beaten to death. The only one who could suppress Lin Tianlong was the first speaker, Adolf, but it was clearly too late to call for help now. He could only temporarily avoid the confrontation, offer land and compensation to seek peace. Humph. Lin Tianlong then sheathed his spear, saying, I hope you are sincere, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Alex forced a bitter smile and raised his hand to take out a pile of items. These are all treasures I've collected. Your descendants can choose one. The dragon human glanced at the items, thinking to curse the old fox, but ultimately shook his head helplessly. They were all good items, but they were useless. Kid, come see if there's anything you like. The dragon human turned to Lin Ling, who immediately flew forward. He looked at the items in front of Alex, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Only 2 items piqued his interest. Level 180 Starry Sky Armor, Holy, armor from one of the 7-turn Holy sets, valued at over 30 billion, ordinary 7-turns can't afford it, and 7-turn elites look down on it. Rare Earth Skill Book, Rock Curse, a skill book worth over 10 billion, requiring rock to unleash its effects. If used in high altitude during battle, the skill becomes ineffective. Quite good, but also somewhat of a useless rare skill book. However, Lin Ling had no immunity to skill books. As for the others, all valued in the tens of billions, they simply didn't catch his eye. Flying Pet Summoning Technique, Legendary, God of Magic's Do Attack Type Forbidden Spell Scroll Key of Star Secrets Level Battle Machine Control Hub. Just as Lin Ling was about to choose the Earth type item, his gaze suddenly fell on the Key of Star Secrets. I feel like I've seen this item's name somewhere. He pondered slightly and suddenly remembered the treasure map that Mykoyev had given him. He had only glanced at it briefly. It was said that there were 2 ways to unlock it. One was to dig according to the map's hints, which could release a creature that grants rich item experience rewards. The other required an item called the Key of Star Secrets to unlock, which could find mysterious treasures buried underground. You bring a pile of junk and expect me to choose one? Who do you look down on? Lin Ling said coldly. Alex curled his lip. How could he possibly bring out real treasures to give away? I only have these. Take it or leave it. If the dragon human thinks these aren't sincere enough, then I can only call for help and then let Speaker Adolf wrestle with you, Alex said, putting on a look of indifference. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of him? The dragon human snorted coldly, raised his hand to collect all the items, and turned to grab Lin Ling, flying off into the distance. According to international treaties, large-scale warfare above the 8th turn was prohibited, and the dragon human was unwilling to truly tear up the agreement with the United States. Alex watched the 2 fly away, a sinister smile suddenly appearing on his face. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. This kid is strange. How can he release forbidden spells at such a young age? Since he has come to Demon Island, he must be looking to enter the Demon Island instance. Unfortunately, no matter how monstrous he is destined to die in the Demon Island instance. Take all of this. If it's useless, just sell it, the Dragon Man said, stuffing all of Alex's belongings into Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling glanced at the Dragon Man and accepted everything. The 2 of them fell into silence for a moment. After a while, Lin Ling was the first to speak. Great-grandfather, aren't you a magician? Yes, but I am a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. What did you call me? The Dragon Man, over 120 years old, felt a pang in his nose at that moment. I didn't call you anything. What are you doing here? Lin Ling asked with a stern face. Ha ha ha. I heard you. If you didn't call, then you didn't call. Ever since the last time the 12 scorpions attacked you, I've been investigating their whereabouts. Recently, I got news that the 12 scorpions are planning a big move, possibly related to Demon Island, so I came to see if I could catch 1 or 2 scorpions. I didn't expect that as soon as I landed on the island, I would find the dog Alex bullying you, the Dragon Man said, his smile never fading. Lin Ling couldn't help but touch his nose. The scorpions had indeed appeared, and he had taken down 2 of them himself. Seeing Lin Ling silent, the Dragon Man knew there was still some tension between them. I'll guard here for 7 days. Even if those scorpions want to stir up trouble, they have to ask my heavenly dragon spear first. Little Ling, if you need anything, just tell great-grandfather. Whatever I have, you can take. If I don't have it, I'll get it for you, even if I have to steal it. As he spoke, the murky eyes behind his mask gradually brightened. After the changes in the Lin family, he had come to understand a lot. He had lost everything, and after he died, all that would remain was this last trace of bloodline. I need magic skill books, a lot of skill books, Linling said without hesitation. Well, I really don't have any, but I'll help you get some. It should be quick. The dragon man scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Are you a fire-type holy mage? Linling suddenly asked. Yes, absolutely. I'm also a gold-type holy mage, and I have a hidden profession as a golden dragon knight. I have 3 forbidden spells, and I can also use the great heavenly dragon. The dragon man patted his chest, looking very much like a child eager to show off in front of his parents. Seeing his expression, Linling suddenly felt a bit sour in his heart, so he gently nodded. Then let me give you a hug. Upon hearing this, the dragon man was instantly overjoyed and immediately opened his arms to embrace Linling. Ding! Detected that the other party has magic skills you can learn. Talent skill replication has been triggered. Do you want to replicate the skill? Linling raised the corner of his mouth. Replicate. Congratulations! You have successfully replicated the fire-type skill All Things Ignite from the practitioner Lin Tianlong. This skill is a level 120 fire-type area attack skill and meets the learning requirements. Do you want to learn it now? Learn! Congratulations! You have successfully learned the fire-type magic skill, All Things Ignite. Do you want to use the forbidden spell naming technique to name it? Name All Things Ignite as Heart of Fire. The second divine level forbidden spell was born. Name successful. The fire-type magic skill All Things Ignite automatically upgrades to the fire-type forbidden spell Magic Heart of Fire. After releasing this skill, designated targets within a radius of 1,000 miles will ignite from within, causing an explosive effect. Detected that you have another learnable skill Rock Curse. Do you want to learn it? Learn! Learning successful. After releasing this skill, all rocks within 100 meters will turn into rock warriors to fight for you. Do you want to use the forbidden spell naming technique to rename it? Rename the Rock Curse to Soil Transformation and Sand. Naming successful. The Earth Magic skill Rock Curse automatically upgrades to the Earth Forbidden spell Soil Transformation and Sand. After releasing the skill, all rocks and gravel within 100 miles can be transformed into rock sand warriors to fight for you. Successfully triggered the talent skill fusion. Do you want to fuse Heart of Fire and Soil Transformation and Sand? You can name the fused skill or choose not to name it. Naming it will affect the fusion success rate. The dragon man was still feeling the bloodline resonance within Linling, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of Linling's mouth. Fuse Heart of Fire and Soil Transformation and Sand into flammable and explosive. Congratulations on the successful fusion. You have combined the Fire Forbidden spell Heart of Fire and the Earth Forbidden spell Soil Transformation and Sand into the Divine Forbidden spell Flammable and Explosive. Flammable and explosive quality. Divine Forbidden spell skill analysis. After releasing this skill, all rocks within 1,000 miles will transform into magma warriors rushing towards the target. Once they approach the target, the rock warriors will self-destruct, dealing a single explosion damage of 500 true damage based on the caster's magic damage. Self-destructing army, 1,000-mile range. This is simply a skill born for war, Linling thought to himself, immediately retracting his thoughts. Alright, I have to go. He gently pushed the dragon man away, although he was technically a close relative. Being held by an old man like this was still uncomfortable. Kid, I want Xiao Jiang to take over the dragon man's position. What do you think? The dragon man suddenly asked. Xiao Jiang? Linling frowned slightly. You mean Jiang Shani? The dragon man nodded gently. Linling's eyelids twitched. There were really not many who could call the old man Jiang Xiao Jiang. Why are you in such a hurry to find someone to take over? Linling asked. A bitter smile appeared on the dragon man's face. My time is running out, at most 3 years, at least only 1 year left. I must find a successor. Upon hearing this, Linling's eyes narrowed instantly. Is there no way to extend your life? Linling asked again. The dragon man shook his head pitifully. Unless I can break through to the 9th turn before my time comes. But I'm still 1.5 levels away from level 240. It's not something I can achieve in just a year or two. You little brat, this time we part, the next time we meet may very well be forever. Can you call me Grandpa one more time? You wish. Trying to play the sympathy card with me? Maybe one day, I can take you to level up. Linling said with a mischievous smile. Take me to level up? The monsters on Blue Star won't do, unless we go to the Divine Realm or other higher planes. If we could go to a level 3 civilization, maybe I could really live a few more years, Jiang Shani said helplessly with a bitter smile. Higher planes? Level 3 civilization? A hint of confusion flashed in Linling's eyes. He seemed to have heard this term before, but only by name. There are not just one life planet fused with the Divine Realm. In the vast universe, who knows how many life planets there are? The fusion of the Divine Realm has created connections between these distant planets. Spatially, the Divine Realm is like a beehive. With each life planet it fuses becoming a hexagonal cell in the hive. Our blue star is merely the weakest among them, and the deities of the divine realm refer to us as a level 2 civilization. Some treasures in higher civilizations can indeed significantly extend one's lifespan. If luck is on my side, maybe one day I will be captured by a higher civilization and transformed, gaining a lifespan of 10,000 years. The dragon man said with a smile, but his eyes were filled with longing. Interesting, I'm starting to look forward to it. Will the practitioners from other life planets have 3 heads and 6 arms? Lin Ling rubbed his nose. You should focus on leveling up. If you want to see a broader world, you need to raise your level first. The 9th turn is the threshold to enter the divine realm. Call me Grandpa, and I'll tell you stories about the divine realm, the dragon man said slyly. Don't call me, I'm not a child. Lin Ling pouted and instantly vanished from the spot using the Tiancher instantaneous movement. This brat, does calling out one more time cost you a piece of meat? No manners at all. Long Yi mumbled, and as he thought of Lin Ling's fearless demeanor in front of Alex, a hint of pride lit up in his eyes. Which 5th turn powerhouse could stand unafraid before the 3rd giant of NATO? Pride, absolute pride. No wonder he is the descendant of my Lin Tianlong, ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the area where GMO and the others were. With a thought, the freezing effect brought by the Ice Age instantly disappeared, and everything within 100 miles returned to normal. What happened? Did I just return to the Arctic? Damn it, I fought for 3 hours, who killed my low health? Forbidden spell, it's an ice-type forbidden spell, how did I not die? At least an 8th turn holy mage must have acted. Exclamations rang out near Demon Island. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all this was carefully examining an ancient treasure map. Treasure map, legendary, detected that you possess the star's secret key, would you like to use it? Yes. Usage successful, the treasure map points you to a buried extraterrestrial civilization treasure. Please head to the Siberian coordinates, 1362, to search. Extraterrestrial civilization has come out? Siberia? Isn't the first phase of my job transfer task in Siberia? Lin Ling thought, suddenly filled with anticipation for the trip to Siberia. He instantly teleported to where GMO and the others were. As soon as Qin Xian saw him, he excitedly ran over, holding a Demon Island entrance ticket. Boss, that Arab uncle left. He asked me to say sorry to you and left this entrance ticket. Qin Xian said. Lin Ling took the ticket and looked at Zhuocheng. It's yours now. Seeing the entrance ticket, Zhuocheng's eyes immediately lit up. Whether he could leap over the dragon gate depended on this time. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Don't worry, Zhuocheng, will definitely not let you down. Zhuocheng patted his chest and promised. Lin Ling nodded. The dungeon will open soon. Once you enter, you need to find a way to regroup quickly. Yeah, bro, don't worry. We won't have any problems. You all help me protect Meng Yin. Don't worry, boss. Anyone who wants to harm my sister-in-law will have to step over my corpse first. Ha ha ha. There won't be any corpses. We all need to stay alive. Zhou Mengyan looked at Lin Ling with a hint of reluctance but said nothing more. She understood that Lin Ling's time was extremely precious, and the difficulty of the 5-star 5-turn task was beyond imagination. After killing the one-eyed tyrant just now, the other's experience was already approaching 130, but Lin Ling was still stuck at the 120 level 5-turn seal. Lin Ling sent everyone to the teleportation entrance, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Among them were many unfriendly gazes. Lin Ling didn't bother to pay attention to these looks. He swept his eyes over, and the attributes of these people floated before him. Those above the 7th turn couldn't enter. All these participants were 6th turn powerhouses, and some of their attributes were even worse than the 4th turn Zhang Zai. Seeing these people, Lin Ling suddenly felt that his worries were likely unnecessary. Soon, the dungeon opened, and everyone entered. Lin Ling also began his own journey. Siberian ice field. The cold wind howled, and the snow was thick. Snowflakes the size of palms danced in the air, mercilessly attacking the vast ice field below. The sound of the wind was like ghosts howling, making it impossible to hear each other from 2 meters away. Yet high above, the sky was a clear blue. A large fish swam slowly through the air. Lin Ling stood on the kunpeng, his brow tightly furrowed. He had been in Siberia for half a day, and the first phase of his mission was not going smoothly. The task required finding the disciple of the ice and snow goddess, Dias, before he could proceed. However, after inquiring for a long time, not a single adventurer knew Dias's whereabouts. He had no choice but to keep circling high in the sky, hoping to find a clue. Unfortunately, a blizzard enveloped the frozen land, making it impossible to see from above, and the thick clouds obscured everything from the naked eye. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a monster a kilometer below. A 2-headed giant eagle, an elite-level creature. This giant eagle, over 10 meters long, had been circling this area for quite some time, seemingly drawn to something below. However, the blizzard was too fierce, and no matter how good the eagle's eyesight was, it could not lock onto its target. Ling felt puzzled and deliberately flew away from the giant eagle into the clouds, soon spotting a line of humans on the ground that resembled a dragon. Suddenly, the wind changed direction, and the blizzard in the air seemed unprepared, instantly becoming chaotic. At that moment, a corner of the ground suddenly appeared in the giant eagle's view. A girl around 10 years old was knocked down by the sudden change in wind direction, rolling straight towards the cliff at the edge of the snow slope. Her parents beside her were completely unaware of the danger. The two-headed eagle's pupils suddenly constricted, locking onto its prey. With a powerful flap of its wings, it dove towards the girl. At that moment, the girl had already rolled to the edge of the cliff. Despite her young age, she understood that below was an abyss. In that instant, her survival instinct surged, and after a desperate grab, she managed to catch hold of a tree root hidden in the snow. Her body was already hanging over the edge of the cliff, and if her small hand slipped, it would mean certain death. She cried out desperately, but no matter how loud her voice was, it could not penetrate the howling wind. Just then, a shadow fell from the sky. The girl looked up and saw two sharp, massive eagle claws reaching for her. A figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff. "Let the strong winds blow." A strange song echoed, and the rapidly descending giant eagle was torn apart by the very winds it loved. "Thank you, ice and snow goddess. Thank you, high priest Dias." The girl's tender voice rang out in the wind. Searching for Dias, the arrogant Hodel, dark currents surged on Demon Island, the royal snow demon cubs. Ling suddenly turned his head and saw a creature covered in pure white fur, resembling a large snowball, appear beside the road ahead. If it weren't for its two large, basin-sized black eyes, it would be hard to spot in the snow. "What kind of animal is this? It's so cute." Seeing such a silly and adorable creature, Loria's big eyes instantly turned into crescent moons. Mozaki gently shook her head. She had never seen such a creature either. Soon, more and more people noticed the unexpected guest by the roadside. Yet, no one could identify what species it was. Some people instinctively turned to Hodel, thinking that perhaps only a powerful divine envoy could recognize this magical creature. "Great envoy Hodel, please enlighten us. What kind of creature is this?" an elderly man asked, placing a hand on his chest. Looking at the snowball, Hodel was equally bewildered. Before coming to the Siberian snowfields, he had reviewed guides on the distribution of monsters in this area. He had a very thorough understanding of the creatures here. This plain was called the Snow Demon Plain, and naturally, the main monsters were a type called snow demons. According to the records, snow demons stood about 5 meters tall, covered in white fur, and resembled a behemoth, composed of both violent snow demons and arcane snow demons, known for their gregarious nature and strong unity. The more noble their bloodline, the stronger their call. However, this creature had nothing in common with snow demons except for its white fur. He shook his head gently and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, although I am quite knowledgeable, I have never seen such a creature." Upon hearing this, everyone showed a hint of disappointment. At that moment, Loria suddenly turned to look at Ling. She was the only one who knew how powerful Ling was. He was someone who could effortlessly turn a two-headed giant eagle to dust. Her gaze attracted the attention of many, and soon more and more people focused on Ling. This scene immediately darkened Hodel's expression. "Humph," he snorted coldly, "even I, the great Hodel, do not recognize it, so it's impossible for others to know. Don't place your hopes on the ignorant." Ling's expression darkened. He was starting to lose patience with this guy. He directly used the eye of the hero to look at the large snowball. Royal Snow Demon, Cub, Level, Health, 200,000, Physical Damage, 20,000, Magical Damage, 20,000, Magical Defense, 20,000, Physical Defense, 20,000. The Snow Demon clan is inherently kind and gentle, but 5,000 years ago, they were cursed by the Abyssal Demon clan, causing their temperament to become sometimes brutal and sometimes docile. However, the Snow Demon clan has a great fondness for sweet potatoes, which has led them to disturb the indigenous people of Siberia for years. 3,000 years ago, the Snow Demon royal family launched a full-scale attack on humanity, with hundreds of thousands of snow demons attacking human territories, resulting in over 100,000 human casualties, all for a single sweet potato. The Ice and Snow Goddess sent her disciple Dias to battle the Snow Demon King for 3 days and nights, ultimately reaching a handshake and becoming friends, and an agreement was made for the Snow Demon clan to receive 10,000 tons of sweet potatoes each year, in exchange for never disturbing humanity again. The underage royal snow demon is non-aggressive. Do not initiate attacks against it. When a royal cub is out, there will surely be guards nearby. If harmed, the snow demon cub will emit a terrifying scream. Any conflict could lead to irreparable consequences. Seeing the detailed information about the snow demon before him, Ling was also taken aback. Such a cute creature would grow up to be the notorious sweet potato thief, the Snow Demon clan. This is a snow demon cub, likely of royal blood. Once it grows up, it will become a snow demon. Right now, it is not aggressive, and to reach the ice and snow goddess's temple as soon as possible, I suggest everyone not to disturb it. We can just go around it to pass quickly. Linling immediately offered the most sensible advice to avoid delaying their journey. As soon as he said this, many people's gazes towards him changed. They admired knowledgeable and powerful individuals the most. Although they did not know Linling's strength, he had clearly surpassed the divine envoy Hodel in terms of knowledge. In no time, various praises echoed through the group. Praise the ice and snow goddess, praise the learned traveler. There really is someone more knowledgeable than the divine envoy. That's incredible. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Cole, I told you, Big Brother is a truly remarkable prophet. Little Loria also smiled as she hugged Linling's arm. Yet, no one noticed that Hodel, standing at the back of the group, had a face so dark it seemed ready to drip water. Clearly, in his eyes, Linling was deliberately stealing his thunder, which made Hodel very unhappy. I kindly protect you, and you steal my spotlight. Isn't that turning the heavens upside down? Humph. What's so great about it? I already guessed this was a snow demon, I just wanted to test him a bit. Saying this, he strode ahead, surpassing the group. The looks the merchants gave him had become somewhat strange. Just as Hodel passed in front of Linling, he suddenly turned around, grabbed Linling by the collar, and hissed in a low voice, "Kid, I warn you one last time, this is my merchant group. You better turn into air. I don't want to see you flaunting yourself anymore. Otherwise, if you really encounter danger, I will not provide you with any protection, understand?" Linling frowned slightly. "Take your hand away. This is the first and last time. I just want to go to the ice and snow goddess temple and don't want to cause trouble. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Moreover, I never said I needed your protection. You better think clearly about that." As he spoke, he gently grabbed Hodel's wrist and pulled him away. At that moment, Hodel looked at his wrist in disbelief, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Is this the kind of power a magician can possess? Just as a sharp pain shot through his wrist, Linling suddenly let go. Hodel stumbled back a few steps, his face filled with horror. Humph, a powerful magician, you must be using all your strength, right? If that's the case, then you can fend for yourself. Losing my protection, you will surely regret it, he said in a low voice and turned to walk away. At that moment, a little snow demon by the roadside seemed to have caught the scent of sweet potatoes from the caravan. Suddenly, it perked up its nose and approached the caravan. Hodel's expression darkened, and a magic wand appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Linling's heart sank, and he immediately stopped him. "Don't hurt it." Upon hearing his words, Hodel showed a hint of disdain and directly unleashed a wind blade towards the little snow demon. Put! The wind blade instantly pierced into the snowball's body. A spray of blood shot up into the sky. Screech, screech, screech. A chilling death scream echoed across the entire snow demon plain. The little snow demon, after letting out a terrifying scream, collapsed to the ground, its bright red blood stark against the white snow. The adorable little snow demon was killed. Lolia, seeing the little snow demon being slain, burst into tears instantly. She rushed to the little snow demon's side and held its rapidly cooling body, crying out loud. Meanwhile, Hodel glanced indifferently at Lolia before turning to Linling and the others. "Did you see that? This is the power you should be in awe of. Don't say it's just a snow demon cub, even an adult snow demon would be easy for me to kill," Hodel said proudly, raising the wand in his hand. Linling frowned tightly. "You foolish guy, I told you not to harm the little snow demon. What you did will only bring trouble." Hodel's smug expression vanished instantly. "Are you all from the Dragon Kingdom so cowardly? It's just a snow demon. If one comes, I kill one. If a pair comes, I kill a pair. It's just a fight. My White Bear Kingdom has never feared battle. 3 years ago, when I was at the 5th transition, I already fought against the Abyss Army. Even if 3 snow demons came at once, I could handle it alone." Linling glanced at him and immediately said to Mozaki, "Take Lolia and hurry up." He naturally wasn't afraid of the snow demons. There was nothing in this world that a forbidden spell couldn't deal with. If there was, then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 of them. What Linling was concerned about was the system prompt mentioning that Diaz, the disciple of the ice and snow goddess, had become friends with the snow demon royal family. If he exterminated the snow demon clan, would it affect his job transition task? Mozaki, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at Hodel but chose to follow Linling's arrangement. For some reason, standing next to this young man gave her a strong sense of security. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Lolia, and accelerated their pace. But suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out from the caravan. "Not good, the snow demons are coming. This is really a snow demon, we're done for." Several snow demons, "Lord Hodel, please take action." Many people shouted at Hodel. Both Hodel and Linling turned to look in the direction the people were pointing. In the vast snowfield, 4 towering white figures were rapidly approaching. Hodel squinted his eyes. feeling a bit regretful about his earlier actions. He truly hadn't expected that casually killing a small one would attract the older ones, but how could he lower his head and admit his mistake for the sake of face? Hodel straightened his chest, gripped his wand tightly, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't worry, it's just 4 snow demons. Watch me take care of them." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to wave his wand, unleashing powerful spells. A blue wind wolf instantly sprang out, pouncing on one of the snow demons. A fire python followed closely, twisting its body to confront 2 of the snow demons. The skills of the wind and fire professions were released in perfect harmony, the connection seamless. Seeing this scene, Linling was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Hodel to be a dual-element mage. Although he couldn't cast forbidden spells without reaching the 7th tier of Archmage, the speed at which a dual-element mage could connect their skills was already impressive. Boom, 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 boom. The magic exploded across the snowy plains, and everyone's hearts, except Linling's, were in their throats. At this moment, the snow demons were not to be outdone. These 4 snow demons consisted of 2 raging snow demons and 2 arcane snow demons. After being attacked, the raging snow demons immediately chose to enter a berserk transformation. After transforming, their height exceeded 20 meters, making them look like 2 moving snow mountains on the plain. They swung their massive claws, trying to tear apart the detestable mage 100 meters away. However, they were repeatedly pushed back by the magic. Meanwhile, the other 2 arcane snow demons opened their mouths wide, releasing ice spikes that flew toward the crowd. "Defend!" Mozaki shouted. Everyone took out their shields and assumed defensive positions. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of ice blades fell, and many unfortunate souls were pinned to the ground on the spot. Seeing this, Hodel's expression turned anxious. Every time someone died, a system prompt indicating a score deduction popped up before his eyes. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the 4 level 200 snow demon behemoths had charged within 20 meters. Realizing this, Hodel felt even more regret, but at this moment, he could only clean up the mess himself. A flash of determination crossed his eyes, and a bottle of golden potion appeared in his hand. Linling squinted. He hadn't expected Hodel to be willing to use the divine mage's dew. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fireballs, flame whirlwinds, wind blades, wind tornadoes. Under the effect of the divine mage's dew, the spells disappeared, and the mana cost was 0. He instantly transformed into a magical machine gun. In less than a minute, as the last snow demon charged within 10 meters, it finally fell to the ground. Yo! Yo! Another round of terrifying screams erupted, marking the complete end of the 4 snow demons' lives. Hodel gasped for breath, but even so, he did not forget to provocatively look at Linling. "Did you see that? This is the power of me, Hodel. Do you know what I just drank? Have you seen the divine mage's dew? 1 bottle costs billions. My spell frequency just now was comparable to some minor forbidden spells. Do you know what forbidden spells are? Kid, remember this, be humble and respect the strong." As he finished speaking, a cheer erupted from the merchant group. So powerful, truly worthy of the divine envoy, to release so many spells in such a short time. The coverage of those spells was over 100 meters. This is truly incredible. Praise the ice and snow goddess, praise the great Hodel. The praises kept coming, and although Hodel felt a sting from consuming a bottle of divine mage's dew, his face still showed no signs of pride. He reveled in the admiration of others. Of course, what pleased him the most was the reaction of the assassin Linling. The young assassin who loved to show off was clearly very surprised. Be shocked, young man, yes, that's the expression. It's not shameful to be shocked. Who hasn't been shocked before? Ha ha ha. Hodel's heart swelled with joy. Although Linling couldn't say he was shocked, he was indeed somewhat surprised. Hodel's recent display of skills felt oddly familiar. Wasn't this the style he liked the most? Originally thinking this was his own creation, he found that others could do it too. Just as Linling smiled to himself, Hodel's voice came again. "Alright, the danger is over. Everyone take a break here. I'll take care of this little snow demon and make some roasted meat. We'll eat and then leave," Hodel suddenly said. However, just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled. A white wave appeared on the horizon, seemingly endless. Everyone was a bit confused, looking into the distance, quietly waiting for the wave to approach. Soon, their expressions changed drastically. They realized that the white wave was actually the snow mist kicked up by hundreds of thousands of snow demons running wildly. With no more expectations, many reader friends have started school, and the readership has dropped from over 200,000 to just a few thousand. Now, only you guys are left chasing the updates every day. Each of you give me a little motivation and urge for more updates. and I promise to deliver 3 updates a day until the end of the month, okay? Isn't this kid at the 4th turn? Can a 4th turn cast forbidden spells? Siberia's large square dance livestream hodls wild imagination. Teacher, I miss you so much. Crazy skill stealing, no shame. Invincible in the world, no shame. Invincible in the world. Teacher, why do I feel more and more that my master is really amazing? His boasting sounds just like the real thing. Hodl muttered softly. Mekiyev's eyes were also filled with admiration. How do you know he's just bragging? Maybe your master really knows the gods. Just wait, your master's power far exceeds your imagination. Thank you, I will work hard to cultivate. Thank you for your contributions to Siberia. On behalf of the Ice and Snow Goddess, I send my gratitude to you. Linling frowned slightly. Is it just verbal rewards? He was the most realistic person. To him, there was no difference between having practical rewards and not having them. However, just as his thoughts began to stir, a system prompt popped up in front of him. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the Ice and Snow Goddess. 5-turn running task, automatically completed 5 rings. Current task completion, 5, please quickly accept the task from Dias. Congratulations, you have received experience reward, 5 billion. This wave of rewards caused Linling's seemingly bottomless energy pool to rise a little. Linling's eyes lit up. The 5 rings actually rewarded 5 billion experience. It seems that the blessing of the Ice and Snow Goddess is quite good. The ring task turned into a 10-ring reward, saving a lot of trouble. Miss Dias, I am here to complete the 5-turn task. What do you need me to do? He asked with a smile. As soon as he said this, Hodl and Mekiyev exchanged a glance. Both of them saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Is it really a 5-turn task? With the 4th turn, one could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of thousands of snow demons. What about others? Respected adventurer, my teacher needs a heart of a snow demon. Emperor, Dias said cautiously, her voice getting lower. Task, find a heart of a snow demon emperor for the Ice and Snow Goddess. I actually have a heart of a snow demon emperor. Linling completely overlooked Dias's unusual emotions. He happily laughed and immediately took out the heart he had just obtained and handed it over. Congratulations, you have completed the 5-turn running task 6, current progress 6, received experience reward, 1 billion, please ask Dias about the remaining tasks. Linling looked at Dias. Miss Dias, what else do you need me to do next? Dias took out a parchment and handed it to Linling. You need to go to the Pyramid Kingdom and hunt 10 bosses above level 120. After completing the task, go to Eagle Sauce Country and turn in the task to the Statue of Liberty. After a few conversations, Dias was clearly much less nervous, and a new task prompt immediately popped up in front of Linling. 5-turn task 7, go to the Pyramid Kingdom and kill bosses above level 120. Linling turned her eyes to Dias and said, so, does that mean the next task has nothing to do with you? At that moment, Dias suddenly had a bad premonition, but she still gently nodded. However, the next second, she saw a terrifying smile appear at the corner of Linling's mouth. I have already found what the Ice and Snow Goddess wanted. Does Miss Dias have no intention of showing her appreciation? He blinked, and the implication was very clear. Beside them, Mikiev's eyes widened instantly. It was truly incredible, and it was still my teacher. When they undertook tasks, they simply accepted whatever was given to them. Goodness, Linling was directly asking for a reward, right? And demanding it from someone as powerful as an 8th-tier peak. No wonder they were so strong at the 4th tier. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, a person without shame is invincible, which probably means something like this. Didn't you receive a reward? Dias asked with a face full of grievance. Hadn't she already given you her blessing? Why was there still a need for appreciation? This adventurer seemed a bit. Just then, a glint of cunning flashed in Linling's eyes as he shook his head and said, No, one thing at a time. The blessing from the Ice and Snow Goddess is her reward, and you indulged the snow demons in devouring the human race while trying to appease them with sweet potatoes. Now that I have slaughtered them, Siberia will no longer be invaded by the snow demons. You should at least show some gratitude, right? Dias's eyes widened in shock as she waved her 2 delicate hands vigorously. No. I didn't mean to let them eat people. They were very cute before. They became brutal due to the corruption of abyssal powers. I only gave them sweet potatoes. I just hoped they would stop hurting people after they were full. I really didn't expect them to still eat humans. Dias's eyes were filled with anxiety and guilt. But that's just your hope. They still pose a threat to the human race. The caravans escorting sweet potatoes for you. Every year many people freeze to death or work themselves to death. Shouldn't you compensate the human race? And what about me? Do you know how much I sacrificed to kill those snow demons? I nearly exhausted all my wealth to wipe out the snow demon army. it's time for you to show your sincerity. Why don't you believe me? Lin Ling said as he walked directly to Hodel and pulled his head forward a couple of times. Look at him, his name is Hodel. To fight the snow demons, his face was beaten into a ball. As Lin Ling spoke, he pried open Hodel's mouth, revealing his still bleeding gums. Look closely, what a pitiful child. He lost all his teeth just to duel with the snow demons. As his mentor, I now represent Hodel and the entire human race to accept your compensation. Lin Ling wore a mischievous smile, but his voice was extremely serious. Hearing his words, Hodel and Mikhail exchanged glances again. Today was truly an eye-opener. They had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Then, I will give you this necklace as compensation. Tears welled up in Dias's eyes as she spoke, taking a necklace off her neck. Almost the moment she removed the necklace, the three professionals present simultaneously cast their detection spells. Blessing of the Ice and Snow Goddess category, accessory quality, divine artifact required level, 120 usage requirement, female professionals intelligence all attribute enhancement accompanied by divine passive skill, blessing of the Ice and Snow Goddess skill analysis. The range of all area skills used by the user is expanded by 1,000 times. At that moment, even the well-informed Mikhail couldn't help but gasp in shock. The value of this necklace was beyond monetary measure. Such an incredible treasure was just given away? At this moment, the admiration of the master and disciple for Lin Ling had reached a new height. However, just when they thought Lin Ling would surely be satisfied, they found that there was not a trace of a smile on his face. He took the necklace with a stern expression and put it away directly, squinting his eyes and saying, "Just this broken necklace? Are you trying to send me off like a beggar? Not enough. Was he a devil? Was he a devil?" As these words left his mouth, the expressions of Mikhail and Hodel instantly turned to stone. Good. What a broken necklace. What is shamelessness? What is having no bottom line? Today, they had seen it. Even little Loria in the back opened her mouth in surprise. Such a beautiful necklace, and the big brother actually called it a broken necklace. However, Dias lowered her head, tears quickly forming in her misty eyes. I really have nothing else, she whispered, her voice growing softer, her left hand tightly gripping her right hand, as if afraid that the adventurer in front of her would see something. Yet, the more she did this, the more it drew the attention of the old devil Lin. What do you have on your right hand? Lin Ling asked. Dias shivered and quickly hid her hand behind her back, but Lin Ling still saw a bronze ring, which seemed to have a beast carved on its face. His pupils constricted. Good stuff. Ahem. I've seen it, that ring of yours is quite nice. One must be honest and responsible, you've only lost some jewelry, but those dead humans will forever sleep in the cold ground. Reluctantly, Dias opened her hand, revealing the ring. It was indeed a bronze ring, styled very much like something from the Dragon Kingdom, with a vividly carved tiger on the face. This ring I can't give you. The teacher gave me 2 items, and I accidentally lost one, now only this ring is left, I absolutely cannot lose it again, Dias said pitifully, but at this moment, the 3 professionals had once again cast their detection spells. Tiger Talisman Ring, Sacred, Usage Level, Non-Usage Requirement, 100 Favorability with the War King category, Accessory Type, Special Item Analysis. This ring is a token of the War King Zheng Beichen from the Central Plains, containing a storage space for soldiers. With this ring, one can summon 1,000,000 Beichen troops. 1,000,000 Beichen troops? If I remember correctly, the guards in the Demon Island dungeon were called the Beichen troops, right? Teacher, do you remember the rebels in the Great Wall Guard dungeon? Their tokens also had Beichen written on them. Could it be that this ring can summon those? How terrifying are the Beichen troops? No way? Mikhail and Hodel said, swallowing hard. If they really brought that legion out, wouldn't they sweep across the entire Blue Star? At this moment, Lin Ling was also somewhat excited. Although he didn't know what the Beichen troops were, he had a feeling that this ring was very important to him. The most crucial point was the favorability with the War King. His favorability had already reached 82, just 18 points away from the 100 needed to use this ring. Dias, do you know the origin of this ring? Lin Ling asked sincerely. A flicker of contemplation passed through Dias's eyes. I know a bit. The demon army wants to overthrow the gods' rule over humanity by enslaving the human race. People all over the world began to fight back, and the Central Plains dynasty in the east became one of the main forces resisting the demon race. The War King Zheng Beichen formed an alliance with the Nubian Air Force of ancient Egypt. General Beichen received an invitation from the Nubian governor and sent 300,000 Beichen troops to ride the Garuda to ancient Egypt to learn aerial combat techniques. But what awaited these 300,000 Beichen troops was a huge conspiracy. One of the governors of the Nubian army colluded with the pharaoh's army and cooperated with the pro-demon prime minister of the Central Plains dynasty. They falsely transmitted the order of the Grand Marshal, allowing the 300,000 Northern Star army army to guard the abyssal rift in ancient Egypt. Even to this day, these troops are still stationed at the entrance of the abyss in place of the Nubian Legion. The Grand Marshal of Northern Star waited in vain for the return of the 30,000 soldiers and handed the military token ring to a trusted aide to cross the ocean in search of the 300,000 Northern Star troops. However, as soon as the aide set off, the Grand Marshal was dismissed by Prime Minister Chin on charges of collusion with the enemy. Meanwhile, the Northern Star Scouts who went to sea unexpectedly intercepted a secret letter from Prime Minister Chin to the Nubian governor. If this secret letter were delivered to the Emperor of the Central Land Dynasty, the Grand Marshal of Northern Star would surely be vindicated. Unfortunately, that aide encountered a shipwreck and was washed ashore, where he happened to meet the Ice and Snow Goddess. Before he died, he asked the Ice and Snow Goddess to help him deliver the secret letter and the ring to Zhang Beichen. The Ice and Snow Goddess agreed to his request and entrusted this task to me. Unfortunately, a sudden disaster struck with the Snow Demon, and before I could find General Zhang, I was already at war with the Snow Demon clan. In that battle, I was originally no match for the Snow Demon Emperor, but for some reason, the Snow Demon Emperor suddenly requested peace talks. After the peace agreement was signed, I suddenly realized that the secret letter from Prime Minister Chin was lost. At this point, Dia's emotions were on the verge of breaking down. Tears swirled in her eyes but were forcefully held back. "Give me the ring. I know General Beichen, and I can help you deliver it to him." "And look at this," Lin Ling said, producing an envelope that prominently read, "Secret letter from Prime Minister Chin." Dia's eyes widened in shock. "A secret letter? Do you really know Zhang Beichen?" Dia suddenly became cautious. Lin Ling smiled faintly, and several items appeared in his hands again. "This is what Zhang Beichen gave me," Lin Ling said. He held the general's cloak and the general's hammer. Seeing the properties of these two items, Dia's doubts vanished instantly. She carefully took off the ring and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took the ring and immediately stored everything in his storage space. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Hodel were at a loss for words to describe their thoughts at that moment. They gave a thumbs up, regardless of whether Lin Ling was telling the truth. Getting the ring was an impressive feat. "Thank you, dear adventurer. I really don't know how to thank you," Dia said gratefully. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a bad premonition surged in her heart. The seemingly harmless boy across from her wore a mischievous smile. "Dear Miss Diaz, I almost forgot. Since I've helped you so much, shouldn't you thank me? You understand, I'm not just talking about verbal thanks," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Diaz, Hodel, Mikhail, Loria, Big Brother is a devil, right? That devil has finally left." "What? You don't want to give it? You can choose not to, but can your conscience handle it?" Lin Ling asked with a frown. "Conscience? Pfft." Hodel nearly spat out blood in envy. Diaz looked apologetic and said anxiously, But I really have nothing to give you." "You have nothing? But what about your teacher's things?" "This matter was originally something your teacher promised to someone else. On the surface, I helped you, but in reality, I helped your teacher. Shouldn't she thank me? Don't you think I have a point?" Lin Ling stepped forward and said again. "There seems to be some truth to that." Poor Diaz began to feel nervous again. "Come on, I don't believe you have nothing from the Ice and Snow Goddess. Take it out. Your teacher won't blame you and might even praise you." "Really?" Diaz asked excitedly. At this moment, Lin Ling transformed into a strange uncle, completely fooling Diaz. "I guarantee that everything I, Garen Pushkin, say is true. As long as you thank me properly, your teacher will definitely be proud of you," Lin Ling said seriously. "Well, I do have some treasures from my teacher. I can give you one as a token of gratitude," Diaz said, and Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. Divine treasures are definitely not ordinary. A frosty blue wooden box appeared in Diaz's hand, and she carefully took out a blue crystal and handed it over. Looking at this little thing, the breaths of the three professionals quickened simultaneously. The three of them used their detection skills again. Crystal of Ice and Snow, a treasure condensed from a small amount of divine power by the Ice and Snow Goddess. Special enhancement item after consumption, all four-dimensional attributes increase by 1000 points, and the talent skill, Frost Armor, is obtained, which can withstand damage up to 5 times the user's own health. Warm reminder, only effective for the first consumption per person. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow, not taking the crystal from Diaz's hand but instead reaching out to take the wooden box. He put the box away amidst everyone's incredulous gazes. Our respected adventurer, you can't take them all away. Although they are not as precious as the Ice and Snow Star, they are still treasures that my teacher has saved for a long time, Diaz said, suddenly a bit anxious. Is there something better? Lin Ling raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to tell me that the Ice and Snow Goddess is stingy? Diaz quickly waved her hands, and no, my teacher is the most generous goddess. Then give me the Ice and Snow Star, or you're lying, Lin Ling suddenly said with a stern face. Diaz shook her head vigorously. After today, everyone will know that the ice and snow goddess is a stingy deity, and her disciple is a boastful priest, Linling said. Are you a demon? Diaz could no longer hold it in. You can think of it that way. I won't ask for much, just give me 10 of those ice and snow stars, and I'll leave immediately. If you feel I bullied you afterward, you can come find me in the human world. Remember, my name is Garin Pushkin, Linling said, raising his chin, speaking each word clearly. No one noticed that at this moment, a flash of crimson flickered deep within his pupils, the corruption of the demon god dagger amplifying Linling's greed infinitely. Diaz tightly clenched her skirt, ultimately collapsing. She took a step back and then pulled out a cloth bag embroidered with ice flowers, inside which were over 20 pentagrams radiating a deep blue light. Each time she took one out, she would glance up at Linling. Until she held 10 in her palm, she hurriedly put the blue bag away. Seeing this scene, Linling felt a bit evil himself, as if he had never been this bad before. Look at how scared the child is. Don't worry, I keep my word. I'll leave immediately, and the ring and letter will be sent as well, Linling said with a smile. Only then did Diaz step forward and place the 10 ice and snow stars into Linling's hand. Ice and Snow Star, a treasure condensed from a large amount of divine power by the Ice and Snow Goddess. Special enhancement item after consumption, all 4-dimensional attributes increase by 10,000 points, and the talent skill, Holy Frost Armor is obtained, which can withstand damage up to 10 times the user's own health. Warm reminder, only effective for the first consumption per person. Linling's heart raced, and he instantly put away these great treasures. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt the gaze of Mikiev and his apprentice. Linling hesitated slightly but still took out 2 ice and snow crystals and threw them to Mikiev. We'll meet again if fate allows. Linling vanished in an instant. High above, a gigantic Kuanping gently swayed its tail as it flew towards the land of the pyramids. That demon has finally left. Thank you, Master. Praise to the Master. The Master and disciple gazed at the distant sky, continuously expressing their admiration. They did not notice the properties of the Ice and Snow Star. They were already immensely satisfied with the ice and snow crystal that granted a 1000 boost to their 4-dimensional attributes. Hodl, stop looking, let's leave, Mikoyev said, handing one of the ice and snow crystals to Hodl. Hodl accepted the ice and snow crystal and suddenly remembered that he could also complete a quest, his eyes brightening instantly. Respected Miss Diaz, I have completed the escort mission for the merchant caravan, Hodl said. At that moment, Diaz was also lost in thought, staring in the direction Linling had departed. Hearing Hodl's voice, Diaz snapped back to reality. Thank you, adventurer, Diaz said, looking somewhat haggard. A beam of white light suddenly shone from beneath Hodl's feet, clearly indicating that he had leveled up. A glint of cunning flashed in Hodl's eyes as he mimicked Linling's tone, saying, I have completed the task for the Ice and Snow Goddess. Doesn't Miss Diaz have any token of appreciation? As soon as he said this, Mikoyev's face turned to one of shock. However, Diaz's expression darkened instantly. Greedy adventurer, I detest greedy adventurers the most. You all force my hand, and you will feel the wrath of Diaz. Diaz's demeanor shifted dramatically. Mikoyev sensed the impending danger and quickly grabbed Hodl by the hair and turned to flee. Behind them, the magnificent ice and snow goddess temple transformed into a colossal ice dragon. A roar echoed through the sky. The massive dragon's tail, accompanied by a howling cold wind, lashed out at the master and disciple. A snow-white warplane appeared out of nowhere, and the two dove into the aircraft. But before the plane could take off, it was struck by the dragon's tail. Bang! The Snow Eagle fighter jet spun into the sky, disappearing and turning into a dazzling star. Linling rode the Kuanping westward and suddenly glanced back. Truly a warrior nation, had they started fighting with Diaz? Linling shook his head, and the Kuanping suddenly accelerated. In an instant, it crossed thousands of kilometers. The icy landscape vanished, replaced by oases and deserts. Linling activated his celestial view, quickly locking onto a location based on the distribution of wild areas and adventurers. He touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, but I have to snatch it again. Why did this guy start with a forbidden spell? Why did this guy start with a forbidden spell? In the land of the pyramids, the Lydian desert. Level wild area. Level desert lizards, desert unicorn crocodiles, and desert vultures were scattered throughout this desert. From high above, the desert below was divided into 3 large circles. The outermost circle consisted of some peak level 5-turn and 6-turn ordinary adventurers. Most of them stood on the ground, gazing longingly at the center of the desert. The inner circle was filled entirely with mid to late 6-turn powerhouses. The vast majority of these individuals were flying in the air. They either rode flying pets or stood suspended in midair, yet still dared not advance further. The corpses on the ground served as the best warning. Anyone who stepped into the core circle was ruthlessly killed. The Nubian Legion truly deserves to be the second largest guild in the land of the pyramids. Yeah, those ninjas wanted to launch a sneak attack, but unfortunately, several of them died in vain. Look, that's Nikralu, the strongest damage-dealing mage in the Nubian Legion. I heard he has completed 7 turns and learned a forbidden spell. Hiss. The onlooking 6-turn powerhouses gasped in shock. The term forbidden spell was akin to a nuclear bomb a century ago. Every time forbidden spells were mentioned, those on the verge of reaching 7 turns would become ecstatic. Unfortunately, the forbidden spell skills are too rare. Not to mention ordinary professionals like them, even the elites in the major guilds cannot guarantee that every 7th transition can learn a forbidden spell. Do you think there will be an accident? Will they use a forbidden spell? Stop dreaming. A forbidden spell consumes 1 million mana. Unless you reach the 8th transition, very few 7th transition experts would dare to use a forbidden spell lightly. Sigh, I came here just to see a forbidden spell, but it seems I won't see it again today. A light sigh spread through the crowd as their gazes fell once more on the core area of the Libyan Desert. Libyan Desert Giant Scorpion King World-Class Demon King Level Health, 58000525 Physical Damage, 18000000 Magical Damage, 15000000 Defense, 300000000 At this moment, in the center of the desert, 2 teams and a giant scorpion over several dozen meters tall were locked in the most critical moment of battle. Breris, Nikralu, put in more effort. A few more hits and the desert giant scorpion king will be dead. Got it. Be careful of those flower country scum, don't let them steal the fruits. Don't worry, just focus on dealing damage, we'll keep an eye on them. Ha ha ha. Breris, just keep throwing fireballs. If they dare to move, I'll teach them a lesson with a forbidden spell. The 2 mages flew in the air, drinking potions while frantically unleashing magical skills at the giant scorpion below. Not far away, a dozen professionals were fixated on 10 individuals dressed in ninja outfits from the Cherry Blossom country. These people were the team from the 2nd largest guild in the Pyramid country, the Nubian Legion. They had prepared for this desert giant scorpion for several days and had specifically cleared the Libyan desert today. They had been fighting the desert giant scorpion king for most of the day, and just as they had worn it down to its 2nd phase with low health, 10 ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country suddenly appeared. To avoid being robbed of their kill, the Nubian Legion immediately abandoned their attack and began to fight these detestable ninjas. The strength of these ninjas was slightly inferior to that of the Nubian team. After a fierce battle, the Nubian team successfully killed 3 of the opponents, forcing the others to stop. Now, the Nubian members had 7 of the opponents pinned down, while the 2 mages continued their assault. Faced with this situation, the ninja team from the Cherry Blossom country was quite helpless. They could only watch as their health continued to dwindle. Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha ha. Mazes, did you see that? It's about to die, I can't wait. Stop talking nonsense, be careful of the realm. The temptation of the world is far greater than you estimate. Watch out for others' moves. Don't worry, everything is under control. Just as Breris, the mage of the Nubian Legion, finished speaking, suddenly a ripple appeared in the space below. In the next second, a huge black tentacle shot out from that ripple. Soon, a massive Shikigami over 50 meters in size appeared before everyone's eyes. Standing beside the Shikigami's 2 sharp horns was a yin-yang master. The 7 black cloud patterns on the yin-yang master were particularly eye-catching. Not good, it's a 7th transition great yin-yang master. This old 6 is going to steal the kill. Damn! I knew those guys from the Cherry Blossom country had bad intentions. What should we do? Fight or kill the Shikigami? The sudden change threw the Libyan team into disarray. In their moment of distraction, they suddenly realized that the ninjas they had been closely watching had completely vanished. At this moment, in the 2nd layer, several cloaked figures quietly drew their weapons, aiming at the core area where the Desert Scorpion King was. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The world belongs to all professionals. Why should the Nubian Legion monopolize it? Everyone, let's attack together. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. With this loud shout, magical attacks and arrows flew from all directions toward the core area where the desert giant Scorpion King was. This scene first left the watching professionals momentarily stunned. Soon, a glimmer of greed appeared in their eyes. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and this applies worldwide. As long as someone takes the lead and there is a huge temptation, humanity dares to poke a hole in the sky. In an instant, various skills were hurled towards the center of the desert. It was only after the skills were thrown that people realized they couldn't hit their target from their positions. Only the first group to attack, for reasons unknown, had a range that exceeded others by several times, just enough to strike the target. This immediately made those who couldn't hit their target red with envy. Since the first shot had been fired, there was no turning back. Everyone began to charge forward. Only those who could hit their target wore smug smiles. The health points began to plummet rapidly, and the Nubian team joined in the final frenzy of attacks. At that moment, no one knew who would claim victory. Suddenly, the originally clear sky darkened. It was as if the sun in the sky was being blocked by some massive object. All the professionals instinctively looked up. This is. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. An incredibly huge Kuanping appeared above them. The size of the Kuanping exceeded their comprehension, and an indescribable sense of oppression descended upon the land from the sky. It's mine now. You have 10 seconds to either leave or die. A voice descended from the heavens, accompanied by countless enormous fireballs. Forbidden, forbidden, forbidden. Forbidden spell. This is a disaster. Whose madman is this, starting with a forbidden spell? If you want to kneel, you can kneel before me. Senior, I am Nick Lulu, the captain of the 13th team of the Nubian Legion. This is my. Nick Lulu shouted loudly as he flew into the air. In the land of the pyramids, anyone who wasn't a fool would give the Nubian Legion some face. However, this time, before he could finish speaking, a small fireball flew down from the sky. Nick Lulu directly used the spying technique on the figure in the air, but the system feedback indicated that he couldn't check. Meanwhile, the small fireball had already descended. Nick Lulu, being a 7th tier fire mage, felt a surge of anger. You think you can dismiss me with a level 1 fireball? How much damage can a fireball do? And he had at least 5 million health points. Just as he was thinking this, the fireball suddenly exploded. Boom! Nick Lulu's health points instantly dropped to less than 4 digits. At that moment, Nick Lulu nearly wet himself. What kind of explosive damage is this? This must be an 8th tier holy mage. At that moment, everyone below was dumbfounded. Countless professionals seemed to awaken from a dream. They could no longer care about anything else. Without their lives, they had nothing left. The crowd surged into the core area of Libya, then rushed towards the outskirts of the Libyan desert like a tide. Even if the Nubian Legion was reluctant, facing such terrifying fire-type forbidden magic, they could only flee with their heads covered. Nick Lulu was at the forefront, chugging health potions. Nick Lulu, what level of forbidden spell is this? Why don't you cast a forbidden spell to grab a shot? Get the hell out of here. My mana is almost depleted after casting a forbidden spell. Do you want to get me killed? Didn't you see that a small fireball almost one-shot me? The magic damage is at least 5 million. This is definitely an 8th tier holy mage. Where did such an 8th tier holy mage come from, acting so recklessly? Didn't the 8th tier convention say that forbidden spells and below 7th tier spells can't be used? If you ask me, who should I ask? Why does this big fish look somewhat familiar? Someone exclaimed, and suddenly many people's minds were filled with the recently viral Kuanping videos online. Holy crap, this is the Kuanping of the Dragon Kingdom, that reclusive 8-turn holy mage. This guy is ruthless. The master of this Kuanping is a great scourge. The Ganges dungeon was likely destroyed by him. Not just that, someone saw the Kuanping outside the Demon Island dungeon, and then the entire island was covered in ice-type forbidden spells, and everyone was robbed. This guy is a robbery maniac. It's rumored he might be a dual fire and ice holy mage. I heard that although Demon Island is shrouded in ice magic, no one was harmed. Could it be that this holy mage is just trying to scare us and won't actually attack the professionals? Right, he definitely wouldn't dare to truly attack the professionals. That makes sense. Then you go ahead and rob. If you're lucky and succeed, our whole team will celebrate for you. Alright, I'll go for it. By the way, what if I have bad luck and can't get anything? If you can't get anything, our whole team will feast. Then you should go. Various discussions spread among the fleeing crowd. The vast majority wouldn't joke with their lives. But suddenly, a dozen figures turned back. Let's all go rob. I don't believe this 8-turn big shot dares to massacre us. Exactly, he definitely wouldn't dare to strike, otherwise, other 8-turn powerhouses would come to challenge him. Voices rose, and these people were the ones who had started inciting the professionals to rob. It must be said that their words had some effect. Immediately, dozens of people stopped fleeing and turned to charge forward. They were gambling, betting that the holy mage above wouldn't dare to kill so many people. At this moment, a dozen ninja teams from the Cherry Blossom country had already sneaked up on the desert giant scorpion. They charged directly at the severely wounded creature. However, at that moment, the sky full of fireballs had already fallen into the core area of the Libyan desert. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions erupted, instantly drowning those returning professionals. The soaring flames reached a height of 100 meters. There was no sign of holding back. In an instant, the faces of those watching turned pale, and they no longer had any delusions. The ninjas who had prepared to launch a surprise attack were instantly turned to ashes in the explosion. It was only at this moment that people realized an unfamiliar song had begun to echo in the air. Down with imperialism, full firepower unleashed. As the smoke cleared, sunlight shone down on the earth once more. What had already vanished, only dozens of corpses remained forever in the Lydian core area. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Lin Ling was enjoying the joy brought by the robbery. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the desert giant Scorpion King, gaining 200 million experience. Congratulations, you have obtained the Mammoth Battle Blade, Legendary. Congratulations, you have obtained the Desert Holy Armor, Epic. Congratulations, you have obtained the Giant Scorpion King's Leather Armor. Congratulations, you have completed the 6th ring of the 5-turn task, Current Progress, 1. Lin Ling was very satisfied, although he hadn't unsealed anything. The experience in the pool was increasing. He once again locked onto a gathering place of 6-turn powerhouses, but after approaching for reconnaissance, he found that there was no one there. Putting away the Kuanpun, Lin Ling quietly appeared among the crowd. Most of these people were 6-turn, but there were also a few 7-turn powerhouses mixed in. All these 7-turns belonged to one faction, dressed in very ancient robes. Each person had a cobra tattoo on their forehead. Lin Ling perked up his ears, quietly listening to the conversations. This time, why has the Pharaoh Legion suddenly become so generous? The Pharaoh Serpent only refreshes once a year, and in the past, they never allowed other professionals to approach within 100 miles. I heard that this year's Pharaoh Serpent has undergone a mutation, stronger than ever. The Pharaoh Legion probably can't handle it themselves. They wouldn't want to use our hands to weaken the Pharaoh Serpent and then drive us away to kill it themselves, would they? That shouldn't be the case, after all. They are the official guild of the Pyramid Country. They can't be that shameless. Ha ha ha. Then they should be prepared to be robbed. There are only 30 minutes left until the refresh, and I'm already looking forward to it. The few people chatted casually when suddenly a gasp came from ahead. Lin Ling followed the gaze of others towards the source of the commotion. A figure was descending from the sky. Clad in black armor, this person rode a warhorse engulfed in black flames. Although he had not yet landed, he already exuded a sense of pressure. This person was the commander of the Nubian Legion, the 8-turn Holy Knight, Ahmet. Lord Ahmet has actually arrived. Greetings, Lord Ahmet. Salutations, Commander Ahmet. A large crowd knelt on one knee. Even several 7-turn powerhouses from the Pharaoh Legion fell to the ground. In an instant, only one figure remained in the area. Why aren't you kneeling before me? Ahmet in the air coldly asked the silver-robed youth below. Do what you need to do. I'm not familiar with you. If you want to kneel, you can kneel to me. A voice rang out from the silver-robed youth, and the vast area fell into a dead silence. Ahmet's expression instantly froze. The flames on his body flickered wildly, as if his emotions were in turmoil. Just then, a group of black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. These dots were rapidly approaching. The sound of wind howled as a dozen figures landed on the ground. As soon as they landed, they also knelt on one knee towards Ahmet in the air. Greetings, Commander. The group looked somewhat disheveled, their expressions complex, a mix of relief from surviving a disaster and anger at having their desert scorpion stolen. Suddenly, the leading mage spotted the figure standing in front who had not knelt. His eyes widened in shock. He was Nick Lulu, the captain of the Nubian team, who had rushed over after their desert scorpion was stolen, hoping their commander could help them. He was the only one who recognized Lin Ling's face and immediately identified him as the one who had just robbed them. Commander Ahmet, it's this guy who stole our desert scorpion, Nick Lulu shouted, pointing at Lin Ling. Wow, someone actually dared to rob the Nubian Legion? Who is this person? Just robbed the world and now comes to the Pharaoh Mountains. Is he here to rob again? My goodness, who is so bold? Commander Ahmet is going to go on a killing spree. His temper isn't very good. Whispers erupted, and everyone looked at Lin Ling with a hint of glee. However, just when everyone thought Ahmet was about to explode with rage, he suddenly descended rapidly from the air, and his demeanor did not seem like he was going to fight. He had put away his warhorse and weapons, and a smile adorned his face. Seeing this, even Lin Ling frowned. Excuse me, young friend, may I ask if you are Wan Lin Ling? Ahmet stopped a few meters in front of Lin Ling and quietly asked. Wan Lin Ling? Lin Ling was instantly puzzled upon hearing his name. He was certain he hadn't received any alerts about being spied on, and after his talent evolved, the shielding effect had greatly increased. An 8-turn powerhouse could not possibly see his attribute panel. Even when extorting in Siberia, he used the name Pushkin. How did this person call out his name so easily? What was with this Wan? Seemingly sensing Lin Ling's confusion, Ahmet suddenly smiled and said, It can't be wrong, it must be right. Young friend, why don't we find a different place to chat? Don't worry, it won't delay your robbing at all? Hearing this, Lin Ling felt even more puzzled. Why should I talk to you? He asked in a deep voice, his tone tinged with impatience. Yet the smile on the face of the 8th turn Holy Knight never faded. Young friend, rest assured, if you need a world, I can help you open a world instance of my pyramid kingdom. There are many worlds inside, sure to meet your needs. If you need any materials, just let me know, and I, Ahmet, will do my utmost to obtain them. As soon as Ahmet finished speaking, Nick Lulu, who was not far away, instantly widened his mouth in shock. Is this really the same Legion commander I know? Isn't our Legion commander always warlike? Doesn't he despise sycophants? Isn't he usually stingy? Why do I feel like the dignified Nubian Legion commander, an 8th turn Holy Knight, seems to be fawning over this young man? Not just Nick Lulu, even Lin Ling, the person involved, felt a bit bewildered. He had the same feeling. This 8th turn powerhouse he was meeting for the first time was indeed fawning over him. I need a reason. We don't seem to be familiar, Lin Ling said, his expression slightly changing as he spoke in a deep voice. Something unusual must be afoot. He absolutely did not believe that one person would be inexplicably kind to another, unless it was love at first sight. Ahmet showed a hint of embarrassment on his face before uttering a name, Zhang Beichen. Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. Zhang Beichen? He had a feeling that he was likely to have another intersection with this military king, and wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, he gently nodded and said, "All right, let's talk." The people behind them still hadn't figured out what was going on when the two figures had already disappeared. Cairo base city of the Pyramid Kingdom. This is the base city closest to the Pharaoh Mountains. It is also the headquarters of the Nubian Legion. In a secret room at the Nubian Legion headquarters, Lin Ling sat at a table, and the maid had already prepared the finest Da Hong Pao tea for him. After dismissing all the servants, Ahmet immediately produced a very ancient animal skin scroll. On the scroll, a line of text could be faintly seen. The Apocalypse Warning of the Nubian Legion Commander. Ahmet slowly opened the scroll, and 3 somewhat blurry images immediately appeared. Although time had blurred the images, one could still vaguely see the content depicted. A figure on horseback hovered in the air, while countless shadows knelt on the ground below, yet among these people, one stood proudly. This scene was almost identical to what had just occurred. In another image below, countless skeletal warriors were depicted, each wrapped in a cobra. Flames were erupting from those skeletons, as if they were exploding, or perhaps magic was continuously falling among the skeletons. The third image showed a crack, from which black mist was seeping out. A dense crowd of figures stood guard outside the crack, while the black mist silently engulfed these humans. The eyes of the humans closest to the abyss had already turned blood red. Words that resembled flames continuously emerged at the bottom of the scroll. Upon seeing these words, even Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. To eliminate the abyssal demon gate, 300,000 dragon soldiers, only the fated one. Before the abyss shatters, the fated one must appear. The one who resonates with this scroll is the fated one, the heavenly king Lin Ling Zheng Beichen. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly understood, King Lin Ling might have originated from here. What he didn't expect was that the signature of this sentence was actually Zhang Beichen. As the ancient scroll continued to open, a finger-thick message tube suddenly appeared. On this message tube, it was written for Lin Ling's eyes only. Above the message tube, 9 golden dragons tightly coiled around the seal. Ahmet picked up the message tube, and the 9 little dragons immediately seemed to come alive, gently swimming around. "I am Lin Ling said as he directly took the message tube. A miraculous scene suddenly unfolded. The golden dragons seemed to recognize Lin Ling and immediately crawled to one side, causing the lid of the message tube to open automatically. Lin Ling's heart was filled with increasing confusion. He quickly took out the letters inside and soon saw powerful Chinese characters. "Lin Ling, thank you for your contributions to the human race. I am old, but my million North Star army is in its prime. I once sent 10,000 North Star soldiers across the ocean to assist the Nubian Legion in guarding the Abyss Dungeon. The 3rd Nubian Legion commander was deceived by the Qin people, who forged my military orders, preventing 300,000 North Star soldiers from leaving the Abyss Dungeon. I used divination and discovered that one day the abyss would erupt, dark mist would pour out, and my million North Star soldiers would become a demonic army that only knows slaughter. Once completely controlled by the energy of the abyss, they would burst forth from the dungeon to wreak havoc on the world, leading to untold suffering. To resolve this crisis for the human race, only you can help. If you can rescue the 300,000 North Star soldiers, I am willing to hand over the position of commander of the North Star Army to you. Zhang Beichen." After reading the letter, a task reminder immediately popped up in front of him. "Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the hidden task, the ultimate commission of the War King. Complete the task as requested by the War King, and upon completion, you will receive the War King's inheritance reward. Crazy skill learning, attribute enhancement, crazy skill learning, attribute enhancement Abyss Dungeon? I wonder if it's the same as the one I cleared before." Lin Ling thought to himself, turning to Ahmed. "Tell me about the Abyss Dungeon." Ahmed's face lit up with joy at once. but soon a look of worry appeared. The Abyss Dungeon in our Pyramid Kingdom is a world dungeon with no difficulty levels. Originally, this dungeon was similar to the Demon Island dungeon. As long as we repelled the abyss creatures that emerged from the rifts, it would be fine. There are a total of 10 waves. If we can hold off 3 waves, it counts as a 1-star clearance. But then the expansion pack was launched, and the dungeon was updated. The 300,000 North Star soldiers appeared. They are incredibly powerful, with the vast majority having 6-turn combat power, and over 1,000 are not weaker than 7-turn experts. These North Star soldiers were originally meant to assist us in resisting the abyss creatures, but unexpectedly, they became tainted by the abyssal energy, and now they are an obstacle to clearing the dungeon. Not to mention repelling those abyss creatures. As soon as one enters the dungeon, they will be killed by these North Star demon soldiers. The Abyss Dungeon has not been cleared for 30 years, and 10 days ago, I received a system notification. Due to the long time without clearing the abyss creatures, their numbers in the dungeon have reached tens of millions. If the abyss creatures are not cleared within 10 days, the Abyss Dungeon will collapse, and tens of millions of abyss creatures along with 300,000 tainted North Star soldiers will burst forth from the dungeon. At that time, my Pyramid Kingdom and even the entire world will be plunged into chaos, and now there are only 3 hours and 24 minutes left until the dungeon collapses. Ahmed finished speaking with a bitter smile, but he felt no confidence in his heart. Although Lin Ling's appearance perfectly matched the prophecy, this young man was simply too young. Ahmed could not imagine how such a young boy could turn the tide. Apart from him, the current commander of the Nubian Legion, only Pharaoh Croc of the Pharaoh Legion knew that the crisis was imminent. The two of them had discussed for several days and sent assassins to launch an assault on the Abyss Dungeon. However, those elite teams completely disappeared without even being able to send a message after entering the dungeon. In the end, Pharaoh Croc decided to abandon the ordinary citizens and the homeland, and the elites collectively retreated. The Pharaoh Legion's encirclement of the world today was to use the citizens as cannon fodder, and once they harvested the Pharaoh's snake, they would immediately flee to other countries. This was completely contrary to Ahmed's knightly beliefs. Although he could not change anything, he did not want to see his homeland completely perish. Thus, Ahmed placed all his hopes on the elusive doomsday revelation. It's no big deal. Once I slay that Pharaoh's serpent, we'll go clear the Abyss Dungeon, Lin Ling said, leisurely lifting a cup of De Hong Pao from the table and taking a sip. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Ahmed became increasingly certain that the young man before him was anything but ordinary. Young friend, with the Pharaoh's serpent appearing, that old coot crook will definitely come to hold the line. Do you need my help to snatch it? Ahmed asked. No need, I have a list here. Just gather all the materials you can, Lin Ling replied, immediately pulling out paper and pen to list all the rare materials needed to upgrade his specialized weapon to level 120. Although he wasn't short on money, the value of these materials exceeded 200 billion, and he absolutely wouldn't miss the chance to take advantage of it. Ahmed took the list and gasped. If he managed to gather all these materials, the treasury of the Pyramid Kingdom would likely shrink by half. Gritting his teeth, he nodded and took his leave to prepare the materials. Meanwhile, Lin Ling leisurely lay on the sofa, counting his gains. Fireball, I'll keep that. This one's interesting. Green hemp bind plant mage skill book required level 100 skill description. Summons a green hemp to bind the target. The bound target will feel as if embraced by their mother, calming down and ceasing to resist. This skill meets the learning conditions. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Would you like to use the forbidden spell naming technique to rename it? Rename the plant magic skill green hemp bind to embrace. Renaming successful. The plant mage skill green hemp bind automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell embrace. After casting, a large number of plants will grow beneath all targets within a 100-mile radius. Binding them, the bound targets will feel as if embraced by a rough father, becoming unusually calm due to asphyxiation. A motherly bind turned into countless fatherly embraces? Lin Ling couldn't help but touch his nose as he looked at the system interface before him. He continued to take out another skill book. Exploding Skeleton Undead Mage Skill Book required level 120 skill description. Explodes all skeleton-type undead creatures within a 100-meter radius. Targets that are blown up will continue to explode until there are no more targets left to explode. Would you like to learn? Yes. Learning successful. Would you like to use the forbidden spell naming technique to name it? Rename Exploding Skeleton to the Last Mohican. Renaming successful. The undead magic skill Exploding Skeleton has been successfully named as the forbidden spell The Last Mohican. Skill analysis. All undead creatures within a 100-mile radius begin to explode. All creatures that are blown up will continue to explode until no one survives within a 100-mile radius. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the last skill book. This was also the highest level skill book he had obtained so far. Summon Celestial Being Summoning Forbidden Spell Skill required level 180 skill analysis. randomly summons a deity to fight for you for 10 minutes. The skill description was very simple, yet its value was extraordinarily high. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't learn it at the moment, nor could he know what would happen if it was originally a forbidden spell and was renamed. Would it directly become a divine forbidden spell? Or something even stronger? Lin Ling didn't know and didn't plan to think further. At this moment, two cold objects appeared in his hand, the crystal of ice and the star of ice. These two extorted items would grant him an increase of 11,000 attribute points. This would undoubtedly give his attributes another small boost. He didn't hesitate and swallowed them both. The cold sensation flowed down his throat and instantly spread throughout his body. A piece of azure armor instantly covered his entire body. At that moment, those unfamiliar with him would surely think he was a frost attribute paladin. Lin Ling glanced at his attribute panel, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. His magic damage had already reached 5.9 million. According to his forbidden spell damage formula, with a base forbidden spell damage of 10 million multiplied by his magic damage, that would amount to 600 million damage. Some single-target forbidden spells also had additional magic damage. For instance, the Direction of Light had 100 times extra magic damage. Such a single-target forbidden spell could deal over 1 billion damage. The difference between a second-tier powerhouse and a first-tier powerhouse in front of Lin Ling was negligible. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, over 20 minutes had passed. He opened his eyes and instantly teleported into the air. At that moment, a large fish had already appeared beneath him. The sound of the wind howled in his ears as the Kuanping rushed towards the Pharaoh Mountains. La la la. Demasha, la 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 la. I'm back again. Level 230 mutated boss, the Serpent of the Pharaoh, igniting the entire scene. The last of the Mohicans, igniting the entire scene, roared. A piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the Pharaoh Mountains. A massive damage value made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. The ferocious serpent of the Pharaoh's health was instantly depleted. Its body, hundreds of meters long, crashed down. Boom! The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. At that moment, everyone held their breath, because everyone knew that a creature of this level could not possibly lack a second phase, and it was very likely there would be a third phase. No one knew what state the mutated cobra would be in. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared before all the adventurers. The Serpent of the Pharaoh has entered a phase, fire immunity has disappeared, and the Hell Domain has been activated. A 10-kilometer radius is sealed for 10 minutes, and adventurers cannot escape except by teleportation. For every adventurer killed by the Serpent of the Pharaoh, its original attributes will increase by 1 in this phase. A massive black light shield instantly enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. Roar, roar, roar. A chilling and terrifying hiss echoed from the swirling dust. Countless skeletons surged out from the dust. No one knew their past. Their race might have long been extinct in the annals of history. In their hollow eye sockets, there was only endless darkness. At this moment, each of their remaining skeletal frames was entwined with a cobra over a meter long. These skeletons roared in defiance of fate, enslaved by the Serpent of the Pharaoh, rushing towards the unknown ahead. At this moment, their target was clearly the army of adventurers. There were at least 1,000 adventurers gathered here, and if these Pharaoh skeletons killed them, the Serpent of the Pharaoh would reach an unimaginably terrifying level. In just a few minutes, how many could last the 10 minutes of being trapped like fish in a barrel? At this moment, every adventurer was left with only despair in their hearts. The hundreds of thousands of skeletons left them with no thought of escape. The Pharaoh cluck in the air directly abandoned the idea of continuing to observe. A magic circle appeared before him, and he instantly teleported thousands of miles away. Seeing Cluck escape, these pitiful pyramid adventurers finally realized they had been abandoned. Despair reached its peak at that moment. Over 1,000 adventurers knelt on the ground, hoping that a deity would appear to save them from the abyss. Suddenly, a mournful melody rang out. It was as if a desperate race was singing farewell to the last embers of their kind. Oh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The skeleton soldiers rushing towards the adventurers suddenly erupted with an explosion. This explosion sounded like a horn, igniting the last embers. Explosions echoed one after another among the skeleton army. These skeletons shattered the Pharaoh's serpent on their bodies with the remnants of their bones. They also broke the 1,000-year shackles that bound them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued for a full 10 minutes. All the professionals were utterly shocked by the scene before them. The ground between the Pharaoh Mountains was covered in a thick layer of white bone powder. It was as if these nameless warriors had regained their last dignity in the sound of the explosions. The Pharaoh's serpent has entered the third phase. Due to severe injuries and failing to kill a single person, the phase will enter a weakened state. A pharaoh serpent reappeared in everyone's sight. However, at this moment, it had only 1 million health points and 0 defense. A fireball fell from the sky, precisely landing on its head. Bang! The fireball exploded, and the pharaoh serpent's million health points instantly hit 0. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the mutated pharaoh serpent. Experience reward, 2 billion. Congratulations, you have obtained Ring of Curses, Sub-Artifact. Congratulations, you have obtained Abyss Set, Sacred. Congratulations, you have obtained Scales of the Pharaoh Serpent. Congratulations, you have obtained Skill Book, Skeleton Clone. Lin Ling looked at the experience pool that had reached 1, and a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he was increasingly looking forward to completing his class change and unlocking the 120 level seal. At this moment, cheers like a tide rose from all directions. At this time, no professional from the Pyramid Kingdom cared about the rewards. Surviving in the face of such power was already a miracle. Witnessing such a magnificent battle was enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. Is he really a professional? I think he looks more like a deity. Deity. Just then, a black dot rapidly enlarged in the sky. Riding a black flame warhorse, Ahmet arrived late. He looked down at the white mountains and the cheering crowd, his face filled with astonishment. It hasn't even been 3 minutes since the refresh, and it's already dead? Wasn't it said that the pharaoh's serpent mutated? Has it weakened? At this moment, he was filled with doubt. Ahmet flew in front of Lin Ling and asked somewhat foolishly, "Did you kill the pharaoh's serpent? With a forbidden spell?" Lin Ling glanced at him and nodded slightly, not elaborating further. "Goodness, no wonder you're the chosen one. I got 80% of the materials you wanted, but the remaining 20% are too rare. Even the trading market doesn't have them in stock," Ahmet said somewhat awkwardly, pulling out large bags one by one. Inside were all valuable rare materials, and even he, as a legion leader, felt a bit pained. Lin Ling didn't check and directly stored everything away. "Thank you, let's go tackle the Abyss dungeon now," Ahmet asked in surprise. "Aren't you going to rest a bit to recover? After all, you just went through a fierce battle." Lin Ling rubbed his nose. "No need to rest, I barely used any skills, and it died." Ahmet's face twitched. Is this even human language? That was a mutated pharaoh serpent. How could it sound so simple, like killing a boar in a novice area? Could it really have weakened? He looked at Lin Ling with suspicion. At that moment, Nubian team leader Nikrala flew up from below. Seeing the confusion on his legion leader's face, Nikrala quickly approached and briefly described what had just happened. After hearing his description, Ahmet's confusion turned into profound shock. He swallowed hard, unable to imagine just how strong this guy before him truly was. But he had a vague feeling that he was definitely not a match for this young man. The Dragon Kingdom had truly produced a real dragon. "Let's go, I have a tight schedule. The sooner we clear the Abyss dungeon, the better." That little friend. "Oh no, Brother Lin, how many people do we need?" "No need, just the 2 of us is enough." Do we need to prepare anything? Like equipment or healing potions?" "No need, let them prepare some food. I want to eat Chinese food." "I want some excitement, let's split up." "I want some excitement, let's split up." The second layer of the Demon Island dungeon. In front of the Demon Suppression Pass, the professionals in the North Star Army launched an attack on the monstrous tide ahead, like a wave. The professionals fought fiercely among the monsters. Who could come to the Demon Island dungeon if not the elite? The light of blades flickered, shadows of swords flew, and the brilliance of magic streaked across the sky like meteors, but was often instantly drowned by the surging tide of monsters. Some wielded long swords, striking at the ferocious beasts, only to be clawed by the monsters, blood gushing out and staining the ground beneath them. Some unleashed powerful magic, but fell into despair as their mana was exhausted. The number of demon army was too great, enough to make the vast majority of professionals start to doubt life. This was only the second layer. Although the battle was steadily advancing, the consumption was equally enormous. A young warrior from the White Bear Kingdom had a resolute expression at this moment. He held a shield in his left hand and tightly gripped a battle axe in his right. He charged through the beast tide like a war beast, his shield already full of cracks, his arm trembling, yet there was no trace of fear on his face. Nearby professionals couldn't help but glance over, their eyes filled with envy. Who is this guy? So brave? From the White Bear family, named Cursed, a 6th-turn berserker, this year's rookie king of the White Bear Kingdom. Goodness, no wonder, he must have killed at least 100 in this wave of beasts. This guy is simply a god of war. What do you mean by god? Look to the east, that's what you call god mode. A murmur of discussion arose, and even the White Bear berserker Cursed couldn't help but glance towards the east after slashing a monster. At a glance, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. What the hell? A large group of white skeletons surrounded 10 figures. These skeletons all held staves or bows, and any abyssal monsters that approached were almost instantly killed. Even from a distance, one could see arrows raining down and abyssal monsters falling in droves. They seemed like an invincible war fortress, pushing through everything. These people were naturally from the Ling Tian Guild. Qin Xian, dressed in a black robe, had a cold expression. At level 127, he could control 1,300 undead creatures simultaneously. In terms of overall strength, he was absolutely independent in Ling Tian. He now had the capital to stand on his own. Qin Xian, you kid are amazing. This is simply invincible. Compared to you, we are simply useless. I think so too. Our existence seems to be just lying around while you and the boss level up. Watching Qin Xian's strength, the other members of the second team couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. Although they had all followed Lin Ling together, the gap between them and Qin Xian had become increasingly apparent over the past month. They could still work hard together at first, but now they were just lying there, which made them feel increasingly insignificant. Especially Yu, who had been with Lin Ling and Zhou Mengyan for 3 years. She used to be a lively and active girl, but now she rarely spoke, and in the team, she and the little priestess might not even say a word all day. Even Feng Ji and the monk Biao occasionally showed a hint of confusion in their eyes. They wanted to become stronger, but this feeling of always hiding in the back and being protected was really uncomfortable. Yu, I want to leave. In the extremely oppressive atmosphere, and he was finally the first to choose to speak. His voice was not loud, it could even be said to be very low. Low enough that only a few companions closest to him could vaguely hear it. Yet this one sentence struck deeply in everyone's hearts at that moment. Once the thought emerged, it grew in their hearts at an uncontrollable speed, until they could no longer suppress it. I want to leave too, Yu said. Feng Ji and Shangbiao exchanged a glance and spoke simultaneously. Me too. Let's go together. Yu looked at Qin Xian beside her. Qin Xian, are you leaving? I'll go talk to Sister Mengyan. I've already heard. I can understand how you feel. Actually, everyone can wait until Lin Ling comes back to discuss it, Zhou Mengyan suddenly said. GMO and the others also looked over, their eyes clear, clearly having heard their conversation long ago. Sister Mengyan, we're not leaving the guild. We just want to be apart for a while. We need some excitement. Right now, I feel like a parasite. I haven't experienced danger in a long time. I want some thrills. I can't wait any longer. Yu looked at Zhou Mengyan, her eyes filled with pain. Yu, it's very dangerous here. You can definitely wait until this dungeon is over before pursuing the excitement you want, Zhou Mengyan said, still a bit worried, grabbing Yu's hand. However, Yu shook her head vigorously and gently pried her hand away. Sister, I really can't hold on any longer. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she turned to push through the skeletons, running straight outside. Sister-in-law, don't worry, we will take good care of Yu. See you on the 7th floor, Shangbiao said, immediately chasing after Yu. Feng Ji and Yi followed closely behind. This decision might make their path ahead fraught with danger. But at this moment, all 4 of their eyes sparkled. Zhou Mengyan's gaze fell on Qin Xian. If Qin Xian also left, she wouldn't stop him. But Qin Xian hadn't said a word, nor did he show any intention of leaving. Jimo's eyes flashed with surprise. Xuanzi, you're not leaving? Now is the best time to go. It would be very awkward to bring it up next time you want to leave. If you want to go, then go. If you leave, we can stretch our legs too. Why aren't you talking? How would I know if you want to leave if you don't say anything? GMO babbled on, but received a big eye roll from Qin Xian. I promised the boss to take good care of sister-in-law. After saying that, Qin Xian fell silent again. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't stand you. Ergo and Shaolin are leaving, so let's go have some fun too. GMO said, instantly transforming into a blur, already crossing through the dense skeletons and charging towards a level 135 elite monster. In an instant, his figure split into 9 shadows. The 9 shadows struck simultaneously, and the elite monster with over 10 million health was instantly defeated. Yet no one noticed that on a distant hill, a pair of eyes was fixated on GMO. The person was shrouded in black mist, and the monsters passing by seemed to be unable to see him. Within the black mist, a metal necklace tag hung from his chest, engraved with 4 ominous Chinese characters. Under the night sky. Outside the Pyramid of Giza in the Abyss Dungeon of the Fire Series Forbidden Spell, Sequence 20. The pyramid was surrounded by eerie black mist, as if it were an ancient ruin consumed by evil. The Sphinx stood silently in the shadows, its mysterious face appearing even more sinister. A cold wind blew, producing strange sounds. The air was thick with a dangerous aura, and it felt as if countless demonic eyes were watching from the darkness. The ancient land trembled in the rolling magical fog, its former glory gradually being eroded by darkness. Lin Ling stood in the air, looking ahead at the black mist, slightly furrowing her brows. For some reason, standing at the edge of the thick black mist, Lin Ling felt a strange sense of familiarity. Ahmet, Where is the entrance to the dungeon? Lin Ling asked. Ahmet, looking awkward, pointed to the black mist ahead and said, the demonic fog has started to seep out, it's right in front. I'll arrange for the priest to purify it right away, and soon we'll have a clear path. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling had already stepped boldly into the black mist. Just as Ahmet was about to remind him, he noticed that the black mist automatically retreated to the sides as Lin Ling approached. It was as if it were welcoming a king returning home. Seeing this scene, Ahmet's pupils suddenly constricted. He had previously spent a fortune hiring an 8th-tier saint from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom to purify it. Yet even an 8th-tier priest could only temporarily drive away the demonic fog. Once it rebounded, the 8th-tier saint would have to retreat. What he didn't see was that at this moment, a ghostly eye rune was quietly glowing on Lin Ling's forehead. Commander, what should we do? Should we follow? To be safe, Ahmet had brought along the only 2 7th-tier professionals from the Nubian Legion. The one asking was Nikralu. Ahmet nodded, and the 3 of them closely followed Lin Ling, soon coming upon a sphinx. This is the entrance to the Abyss Dungeon, Ahmet said to Lin Ling. He took out 2 tokens, and the sphinx's eyes instantly lit up with 2 beams of light. The beams converged on the ground to form a light gate, and Ahmet said nervously, the entrance is open, once you go in, there will be countless. However, he once again only got halfway through his sentence as Lin Ling stepped forward and dove into the light gate. Is it really that hasty? Ahmet's eyelids twitched violently, and he couldn't help but look at his 2 subordinates. Commander, is he really capable? A bearded 7th-tier mage asked with some concern. Ahmet's expression darkened as he raised his hand and slapped the back of the bearded man's head. If you ask me, who should I ask? The revelation says he can do it. If you think he can't, then you go. Ahmet scolded. The man forced a smile. How can I do it? Last time we went in, the 5 of us at 7th tier only lasted 3 minutes. He suddenly looked at Nikralu beside him. Lulu, I didn't see him kill the pharaoh's serpent. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? Nikralu immediately nodded. He is indeed very strong. He is the most powerful mage I have ever seen. I suspect he has mastered at least 5 forbidden spells. Hiss. The bearded man immediately gasped. 5 forbidden spells? The muscles on his face twitched. He was already level 206, not far from 8th tier. Yet even so, he only possessed 2 forbidden spells. This was after more than a decade of effort supported by the Nubian Legion's financial resources. As for Nikralu, he only had 1 forbidden spell skill. To his knowledge, even Commander Ahmet only had 3 night forbidden spells. Alright, we've come this far, let's hurry up and follow. We have to go in even if we have to grit our teeth, Ahmet said with a light shout, immediately starting to buff himself, don armor, and drink potions. The 2 behind him quickly followed suit. The bearded man took out a huge turtle shell from his storage space. This was a defensive item he had obtained from a blind box. Although it looked a bit ridiculous, wearing it on his back could indeed multiply his defense. Nikralu took out a hat that resembled a black pot. He placed the black pot on his head, and his entire body was instantly covered in a layer of black armor. In just a few breaths, the 3 of them were fully prepared. Once everything was ready, they gritted their teeth and charged towards the light gate. As the scene before them shifted, Ahmet was already prepared to unleash his skills and attack. When his vision finally cleared, he was deeply shaken by the scene before him. They stood atop a pyramid, surrounded by a dense mass of abyssal creatures stretching to the horizon. Due to the overwhelming crowd, small mountains of monsters piled up in the distance. The number was likely in the tens of millions. For anyone with a fear of crowds, just a glance might be enough to send them into a panic. The 3 of them swallowed hard, their bodies tense, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. CCC Commander, what should we do? The bearded man stammered. Ahmed, however, turned his gaze to Lin Ling. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot up from a gem at the top of the pyramid, piercing the clouds. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared before the 4 of them. Welcome to the Abyss Instance, Pharaoh's Sarcophagus. In 10 seconds, the monster tide will launch its first charge. Survive 3 waves to receive a 1-star completion reward. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Ling, how do we fight? Ahmed asked anxiously. Yet Lin Ling remained silent, gazing into the distance, where a city gate shrouded in black mist loomed like a hidden beast. At that moment, his heart raced with excitement. So many monsters meant so much experience. Greed ignited in his eyes. He had never filled his experience pool for class advancement before. How much experience could tens of millions of monsters bring him? 3, 2, 1, 0, roar. Roar. Deep growls echoed from all directions. The endless abyssal army surged toward the pyramid like a flood. Lin, my friend, Lin, brother, Lin, grandpa, say something about how to fight. Seeing the black tide, Ahmed asked again in desperation. Commander, we can't wait any longer. This kid might be scared stiff. Who wouldn't be shocked the first time seeing such a scene? This is not something a single pharaoh snake can compare to, Nikralu and the bearded man shouted in turn. Ahmed steeled himself and said, "Let's take action, we need to buy him some time." The two nodded and immediately drew their staffs. Nikralu, show Lin brother what you can do first, the bearded man said. Nikralu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. His forbidden spell was ranked 10th among the known top 10 fire-type forbidden spells. In simpler terms, it was the weakest fire-type forbidden spell in the world. "Then I'll go first and embarrass myself," Nikralu shouted, sneeze of the fire god. His entire magical power surged into his staff. He began to chant the spell. "Almighty fire god, please use your great snot to annihilate those filthy abyssal creatures ahead, blah blah sneeze." A burst of fire shot up into the sky, and in an instant, a massive fiery face appeared in the air. Achoo! The giant face sneezed, and thousands of fire meteors rained down. Those meteors struck the ground, instantly clearing a large area of abyssal creatures. However, the sheer number of abyssal beings behind them was overwhelming, and they quickly refilled that area. A feast of forbidden spells. Seeing this, the bearded man couldn't care about anything else and unleashed his own forbidden spell, Raging Serpent Disaster. He shouted, and the incantation of the forbidden spell echoed from his mouth. Moments later, numerous cracks appeared within a 100-mile radius. Countless venomous snakes slithered out from these fissures. These snakes coiled and bit, but to the abyssal creatures, it was completely ineffective. Within seconds, billions of snakes were either torn apart or trampled into mush, yet not a single abyssal soldier fell. "Oh, for crying out loud," the bearded man spread his hands and shrugged. "My forbidden spell is quite effective against people," he said helplessly, pouring a deep blue liquid into his mouth. Although he had only recovered 200,000 mana, it was still enough for him to unleash the second forbidden spell again. Mammoth Cataclysm. With his furious roar, a dense circle of light gates appeared at the base of the pyramid. With a sound like thunder, hundreds of thousands of mammoth beasts charged out from those light gates. These mammoths were as massive as mountains, and each step they took caused violent tremors in the ground. They swung their long trunks, emitting deafening roars, rushing towards the abyssal tide like an unstoppable torrent of steel. The mammoths trampled the earth with their sturdy limbs, their sharp tusks like gigantic spears, stabbing fiercely at the grotesque abyssal monsters. Under the impact of the mammoth army, the abyssal monsters began to fall into chaos. Some were directly crushed by the mammoths, while others were pierced by the tusks, blood splattering everywhere. The bearded mage watched the mammoth army's unstoppable advance, a look of excitement spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, I didn't even get to use the mammoth cataclysm last time, and I didn't expect it to be this effective. It seems it can hold for at least 5 minutes. As the bearded man spoke, Ahmet couldn't help but nod in agreement. The sheer number of mammoth giants indeed possessed terrifying destructive power. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of footsteps echoed from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, emerging from the magical mist. Boom, 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 boom. The pyramid trembled with each footfall. Then, 4 gigantic figures burst forth from the magical mist. It was a one-eyed tyrant standing 100 meters tall. Its body resembled that of an octopus, covered in dark green scales, countless tentacles waving in the air, yet beneath it were 4 massive beastly legs. A red beam of light suddenly ignited from its single eye, sweeping over the mammoth giants, causing them to immediately change direction and charge towards the pyramid. One-eyed tyrant, Demon Emperor, world-class Demon Emperor, level, health, 15 billion, physical damage, 80 million, magical damage, 50 million. In just a few breaths, the 4 one-eyed tyrants charged into the mammoth army as if entering an unguarded territory. The tentacles beneath the one-eyed tyrant flailed wildly, creating a whirlwind. The mammoths were like small toys before it, being struck down in a single blow. With a casual sweep of its tentacles, it could send several mammoths flying, tusks breaking, bodies shattering. The unmorphed mammoths began to panic, their roars gradually turning into cries of pain. The one-eyed tyrant's attacks fell like a torrential storm, and the mammoth army was utterly unable to resist. Soon, the once formidable mammoth army was swept away, leaving only a ground littered with wreckage and blood. The bearded mage's eyes widened in disbelief and despair, as the battlefield that had just been filled with hope instantly transformed into a hell of despair. The Legion commander Ahmet's face turned ashen. He was a knight, and the knight's forbidden spell required him to charge forward to cast it. Just as he hesitated about which direction to charge, a strange singing suddenly echoed in the air, as if a group of deities were holding a concert above. He abruptly turned to look at Lin Ling. The young man, clad in a silver robe, shimmered with crimson magical patterns. The staff in his hand pointed straight to the sky. A beam of light suddenly erupted from the top of the staff, shooting into the clouds. The sky quickly turned fiery red, as if a sea of fire was about to burn through the heavens. Boom! A sound of wind and fire rubbing against each other filled the air. a massive fire meteor broke through the clouds and fell from the sky. And this was just the beginning. The second, the 10th, the 100,000th, a rain of meteoric fire fell from the sky. This is the fire forbidden spell meteor fire rain of sequence 1? Nick Lulu exclaimed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden streak of purple appeared in the crimson sky. In an instant, a massive lightning network formed between heaven and earth. Various bolts of lightning crisscrossed, filling every corner of this space. But this was still just the beginning. Lin Ling continuously unleashed forbidden spells. At this moment, he watched as the countless beast tides gradually went mad. The hurricane howled, and the giant waves roared. The powerful one-eyed tyrant turned to ashes amidst the screams. Countless abyssal monsters were collapsing in waves. Gulp! Someone unknowingly swallowed hard. Is this really the end of humanity? Or the end of the abyssal creatures? Ahmed dared not make a sound, fearing that the scene before him was merely an illusion. Could it be? Ahmed licked his cracked lips. Could all of this be forbidden spells? All released by him? Commander, is this something a human can do? Can an 8-turn holy mage release so many forbidden spells at once? Questions arose, but Ahmed could not answer at all. This was absolutely subversive for the three of them, a complete break from their understanding. Just then, a system prompt appeared before the four of them. Congratulations, you have successfully withstood the first wave of abyssal beast tide attacks. The second wave will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The distant magical mist began to dissipate. A towering fortress appeared on the horizon. Behind the fortress, a massive abyssal rift lay sprawled across the earth like a menacing centipede. At this moment, countless abyssal creatures continued to crawl out from that rift. A sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps came from the direction of the fortress. Huge formations appeared before the fortress, pressing towards the pyramid. Bang, 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 bang. 300,000 troops, 300,000 blood-red eyes. The newly emerged abyssal creatures behind them followed closely like a tide. North Star Army. Ahmed's gaze changed sharply. This was the most troublesome problem. Once the North Star Army was attacked, they would immediately use a Legion fusion technique. That kind of attack was absolutely on par with forbidden spells. But if they did not attack the North Star Army, countless abyssal creatures would continuously surge out from the demon suppression pass behind them. So fast? The skills haven't even cooled down. It's the North Star Army again. Senior, can you still make a move? The three looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with hope. Where are my heavenly soldiers? Clearing the dungeon, God-level blind bag, chaotic divine stone, and dark divine fragment, missing materials from Eagle Sauce Country. Lin Ling's appearance did not cause any ripples. As the sea was occupied by monsters, the location of the Statue of Liberty became the boundary marker between humans and monsters. The moment he appeared, the 46-meter-tall Statue of Liberty instantly revived. The Statue of Liberty excitedly said to Lin Ling, "Sorry, please speak human language." "Oh, dear adventurer, I am Libertas, and I am very pleased to meet you. I really didn't expect you to come to me so quickly." The Statue of Liberty Libertas was clearly a bit excited. "I have hunted enough worlds," Lin Ling said. "Thank you so much. As long as you stay by my side for the next 3 days, you will feel my blessings," the Statue of Liberty said, slightly bowing while holding her skirt. Immediately, a task reminder popped up before Lin Ling. "Congratulations, you have received a running task reward, experience 100 million. You have received the praise of the Statue of Liberty. For the next 72 hours, as long as you stay by her side, you will receive a reward of 100 million experience every hour." Lin Ling frowned slightly. Based on his estimates, he still had about 26 billion experience to fill the experience pool. Staying here for 3 days can yield 7.2 billion experience points, but if I spend this time grinding dungeons, the rewards should be far greater. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and turned to the Statue of Liberty, Libertas. "Respected Libertas, what is my next task? Who should I find to complete it?" Libertas smiled lightly. "The next 2 tasks are both related to me. We can talk again in 3 days. No one should refuse my blessing of experience." Lin Ling nodded. "Can you tell me the specifics of the next task?" "I need 24 pieces of holy equipment above level 100, 48 pieces of epic equipment, and 96 pieces of legendary equipment," Libertas said. Task 11. Find 24 pieces of holy equipment above level 100, 48 pieces of epic equipment, and 96 pieces of legendary equipment for the Statue of Liberty. Lin Ling looked at Libertas in surprise. "Is that all?" Libertas nodded with a smile. "Of course, it's a bit much, but you can take your time. The last person who completed this task took 8 days. I think you're more handsome than him, so you should be able to gather them in 5 days. Were there others who took the running task at the 5th transition?" Lin Ling asked, puzzled. Libertas replied, "That's right, that kid who embodies both light and darkness. What was his name again?" Linling suddenly had a premonition, a name quickly surfacing in his mind. Galen Pushkin? Yes, that's the guy, Libertas said. Linling smirked, "Then you probably won't have to wait 5 days. I can give them to you right now." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a large amount of equipment appeared in front of the Statue of Liberty. "Oh my gosh, you're just too strong." "Oh yes, I can't take it anymore," Libertas screamed, covering her cheeks with her hands. "Don't do that. It's so embarrassing," Linling said irritably. Libertas shot him a glance and gently raised her hand, causing all the equipment to transform into golden light spots. She collected them into a potion bottle, not revealing what she intended to do with them. "Congratulations, you have completed task 11. Reward experience, 1 billion experience points. What is the next task?" Linling looked at the Statue of Liberty again. "Dear adventurer, I sense that you have embarked on the grand path of equipment crafting, but your level is a bit low. Please upgrade your silver weapon set to level 120, Libertas said, sizing Linling up. What puzzled Linling was that Libertas's gaze lingered slightly when it swept over his secret weapon. For a moment, Linling felt as if he were not wearing any clothes. However, the job task requiring him to upgrade his equipment was somewhat unexpected and delightful. Upgrading the Ling Tian set was already part of his plan. Ahem! Linling cleared his throat. "I'll head back to the Dragon Kingdom to upgrade my equipment." But as soon as he spoke, he remembered that it was more than 1,000 kilometers to the Dragon Kingdom from here. No Forge laboratory in the Dragon Kingdom can meet the upgrade requirements. For this upgrade, I need you to add these divine golden crystals to the equipment. Currently, only the Martin Laboratory in Eagle Sauce Country can perform this operation. If you're willing to spend a lovely evening with me, I can find a way to help you enter the Martin Laboratory, Libertas said, extending a finger to lightly trace Linling's chest. Linling recoiled several steps as if electrocuted. He could not handle such a flirtatious goddess. "No need, I'll find a way to enter the Martin Laboratory myself," Linling said with a stern face. "Oh, is that a big temper? Eagle Sauce Country has very strict control over high-tech, and the Dragon Kingdom might not even qualify to apply. You should just give in to your sister," Libertas said, lowering her gaze while smiling seductively. Linling frowned tightly. He always felt that this Statue of Liberty was a bit off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong, as if this were not the Statue of Liberty, but rather Sudaji from the Yin and Shang dynasties. He immediately summoned his dark clone. A mass of black mist surged from his body, instantly transforming into another Linling. This scene instantly made the eyes of the Statue of Liberty shine with brilliance. "You actually have a clone. I see, you plan to leave your main body by my side to gain experience while the clone goes to complete the task, right? But a yellow-skinned person can't enter the Martin Laboratory." Before Libertas could finish speaking, the Linling clone transformed into a plump white man. "You can even shapeshift?" Libertas asked in surprise. Linling's lips curled slightly. The disguise mask was just coming in handy at this moment. He ignored Libertas and directly found a spot to take out a rocking chair, beginning to rest with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, the clone teleported directly above the Martin Laboratory located in New York Base City. As Libertas had said, this place served as the core research center for high-end equipment of the Eagle Sauce, with exceptionally strict defenses. Linling scanned the aerial view. There were at least dozens of 6-turn powerhouses guarding the outside of the laboratory building, and in a corner, there was an 8-turn and 5 7-turn powerhouses stationed. Linling did not immediately think of a way to enter but began to tally all the materials he needed to upgrade to level 120. Soon, he discovered that out of over 100 types of materials, only 5 were still missing. He started posting bounties online, knowing that high prices would yield results. In just 30 minutes, 3 types of materials were sent over. However, the last 2 types remained elusive. 90 teeth of the main lightning snake, 900 pieces of gold from San Francisco. Just these 2 are missing. Why can't I receive them? Linling frowned. He had already gathered 99, but that last one was holding him back. Just when Linling was at a loss, a private message suddenly popped up in front of him. "I have one of the 2 materials you need, and I can help you get the other. But you need to come to Area 51. I know you are in Eagle Sauce." The master of the 12 scorpions was actually him. Linling looked at the message before him, his eyes narrowing slowly. He had posted the bounty through an international trade network platform. Moreover, he had deliberately hidden the address, yet the other party had confidently determined he was in Eagle Sauce. This indicated that the other party had reconnaissance methods that Linling was unaware of. Furthermore, Area 51 was 4,000 kilometers away from the Statue of Liberty. If he went there, the clone's attributes would be reduced to only 10%. If it died, the main body would drop 1 level, and Linling's level drop could potentially affect all 16 professions. Should he go? This could be a trap? Just as Lin Ling began to hesitate, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since awakening, how many attributes had he relied on? He had the essence of all things, the coolness, the echo of dusk, and 3 great servants. Could he really fall in Area 51? He immediately activated his celestial gaze with all his might, and soon his gaze locked onto Area 51. The next second, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a flash of ecstasy crossed his eyes. There was a black dot of light flickering there. Wasn't that the bearer of the dark divine fragment? No wonder they know I'm an eagle sauce. It seems they sensed my location. They also deduced my strength to be around 5 turns based on the materials I acquired. I need to disguise myself a bit, so I don't scare them away. Lin Ling let out a cold laugh, his eyes shifting to take on the appearance of Baiji. As for why he transformed into Baiji, it was purely because he felt that Baiji's carefree demeanor was very fitting for the occasion. His figure instantly vanished, and in a few flashes, he had already arrived in Nevada. At this moment, there were less than 100 kilometers left to Area 51. Meanwhile, 2,000 meters underground in Area 51, a pitch-black triangular spaceship lay quietly in ambush. It had been here for an unknown amount of time, surrounded by layers of soil filled with coal. Inside this spaceship, the lights were bright as day. On the ground, a huge circular carpet depicted a pattern of 12 scorpions. A figure in a black cloak suddenly looked up. This person was Antonia, the Shadow Scorpion, one of the 12 scorpions and the first human practitioner to obtain a fragment of the Dark God's divinity. So soon? Ha ha ha. To come here alone, so weak, I really can't tell if it's bravery or foolishness. My second fragment of the Dark God's divinity, I, Antonia, have arrived. She laughed heartily as she walked towards a silver light ring on the spaceship. A silver light flashed, and her figure instantly disappeared. The next second, a ripple in space suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling. He immediately sensed the spatial fluctuation. He knew the opponent had arrived, and soon it would be clear who was the prey and who was the hunter. The spatial ripple flickered, and Antonia's figure appeared in midair. The two locked eyes from a distance, both widening their eyes in surprise. Lin Ling never expected this person to be Antonia, the Shadow Scorpion. He had regretted letting this person escape for quite a while. Upon seeing Lin Ling, Antonia's expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Subordinate greets the Thunder Lord. She knelt directly in midair before Lin Ling. This scene left Lin Ling utterly bewildered. But upon hearing her title, a figure suddenly flashed in his mind from the dream he had in the realm of the underworld scorpion. That figure, surrounded by black lightning, wearing a white robe. At this moment, he resembled Baiji, and Baiji's information simultaneously emerged in Lin Ling's mind. Baiji, also known as Baiyi Daoist, Awakened Level Talent Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, nicknamed the Demon Path Ancestor. Could it be that Baiji is the founder of the 12 Scorpions, and that Thunder Lord is Baiji? No. Baiji's strength is far from being able to control such a bizarre organization. Lin Ling quickly recalled the first time he met Baiji. Baiji's disdainful gaze was one that only the destined child of a novel would possess. Baiji had given him a knife, that knife. At this moment, an indescribable thought flashed rapidly through his mind. Knife. Star Blade. The signboard in the hands of the 12 Scorpions. Moving forward. The Thunder Lord in the dream had once said, "We are of the same kind." All the clues connected in an instant, forming a very clear net. Baiji is a traveler. At this moment, Lin Ling was almost certain that his guess was correct. But isn't there only one traveler in a world? No, it seems I never heard of Baiji in my previous life. He only appeared after my resurrection. I understand now, my fall led to his emergence, but my rebirth was an accident. In this life, he was originally the destined child, and I, the reborn one, stole his fortune, stole his destiny. The more Lin Ling thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth. But why could Baiji, who hadn't grown up, become the infamous leader of the 12 Scorpions? The figure from the underworld scorpion dream resurfaced in Lin Ling's mind, along with the last nonsensical words. When this world is destroyed, everything will reset, and those who do not belong to this world will likely be sent back to their original world. These were the original words of that figure. At first, Lin Ling thought it was just a nonsensical statement. Now he finally understood. If Baiji was a traveler, and he deduced that he was also a traveler, and had come into contact with some very advanced information, with this groundwork, that statement would become much easier to understand. It is likely that Baiji believes that after destroying the entire world, he can return to Earth, which is why he formed the 12 Scorpions. But how could Baiji access such advanced information, unless he has reached a certain height? If we piece it together, the answer is already apparent. The current Bai has not yet become the Thunder Lord. In the future, he is very likely to have created the 12 Scorpions, which must possess the ability to traverse time and space. Just as Lin Ling was lost in thought, the opposite Antonia suddenly stood up. No, you are not the Thunder Lord. How could the Thunder Lord be so weak? Who exactly are you? Antonia said with a grim face. She did not believe that anyone could look exactly like the Thunder Lord. Lin Ling was also pulled back by his voice. Do you have the materials I want? If you do, I can show you my true form, on the condition that you can't run away? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Antonia's eyes filled with murderous intent, remembering how she had been scared to her knees just moments ago. The anger in her heart began to burn rapidly. Run? This is what you want, right? Gold panning in San Francisco. This thing is a product of the previous era, and it can't be found now. But I do have it in my hands. If you can scare me away, I'll give it to you for free. If you can't scare me away, then I will take your life. As Antonia spoke, she threw a bottle on the ground. At that moment, her eyes were full of amusement, as if a cat were watching a mouse. Lin Ling glanced at the sand on the ground. It was indeed the gold he wanted. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he gently tore off the mask of the impersonator on his face. The sneer on Antonia's face instantly froze. At that moment, she was more terrified than seeing a ghost. Tears streamed down her face as an eighth-turn powerhouse was actually scared to tears. Please, turn back into the Thunder Lord. I don't want to see your face, it's too terrifying. I've been having nightmares for several days. Woo woo woo. Who understands why this guy's body houses 3 divine beings? Although it's late, and the returns are sluggish, I am still holding on, asking for some updates. These days, they haven't even been willing to give me updates. Jimo's dreams and reality. Jimo's dreams and reality, the third layer of the Demon Island dungeon. Xuanzi, do you feel like someone is watching you? You know, that feeling of someone hiding in the dark and secretly watching you? It's very faint, but it's always there. Speak up. Do you feel it? GMO sat by a pile of campfire, constantly asking while looking into the distant darkness. Beside him, Qin Xian was gently carving a piece of wood with a dagger in hand. Hearing Jimo's voice, a hint of confusion flashed in Qin Xian's eyes, then he shook his head. No, besides you and me, there shouldn't be anyone else here. After Qin Xian finished speaking, he continued carving. But GMO still felt uneasy and looked around, yet he still found nothing. As an assassin, he always felt a prickling sensation on his back, which made him very uncomfortable. This feeling had appeared since yesterday, but until today, he had not found the source of that feeling of being watched. After arriving at the third layer, it was drizzling lightly, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. But most importantly, he had searched for a long time and only found Qin Xian. He hadn't even seen a single member of the Beichen army, which was quite strange. Xuanzi, I always feel something is off. GMO spoke again. Qin Xian looked at him but did not say anything. These two were simply extremes. One couldn't keep his mouth shut for a moment, while the other preferred to say nothing at all. GMO picked up a twig and began drawing on the ground while saying, We've been heading north. We should have reached the Demon Suppression Pass by now. Even if we went off course, we should have encountered other people, right? Qin Xian nodded, waiting for him to continue. I have a feeling that we seem to be going around in circles in this area, just like the legendary ghost wall, GMO said again. Qin Xian's eyes instantly narrowed. It was fine that GMO hadn't pointed out the key, but now he suddenly felt the same way. Are you saying we encountered a ghost? What ghost? You, playing with ghosts, and I'm still afraid of them? I mean, we might have entered someone else's illusion, GMO said irritably. Qin Xian looked completely bewildered. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Your vigilance is not bad, but unfortunately, you are too weak now. Who? GMO instantly produced a dagger, and the ground around him and Qin Xian surged, with numerous pale white skeletons crawling out from underground. These skeleton archers cautiously observed the movements around them, yet they could never find any suspicious targets. At that moment, GMO suddenly felt something warm brush against his cheek. It felt as if someone had kissed him. He turned his head sharply and saw an incredibly alluring woman standing beside him. Just as he was about to step back, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. In an instant, a dazed look flashed in Jimo's eyes. The woman's slender white arms gently wrapped around the back of Jimo's neck. A pair of fiery red lips moved in to kiss him. GMO responded passionately. The storm made the sea incredibly tumultuous. Half an hour later, the wind stopped, and the rain ceased. GMO suddenly opened his eyes wide, but he saw Qin Xian lying on the ground, disheveled. At that moment, his head was buzzing. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. Damn, have I committed a great sin? I don't believe it. It's all a trick. Xuanzi, you son of a gun, give me back my innocence. GMO mumbled, his face filled with despair. Qin Xian seemed to have heard his voice and suddenly sat up from the ground. I'm not dead? You scared me to death, the kid said as he quickly got up, pulling his pants down, and a green cobra slithered out from inside. This scene left GMO dumbfounded. What just happened? GMO instinctively asked. Qin Xian rolled his eyes at him. You were like possessed, hugging that big tree and kissing it repeatedly, shaking down the snake hidden in the tree. It fell right into my collar. I had to struggle to crush its head. Look at what a mess it made of my clothes. As Qin Xian spoke, he forcefully threw the snake's corpse into the nearby woods. GMO, however, was still in shock. The dream just now felt too real. That smooth skin, those fiery red lips, that faint fragrance. Suddenly, he pulled up his shirt and gently sniffed. A faint fragrance immediately wafted to his nose. Xuanzi, which tree was I hugging just now? GMO looked at Qin Xian. That one. Qin Xian pointed to a tree. GMO immediately approached, but there was no scent coming from that tree at all. No. GMO lowered his head to search the ground and soon discovered a faint bloodstain on the ground. Not far from the campfire, there seemed to be some writing. No, it wasn't a dream, absolutely not a dream. GMO shouted in his heart, "Who are you?" A graceful figure seemed to be about to materialize before him, but each time it only appeared as a silhouette before quickly disappearing. GMO had a feeling that he had seen this woman before, but no matter what, he couldn't see her clearly. A layer of mysterious veil remained unlifted. Dog brother, what exactly happened just now? You were hugging the tree and talking for a long time, vaguely mentioning the boss's name. Qin Xian suddenly spoke. The boss's name? GMO's eyes were filled with confusion. Can you remember what I said? This is very important to me. Qin Xian scratched his head. You said the boss wouldn't kill you, and something about the nightfall. GMO's pupils suddenly constricted. A series of images flashed through his mind. A campfire, branches writing, a metal tag, under the night sky. A gust of wind swept in, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, faint sounds of laughter and conversation could be heard around them. GMO and Qin Xian stood up from the ground, bewildered. A vast wilderness that had seemed endless now suddenly had numerous tents appearing. Hundreds of meters away, a magnificent city gate stood proudly. Troops of soldiers patrolled with weapons in hand. Dog brother, what just happened? Did I imagine it? Or was it a dream? Qin Xian asked, looking confused. GMO shook his head. He didn't know what was going on either. Just then, Zhou Mengyan's voice suddenly came from not far away. GMO, Qin Xian, where have you two run off to? I had the Bachan army look for you, and they said they saw you leave with a woman cloaked in a hood. GMO lowered his head in silence, looking dazed. The images kept flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the campfire on the ground. He quickly walked over to the fire, where a simple map he had drawn to find his way was still there. But next to the map, there were now several lines of delicate small characters. Thank you for your kindness. Do not approach the demon suppression gate on the 5th level. Do not chase the black light orb on the 7th level. Be careful of Qin Xian. He will kill everyone. The 12 Scorpion secrets, Antonia, right? Lin Ling asked the Shadow Scorpion. The Shadow Scorpion shivered instantly. If you want to live, tell me everything you know. What are you 12 Scorpions doing on Demon Island? Quick, what do you want? The little lowly, asked with her hands on her hips, mimicking Lin Ling's tone with a smile. The Shadow Scorpion nearly cried upon hearing X's voice. We're both human, we can chat, but don't let the gods laugh beside us, okay? She could never forget the image of this seemingly harmless little lowly poking Emily to death with a finger. I really can't say. We swore an oath to the divine realm, and if we speak, we will die, the Shadow Scorpion said with a mournful face to Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow. Then it seems we can only wait to die. No, don't you need materials? I know where to find the teeth of the main lightning snake. That thing is very rare. The main lightning snake hides in caves all year round and only local snake catchers can catch them. The local snake boss strictly controls the flow of snake teeth, so they can't be bought on the market. Only through acquaintances can you get them. I know their snake boss. If I don't take you, you won't find it yourself. As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll take you there, Antonia said with hopeful eyes. However, she soon saw the cold killing intent flashing in Lin Ling's eyes. Are you negotiating with me? If you die, I can know everything. Lin Ling sneered. Antonia's pupils constricted, and from the corner of her eye, she glanced at the horizon, anxiously saying, You can't kill me. If you kill me, your companions will all die. She had been stalling for time. The 12 Scorpions had a partnership with the Temple of the Eagle Sauce Nation. She had secretly sent a distress signal to the temple. The first speaker of the temple, Adolf, also had a god behind him, and it was the war god Ares. She believed that as long as Adolf could arrive in time, she would definitely have a chance to survive. Now she threw out the news of Lin Ling's companions' lives, and in her speculation, Lin Ling would surely inquire deeply. At that time, as long as they went around in circles, Adolf might just arrive. Antonia thought to herself, waiting for Lin Ling's questions. However, what she didn't expect was that after hearing about the danger to his companions, Lin Ling didn't ask a single question, only the killing intent in his eyes felt tangible. Kill her. A voice that seemed to come from hell rang out from Lin Ling's mouth. The adorable Ice Silkworm King tilted its head and smiled at Antonia, pointing a finger. Put! Antonia's skull flew off. The hope in her eyes had not yet ignited before it was completely extinguished by despair. A prelude of the dead suddenly echoed. The contract was instantly completed. Antonia's corpse slowly stood up, her head beginning to repair itself on its own. Seconds later, Lin Ling's 12th spirit slave stood beside him. Shadow Scorpion, Master. Lin Ling, tell me, what do you 12 scorpions intend to do on Demon Island? Shadow Scorpion, detonate the Demon Island instance, seize control of the Bachan army, snatch the Time Divine Fragment under the night, and collaborate with the temple to hunt down all the professionals participating in the instance. Lin Ling's gaze grew colder. What are your plans? With so many professionals, and experts among them, how can you be so sure your people can take them down? Shadow Scorpion replied mechanically, the temple has used secret methods to seal our levels at 6 transitions. After reaching the 5th layer, we will unseal. From which era do you come? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. Shadow Scorpion showed no signs of concealment and continued, we come from different eras. I come from Berlin 7 years later. How did your Thunder Lord make you high-level professionals submit to him? Lin Ling asked another heavy question. Shadow Scorpion's pupils actually shrank slightly. Clearly this question was deeply etched in her memory. We are all hopeless failures. Before meeting the Thunder Lord, I was only at the 3rd transition, forced by my husband to sell myself to help him level up. The Thunder Lord appeared, killed that beast, and then offered me the chance to join the 12 scorpions. As long as I could survive in the Purple Sky Thunder prison, I would gain powerful strength. I persevered, and the Thunder Lord granted me a Divine Source Crystal, allowing me to ascend directly from the 3rd to the 8th transition without any job change tasks. As Antonia's words fell, a look of shock appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. There really is a treasure that can allow someone to ascend directly from the 3rd to the 8th transition? No wonder the 12 scorpions have an endless supply of high-level professionals. Master, not everyone can successfully absorb the Divine Source Crystal. Every 30 levels, there is a Divine Source Tribulation. One must pass the tribulation to continue leveling up, or they will die on the spot, Shadow Scorpion suddenly said. Do you have any 9th transition experts? Lin Ling asked again. Shadow Scorpion shook her head. The Thunder Lord said that Blue Star belongs to a 2nd-level civilization. For a 2nd-level civilization, reaching the 9th transition in the Divine Realm is a deception by the gods. They are like anteaters guarding the entrance of an ant hole. For humanity to reach the 9th transition is like a big ant crawling out of the hole. 9th transition experts entering the Divine Realm are like cattle and sheep ready for slaughter. They are either captured to become slaves or taken by major forces to refine crystals. The purpose of our 12 scorpions' existence is to save humanity and destroy all the gods' schemes. To overthrow the rule of the Divine Realm, we would not hesitate to kill all of humanity. In the cycle of all things, when the entire Blue Star is detonated, it will break free from the control of the Divine Realm. Lin Ling naturally did not doubt what Shadow Scorpion said. Spirit slaves were absolutely loyal to him. At least these words were the truth as understood by Shadow Scorpion. At the same time, Lin Ling deeply understood why Jiang Shani would say the 12 scorpions were a group of madmen. They could truly destroy all of humanity to achieve their ethereal goals. As for whether the 9th transition was a scheme of the gods, Lin Ling did not fully believe it. He could only keep an eye on it and verify it later. Do you know where the Thunder Lord obtained the Divine Source Crystal? When this question was asked, Lin Ling did not hold out much hope. However, Shadow Scorpion quickly provided an answer. The Thunder Lord said it was made from treasures of an alien civilization. Alien civilizations have come out, and you believe this? Lin Ling shook his head. I have one last question. Please ask, Master. Shadow Scorpion's vacant eyes looked at Lin Ling. Do you know how much you understand about this organization Under the Night? Under the Night. Ing Xia pondered slightly. Lin Ling waited quietly. Suddenly, an incredibly dangerous aura appeared in Lin Ling's heart. The Ice Silkworm King, Ix, fluttered its wings and flew directly towards Lin Ling's back. Lin Ling turned around sharply and saw a giant spear, hundreds of meters long, descending from the sky, thrusting towards him. Lin Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. Forbidden spell. No, it's a divine forbidden spell. Ix raised a finger and pointed at the spear tip. A dazzling white light flashed. One of Ike's arms instantly shattered. Yet the spear only showed slight cracks. In a moment of crisis, Lin Ling released the God of Destruction, but the spear still pierced through the body of the God of Destruction before it finally shattered. With a thought, Ing Xia immediately stepped forward to block the attack. Antonia's body instantly shattered into a mist of blood, and only then did the golden spear slowly break apart. A cold sweat quietly appeared on Lin Ling's forehead. If the spear advanced another 10 meters, this clone of his would surely be dead. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. In the high sky, an old man wearing a robe radiating a white halo appeared. The newcomer was none other than Adolf Merlin, the strongest of the Eagle Sauce Nation. He and Lin Ling exchanged glances across the distance, both revealing deep shock in their eyes. Lin Ling was astonished by the opponent's powerful attack. Adolf, on the other hand, did not expect that even after using a divine forbidden spell, he still couldn't eliminate this young mage in one blow. Dark magic clone? Adolf saw through Lin Ling's illusion at a glance. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Originally, he had used the divine forbidden spell to capture Lin Ling, but whether to kill or not kill a clone held little significance. Kid, get lost. The Eagle Sauce Nation is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you have the ability, let your true self come. You'd better not interfere with the Demon Island instance, or I won't mind letting your Dragon Nation bleed rivers. Adolf's eyes, resembling those of a hawk, released a cold glint. As soon as the Golden War Spear appeared, numerous high-level professionals flew into the air near Area 51. Those mid to low-level professionals who couldn't fly also jumped onto tall buildings and mountain peaks, gazing towards the open wilderness. The Spear of the War God. It's the forbidden spell of the first speaker. Who on earth could make the speaker act with such lethal intent? Too powerful. Adolf hasn't made a move in at least 3 years. It seems that strong individuals from other countries have appeared in our great Eagle Sauce empire. These professionals continuously exclaimed in surprise. Many even began to quickly approach the core of the battle. Although they didn't dare to truly enter the core area, encounters between experts were rare. To observe up close was naturally a priority, as long as safety was ensured. At this moment, Lin Ling's fighting spirit soared. A powerhouse of Adolf's caliber was definitely a rare encounter. As a fellow mage, Adolf had clearly reached the pinnacle of mages in Blue Star. Lin Ling had never been one to back down. Avoiding a fight was simply not in his character. He recalled the heavily injured god of destruction and the pitiful Ikes. With a slight smirk, he coldly said, "If the Dragon Nation is to bleed rivers, then let Eagle Sauce taste my forbidden spell first." A melody of all things being born instantly resonated. Countless undead creatures emerged from the ground within a 100-mile radius. As millions of undead soldiers appeared, they immediately charged towards the onlookers. In an instant, all professionals within 100 miles changed their expressions drastically. With so many skeleton warriors appearing simultaneously, even 7th turn experts felt their scalps tingle. Not good, it's an undead forbidden spell. This person is an undead archmage. When did the Dragon Nation have an undead archmage? What to do? They won't just be watching the show and end up losing their lives, right? A chorus of gasps erupted as some low-tier professionals began to flee. Just then, a cold snort like thunder suddenly echoed through the air. Oomph! Adolf let out a cold snort and quickly began to chant, "Apollo's radiance! Radiance, radiance, check now!" A tall divine shadow appeared, holding a great sun high above. Dazzling golden light burst forth from that sun. All the professionals from the Eagle Sauce Nation knelt on one knee, a layer of golden light enveloping them, rapidly restoring their states. Meanwhile, the million-strong army of the undead below was instantly reduced to dust by the sunlight. "Your forbidden spell has a mere 50-kilometer range? Ha ha ha. I thought you were some remarkable figure, and this is what you call a forbidden spell." Adolf laughed heartily, as his forbidden spells started at a range of 1,000 miles. Even a range-based divine forbidden spell could cover 10,000 miles. In his eyes, this 100-mile range of undead magic was as childish and laughable as a child's play. "Wrath of the War God!" Adolf shouted again, the shadow of the sun god vanished, and a golden war god appeared in the sky. War God Ares. So strong, no wonder he is the strongest of our Eagle Sauce Nation. Once Ares appears, this kid is doomed. Ha ha ha. I heard Chairman Adolf has a full 8 forbidden spells. The onlookers were all excited. To them, Adolf was the very definition of invincibility. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged, but his fighting spirit soared even higher. An evil god's dagger appeared in his left hand, while his celestial staff was raised high in his right. A chilling melody suddenly rang out. If a range-based forbidden spell couldn't compare, then let's try a single-target forbidden spell. Let's see whether your war god is stronger or the Shura god from the abyss is braver. The figure of the Shura god instantly appeared in the air, a terrifying demonic aura darkening half the sky, a stark contrast to the war god opposite him. What is this? This is a demon god. Is this person from the abyss plane? How could a human possibly summon an evil god? At that moment, all the professionals gasped again. Even Adolf's pupils constricted. While others might not recognize the Shura god, how could he not? His disciple, Galen Pushkin, was the spokesperson for the Shura god. Adolf had seen the shadow of the Shura god more than once. At this moment, he truly did not expect that the Shura god would be summoned by another human. Just then, a vertical eye suddenly split open in the center of the Shura god's forehead. A scarlet beam of light shot towards the shadow of war god Ares. Ares, unwilling to back down, met the scarlet beam with his golden divine spear. Boom! In an instant, the entire world seemed to turn into a black and gold hue. Ares' spear shattered first. It was clear that the war god was not as powerful as the Shura god. However, Lin Ling's attributes were evidently at a disadvantage. Having only gained a momentary upper hand, he was crushed like withered grass. Watching the shattered shadow of the Shura god, a cruel smile crept onto Adolf's lips. This forbidden spell is somewhat interesting, but can you continue to cast forbidden spells? If not, then die, Adolf said, losing patience to continue toying with Lin Ling. You wanted to see my true form, then why not follow me? Lin Ling said calmly, his figure vanishing in an instant. Competing with me in forbidden spells? Let me show you what it's like to have over 20 forbidden spells unleashed infinitely. If I can't defeat you, I'll bury you under a pile of forbidden spells. Humph, where do you think you're going? Adolf shouted coldly, immediately using teleportation to chase after Lin Ling. If he could truly see Lin Ling's true form, it would be a tremendous gain for him today. The world believed he had 8 forbidden spells, but in reality, he had a full 10 forbidden spells. In terms of the number of forbidden spells, he had always believed he was absolutely the best in Blue Star. Today, he would use forbidden spells to completely crush this little brat from the Dragon Kingdom. Who knows where the first speaker has gone? Hurry, hurry, Speaker Adolf is in a life and death duel with a Saint Mage from the Dragon Kingdom. Whoever finds a trace, report a coordinate. Iowa base city has detected a suspected figure, has already teleported away. Columbus has detected a suspected figure of the first speaker, has already teleported away. New York has detected a suspicious figure, it's the Statue of Liberty, their target is the Statue of Liberty. At this moment, messages continuously popped up on the public screen of professionals in Eagle Sauce's country. Those far away directly gave up the pursuit, while a large number of seventh-turn powerhouses in New York base city soared into the sky towards the location of the Statue of Liberty. At this moment, Lin Ling's dark clone had already arrived in front of the Statue of Liberty. The real body, lying in a rocking chair, suddenly opened its eyes. Lin Ling's main body and clone immediately merged into one. At this moment, in the distant sky, Adolf's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Lin Ling beside the Statue of Liberty, his eyes filled with fervor. It really is the real body. Ha ha ha, kid, I originally planned to let you go, but since you look down on me so much, I will send you on your way, Adolf said as he raised the staff in his hand. Light wheel arrow rain. Lin Ling immediately used Hero's Eye against Adolf. However, a system prompt popped up before his eyes. The item hiding the target's information is of a higher level than Hero's Eye, unable to view. At that moment, a gigantic light wheel appeared high in the sky. The light wheel began to spin rapidly, countless light arrows shooting out from within. Lin Ling did not dodge, choosing to confront it head-on. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted as well. Sword Soul. In an instant, houses within 100 miles began to collapse, bridges soared into the sky. Countless metal objects flew up within the Steel Dragon of New York. All metal transformed into flying swords at that moment. The momentum was far greater than the light arrows shooting in from the sky. Adolf saw that Lin Ling did not dodge, and he did not dodge either. After all, he was the first speaker. If a junior did not evade, how could he be the first to back down? The two were thousands of meters apart, staring directly at each other's incoming attacks. In truth, both were cursing inwardly. Adolf watched the dense swarm of flying swords. The muscles on his face began to twitch. No matter how strong he was, he probably couldn't withstand such a concentrated attack. Could you not dodge for once? Meanwhile, Lin Ling was already pondering how to make the Statue of Liberty help him share some of the attacks. His level 20 rock armor's Earth-type defensive spell only had a resistance value of 10 million. He used to think it was a life-saving artifact, but now it seemed as useless as it could be. It was even less useful than the Frost Holy armor that came with the Ice and Snow Star. After all, a tenfold health increase could push Lin Ling's health bar over 100 million. I need to look for more powerful defensive skills when I get the chance, Lin Ling thought to himself. At this moment, light and iron intersected in the air. In an instant, a grand fireworks display erupted in the sky. Light arrows shattered, flying swords melted and exploded. A large amount of molten iron rained down, causing the nearby New York Bay to boil. However, the numbers on both sides were too vast. Even so, countless light arrows and flying swords continued to shoot at each other. At this moment, Adolf's face darkened. Lin Ling's eyelids also began to twitch uncontrollably. As the light arrows approached and the flying swords closed in, Fuck, do the Dragon Kingdom people fear nothing? To hell with it, I'm done playing. Lin Ling and Adolf simultaneously spat low curses. Their figures vanished from their original spots. Boom, boom, boom. The flying swords instantly turned a stretch of coastal buildings into dust. The light arrows also made the Statue of Liberty jump into a third subject. As the instigators, the two had already launched their second round of attacks. Adolf shouted again, "Holy light fire sea!" As his voice fell, the area where Lin Ling was located was instantly enveloped in a sea of white flames. At that moment, Lin Ling was truly in a tight spot. He was wearing the Ling Tian robe, with diamond armor over it and an additional layer of ice holy armor on top. Yet even so, his health bar was rapidly decreasing. Damn it, you think you can burn me? Is that all you've got? Come on, unleash everything you've got. The sky suddenly changed color, and millions of fire meteors rushed towards Adolf. Adolf's figure quickly shifted in the air, and after a moment, he was only hit by a single meteor. This merely singed his beard and hair, reducing his health bar by less than 1/5. A trace of disdain appeared on his face as he coldly said, "Your forbidden spell is too weak." "Weak? You wish. Try this. Flammable and explosive," Lin Ling shouted. The meteors in the air suddenly transformed into rock warriors, sprouting a pair of gliding wings from their backs. They began to fly chaotically in the air, almost covering all of Adolf's teleportation paths. Adolf had to either teleport away from the battlefield or dodge among those flying stone warriors. The safest option was to leave the battlefield, but it seemed too embarrassing to do so. Adolf chose to evade the stone soldiers. After all, he thought these flaming stone warriors were not as threatening as the previous fire meteors. However, at that moment, Adolf's expression suddenly changed. Boom, boom, boom. As those stone warriors approached him, they exploded violently. The damage from the explosions was comparable to some ordinary 7th-tier mage's small-scale forbidden spells. In an instant, Adolf was engulfed by the sea of flames, and his health bar dropped by half. But there were simply too many stone warriors in the air, and a large number of meteors continued to fall from above, transforming into stone warriors that floated towards him. Adolf was so furious that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only teleport away from the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Ling was also in a bad situation. His health bar was nearly at its limit in that white sea of flames. Seeing Adolf escape, he immediately teleported out of the fire sea as well. Meanwhile, those 7th-tier powerhouses from the New York base of the Eagle Sauce Country were already dumbfounded. How is this possible? He actually forced Chairman Adolf to escape the attack range twice in a row? My god, I heard that in the eyes of 8th-tier powerhouses, running away is equivalent to admitting defeat. After all, with their long-distance teleportation, they can escape at will, and the opponent can't hold them back. TCH, what's there to panic about? Our first chairman has plenty of forbidden spells. This Dragon Kingdom guy has already cast several forbidden spells in a row, so he must be running low. Even if he hasn't run out of mana, he must be close to exhausting it. These professionals dared not approach and floated in the air, exchanging words from a distance. At this moment, on top of a building stood a person, a yellow-skinned man dressed in a priest's robe. He tightly gripped a Zen staff, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ling's figure in the distance. What should we do? Why is there a holy mage from the Dragon Kingdom appearing in Eagle Sauce? How dare he confront Adolf? Should we send a signal to the Zodiac Association? If Lin Ling could see this person at that moment, he would certainly recognize him as Yin Hongtian, the #1 undercover agent from the Dragon Kingdom in Eagle Sauce. The forbidden spell Frenzy Battle Holy Mage. He actually took 2 of my forbidden spells. At this moment, Adolf clearly had lost his patience. In the eyes of a big shot at his level, not being able to deal with an opponent after 2 forbidden spells was quite embarrassing. In fact, he had already unleashed 4 forbidden spells. Now seeing that Lin Ling had not taken the initiative to attack, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He summoned the magical elements around his body, instantly shattering his singed hair and beard, transforming his long hair into short hair in an instant. Do you have no forbidden spells left, my lord? Or are you waiting for a cooldown? Or perhaps you're low on mana? Then I shall continue. Adolf no longer wanted to delay. He raised his staff high. The great sun god, heed the call of your people. A deep chant emerged from Adolf's mouth, clearly indicating that this forbidden spell was far more powerful than the previous ones. Those earlier spells had been cast in an instant, but as he continued to chant, the violent magical elements began to gather in the air. Praise the sun god, praise Adolf. It is the sun god's hymn of the first speaker. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, the black donkey has run out of tricks. This guy must be out of forbidden spells. Wow, without a chant, a forbidden spell has no soul. This is how a forbidden spell should be. A group of Eagle Sauce bigwigs looked up at Adolf with admiration. At this moment, Lin Ling had waited for more than 10 seconds without hearing the end of Adolf's chant, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Chanting? I want to sing a note. I wonder if these people will cry in fear. Suddenly feeling a bit mischievous, he opened his mouth and sang, oh yeah. However, he only sang one line before his voice abruptly stopped, as he was completely tone-deaf, off-key to the point of being laughable. Even with Lin Ling's thick skin, his cheeks felt a bit hot at this moment. As soon as he sang, the onlooking bigwigs were instantly petrified. Even Adolf's magical incantation came to a sudden halt, as he couldn't remember where he had left off. The scene became so awkward it was suffocating. Ahem! Someone cleared their throat, forcibly breaking the tension. Well, my chant is actually quite nice, right? That person said, only to find the distant professionals still looking at him with strange expressions. Chanting is sacred. How dare you interrupt the great chant? What can be tolerated, and what cannot? Let's all strike together and completely destroy him. How dare he invade our eagle sauce? How dare he desecrate the great magical chant? Kill him! Roars of anger echoed, and the professionals from the Eagle Sauce Nation began to attack, various ranged assaults flying directly at Lin Ling. 4 or 5 forbidden spells also began to brew in the air. Clearly, Lin Ling's outburst had angered the masses. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's face turned pale, instantly filled with rage and embarrassment. If you all like chanting so much, why don't I start a musical magic gala? All things live. Thunder, raging waves, tornado, ice age, direction of light, the wind blows, fire of the heart, beasts abound, embrace, human fireworks, all things dance. Lin Ling released a dozen forbidden spells in one breath. At that moment, the world suddenly changed color. The magical elements near the New York-based city became outrageously violent. Before people could recover from his earlier note, various music began to converge in the air, resembling a sound wave forbidden spell. The entire New York-based city suddenly transformed into a scene of apocalyptic disaster. What is a true apocalypse? It is the scene at this moment. The sky became colorful. Endless skeletons, furious hurricanes, surging tsunamis, violent thunder, absolute freezing, colossal beasts like mountains, and all things dancing frantically. At this moment, the residents of New York-based city were dumbfounded, the onlooking professionals were dumbfounded, and even Adolf, who was facing Lin Ling, was dumbfounded. Forbidden spells filled the sky, yet no one fled. Because at this moment, fireworks were either igniting above their heads or green mushrooms were sprouting, and their bodies were all dancing gracefully. Forbidden spells were about to fall on their heads, and they were told to dance? Is this how it's played? This is simply unplayable. With so many forbidden spells appearing simultaneously, Adolf doubted whether even a true deity could withstand it. Once all these forbidden spells fell, the entire New York-based city would likely be completely turned into wasteland. The wilds had divine domain rules for protection, and forbidden spells could be restored. However, the base city was not within the protection range. Once destroyed by forbidden spells, the New York-based city would truly be finished. Some forbidden spells had already been cast, and Adolf leaped into the air, using his body to block several attacks. His health bar began to drop rapidly. Not good, I must stop him. At that moment, Adolf could no longer care about anything else. If he wanted to, he could teleport away from the range of the forbidden spells. But behind him, millions of people in New York City would perish. Guardians of the gods. A resolute glint flashed in Adolf's eyes. He ignored the green mushrooms sprouting from his head, raised his hand, and slapped it against his chest, spewing a mist of blood from his mouth. He decisively abandoned his strongest offensive means and switched to the most powerful defensive spell. With a loud shout, he began to chant rapidly. In that moment, Adolf pushed his speaking speed to the limit. The 5-second incantation that had always been impossible to break through was completed in just 3 seconds. The blood mist in front of him flew in 12 directions. 12 divine phantoms appeared simultaneously above the blood mist. Each deity raised both hands in a supportive gesture, and at the same time, a massive magical shield appeared above New York City. In that moment, the internal skeletons were purified, and external attacks were blocked. Adolf's staff continuously infused magical power into the 12 divine phantoms. The wrinkles on his forehead multiplied, and his body gradually became hunched. Yet he still held his staff aloft with all his strength. Boom, 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 boom. The violent forbidden spells relentlessly bombarded the defensive shield. Gradually, Adolf had already knelt on one knee in midair. In just 3 minutes, he seemed to have aged decades. The dancing crowd finally stopped, their eyes filled with terror. But upon seeing Adolf's condition, every mage took out their staffs and directed their magical power toward the shield in the air. Watching this scene, Lin Ling furrowed his brow slightly. Everything seemed too smooth. The strongest practitioner of Blue Star did not appear as powerful as he had imagined. At that moment, Adolf suddenly turned to Lin Ling and shouted, "Stop! I concede. We can negotiate, we are all human, and there is no need to exterminate each other. Breaking the shield of the Guardians will bring you no benefit, instead, it will provoke war with the Dragon Kingdom. If you stop, I can offer you generous compensation. Hearing Adolf's voice, Linling suddenly found the battle to be dull. The renowned first mage of Blue Star conceded just like that? Linling knew that his current round of forbidden spells could not break through the shield, but another round should do the trick. However, as Adolf said, even if he broke through, it would be meaningless. What would he gain from killing those who wanted to protect their homeland? Instead of such internal strife, it would be better to try to uncover the conspiracy of the temple from Adolf and then reap a hefty profit. With this thought, Linling made a mental shift, and all forbidden spells instantly vanished. He took out a rocking chair and sat down casually. At that moment, Adolf and the group of Eagle Sauce practitioners inside the shield simultaneously showed a look of ecstasy. A sense of joy from surviving a disaster made every Eagle Sauce practitioner breathe a sigh of relief. They looked toward the Statue of Liberty, but they only saw the young boy leaning in the rocking chair, his hands clasped together, arms resting on his knees, as if he were a born king. How do you plan to compensate me? Linling's voice drifted over. Adolf poured several unknown potions into his mouth, and his complexion immediately improved somewhat. He took a deep look at Linling and slowly walked toward the Statue of Liberty. To show his sincerity, he even put away his staff and removed his equipment. In his bare form, he looked like an ordinary Western elder, nothing more ordinary. A golden square plate appeared in Adolf's hand, with 5 colors of light flashing continuously, clearly extraordinary. This 5-colored divine disc was obtained by me from the divine realm, and it seals a complete divine essence within. I do not have the ability to open it, so I am willing to give it to you as a token of apology. As the protective shield disappeared, a large number of powerful individuals from the New York-based city began to converge towards this side. It was evident that the previous apocalyptic scene had thoroughly frightened these people. The number of professionals was increasing. In less than 2 minutes, over 200,000 professionals had gathered. Moreover, these professionals were all at least 5th transition or above. At this moment, some stood by the sea, while others flew into the air. Each person's gaze was filled with terror. Chairman, this is a treasure of the Eagle Sauce Nation. How can we give it to him? Adolf, we can raise the defensive barrier of the New York-based city. You can focus all your strength to kill him. There's no need to give him the 5-colored divine disc. The temple will not agree to this. 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Adolf. All 3 were 8th transition powerhouses, clad in standard golden holy armor, glaring at Adolf with anger. Upon seeing these individuals, Linling immediately understood that they were likely part of an organization similar to the Zodiac Society. The second chairman he encountered on Demon Island was not among them, suggesting that this was not all the strength of the Eagle Sauce Nation. At that moment, Adolf turned to face the 3, exposing his unprotected back to Linling's attack range. You fools! A loud shout rang out, and Adolf's expression grew increasingly serious as he looked at the 3. Don't you understand? We cannot stop him at all. Do you know why he hasn't continued to unleash forbidden spells? Do you think he is waiting for the cooldown? Or that his mana is exhausted? He simply looks down on killing you, can't you see that? He is not a holy mage. He is the newly awakened favored one of the Dragon Kingdom's laws. He has mastered the ability to use forbidden spells at lower levels. He is the destined one of this era. I dare say he has at least 15 forbidden spells, if not 20, and they can be used infinitely. Fighting him is a dead end. As soon as Adolf finished speaking, even Linling was taken aback. He himself did not realize that Adolf saw him so clearly. Listening to this, Linling felt indeed formidable. He was the invincible one in the world. As for those powerful individuals from the Eagle Sauce Nation, they were all dumbfounded. Adolf's statement was too revolutionary for everyone. If someone else had said it, they would have surely mocked that person as a dreamer. But the one saying this was the first chairman of the Eagle Sauce Nation, currently its strongest individual. Everyone lowered their heads, falling into silence. Seeing them bow their heads, Adolf then turned around and pushed the 5-colored divine disc towards Linling. To show his sincerity, he did not step forward but instead took a few steps back. The 5-colored divine disc, under the guidance of his mental power, landed on the ground in front of Linling. I don't know if you understand the meaning of divine essence. Its value is enough to provoke a world-class peak battle among professionals. You should understand that while such things are incredibly precious, they are also a hot potato. The 5-colored divine disc is sealed by divine thought, and all probing techniques cannot detect its attributes, nor can it be recognized by the system. I have studied it for several years and have come to a conclusion. To open it, one must have a mental power of at least 10,000. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on Adolf's face as he continued. I have always believed that my mental power is the highest among Blue Star professionals. However, even so, after reaching 8,000, I have not improved even a bit. Since it cannot be used, it is better to give it to you. Perhaps one day, you will succeed. At that time, you might even lead the entire human race into the divine realm and into the abyss. If one day you can make the divine essence recognize its master, I, Adolf, am willing to lead the entire American alliance to join the dragon's nest. With the Dragon Kingdom as the main force, we conspire for the great plan of humanity. Adolf's tone was incredibly sincere, tinged with reluctance and hope, much like an old father marrying off his daughter. After his words, even Linling felt a surge of blood boiling within him. What young man doesn't have a passionate dream? A complete divine fragment? Linling gazed at the five-colored disc before him, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. After killing Antonia, he had obtained a fragment of a dark divine fragment, but even so, he only possessed 2 of the dark divine fragment. Yet at this moment, a complete divine fragment appeared before his eyes. A mental power of 10,000? He had long since reached that. Does that mean he could now activate the 5-colored disc and gain recognition of the divine fragment? Linling immediately activated his hero's eye. I'm sorry, this item cannot be scanned. As Adolf had said, this thing truly could not be probed. Linling withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Adolf, wanting to see something else in his eyes. For some reason, he felt that everything happening today was too smooth. The Eagle Sauce Nation and the Dragon Kingdom had always been at odds. Could it be that he was about to make history today? The entire American alliance joining the Dragon's Nest? Wouldn't that mean the Dragon Kingdom would unify Blue Star? Become the true overlord of Blue Star? Linling's heart raced faster. However, Adolf's eyes were incredibly clear, showing no signs of turbulence. It seems he is serious. Perhaps I am overthinking it. In any case, I can test it with my mental power. Linling thought to himself and immediately tried to communicate with the 5-colored disc using his mental power. Indeed, under his powerful mental force, he quickly sensed a space at the center of the disc. The martial spirit seal sealed this space, and as long as he erased the seal, the space could be opened. Linling had a feeling that his mental power could easily erase these seals. He felt a surge of joy and immediately moved to erase one of the seals. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Sure enough, a seal instantly cracked open. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A 5-colored beam of light shot out from the 5-colored disc, enveloping Linling directly along his mental power. At that moment, Linling lost all perception of his skill bar, his storage space, his contracted divine servants, and even his own body. In that instant, it was as if he had been cast under a paralysis spell, unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, a glint of cunning appeared in Adolf's eyes. He produced another palm-sized 5-colored disc in his hand. He threw the disc into the air. The disc immediately grew immensely large. Adolf suddenly shouted loudly, "Attack!" The faces of 200,000 terrified professionals instantly turned incredibly ferocious, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They simultaneously struck, pouring their magical power into the 5-colored disc in the air. In an instant, 5 divine phantoms appeared simultaneously in the sky. "Great 5 divine beings, please strike down this person and transfer his talents to me," Adolf said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. Yet for some reason, a sense of unease crept into his heart. After meticulously planning and staging such a grand play, why did Linling show no signs of panic in his eyes? Would they really abandon the climax that had been brewing for tomorrow because of today's events? Adolf's scheme, the talent extraction. Just as a flicker of unease passed through Adolf's mind, a sudden sound of chanting filled the air. The confusion in Adolf's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce expression. This time, the grand scheme of the Holy Temple was closely related to the plans of the following years. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the Eagle Sauce Nation could sweep the globe within 10 years, truly becoming the overlord of Blue Star. The greatest secret of Demon Island was known only to him and Galen Pushkin. As long as Garen can completely control the Divine Realm Spirit Tower, he will not only gain the inheritance of divine consciousness, allowing his mental strength to surpass 10,000, but he will also be able to threaten those damned deities in the divine realm with the Spirit Tower. At that time, the Eagle Sauce Nation can truly expand its territory in the divine realm. He will also have infinite possibilities to obtain a divine personality that suits him, truly embarking on the path to becoming a god. Whether it's the 12 Scorpions or the entire NATO, they will all become pawns of Adolf and his disciples. All of this is to prepare for the advance into the divine realm. There are even some things that Adolf hasn't told Garen Pushkin. For example, the plan to eliminate Linling at this moment. Adolf learned through some special channels that there is a king of gods in the divine realm. To become a king of gods, one needs to merge 16 types of law divine personalities. There exists a constitution in the world known as the innate king of gods, which has a talent called the law's favorite. 10 years ago, Adolf obtained the 5-colored divine disc in the divine realm. This item does not have visible attributes, only its owner can see them. Adolf is the owner of the 5-colored divine disc. At this moment, Adolf gently raised his hand, and the remaining seals on the 5-colored divine disc automatically unlocked. A red crystal the size of an egg flew into his hand. Before him appeared the information of the 5-colored divine disc. 5-colored divine disc quality, divine artifact item analysis. This item is a pair of mother and child divine artifacts, treasures used by the 5-colored divine clan to seal divine personalities. Once the 5-colored divine disc recognizes its master, the master can freely control the seals of the divine disc. If the seal of the child divine disc is forcibly opened, the 5 deities of the 5-colored divine clan will immediately descend to punish the one who breaks the seal. A 50-meter radius around the child divine disc will be sealed by the divine anti-magic domain, preventing anyone from using magical skills. The owner of the 5-colored divine disc can also inject mana into the mother divine disc to summon the 5 deities to extract the target's talents 3 times. When Adolf obtained this 5-colored divine disc in the divine realm, he already had a plan in mind. Originally, Adolf's target was Mikoyev, but Mikoyev's growth rate was simply too slow. This made it difficult for Adolf to make a decisive move. However, when Lin Ling appeared, this young man was rapidly increasing his strength at a terrifying speed. In less than a month, he had the ability to solo the Nightmare Dungeon, killing 7-turn and even 8-turn professionals. What surprised Adolf the most was that the undercover agent he had buried in the Dragon's Nest reported back that Lin Ling's mental strength exceeded 6,000. With 4 turns at 6,000, he would definitely break 10,000 upon reaching 8 turns. In his view, Lin Ling's mental strength being so powerful was also related to his mysterious talent. He had a feeling that this young man was the innate king of gods. His talent must be extraordinarily powerful. At that moment, Adolf made up his mind. He would set a trap to seize Lin Ling's talent. The moment Antonia sent him a distress signal, Adolf understood that his opportunity had come. He had arranged everything in advance, which is why he found Lin Ling. Adolf's attributes had already reached a terrifying level. During his first encounter with Lin Ling, he realized he could easily defeat or even kill Lin Ling. After all, he was the top-tier 8-turn summoner, with mastery over the light and space magic systems, without exception. However, for the sake of his grand plan, he did not immediately engage in a life-and-death struggle with Lin Ling but deliberately held back. Step by step, he led Lin Ling into the trap he had already set. He even had all the forbidden spell data that Lin Ling had cast. The destructive range of the forbidden spells was all within his calculations. The vast New York-based city, seemingly still prosperous, had quietly relocated ordinary people. Hidden within New York City were as many as 200,000 5-turn or higher American extras. Everything was to make Lin Ling let down his guard and actively break the seal of the 5-colored divine disc. At this moment, he finally waited for it. He, Adolf, was destined to become the greatest winner. And at this moment, the 5 divine shadows had completely solidified under the mana infusion of 200,000 professionals. Their names and health bars immediately appeared above their heads. 5-colored divine race Haxnu, mid-tier god. 5-colored divine race Haddages, mid-tier god. 5-colored divine race Gulamu, mid-tier god. 5-colored divine race Yelataki, mid-tier god. 5-colored divine race Farsate, mid-tier god. They looked down at Lin Ling below, their eyes filled with the disdain of the higher beings towards the lower ones. Lin Ling was also somewhat taken aback when he saw their levels. How could these mid-tier gods not even be level 300? Just as he was in shock, the leader, Gulamu, coldly spoke, "Ant, dare to covet the divine status of my 5-colored divine race. I represent the divine realm to pronounce judgment on you." As his words fell, a vertical eye immediately opened on his forehead. A red light instantly covered Lin Ling below. At the same time, a system prompt popped up in front of Adolf. Activate talent extraction. You will have 3 chances to replicate the opponent's talents. Looking at this system prompt, Adolf's body began to tremble. Finally, it has come. How many talents can a level 4 professional who hasn't even completed the 5th transition have? 3 chances will definitely get me what I want. Lin Ling, everything of yours will belong to me, and I will become the ruler of the entire Blue Star, even the entire divine realm. The ecstasy in Adolf's heart could no longer be suppressed. In his eagerly anticipating gaze, a large roulette appeared before him. The first talent began to emerge on the wheel. Level talent, Child of the Laws. Adolf's lips curled up, breathing rapidly. The second talent emerged. Super God level talent, Forbidden Spell Naming Technique. Seeing this talent, Adolf felt his heart stop. Super God level? Forbidden Spell Naming Technique? No wonder he had so many forbidden spells. Good heavens! So naming ordinary skills could turn into forbidden spells. This is simply cheating. Ha ha ha. This cheat belongs to me, Adolf. Just as Adolf was overjoyed, the third talent appeared on the roulette. Super God level talent, Divine Oversight. Haha, this one is also good. There shouldn't be any more, right? They're all mine. Just as Adolf was about to start extracting, the fourth talent slowly appeared. Level talent. Flight technique. Isn't flight technique just a skill? How is it a talent? Is there something wrong? Adolf was speechless. Fortunately, 4 is still okay. Even if I draw flight technique, I still have 2 chances left. I should be able to draw something good. Adolf comforted himself. However, contrary to his wishes, the fifth talent slowly emerged. Level talent. Pretend to be crazy and foolish. Adolf. Draw. Drawn into loneliness. Drawn into loneliness. What the hell is this? Adolf suddenly felt his head buzzing. Does this pretend to be crazy and foolish count as a talent? What's up with this kid? How could he have such garbage? He forcibly suppressed the frustration in his heart, waiting for the extraction button to appear. However, the sixth talent emerged again. Level talent. Summon Shikigami. Adolf let out a long sigh of relief. This talent, although not very useful to him, was at least much better than pretend to be crazy and foolish. There shouldn't be any more, right? Adolf began to pray in his heart. Unfortunately, the roulette seemed to ignore his prayers as the seventh talent slowly appeared. God-level talent. Skill fusion. Adolf's somewhat gloomy mood finally brightened again. Skill fusion. This talent is also good. I knew the gods would favor me. There shouldn't be any more, right? Adolf suddenly felt a bit uncertain in his heart. Sure enough, the cycle of heaven is fair. The wheel turns for no one. The eighth appeared. Talent. Secret Realm Walker. The blood vessels in Adolf's eyes grew more numerous. The ninth followed. Level talent. Skill replication. The 10th arrived as expected. Level talent. Ever-changing. Hoo. Adolf gasped heavily, his gaze blankly fixed on the great wheel. 10 already. It's already 10. There won't be any more, right? Heaven and earth, God and Buddha bless. 10 out of 3, please no more. He kept praying in his heart. However, the 11th talent lit up once again. Level talent. More children, more blessings. Seeing this talent, Adolf could no longer hold back. Are you kidding me? Damn it, pretending to be crazy is enough. How come more children, more blessings has come out? I'm already over 120 years old. Am I supposed to start branching out now? Why the hell do you have so many talents? It's one thing to have many talents, but why so many useless ones? At that moment, Adolf felt as if heaven was playing a joke on him. I can endure it. My luck has always been incredibly against the odds. Even if it's 11 draws for 3, I will definitely draw the favorite of the laws and the forbidden spell naming technique. He roared in his heart, his eyes turning completely red. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away in a tall building, Yen Hongtian's eyes were also filled with blood vessels. His heart was burning with anxiety. Although Yen Hongtian was undercover in the Eagle Sauce country, he did not belong to the combat sequence. He was lurking in the Martin Laboratory, holding the esteemed title of honorary chief engineer of both the Martin Laboratory and the North Life Laboratory. His main task was to steal the core secrets of gene medicine and specialized weapon manufacturing from the Eagle Sauce country. He was unaware of Adolf's conspiracy. However, at this moment, he understood that the mysterious powerhouse from the Dragon Country was facing a huge crisis. He had no ability to rescue someone under several 8th-turn powerhouses, let alone with 5 deities in the sky above. At this moment, watching Lin Ling in trouble, Yen Hongtian did not want to do nothing. He wanted to do everything he could for Lin Ling. Yen Hongtian scanned all his skills. He was a peak 7th-turn archbishop, already considered an absolute elite among priests. He had a total of 86 ordinary skills and 5 priest forbidden spells, but more than half of these skills were healing and enhancement. Only a few curse skills could inflict petrification, paralysis, poisoning, and other curse effects on enemies. Of his 5 forbidden spells, 2 were powerful area healing skills. There was one that he had never used, the Song of Sacrifice, which could sacrifice his and others' lives to heal another person while gaining the level attributes of himself and others. However, facing the 8th turn Adolf, he knew that the Song of Sacrifice would have no effect at all. The remaining 2 forbidden spells included 1 area curse, the 10,000-mile poison domain, but this poison would hardly inflict any damage on 8th turn powerhouses. Yen Hongtian's gaze fell on the last forbidden spell. Perhaps only this forbidden spell can have some effect. Disaster of Doom, quality, Priest class curse forbidden spell, skill analysis. When releasing this forbidden spell, only one target can be designated. Once the target is designated, the opponent will be plagued by doom for 10 years, and the opponent cannot perceive it. Yen Hongtian had always thought this forbidden spell was quite useless, but at this moment, it was the only one that might help Lin Ling. Without hesitation, Yen Hongtian immediately cast the Disaster of Doom. Disaster of Doom released, please select a target. Adolf Merlin. Skill release completed. As the system prompt appeared, an invisible energy surged into Adolf's body in an instant. At that moment, the Great Will before Adolf finally stopped producing new talents. When the button to start drawing appeared, Adolf was even a bit at a loss. After a brief moment of distraction, he finally jolted back to reality, his eyes shining once again. "May the gods bless, may the gods bless," Adolf muttered, immediately pointing to start the draw. The big wheel began to spin rapidly, and he felt the torment that Lin Ling experienced every time she drew her talent. The sensation of electric shock slowly emerged. The pointer spun in circles quickly. The super divine talent was right in front of him, but he was afraid of the moment when the pointer would pass by. Super divine, super divine, super divine. The pointer passed over the super divine talent again and again, and Adolf's heart grew colder. When the pointer landed on the super divine talent once more, he finally shouted, "Stop, stop, you stop for me." As if hearing Adolf's voice, the pointer that had been moving continuously finally began to slow down rapidly. Adolf's eyes were filled with hope. However, the pointer passed over the super divine talent, glided past the heavenly gaze, and came to a complete stop on the flight skill. "Congratulations, you have successfully replicated the flight talent." Adolf was dumbfounded, raising his hand to slap his own face hard. In a sense, the flight talent was even worse than pretending to be crazy. He had flying skills and teleportation abilities. The flight talent was completely useless. Was it just to show off while flying? Fuck you. At this moment, Adolf had completely lost the demeanor of the first speaker. He cursed loudly while once again pointing to start the draw. The big wheel began to spin again. Super divine, super divine, super divine. At this moment, Adolf resembled a gambler. His fierce gaze was fixed on the pointer. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "It seems like I can control this wheel to stop. Just now when I shouted stop, it began to slow down. This time, I can shout stop a few positions in advance." A smile returned to Adolf's face as he shouted stop. The moment the pointer swept past the favored talent. Sure enough, the big wheel suddenly slowed down. That mischievous little pointer slowly descended towards the super divine talent under Adolf's gaze. Got it. Adolf was overjoyed, waiting for the pointer to stop. But the pointer crossed the boundary right under his eyelids, even sliding past the heavenly gaze before stopping. "Congratulations, you have successfully replicated the talent, pretending to be crazy." "Adolf, damn it. Lin Ling is dead? Lin Ling is dead? Oh no, oh no, oh no." Adolf slapped his bald head hard. While shouting, he spun in circles on the spot. This scene instantly left the 200,000 professionals on the coastline dumbfounded. Others couldn't see the big wheel. At that moment, no one knew what he was doing. The 3/8 turn speakers exchanged glances. "What's wrong with the first speaker? I heard he cherishes his hair very much, and now that his hair has been burned off, he might be heartbroken. Yes, he must be envious and jealous of that kid from the Dragon Kingdom with a full head of black hair." The three speculated, each contributing their thoughts. Meanwhile, the ordinary professionals had much simpler thoughts. Look, Speaker Adolf is dancing. This is the legendary head-slapping dance. Quick, record it and post it online. It's simply too cool. As expected of the first speaker, he must be performing for the 5 gods. Adolf, the gods. Joking aside, Adolf suddenly looked up at the 5 deities above. "Can this wheel be controlled? Can it be made to obey a little? Can you give me a little sense of security?" Adolf kept shouting, but the 5 deities above didn't even glance at him. Adolf's veins bulged, and he pointed to start the draw again. The big wheel began to spin for the last time. It was only then that one of the deities finally looked down at the furious Adolf. He nodded slightly, but unfortunately, Adolf's attention was entirely on the spinning wheel, completely unaware of the deity's response. "The last time I didn't stop it was because I called out too early. This thing has a delay, and I must call out to stop it in advance." Adolf summarized his lessons learned, and his confidence began to swell again. His gaze was fixed on the pointer and the blessing of many children talent. The first talent was the child of the laws, and the last one was blessing of many children. If he followed the delay pattern from last time, as long as he called out to stop when the pointer landed on blessing of many children, by the time the pointer completely stopped, it would most likely land on the forbidden spell naming technique. Do it! The more Adolf thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, but he was still so nervous that he was sweating profusely. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and continued to stare at the pointer. This scene was immediately noticed by a sharp-eyed 7th Circle Ice Mage. The mage's eyes lit up, thinking that the first speaker must be too hot. Wasn't this the perfect time for him to showcase himself and demonstrate his value? He began to chant a spell, preparing to summon a blizzard to cool Adolf down. Naturally, Adolf was unaware of this. In his view, the pointer finally landed on blessing of many children. Adolf immediately shouted, "Stop!" The pointer seemed to hit a wall and stopped abruptly. "Congratulations, you have successfully replicated the blessing of many children." Talon, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the deity in the sky. Humans are still humans. At such an age, they still think about reproduction, he thought to himself, immediately retracting his gaze. Meanwhile, Adolf remained in the position of calling to stop. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Adolf suddenly felt all his strength drain away. He knelt before Lin Ling, stunned for 3 seconds, then looked up and let out a hysterical scream. "No!" At the same time, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, perfectly fitting the scene. His abnormal behavior caused several question marks to appear above the heads of the 5 deities in the sky. The seal on Lin Ling also suddenly showed some signs of loosening. Lin Ling, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move, suddenly felt that he had regained some control over his body. Although his skill bar was still sealed, and Ix and the nature goddess Dias could no longer perceive him, the abyssal magic tower could sense him now. As long as Lin Ling focused, the 11 spirit slaves in the abyssal magic tower could be released instantly. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he softly began to sing a song from his homeland. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls, the world is a vast expanse. Hearing this tune, Adolf suddenly raised his head. At that moment, his face resembled that of a dying beast struggling for life. "Lin Ling, I want you dead. Die for me," he roared, and a staff appeared in his hand. He pointed the staff forward but realized he was also within the realm of divine magic suppression. Adolf, the esteemed holy mage, charged at Lin Ling with his staff, clearly intending to smash him. However, just as he reached Lin Ling's side, 9 figures appeared out of thin air in front of him. All of them were 7th and 8th circle powerhouses, and as soon as they appeared, they pounced on Adolf. Palms, fists, and feet. 10 high-level professionals engaged in a brawl beneath the Statue of Liberty like street thugs. This sudden turn of events left Adolf dazed. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he had already taken no less than 10 hits to the face. Coming back to his senses, Adolf immediately began to fight back with all his might. Although he was a holy mage, his attributes could absolutely crush those in front of him. He saw his skinny fist smash into 2 Nan, and with a bang, he exploded 2 Nan. Adolf swung his hand back, and the terrifying force shattered Ito again. But when he attacked a middle-aged man with blonde hair in front of him, he was instantly stunned. This person, he actually recognized. Wasn't this his long-lost nephew, Thor, who had disappeared for 10 years? He turned to look at the others, and to his surprise, they were all familiar faces. The Scorpion of the 12, the underworld Scorpion Emily, former Eagle Sauce Council member Bushbridge Vyson, Markshies, and others. These people had vanished 10 years ago, and now they suddenly appeared, confronting him with fists and feet. "Thor, wake up! I'm your second uncle Adolf!" Adolf shouted loudly, but what responded to him was a resounding slap. Looking at the black mist surrounding these people, Adolf finally understood. They could never wake up again. 5 gods, kill them! With Adolf's command, a deity immediately looked down. The 7 spirit slaves instantly turned to ashes and dissipated in the air. At this moment, Adolf, with a bruised face, had no mood to continue wasting time with Lin Ling. "Just kill him," he ordered, and the deity immediately turned to look at Lin Ling. However, at that moment, a massive figure wearing a birdbeak mask suddenly appeared above Lin Ling. His appearance made the 5-colored divine beings in the sky momentarily stunned. But soon, the eyes of the 5 deities revealed nothing but disdain. "Isn't this the clown Gerstai from the ancient god clan? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the ancient god clan to fall to the point of serving ants. A mere avatar dares to appear before us." 3 voices rang out, completely disregarding Gerstai. Just then, another deity appeared. He had 3 heads and 8 arms, and was clearly the destructive avatar of the god Shiva. The appearance of Shiva reduced the 5-colored divine being's contempt somewhat. Gerstai soared into the sky, and a large pair of scissors appeared in his hand, cutting upwards. Meanwhile, Shiva's halberd struck directly at an ancient god. 2 loud booms echoed. All the professionals below gasped in shock. The ancient god Thorstai was pierced through the body by a spear from a 5-colored divine being and fell into the sea. Shiva's halberd directly severed an arm of a 5-colored divine being. Seeing this scene, Yen Hongtian in the distance suddenly became excited. "Great, there's hope." Although the ancient god was defeated, it was clear that Shiva's combat power was impressive. In his view, being able to sever an arm meant he could also take a head. However, the moment the 5 deities struck simultaneously, Shiva instantly fell into a disadvantage. It was evident that although Shiva's rank was high, he was merely one entity and was no match for the combined forces of the 5 gods. Yet his halberd still left several light injuries on the deities. Go kill that human. This native god will naturally die. A mid-tier god named Gurmu roared. Immediately, a deity pointed at Lin Ling. In an instant, a blue droplet fell from the sky, piercing through Lin Ling's head. Indeed, the god Shiva in the air slowly turned into dust, and the heavily injured Gerstai also melted into the sea. At that moment, cheers erupted like thunder along the New York coastline. A rare faint smile appeared on Adolf's face. Finally, a system message popped up before him. You have successfully killed the professional Lin Ling. A knight's broadsword appeared in Adolf's hand as he walked step by step towards Lin Ling's corpse. I will cut off your head and send it to Lin Tianlong, he said cruelly, raising the broadsword high. However, just as the sword was about to fall, a song suddenly rang out. In this song, a distant voice faintly descended from the heavens above. Legend has it that in the vast Milky Way, there is a star that he chose to remain on after stepping out of time. Once upon a time, by the sea, there was a stubborn rock nurtured by heaven and earth. Tomorrow, the great sage returns, seeking a little push for updates. Black myth, the might of Wukong, New York's destruction. He has no father or mother and is inherently unruly. As that ancient voice fell, a crack suddenly appeared on Lin Ling's body. A beam of golden light suddenly emerged from that crack. At that moment, the ominous feeling in Adolf's heart grew heavier. His veins bulged, and gripping his battle axe tightly, he struck down towards Lin Ling's neck once more. It seemed that only by severing this young man's head could his heart find some peace. However, just as the battle axe was about to fall, a strange energy quietly appeared. It forcefully blocked Adolf's descending axe. No matter how much strength he exerted, the axe could not advance an inch. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of shattering echoed. Two more cracks appeared on Lin Ling's skin, each glowing with piercing golden light. In an instant, 3 beams of golden light shone like 3 suns, blinding Adolf. At that moment, he clearly felt a tremendous and terrifying presence about to emerge from Lin Ling's body. Adolf's expression changed drastically. At that moment, the thought of retreat began to sprout in his heart. As soon as that thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. He turned and flew away. Meanwhile, the cracks on Lin Ling's body continued to multiply, with more and more golden light bursting forth. 5 beams, 20 beams, 800 beams, 36,000 beams. Countless golden rays formed a golden sphere around Lin Ling, as if to melt all things in heaven and earth. Adolf had now escaped the magic ceiling. Attack! Everyone, attack his body, shatter that damned golden sphere. Adolf roared madly. 200,000 professional fighters paused for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality. They unleashed their attacks towards the golden sphere. Boom, boom, boom. Like a storm, skills rained down on the sphere, yet that damned dazzling golden light never faded. Adolf's eyes narrowed suddenly. All 7th turn and above powerhouses, anyone with forbidden spells, release them. We must destroy the damned golden light. Adolf shouted again, his unease not diminishing but growing heavier. He hated this feeling. Sun god, golden sunset, Askolker Lemia. Chants echoed from the shore. The magical elements thickened to an unprecedented degree. At that moment, over 20 forbidden spells appeared simultaneously in the sky above Liberty Island. Various forbidden spells instantly submerged the golden sphere below. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions shattered large coastal buildings, but only the Statue of Liberty, protected by the will of the divine realm, stood firm in the gathering of forbidden spells. Yet beneath the forbidden spells, the golden light still did not fade. Adolf's face turned ashen as he suddenly looked up at the 5 divine beings in the sky. I implore the 5 divine clan to act and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Adolf's voice rang out. The 5 towering deities in the sky nodded gently. One of the deities immediately condensed a divine spear in hand. The spear, carrying overwhelming ferocity, shot straight towards the golden light within the forbidden spells. Adolf's eyes slightly changed. Defend. A massive shield appeared in front of the 200,000 fighters. Everyone hurriedly poured their remaining magical power into the giant shield. Boom! A shockwave radiated outward from Lin Ling's body. In that instant, the sea rolled back, and buildings collapsed. Only the 200,000 fighters were protected by the defensive forbidden spell, unharmed. Chairman, the golden sphere has disappeared. Ha ha ha. Finally disappeared. This time it must be dead for sure. Adolf is mighty. Long live the 5-colored race, long live the gods, long live Eagle Sauce. The cheers rose and fell like rolling waves. But when the forbidden spell completely dissipated, the army of 200,000 professionals fell silent in an instant. No other reason. The eerie music in the air still echoed. And when the forbidden spell faded away, Lin Ling's body vanished completely. Ha! Adolf let out a long breath, and a smile finally returned to his face. Ha ha ha. It's finally over, ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, but this laughter only lasted a brief moment before it abruptly stopped. Amidst the strange song, behind the solitary Statue of Liberty, an enormous black shadow slowly rose. The shadow exuded a suffocating pressure, and as it gradually became clearer, a tremendous aura swept through, causing the entire New York-based city to tremble. Adolf's smile froze instantly, replaced by endless terror. He widened his eyes, staring at the slowly rising shadow, a sense of unprecedented despair surging within him. He could feel that the power emanating from this shadow far exceeded his imagination, even surpassing the five-colored race. The shadow revealed its true form, a giant ape towering 1,000 feet high. It was clad in dark golden armor, with mysterious runes flickering on the armor, each rune seemingly containing boundless divine power. Its face was stern and cold, with its eyes gently closed. It held a massive metal staff engraved with mysterious runes on its shoulder. The appearance of this giant ape plunged Liberty Island into silence. The army of 200,000 professionals looked at the enormous figure in terror, filled with fear and despair. They had never seen such a powerful existence. The overwhelming aura made it difficult for them to breathe. Only Yen Hongtian, atop a distant skyscraper, was already in tears. Suddenly, a look of shock flashed across his face, as if he had guessed what was about to happen. A fighter jet appeared above him in an instant, and he flew into the aircraft, speeding away into the distance, quickly leaving the range of New York-based city. The second to think of escaping was Adolf. At this moment, he trembled all over, with only one thought in his mind: to flee. Flee as far as possible. Even if he had to live in seclusion from then on, he had to escape this place. Just as he was about to use teleportation to escape, the giant ape's gently closed eyes suddenly opened. A pair of eyes glowing with fiery red light were instantly exposed to the air. Those fiery eyes seemed capable of seeing through all things in the world, pinning Adolf firmly to the shore. Adolf looked at the giant ape, his eyes filled with despair and fear. He had a vague feeling that he had no way out. The giant ape slowly raised its head, its gaze sweeping over the army of 200,000 professionals, with no trace of compassion in its eyes, only endless indifference. It gently lifted the massive staff on its shoulder and casually waved it at the army of 200,000 professionals. The staff actually grew longer as it swung, instantly covering more than 10 miles of coastline. "Run! Run!" someone shouted in alarm, beginning to flee frantically into the distance. But as soon as they moved, the enormous shadow of the staff had already descended. Boom! With a tremendous sound, countless professionals were reduced to ashes under the strike, and those who had not taken to the air were completely annihilated. The shockwave instantly flattened the entire New York-based city. Those who had taken to the air numbered less than 100. They looked at the giant ape in terror, filled only with despair. Adolf watched all of this with wide eyes, regret beginning to creep into his heart. Meticulously planned, calculated 1,000 times. But in the end, who could have imagined that Lin Ling's body concealed such a terrifying existence? Was this a professional? This was simply a world-destroying being. He regretted provoking Lin Ling, regretted initiating this conspiracy. At that moment, the giant ape lowered its Rui Jingu Bang, its gaze landing on Adolf. Adolf was filled with terror, wanting to plead for mercy but unable to make a sound. The giant ape slowly lifted its foot and heavily stomped down towards Adolf. In an instant, the whites of Adolf's eyes were filled with blood vessels, and the sky in his bright blue pupils turned dark. Boom! Adolf's body was instantly crushed into a pulp, and the first speaker of the Eagle Sauce Nation, the first holy mage of the Blue Star, fell just like that. At this moment, the 5 members of the 5-colored divine clan in the sky no longer held their previous lofty positions. They looked at the giant ape in terror. This giant ape absolutely did not belong to any divine clan in the divine realm. Who are you? One of the 5-colored divine clan asked with a trembling voice. The giant ape raised its head, its gaze shimmering with dazzling golden light, and its voice boomed like a great bell. I am the indigenous god you speak of as insignificant as an ant. If you must ask my name, the people of the Dragon Kingdom call me, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Today, due to some matters, I only wrote 1 chapter. I'm posting it now, asking for some small gifts to buy a few mooncakes. I will work hard to write 2 more chapters and post them later. Thank you, everyone. Slaying the 5-colored divine clan, the new 9 great spirit slaves. As soon as the giant ape finished speaking, the expressions of the 5 members of the 5-colored divine clan turned ashen. They had never imagined that an existence they had always regarded as an ant could unleash such terrifying power. The 5 members of the 5-colored divine clan exchanged glances, and their fear instantly diminished significantly. They communicated with their eyes and then struck simultaneously. Colorful light shone brightly, and powerful divine energy waves swept toward them. A 5-colored divine thunder struck first at the giant ape, the divine thunder coiling down like a giant python, carrying the aura of destruction. However, the giant ape merely tilted its head slightly, revealing a hint of disdain in its eyes. It casually raised its giant staff and lightly waved it at the divine thunder. The golden light on the staff surged, instantly shattering the divine thunder. Seeing this, the five-colored divine clan unleashed various divine techniques. Flames, frost, fierce winds, and giant rocks all came crashing down towards the giant ape. But the giant ape showed no fear. It swung the giant staff, forming a golden barrier that blocked all attacks outside. Observing this, the five divine beings suddenly shouted in unison, and each of them instantly created 3 clones. In an instant, the figures surrounding the giant ape multiplied to more than 20. Each member of the five-colored divine clan wielded a weapon, and these weapons shimmered with light, clearly extraordinary. However, a trace of mockery flashed in the giant ape's eyes. It raised a hand and plucked a tuft of hair from its head, giving it a gentle blow. Instantly, hundreds of giant ape figures identical to it appeared in the air. This scene caused the faces of the five-colored divine clan to change drastically. However, the giant ape had no intention of giving them another chance. All the giant apes leaped into the air simultaneously, charging towards the 5 members of the five-colored divine clan. Its speed was incredibly fast, like countless bolts of golden lightning. Before the five-colored divine clan could react, the giant ape was already in front of them. The giant ape let out a loud roar, and the giant staff came crashing down. The immense power twisted the very space around them. The five-colored divine clan hurriedly joined forces to resist, but their strength seemed so insignificant before the giant ape. As the giant staff fell, the 20 divine figures were instantly obliterated, and 20 weapons flew into the air. The remaining 5 true bodies were also sent flying by the immense force, blood gushing from their mouths, their bones shattering inch by inch. The highest-ranking member of the five-colored divine clan, a deity named Gurmer, suddenly raised a hand and summoned the weapons in the air to him. Golden light shone from his hand as a long spear merged into a giant shield. The 2 weapons combined into one, and the aura of the giant shield surged dramatically. He quickly raised his hand, and all the equipment floating in the air flew towards him. The golden light flickered, and the equipment continuously merged into the giant shield, soon creating a shield with an aura as imposing as a mountain. Seeing this, the giant ape swung its giant staff again, smashing down towards the five-colored divine clan like a storm, each strike containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The five-colored divine race was retreating under the attack of the giant ape, their health rapidly declining. Only the ancient warrior Gurm's health was decreasing slowly as he held a massive shield. "Take this, old sun stick!" Boom! For divine beings were simultaneously smashed to pieces by a single blow, their divine blood splattering onto the giant ape's fur, making him look like a demon god from the abyss. Gurm's giant shield was covered in cracks, yet he had only lost a third of his health. With a face full of fear, he turned to flee, but a massive club was already descending from the sky. Bang! The giant shield shattered completely, and Gurm's head exploded. In that moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Human blood and divine blood gathered in the sea, dyeing large areas of the ocean crimson. The thick smell of blood was ravaged by the sea breeze, yet it could not be blown away. Strands of scarlet blood suddenly floated up from the blood in corpses, and a mist of blood faintly appeared in the air. The five-colored divine race was annihilated, and on the ground before the Statue of Liberty, a magic seal silently shrank towards the statue. The giant ape looked towards the other base cities of the Eagle Sauce Nation, with the intention of wiping out the entire country in one go. Just then, the Statue of Liberty, which had always stood at the center of Liberty Island, suddenly came to life. "Great sage, they have received their due punishment. Please do not implicate the innocent human race." A voice emerged from the mouth of the Statue of Liberty. The giant ape abruptly turned to look at her. "What? Do you want to take a hit from Old Sun too?" The Statue of Liberty tightened her long skirt with her left hand and waved her right hand hurriedly. No, little deity cannot withstand a hit from the great sage," the Statue of Liberty said somewhat shamefully. Only then did the giant ape withdraw its gaze. It began to shrink rapidly, and in an instant, it was only as tall as a person. Its figure flickered and immediately turned into a phantom. Beside it, Lin Ling looked at him in shock. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was said that he would be resurrected in the form of Sun Wukong with 100 battle power. However, the moment his consciousness returned, a stream of light instantly drilled into his body, controlling everything about him. Although he wasn't the one controlling the body to kill, the sensation felt no different from if he had done it himself. While the myriad of professions had a way to take lives, killing so many people at once still placed a significant psychological burden on him. Just then, the magic eye rune belonging to the Azura god on Lin Ling's forehead suddenly flashed. The negative emotions brought by the slaughter vanished in an instant. Instead, a joy derived from killing filled his heart. At that moment, he suddenly enjoyed the overwhelming power of the great sage, relishing the aura of being the only one revered under heaven. "Kid, don't look at me like that. I've taken care of all those who are hostile to you, and I borrowed your body to have some fun. We owe each other nothing." Sun Wukong said with a hearty laugh, his voice incredibly bold. Just as he spoke, Lin Ling felt that his already ethereal figure had become even more transparent. Great sage, what's happening? Lin Ling asked. Ah, it's nothing. Without a physical body, every time my soul comes out, my power weakens. I'm off now, back to my Ma Mountain. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Lin Ling wanted to say a few more words, but in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had vanished. Without a physical body. Lin Ling repeated Sun Wukong's words, and a piece of five-colored stone immediately appeared in his hand. He tightly gripped the Chaos Stone, knowing that one day he would resurrect all those deities. Just then, a pitch-black small tower unexpectedly appeared before Lin Ling. This was his abyssal magic tower. The small tower instantly grew larger, and a blood-red portal appeared, causing the blood mist in the air to rapidly surge into the small tower. Moments later, all the blood mist was devoured by the abyssal magic tower, and the air no longer carried a trace of the smell of blood. A system message instantly popped up before Lin Ling's eyes. The Abyssal Demon Tower devours a vast amount of blood evil power. The first phase of the 9 Calamities Universe Tower is activated, the Blood Evil Gate opens, and you can enter the Abyssal Demon Tower at any time. Continue to collect other components of the 9 Calamities Universe Tower to receive more rewards. God-level talent, masterful craftsmanship. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. This Abyssal Demon Tower not only accommodates spirit slaves but has also opened a second function. I wonder what exactly this 9 Calamities Universe Tower is. What rewards can be obtained from the second one? It can't just be a few more spirit slaves, right? Speaking of spirit slaves, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. He had just slain 5 deities. They wouldn't disregard his kills, would they? Lin Ling thought to himself and immediately flipped through the system prompt records. At a glance, he let out a sigh of relief. Among the massive system prompts, the last one was indeed the notification for killing the 5-colored divine race. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 5-colored divine race Gurmer, mid-tier deity, gaining experience reward, 5 billion. Successfully triggered the talent Survivor is King. Would you like to draw the target talent? Yes. Fire God's Blessing Masterful Craftsmanship Melee Master Innate Sense of Smell. The roulette began to spin rapidly. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as water. The pointer began to slow down and finally came to a stop. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the God-level talent, Masterful Craftsmanship. Talent Analysis. This talent can use ordinary equipment to nourish designated equipment, with a maximum evolution to super artifacts. What a great talent! Lin Ling's eyes shone brightly, and he felt ecstatic. The drop level cap for equipment is 210, and although the cap for self-made silver weapons is unknown, their quality can only reach divine. But now that he has obtained the talent of masterful craftsmanship, this limitation can be broken. He only needs to feed the silver weapon with equipment of the same quality to continuously enhance it until it becomes a super artifact. Although Lin Ling had never seen a super artifact, just hearing the name made him aware of its extraordinary nature. Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and immediately began to search the body of the now mangled Adolf. The rewards were naturally plentiful, with the biggest surprise being a storage space item. A ring could actually store 500,000 non-living items. Lin Ling did not continue to search the body but instead cast the Prelude of the Undead. As the stirring music played, 9 phantoms appeared before Lin Ling. Their physical forms began to rapidly reassemble, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into 9 figures shrouded in black mist. The 5 deities, including Adolf and 4 handsome 8th-turn counselors, all became Lin Ling's spirit slaves. It's a pity that Shiva and Gerstai have fallen, Lin Ling said with some regret. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 phantoms suddenly floated beside him. Although somewhat weakened, it was still clear that they were indeed Shiva and the ancient deity avatar Gerstai. They didn't die? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. However, just as his doubts arose, the system immediately provided an answer. Since you did not truly die, the spirit slaves that fake death due to your death will resurrect with you, while the spirit slaves that died in battle before your death will be permanently dead. Lin Ling's doubts were suddenly clarified. With a thought, all 11 spirit slaves flew into the Abyssal Demon Tower. The quantity remained at 11, but the quality had significantly improved. Not to mention the 5-colored divine race, just Adolf alone could sweep through most of Blue Star. Although using the god-level forbidden spell Black Myth Wukong would have a 7-day after effect, for Lin Ling, who possessed so many spirit slaves, it was hardly worth mentioning. After doing all this, Lin Ling turned to the Statue of Liberty and said fiercely, tell me where the teeth of the main lightning snake are. Reflecting on the series of events that had occurred, Lin Ling increasingly felt that there was something off about this Statue of Liberty. As a native deity of the Eagle Sauce country, with such a large-scale operation, Lin Ling had narrowly escaped death, yet this deity had never shown up. Until the 200,000 professional soldiers of NATO were annihilated and 5 divine beings perished, she finally awakened. A flash of resentment flickered in the eyes of the goddess of freedom as she glanced at the direction where the great sage had disappeared, and said indifferently, "Adventurer, I am merely the guide for your 5th-tier quest. I cannot offer you too much advice. Also, I am protected by the laws of the divine realm, so you cannot harm me, so please do not attempt to threaten me. Although I do not know how you were resurrected or how you summoned the great sage, I know you cannot resurrect every time you die. Moreover, that monkey cannot save you every time either. Furthermore, your current attributes are not very optimistic. 7 days. I hope you can survive until your attributes recover." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. The current goddess of freedom was completely different from when he first arrived. "Indeed, this conspiracy against me has your involvement as well, but I am curious, how did you see my attributes?" Lin Ling smirked. The goddess of freedom revealed a disdainful smile, tearing off her hypocritical mask completely. "Do not forget, you are human, while I am a goddess." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling immediately laughed. "Heh, a goddess? Did you not see? I have a full 9 divine servants." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on the goddess of freedom's face darkened. "If you dare to disrespect me again, your 5th-tier quest will never be completed. I have a contract with the will of the divine realm. Adventurers cannot harm me. Understand this, I am the one in control of you, and you, he. If you perform well, I might consider allowing you to pass with 2 stars. As the goddess of freedom spoke, she slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with pride. However, when her gaze fell on Lin Ling's face, a sudden sense of foreboding arose in her heart. The young man before her was not nervous, despondent, or angry. Instead, he wore a wicked smile. "Do you really think I have no way?" Lin Ling said with a cold laugh. In the next second, he gently reached for the tiger talisman ring on his finger. With a whoosh, 300,000 heavenly soldiers instantly appeared on Freedom Island. Looking at these suddenly appearing soldiers, the goddess of freedom's eyes were filled with astonishment. This astonishment quickly turned into terror. If I remember correctly, the goddess of freedom seems to lack combat power, and the best way to kill is to use killing, am I right? Lin Ling asked with a sinister smile. The goddess of freedom's face had already turned pale. Her reaction had given Lin Ling the answer he wanted. "Combine!" Lin Ling shouted, and one of the heavenly generals among the 300,000 soldiers immediately soared into the air. In an instant, a giant war god's phantom appeared in the sky. The true divine realm. The true divine realm. The heavenly general drew a long sword from his waist, pointing the tip directly at the goddess of freedom. With his movement, the war god's phantom immediately mimicked the action. Clang! A beam of sword light instantly slashed toward the goddess of freedom. Just as Lin Ling had thought, although the goddess of freedom had allied with the divine realm, she had no combat power at all. She was responsible for the 5th-tier quests and was the divine envoy monitoring the adventurers of the Eagle Sauce country. The sword light howled as it severed one of her arms. The blood bar above her head instantly dropped by a quarter. At this moment, she was completely panicked. Lin Ling was right, adventurers could not kill outside of the quest narrative, but they could. She never expected that Lin Ling actually had an army of 300,000 at his disposal. And at this moment, the war god's phantom had once again raised the giant sword in his hand. "Stop! Stop!" The goddess of freedom cried out in desperation. But Lin Ling stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of stopping. The war god's giant sword slashed down again. The sword light directly severed the other arm of the goddess of freedom. Her blood bar dropped by another quarter. In the blink of an eye, she was left with only half of her health. "Kneel before me," Lin Ling shouted in a deep voice. The Statue of Liberty immediately showed a hint of anger. "Strike again," Lin Ling coldly commanded. The shadow of the war god thrust out a sword. Put! The giant sword directly struck the shoulder of the Statue of Liberty. A critical hit damage value floated up. The Statue of Liberty's health bar was left with less than 1/10. At that moment, she was completely panicked. Thud! The noble deity knelt before Lin Ling on both knees. "The main lightning serpent is distributed in the Crook Mountain range. Please spare me. I am willing to simplify your subsequent job transfer tasks for you." The Statue of Liberty pleaded for mercy, but at that moment, she saw the shadow of the war god in the air raise the giant sword again. Her soul felt like it was about to leave her body, her pupils constricted, and the terror on her face twisted her features. Don't kill me, I can maximize your 5th transfer rewards. As soon as these words came out, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. Oh, you have that authority? The Statue of Liberty hurriedly nodded. The remaining 5th transfer tasks are all published by me. I have the distribution rights for your task rewards. Lin Ling smiled, a very happy smile. That's quite good, but is that enough to buy your life? Lin Ling spoke again. It was clear that letting the Statue of Liberty go so easily did not align with his character. The Statue of Liberty looked aggrieved. I can also make one of your treasures grow larger or smaller at will. Lin Ling immediately felt a black line on his forehead. Is that a serious ability? The Statue of Liberty nodded. It's serious. You choose a weapon, and I can give it the ability to change size freely. Lin Ling suddenly felt his face flush, so that was what she meant. He thought for a moment and directly took out the hammer of the King of Soldiers. Looking at the spiked giant hammer, the Statue of Liberty couldn't help but swallow. She walked up to Lin Ling and directly hugged the spiked wolf-tooth hammer to her chest. A golden light shone, and the wolf-tooth hammer instantly gained some golden patterns. Your hammer of the King of Soldiers has been embraced by the Statue of Liberty, gaining the ability to change size freely. A system prompt immediately appeared before Lin Ling. Are there any other abilities? Lin Ling asked with a mischievous smile. Really none. The Statue of Liberty hurriedly shook her head, but her eyes were worried that Lin Ling would renege on the deal and let the war god strike her down. In her anxious fear, she was already in tears. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally gave up on further squeezing her. But the matter did not end there. He always had a feeling that there was something that could not be casually interfered with between the conflicts of the professionals. The Statue of Liberty dared to help Adolf against him. There must be reasons Lin Ling did not know. I will ask you one last question. As long as your answer satisfies me, I will let go of your helping Adolf ambush me, Lin Ling said. As soon as these words came out, a hint of ecstasy appeared in the Statue of Liberty's eyes. She nodded vigorously, waiting for Lin Ling's question. Why did you attack me? Who gave you the courage to interfere in the internal conflicts of the human race? Don't tell me it's because you have a grudge against me. Those who have a grudge against me will end up very badly. Lin Ling's eyes instantly filled with cold, killing intent. As soon as these words were spoken, the Statue of Liberty's expression changed drastically, but she hesitated to speak. My patience is limited. I will give you 3 seconds to think. 3, 2. As Lin Ling spoke, the shadow of the war god behind him had already swung down a sword, but this time the speed of the strike was clearly much slower. I'll say it. It's the Holy Temple. After the Great Fusion, all the deities of Blue Star submitted to the will of the Divine Clan. The will of the Divine Domain gave us Western gods several fiefdoms, and our Holy Temple is one of the most powerful forces. You Eastern gods also have a fief. They formed the Heavenly Court. We indigenous gods have some designated roles in the world, some responsible for job transfers, some stationed in dungeons. Some of the powerful beings remained in the divine realm, becoming a part of it just like the myriad races within. Of course, there were some heretics unwilling to submit to the will of the divine realm. Their physical forms were destroyed by this will, and their souls lingered on Blue Star, struggling to survive until they completely perished. The goddess of freedom spoke, her voice growing softer, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the direction the great sage had left. A hint of desolation appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. Is this what it means to be a king or a loser? No matter how strong you were before, the moment you are defeated, you can only shrink back into some dark corner, gradually forgotten by the world. To escape fate, perhaps one must be powerful enough that even the will of the divine realm is powerless. But what level of power allows one to stand above this damned will of the divine realm? Is it the maximum level? And what is that maximum level? No matter what it is, there will always be an end. At this moment, a surge of ambition suddenly welled up in Lin Ling's heart. That is to reach the end of this level, to stand at the very top of the pyramid, and to overthrow all ruling classes. At the same time, he understood why there had been ominous signs when establishing the Heavenly Court team. It turned out that the Divine Realm also had such an organization. But several questions arose in his mind. Practitioners can level up, so do these gods also have strengths and weaknesses? Can they level up as well? The West has its own temples, but it seems that their temples still have Western gods overseeing them. Why is it that in the Dragon Kingdom, even establishing a Heavenly Court team is met with difficulties? What do the gods who have submitted to the will of the Divine Realm do there? Lin Ling asked the first question. The Goddess of Freedom replied, like you practitioners, they explore the perilous and secret places of the Divine Realm, delving into those unknown and bizarre little worlds, striving to enhance their levels and divine positions. The Divine Realm has no shortage of God-level practitioners, as it integrates many worlds. All those who break through to God level gather within the Divine Realm. Alright, that's too far removed from me. Tell me, who instructed you to help Adolf against me? Was it the temple? Lin Ling asked again. The followers of the temple far outnumber those of the Heavenly Court. In order to gain the power of faith, the temple specifically supported humanity in establishing the Temple Guild on Blue Star and occasionally provided some assistance. The goddess of fate, Fortuna, predicted that the entire Hope Sanctuary would face a calamity, and the one responsible for this calamity is you. However, they cannot interfere in the conflicts of practitioners, and high-level deities cannot freely enter a secondary civilization. Thus, the Temple Lord ordered me to provide Adolf with assistance as deemed appropriate, trying to have you eliminated by the hands of practitioners. The goddess of freedom said cautiously. Linling frowned slightly. With the West in such a state, why has the Eastern Heavenly Court made no move? As soon as he said this, a flicker of unusual color suddenly flashed in the eyes of the goddess of freedom. Linling accurately caught that hint of color. It was a gaze of pity. He just couldn't understand what made the goddess of freedom show such a sympathetic attitude when mentioning the Heavenly Court. Is the Heavenly Court struggling in the divine realm? Just as Linling was filled with doubt, the voice of the goddess of freedom rang out again. The Heavenly Court? She forced out a cold laugh. The Heavenly Court governs the 3,000 bloodline worlds of Huaxia, among which are many third-level civilizations and even fourth-level civilizations. Blue Star is merely a second-level civilization. How could it catch their eye? They use the pretense of protecting lower civilizations, but in reality, they are merely raising second-level civilizations. Unless Blue Star can advance to a third-level civilization, the Heavenly Court will not care about your survival. Moreover, those gods in the divine realm fear that their positions will be replaced by you later practitioners. Your 9-turn-strong practitioners can hardly make a move in the divine realm. The world fell into panic, buying lightning serpent fangs. The phrase echoed in Linling's ears like a thunderclap. No wonder there were ominous signs when registering the name Heavenly Court. It turns out, the Heavenly Court fears being replaced. As soon as the thought appeared, Linling couldn't help but shake his head. I almost fell for your trick. Forget it. Whether what you said is true or false, let's end it here. Once I enter the divine realm, the real answer will be revealed. With a thought, 300,000 heavenly soldiers were instantly recalled into the Tiger Talisman Commander Ring. Seeing this scene, the Statue of Liberty let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, adventurer from the East. She slightly bowed to Linling. Alright, now maximize your experience blessing for me, Linling said. The Statue of Liberty showed no hesitation. A beam of golden starlight flew from her fingertips and quickly entered Linling's body. The Statue of Liberty's praise for you is upgraded. For the next 72 hours, as long as you stay by her side, you will receive a reward of 200 million experience every hour. A system prompt appeared, and the original 2 billion experience instantly turned into 4 billion. Linling nodded in satisfaction, and his dark avatar immediately separated from his body. A brand new rocking chair was taken out, and Linling lay back on it, gently closing his eyes. This rocking chair, Jiang Shani had given him 3 of. The dark avatar vanished in front of the Statue of Liberty with a single teleport. The Statue of Liberty, still feeling a bit apprehensive, glanced at Linling's true self and somewhat obsequiously took out a black facial mask. That adventurer, I have a facial mask from the divine realm here. Applying it can increase experience. Would you like to try it? Linling raised an eyebrow, and the mask automatically flew onto his face, perfectly adhering to it. Applying a facial mask while resting seemed like a good choice. At this moment, the entire Blue Star was engulfed in a massive earthquake. Almost all countries sensed the battle in New York State of the Eagle Sauce Nation. However, when all countries aimed their satellites at the New York base city, they collectively gasped. The bustling New York base city was no more. Apart from the Statue of Liberty still standing, the entire area had turned into ruins. Especially after the observers from the Eagle Sauce Nation learned this news, they were so frightened they nearly wet themselves beside their computers. The news of Adolf fighting a powerful being had already spread throughout the Eagle Sauce Nation. But who could have imagined that in such a short time, Adolf went missing, the other 3 8-turn speakers went missing, and 200,000 elite professionals of the American Alliance went missing, along with the entire New York base city. In an instant, the entire Eagle Sauce Nation entered a state of emergency. They immediately requested an emergency meeting with the 5 permanent members. When the representatives of the 5 permanent members gathered, they all focused on the large screen in front of them. As the 5 permanent members focused the remote sensing satellite's lens near the Statue of Liberty, a wave of terror began to spread. Under the Statue of Liberty, a mysterious being was lying on a rocking chair. It could most likely be inferred to be a human, because this mysterious being's body shape resembled that of a human, but it had a black face. However, this black skin was different from that of African people. Under the satellite's lens, there were 2 rings of yellow around the person's eyes, nose, and mouth. I think the New York base city was likely attacked by abyssal creatures, and this black-faced monster is one of them, said the representative of the Eagle Sauce Nation, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The representative from Germany widened his eyes and looked at the rocking chair beneath the monster. I saw an identical chair when I visited the White Bear Nation last time. There was one in the hotel. As soon as the German representative said this, the representative from the White Bear Nation's expression changed dramatically. You can eat shit randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. This rocking chair was purchased by us from the Dragon Nation. The gazes of the others instantly turned to the representative of the Dragon Nation. Zhou Weiyun was also confused at this moment. She looked at Jiang Shani behind her, and the old man also had a bewildered expression. Why don't we each send a representative from our countries to the Statue of Liberty to take a look? No matter what this being is, we should at least try to make contact. Zhou Weiyun suggested that she had actually contacted the Zodiac Association at the first opportunity, but the response from the association was particularly strange. In such situations, the Zodiac Association would usually pay extra attention. However, after she reported the matter today, the GOAT representative had been hesitant and evasive. They only asked her to actively cooperate with the investigation from the Eagle Sauce country, and nothing else was known. Moreover, they specifically informed her that the number 1 had been relocated and was not in danger. Zhou Weiyun did not know what the Zodiac Association was up to and could only try to cooperate with the Eagle Sauce. Her proposal was immediately met with unanimous approval. Soon, Wu Chang dispatched a legion towards the Statue of Liberty. The representative from Longwa was Jiang Shani, while Zhou Weiyun continued to guard Demon Island. All of this was unknown to Lin Ling, the instigator, who at that moment had arrived at the Crocker Mountains in Maine. As soon as he teleported there, Lin Ling realized that his blue resources were running low. Just as the Shadow Scorpion Antonia had said, the forces here were very exclusive. Before Lin Ling could check his attributes, he was immediately discovered. In an instant, he was surrounded by more than 20 burly hippie-like practitioners riding flying motorcycles. "This is the Rock Mountains, outsider, please leave," said a big man at the front coldly, completely unaware of the formidable figure before him. Lin Ling was not angry. He directly activated his hero's eye. Name, Cole Johnson, codename, Demon Lightning Snake, occupation, Fire Mage, talent, level, Fire God Believer, level, 186, 24, 7th Transition Grand Mage, health, 4,823,000, mana, 5,342,630, physical damage, 2,810,175, magic damage, 5,704,617, stamina, 284,820, strength, 196,005, intelligence, 335,490, agility, 150,092, combat power rating, 58 stars, seeing that the strongest was just a trash mage. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He raised his hand, and a pile of cash, like a small mountain, covered the ground, amounting to several hundred million. "I need the teeth of the lightning snake. What's the price?" "Bring me 90 pieces, Lin Ling said. The big man saw the cash on the ground and immediately smiled. Cole raised his hand to collect the cash and said to Lin Ling, "Friend, you understand our rules here, right? Do you have a referrer?" "Scorpio 12, Antonia," Lin Ling replied. A hint of surprise flashed in Cole's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "All right, since it's introduced by Antonia, I can sell them to you. The lightning snake teeth can only exist for 24 hours, so we don't have stock. The price is $500 million each, 90 pieces for 50 billion. If you agree, we can go collect them for you right now." Lin Ling frowned slightly. The materials needed for the 5th transition, no matter how rare, should not be this expensive. This was clearly beyond the normal range for a 5th transition powerhouse. It was evident that these people had raised the price on the spot, treating him like a fat sheep. However, Adolf's storage ring contained a full $2 trillion, and Lin Ling was no longer the impoverished youth who would haggle over a few $100s. He did not want to waste time on money now. "Okay, I hope to see the goods within half an hour," Lin Ling said. A sly glint flashed in Cole's eyes. "It seems you have quite a bit of money on you. Don't worry, we are always friendly to wealthy people. I'll go get you the lightning snake teeth right away." Cole exchanged glances with a few partners and immediately drove the flying motorcycles, disappearing into the mountains. "Spending money to buy from you, and you want to take my life for free? Spending money to buy from you, and you want to take my life for free?" Lin Ling found a rock to sit on and immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Lin Ling combat profession, all-class mage level, 120, 99, experience pool, 29,205,152,380 weakness status countdown, 167 all attributes amplification 550 weakness seal active under weakness status, attributes will randomly seal 80, and sealed attributes will not gain amplification effects. Mana amplification 200 active, weakness seal active, health 11,596,500, mana 1 million, unified weakness, physical damage 6,264,700, magic damage 1 million, unified weakness, defense 1 million, unified weakness, speed, mental power 13,030, divine level, stamina 199,800, strength 192,760, intelligence, weakness seal, agility, weakness seal, dodge paralysis probability, weakness seal, confusion, weakness seal, cooldown reduction 100, weakness seal, mana consumption reduction 30, weakness seal, available attribute points 0. Goodness, how weak is this? Health and physical damage are unaffected by weakness, but the other attributes are a complete mess. But with over 10 million health and over 6 million physical damage, that Cole should be able to blow up with a single punch. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. No wonder his teleportation mana bar was almost empty. It turned out he only had 1 million mana left, and all the mana consumption and cooldown reductions were completely disabled. He waved his fist, and ripples appeared in the space. Lin Ling had heard that once physical damage exceeded 5 million, a single kick could collapse a mountain. It seemed that if he didn't use his spirit slaves, he would have to be a muscle mage for a few more days. Lin Ling sat on a rock, took out a bottle of red wine from Adolf's storage space, pulled out the cork, and took a few swigs before comfortably lying on the rock to bask in the sun. About 20 minutes later, those people finally returned. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a mountain of dollars appeared on the ground. Hundreds of millions. He couldn't be bothered to count the hundreds of millions he had given earlier. "Did you get the stuff?" he asked. Cole immediately produced a bag from his hand, which contained exactly 90 venomous fangs, not one more, not one less. He wore a smile and immediately nodded to his subordinates beside him. Those people quickly stashed away the $50 billion, but the big man did not hand over the fangs to Lin Ling. Lin Ling squinted slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Sorry, the main lightning snake is getting harder to catch. After our decision, the price of lightning snake teeth has gone up to $1 billion each. If you want to take these teeth, you need to pay me another $50 billion, Cole said, raising his hand to whistle, and immediately a large number of figures appeared on the nearby mountain. There were hundreds of fifth-turn or higher professionals emerging from the mountain behind him. "What if I don't pay?" Lin Ling smiled. "Ha ha ha ha." Laughter instantly echoed across the hillside. The leading Cole stepped forward with a sinister grin. He had a treasure in his hand. Although he couldn't see the specific attributes of the opponent, he could vaguely sense whether the target was a 7th turn or higher powerhouse. When Lin Ling first appeared, he had used the treasure to scan Lin Ling. The feedback indicated that Lin Ling was below the 7th turn. Cole knew that as a 7th turn grade mage, he could only be at the bottom among 7th turn professionals. But with hundreds of his subordinates at the 5th and 6th turns, even the 6th turn tough guys, he was confident that he could prevent the opponent from leaving this valley. "Kid, it's dark and slippery, and society is complex. I can teach you." Just then, Cole's voice suddenly stopped. A wolf-tooth hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. "Little friend, you wouldn't want to smash me with that thing, would you?" Cole asked with a strange expression, mocking him. The lackeys behind him burst into laughter again. "Forget it, I was going to spend some money to get things done, but you insist on jumping in my face to seek death. And stop calling me little friend, I'm not little at all." As Lin Ling spoke, he raised the wolf-tooth hammer in his hand and swung it forcefully at Cole. The mockery in Cole's eyes did not diminish at all, and he instantly retreated several dozen meters. "Boys, kill him," he shouted, looking at Lin Ling as if he were an idiot. But as soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly constricted. The wolf-tooth hammer in the boy's hand had instantly transformed into an inverted mountain. That massive object fell, rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Flame barrier, fire shield, fire god armor. Boom! The wolf-tooth hammer struck the ground, and the entire hill instantly crumbled. All of Cole's defensive skills were rendered useless. A flood of kill notifications popped up before Lin Ling. Even Cole, who was at the 7th turn, was turned into mush under that blow. Lin Ling walked over to the remnants of Cole and began to loot the body. "Congratulations, you successfully looted cash. $230 billion. Congratulations, you successfully looted materials. Teeth of the main lightning snake. Congratulations, you successfully looted skill book, iron armor. Congratulations, you successfully looted skill book, wandering soul. Congratulations, you successfully looted silver weapon, cobra staff." Lin Ling looked at the system panel in surprise. this haul was much more than he had expected. With a thought, his dark clone instantly vanished. This time, his target was the Martin Laboratory located in Washington Base City. The laboratory in New York Base City had already turned into ruins. Fortunately, he had learned earlier that there was another Martin Laboratory in Washington. As Lin Ling headed towards Washington, the area near the Statue of Liberty was particularly lively. A group of seventh-turn professionals slowly approached the Statue of Liberty. They dared not make any sudden moves, and when they got within 100 meters of that black-faced creature, everyone stopped in their tracks, unwilling to step forward even half a step. "Old Jiang, among us, you're the strongest. Why don't you go take a look?" the mayor of Washington Base City tentatively suggested. "Get lost. Just because I'm strong doesn't mean I have to go? Let's volunteer. Whoever wants to step forward, take a step." As Jiang Shani finished speaking, the old guys beside him surprisingly all took a step back at the same time. Jiang Shani was instantly dumbfounded as he looked at those old foxes. He raised his hand to point and turned to walk forward. Just as he got within 30 meters, he suddenly saw the black-faced creature lying in a rocking chair. He scratched his head, glanced at the black face, and then at the rocking chair. "How strange. This rocking chair looks so much like mine. Little fake happiness, everyone, let's get out of here. Old fox and little fox. Why does this look so much like my rocking chair?" Jiang Shani mumbled, but as soon as he finished speaking, the figure lying in the rocking chair suddenly opened its eyes. This sudden turn of events made Jiang Shani instinctively want to run away. However, before he could use his teleportation, the black-faced monster had already appeared beside him and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "Oh my god!" Jiang Shani let out a strange cry. The representatives from various countries immediately retreated 1,000 meters away. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shani was completely dumbfounded. Old foxes are plentiful this year, especially this year. Don't make a move, I mean no harm. I just find those American bastards unpleasant. The predecessors killed well, killing frogs that croak. His mind raced, his body dared not move, but his mouth never stopped. Lin Ling, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with black lines. "I said, Old Jiang, what play are you singing?" Lin Ling asked with a dark face. I dare not, you can call me Little." Jiang Shani's voice suddenly stopped as he turned sharply to look at the monster beside him. At that moment, their eyes met, and his were instantly filled with bloodshot veins. "You little brat, you are Lin." It was clear that Jiang Shani recognized Lin Ling's identity at a glance. At that moment, a storm surged in his heart. That kid single-handedly wiped out an army of 200,000 professionals from the United States? That kid single-handedly destroyed the entire New York Base City? Not to mention the strategic implications, just this operation was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. After a century of great integration, countries had long made agreements. If any one country initiated a large-scale massacre against others, all countries would unite to attack that nation. Once Lin Ling's identity was exposed, even if the dragon country was powerful, it would face enormous trouble. Just as his emotions of ecstasy and anxiety were escalating, a flash of light suddenly crossed his mind. "You little brat, cooperate with me to put on a show. From now on, you are the hidden Onmyoji of Sakura country, and this pot must be broken." Jiang Shani suddenly lowered his voice. Lin Ling saw his demeanor and knew this old man was plotting something. Some people were bound to be unlucky. He understood and quickly returned to the rocking chair to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, a glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Shani's eyes as he turned to the group watching from a distance and shouted, "You all come over here. The black-faced celestial god asked me to convey a message to you." The old fellows exchanged glances for a few seconds before immediately flying over. "Old Jiang, what exactly is going on? Who is this?" The envoy from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets asked cautiously. Jiang Shani's face was filled with anger as he coldly said, "This is the black-faced Onmyoji from Sakura country. He says all of you present are trash." As soon as these words came out, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Jiang Shani. Was that said by him or by that person? Ahem. That person said that each of our countries must hand over 10,000 tons of rare minerals and 1,000 pieces of sacred equipment, or else he will visit each country one by one. What do you say, hand over or not? Jiang Shani said with indignation, but these old fellows were shrewd, and the suspicion in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Just then, a black monster resembling a mountain suddenly emerged from the sea. Beneath its two towering horns were a pair of crimson blood-red eyes. In an instant, a strong bloody aura wafted from the surface of the sea. Everyone's expression changed. This thing was familiar to all. It was indeed a Shikigami from the Onmyoji family, and it was well known that summoning Shikigami was the unique talent of an Onmyoji. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the summoned Shikigami. The aura of this one was already the strongest Shikigami anyone had ever seen. In an instant, those who had been skeptical of Jiang Shani's words began to believe a little more. Only Jiang Shani had already given Linling a thumbs up in his heart. This kid was too good at cooperating. However, he also did not expect, nor could he imagine, how Linling summoned the Shikigami. If it weren't for his deep understanding of Linling, at this moment, he would have doubted whether Linling was really an onmyoji. But how could he know that among Linling's many talents, there happened to be a high-level Shikigami summoning ability? The representative from Germany suddenly said, "Your Excellency, may I ask your name? I am friends with Wu Benjian from Sakura country." Just then, Linling suddenly turned to look at him. At that glance, Linling couldn't help but want to laugh. Wasn't this a familiar face? Wasn't this Lucas, the 8-turn blacksmith from Germany? After the Kyoto blacksmithing competition, he didn't expect to meet again in such a situation. Linling flew into the air and shouted at Lucas, "You dare to question my work? You all will die, die." Roar! The Shikigami understood immediately and let out a furious roar. Everyone's expression changed dramatically except for Jiang Shani. So it really is from Sakura country. When did they produce such a powerful practitioner? I thought this person looked like a yellow-skinned person wearing a black mask. Turns out they are from Sakura. What should we do? If we don't comply, given Sakura's nature, they might really come to kill us. Several representatives from small countries spoke up. Lucas's face turned ashen, and he immediately lowered his voice to propose, if Sakura country dares to openly violate the Blue Star Treaty and destroy the New York-based city, then we can't be blamed. I suggest we call an emergency meeting of all countries in Blue Star to invade Sakura country. France agrees. White Bear agrees. Dragon Country agrees. Kangaroo agrees. Under Lucas's proposal, representatives from various countries quickly reached a consensus. Jiang Shani suddenly spoke up. What about what he wants? I suggest we give him part of it to stabilize him, and then we can strike at his base from behind. Once we take down Sakura country, we can gather the 8-turn powerhouses from all countries to pressure him. As soon as Jiang Shani finished speaking, Linling's voice rang out again. I give you one last minute to consider, either agree to my demands, or all of you will work yourselves to death. Your Excellency, what you want is too much. We need time to prepare. We hope you won't leave. We will bring a portion of the supplies every day and deliver all the supplies to you in 3 days. How does that sound? Jiang Shani asked. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throats. They feared that this person before them would disagree and suddenly turn on them. However, the figure with the black face lightly nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you 3 days. After that, there will be no waiting." After Linling finished speaking, he lay back in the rocking chair and closed his eyes again. Jiang Shani slightly cupped his fists. "Then we will take our leave." Linling immediately waved his hand. He truly was an old fox. A group of old men quickly retreated into the distance. Meanwhile, a message popped up in Linling's system contact list. "Jiang is still as cunning as ever. Kid, what are you playing at? Jiang is still as cunning as ever. You're too fierce. Once this matter is over, we should have a good drink together. Jiang is still as cunning as ever. If you can sink Sakura Island this time, you will be considered a national hero." Linling shook his head, not replying to the messages, and continued to rest his eyes. Because at that moment, his avatar had already arrived outside the Martin Laboratory in Washington. He turned his eyes and transformed into Lucas's appearance. As he stepped out of the shadows, someone indeed recognized him. "Senior Lucas, what brings you here?" A senior executive from the Martin Laboratory hurriedly approached. Linling smiled and said, "I suddenly had some insights and would like to borrow your laboratory to make a few pieces of equipment." The manager beamed, "No problem, we are strategic allies. I'll take you to Lab 1 right away." Upon seeing Yen Hongtian, the executive led Linling into the laboratory, and everyone who saw him along the way respectfully called out, "Senior Lucas. Senior Lucas, we must make it clear that using Lab 1 requires one of our Eagle Sauce country's personnel to accompany you. You can choose personally, and our people will only observe and will not make any records," the executive said with a smile. Linling frowned slightly. If someone saw him upgrading to the Ling Tian set, wouldn't that immediately expose him? Just as he was pondering how to avoid revealing his identity, 2 figures suddenly walked in from outside the laboratory. One was white, and the other was Asian. The white man immediately spotted Lucas and pulled the middle-aged Asian man toward him. "Ha ha ha. Lucas, my dear old friend, I didn't expect to run into you here." The man spoke as he opened his arms and embraced Linling. The flesh on Linling's face twitched violently, and he immediately activated his hero's eye. Fortunately, through his investigation, he learned the man's name. Charlie McLaren, an 8-turn forger from the Eagle Sauce Nation. "Oh, dear Charlie, I'm also very happy to see you," Linling said as he hugged the guy. Charlie frowned slightly. "Lucas, you used to call me McLaren." "Ha ha ha. I suddenly think Charlie is quite nice too. It's normal to be a bit confused when you get older, Lin Ling immediately pretended to be silly. Charlie shook his head, and the suspicion in his eyes disappeared instantly. Lucas, let me introduce you to this friend. He is Yen Hongtian, whom I mentioned to you last time. He is a leader in the field of enhancement potions and is also very interested in specialized weapon crafting. Listening to Charlie's introduction, Lin Ling suddenly turned to look at the man. That night felt as if he had crossed the barrier of time and returned to his previous life. Yen. Lin Ling was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, his unusual reaction was immediately captured by Charlie. This time, though, Charlie did not express any suspicion. Instead, he explained, Lucas, I know you have some views on Asians, but please do not have such thoughts about Dr. Yen. Dr. Yen became a citizen of the Eagle Sauce Nation over a decade ago and has made significant contributions to our research on life potions. He is also very talented in crafting forging blueprints, and if he wishes, he could very likely become the third 8-turn forger in Blue Star in a short time. I see. Then I wonder if I can choose Dr. Yen as my observer? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Charlie shrugged, you'd have to ask Dr. Yen. He just went through some very terrible things, so I don't know if he would be willing. Yen Hongtian had just experienced the scale of the New York-based city and was indeed feeling a bit tired. Just as he was about to refuse, this unfamiliar senior, Lucas, suddenly spoke again. Dr. Yen, not long ago, I was invited to the Dragon Nation to participate in the Kyoto Forger competition, where I learned a remarkable purification technique called the Nanshu purification method. Would you be interested in discussing it? At these words, even though Yen Hongtian was specially trained, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. An unprecedented fear suddenly sprouted in his heart. Nanshu, Yen Nanshu, his daughter. How could he not know what this name represented? But this name couldn't be found within the Dragon Nation system. How did this German old man come to mention it? Alright, I agree. I also happen to want to consult Senior Lucas, Yen Hongtian said as he raised his hand to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead. Well then, you two go ahead, and we'll talk later, Charlie said, personally escorting the two into Laboratory No. 1 before turning to leave. The laboratory door slowly closed and locked automatically. Only forgers above the 7th turn could use Laboratory No. 1, and everything here had extremely strict confidentiality procedures. There were no surveillance or recording devices. With the current level of technology, as long as you existed, you could be stolen from. Once locked, Yen Hongtian suddenly rushed towards Lin Ling, grabbing his collar and pushing him against the wall. Who exactly are you? What do you want? But as soon as this action occurred, Yen Hongtian regretted it. Under normal circumstances, he should not have reacted so strongly upon hearing the name Nanshu. What could have been a mere coincidence would now completely expose him. However, after witnessing a divine battle, his mind had remained in a state of high tension. Just as his eyes turned to ashes, the face of the German old man in front of him suddenly became blurry. After Yen Hongtian rubbed his eyes, the person before him had transformed into a handsome young man. But when he clearly saw Lin Ling's face, all the hairs on his body stood on end. You are the one under the Statue of Liberty in New York-based city. Yen Hongtian was so excited that he could hardly speak, but his reaction left Lin Ling looking confused. Uncle Yen, to make a long story short, my time is limited, so don't ask too many questions. Your wife and child are both doing well, and I will take good care of them, Lin Ling said. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yen Hongtian's face darkened. What do you mean you will take good care of my wife and child? Why do I feel like my hair has turned green? He. Meng Yen is my girlfriend. You should be able to return to the country soon. I have things to do now, let's talk later, Lin Ling said, and immediately walked towards the blacksmith system's mainframe. Meanwhile, Yen Hongtian was filled with countless questions. He didn't know who this young man was, nor did he understand how the young man recognized him. Moreover, he had a feeling that this young man was not meeting him for the first time. The young man's gaze seemed to suggest that he had known him for many years. However, as he recalled his past experiences, he was certain he had never interacted with this young man. Just as countless question marks floated through his mind, the blacksmith system was already activated. A song suddenly played, and in the next second, Yen Hongtian's mouth dropped open. He saw a piece of enchanted ore appear in the young man's hand, and the carving knife danced in the air. In less than 3 seconds, a prompt for a special grade enchanted ore appeared on the blacksmith system. Special grade enchanted ore? Before he could be surprised, a large amount of rare materials were continuously taken out by the young man. Soon, the screen displayed the attributes of the equipment to be upgraded. Ling Tian Staff, Premium, Category, Main Weapon Custom-Made Exclusive Weapon Set Level Requirement, 60 Durability, 1000 Magic Damage Strength, Stamina, Intelligence, Agility Health, Mana Cooldown Reduction, Paralyze probability, mana consumption reduction 5 collect all 9 pieces to trigger set effect, intelligence collect all pieces to gain active skill, holy light burn, burning the target for 10 health points per second, converting it into the user's health for 10 seconds, collect all pieces to gain passive, total intelligence attribute increase of 50 when equipped by a mage. Yen Hongtian was full of confusion. Why would such a powerful professional use level 60 equipment? Hey, how many turns have you done? Yen Hongtian asked Lin Ling. Lin Ling awkwardly scratched his nose and said, I'm still at the 4th turn. Yen Hongtian was instantly petrified, his brain completely crashing. Level 120 Ling Tian said Ling Tian Staff, Premium, Category, Self-Made High-Level Exclusive Weapon Upgrade Requirements, Advanced Blacksmith System, MET, 5th turn or above Blacksmith Profession, MET, Required Materials, Special Grade Enchantment Stone, owned, Abyssal Secret Silver, owned, Earth Rock Core or, owned, Mount Fuji Rock Essence, owned. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, no, yes. Detected that you have a large amount of equipment gold crystals, would you like to use them? Lin Ling looked at the prompt in front of him and suddenly remembered that the Statue of Liberty had given him a bottle of equipment gold crystals. He immediately took it out and said, Use successful equipment upgrading. At that moment, Lin Ling was filled with anticipation. The attribute increase from level 60 to level 120 would definitely be a qualitative change. Not to mention, it was such a high standard upgrade. After seeing Garen Pushkin's attributes and having suffered a slight loss in attributes from Adolf, Lin Ling's expectations for attribute improvement grew increasingly urgent, and this moment marked the beginning of his significant leap. As he anticipated, a golden light immediately lit up on the Advanced Blacksmith System screen. Congratulations, Ling Tian Staff upgrade completed. Lin Ling felt a surge of joy and immediately looked at the equipment panel. Yen Hongtian hurriedly leaned over as well. Ling Tian Staff, Perfect, Category, Main Weapon Custom-Made Exclusive Weapon Set Level Requirement, 120 Durability, 5000 Magic Damage 4-Dimensional Attributes Health, Mana Cooldown Reduction, True Damage, Mana Consumption Reduction 10 Collect all 9 pieces to trigger set effect, Intelligence collect the full set to gain active skill, Holy Light Burn, burning the target for 10 health points per second, converting it into the user's health, lasting for 10 seconds. Collect the full set to gain passive. Total intelligence attribute increases by 50 when equipped by a mage. This equipment has been sublimated by the golden crystal, and its attributes have been significantly enhanced. After all 9 pieces are enhanced, the ability to change the equipment's form at will be obtained. After the next upgrade, the level will increase to 180. Required materials, Special Enchantment Stone, Fire-Quenched Golden Crystal, Earth Core Essence, Mount Fuji Rock Marrow Heart. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Yen Hongtian covered his chest with one hand and pointed at the screen with the other, yet he couldn't utter a word for a long time. This was simply explosive. How could equipment at this level be so powerful? Even the 8-turn holy equipment at this level didn't have such attributes. Yen Hongtian could no longer imagine what kind of monster would emerge from wearing a full set of such attributes. To create such equipment, the national treasury of the Dragon Kingdom would probably shrink a bit. It seems this kid is a super genius secretly cultivated in the country. Unfortunately, such equipment is destined to be non-mass producible, but having just this one is already remarkable. Yen Hongtian thought to himself and planned to praise Lin Ling a few words, but before he could speak, the young man in front of him had already taken out a mage hat again. When the attributes of the mage hat appeared in the forging system, Yen Hongtian's heart couldn't help but race. This kid isn't going to upgrade another piece, is he? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Ling had already completed the upgrade of the Ling Tian Mage Hat. Ling Tian Mage Hat, Perfect, Category, Hat Custom-Made Exclusive Weapon Set Level Requirement, 120 Durability, 5000 Health 4-Dimensional Attributes Magic Damage, Mana Cooldown Reduction, True Damage, Evasion collect all 9 pieces to trigger set effect, Intelligence collect. When he saw the attributes of this armor, Yen Hongtian could no longer remain calm. This kid actually created 2 such powerful exclusive weapons. With the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, he can already be considered elite among the 7 turns. Just as he was in shock, Lin Ling took out the 3rd, 4th, 5th. When Lin Ling completed the upgrade of all 9 pieces of equipment, Yen Hongtian's face went completely numb. The flesh on his face trembled at a high frequency. You tremble, I tremble. At this moment, Lin Ling was equally overjoyed. The explosive attributes of Galen Pushkin now seemed no longer out of reach. However, even so, he did not stop, for this was not the end. Lin Ling held the Ling Tian staff in one hand and waved the other, causing a large number of equipment radiating a milky white halo to appear on the ground. Yen Hongtian's eyes widened at the sight of the holy equipment scattered all over the ground. How many professionals spend their entire lives dreaming of obtaining a set of holy equipment but fail to do so? And now this kid casually summoned dozens of pieces. What does he want to do? Just as the doubt arose in Yin Hongtian's heart, Lin Ling took action to provide the answer. Heavenly craftsmanship talent activated. Please select the equipment to fuse with the Ling Tian staff, requiring perfect level or above. The higher the quality, the greater the enhancement. Lin Ling raised his hand and grabbed a holy greatsword that flew into his hand. He pressed the greatsword against the Ling Tian staff. A golden light suddenly shone. The greatsword disappeared, and a small inscription appeared on the Ling Tian staff. Fusion successful, damage, fusion limit, 1. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to continue the fusion. The golden light continued to shine, and even though Yin Hongtian was already moved to tears, he still did not want to miss such a magnificent scene. When Lin Ling infused all his sacred gear into the Ling Tian staff, he barely reached a fusion limit of 95. Yet, despite this, a smile remained on Lin Ling's face. This was because the magical damage of the Ling Tian staff had increased from 500,000 to 1,450,000. He had a premonition. If he could fully fuse all his equipment, even against the avatar of Shiva, he could defeat it with just the fireball spell. Why was he so reluctant to give Xiao Kuei a gift, receiving only $1 a day? The ambition of the Sakura nation, the era of divine descent. I don't have enough sacred gear. It seems that wanting to fully fuse all my equipment is a long and arduous journey, Lin Ling thought to himself when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. I still have many epic and legendary pieces of equipment. Can I fuse the legendary into epic, and then the epic into sacred? As soon as this thought appeared, Lin Ling immediately entered a frenzied fusion mode. Soon, he discovered that 10 pieces of the same quality could be fused into one of a higher quality. However, after fusing nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment in his storage space, he only managed to create 32 pieces of sacred gear. When he upgraded the Ling Tian hat to perfection, the remaining sacred gear only upgraded the Ling Tian necklace to level 27. At this moment, he had exhausted all his stock. Lin Ling looked at the empty storage space with lingering regret and had to temporarily shelve his fusion plans. He posted a large number of bounties online to acquire sacred gear. After all, he had plenty of dollars. Even if he exchanged over 20 trillion, he wouldn't feel much pain. However, what puzzled Lin Ling was that none of the major trading houses had sacred gear for sale. It was as if an unknown hand was also buying up all the sacred gear on the market. With no success in acquisitions, he could only continue to grind in the world while accumulating materials for further upgrades. The materials needed to upgrade the Ling Tian staff to level 180 were many that Lin Ling had never even heard of. It seemed that acquiring them would be very difficult, so he could only rely on himself to fight and seize them. That Mount Fuji Heart of the Spine, I remember seeing it in a paper. It seems to be the ultimate reward for clearing the Mount Fuji World Dungeon with 5 stars. I should find time to try it out, but I wonder if Mount Fuji is manageable? Lin Ling pulled back his thoughts. If it weren't for his current weakened state, he would really want to see what level his attributes had reached. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Ling turned to Yin Hongtian. Uncle Yin, I'm leaving. Yin Hongtian's eyes were bloodshot as if he hadn't slept for days, yet at this moment, his spirit was in a state of extreme excitement. Lin Ling had repeatedly brought him immense shocks, immersing him in this exhilaration that he couldn't escape. Hearing Lin Ling's words, he suddenly came to his senses, taking several deep breaths before finally calming his emotions. Good kid, I really can't imagine you and Meng Yan are the same age. How is Meng Yan? Yin Hongtian asked. Lin Ling nodded, then quickly shook his head. She went to the Demon Island dungeon. We can talk more when I have the chance. I'm a bit worried about them. Once I'm done here, I'll go find her. After Lin Ling finished speaking, his appearance immediately transformed back into Lucas. As the protective door opened, he strode out of the laboratory. He left without raising any suspicions. Only Yin Hongtian's excitement lingered, unable to calm down for a long time. Sakura Nation, Tokyo-based city, Sakura Garden Sanctuary. This is the sacred place in the hearts of the practitioners of the Sakura Nation. Since the Great Fusion began, the cherry blossoms here have bloomed in all seasons. At the center of this sanctuary, there is a courtyard. In this courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in tattered samurai clothing knelt in front of a tea table. Opposite him, 2 young girls stood and knelt. The man seemed like a homeless wanderer by the roadside, devoid of any aura of a strong person, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, bright as a tiger's. Murakami Sasuke, at just 59 years old, was already one of the 2 8-turn powerhouses in the land of cherry blossoms. He was also the only ninja on the continent to hold dual professions as a yin-yang master and an 8-turn powerhouse in a century of great fusion. It was rumored that Murakami Sasuke had never left Cherry Blossom Island in his life. He was the guardian deity of contemporary cherry blossom country. Although he had just entered the 8-turn stage, he could unleash combat power comparable to the peak of 8 turn within the borders of Cherry Blossom Country. Mikimura Sasuke had 2 disciples, who were the absolute hope of Cherry Blossom Country. These 2 children were twins, each holding half of a divine fragment on the day they were born. The elder sister, Rihiko, held half of a white divine fragment and became a disciple of the Cherry Blossom Mother Goddess Izanami at the age of 6. A 5-turn great ninja, her mental strength exceeded 3,500. And she had once single-handedly defeated an 8-turn opponent in full force. Her Bankai, the Void God Realm, was something even Murakami Sasuke could not decipher, as breaking through the Void God Realm required the opponent's mental strength to be at least double hers. And Murakami Sasuke's mental strength was only 4,800. Today, Rihiko entered the tomb of Susanoo, where her teacher, the great Susanoo, would descend from the divine realm to personally assist her in breaking through, helping her unlock her second divine repository. Once the second divine repository was opened, both Rihiko's mental strength and physical body would rise to a new level. At that time, once her Bankai was activated, there would be almost no one on Blue Star capable of breaking through the Void God Realm. Her younger sister, Chinako, who held a black divine fragment, was also a naturally favored child of the gods. Although she was not as dazzling as her sister, Murakami Sasuke understood that as long as she was given the opportunity to grow, Chinako's achievements would definitely not be lower than Rihiko's. This child had awakened the strongest yin-yang master talent, yin-yang reversal. The most extraordinary aspect of this talent was her mental strength. On the day of awakening, her mental strength reached 3,500, and each successful job change would increase it by 1,000. Now, she had already reached 5 turns, with her mental strength soaring to 8,500. Murakami Sasuke was certain that the moment this child reached 7 turns, her mental strength would break through 10,000. At that time, she could become the uncrowned king of all humanity on Blue Star. Because once her mental strength reached 10,000, the level of her Shikigami could reach the extent of 8 turns, and yin-yang reversal would allow the yin-yang master to possess the abilities of Shikigami 100%. This also meant that Chinako could not only possess combat power far beyond everyone else but also would not die. Even if her soul were to scatter, she would still return from the dead on some future day. Murakami Sasuke knelt before the tea table, filled a teacup, and slowly pushed it toward the 2 girls across from him. Miss Xiaoya, I am honored to receive your affirmation. On behalf of the land of cherry blossoms, I thank you for the assistance of the 12 scorpions, Murakami Sasuke said to the standing girl. The girl's expression was cold, as if she had no interest in the world. She replied coldly, I am not helping you, we are merely trading. Here are the 50 pieces of sacred equipment you wanted. Is the Chaos Divine Stone ready? Murakami Sasuke smiled broadly, showing no anger as he took out a wooden box and pushed it over. The girl opened the box, and inside was indeed a colorful crystal stone. She nodded in satisfaction, raised her hand to take the Chaos Divine Stone, and pulled out a black cube, pressing it gently. The next second, a light gate appeared before her. Without saying a word, the girl turned and entered the light gate, disappearing from sight. A strange smile appeared on Murakami Sasuke's face as he turned to the girl kneeling on the ground and asked, Rihiko, are you ready? The girl across from him, dressed in a cherry blossom kimono, bowed and replied, yes. Alright, you 2 sisters are destined to become the light of our great cherry blossom, Murakami Sasuke said excitedly. A blush appeared on Rihiko's face as she bowed again and asked, Teacher, is the Divine Era expansion really about to begin? The 8-nation alliance surrounds the cherry blossom in the eyes of Sasuke Murakami. There was a fervor. My teacher has already met Izanagi in the divine realm. The Father God pointed out that the new expansion, originally planned to launch 7 years later, will be opened this year for some unknown reason. After you dedicate yourself to your teacher Susanoo, you will become his divine bestower, and he will unlock the second divine repository for you, allowing you to possess strength comparable to that of a lower deity in the shortest time possible. When the expansion opens, it will be the time for me to lead the citizens of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire to dominate the world. By then, whether it be Eagle Sauce or Dragon Country, they will tremble beneath us. Teacher, the Dragon Country has many powerful warriors. Can we really defeat them? Rihiko still expressed some concern. Ha ha ha. Sasuke Murakami let out a wild laugh. There's something you might not know. The Father God said that the deities of the Dragon Country have sealed themselves in the divine realm and are unwilling to let the human race enter. Therefore, the Dragon Country has been abandoned by their gods. It has long become a forsaken land. Even if they enter the divine realm, they will be devoured by the deities they worship. But I heard that the zodiac of the Dragon Country has the power to slay gods, Rihiko whispered. Slay gods? Ha! 10 years ago, the 12 zodiacs worked together to kill a god-level being. But in that battle, all 12 zodiacs were severely injured, and the strongest among them are nearing their limits. while the rising stars of the Dragon Country are utterly incapable of taking their place. Moreover, with just 35 more items, I can collect all 300 pieces of sacred equipment. By then, once I restore the Ama no Murakumo, the zodiac of the Dragon Country will become utterly vulnerable. Hearing her teacher mention the Ama no Murakumo, a hint of fervor appeared in Rihiko's eyes. That was the legendary super artifact, capable of easily slaying gods. Although it was Sasuke Murakami's weapon, it would eventually be passed to her. Even if it wasn't, she could seize it. At that moment, Sasuke Murakami glanced at the time and nodded. "Alright, Rihiko, you should go in now. The great god Susanoo will descend shortly." A blush appeared on Rihiko's face as she gently untied her belt, and her kimono slipped from her shoulders, exposing her snow-white skin to the air. She bowed deeply to Sasuke Murakami once more and turned to walk towards a bamboo house behind her. There, she would transform from a girl into a woman. Just as she stepped into the bamboo house, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the bamboo house in an instant. "Come here," Sasuke Murakami called softly, and immediately a pair of 6-turn ninjas rushed in from outside. "Protect this courtyard, absolutely do not let anyone or anything disturb the descent of the god." "Yes." The ninjas all bowed in respect. At that moment, Sasuke Murakami's expression changed drastically. The next second, his figure teleported from the courtyard to the waters off Nagasaki. At that moment, countless warplanes hovered in the air before him. Within his perception range, there were at least over 500,000 professionals surrounding Cherry Blossom Island. The alarm rang out across the entire Cherry Blossom Island. The citizens of Cherry Blossom Island fell into a state of great panic. And at this moment, Sasuke was facing a coalition of professionals from more than half of Blue Star. "Old Murakami, let me show you a video first." Jiang Shani's eyes were blazing, with an uncontrollable fire dancing within them. The moment he gathered his army to press towards Cherry Blossom Island, he successfully triggered a hidden mission. The mission prompt stated that there was a saint-level ninja with the title of Death God hidden within the Cherry Blossom Country. This ninja controlled 3 disaster-level worlds, and as long as he killed any one of them, his mission would be complete, and he only needed to participate in the kill, not necessarily deliver the final blow. The mission reward was a level up, which meant he could officially step into the ranks of the 8-turn strong. How could old man Jiang not be unhappy? Every day he watched Lin Ling grow stronger at an astonishing rate while he remained stagnant. He had long been looking forward to the day he would reach the 8th transition. Jiang sang, "You are slandering us, outright slandering." Mokumura Sasuke confronted Jiang Shani and the others with anger. "Lord Mokumura, I have already shared the information with you. Are you denying that those are your Sakura country's Shikigami? Or do you mean to say that besides your Onmyoji, others can summon Shikigami as well?" Jiang Shani directly posed 2 soul-searching questions, leaving Mokumura Sasuke speechless. The damn Shikigami was indeed a unique product of Sakura country, but the Shikigami in your video was almost at a true divine level. If there were really people in Sakura country who could summon such Shikigami, would they be so pathetic? The difference between Shikigami and other summoned creatures is that other summoned creatures can die in battle. Once dead, they cannot be summoned again. However, Shikigami can be immediately resummoned as long as the Onmyoji skill cooldown is complete after their death. This is also the strength of Onmyoji. As long as their mental power is strong enough, they can summon a spirit that can never be killed. The problem is that Sakura country simply does not have Onmyoji of that level. But no matter what, no one could disturb Rihiko. Mokumura Sasuke took a deep breath, his eyes growing colder. As long as he could hold on until Rihiko completed the ritual, these people before him would be nothing to fear. "No one is allowed to step into Sakura country today," Mokumura Sasuke shouted, and his aura instantly began to surge. A 7th transition powerhouse from Iron Tower country no longer wanted to waste words with him and flew out of the camp directly. "Let's go together. If you don't hand over the compensation, we'll sink this Sakura island today." Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed. A massive snake burst from the water and swallowed the 7th transition powerhouse whole. Just as the coalition was in shock, 7 more giant snakes emerged from the sea, surrounding Sakura Island. Above the heads of these 8 giant snakes, a huge and crimson name lit up. "Yamata no Orochi, mid-tier divine avatar, how is it possible? How could you summon Yamata no Orochi?" A powerful figure exclaimed. Even as an avatar, Yamata no Orochi was comparable to a mid-tier divine being. Normally, even if Mokumura Sasuke were an 8th transition Onmyoji, he would not be able to summon a divine-level Shikigami. Moreover, Yamata no Orochi was not even a Shikigami. Mokumura Sasuke must have obtained an extraordinary opportunity. The 8 snakeheads of Yamata no Orochi let out a simultaneous roar and lunged toward the coalition of professionals. Various skills began to target Yamata no Orochi, although its health was decreasing, each of its attacks caused significant casualties among the professionals. The sounds of explosions and the screams of professionals merged into one. In just a few minutes, the Sakura Sea had turned red with blood. Finally, Yamada no Orochi's health bar gradually hit the bottom under the siege of hundreds of thousands of professionals. Just as everyone was overjoyed, Yamada no Orochi's health bar emptied, and its massive body fell into the sea. Ha ha ha. German warriors, charge! Rush into Sakura country and seize all the resources. The leader of the Germans shouted, and a large number of professionals began to storm the beach. However, at that moment, the sea suddenly boiled. Great might heavenly dragon / Yamada. Great might heavenly dragon / Yamada boom. The seemingly dead Yamada no Orochi reappeared. This time, its original snake body was covered in scales. 8 heads, like small mountains, sprouted a fierce horn. Roar! With a roar, countless small snakes flew up from the sea, like arrows shooting toward the airborne army of professionals. Jiang Shani's expression changed slightly, he softly chanted, and his staff suddenly pointed out. 100 Li air burst. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, magical elements surged, and the air within 100 Li radius exploded violently. Countless small snakes were blown to pieces on the spot, but the main body of the 8-headed serpent suffered little damage. This demonstrated the formidable defense of the 8-headed serpent. A 7th-turn sharpshooter from the White Bear Kingdom flashed a fierce look in his eyes. A dazzling divine light lit up on the silver longbow in his hand. Archer's forbidden spell, world-destroying divine arrow. Whoosh! With a light shout, an arrow shot into the sky. That arrow instantly transformed into countless arrows, shooting towards Sakura Island. However, one of the 8-headed serpents suddenly emitted a green light from its eyes. That light actually formed a defensive shield above Sakura Island. Countless arrows rained down on the defensive shield but failed to break through it. Several other 7th-turn powerhouses released their forbidden spells in succession, but as the other snakeheads infused the shield with green light, the green shield remained completely unyielding. Ha ha ha, my 8-headed serpent is invincible in Sakura country. Now retreat, or whoever comes will die. Murakami Sasuke said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave the territory of Sakura country, he would have already ordered the 8-headed serpent to attack these professional coalition forces. But in the Sea of Cherry Blossoms, his 8-headed serpent was an invincible existence. At this moment, all the professionals were at a loss, wondering if they could break through. Would retreat mean their trip was in vain? Everyone has underestimated the abilities of that old thief Murakami. Elder Jiang, what should we do now? Here, the distance to the Dragon Kingdom was the closest, and even the little brothers of Eagle Sauce looked towards Jiang Shani with a sense of pragmatism. Just as Jiang Shani was in a dilemma, a voice suddenly thundered from the sky. Humph, a mere trick, daring to show off in front of me. Great might heavenly dragon. A golden holy dragon descended from the sky, and a golden dragon spear pierced through 2 of the 8-headed serpent's heads, pinning them to the sea. The terrifying defense of the 8-headed serpent seemed as fragile as paper under this dragon spear. Its health bar instantly dropped by 1/3. Upon seeing this person, all the professionals in the coalition revealed a look of awe. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. The contemporary number 1 of the Dragon Kingdom, it's not Fahai, it's Runlong. On top of the golden dragon, Runlong's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his silver battle robe rustled. His long eyebrows floated to one side, and in his wrinkled eye sockets, a pair of somewhat murky eyes emitted a chilling light. Runlong, how dare you casually leave the Divine Realm Passage? Aren't you afraid the Abyss Army will break through the defenses? Murakami Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he had the luck of Sakura country backing him, he still felt a wave of fear in the presence of a true peak 7th turn. Ha ha ha. Runlong laughed wildly. Abyss Army? Your serpent is about to bite my kin. Why should I care about the Abyss Passage? Murakami Sasuke glanced at the time on the system panel, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Rihiko has been inside for 8 minutes. It should be ending soon, he thought to himself, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, as the remaining 6 snakeheads suddenly lunged at Runlong. Runlong, this is the territory of my great Sakura country. Do you think I would fear you? With his roar, rows of bone spurs grew on the 6 snakeheads, and the aura of the 8-headed serpent strengthened once again. Great Sakura? Then let me see just how great it is, Runlong said, gripping the end of the dragon spear tightly with his wrinkled hand. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and the golden dragon spear instantly flew into the air. Great might heavenly dragon! With a loud shout from Runlong, the golden dragon beneath him transformed into a set of golden armor that appeared around his body. Wow, it's Lin Tianlong's forbidden spell, Great might heavenly dragon. This is Runlong's signature technique, transforming into armor, doubling his combat power. The 8-headed serpent can only show off in Sakura country. Encountering Runlong is like facing a mere worm. Many professionals looked at the imposing Renlong and couldn't help but shout out loud. And Renlong did not disappoint them. He transformed into a golden lightning, weaving between the 6 snake heads. Snake blood splattered across the sky, one snake head after another was severed and fell into the sea. In the blink of an eye, only the snake head where Uchiha Sasuke was remained of the 8-headed serpent. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's face was ashen. The human dragon had already floated in the air, walking step by step towards him. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of professional soldiers followed the human dragon's pace, advancing forward. Uchiha Sasuke, however, controlled the 8-headed serpent to slowly retreat. Uchiha, I give you one last chance. Compensate for all our losses, and today the Sakura Nation can still exist, otherwise, we will flatten the Sakura Nation, the leader of the Germans coldly shouted, as if this country inherently possessed a strong desire for invasion. Uchiha clenched his fists tightly. Most of the 7-turn powerhouses on the island had been sent out by him to hunt for sacred equipment, and now was a moment of internal emptiness. What to do? Can't hold them off? He looked anxiously at the army ahead, his eyes filled with ferocity. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from behind him. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Sakura Island. There, a pillar of light shot up into the clouds. A hint of wild joy instantly appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Ha ha ha! Finally completed. As his laughter echoed, a Sakura girl dressed in a kimono, her hair somewhat disheveled, suddenly appeared at the edge of Sakura Island. She walked somewhat unsteadily, yet she seemed to tread on air. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. At this moment, both the professional army and Jiang Shani and the human dragon showed a serious expression. They could all sense that this person was only at the 5-turn level, yet for some reason, a sense of crisis arose in everyone's hearts. A cold light flashed in the human dragon's eyes as he aimed a shot at the distant Rihiko, a kilometer away. But at that moment, the remaining head of the 8-headed serpent suddenly blocked the way. Put! The snake head was pierced through, Uchiha flew into the air, and the 8-headed serpent completely collapsed. Congratulations on completing the kill mission, reward level. With the system prompt appearing before him, Jiang Shani's level instantly jumped to level 210. He only needed to complete the job change mission to enter the 8-turn sequence. However, before he could feel happy, the Sakura girl walking towards him suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sky changed color abruptly, and the temperature dropped by several degrees in an instant. Sakura Island vanished, and the distant Dragon Kingdom, Goryo, and White Bear Nation disappeared without a trace. Only a gray mist lingered between heaven and earth. A figure in a black robe, standing 100 meters tall, emerged from the gray mist, wearing a bone-white skull mask, with a transparent circular hole in the front and back of its chest. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, I didn't take a leave of absence. The final task, enter the Abyssal Demon Tower. Thanks to Lon for the explosive update. The final task, enter the Abyssal Demon Tower. Thanks to Lon for the explosive update. The human dragon swiftly moved forward, thrusting his spear, and that thing let out a scream, instantly turning into a cloud of black mist and disappearing. The human dragon frowned slightly. The weakness of this monster far exceeded his expectations. Seeing this scene, the previously tense professional army relaxed. I thought it was some formidable monster, yet it is so easy to defeat. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel this is even weaker than a wild monster? Laughter echoed through the crowd, and they no longer feared this gray unknown illusion. But soon, all the 7-turn and above powerhouses suddenly turned to look in the same direction. Their keen senses told them that a large number of things were approaching from there. In the next second, a multitude of black-robed giants burst out from the gray mist, charging towards the professional army. With the human dragon's earlier probe, the professional army did not feel afraid at this moment. They all took action, unleashing various skills against those monsters. Sure enough, as long as the attacks landed on these monsters, they would immediately scream and dissolve into a cloud of black mist. Their combat power was essentially zero. Roar! A strange, hissing roar suddenly echoed from afar, and those monsters seemed to hear the command of an army, turning and fleeing into the gray mist. All the professionals looked in the direction of the fleeing monsters. Suddenly, a skeletal giant claw reached out from the black mist and snatched away the 100-meter-tall giant monster in one grasp. At that moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Boom! The ground began to tremble, and a shadow resembling a mountain stepped out of the gray mist. It was also clad in a black robe, wearing a skull mask, with a large hole in its chest. Aside from a ring of sharp bone spines around its neck, it was identical to the previous giant monster. It was as if the one before was a child, and now the grandfather had emerged. Seeing the supergiant monster towering over 500 meters, the army of professionals tensed up again. The Dragon Man was indeed the strongest present. He soared into the sky once more, his dragon spear transforming into a spear of light aimed at the giant monster. However, when the spear of light pierced the monster's body, it caused no harm whatsoever. The dragon man could feel that the shot seemed to have pierced nothing. There was no solid form beneath the black robe. It was only at this moment that the dragon man realized this creature didn't even have a health bar. After the great fusion, everything had a health bar. Not having one was the most terrifying thing. Suddenly, the monster opened its pitch-black mouth, and a dazzling white light shone from within. Boom! A white beam of light struck the dragon man, sending him flying over 10 meters. What is this thing? In the legends of Sakura country, when a person dies, they enter a place called the Soul Society, and those souls with grievances turn into something called hollows. They wander between the human world and the Soul Society. Are you saying this place is connected to the Soul Society? Or that this is the Soul Society? It's hard to say, but it must be related to the Soul Society. It is said that once the living enter the Soul Society, they can never leave again, until their spirit is tortured to the point of collapse or their soul is devoured by a hollow. But here, there isn't that strong a sense of crisis. I've heard that primitive hollows are very weak, but they consume their kind or human souls to grow stronger. Once they become a great hollow, they can unleash a Zero, and that white light attack just now resembled a Zero. Several professionals who had studied the culture of Sakura country spoke up. At this moment, a hint of fervor gradually appeared in the dragon man's eyes. Where there are hollows, there is likely a soul clan. If I can encounter them, perhaps. The human's heartbeat quickened. He had some adventures. He could enter a state of suspended animation for his soul, which could be activated upon physical death or extreme spiritual weakness. This allowed him to survive for several years even after his physical body perished. However, Blue Star was not suitable for the Soul Clan's survival. He originally had a plan to find the world or instance where the Soul Clan resided. There, he could strengthen his soul and seek treasures to prolong his physical life. But he had never been able to find the Soul Clan, and now, seeing these hollows, he finally saw hope. Now, as long as he could find the Soul Clan and find a way to follow them back, he would have the opportunity to break through and survive. Just as the dragon man was lost in thought, a chilling roar suddenly echoed from the distant gray mist. Everyone turned to look and saw hundreds of towering black shadows swaying and charging towards them. In an instant, all the professionals felt their hair stand on end. They quickly gathered together and launched an attack on those monsters. But these monsters truly seemed unkillable. The frenzied skills that struck them only slowed their advance slightly. Boom! An explosion sounded. Flames shot up into the sky on the right. A 7th-tier fire mage unleashed a powerful magic spell. Under the blazing light, the monsters slowly retreated. The adventurers' eyes brightened instantly. They fear fire. A fire mage should cast a forbidden spell quickly. Someone shouted from the crowd. Soon, the chanting of a forbidden spell echoed. Moments later, a massive ring of fire appeared at the perimeter of the adventurers' army. The fire ring rapidly advanced outward, and the monsters indeed began to retreat upon seeing it. The fire ring spread out for hundreds of miles, and the monsters retreated beyond that distance. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the moment the forbidden fire ring extinguished, the monsters in the grey mist charged out once again. Other fire mages quickly filled the gap, waiting for the cooldown of the fire mage's forbidden spell. Yet, no one noticed that two figures, the height of normal humans, were approaching the adventurers' army from the grey mist. Although they were humanoid, they had the heads of tigers, and each wore a broken skeletal mask. A body not yet at the 9th tier can be easily fused. That old human is quite good. It's a pity the vitality of the body is running low. Should we take it? After bringing it back and feeding it some divine fruits, this body could be upgraded to divine level and live for another 10,000 years without much issue. Then let's take it. I'm already tired of life in the underworld. It's time to enter the divine realm. In front of the Statue of Liberty, Lin Ling's dark avatar appeared instantly, and the Statue of Liberty immediately revived. A system prompt popped up before Lin Ling. Congratulations on exceeding the requirements for the 12th ring job change task. The ring running task is reduced by 2 rings. Current task progress is 14. Congratulations, you have received an experience reward of 100 million. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he turned to the Statue of Liberty and asked, "What is the final task?" The Statue of Liberty's expression suddenly became tense, stammering for a long time without saying anything. "Just say it, I won't blame you for the task," Lin Ling said impatiently. Hearing this, the Statue of Liberty finally relaxed. "The last task requires you to kill 1 billion abyss creatures," she said cautiously. "A billion? Or just a little bit?" A task prompt immediately appeared before Lin Ling. Final chapter of the 5-tier task, kill 5 billion abyss creatures of level 120 or above. It really was 1 billion. If the abyss dungeon in the Pyramid Kingdom hadn't been cleared before, this task seemed quite simple. But now, wanting to kill 5 billion abyss creatures seemed a bit difficult. Even going to Demon Island might not yield that many abyss creatures. Lin Ling frowned slightly, pondering where to find so many abyss creatures to kill. Suddenly, a black pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda instantly grew larger, and a light gate slowly emerged. Lin Ling's dark avatar stepped in. The pagoda shrank again, and Lin Ling's true self raised a hand to store it away. The Mid-Autumn Festival holiday was over. Xiao Kuei originally wanted to take a day off to rest, as she had been updating frequently and her neck wasn't feeling well. However, since a friend sent a gift, she decided to update a chapter instead. Tomorrow she would return to 3 updates. The Abyssal Magic Tower, A Strange World. The Abyssal Magic Tower, A Strange World, First Floor. The dim sky, the withered yellow earth. A stench, decay, and a sense of ruin filled this place to the brim. Silence became the only word to describe it. An invisible mental pressure seemed to crush everything here at all times. Even Lin Ling's immense mental power faintly felt a piercing sensation from deep within his soul. Lin Ling stood atop a mound of earth, and the dark laws gave him a feeling akin to being embraced by a mother, gradually alleviating that piercing sensation. Why can't I see a single abyss creature in the Abyssal Magic Tower? Lin Ling was filled with doubt and immediately tried to summon his spirit servant. If he wasn't mistaken, his spirit servants should all be within this space. However, to his surprise, he found that he had lost the ability to sense his spirit servants in this space. With no other choice, Lin Ling had to activate the heavenly gaze. Within 1,000 miles, there was nothing but darkness, indicating that there were no living beings within at least that range, not even monsters. He began to move forward in this vast space. He either flew or teleported, and time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed since he entered this place. Along the way, he saw countless skeletons, some humanoid and others purely beast-like. What puzzled him was that many of the skeletons, despite having been there for a long time, faintly glimmered with a layer of pale golden light. That kind of radiance felt very sacred, completely out of place with the dense darkness of the laws here. Lin Ling paid little attention to it and continued forward, but soon his gaze became increasingly confused. Lin Ling even began to doubt whether he was going in circles. According to his perception, he had advanced at least tens of thousands of kilometers, yet he saw neither an end nor an entrance to the second layer. Just as he was about to give up and leave the Abyssal Demon Tower, a faint light suddenly appeared at the very edge of the heavenly gaze. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up with a glimmer. He could hardly imagine that there were still living people existing under such mental pressure. At that moment, he felt as if he were a traveler in the desert discovering an oasis. He teleported across 1,000 miles. On the horizon of the barren land, gray smoke appeared. For some reason, Lin Ling felt a ridiculous sensation, as if that smoke were the curling smoke rising from a village. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the scene. To his astonishment, there really was a village here. Through the heavenly gaze, it could be determined that the people in the village were very weak, with energy levels definitely not exceeding the 3rd transition. It was even hard to say if they had reached the 2nd transition. Their strength was only slightly stronger than those newly awakened from the 1st transition. Just as Lin Ling was puzzled, a black circular object suddenly flew out from the village. As soon as it landed, it bounced back up and rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop in front of Lin Ling. Only then did Lin Ling see clearly that it was actually a living creature. Its body was only the size of a soccer ball, with no neck, a spherical body featuring facial features on one side, and extremely short limbs that perfectly fit its body. This appearance, to say the least, was somewhat cute, evoking an impulse to touch it. Information about this species immediately appeared before Lin Ling. Tata Beast, Health, 1000, Non-Aggressive, Skill, Cuteness, Species Analysis, Extinct Divine Domain Creature, Companion Divine Beast of the Ancient Divine Race. How could a creature from the Divine Domain appear here? Just as Lin Ling was puzzled, he picked up the small creature at his feet. However, at that moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the village. He turned to look and saw a humanoid creature less than a meter tall standing several dozen meters away. She was covered in dark green scales, with a thumb-length horn on her forehead, and a thin, pointed face with features similar to a human's. She wore very tattered clothing, and the 2 wings on her back, the size of fans, looked somewhat comical. Lin Ling immediately recognized that this creature belonged to the same race as many of the abyssal beings he had killed. This was the target of his journey, but now he found it impossible to act. The little abyssal girl across from him had eyes that were too clear. Such clarity was almost unseen on Blue Star. Even the little lowly ice silkworm King Yikes did not have such clear eyes. It was like a pool of water that had never been polluted. She looked at Lin Ling, her eyes filled with confusion, as if she had never seen such a strange creature before. Tada! At that moment, the fluffy ball in Lin Ling's hand also spotted the little girl. It struggled gently, letting out a series of tada sounds. This noise instantly brought the little girl back to her senses. "Can you?" She was clearly a bit timid, only managing to say half a sentence before her small hands tightly clutched the tattered clothes she wore, lowering her head. However, as the fluffy ball continued to call out, she finally mustered the courage to look at Lin Ling again. "Can you not hurt Tada and give Tada back to me, please?" Her voice was noticeably choked, and her large, bright eyes gradually filled with tears. On the contrary, Lin Ling felt relieved. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to communicate with the creatures here. If the people here did not harbor strong hostility towards him, he could spare the child and let this small village go. But he had no intention of sparing the Abyssal Army. He had to complete his 5th turn mission. "Hello, little friend, may I ask who you are? Why do you live here?" Lin Ling asked as he slowly walked forward, holding the fluffy ball. Just then, the little girl could no longer hold back. She turned to look at the village and let out a piercing scream. "Grandma!" The shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the village in an instant. Soon, a dark green figure rushed out from the village, holding a harpoon, her fingers resembling a withered tree, skin tightly clinging to bone. She had something like a whistle in her mouth, and a sharp whistle sound continuously emitted from it. She nervously scanned her surroundings, her eyes filled with vigilance. But when her gaze fell on Lin Ling's face, she showed the same confusion as the little girl. "Xena, isn't that a case of beast?" The old woman looked at the little girl. However, the girl named Xena pointed at the fluffy ball in Lin Ling's hand, crying and shouting Tada. Seeing this, the old woman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, more and more people rushed out from the village. They were all emaciated elders, holding frying pans or sickles, followed by some small children. In that moment, Lin Ling seemed to understand something. It appeared that only these defenseless old and young remained here. At this moment, the elders looked at Lin Ling and all put down their weapons. "I would like to ask, where is this? Who are you? Why do you live here?" Lin Ling inquired. But these people only had confusion in their eyes, seemingly not understanding what Lin Ling was saying. Just then, the crowd suddenly parted, and an old priest with a head full of dirty braids walked out from the back. "Hello, traveler from afar. This is the land of God pursuit. We are the descendants of the gods, exiled here after the defeat of the divine race." "Descendants of the gods? Isn't the divine realm quite large? Why would they exile their own descendants here?" Lin Ling asked, but he had even more questions in his heart. The Abyssal Demon Tower was defined as a treasure left behind by the Abyssal Sovereign. Would a god really exile their offspring to the treasure world of their archenemy? Or were these people used as hostages, which is why they ended up in the Abyssal Demon Tower? These questions he could not voice. The priest showed a hint of bitterness on her face, shook her head, and turned to walk back into the village. "Distant guest, if you wish to hear this old fellow tell stories, come into the village. I am the high priest of the Loki tribe, and there are hundreds of thousands of Loki descendants within 1,000 miles. Our story is long." As her voice rang out, Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed her. Soon, he was led into a house made of piled stones. The house wasn't very big, just a few dozen square meters, but the walls were adorned with various colorful paintings made from animal hides. Although quite abstract, Lin Ling could still make out that the paintings depicted a world-shattering battle. The last painting was the most comical, featuring a creature resembling a Tatar beast wearing a crown, floating in the air above a white ocean, the meaning of which was unclear. In the center of the room stood a stone table, on which lay an ancient black box, quietly resting. The lid of the box was covered with drawings of various Tatar beasts made by children. "Sir, please try our loxi fruit. It will be helpful for you the first time you eat it," said Hina's grandmother as she brought a fruit radiating a golden glow on a stone plate and placed it on the black box. The surface of the fruit was shriveled, as if it had been stored for a long time. A few children stood outside the door, staring at the fruit and desperately swallowing. Lin Ling looked at the fruit but did not move. Although the people here seemed simple and kind, they were abyssal beings, and there was an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, "Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts." One could never be too careful. He immediately used the eye of the hero on the fruit. If it was poisonous, he wouldn't mind wiping out this village. But when the properties of the fruit appeared before him, Lin Ling suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Loxi divine fruit quality. Divine fruit, a unique divine fruit of the ancient divine clan Loxi tribe, blooming once every 100 years, bearing one fruit after 100 years. The first consumption increases mental power by 30. This fruit is quite precious, isn't it? Perhaps the children should have it, Lin Ling asked with a smile. As soon as he said this, the children's eyes outside the door lit up with golden light. The sound of swallowing could be heard clearly even from several meters away. "Little sir, everyone in the tribe has eaten loxi fruit. For them, it can only serve to fill their stomachs. Once the hunting season for the Kesa beast is over, we will get food. Eating it will make you feel much better, the priest said, gently pushing the stone plate towards Linling. Linling glanced at the fruit and then at the few emaciated children. Are you very hungry? He asked. The little girl named Hina shyly nodded and then quickly shook her head, mumbling softly, not really hungry, I just ate 3 days ago. Hina's grandmother smiled kindly, gently raising her hand to stroke Hina's forehead, saying, Hina, dear, go play with the Tatar, you won't feel hungry while playing. Hina obediently nodded and picked up the Tatar to leave. Seeing this scene, Linling hesitated for a moment but still called out, Hina, I have some food here, you can try it. As he spoke, he immediately took out a few pieces of chocolate and some instant steaks from his storage space. When these items appeared, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Linling, seeing this, immediately thought of the little girl from Siberia. He picked up a piece of chocolate, tore it open, and gently chewed it in his mouth. It's a bit bitter, but very sweet once it melts, he said, tearing open another piece and handing it to Hina. Hina swallowed but hid her hands behind her back, her gaze directed at her grandmother not far away. Only when her grandmother gently nodded did the little girl open her mouth to take the piece of chocolate. In an instant, her eyes widened, and a layer of mist suddenly formed. Hina, her grandmother called out with some concern. Hina suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, It's so delicious. In an instant, the other children rushed over, looking at Linling with pitiful eyes. Linling tore off a piece for each of them and then opened the instant steaks. The rich aroma of meat wafted out, and at that moment, even the adults couldn't help but swallow. Linling took out a dagger and cut the steak into small pieces, and everyone present was fortunate enough to receive a piece. After they finished eating, Linling finally picked up the Rashi divine fruit and put it in his mouth. The fruit was not palatable, having lost a lot of moisture, but as soon as it entered his mouth, Linling suddenly felt the entire world become much clearer. At that moment, his mental power surged to an astonishing 14,990. Seeing Linling eat the fruit, the priestess nodded in satisfaction. She looked up at the painting on the wall and said, Our ancestors were the true masters of the divine realm, the 3 great clans of the Rashi, Morin, and Korea, who jointly ruled the divine realm for 100,000 epochs. Hearing this, Linling's heart began to stir. It was very likely that the so-called abyssal creatures were merely the losers of the war among the 3 great clans. The priestess continued, although the 3 great clans occasionally had disputes, they never exterminated each other. We followed the laws of nature, accepting life, aging, illness, and death as fate. Until 20,000 years ago, when the abyssal plane collided with the divine realm, the war between the divine clans and the abyssal demon clans began. This war lasted a full 10,000 years, and it was only when the will of the divine realm appeared that the war was brought to an end. The will of the divine realm connected the divine realm with many worlds. The lives in these worlds were all digitized, with some of these civilizations' lives becoming practitioners, while others. Moreover, the will of the divine realm needed to devour a large amount of energy to maintain its operation. It consumed 90% of the native gods and mid-tier gods of the divine realm and the abyss, which instilled fear in both the divine realm and the abyss. Former enemies began to join forces against the will of the divine realm. However, our ancestors were defeated, and the will of the divine realm offered us a proposal. As long as our ancestors agreed to work for the will of the divine realm, our race could continue to inherit. For the sake of our race's inheritance, the vast majority of gods and demons chose to agree. Subsequently, all gods and demons were assigned levels and attributes, with some arranged to act as monsters in a certain plane. The rest, under the beautiful name of becoming practitioners, could continue to level up. If anyone's level exceeded that of the will of the divine realm, they could leave the divine realm for higher worlds. But the will of the divine realm did not spare us, the descendants of the divine clans. It continued to devour the offspring of the deities in the divine realm. In resistance, the divine clans initiated a second uprising. Unfortunately, the result was still a crushing defeat, for this time, the abyss had submitted to the will of the divine realm. After the defeat, the abyssal demon clans became the rulers of the surface of the divine realm, while we, the divine clans who originally lived in the divine realm, were exiled to the land of God pursuit. The will of the divine realm granted the abyssal demon clans the appearance that originally belonged to the divine clans and placed a curse upon the divine clans. The souls of trillions of descendants of the divine clans were enslaved by the will of the divine realm, their bodies transformed into the forms of abyssal demons, becoming abyssal creatures in countless planes. Meanwhile, those original demons became the lofty deities of the divine realm, living on our homeland alongside many other worlds' deities. The deities who participated in the resistance were suppressed one by one, and our king was also given the name Azura. He is the Dark King. We have wanted to resist more than once, but the will of the divine realm continuously eliminated the weak divine clans were exiled to the abyss, while only the strong could enter the divine realm. And we, who live in the land of God pursuit, are the weakest among all races, the descendants of the divine clans with the least growth potential. Only by reaching the third transition can one enter the second layer, the fourth transition to enter the third layer, the fifth transition to enter the fourth layer, the eighth transition to enter the seventh layer, and the ninth transition can return to the divine realm through the heavenly gate. However, not long ago, a rumor quietly spread throughout the entire land of God pursuit. Our ancient divine clans and those civilizations with levels below 3, as long as they break through the ninth transition to the divine realm, will be devoured by the will of the divine realm. And we are merely the piglets raised by the will of the divine realm. The strongest among us will become its food. The voice of the priestess finally ceased, and Lin Ling could almost see an epic battle song of the primordial era. He also recalled some rumors he had heard about the 9 transformations. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that everything was just a conspiracy of that so-called divine realm's will? Even if these rumors might be somewhat distorted, it was highly probable that entering the divine realm through the 9 transformations would not end well, unless civilization broke through to the third level. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. High Priestess, the Kosa beasts are coming. The priestess sitting opposite him suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with panic. Everyone, back inside, and don't make a sound, she shouted, and several children were immediately pulled in by Grandma Xena, while the outside fell silent in an instant. Before Lin Ling, countless red dots appeared at the northern edge under the gaze of the heavens. These densely packed red dots were rapidly advancing southward. Priestess, what are the Kosa beasts? Lin Ling asked. The panic in the priestess's eyes showed no signs of diminishing as she looked at the gray sky outside and said, they are the abyssal beasts guarding the boundary. They scour the entire first layer every day, and any descendants of the divine race daring to venture outdoors will be devoured by them. 90% of our food is used to feed these Kosa beasts, which is why we can only eat once every 3 days. However, once the Kosa beasts finish their sweep, they will fall into a deep sleep, and the warriors can take the opportunity to head to the second layer. The land in the second layer is much more fertile. I've heard that the tribes there hardly ever go hungry. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. How many Kosa beasts are there on each layer? Legend has it that there are 1 billion Kosa beasts on each layer. No one can survive when the Kosa beasts are awake. The priestess was speaking, but before she could finish, she saw the foreign youth before her stand up and walk towards the outside. Young sir, don't go out, it's dangerous out there. The priestess's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly called out. The children looked terrified, their eyes filled with worry as they gazed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling paused for a moment, turned back to them, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." With that, he continued heading north. Seeing this scene, Grandma Xena's face turned pale. What should we do, High Priestess? He must not know the terror of the Kosa beasts. The High Priestess hesitated slightly but resolutely said, "Go open the granary. I will communicate with the Kosa beasts and trade half a year's worth of food for this gentleman's safety." Grandma Xena's expression changed drastically. High Priestess, giving half a year's food to the Kosa beasts will leave our tribe at least half starved. However, the High Priestess's gaze was unwavering. Do you remember the prophecy of the king? Treat the traveler kindly, the Dark Lord will save the people. Grandma Xena's face was filled with bitterness. For countless years, every tribe has done the same, yet that so-called Dark Lord has never appeared. But we must persist. This is the only hope for the revival of the divine race, the High Priestess said, striding towards the exit. Meanwhile, Grandma Xena wore a sorrowful expression. She turned and gathered the children around the table, slowly opening the black box on it. Inside this small box were several different colored crystals, among which 3 stones had 5 colors of their own. If Lin Ling were here, he would be astonished by the sight before him, for those monochromatic stones were all fragments of divine essence, and the 5 colored stones were indeed the chaos divine stones. Grandma Xena casually pushed aside these divine essence fragments and took out a small cloth pouch from below. When the pouch was opened, it contained just over 100 seeds. These were the most precious items of their tribe. Only these seeds could ensure that the children would have something to eat next year. Just then, a sudden exclamation from the High Priestess came from outside. Grandma Xena's hand trembled, and the seeds in the cloth bag immediately scattered all over the ground. But at that moment, she couldn't care less about the seeds and quickly ran outside. As soon as she stepped out of the stone house, she saw the distant guest soaring into the sky. "Grandma, he can fly. Grandma, he has turned into Tata." The 2 children shouted loudly, pointing at the sky. At this moment, Grandma Xena was already frozen in place, slowly turning to look at the last painting in the stone house, then back at Lin Ling in the air. A trembling voice slowly emerged from her mouth. The Dark King has come." With a thud, Grandma Xena knelt on the ground, her hands crossed over her chest, her eyes filled with devotion. At that moment, nearly everyone from the Luoshi tribe who witnessed the scene in the sky made the same gesture. Within a radius of thousands of miles, more and more tribes saw Linling in the air. At this moment, Linling held the Ling Tian staff and directly activated the birth of all things. The moment the song began to play, dark elements surged towards him wildly. A vast black area appeared around his body. From a distance, it looked like a black mass floating in the air. Crackle, crackle. Under the enhancement of the dark laws, this time the coverage of the birth of all things actually broke through the 100-mile limit. As long as Linling could sense a location, countless skeletons crawled out from the ground. The number was overwhelming, exceeding 10 million. In just a few breaths, the entire land turned into a white ocean. The skeletal beings surged like a tide towards the northern Kosa beasts. In an instant, the black torrent collided with the white torrent. The Kosa beasts, generally at a lower level, might bully these under level 20 women and children. But in front of the skeletal army starting at level 120, the black torrent was as fragile as an egg. The million-strong undead army against a billion Kosa beasts was simply a dimensional strike. The black quickly disappeared, while the white surged forward like a bamboo breaking through. When the song of the birth of all things ended, the land had returned to calm. Only the billion Kosa beasts lay fallen. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. All descendants of the divine race, are you willing to follow me to the second layer? The high priest, with tearful eyes, said, Sir, your righteousness is great, but the journey is too far, we cannot make it. Linling's lips curled slightly, and a thunderous voice resonated across every tribe within 1,000 miles. My undead army will carry you to the second layer. I will give everyone 5 minutes to gather necessary supplies. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire land was drowned in cheers. Grandma Zena immediately returned to the stone house, picked up the seeds on the ground, and placed them back in the black box. Grandma, do we still need to bring those stones? Zena asked curiously. Grandma Zena's eyes were filled with fervor as she said, Child, these are not stones, these are things needed by the Dark King. How do you know? Zena asked, even more curious. Grandma Zena's face was full of excitement. It is written in the ancient books. The divine talent of the dark laws. The vast skeletal soldiers appeared in the village, and everyone climbed onto these skeletons. The army moved. The bone-white skeletal army quickly raced towards the north. But the territory of this divine land was simply too vast. Even with the skeletal army, it took another 3 hours for everyone to reach the entrance to the second layer. Linling's mind moved, and he was the first to step into the passage. The scene before him changed. It was still an endless wasteland, but here some green vegetation could be seen. There were no various white bones scattered everywhere. This place was desolate but not wasteland. The mental pressure was also noticeably stronger than before. Those women and children who had come from the first layer could already feel the pressure. It seems that it will take some time to fully adapt, and as for the third layer, they probably won't be able to bear it at all. Under Linling's instruction, the skeleton army transformed into construction maniacs once again. In less than half a day, a city was built on the grassland of the second layer. Hundreds of thousands of descendants of the divine race from the first layer moved into their new home. Just as Linling was about to leave, Grandma Zena approached him with a black box. Great Dark King, this is the gift we have prepared for you. Grandma Zena knelt on both knees, holding the black box above her head. Linling was about to help her up when he noticed that hundreds of thousands of the Loki tribe in the entire city had all knelt down. Thank you, Dark King. Thank you, Dark King. Voices echoed throughout the city. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before Linling. Congratulations, you have obtained the title, Dark King. This title will grant you a reward of plus 200 to all attributes. In an instant, Linling's attributes surged once again. Grandma Zena, I appreciate your kindness, but I must take my leave now. I won't be taking these things, Linling said, not intending to accept the black box. Just then, the high priest approached with a cane. Dark King, please accept this, it is something you need. Inside are the items found among the countless bones of the Loki tribe in the first layer over the years. Apart from the first layer, it will be impossible to find so many divine fragments again. If one day you become strong enough, please break the curse on us and bring us back to the divine realm. The high priest took the wooden box from Grandma Loki's hands and personally handed it to Linling. Upon hearing the words divine fragments, Linling's breath began to quicken. He gently took the wooden box and slowly opened it. When he saw 7 divine fragment shards and 3 pieces of chaotic divine stone, even though Linling was mentally prepared, his heart raced significantly. He raised his hand to collect everything and deeply bowed to the Loki tribe in the distance. Alright, I promise you, if one day I have the ability to take you away, I will surely send you back to the divine realm. He was very clear about how precious these items were. Congratulations, you have obtained Wind Divine Fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained Fire Divine Fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained. Congratulations, you have obtained Dark Divine Fragment. Since you have collected 3 Dark Divine Fragments, your affinity with the Dark Law has greatly increased. Awaken the divine talent of the Dark Law, Devour, and gain the God-level talent skill, Black Hole. Skill Analysis. You can devour all practitioners or monsters whose levels do not exceed yours. Each time you devour, you will gain a large amount of experience feedback and a small amount of attribute point feedback. The more you devour, the greater the devouring power. The more Dark Divine Fragments you bind, the faster this talent evolves. Once evolved to the ultimate level, the level limit will disappear, and everything in the universe can be devoured. With the appearance of the system prompt, more and more dark elements gathered around him. At that moment, wherever he stood seemed to transform into a black hole. Lin Ling's gaze was intense, and for some reason, after bidding farewell to the Loki tribe, he continued northward. Like a black sun, he was simply too eye-catching. Anyone passing under some tribes would kneel in worship. Yet Lin Ling did not understand why these strangers called him the Dark King. It was as if he had received a title that the entire God Pursuit land was aware of. No matter how clever he was, he could not have imagined that this title had already been known by these descendants of the divine race countless years ago. After several more hours, he finally arrived at the grand pass of the second layer. The Kosa beasts on this layer had not yet revolted, and Lin Ling unleashed the power of all things, pushing through effortlessly. Thus, when he reached the 5th layer, he had already killed enough abyss creatures, totaling 5 billion. But he did not go out immediately. Instead, he broke through to the 6th layer and arrived at the imposing gate of the 7th layer. The mental pressure here had become terrifyingly strong. According to Lin Ling's perception, anyone below the 6th transformation would likely not survive here. Following this pattern, at least a 7th transformation expert would be needed to avoid being instantly crushed. After he killed all the Kosa beasts on this layer, he finally stepped into the 7th layer. However, what Lin Ling did not expect was that there was no mental pressure at all in the 7th layer. The area of the 7th layer was only 1/7 the size of the 1st layer, and the scenery here was beautiful, forming a stark contrast with the 6 layers below. Yet, strangely, not a single shadow could be seen. This world, clearly the most suitable for living, had not even a single bug in sight. Lin Ling did not linger and quickly flew northward. He wanted to see what the entrance to the divine realm looked like. In just half an hour, he arrived in front of a light gate. Finally, he saw a figure here. Although the person also had dark green skin, they were basically not much different from a normal human. Aside from the skin color, there was perhaps just a tail behind them. Lin Ling had seen this person on the 6th layer. They belonged to a divine race known as the Korea. Lin Ling could sense that this person's aura was at least comparable to the mid to late stage of the 8th transformation. This was definitely the strongest person he had encountered on this journey. At this moment, the person was looking ahead with an excited expression. There stood a huge stone tablet in front of the light gate. Surrounding the stone tablet were bones scattered everywhere, some of which had already weathered into bone powder, indicating how long they had existed. Lin Ling looked at the stone tablet, which had the words Advisory Tablet inscribed on it. Below were 2 passages. This gate leads to the divine realm. Those without 9th transformation cultivation or insufficient mental power of 10,000 should not enter. One may sit cross-legged in front of the Advisory Tablet to absorb the rain and dew from the divine realm, enhancing their level and mental power. Divine realm rain and dew? A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, as he felt that the stone tablet was surrounded by a deathly aura. Lin Ling landed and walked towards the bottom of the stone tablet. The Korea suddenly turned around and noticed Lin Ling. His pupils constricted sharply, filled with vigilance. "Who are you?" the Korea asked. "I have a feeling that this stone tablet is ominous. You'd better not get close," Lin Ling said. However, to his surprise, a hint of disdain quickly flashed in the man's eyes. "I was here first. Don't think about stealing my divine realm rain and dew," the Korea said coldly, taking a step towards the bottom of the stone tablet. However, as soon as he stepped under the stone tablet, his foot was caught by a tremendous force. At the same time, a tidal wave of mental pressure surged from the light gate not far away, pressing towards him. Bang! The Korea directly knelt on the ground, his skin began to bleed, and he held his head tightly with both hands but could not move. Ah! Boom! With a scream, the Korea was instantly blown to pieces. His soul floated to the side, staring blankly at the scattered remains. Just then, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the stone tablet, wrapping around the soul and pulling it towards the tablet. Soul-devouring beast, Lord, a beast from the divine realm. Physical damage is 0, mental power is extremely high. After devouring souls, it can nurture soul orbs, often kept by powerful figures. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the tentacle of the soul-devouring beast. In the palm of that hand, a black hole slowly appeared. The soul-devouring beast barely had time to let out a scream before being swallowed by the black hole. Today, I will update one chapter first. I will finish the rest and post it later. Everyone, please do not drink mineral water that has been opened for several days. This morning, I mistakenly took the wrong water bottle and drank the leftover mineral water from last week. Today, I have basically spent the day in the bathroom and am about to collapse. I did not take a break. I took medicine and continued to write. 100-fold enhancement, a divine era. 100-fold enhancement, a divine era. You have successfully devoured a soul-devouring beast and gained 10,000 experience and intelligence. A system notification appeared, and Lin Ling instantly narrowed his eyes. Although it was only 5 million experience and 5 attribute points, Lin Ling felt no dissatisfaction at all. After all, this was just the first monster he had devoured. What if he could devour 10,000, 100,000, or even a million? Wouldn't his attribute points increase by several million? Devouring was undoubtedly a broad path to becoming the strongest. Can I rename this black hole skill? A thought suddenly jumped into Lin Ling's mind. He immediately attempted to use the forbidden spell naming technique, but he couldn't select the black hole skill. Friendly reminder, if the skill itself is a divine skill, you must reach at least the 5th transfer before you can name it. A look of ecstasy appeared on Lin Ling's face. As long as it wasn't impossible to name it, that was good enough. With this thought, Lin Ling glanced at the light gate leading to the divine realm ahead and planned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, 2 very inconspicuous notifications suddenly popped up on the system panel. Mental power, experience, huh? Where did this reward come from? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, he slowly turned his head to look at the encouragement monument. Could it be? Could this monument really enhance mental power and experience? Lin Ling turned around and walked towards the stone tablet again, this time standing 5 meters away from the encouragement monument. However, no notifications popped up again. Lin Ling felt increasingly puzzled. Could it not be this stone tablet? He patiently waited, and time flew by. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling still hadn't received any reward notifications. Looks like I was overthinking it. Just as he was about to leave, the system panel suddenly popped up with 2 notifications again. Mental power, experience. A flash of joy crossed Lin Ling's eyes. He had a feeling it must be this stone tablet. He just didn't understand why the rewards would double. Could it be distance? The closer I am, the higher the reward? Lin Ling thought to himself as he continued to approach the stone tablet. When he stood within 2 meters of the encouragement monument, he paused to wait again. Another hour passed. Mental power, experience, it really is like that. He laughed heartily and directly leaped onto the encouragement monument, sitting cross-legged. Hours later. Mental power, experience. Lin Ling did not leave immediately but decided to stay here for 24 hours to observe whether the rewards would continue. If it could keep going, he could bring everyone from the Ling Tian Guild here. He tried to communicate with the spirit slaves again, and this time, the spirit slave that had lost contact for several days suddenly appeared before him. 5-colored divine race, stay here. Guard this light gate for me, and if there are any disturbances, launch the strongest attack immediately. Lin Ling commanded. Besides the 5 deities of the 5-colored divine race, the other spirit slaves immediately vanished. The 5 divine beings prepared for an attack facing the light gate. This light gate connected to the divine realm, and Lin Ling had just devoured another soul-devouring beast. He had to be wary of that big shot making a move against him. Time passed little by little. A day went by in the blink of an eye. The light gate showed no signs of disturbance. The dark avatar slowly opened its eyes. Interesting, it seems this is the limit. Rewards jump every 60 minutes, lasting for 12 hours, and then there will be no rewards for another 12 hours, but once the time is up, the rewards will resume. In that day, he accumulated 60 points of mental power rewards and 60,000 experience points. Although it wasn't much, this was just in one day. What about a month? That would be 1,800 points of mental power. How difficult is it to enhance mental power? But in this place, just sitting quietly for half a year could elevate one from 0 to over 10,000, crossing from the mortal realm into the divine domain. Dark Avatar, just stay here. My main body should submit the 5th transfer task now. He said this and intended to switch to his true self, but at that moment, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly appeared from the light gate leading to the divine realm. Lin Ling abruptly turned his head and saw a massive blue hand reaching out from the gate, heading straight for him. Almost simultaneously, the 5-colored divine race, who had been waiting for a day, launched an attack on that blue hand. Boom! Lin Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. The 5-colored divine race joined forces but still couldn't shatter that hand. The hand merely waved lightly, and the two mid-level gods it touched instantly turned to ashes. In the urgent situation, Lin Ling had no time to cast a forbidden spell. He released his diamond armor in Frost Sing Kai while drawing out the evil god dagger. He thrust with all his might at that blue hand. Swoosh! The dagger pierced into the fingers of the blue hand, which instantly withdrew into the light gate and disappeared. A drop of blue blood fell to the ground, illuminating it with a blue glow. At that moment, a roar echoed from the light gate. "Damn ants! You dare to injure me! When I descend to the mortal realm, it will be the time I crush you." Lin Ling did not let his guard down, staring intently at the light gate. However, the gate fell silent again. "Detected the blood of a high-level god. This blood is extremely rare. Do you wish to collect it?" A system prompt appeared before Lin Ling. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose yes. Soon, a drop of blue blood appeared in his storage space. Detection. Blood of the high-level god Ares, Greek mythology, the god of war Ares? I remember this. I will settle this score. It is too early to conclude who will crush whom. The dark avatar, holding the evil god dagger, gently closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the true self in front of the Statue of Liberty slowly opened his eyes. "Statue of Liberty, my task is about to end." His voice rang out, and the Statue of Liberty immediately appeared. "Congratulations on completing your task. I have prepared a top-tier reward for you." As the voice of the Statue of Liberty fell, dazzling white light instantly illuminated beneath Lin Ling's feet. "Congratulations, you have become a 5-turn professional." Congratulations on completing the 5-turn. Your elemental mage has successfully advanced to a full-time mage god. Your 4x attribute increase has risen to 16x, and the 6th turn will increase to 32x. Congratulations on completing the 5-star difficulty 5-turn task. The level 10 seal has been lifted. Congratulations on completing the 5-star difficulty 5-turn task. You have gained the super god level talent, Absolute Luck, Unique. Talent analysis. After activating the talent skill, you will be favored by the god of luck for 30 minutes. Congratulations on completing the 5-star 5-turn task. The eye of the hero has evolved, name unchanged, detection ability significantly enhanced. Congratulations on completing the 5-star difficulty 5-turn task. Experience gained, 1 billion, all attributes increased by 200. Congratulations on completing the 5-star difficulty 5-turn task. Reward, Chaos Divine Stone, currently holding 6. The smile on Lin Ling's face grew more pronounced as he raised his hand to open the attribute panel. Name, Lin Ling, Combat Profession, Full Element Mage God, Level, 126, 12, Titles, King of Soldiers, Guardian of Blue Star, Dark Monarch, all attribute increase, 950 active, Full-Time Mage God 16x all attribute increase active, Health, 1, 4535 billion, Mana, 1, 35863 billion, Physical Damage, 404, 34 million, Magic Damage, 1, 49303 billion, Defense, 410, 92 million, Speed, Mental Strength, 16999, Divine Level, Stamina, 489200 Strength, 481360 Intelligence, 1077420 Agility, 480200 True Damage Dodge Cooldown Reduction, 100 Mana Cost Reduction, 90 Available Attribute Points, 0 Combat Power Rating, 260 stars. At the moment Lin Ling saw his panel, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. This 5th transition journey had come to a perfect end, and his attributes had received a 100-fold increase. This was the true terror of being favored by the laws. The terrifying bonuses of the Ling Tian set, combined with the 16-fold amplification of the all-elemental mage, had created the current Lin Ling. Now, he could annihilate Adolf with just a small fireball, and take down the lower gods of the 5-colored race with the same ease. At this moment, he truly stood at the pinnacle of the profession. Garen Pushkin, whom he once looked up to, now seemed like an ant in Lin Ling's eyes. The only opponents capable of challenging Lin Ling were those extremely powerful mid-tier gods, or even upper-tier gods, in the divine realm. Lin Ling had witnessed the strength of Ares. He had a feeling that he still might not be a match for that one. The only thing that left Lin Ling speechless was the difficulty of leveling up. With a pool of 500 billion experience and 200 billion in job transition rewards, he had only managed to level up 6 times. Although reaching level 126 in a month was already astonishing, Lin Ling could not feel satisfied. After all, each of his little brothers had long since reached level 130. Lin Ling pulled his thoughts back, and his Ling Tian robe instantly transformed into a silver-black two-tone light armor. I wonder how much old Jiang has extorted. Why hasn't there been any news for so many days? Just as Lin Ling was about to teleport away, the clear sky suddenly darkened. Golden orbs of light fell from the black night sky. At that moment, the entire blue star was enveloped by an incredibly overwhelming aura. It felt as if the whole world was about to be destroyed under this terrifying pressure. Even Lin Ling felt small at this moment. Those light orbs fell across the world, with some areas receiving as many as a dozen, while others had none at all. A blaze ignited in the night sky, and the flames slowly transformed into a line of large characters appearing high above. At this moment, every corner of the earth could see the words in the sky. The Divine Realm enters its second century, launching the expansion, the Age of Divine Gifts in an instant. A blood-red system announcement popped up on every professional system panel. Announcement: the Age of Divine Gifts is now open, and the nations of Blue Star are entering the era of national fortune. Divine avatars will descend upon the nations, and each deity will bring a certain number of divine gift slots to that nation. Becoming a divine gifter will grant the benefits of divine baptism, directly elevating the baptized to the first transition. National fortune is linked to the number of divine gifters. The country with the most divine gifters will receive experience and attribute enhancement rewards, and unlock divine gift dungeons. Nations can plunder each other's national fortune by conquering their divine gift dungeons. The national fortune leaderboard refreshes every 7 days. The country with the lowest national fortune will face penalties such as reduced experience gain and weakened attributes for all professionals nationwide. National fortune leaderboard 1st place. Greece currently has 17 divine descents, 72 divine gifters, national fortune value, 720. 2nd place. Eagle country currently has 13 divine descents, 45 divine gifter slots, national fortune value, 450. 3rd place. Cherry Blossom country currently has 11 divine descents, 36 divine gifter slots, national fortune value, 360. 4th place. A3 country currently has 8 divine descents, 30 divine gifter slots, national fortune value, 300. 5th place. Ahan, the leaderboard will refresh in 7 days. Countries that do not make it into the top 10 will face divine realm penalties. Linling scanned the list but did not find the Dragon Kingdom. As he continued to scroll down, he finally spotted it in a corner. 740th place. The Dragon Kingdom currently has 0 divine descendants and 0 divine bestower slots. National fortune value, 0. Seeing this ranking, Linling's fists clenched tightly. No gods in the Dragon Kingdom? A nation forsaken by the gods? Since there are no gods, then I shall become the god of the Dragon Kingdom. Not enough national fortune? Then I will seize it. I will turn the world upside down. I will spill blood like rivers. If people block me, I will kill them. If gods block me, I will slay gods. If the divine realm obstructs me, I will overturn this divine realm. This is a combined chapter. Today it's enough with 6,000 words, so I won't split it. I'll correct any typos tomorrow. I'm not feeling well. Good night, everyone, sweet dreams, and please help urge for updates, thank you. The pressure from Murakami, the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. After 3 days, the army of professionals was extremely fatigued. The virtual beings seemed endless, charging at them wave after wave. What drove everyone to despair was that the Dragon Kingdom's person, Lon, suddenly walked towards the grey mist yesterday. Originally, Jiang Shani thought he was looking for a way out as usual, but he never returned after that. In no time, rumors began to spread among the professional army that Long had escaped. As one of the initiators of this cherry blossom offensive, Jiang Shani also became a target of criticism from these professionals. Just as anxiety spread through the crowd, a message suddenly appeared announcing the opening of the Divine Bestowal Era's expansion pack. In the army of professionals, everyone except the Dragon Kingdom had divine beings descending. Instantly, all eyes turned to the Dragon Kingdom with a sense of amusement. Even the countries closest to the Dragon Kingdom, like the White Bear, Batai, and Goryeo, began to distance themselves from it. Although they did not speak disrespectfully, everyone could understand the watchful attitude in their eyes. The so-called allies were so fragile at this moment. When true crisis arrived, those once sworn oaths and promises turned to bubbles. Everyone, have you stayed here long enough? A voice suddenly echoed in the air. Everyone looked up to see Murakami Sasuke and a woman in a kimono standing in midair. Murakami, these virtual beings can't possibly kill us. Although we are cut off from information here, we have been missing for 3 days. Do you Sakura Nation wish to be annihilated? Shouted a 7th turn powerhouse from the Eagle Sauce Nation, pointing angrily at Murakami Sasuke above. However, a strange smile appeared on Murakami Sasuke's face. The reason you came to attack my Sakura is that my Onmyoji destroyed the New York base city, right? Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, he spoke again. That's right, you are correct. That senior is indeed the foundation of my Sakura Nation. He can destroy the New York base city, and he can also destroy the Moscow base city, as well as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. A new era has begun, and my Sakura Nation is destined to rise in this era. Now I give you an opportunity to share the vast land of the Dragon Kingdom with me. Those who agree, step to the right. Those who disagree, step to the left. I will only give you 5 minutes to consider. As Murakami Sasuke finished speaking, the woman beside him, Rihiko, suddenly raised her hand and swiped downwards. A beam of golden light instantly shot downwards. The golden light expanded thousands of times in the blink of an eye and landed among the professionals. Although some sensed danger and began to evade, anyone swept by the golden light, whether they were 6th turn or 7th turn, turned into blood mist and vanished. In an instant, the realm of virtual gods fell into a dead silence. The last time they met, they could still sense that this girl was at most 6th turn. But at this moment, the power she displayed could even surpass 8th turn. Is this a skill? A forbidden spell? Not at all. I feel like it was just a casual slash. How is that possible? Is she a god? After a brief silence, a frenzy of discussion erupted. No one could easily accept things beyond their understanding. Ha ha ha. Don't panic, Rihiko has activated the second divine vault, a privilege only granted to the divinely favored. Whether you are at the 5th, 6th, or 7th transition, as long as you possess the second divine vault, you can wield the power of a demigod. Of course, the higher the level, the greater the power, so this era belongs to the divinely favored. The Dragon Kingdom is destined for destruction. Think of the tragic state of New York Base City, think of the terror of our Onmyoji Sr. There are still 3 minutes and 25 seconds left. Your time is running out, make your choice, or what awaits you is nothing but a dead-end job. Young people of the Dragon Nest, you are the elite of humanity, the finest warriors. I give you a chance, now swear allegiance to the divine realm, break away from the Dragon Kingdom, and pledge loyalty to my great Cherry Blossom Empire. Those among you who swear first even have the chance to become divinely favored, gaining powers that can never be touched in the Dragon Kingdom. Murakami grinned maliciously as he spoke to the Dragon Kingdom warriors. As soon as these words were spoken, many professionals from various countries showed expressions of envy. The Cherry Blossom Nation has a total of 36 slots for the divinely favored, but previously they only allowed them to choose sides, without mentioning the divinely favored at all. But now, as long as the Dragon Kingdom's professionals nod, they actually have the chance to become divinely favored. Many small countries have only 3 to 5 slots for the divinely favored, and it is very difficult for them to obtain one. The soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom look so much like the Cherry Blossom people, changing countries wouldn't make any difference. If I had the chance, I would swear immediately. See, no one can resist the temptation of the divinely favored. I wonder if those Dragon Kingdom people will fight over the slots for the divinely favored? Some small countries have already begun to discuss. In their view, there was no need for hesitation at all. Surely someone will swear, right? A black professional suddenly said. How could that be? They just don't want to be the first to lead. I dare say that once one steps forward, the others will scramble. A burly white man laughed. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a Dragon Nest warrior stepped out from the ranks. With the first one, there was a second, a third. In a short moment, all 2,600 Dragon Nest people's army warriors behind Jiang Shani stepped forward. They tightly clenched their fists and raised them to their ears. I, Li Yon. I, Zhou Kanan. I, Zhao Changzhu. I, Bai Xiaochuan. I. One by one, the Dragon Nest warriors fervently shouted their names. Seeing this scene, Murakami Sasuke's smile blossomed like a flower. Yoshi, Yoshi, that's more like it, he said, turning his gaze to Jiang Shani's face. Jiang-san, if you are willing to swear, I guarantee there will be a position for you as a divinely favored. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shani also raised a fist. Instantly, all the professionals from various countries were in an uproar. The temptation of the divinely favored was indeed irresistible. Even the deputy lord of the Dragon Nest War God Hall chose to betray. Yoshi, I'm going live right now. Such an inspiring scene should be seen by the whole world. Murakami Sasuke took out his phone and immediately started a live broadcast of all the figures from the Dragon Kingdom delegation. At that moment, the entire Blue Star live streaming platform began simultaneous broadcasting. All Blue Star professionals, today you will witness history. Our friends from the Dragon Kingdom will now make a great oath, Murakami Sasuke said excitedly. In an instant, professionals around the globe erupted in excitement. Amidst this attention, Jiang Shani shouted loudly, I, Jiang Shani. In an instant, the voices of 2,601 people merged together, shaking the entire realm of the virtual gods to its core. I am a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom People's Army. I swear, I would rather die than yield, and I will never betray my country. I vow to live and die with my homeland, to defend the dignity of my country with my life, and to forge an immortal loyal soul with my blood. At this moment, countless practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom in front of their screens were moved to tears. Many of them did not know what had happened, but they vaguely guessed that the warriors of the Dragon Nest must be in danger. The dim world on the screen was dominated by the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The angle of the live broadcast showed the enormous chasms and scattered corpses on the ground. This already indicated a significant problem. At this moment, the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were intertwined. In the War God Hall, an emergency meeting room was filled with 7th turn practitioners from various military districts of the Dragon Nest around a massive conference table. Lord, my 3rd Brigade has been searching for 48 hours continuously, but we have found no trace of the practitioner army in the Cherry Blossom Sea or within the Cherry Blossom Nation. It's as if they vanished into thin air after entering the Cherry Blossom Sea. How could hundreds of thousands of United Nations practitioners just disappear? Lord, do you think it could be related to the new Divine Era expansion pack? Are you suggesting that the deities of the Cherry Blossom Nation were involved in the disappearance of the practitioner army? But the expansion pack has just been launched. Perhaps they have a way to foresee the launch of the expansion pack and made some kind of deal with the deities in advance, gaining powers from the divine realm. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. An anxious staff officer rushed in. What's wrong? Zhou Weiyun frowned. The live broadcast, there's Elder Jiang in the live stream, the staff officer said, without further explanation, and directly switched the large screen in the meeting room to the live broadcast. With a rustle, everyone stood up, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast. To defend the dignity of my country with my life, to forge an immortal loyal soul with my blood. Baka, you're seeking death. Murakami Sasuke roared. Old man Murakami, you underestimate the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. We may not be perfect, but we have never feared the enemy. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom would rather die than lose a single inch of our homeland. A voice came from afar, unmistakably Jiang Shani. Since you are so loyal, then I will send you on your way. Murakami Sasuke gritted his teeth. You can kill over 2,000 of us, but can you kill all the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Do you know why many call us rabbits? When the little bunnies return, it will be the time of the cherry blossom's demise. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Shani's voice rang out again. Rihiko, kill them. Murakami Sasuke commanded. Teacher, killing them would be too easy for them. I want them to witness the battle flags of my great cherry blossom empire planted all over the land of the Dragon Kingdom. A female voice came from the side. Zhou Weiyun clenched his fist tightly. It's definitely the cherry blossom devils at work. Lord, let my sky army bomb Cherry Blossom Island. A major general in blue camouflage pleaded. No. Zhou Weiyun's face turned pale. If we do that, Elder Jiang and the others will be in danger, and if they dare to do this, they must have made preparations. Then let my 2nd Airborne Combined Brigade parachute onto Cherry Blossom Island, occupy Tokyo, and force the Cherry Blossom to hand over our people. Another major general also requested. No, revenge can wait, but if my 2,600 warriors of the Dragon Nest are lost, they will never come back. Zhou Weiyun shouted. That won't work, and this won't work either. Do you know why I oppose you being the Lord of the War God Hall? If it were me, I would have flattened the cherry blossom long ago. Just do it. This group of little rabbits deserves a beating. A burly officer slammed the table as he spoke. Zhou Weiyun suddenly looked at him. What did you just say? The officer shuddered. Nothing. Repeat your last sentence. Just do it. Not that sentence, the one after. That little brat just needs to be dealt with. Chief of Staff, rewind the live broadcast from just now. Zhou Weiyun suddenly turned to the Chief of Staff. Soon, the previously closed live broadcast screen lit up again, rewinding to when Jiang Shani was speaking, and Zhou Weiyun immediately shouted to stop. Soldiers of the Dragon Country would rather die than lose a single inch of their territory. Not that sentence, the one after. The Chief of Staff continued to adjust the progress bar. When that little brat returns, it will be the time of the cherry blossom's demise. Ha ha ha. That little brat, this is Jiang Lao's hint to us. He wants to convey a message. Zhou Weiyun suddenly said. What does little brat mean? Someone asked. Zhou Weiyun's eyes gradually brightened. Jiang Lao means that Lin Ling can save him. That little brat is Lin Ling. What did Jiang Lao do when you all went to the New York base city? An officer from the Dragon Country who had previously accompanied Jiang Shani pondered for a moment and said, Jiang Lao whispered a few words to a mysterious person, and then the army set off. Could it be? At that moment, Zhou Weiyun's heart suddenly began to race. A bold guess became increasingly clear in her mind. The one causing chaos in Eagle Sauce Country is Lin Ling. She immediately took out her phone to call Lin Ling, but no one answered. She then sent a message to Lin Ling through the national system, but still received no reply. A flicker of struggle passed through Zhou Weiyun's eyes, and after a moment, she resolutely dialed a number she had never called before. The name displayed for this phone number was No. 1. This time, the call was quickly connected. Hello, A familiar yet strange voice came through the phone. Zhou Weiyun's tears instantly streamed down her face. I am Zhou Weiyun from the War God Hall. Please do everything you can to find Lin Ling, the mysterious powerhouse who caused chaos in Eagle Sauce. Tell him that Zhang Lao is in trouble with the cherry blossoms and ask him to return quickly for support. After Zhou Weiyun finished speaking, the breathing on the other end of the line gradually became hurried. No. One received. Outside the Martin Laboratory in Washington. At this moment, everyone looked in terror at the distant battle. A figure of a Chinese person leaped onto a Hummer armored vehicle, charging directly toward the core of the battle. In the realm of illusions, the final time has come. Have you all made up your minds? If you haven't, the mysterious powerhouse of Sakura Country will visit the National Gate on another day. Murakami Sasuke's face was exceptionally grim, and anyone could see that he was on the verge of exploding. In an instant, a large number of professionals began to leap over the ditches on the ground, rushing to the right. Only Jiang Shani's expression was extremely dark at this moment. He did not expect Murakami to be so shameless. The New York-based city was clearly the doing of that brat Lin Ling. Murakami actually admitted it was his Sakura Country's powerhouse. Now Jiang Shani found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't refute it, nor could he remain silent. To say that person was Lin Ling from the Dragon Country? With the new expansion pack opening, the Dragon Country was already in the spotlight. That would only give those wolves a better reason to strike. But if he didn't say anything, that old scoundrel Murakami would use this to threaten the nations to take action against the Dragon Country. Time passed quickly, and soon only 1 minute remained until the time designated by Murakami. At this moment, the only ones still standing with the Dragon Country's Dragon Nest were the member states of the Dragon Nest and representatives from Eagle Sauce Country. Murakami's gaze fell on these people. Have you all made up your minds? The tragedy of Washington. A few representatives from the Iron Brotherhood looked at each other and said to Jiang Shani, we hope Jiang Lao understands our difficulties. You Dragon Country have an old saying, those who know the times. However, before he could finish, Jiang Shani coldly interrupted, get lost. A few representatives from the Ba Tai Nation were instantly filled with anger and embarrassment. The Dragon Kingdom is already struggling to protect itself. Do they still think it's like before? Our Ba Tai Nation has a deity descending upon us. Jiang Shani glanced at him. Can your words represent the official stance of Ba Tai? Do you know what the foundation of my Dragon Kingdom is? As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the Ba Tai representative. Indeed, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Who knows if the Dragon Kingdom has any hidden cards? His eyes darted around quickly. I only represent myself. After he spoke, several people still rushed to the right. At that moment, Jiang Shani's gaze fell on the representatives of the White Bear and Goryeo nations. The Goryeo representative had sharp eyes and remained motionless. Although they intended to distance themselves from the Dragon Kingdom, they were unwilling to compromise with the Sakura nation. Sensing Jiang Shani's gaze, the Goryeo representative spoke. I just want to prove that Goryeo is not a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. If they wage war against the Dragon Kingdom, our Goryeo army will actively strike to assist the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, many national representatives' expressions became somewhat strange. The professionals from the Dragon Kingdom showed a faint smile, while representatives from other nations clearly frowned. Goryeo may be small, but it had a fire-type holy mage ranked 7th in the world. Moreover, this holy mage mastered 5 fire-type forbidden spells. Once the holy mage went on a rampage, no nation would want to bear his wrath. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you, Jiang Shani said, turning his gaze back to the representative of the White Bear Nation. The representatives from the White Bear Nation were caught in intense struggle. Soon, their gazes became sharp. Elder Jiang, I represent the White Bear Nation and am willing to stand on the same front as the Dragon Kingdom, but we have one condition. After this crisis, we want your 3 eastern provinces. You should be able to feel my sincerity. Once they invade, the Dragon Kingdom may very well face annihilation, and we only ask for a little reward in return for giving our all to help you. The representative said, his eyes very sincere. There is no true friendship between nations, everything stems from interests. In the face of great principles, the White Bear Nation gave their answer. Jiang Shani's smile gradually faded. I'm sorry, Xiao Yesufu, my Dragon Kingdom is not what it was 500 years ago. We will not give up an inch of our land. The expression of the White Bear representative instantly turned ugly. Then my White Bear Nation chooses neutrality. If the Sakura Nation thinks they can swallow us, they can certainly try, the White Bear representative said, directly leading his people to jump into the ravine. At this moment, everyone's gaze gathered on the Eagle Sauce Nation. Everyone knew they were the allies the Sakura Nation most wanted to win over. The representative from Eagle Sauce wore a smile. Lord Murakami, I need to speak with the higher-ups of the temple to give you an answer. The airborne Murakami Sasuke immediately nodded. use a video call and share your screen. Ri Huizi snapped her fingers, and the Eagle Sauce representative's phone regained communication signal. A huge water screen materialized in the air, displaying the Eagle Sauce representative's phone screen. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed the video call to the temple's higher-ups. However, as time passed, no one answered on the other end. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in the representative's heart. He hung up and dialed a trusted subordinate's number. Yet still, no one answered for a long time. What's going on? Could something have happened to Eagle Sauce? Joseon, nothing will happen. They should be busy with the deity's descent. The representative called Joseon finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I was overthinking. My Eagle Sauce nation has 13 deities descending. How could anything go wrong? Joseon said, dialing another number. This person was one of his lovers, and the matter of the deity's descent had nothing to do with her. What Joseon didn't expect was that the call still couldn't be connected. His heart, which had just calmed down, tightened again. Just as he was getting so nervous that his palms were sweating, the call suddenly went through. F***CK. Why did it take so long to answer the phone? One of the representatives from Eagle Sauce cursed directly. However, in the next second, he was completely stunned. The screen was filled with thick smoke. Washington was still Washington, but compared to its previous prosperity, it now looked more like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The ground was cracked, and buildings had collapsed. In the air, it seemed that several figures were attacking a person clad in silver armor. Those participating in the assault shimmered with light, looking like deities worshipped in a temple. But what kind of person could make several deities join forces to fight? At that moment, a massive shadow cloaked in black mist appeared in the sky. The shadow's forehead split open, and a beam of divine light shot out, instantly piercing through the bodies of two deities. The deities exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Screams continuously came from the phone. Oh my god, this can't be real, it's impossible, how could a deity be killed? The two representatives from Eagle Sauce beside Joseon looked incredulously at the large screen in the air. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of professionals exchanged glances in disbelief. No one expected that the Washington-based city was in the midst of war. Just then, a figure clad in golden armor soared into the sky. He radiated divine light, and a serpent spear in his hand exuded overwhelming power. This is Fry, the son of the sea god Njorl from the Warner divine clan, the god of light in the temple. Ha ha ha. Fry is a mid-tier god, that outer god is doomed. Just as a few people were imagining the fall of that silver figure, a burst of music suddenly came from the phone screen. Nowhere to escape, no branches to rely on, smiling in reverse. A dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the god of light, Fry. Sizzle. The health bar of the mid-tier god was instantly emptied. The voices of the Eagle Sauce representatives fell silent with that strike. Whoosh! The entire realm of virtual gods fell into chaos. Some even questioned whether everything they had just seen was real. The expansion pack just opened. Why is there already a divine battle? Which side does that silver-armored figure belong to? Could it be a high-tier god? At that moment, Jiang Shani from the Dragon Kingdom camp looked at the figure on the screen, gradually becoming excited. Although the person was wearing light armor, he was all too familiar with the skill just released. That shadow cloaked in black mist was none other than the evil god that had appeared over Kyoto. The beam of light that descended from the sky was the same light-based forbidden spell that had blasted him in the martial arts secret realm. The joy in Jiang Shani's eyes grew stronger. He knew it wouldn't be long before that little brat appeared riding a rainbow cloud. A god of law? No, he was a devil. A god of law? No, he was a devil. In Washington-based city, there were 13 deities descending this time, but only 6 were still alive. Among them, aside from one high-tier god's avatar that had gone to the Demon Island dungeon, the other deities had already lost half of their number before they even began selecting divine bestowers. Although most of the fallen deities were avatars of lower-tier gods, it was still an unacceptable fact for these lofty deities. Damn it, that pervert clearly just said not to meddle in the Dragon Kingdom when he came over. It's enough to blame that idiot Fry for wanting to take action against him. Fry is dead, but the question is, what do we do now? This person is simply unbeatable. How can the human race's damage reach this level? Isn't Blue Star a level 2 civilization? Damage is secondary. The most critical issue is that his forbidden spells seem endless. I even suspect he is an eternal true god. No, he is a devil. The 3 deities clad in orange battle armor spoke with eyes full of dread. At this moment, they all had bruised faces. If it weren't for their skill in escaping, they would have already been taken down by the first wave of forbidden spell bombers. Not far from them were 3 female deities, whose injuries were clearly lighter than theirs. It was evident that the devil-like human had deliberately held back against the 3 goddesses who lacked offensive power. Eden, why don't you go discuss this with him? We promise we won't go to the Dragon Kingdom, can we let him leave? Said a male deity named Mani, whose father was Thor, the god of thunder. He had originally thought coming to the lower realm was just a vacation, but unexpectedly, within less than 10 minutes, he had received a beating. The one he called Eden was the goddess of youth from Norse mythology. Eden hesitated slightly, the panic in her eyes slowly subsiding, and then she nodded and walked towards Linling in the sky. Heavenly Emperor from the east, the ones who offended you have already been punished. Please spare us, Eden said, slightly bowing to Linling. In her understanding, the highest honorific in the east should be the Heavenly Emperor. Being sweet-tongued could never be a mistake. Linling looked at the pitiful Eden and couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Originally, I just came to express my stance, but you all wanted to rob my equipment, so I can only let you feel how sharp my knife is, right? Eden's charming green eyes narrowed slightly. We have already felt the sharpness of your weapon. Please forgive us. Ha! Linling chuckled coldly. What benefit is there for me to forgive you? Eden was momentarily taken aback and, with a flip of her hand, produced 3 golden fruits filled with life energy. Linling's eyes lit up. He recognized these, the fruits of the gods. Eating one could increase one's 4-dimensional attributes by 300 points and reduce mana consumption by 20. Although he couldn't benefit from eating them again, others could. Linling slowly retracted his mask, revealing a stern face. Do you think these 3 fruits are enough? Eden's pretty face flushed, and she produced 2 more, then took out 5 more before looking at Linling. Seeing 10 fruits of the gods, Linling's heart was already blooming with joy, but he still maintained a frosty expression. Eden noticed his expression and immediately felt nervous. Gritting her teeth, she took out another 10. This time, as the goddess of youth, she had only brought 30 fruits of the gods to reward the divine bestower of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. But now, the divine bestower hadn't even started selecting, and she had already taken out 20 fruits. Just when she thought it should be enough, she suddenly heard a cold shout. Not enough, keep taking them out. Eden shivered and brought out the last 10. Linling looked at Eden's expression and vaguely guessed that this was all she had. He raised his hand, and the 30 fruits flew towards him. All right, you can leave now, this is no longer your concern. As soon as these words were spoken, Eden felt a sense of relief, but soon her big, doe-like eyes widened in shock. I meant the 6 of us. However, before she could finish her sentence, Linling's gaze became sharp again. After giving her companions a look of self-preservation, she flew off into the distance. Linling then turned his attention to the other 5 deities. If you also want to settle this with compensation, then show some sincerity, my patience is limited. The other 5 deities were cursing inwardly but dared not show their anger. The earth deity, Gremia, took out a porcelain vial and said to Linling, My lord, I don't have that many divine fruits. I only have a drop of earth divine essence, which was originally meant for the strongest divine bestower of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Its value far exceeds 30 divine fruits. Linling raised an eyebrow. Earth divine essence? Greenia's eyes flashed with ecstasy, clearly realizing that Linling seemed to be interested in his item. Lord of the Law, this essence of the earth can increase the power of designated earth-type skills by 100-fold. If it's a defensive skill, it can increase the health value by 100-fold. If it's an attack skill, the damage will increase 100-fold. It takes 1,000 years to refine a single drop. As Grelemia's voice fell, Linling immediately raised his hand and grabbed the porcelain bottle. Essence of the earth quality, sacred, the essence nurtured by the divine realm of the earth, a precious divine object that can enhance the attributes of designated earth-type skills by 100-fold. Would you like to use it? Use. Please select a designated skill. Earth-type forbidden spell. Invincible. Earth-type forbidden spell. Turn to sand. My defense is my weak point, so let's enhance my defense first. Designated, invincible. Designation successful, upgrade complete. Earth-type forbidden spell. After casting the skill, you will receive a diamond armor that can withstand 100 damage for 5 minutes and is immune to all negative effects. Total damage absorption value, 1 billion. Linling looked at the system panel in front of him and revealed a satisfied smile. Alright, you can leave now. He then turned his gaze to the others. I really have nothing. The mighty god Mani had a bitter expression. Divine fragments, or any equipment you have on you will do, Linling said with a smile. Mani felt a wave of complaints in his heart but still took out a piece of earth-type divine fragment. Only one? Linling's expression darkened. Really only one? Although divine fragments are not particularly rare in the divine realm, they are still extremely precious. I only have this one on me. Mani was almost in tears, only able to say with a mournful face that for high-level deities, divine fragments might not mean much, but for low-tier gods like them, it was worth 10 or 100 times more than the fruit of the gods. After all, 10 pieces of divine fragments could be combined to form a complete lower-tier divine fragment, which could truly create a deity. Get lost. Lin Ling took the Earth-type divine fragment and turned his gaze to the last male god. Do you have any divine fragments? The last male god, named Kaleslo, was a wind god. At this moment, his expression was even worse than Manny's before. He really had nothing with him. Nothing at all? Lin Ling noticed his embarrassment and asked proactively. Kaleslo nodded without speaking. Lin Ling raised an eyebrow. Come on, take off your armor for me, leave the underpants, and take everything else off. Chuckle. A nearby goddess couldn't help but let out a suppressed laugh. You two goddesses, don't laugh. If you don't have anything satisfactory, you take off your clothes too, Lin Ling said irritably. The two women instantly turned pale. Super divine level forbidden spell, the ordinary path. Kaleslo left with his face covered. Just as Lin Ling said, he left nothing but his underpants. His wind god suit was a set of divine artifacts, and it was stripped away in a secondary civilization. The loss of face was not ordinary. At this moment, Lin the old demon had already set his sights on the last two goddesses. These two looked about 70 to 80% alike, clearly a pair of sisters. After a brief understanding, Lin Ling learned that they were actually the current goddess Verdandi and the future goddess Skuld from the Norns of Norse mythology. The scene that some people wanted to see, where the goddesses were stripped bare, ultimately did not unfold. I have a time divine fragment, the elder sister Verdandi said. I don't have a divine fragment, but I have a book of divine forbidden spells, which is even more precious than a complete divine fragment. I just don't know if you dare to take it, the younger sister Skuld said, a glint of mischief in her eyes. As soon as she said this, the elder sister Verdandi's expression changed drastically. Lord, Skuld is joking, please don't take it to heart. However, Shikoti's words had already piqued Lin Ling's interest. Why do you think I wouldn't dare to take it? Lin Ling directly ignored her sister and looked at her younger sister. This skill book is called Transformation Domain, which can make a deity's divine power disappear. This is a forbidden magic given by Bader to the god King Odin, and it is only here for me to keep. Do you dare to take it? Shikoti directly took out a book radiating golden light, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Ling's. She had made it very clear that taking this skill book would mean offending both Bader and Odin at the same time. Bader was a high-ranking god, and Odin was the god king, the legendary supreme deity. In the divine realm, the health of low-ranking gods starts at around 100 million, while mid-ranking gods generally have health above 1 billion, and high-ranking gods have a health of 10 billion just to enter. As for the supreme gods, no one knows how much health they truly possess. It is said that their attributes are measured in trillions. Shikoti's eyes held a hint of provocation as she looked at Lin Ling again. Do you dare to take on this consequence? Unfortunately, she had completely underestimated the courage of the person before her. Lin Ling raised his hand and summoned his powerful mental force, instantly snatching the magic skill book away. Thank you, you can leave now, Lin Ling said. The expressions of both women changed dramatically at the same time. Losing the transformation would not only mean that Lin Ling would face the wrath of the God King, but they would also bear the same wrath. You can't take transformation, Shikoti exclaimed, her earlier composure completely gone. At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't hear any sounds. All his attention was focused on the skill book. Transformation quality, forbidden spell skill book of the gods learning requirement, mental power 15000 skill analysis. After releasing this skill, a transformation domain will be activated within a radius of 1,000 miles. Deities with mental power lower than the casters by 5,000 will have their divine power stripped away, lasting for 10 days. The cooldown of this skill can be reduced by 3 days, with a minimum reduction to 1 hour. Congratulations, you have met the conditions to learn this forbidden spell. Do you wish to learn it? Lin Ling's breathing gradually quickened. This was simply a weapon against the divine race. Although he could now easily deal with ordinary deities, those were mostly low-ranking gods, and ordinary area attack skills could only injure but not kill. To kill these deities, one would have to use single-target attack forbidden spells. As for dealing with mid-ranking gods, only the Abyss forbidden spell Cool and the Light-type single-target forbidden spell Light could barely achieve that, provided the opponent was low on health. If he had this divine forbidden spell, once the transformation domain was activated, killing deities would be as easy as killing a stray dog. Perhaps this trip to Washington was the true significant gain, an unexpected harvest that far exceeded Lin Ling's expectations. Learn! His voice became somewhat hoarse with excitement. Learning successful. Do you wish to use the forbidden spell naming technique to name it? Can I name it? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. What level would the divine forbidden spell reach after being renamed? His mind began to quickly ponder song titles that would match transformation. Soon, the melody of an old song echoed in his mind. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he softly said, "Name the divine forbidden spell transformation domain as Path of the Ordinary." Naming successful. The divine forbidden spell transformation domain has been renamed to the super divine level forbidden spell Path of the Ordinary. Skill analysis. Upon releasing Path of the Ordinary, the places you have walked will turn the divine realm into ordinary soil. Deities with mental power lower than yours by 5,000 within a radius of 10,000 miles will become mortals, lasting for 10 years. This skill does not consume mana. If mental power is within 20,000, the cooldown time is 1 year. For every additional 10,000 mental power beyond 20,000, the cooldown time is halved. This forbidden spell has no offensive power, yet under certain conditions, it can be considered a crownless king. Lin Ling's heart burned hotter as he entered the divine realm, becoming the fourth calamity of the divine realm on that day. Mental power. I originally thought my mental power was already quite high, but it seems it's still not enough. By the way, I have a few skill books. I wonder if I can learn them. Lin Ling immediately pulled out 2 skill books from his storage space. Steel Armor, Gold-type Defense Skill Book, required level 130, Skill Analysis, releases a piece of steel armor, reducing the opponent's damage by 50. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Learning conditions not met. Level 130, it won't be long now. By then, this steel armor can completely merge with the invincible to become a divine forbidden spell. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the other skill book, Wandering Soul, Undead-type Skill Book, required level 125, Skill Analysis, control wandering souls within a radius of 1 kilometer to attack. Learning conditions met. Do you want to learn? Learn. Learning successful. Do you want to use the forbidden spell naming technique to rename it? Rename Wandering Soul to Night Parade of 100 Demons. Naming successful. The undead forbidden spell Wandering Soul has been successfully renamed to the undead forbidden spell Night Parade of 100 Demons. Skill analysis. After releasing this forbidden spell, all incorporeal souls within a radius of 1,000 miles will be under your control and will attack designated targets. This forbidden spell seems useless, right? Where are there so many wandering souls? Ordinary people's souls hardly have any attack power. Lin Ling shook his head and withdrew his focus. When he noticed that the 2 goddesses had not left, his expression immediately darkened. Are you not planning to leave? Lin Ling's voice turned cold, but the 2 goddesses had no intention of leaving at all. This left Lin Ling somewhat confused about what they wanted. Please return the transformation domain to Shikoti, otherwise we will not leave, said Verdandi. Hey! Lin Ling was speechless. Are you trying to extort me? That divine forbidden spell has already been learned by me, and there's no way I can return it. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 women suddenly changed color. Impossible. The minimum requirement to learn a divine forbidden spell is a mental power of 15,000. How could you possibly reach that? Do you know how ridiculous this joke is? The 2 goddesses retorted simultaneously. Lin Ling smirked. Do you want to see my skill sharing? Of course, after you see it, you won't be able to leave. Fine, if you really learned it, what if I follow you? Shikoti said stubbornly. Shut up, Shikoti. Do you know what happens to those who betray the God King? Verdandi scolded angrily. Meanwhile, a glint of cunning flashed in Lin Ling's eyes as he activated skill sharing for the 2 goddesses. In an instant, his skill list appeared before the 2 goddesses. When they saw the skills listed, both of them widened their eyes in shock. What the hell is the super divine forbidden spell Ordinary Path? What is the divine forbidden spell Black Myth Wukong? And what is the divine forbidden spell Flammable and Explosive? Forbidden spell, still a forbidden spell, sister, you quickly look below him, Shikoti said excitedly. Verdandi, with a puzzled expression, shifted her gaze to Lin Ling's lower body. Hey, don't look around. Lin Ling's face darkened immediately. Sister, I was talking about the skill list below. Shikoti's voice came through. Verdanti's face turned crimson in an instant, but when she continued to look at the skill list, her pupils suddenly constricted. Forbidden spell, still a forbidden spell, all forbidden spells. My heavens, what kind of monster is this? You, who exactly are you? Verdanti suddenly looked into Lin Ling's eyes. I have a very high-end name called the Dark King, but you can also call me the Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling said casually, never imagining that the title he casually gave himself would make the entire divine realm tremble in the future. Dark King? Celestial Emperor? The sisters exchanged glances, both seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. You are Lin Ling? They both asked Lin Ling simultaneously. This left Lin Ling utterly confused. Don't tell me there's some prophecy or ancient texts mentioning my name? Lin Ling awkwardly rubbed his nose. However, at that moment, both women knelt on one knee. I, the current goddess Verdanti, am willing to serve the Celestial Emperor. I, the future goddess Shikoti, am willing to serve the Celestial Emperor. The muscles on Linling's face twitched slightly. I don't lack divine servants. What benefits do you have for me? Seeing Linling's reaction, the heat in the eyes of the two women intensified. Indeed, he was a figure that even the God King feared. A human had already gathered quite a few divine servants. I have 3 divine bestowal slots that I can give to the Dragon Kingdom. I also have 3 divine bestowal slots, and my sister and I have our own divine descents. The two women spoke in turn. Oh, what? A hint of surprise flashed in Linling's eyes. I am the current goddess. I can grant all practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom a 20% experience boost, a 20% increase in the drop rate of perfect and above equipment, and a 20% increase in the probability of triggering hidden quests, the elder sister Verdanti said proudly. Not bad, and you? Linling looked at the younger sister. Shikori was not as composed as her sister. She crossed her delicate hands and said, I can foresee the future, like which dungeons will drop what precious items, and I can see where world bosses will appear and what they will drop. Oh, that's quite a good ability. Alright, you two, let's establish a master-servant contract. Linling said lightly, clearly accustomed to such matters. Current goddess Verdanti and future goddess Shikori have established a master-servant contract with you. Seeing the system prompt before him, Linling knew his body was about to get lively again. Alright, find a spot on my body to reside. There are already gods residing in my forehead and right hand. If you don't want to stay in my body, I can send you to the land of God Pursuit. Linling said with a smile. Upon hearing the land of God Pursuit, a hint of confusion appeared in the eyes of the two goddesses. Clearly, they had never heard of this place. Let's stay on you then, the elder sister Verdanti said as she began to aim for Linling's body. Hey, where are you looking? Just on my shoulders, Linling said with a black line on his forehead, and at that moment, the silver armor on his body instantly disappeared, revealing a body full of streamlined muscles. The two sisters immediately transformed into streaks of light, landing on his shoulders and turning into 2 tattoos. Linling's lips curled slightly. This trip to Washington had indeed been fruitful. Suddenly, a roar of a car engine came from afar. While others are hiding far away, there are still people rushing over? He wondered, and his mental power instantly covered the approaching Hummer. In the next moment, he saw Yen Hongtian sitting in the car. Uncle Yen, why are you here? Won't coming over like this expose us? In the blink of an eye, the Hummer had already stopped not far away, and Yen Hongtian rushed out of the car, shouting, Elder Jiang, the cherry blossoms are in trouble, please hurry back to assist. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Linling had already appeared beside him. In the next moment, a large fish suddenly appeared high in the sky, and the two of them were already standing on the fish's head, flying eastward at high speed. Uncle Yen, what's going on? Is there someone in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who can put Elder Jiang in danger? Linling asked with a frown. I'm not sure of the specifics, but it seems that hundreds of thousands of professionals have disappeared in the Cherry Blossom Sea for several days now. Uncle Yen, let me take you back to the country. You don't need to hide here anymore, Linling said. A hint of reluctance appeared in Yen Hongtian's eyes as he sighed. It's a pity that after all these years, I still haven't perfected the Dragon Rising Gene Serum. Dragon Rising Gene Serum? Linling looked at Yen Hongtian in confusion. He had never heard of this term. Yen Hongtian nodded. I developed a serum using Eagle Sauce's technology and equipment that allows professionals to temporarily forcefully upgrade by 1 tier. Even an 8-tier expert can use it. Upgrade by 1 tier? From 7 to 8? From 8 to 9? How come I've never heard of this? Linling was astonished. This is the highest secret of the Dragon's Nest. We agreed not to disclose it until the serum is perfected. Currently, only Elder Jiang and the Special Operations Team of the Dragon's Nest are equipped with the Dragon Rising Gene Serum. As Yen Hongtian spoke, his eyes were filled with worry. Linling suddenly had a bad premonition. Does this serum have any side effects? Yen Hongtian opened his mouth twice before saying, it burns the soul, with a 10 out of 10 chance of death. Oh no! Elder Jiang and the others wouldn't use the Dragon Rising Serum, would they? Linling's expression changed drastically. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Shani through the social system, but the message remained unread. I hope they can hold on until I get there, Linling said anxiously. Comrade Shaolin, I have a skill book here, maybe you can use it. Yen Hongtian said as he took out a skill book and handed it to Linling. Linling was anxious and initially reluctant to take it, but upon seeing the name of the skill, he accepted it. Moment of Enhancement can be learned by summoners or on Myoji required level 120 after summoning a creature or Shikigami. Using this skill can enhance the summoned being's attributes by 10 times for 3 minutes. Would you like to learn? Learning successful. Would you like to rename this skill? Rename Moment of Enhancement to Moment of Miracle. Renaming successful. The summoning skill Moment of Enhancement successfully evolved into the summoning forbidden spell, Moment of Miracle. Skill analysis. After releasing this skill on the summoned being, its attributes are enhanced by 1,000 times, lasting for 30 minutes. Little Days, I wonder if you will happily dance the Apollo dance when your favorite Shikigami shows its fangs? A cold glint flashed in Lin Ling's eyes as the Kuanping accelerated again. In the realm of the Void Gods, the live broadcast was interrupted. At that moment, everyone fell into silence. The expression on Murakami Sasuke's face became unpredictable. Especially after seeing Jiang Shani's burning gaze, a deep unease surged in his heart. He had a very strange feeling that this person likely came from the Dragon Kingdom, a civilization that had stood strong for thousands of years. But now, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. He could only rally the vast majority of professionals from other countries to stand by his side. Only by launching an attack on the Dragon Kingdom sooner could they be considered grasshoppers tied to the same rope. By that time, regardless of whether this person was the ultimate trump card of the Dragon Kingdom, he could not possibly be a match for so many deities. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he coldly spoke. Do you see? This is the hidden big shot from my Sakura nation, who is actually a high-ranking god from the divine realm. Representative of the Eagle Sauce Nation, make your choice. As long as you are willing to stand by the side of my great Sakura Empire, we will immediately launch an attack on the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar ensued. The representative of the Eagle Sauce Nation clenched his fists tightly, ultimately crossing the chasm to stand beside the main force. Seeing this scene, Murakami Sasuke's lips curled up in a high smile. He nodded at Rihiko. Rihiko immediately understood. She spread her arms, and the next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky. Within it, a figure slowly descended, surrounded by a holy radiance. She wore a golden crown and held a pure gold staff. Her eyes were filled with an air of superiority. A deity descends? She is Amaterasu, the goddess of the Sakura nation, a mid-ranking deity from the divine realm of Takamagara. A wave of exclamations arose among the coalition of professionals. Respected Amaterasu, please lead us in an attack on the Dragon Kingdom. We will surely sweep through and plant the red sun flag of our great Sakura Empire across the vast and fertile lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Murakami Sasuke bowed respectfully. Amaterasu nodded gently, pointing her staff towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, disdainfully saying, "The Dragon Kingdom? Merely a secondary civilization, a land of the Huaxia bloodline, a place abandoned by the gods. With just one divine forbidden spell from me, I can wipe out all the foolish mortals of the Dragon Kingdom." The Western Coalition Army's eyes were filled with fervor, as if they could immediately divide the fertile lands of the Dragon Kingdom. However, at that moment, Jiang Shani's cold voice came through. "A mere god of the Japanese bandits dares to speak so shamelessly. Do you think it is still 600 years ago? While my Dragon Kingdom's lion sleeps, you wish to sever my heritage and annihilate my race. Bah! What a thing!" Jiang Shani's gaze was firm, staring directly at Amaterasu without any fear. He knew very well that all he could do now was delay, to buy time until Lin Ling returned from Eagle Sauce, or until the Zodiac Association thought of a way to resolve the crisis. If this damned Amaterasu were to unleash a forbidden spell on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, even if Lin Ling could kill her afterward, it would be too late. The Sakura Nation is but a tiny place, and you dare to be arrogant before my Dragon Kingdom? Any one of my Dragon Kingdom's immortals could crush you. A 6-turn warrior from the dragon nest flew into the air, shouting at Amaterasu. At that moment, his eyes burned with indomitable flames, as if he wanted to completely burn away Amaterasu's arrogance. He raised his hand to press on the dragon nest badge on his left chest, and the dragon soaring potion hidden within the badge instantly pierced into his chest. The soul-piercing pain twisted his face, and at the same time, his strength surged from 6 turns to a level comparable to 7 turns. A 5-star flame ignited on him, and he pointed a knight's longsword forward. His speed suddenly skyrocketed as he launched the Earth Charge skill of the 6-turn Earth Knight towards Amaterasu in the air. Seeing this scene, neither Murakami nor Rihiko moved. They both revealed a hint of disdain. This was simply a head delivered to them, just right for Amaterasu to establish her authority. Sure enough, that dragon nest warrior had just charged within 5 meters of Amaterasu when an invisible hand of divine thought grasped his neck. "You insignificant human, who gave you the courage to provoke the majesty of Amaterasu?" A teacup appeared in Amaterasu's hand. She sipped her tea while speaking, but that hand of divine thought gently exerted force, slowly crushing the warrior who was comparable to 7 turns. "Damn you, you little bastard. What's so impressive about a god bullying people? Let your Sakura warriors come out and face me." The roar of the dragon nest warrior abruptly ceased. Blood mixed with flesh slowly fell to the ground below. This scene caused the coalition army's expressions to change dramatically. Is this the power of the gods? We are truly like ants. And this is just a mid-tier god. How powerful must the high-tier gods be? Just as the coalition army gasped in astonishment, Amaterasu glanced down at the Dragon Kingdom soldiers and said, "Do you think I am bullying you? Very well, I will give you a chance for a fair duel, so you can feel the difference between the age of divine grace, the Forsaken Land, and the protection of the gods." As Amaterasu spoke, she waved her hand. A battalion of elite Sakura soldiers appeared in the realm of the void. There were as many as 10,000 of them, each at least a 6-turn warrior, yet their aura was not much weaker than that of some ordinary 7-turn warriors. Among them were 7 or 8 7-turn warriors, whose presence was not at all inferior to Jiang Shani's. It was clear that these individuals were benefiting from the dual enhancement of the Void Realm and Divine Descent. Under Amaterasu's so-called fair duel, the grand army of 10,000 Sakura professionals charged towards the Dragon Nest warriors. Amaterasu looked at Jiang Shani. "Old man, do not use forbidden spells. If you dare to use one, I will kill all of you." The Dragon Kingdom has never lacked heroes. A murmur arose among the coalition army of professionals. I love watching Dragon Kingdom soldiers fight. For centuries, they have seemed like an undefeated myth. Are you dreaming? No matter how mythical, today it will end. 2,600 against 10,000, and the opponent has enhancements. There is no chance of winning. 1 dice for everyone that comes, 1,000 die for every 1,000. This is not a fair duel at all. The vast majority did not have high hopes for the Dragon Nest. At a glance, there was no comparability. However, they soon discovered that when those Dragon Kingdom warriors saw the Sakura people charging at them, their eyes shone with golden light. Although Jiang Shani did not move, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, the humiliation from 600 years ago must be washed away with blood today." The Dragon Nest warriors shouted in unison, "Eliminate the invaders completely. Blood debts must be repaid with blood." Dragon Nest warriors, heed my command. Jiang Shani shouted. All the Dragon Nest warriors roared, "Present." Jiang Shani, those with only a father or mother alive at home, and those with young children, step back. The 2597 Dragon Nest soldiers remained motionless. Those who are the only child at home, step back. Jiang Shani roared again, yet the formation before him still did not retreat. At this moment, the wrinkles in Jiang Shani's eyes turned completely red. "You sons of turtles, not moving, huh? Those with no ties at home, step forward." With a rustle, the Dragon Nest soldiers stepped forward in unison. Seeing this scene, tears instantly welled up in Jiang Shani's eyes. "You sons of turtles, charge with me, do not bring shame upon me. Kill, kill, kill." Roars erupted from the mouths of these Dragon Nest warriors. They drew their weapons and charged towards the tens of thousands of invaders ahead. "Kill those bastards. Killing one is not a loss, killing two is a gain. Ha ha ha. Old Lu, if you don't take down a single one, be careful you won't make it to your Lu family's ancestral grave. Get lost. If you lie down, I can't lie down either." Amidst the laughter, the Dragon Nest army quickly crashed into the Sakura army. Jiang Shani's figure suddenly flashed, and in the next second, he appeared in the center of the Sakura army. He slammed his staff down hard on the ground, a silver light igniting in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Freeze." A silver ripple instantly spread outward from him. The bodies of thousands of Sakura professionals around him suddenly froze in place. "Move." Jiang Shani uttered another word of command. The thousands of cherry blossom warriors he had immobilized instantly appeared thousands of meters away. This caused the originally overwhelming cherry blossom army to lose half of its numbers in an instant. Although this was only temporary, at that moment, the Dragon Nest troops had already arrived. 4 7th-tier strongmen quickly surrounded Jiang Shani and launched their attacks. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nest warriors had charged forward, instantly freezing a large portion of the Cherry Blossom front line. The archers and mages in the back row poured all their efforts into unleashing skills against the Cherry Blossom army. In the brief moment of close combat, the outcome was clear. In less than 10 seconds, while the Cherry Blossom Nation was still strategizing, all the skills of the Dragon Nest professionals had already been unleashed. The former had completely underestimated the Dragon Nest professionals, who were only half their number. The latter, however, were determined to fight to the death. In a single clash, over 1,000 Cherry Blossom Nation professionals had their health bars emptied. Yet at that moment, the Dragon Nest warriors did not take a single step back. They charged forward, using basic attacks, fireball spells, and wind blades, smashing into the Cherry Blossom professionals ahead. Faced with the skills thrown by the Cherry Blossom professionals, they didn't even bother to dodge. Blood flew everywhere, and they faced death with courage. With swords pointed forward, they pushed ahead with their lives. If anyone's health bar was running low, when an attack came, the fully healthy Dragon Nest warriors would unhesitatingly block in front of their comrades. At that moment, no one said thank you, for all words paled in comparison to casting one more skill or pulling back one more bowstring. Watching their blood-soaked figures, some cherry blossom professionals began to retreat. Baka, I still want to become a god-given one. I absolutely cannot fall here. Yamano Kojiro, cover me. Baka Yaru, if anyone pushes me again, I'll kill you. Some cherry blossom professionals were pushed out by their own comrades to block attacks, and immediately retaliated by slashing down their already wounded companions. Jiang Shani's grizzled beard had turned red from blood. Among the 4 7th-tier cherry blossom sky ninjas, 2 had already died under his spatial magic. At this moment, his health bar was down to half, and he bore over a dozen wounds. He could have wiped out all these people with a single forbidden spell, but to buy time for that little brat to arrive, he could only keep teleporting and dodging while using some minor skills to attack. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of cherry blossom warriors he had teleported away had charged back. Not a single dragon nest warrior had fallen, while the 5,000 cherry blossom strongmen they were fighting had dwindled to less than 1,000 still alive. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, those cherry blossom warriors who had initially felt like retreating launched a counterattack once more. At this moment, every dragon nest warrior's health was running low. Facing an enemy still 3 times their number, their somewhat swaying bodies stood like immortal monuments in this world. Old Jiang, I'll go ahead. Tell my son that his father did not bring him shame. Let him also join the Dragon Nest People's army in the future, grow strong, and kill the invaders. A roar rang out. A blood-soaked Dragon Nest warrior, with only a sliver of health left, charged out of the ranks. He slammed his hand down on the Dragon Nest emblem on his left chest. In an instant, his health was fully restored, all skills cooled down, and a white flame ignited around his body. All attributes instantly matched those of a 7th-tier Sky Knight. Why must one be buried in their homeland? There are green mountains everywhere in the world. His soul burned, yet a smile adorned his face. He roared as he launched the most brilliant charge of his life. This figure instantly plunged into the ranks of the 5,000 Cherry Blossom army. He suddenly unleashed a whirlwind slash, blood flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Cherry Blossom professionals met a tragic end on the spot, and that crimson figure was also drained of its last bit of health amidst the siege. Zhang Lao, pass on to Zhuochong that I, Li Yong, actually think quite highly of him. Let him do well and not engage in those roundabout tactics in the future. Once again, a figure burst out from the crowd, and it was none other than Li Yong, who had been dispatched from the Dragon Nest People's Army's Kyoto Guard. At this moment, he had only one arm left, and his body was already stained a reddish-brown with blood. He bit down on the knight's sword in his mouth, while his remaining arm slapped against his left chest. His gaze was resolute, and the corners of his mouth were raised high. The strength of his 6-turn peak instantly reached the 7-turn peak. Li Yong gripped the sword hilt with his right hand, and a red glow enveloped him. At that moment, his health and defense both dropped by half, while his physical damage increased by 3 times. Knight skill, Death Charge. He charged into the Cherry Blossom army, immediately unleashing his strongest area attack skill. Instantly, a 10-meter radius around him turned into a meat grinder, with numerous Cherry Blossom professionals being slaughtered on the spot. The gods of the Yamato nation are nothing but this. The gods of the Yamato nation are nothing but this. Old Jiang, forget it. No more talk. Let's be people of the Dragon Kingdom in our next life. 2 more figures flew out from the Dragon Kingdom's camp. Their eyes burned with a fire of defiance, and they raised their hands to slap their badges on their chests. Invisible flames ignited, and the 2 6-turn peak officers instantly reached the 7-turn peak. Their figures vanished in an instant. It was clear they were 2 shadow assassins. However, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, continued to sip her tea, seemingly unconcerned. The 2 figures did not charge towards the opposing professionals but quietly flew towards Rihiko in the air. They suddenly appeared in front of and behind Rihiko, their daggers thrusting towards her neck. In their view, as long as Rihiko died, the realm of the Void God would naturally collapse, ensuring the safety of their compatriots. Unfortunately, just as they thought they were about to succeed, an invisible divine hand appeared out of nowhere and grasped both of them. Foolish people of the Dragon Kingdom. Rihiko smirked, crossing her arms in mockery. Amaterasu looked at the 2 with curiosity. Aren't you afraid of death? You serve the Dragon Kingdom so loyally, yet the officers and people of the Dragon Kingdom probably don't even know your names. Is it meaningful to die like this? As Amaterasu's words rang out, she did not immediately kill the 2 Dragon Nest officers. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, she saw a smile appear on the faces of the 2 Dragon Kingdom officers. At that moment, the 5th Dragon Nest soldier charged out of the camp. The 6th, the 7th, the 300th, the 1000th. This time, those following Jiang Shani were the officers of the Dragon Nest Special Operations Team. They were the elite from various major teams in the 12 battle zones of the Dragon Nest. All the Dragon Nest warriors wore a strange smile on their faces. They placed their hands on their left chests, ready to press their badges at any moment. Jiang Shani's voice suddenly came from behind them. To the god of the Cherry Blossom Nation, regarding your earlier question, let me answer you with a song. Jiang Shani also placed his hand on the badge on his chest, slowly turning to look in the direction of his homeland. In the vast sea of people, which one am I? In the surging waves, which one am I? At this moment, every remaining Dragon Nest warrior simultaneously raised their right hands to touch the Dragon Nest badge on their chests. They all began to sing that melody together. You don't need to know me, you don't need to recognize me, I merge my youth into the mountains and rivers of my homeland. The mountains know me, the rivers know me, my homeland will not forget me. Listening to their song, Amaterasu's expression gradually darkened. Baka Yoru, all of you go die, she roared. A divine hand, as massive as a mountain, appeared in the air. As long as this hand came down, the 2,600 soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom below would surely be crushed to pieces. What she found hardest to accept was that even at this moment, those Dragon Kingdom people still wore smiles on their faces. This was a blatant insult and provocation to her. The Dragon Kingdom is about to be destroyed, and I truly don't understand how you can still laugh, said Amaterasu with a cold sneer. Jiang Shani looked up at Amaterasu in the sky, a trace of disdain lingering in his eyes. The pride of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers is something you Japanese gods cannot comprehend. When our great ones descend from the heavens, you will understand why we laugh so joyfully. Upon hearing Jiang Shani's words, Amaterasu seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world. Descend from the heavens? Even your strongest cannot break through this void god realm, nor can they harm me in the slightest. As her words fell, she summoned a massive hand of divine thought descending downwards. Suddenly, a song echoed from above. The cool night turns your longing into a river. Amaterasu's hair stood on end. She suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a crack appear above the void god realm. Boom! The crack instantly shattered, and beside her, Rihiko spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. At that moment, a black dot appeared in the sky. The black dot quickly transformed into a black magic spear surrounded by demonic energy, descending from the heavens. The sharp tip of the spear rapidly enlarged in Amaterasu's eyes. Her pupils constricted, and just as she wanted to evade, she found herself locked in place, unable to move. Poochie! The black spear pierced through her forehead and exited from her groin. A dark light fell to the ground. Just a second ago, the mighty Amaterasu was now firmly pinned to the ground. A young man clad in silver light armor was walking down from the sky step by step. Sorry, I'm late. The void god realm fell into a dead silence for what felt like the umpteenth time. At that moment, everyone looked towards the figure in the sky. The power of this figure far exceeded their understanding. The so-called impenetrable void god realm was broken just like that? What kind of existence was Amaterasu? In the mythology of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, she was a deity second only to the higher gods Izanagi and Izanami. Yet now, such a powerful mid-tier god was pinned to the ground by a single spear from the sky. Baka Yoru! Murakami Sasuke instantly erupted in rage. He spread his arms wide, and a red light burst forth from his body. Two Shikigami towering over 100 meters appeared behind him. As a bestowed god, he now possessed peak 8-turn strength. His two Shikigami had combat power equal to his own. With the enhancement of the Void God Realm and Divine Descent, even facing 9 turns, they had the strength to fight. Who dares to ambush Amaterasu? With his roar, the two Shikigami lunged towards the silver-armored figure. Suddenly, a Shikigami only a few dozen meters tall appeared in front of that figure. Upon seeing this Shikigami, everyone in the Void God Realm gasped. They instantly recognized the silver-armored figure. Shikigami? He is the mysterious person who destroyed the New York base city. My god, what's happening? Could it be that the two deities of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are fighting among themselves? But this Shikigami looks like a child compared to Murakami's too. Murmurs arose. Murakami Sasuke's face turned red. The thing he feared most had indeed happened. At that moment, music echoed in the air again. The Shikigami in front of the silver-armored youth was instantly enveloped in a golden light. Golden patterns lit up on its originally pitch-black body. The Shikigami, which was only a few dozen meters tall, instantly swelled to several thousand meters high. Everyone held their breath, staring at this colossal being. The Shikigami lifted its foot. Murakami Sasuke and his two Shikigami simultaneously exploded into a mist of blood. Until his death, the strongest Onmyoji of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Murakami Sasuke, never imagined that one day he would die beneath the feet of his most familiar Shikigami. At this moment, the silver-armored figure flashed and appeared in front of Amaterasu. He suddenly produced a black dagger in his hand, pressing it directly against the fair neck of the great goddess Amaterasu. The gods of the Yamato nation? Is that all there is? Put! The pitch-black evil god dagger instantly pierced Amaterasu's neck. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at the sky. Suddenly, Amaterasu's body transformed into a cloud of black mist and dispersed. Meanwhile, the bodies of the thousands of cherry blossom warriors quickly shriveled. At the same time, the entire populace of the Cherry Blossom Nation, who believed in Amaterasu, also turned into withered corpses. Millions of strands of black mist rushed from the shattered realm of the virtual gods. A figure of Amaterasu, wearing a black imperial crown, gradually solidified. Peak mid-level god? Is this it? Peak mid-level god? Is this it? At that moment, all the Dragon Nest warriors looked at Linling with fervent eyes. Who says our Dragon Nation has no gods? This is the god of our Dragon Nation. Captain Lee, did you see that? Go Shang, you can close your eyes now. Our efforts were not in vain, our blood was not shed for nothing, your sacrifices were worth it. Ha ha ha, our Dragon Nation is saved. From the moment Linling appeared, they had lowered their hands from their chests. Who would want to die if they could live? Even if Amaterasu were to resurrect again, they firmly believed that Linling could kill this Yamato demon once, he could do it a second time. Meanwhile, the United Nations army of professionals was already in chaos. Something's wrong, the god of the Cherry Blossom Nation is sacrificing its citizens. Crazy, crazy, this Cherry Blossom god has gone mad. The realm of the virtual gods has cracked open, quickly send a distress signal. If this mad god sacrifices us too, we won't even have a place to cry. In an instant, professionals from all countries frantically sent distress signals to their respective nations. They were the main forces of their countries, and if they fell here, it would be a heavy blow to any nation. The only ones who could save them were the gods they believed in. In their view, as long as those descending gods were willing to intervene, they would surely be saved, and perhaps even gain a fortune. Soon, all representatives received replies from their countries. Their gods would arrive as quickly as possible, and if they could escape the realm of the virtual gods, they must save themselves. In an instant, a large number of professionals soared into the sky towards the opening created by Linling. He. At that moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Woo! Countless phantoms appeared in the sky. They opened their mouths wide, and beams of virtual flashes shot towards those professionals trying to escape like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Boom 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 boom. One after another, figures were struck down from the sky. The damage from the virtual flashes was not high, but it was enough to stop these professional forces. Moments later, the faces of all the professionals turned pale. Their self-rescue had failed, and their fate was once again in the hands of others. At this moment, the black mist flowing into Amaterasu was increasing rapidly. Her attributes were soaring, reaching an incredibly terrifying level in the blink of an eye. An uneasy feeling spread quickly among the hundreds of thousands of professionals. At this moment, they all turned their gazes towards Linling. They did not understand why this powerful being did not take the opportunity to completely eliminate Amaterasu. Did he intend to wait until Amaterasu grew to an unbeatable level? Just then, a cold voice echoed from all directions. You have completely angered me. Amaterasu, having absorbed the last strand of black mist, coldly looked at Linling. Linling also used the eye of the hero against her. A hint of disdain quietly appeared in his eyes. Amaterasu Amikami, Divine Avatar, Race, Sakura God Clan, Level, Health, 45 billion, Physical Damage, 1. 3 billion, Magical Damage, 4. 8 billion, Magical Defense, 2. 3 billion, Physical Defense, 2. 8 billion. Since Linling reached the 5th transition and his original class evolved into a full-time mage, many changes that were not immediately apparent began to reveal themselves. For instance, the Eye of the Hero. The original emblem of the Eye of the Hero was a single eye. After the 5th transition, the color of this eye turned golden, especially with countless golden glimmers blooming in the pupil. Even when looking at mid-tier gods, he could clearly see their attributes at a glance. When he first entered the realm of the void gods, he used the Eye of the Hero to check Amaterasu Amikami's attributes. At that time, her health was already at 3.5 billion. Previously, the mid-tier god Fry he had killed in Washington had only 2.8 billion health. His divine servant, the avatar of Shiva, had nearly 2 billion health. It could be said that Amaterasu Amikami was the strongest deity he had encountered head-on. If it weren't for his successful 5th transition granting him a tremendous boost, even using his strongest forbidden spell, the Direction of Light, it would be difficult to kill Amaterasu Amikami in one hit. Yet Linling had no concerns at all, whether it was 4.5 billion health or 8.5 billion, it made no difference to him. On the way here, Linling had a conversation with several divine servants. It was then he understood that in the divine realm, the number of lower-tier gods was the highest, with the weakest among them having only 100 million health. The weakest mid-tier gods had health reaching 1 billion, while the strongest boasted a terrifying 9 billion health. As for upper-tier gods, their health started at 10 billion. But what did 10 billion health matter? The Cool Abyss forbidden spell was comparable to the god's forbidden spell, capable of releasing damage equivalent to that of the Shura God 1, along with Lin Ling's own 500 magical damage. With 900 million magical damage, Lin Ling could use Cool Abyss to inflict over 8 billion damage on his target. If Cool Abyss wasn't enough, he had his trump card, the Direction of Light. The Direction of Light itself carried 10 million forbidden spell damage, multiplied by the user's own damage. Previously, when his attributes were weak, he mainly relied on this 10 million forbidden spell damage to lead the charge. His own damage was mostly just icing on the cake. Now, with 1.49 billion magical damage, casting this spell could deal nearly 150 billion magical damage. Unless the opponent had magic immunity, even upper-tier gods would have to weigh whether they could withstand the 90 true damage of the Direction of Light. As long as this skill was available, Lin Ling could crush the vast majority of opponents just like when he first awakened his talent, relying on forbidden spells. The characteristic of 100 times damage for the caster was an existence that defied the heavens at any time. It specialized in dealing with various blood tanks' defiance. No matter how high the opponent's level became, he still possessed the strength to face them calmly. At this moment, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he could kill the Woku god in perfect condition, it might bring him unexpected surprises. It seemed that Amaterasu Amikami sensed the disdain in Lin Ling's eyes. Her gaze was firmly locked onto him, and her expression grew increasingly ferocious. Roar! Amaterasu Amikami let out a piercing roar, and numerous black patterns appeared on her face. It seemed she was brewing a highly destructive attack. Damn kid, why do I feel like something's off? Should we find a way to retreat first? This Woku seems to be about to unleash something big. John Shani's voice came from afar, his expression somewhat complicated. This trip to Sakura was initiated by him, and so far, he had gained nothing beneficial while losing several companions. His heart was filled with guilt. If possible, he absolutely did not want any more casualties. If he could, he would even be willing to be the only one to die. Jiang Shani was anxious, and the united army was like ants on a hot pan. It's over, this existence from Longwa has overstepped, and now it's all over. I don't want to die, great power of the Dragon Kingdom, please make your move. Oh my god, why haven't you arrived yet? Desperate voices echoed from the coalition camp. At this moment, the twisted face of Amaterasu was already covered in divine patterns. Her mouth opened to an incredible extent. A massive sphere of light, radiating an incomparably terrifying aura, slowly floated out from within her. This blinding sphere of light, resembling the sun, gradually transformed into a shadow identical to the great deity. The two Amaterasus instantly merged into one. At this moment, the hidden health bar above her head finally appeared. Amaterasu, main body, health, 8,900,000,000. Upon seeing the 890 million health points, everyone held their breath, their hearts filled with despair. This was undoubtedly a paragon among mid-tier gods, second only to high-tier gods. Only Lin Ling's eyes sparkled with fervor. He gently waved the Ling Tian staff. A milky white beam of light instantly descended from the sky. Poof! Amaterasu was instantly enveloped by that beam. Her body shattered like a bubble. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Peak mid-tier god, is that all? Having written one chapter, I will release this one first, and the rest is expected to be published around 11:30. Everyone can read it tomorrow. After today, there will be no more cherry blossoms. Combined chapter, after today, there will be no more cherry blossoms. Combined chapter, congratulations, you have successfully killed Amaterasu, gaining experience, 12 billion. Congratulations, your Necromancer class has successfully leveled up to level 127. Congratulations, your Fire Mage class has successfully leveled up to level 127. Congratulations, your Summoner class has successfully leveled up to level 127. Congratulations, level 127. Congratulations, you have obtained Fragment of the Light Divine rank. You have successfully killed Amaterasu, triggering the passive talent winner takes all. Do you wish to extract talents from the target? Yes. The talent roulette instantly appeared. Divine Thought Manifestation 7 steps to Poetry 3 steps to Song Faith Rebirth Blessing of Light Eye of Holy Light. The roulette began to spin rapidly. The moment the pointer stopped, a system prompt immediately popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the Divine Talent, Divine Thought Manifestation. Talent Analysis. You can transform your mental power into any form for attack or defense. Lin Ling didn't feel much about the talent, but the 5 divine rank fragments made him particularly happy. It's really stingy. To become a deity, one must have a complete divine rank, but killing a deity rarely drops a divine rank, and even if it does, it's just a fragment. With a mindset of not wasting, Lin Ling immediately used the prelude of the undead. To the sound of music, Amaterasu slowly resurrected, allowing Lin Ling's number of spirit servants to increase. In the 7th layer of the Abyssal Magic Tower, he had lost 2 members of the 5-colored divine race, dropping his spirit servant count to 9, but now it had reached 10 again. Still a powerful peak mid-tier god. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and turned to smile at the dazed soldiers of the Dragon Nest. In an instant, cheers erupted among the Dragon Nest army. They seemed to see the Dragon Kingdom truly dominating the world. What divine descent, what divine bestower, were all just paper tigers. As long as Lin Ling was there, the Dragon Kingdom would surely be invincible in the Blue Star. Just as the soldiers of the Dragon Nest were in ecstasy, suddenly, a chant in the language of cherry blossoms echoed in the realm of the virtual gods. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of all the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. All citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, offer a drop of blood from your fingertips to the ground beneath you. The gods will appear, leading us to conquer the Dragon Kingdom, conquer the world. Take us to Takamagara. In the next second, all the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, without any hesitation, pricked their fingers and dripped their blood onto the ground. In an instant, countless gray threads appeared on the ground of Sakura Island, while the Void God realm began to show numerous cracks. The gray mist within the Void God realm surged instantly. Countless second-level great voids, each over 100 meters tall, emerged from the mist, surrounding all the practitioners. Some of the oddly shaped voids even exuded an aura comparable to that of an 8th transformation powerhouse. As the number of voids increased, so did the cracks in the Void God realm. It was as if Rihiko was sacrificing the Void God realm to create or release these great voids. Clearly, this woman was making her final struggle, launching this void uprising with the mindset of taking all practitioners down with her. Yet no one knew why. Despite the overwhelming number of voids, the chanting of Sakura language had not ceased. Just from the tone, one could feel the chanting growing more intense. It seemed there was something massive lurking behind. A strong sense of unease suddenly surged in everyone's hearts. Activate defenses, heal the wounded. Jiang Shani shouted. The Dragon Nest warriors on the periphery immediately stepped up. Many of them were still in a critically injured state, but they could not afford to care anymore. The mages and archers behind them might not even withstand a single round of attacks. Practitioners from other countries followed suit, mostly activating their shields. Having not experienced battle, they were mostly at full health, and despite their fear of so many great voids, they did not pay it too much mind. However, at that moment, the great voids charging at the front suddenly opened their mouths, and dazzling orbs of light began to glow within. Boom! Millions of void flashes instantly shot towards the encircled practitioners. The practitioners' shields had not yet been fully activated, and their skills were not ready. The attack had arrived. In an instant, the practitioner army was thrown into chaos. Among the hundreds of thousands of United Nations practitioners, thousands were taken down by a single wave of concentrated fire. At least over 200 Dragon Nest soldiers had their health bars emptied in the first wave of attack. Cries of agony echoed throughout the soon-to-be shattered Void God realm. From the appearance of the Great Voids to the launch of the Void Flashes, less than 3 seconds had passed. This ambush caught everyone completely off guard. Fire mages, get to the front. Fire Grand Mage, damn it, is your forbidden spell not ready yet? Hurry, hurry, firewall up. The roar echoed, and the hundreds of thousands of united forces were thrown into disarray. Waves of fire magic soared into the air, exploding among the tide of great voids. However, the great voids, which had previously shown fear of fire, showed no signs of retreat. Is it not powerful enough? Where's the Fire Grand Mage, the forbidden spell? A roar came from the united forces. Soon, someone noticed that the Grand Mage who had previously released the fire forbidden spell had turned into a corpse on the ground. In that last wave of concentrated fire, at least thousands of void flashes had struck him. It was as if these great voids were being controlled, precisely executing a decapitation of the targets that posed a threat to them. It's over. Does the Fire Grand Mage still have a forbidden spell? I don't want to die. Cries of despair rose from the crowd, and Lin Ling frowned slightly. Can fire magic kill these things? He immediately raised his hand and unleashed a full-power fire attack. Countless fireballs rained down like bullets from a machine gun, instantly covering the tide of great voids. A cheer erupted from the crowd. So strong, what kind of forbidden spell is this? We're saved. Praise the heavens. Ha ha ha. If I can escape from here, I must move to the Dragon Kingdom. However, just as these voices emerged, a series of cracking sounds suddenly echoed from above. The Void God realm, filled with cracks, seemed to be starting to collapse. Just as people looked up at the sky, countless white orbs of light lit up again amidst the flames. The professionals who discovered these light clusters were instantly stunned. Their cheers abruptly ceased. Void Flash, how is that possible? Boom, 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 boom. millions of light beams once again struck the ranks of the professionals. The explosive sounds, like thunder, left everyone momentarily deaf. When the smoke cleared, over 30,000 soldiers of the United Nations Army had fallen forever. Among the Dragon Nest warriors, 500 blood bars had been completely emptied by this wave of void flash storm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shani's eyes turned red. Lin Ling's expression was equally grim. Towering figures emerged from the sea of flames. Lin Ling's forbidden spell surprisingly failed to inflict any damage on these great void beings. It was only at this moment that he realized these entities had no blood bars. After the arrival of the divine realm, everything had a blood bar. How could one fight without a blood bar? This simply defied logic. Unless these beings were from other planes? What are these things? He looked at the great void tide slowly pressing forward and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Kid, this is a type of spirit from the Sakura myth, called Void. Zhang Shani immediately reminded Lin Ling upon hearing his voice. Void? A hint of a smile flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Wasn't this something from Death Note? Does that mean these are all souls? I have a forbidden spell called Night Parade of 100 Demons. Lin Ling raised the staff in his hand, and the dark laws appeared, surrounding him with a mass of black mist. Just as he was about to unleash the forbidden spell, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. The Void God realm instantly collapsed halfway. However, those great void beings did not disappear. This shattered Void God realm seemed to merge with the real world at that moment, and that beam of light was instantly descending towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively planned to use teleportation to evade. But a system prompt popped up before him. The attack from the upper god Izanagi carries a special locking function. The locked target will be unable to teleport. The diamond armor and frost holy armor appeared almost simultaneously around Lin Ling. With the diamond armor's 1 billion damage resistance and the frost holy armor's 14 billion damage resistance, he had enough confidence to withstand any attack. However, when the beam of light touched him, Lin Ling felt no attack. But the next second, his expression darkened instantly. A forbidden character appeared above his head, accompanied by a countdown of 6,000 seconds. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before him. You have been hit by the skill Endless Ceiling cast by the upper god Izanagi. You cannot move a single inch or release skills for 10 minutes. This ceiling isolates you from the outside, but does not isolate you internally. You are in a state that can be attacked. Lin Ling, the biggest variable? Just like that. Rihiko, a large number of gods are rushing this way. I have set up the god ceiling grade array, but it can only block those gods for 10 minutes. Order the void to kill Lin Ling, and wipe out all these professionals as well. An arrogant voice echoed from the sky. The surviving hundreds of thousands of professionals were instantly enveloped in despair. At this moment, a cold and crisp voice rang out from the gray mist. Ha-ee! The next second, the white orb of void flash lit up again. The eyes of the United Nations professionals revealed a hint of pity. It was as if they had already seen this invincible figure from the Dragon Kingdom fall before them. At the same time, their despair reached an unprecedented height. As long as Lin Ling was alive, they still had a glimmer of hope. If Lin Ling died, their last hope would be extinguished. But in the face of that world-destroying void flash storm, they could not muster any courage to save Lin Ling, nor were they willing to take risks for the strongest of another country. But soon they saw hundreds of people charging out from the Dragon Nest army. The faces of these people once again displayed the fervor that would haunt them for a lifetime. They were clearly weak, clearly battered and bruised, yet they charged out like towering steel giants. Their hands struck their left chests. Waves of invisible flames ignited around them. Hundreds of people instantly surrounded Lin Ling. A shimmering defensive shield rose before them. They held hands, smiling as they welcomed the dazzling white light. Boom, 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 boom. The roar echoed through the skies. Hundreds of Dragon Nest warriors fell, and Lin Ling's health dropped by only a third. No, no, get away, you don't need to, I can take it. I have nearly 1.5 billion health. I have a dark clone, I won't die, get away. Lin Ling roared, never having imagined that one day so many would die for him, but his voice could not reach them. Amidst his cries, over 200 more Dragon Nest warriors charged in. They too struck their chests without hesitation, the Dragon Surge elixir instantly bringing them to their peak condition. At that moment, many warriors raised their hands in salute towards Lin Ling, who was sealed within the barrier. Dragon Kingdom, please, Senior, you must destroy the little sun. I have a dream, if there's a chance in the future, help me flatten the high heaven plane. Little 6, the void flash is coming. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Ling watched as these people fell before him, his eyes gradually turning blood red. He still had a third of his health left, while outside, hundreds more Dragon Nest soldiers charged out. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from Lin Ling's eyes. Just as these Dragon Nest soldiers were about to strike their left chests, a sudden roar erupted from the sky. Linling looked up. In the distant horizon, a massive aerial mothership blocked out the sun. The bright red pentagram and the dragon nest emblem were dazzling. Behind the mothership, fighter jets emblazoned with red pentagrams dove down like a swarm. Boom, 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 boom. Countless laser cannons erupted from beneath these jets, instantly engulfing the great void tide. The mothership's hatch opened, and a giant laser cannon with a caliber of over 100 meters slowly extended out. A brilliant blue light ignited. Boom! The already shattered realm of the void gods was completely obliterated by this shot. The barrage continued. Although it was uncertain if it could kill the great void, it ensured that no void flash storms would erupt within the great void tide, until only the last 20 seconds remained of Linling's sealing time. A figure wearing a skull mask suddenly emerged from the gray mist. He rode a golden holy dragon beneath him. Ha ha, there's actually an even more perfect shell. A voice rang out from this person. The dragon spear in his hand lunged fiercely towards Linling. As the spear passed, spatial rifts appeared in its wake. In this critical moment, Jiang Shani suddenly struck the badge on his chest. His cultivation instantly surged to the 9th turn. A teleportation placed him directly in front of the dragon spear. Boom! A shockwave instantly radiated outward. The skull mask on the assailant's face shattered, revealing the aged visage of a dragon human. Yet his eyes shone with the clarity of youth, though they were now filled with horror. Jiang Shani crashed into the ground, creating a pit over 10 meters deep in the hard earth. At that moment, the great void tide reappeared, opening their mouths to direct the void flash storm at the tens of thousands of dragon nest elites and the aerial mothership above. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Enough! Night parade of 100 demons. An eerie melody began to play. Billions of great void beings instantly ceased their attacks. If you crave slaughter so much, then go. After today, I do not wish to see a single person from the Sakura nation alive. The voice echoed once more. Billions of hollows burst forth from the realm of the void god, flying towards Sakura Island. Everyone rest assured, the Sakura nation has fallen. The Sakura nation has fallen. A doomsday disaster. The Tokyo-based city, the most prosperous of the Sakura cities, silently lost 70% of its population. No one knows why all the followers of Amaterasu have perished. The survivors did not cry out. They changed into traditional clothing, waiting for their deity to appear. Onizen, we have already offered our fingertip blood. When can we trample the Dragon Kingdom? I have been looking forward to the scene of cherry blossoms filling the Kyoto-based city. Wacko, there's no need to rush. It won't be long before we can set foot on that land. The great feat our ancestors could not complete will be accomplished by us. Onizen, what is that? What is that? Wacko, dressed in a kimono, suddenly pointed at the distant sky and exclaimed. Her brother, Koro, turned sharply to follow her finger. In the sky, a massive hollow slowly appeared, its grotesque face looking particularly terrifying amidst the dark clouds. Its enormous body resembled a small mountain, casting a long shadow that sent chills down one's spine. With the appearance of this hollow, a second, a third, hollows appeared like a tide on the horizon. As soon as these hollows emerged, they quickly spread outwards. Their shapes varied, but all exuded an aura of evil. Some were gigantic, like monsters, with thick, powerful limbs and claws sharp as knives. Others were small yet incredibly agile, moving with a speed that was hard to grasp. They all wore skull masks, the patterns on the masks twisted and eerie. A dazzling red light shone, instantly descending upon the block where the Kuro siblings stood. Onyakan, this color is so magnificent. Just like the flag of our great Sakura. The red beam rapidly enlarged in their eyes. In an instant, their entire world turned red. Roar! The hollows let out a chilling roar, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing souls to tremble. The death of the Kuro siblings was just the beginning. They began to attack the city frantically. Countless flashes of hollows had already lit up the major base cities of Sakura Island. A giant hollow raised its thick paw and smashed it down onto a skyscraper. With a loud crash, the building collapsed instantly, sending dust flying everywhere. People screamed in terror and fled in all directions, but the speed of the hollows was so fast that they quickly caught up with the poor fugitives. A beast-like hollow opened its gaping maw and swallowed a person whole. Blood splattered, and the person didn't even have time to scream before disappearing into the hollow's mouth. Those nearby, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. The beast-like hollows continued their merciless assault, easily tearing apart buildings with their sharp claws, turning the streets into ruins in an instant. Glass shards, bricks, and debris flew everywhere, striking people and causing waves of excruciating pain. In a school, children had just finished looking at a map of the Dragon Kingdom, and the teacher passionately told them that the vast land would belong to the Sakura Empire in the future. But at that moment, a head resembling a mountain leaned in front of the classroom building. All the teachers and students trembled in fear. They huddled together tightly, their eyes filled with terror. a hollow opened its mouth, a white orb of light ignited, and the hollow flash erupted. A passage several meters wide opened up in the classroom building. In an instant, the classroom was left with only the map of the Dragon Kingdom on the blackboard. Both the teacher and students had turned into a pool of blood and flesh. In the hospital, patients and medical staff looked on in despair as the hollows approached. The medical staff picked up nearby tools, trying to resist the hollows' attack, but their efforts seemed so futile. A second-level void creature with a beast's head and a human body burst into the hospital room, using its claws to flip the bed and throw the patient to the ground. The patient let out a pained groan but could not escape the void's grasp. Medical staff rushed forward, hoping to flee while the void attacked the patient, but with a wave of its hand, the void tore one of them into pieces. The scent of death permeated every corner of the city. People fled in all directions under the void's assault, but there was nowhere to escape. On the streets, cars were overturned, engulfed in flames. Inside stores, goods were smashed to pieces, leaving chaos in their wake. The Cherry Blossom Nation held out for less than 5 minutes against the tide of the void. Soon, there was not a single visible living person left in the country. The beautiful Cherry Blossom Island had completely transformed into a hell on earth. At that moment, the sky suddenly split open, and a single vertical eye quietly appeared in the crack. The eye scanned the entire Cherry Blossom Island, and any void creature it passed over suddenly froze. In the next second, a green health bar appeared above their heads. At the same time, a system announcement popped up before all the practitioners of Blue Star. System announcement: the number of practitioners in the Cherry Blossom Nation is less than 200. The Cherry Blossom Nation has been destroyed. The former Cherry Blossom Nation is officially renamed the Secret Realm of the Void. As soon as this system announcement was made, the entire world erupted in chaos. The destruction of small nations was not uncommon in the history of the Great Fusion, but the Cherry Blossom Nation ranked among the top 10 in the world in terms of financial resources and the number of practitioners. Moreover, with the new expansion pack, the Age of Divine Gifts had begun, and the Cherry Blossom Nation had even received the descent of 11 deities. Yet, in such a short time, this nation had been declared destroyed by the system. In a certain shrine, Izanagi's gaze instantly turned ferocious. Baka Yoru! He roared in anger and shot up into the sky, instantly returning to the divine realm. The other 9 lower deities looked blankly in the direction of the Void God realm. They were not indigenous gods of the Cherry Blossom Nation but minor gods who had sought refuge in Takamagara. Now that their master had left, they could only turn to other high-ranking gods. They could sense that a large number of deities were gathering in that direction. Inside the Void God realm, as countless void creatures rushed out of the Void God realm, the gray mist instantly dissipated. A figure emerged from the gray fog. She was wearing a kimono, her face filled with terror. It was none other than Riko. No, you can't do this. The void will go out of control once they leave the Void God realm. They don't belong to this plane. If they are assimilated by the divine realm, it will lead to a catastrophe. You can't be so cruel. Riko screamed in terror at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he immediately understood that this woman was the mastermind behind the void that had killed so many people from the Dragon Nation. He raised his hand, and a spear formed from psychic energy shot toward the girl. Just as Riko tried to dodge, a psychic hand grasped her tightly. But the spear pierced through her chest. Lin Ling pulled back, the spear retracting hundreds of meters quickly, bringing Riko to his side. He grabbed her by the neck. Cruel? You're talking to me about cruelty? The whole world can speak of cruelty, but you Cherry Blossom people are not worthy of that word. Riko's eyes were filled with terror. After becoming a divine gift bearer, her psychic power had directly surpassed 10,000. She had thought she was the most powerful existence among the practitioners of Blue Star. But the psychic power of the man before her was terrifying to a degree that made her look up to him. At that moment, a system announcement popped up before her eyes. Upon seeing the words about the destruction of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the last shred of her resolve instantly crumbled. Spare me, I can communicate with the core plane. I have a Void God realm comparable to the 9th turn. I am willing to be your woman. I know the dragon. Crack! Before Riko could finish her sentence, her neck was already crushed. Her eyes were filled with a lingering attachment to the world, her pupils dilated, as if she had been thrown to the ground like a dead dog. The gift of the gods, the hope of resurrection. The gift of the gods, the hope of resurrection. You have successfully killed the professional, Li Huizi, and triggered the winner-takes-all talent. Do you wish to extract her talent? At this moment, Lin Ling was focused on Jiang Shani, and without a second thought, he chose to refuse. No! Friendly reminder, the target possesses a unique talent of level or above. Do you wish to give up the extraction? Lin Ling frowned slightly, rushing towards the deep pit where old Jiang was, shouting, "Extract!" The big wheel appeared instantly. God level talent, Wanji avoid God realm, unique, level talent, invincible ninja, level talent, innate divinity, level talent, nail art. The wheel began to spin, and the pointer accurately landed on the first ranked God level talent. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the God level talent, Wanji avoid God realm, unique. Linling couldn't care less about being happy. At this moment, he had already reached the bottom of the pit. Old Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Shani was already on the brink of death, his soul burning rapidly. Despite enduring the excruciating pain of his soul being scorched, a smile remained on Jiang Shani's face. Stinky boy, well done. The Sakura nation has fallen. You are the eternal hero of my dragon nation. You are the hero. I never thought of being one. Ha ha ha. Now you are one. Guard the national gate well for me. The dragon nation will rely on you in the future. No, you won't be in trouble. I can bring you back to life. I have a forbidden spell called Destruction and Rebirth. Even a dead dog has been revived. You won't be in trouble. Ixis, come out and freeze his soul. Linling shouted loudly, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had never felt much belonging to the dragon nest, but he could always feel Jiang Shani's kindness towards him. He didn't want anyone who had been good to him to die because of him. Cough cough cough. Jiang Shani coughed up a mouthful of dirty blood. You can bring me back to life, but can you also revive the 1,000 soldiers who died? It's all my fault. I proposed the Sakura trip, and that's how we fell into that bastard's trap. Don't talk, I can save you. I can save everyone. Linling shouted. Jiang Shani shook his head. That forbidden spell of yours requires a price to save someone, right? Are you sure you can save everyone? Linling's expression froze instantly. Saving one person required sacrificing a forbidden spell, and over 1,000 dragon nest warriors had died. Where would he find over 1,000 forbidden spells? Just then, the figure of the Ice Silkworm King, Ixis, appeared before Linling. Master, his soul is about to burn out. Freezing it won't help anymore, Ixis said. A grim smile appeared on Linling's face, and suddenly a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. I can control time to go back to the past. I can definitely save you. Jiang Shani shook his head. If you change history, will the Sakura nation still fall? Our deaths exchanged for the fall of the Sakura nation are worth it. But, Linling tightly grasped Jiang Shani's hand. No buts. If you dare to reverse time and bring me back to life, I will never forgive you even in death. Little brat, live well and let our Huaxia civilization be passed down for 10,000 years. Jiang Shani shouted with all his might. His body slowly turned to ashes in the invisible flames. No, old Jiang. Linling knelt before old Jiang. Master, you can turn him into your spirit slave. As long as you don't die, he can live forever, right? Ixis suddenly said. Linling suddenly looked at Ixis, and a clear light gradually appeared in his crimson eyes. That's right, I can use the prelude of the undead. Old Jiang, I have a way. I will bring you back to life. At that moment, he suddenly felt as happy as a child. The Ling Tian staff appeared in Linling's hand. Destruction and Rebirth. Linling still decided to try the Rebirth of Annihilation first. Saving one was better than none. You have used Rebirth of Annihilation. Please select a resurrection target and the sacrificial forbidden spell skill. Resurrect Jiang Shani, sacrifice thunder. The target's soul is severely missing and cannot be resurrected. Please change the target. Linling clenched his fists tightly and shouted again. Prelude of the Undead. An ethereal music was instantly played. The souls of the nearby fallen dragon nest warriors, as well as Murakami Sasuke, Rihiko, and others, appeared one after another. A remnant soul of Jiang Shani slowly emerged. Take Jiang Shani as a spirit slave. He took off the abyssal magic tower, and with a thought, a contract power immediately formed. A mass of black mist floated out from the abyssal magic tower and quickly wrapped around Jiang Shani's corpse. The wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Moments later, Jiang Shani's eyes suddenly opened. Master! A soft call came from his mouth. To Linling, this voice felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Linling turned to look at the other dragon nest warriors, finally resting his gaze on Li Yong. He selected Li Yong again. Soon, the contract was completed once more. This was Linling's first time filling all 12 spirit slaves in the abyssal magic tower. Just as he looked at the heroic souls of the other dragon nest warriors, a system message suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations, you have successfully filled 12 spirit slaves. The necromantic forbidden spell Prelude of the Undead has entered the second phase, Spirit Slave Evolution, and the Spirit Slave Reserve space has been opened. You can store a large number of spirit slaves at any level within the abyssal magic tower, but the maximum limit for spirit slaves in battle remains 12. You can feed other spirit slaves to a designated spirit slave to facilitate its evolution. After evolution, the spirit slave's strength will increase and regain autonomous consciousness. The higher the evolution, the greater the recovery of autonomous consciousness. If the evolution target reaches mid-god level, complete resurrection is possible. When all battle spirit slaves reach God level, the prelude of the undead will enter the third phase of evolution. Seeing the system prompt appear before him, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up again. With a thought, the nearby thousands of dragon nest warriors were all reconstituted into flesh and blood, transforming into spirit slaves that entered the 6th level of the Abyssal Magic Tower. After settling them, Lin Ling immediately walked towards Rihiko. He had sensed that this woman possessed something he was interested in. Congratulations, you have successfully touched the flowing color and light boots. Holy, congratulations, you have successfully touched the flowing color and light necklace. Holy, congratulations, you have successfully touched the flowing color and light garment. Holy, congratulations, you have successfully touched the dark divine fragment. Sealed. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. A black crystal covered in inscriptions appeared in his hand. Indeed, it is the dark divine fragment. His mental power swept over it, and the hidden seal on the dark divine fragment was instantly broken. As the seal was lifted, a rich dark law instantly gathered in Lin Ling's hand. This scene was immediately witnessed by several professionals, some of whom revealed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. It was clear that these people recognized what it was. It's a pity there are only 3 pieces of holy equipment. I wonder if that guy has any? Yiling's gaze fell on Murakami Sasuke's corpse. The moment he began to loot the body, his eyes instantly lit up. Congratulations, you have successfully touched the heavenly silkworm cloud armor. Holy, congratulations, you have successfully touched the meteor butterfly shoes. Holy, congratulations. Congratulations, you have successfully touched the chaos divine stone. What the hell? Is this old guy a treasury of Sakura country? This time, the looting lasted for 3 minutes. Lin Ling actually found 265 pieces of holy gear, along with a Chaos Divine Stone. This not only allowed Lin Ling to upgrade several pieces of equipment, but the number of Chaos Divine Stones also reached 7. With just 3 more, he could reshape Sun Wukong's golden body. Lin Ling began to continuously release the prelude of the undead, transforming all the other deceased from the meat grinder of the Void God realm into spirit slaves and collecting them into the first layer of the Abyssal Demon Tower. He had no concern for whether the dead from the United Nations professional army were innocent. They would all serve as nourishment for the evolution of his Jiang clan and the warriors of the Dragon Nest. However, his actions completely enraged the surviving professional army. What have you done to Freet? Return my friend to me. They are already dead. Please return their bodies. Damn it, the strong from the Dragon Kingdom are actually desecrating the bodies of heroes. Looking at the expressions of these people, Lin Ling suddenly sneered and asked, what if I don't? The people who had promised him 10 years of being mortal suddenly froze at his cold gaze, and no one dared to utter a word of dissent. Humph. Lin Ling snorted coldly, turning his gaze to the surviving warriors of the Dragon Nest, and then shouted to the airborne troops, take them home. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A giant fiery hand suddenly descended from the sky, and with a loud bang, the airborne mothership above shook several times before stabilizing again. Meanwhile, several Dragon Nest fighter jets below were directly smashed by the fiery giant hand. Even the last barrier of the Void God realm completely vanished with this strike. At that moment, the Void God realm disappeared entirely, and everyone reappeared over the sea of cherry blossoms. Above them, more than 60 terrifying auras gathered. Gods! All of them were gods. Even Lin Ling had never seen so many gods before. He glanced over and saw 51 lower gods, 9 middle gods, and 2 upper gods with particularly terrifying auras. Upon seeing these gods, the United Nations army was initially filled with fear, but soon they were immersed in ecstasy. Ha 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 ha! God of fire Hephaestus, I see the gods of our country. Oh my god! That's the god of death Danadus from my country, Indonesia. The Archangel Gabriel is here. Wow. Great Shiva. I actually see Great Shiva. Great Shiva, please punish him. He desecrated the bodies of our warriors from Asen country. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. With the scream of a professional from Asen country, all the gods turned their gaze toward Lin Ling. My lord Danadus, he at least has a fragment of a dark divine core in his hand, shouted a 7th turn professional from Indonesia, pointing at Lin Ling. In an instant, all the gods' gazes became somewhat playful. Human, hand over everything in your storage space, and I may spare your life, Danadus said, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a tone that looked down upon all living beings. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. Want to confiscate my assets? Come, feel if my knife is sharp. Ha ha ha. Did you hear what he just said? I can feel he is not a god. A human dares to be arrogant before us. How could a god-forsaken one understand the power of the gods? The gods in the sky grew increasingly arrogant, looking at Lin Ling as if they were witnessing a grand joke. However, at this moment, The United Nations army below had already regained their composure from the initial excitement of seeing the gods. Many professionals had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They recalled everything they had seen before. Scenes began to replay in their minds. In Washington Bay City, Lin Ling single-handedly challenged the gods, killing them as easily as one would kill dogs. In the Void God realm, it was also Lin Ling who raised his hand to annihilate the outstanding middle god, Amaterasu. Even that terrifying army of the Void was easily manipulated by him. If a real fight broke out, whether these gods could suppress this cheating freak was still an unknown. But for them, these mortal bodies had absolutely no chance of survival. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed continuously from the army. At this moment, they were filled with nothing but dread. Just now, it was as if a ghost had possessed me to challenge this fierce god. The great Danadus, perhaps this is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we withdraw first? The trembling 7th-tier professional who had previously mentioned Lin Ling holding fragments of divine power said, "By the grace of Shiva, I might have remembered wrong just now. He did not desecrate the heroes of my country. How about we go home, and I make you some curry rice?" The professional from his country was shaking uncontrollably. Oomph! A cold snort exploded from the sky. "Are you afraid? We have more than 60 gods here, and you are afraid of an ant from a forsaken land?" Gabriel's face turned ashen as he coldly shouted. "The archangel is right. I sense a strong aura of dark laws from this person. He has at least 3 or more fragments of dark divine power on him. Moreover, I seem to smell the scent of the chaos divine stone, which is our second life. This kid must not be let go. How about I take the dark divine power fragments, and you take the chaos divine stone?" The god of death, Danadus, said coldly. He himself was a high god, but he was the son of the night goddess Nyx. With his powerful mother backing him, he dared to stand side by side even against the high god Gabriel. After all, the night goddess was in a poor mental state and was particularly fond of her 2 children. A mad Nyx was someone even Gabriel would not want to provoke, let alone a mere avatar. As for Lin Ling, who was not even considered a low god, Danadus wouldn't even glance at him. At that moment, 9 more figures flew in. As soon as they appeared, they expressed their willingness to submit to Gabriel and Danadus. At this moment, the number of gods gathered in the sky above the Sea of Cherry Blossoms had reached 70. The satellites of the entire blue star were tightly locked onto this area. Countless eyes were glued to the screens, trying to figure out what significant event was happening here. At this moment, seeing the number of gods in the sky, the United Nations army suddenly felt capable. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to take on 70 gods alone, right? However, at that moment, the boy in silver light armor began to ascend step by step into the sky. "Do you think gods are naturally meant to be high above?" the boy asked. "Of course, just like you humans, some are born in Rome, while others are born as mules or oxen. We gods are the superior beings you speak of, and you must learn to endure hardships to serve the superior beings. Gods stand above all. How could you ants understand? Do you see this? 2 fragments of light divine power. If you kneel down, how about I give them to you?" 2 shining golden crystals appeared in Gabriel's hand, and he said with a mocking look, "Oh, so impressive. Then you should really experience the life of an ordinary person," Lin Ling slowly said as he took out the Ling Tian staff. "What do you mean?" Gabriel frowned. "Let me invite you to listen to a song." At that moment, Lin Ling's gaze became incredibly sharp. "From today on, I grant you 10 years as a mortal." Lin Ling suddenly raised the staff in his hand. A song descended from the heavens. "Are you going to leave, wandering on the road? Can I ask for a free little gift today? Still chasing the latest chapter with 2,182 reader friends? The truth only exists within the coverage of the forbidden spell. Ha ha ha. Grant me 10 years as a mortal? Just you?" Gabriel's eyes were cold, and listening to Yi Ling's words felt like hearing a huge joke. "You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth after merging a few divine power fragments. Don't say you, even the soon-to-be 10th tier Chu he wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly in front of us." Danadus echoed with a cold shout. Other gods also looked at Lin Ling with amusement. They really couldn't understand how a human could go mad to such an extent. However, at that moment, the song that seemed to come from nowhere suddenly intensified. "I once crossed mountains and seas, also traversed crowds of people. Everything I once possessed has vanished in the blink of an eye like smoke, and the divine light emanating from them began to gradually dim. In the blink of an eye, 70 deities simultaneously began to plummet towards the Sea of Cherry Blossoms below. At this moment, whether it was the lower-ranked minor gods or the higher-ranked major gods, the mockery on their faces had long since disappeared without a trace, leaving only disbelief and endless terror. They could feel their divine powers being sealed, and all divine strength was inaccessible. As various attributes rapidly diminished, their perception of the divine realm was swiftly fading away. Boom, boom, boom. Figures crashed into the sea like dumplings. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? Where is my divine power? I can actually feel the passage of time. My cells are aging. It's him, that lowly human. He sealed my divine power for 10 years. With the roar of a mid-tier god, all the deities were instantly awakened from their stupor. A prompt popped up before each god. Your divine power has been temporarily sealed. During the sealing period, your four-dimensional attributes are reduced by 100 times. Your divine power has been temporarily sealed. During the sealing period, any divine skills other than divine thought probing will be unusable. Sealing countdown 09. At this moment, all the deities were completely dumbfounded. They were all native gods, not those who had turned into gods after 10 transformations. All their abilities were divine skills. Wasn't this sealing all their skills? Aside from some brute strength, they couldn't even defeat those practitioners who had transformed 7 or 8 times. Would they be left to dance in the square in the Dragon Kingdom? Who could bear this? They looked up at Lin Ling in the sky with terror. I grant you 10 years as mortals. At this moment, they finally understood how profound this statement was. Could a human really do this? What kind of skill could turn gods into mortals? A mid-tier god couldn't accept reality. He leaped out of the water, wanting to kill Lin Ling in the sky. But as soon as he leaped out of the water, he fell back into the sea. What have you done to us? You can't treat us like this. We are gods from the divine realm. We are the descending gods responding to the divine era. We should be respected, not abused. He resurfaced, pointing at Lin Ling in the sky and shouting angrily. In response, a small fireball fell from the sky. The mid-tier god squinted. He recognized it as a level 1 skill of human mages, the fireball spell. This person was hitting him with a small fireball. It was an outright insult. Bastard, even if my divine power is sealed, I am still the dignified god of wind. Do you think a small fireball can hurt me? Boom. However, he hadn't finished speaking when the fireball had already landed. A damage value floated up from above his head. A dignified mid-tier god's health bar was completely emptied. With less than 1 billion health, don't say you've turned into a mortal. Even at full status, my fireball can still take you out in one hit. Lin Ling's voice came, and the other deities instantly felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, they finally understood one thing. They were no longer the lofty gods. They were now fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Whether they could survive the next 10 years depended entirely on a single thought of the butcher. Just then, Lin Ling spoke again. Now I give you an opportunity to initiate a master-servant contract with me. I will be the master, and you will be the servants. Those who agree can safely pass through the next 10 years, and after 10 years, I will release you back to the divine realm. If you disagree, I can send you to heaven right now. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. 10, 9. As soon as these words were spoken, all the gods erupted in fury. When had they, the exalted ones, ever suffered such humiliation? Humans had always been their slaves and followers, and now they were being told to become servants? Was this not turning the heavens upside down? Especially 2 of the higher gods among them. Shiva and Gabriel's expressions darkened immediately. Shiva pointed at Lin Ling and shouted, "How dare you treat us this way? Do you not fear the wrath of the forces behind us? Oh, are the forces behind you very strong?" Lin Ling looked at Shiva, who seemed to have not grasped the situation. "Behind me is the supreme god Brahma. If one day you enter the divine realm, you will surely be hunted down by Brahma, and there will be no place for you in the entire divine realm. Moreover, the country of A3, which worships us, has countless powerful warriors. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the warriors of A3 will surely annihilate your dragon kingdom." Shiva said with a sinister smile, his eyes showing no sign of pretense, as if in his mind, Brahma was the strongest in the entire divine realm, and A3 was the strongest nation on the entire blue star. I see now where A3's mysterious confidence comes from. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, a fireball shot out from his hand. Upon seeing this small fireball, Shiva's expression changed drastically. Although his true form had 18 billion health points, it had now been weakened 100-fold to just 1 billion. He did not believe that someone who could strip him of his divine power would regard this less than 2 billion health as significant. Shiva's 8 arms suddenly exerted force simultaneously, and with a sonic boom, his speed skyrocketed. In an incredible burst of speed, he dashed hundreds of nautical miles in an instant. It looked as if he was ready to swim back to A3 at the slightest disagreement. And indeed, that was his plan. As long as he returned to A3, even without divine power, he would still be the revered Shiva among millions. Given A3's status on Blue Star, this terrifying kid would have to think twice before causing trouble. Shiva fled. The other gods were even more bewildered, because he did not pursue. Did that mean they could escape too? Although their divine powers were sealed, their ability to probe with divine consciousness remained. Each god spread out their divine consciousness, locking onto Shiva tightly. In just over 10 seconds, this guy had crossed thousands of kilometers and truly swam back to A3. Many began to stir with restlessness. They looked at Lin Ling, only to find him gently raising his staff. His mental power was sufficient to support his forbidden spell being cast at any location within a radius of 10,000 miles. At the same time, the sky outside the capital of A3, New Delhi, instantly turned fiery red. Countless fire meteors fell from the sky in an instant. Shiva, who had just seen the distant New Delhi city, was already engulfed by the fire meteors. In the perception of the gods, Shiva's health bar was instantly emptied, along with several monster zones around New Delhi being cleared by this fire-type forbidden spell. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the higher god Shiva, gaining experience of 100 million. Congratulations, your Fate Mage profession has leveled up to level 128. Congratulations, your Summoner Mage profession has leveled up to level 128. At that moment, no god dared to entertain any ill thoughts. This kid was a tough character. I am willing to recognize you as my master. I am also willing to recognize you as my master. One by one, the gods began to sign master-servant contracts. Soon, the number of gods raising their hands exceeded half. Gabriel clenched his fists tightly. His pride absolutely would not allow him to recognize a mortal as his master. But in the face of death, he still cast aside his pride. I, Gabriel, am willing to serve you as my master. Yet Lin Ling's gaze remained exceptionally calm, and he once again thought of Lord Ai's famous saying, "Dignity only exists on the edge of the sword, and truth only lies within the range of forbidden spells." It's finally over. From now on, Blue Star is under my control. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils constricted sharply. In that fleeting moment, it seemed something had flashed through his mind. What did I seem to forget? His brain raced, and he quickly recalled that the one who had forced Jiang Shani to use the Dragon Rising potion was a mysterious person. That person had not been killed by him. In other words, there was still an exceptionally powerful and stealthy opponent lurking in the shadows, watching him. That person seems a bit familiar. Your flesh, I have reserved it. Your flesh, I have reserved it. Lin Ling quickly recalled the scenes that had unfolded earlier. When that person appeared, they were riding a golden holy dragon. And this dragon, aside from a few pieces of white bone armor, it looked almost identical to the human dragon. The dragon spear was also very similar in height to the human dragon's spear. Is it a coincidence? Lin Ling frowned. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the human dragon would act against Jiang Shani. No matter who you are, I will find you. Lin Ling thought to himself, immediately activating the celestial overlook. Sure enough, he discovered an energy light point about 1,000 meters diagonally above him. The intensity of this light point was extremely dazzling, but Lin Ling had encountered practitioners of this strength a few times before. Whether it was the Adolf he had killed or the human dragon, they were both of this level. Peak of the 8th transition, just a step away from the 9th transition. However, based on Lin Ling's understanding of Blue Star practitioners, it was difficult to find another person who could match these two. Could it be that Sakura country is hiding such a powerful being? I am not afraid of upper gods, but this person makes me feel a bit uneasy. Lin Ling thought, casually glancing at the aerial mothership, but his peripheral vision fell on the location of that light point. From the previous actions of this person, it was clear that they were an enemy, not a friend. And being so adept at hiding, he had to ensure a one-hit kill. Otherwise, if this person escaped, it would bring endless troubles to the Dragon Kingdom. However, his upward motion was precisely captured by the aerial mothership. The mothership slowly descended, the hatch opened, and Zhou Weiyun's tall figure stepped out. Lin Ling, Zhang Lao, he. Zhou Weiyun's eyes were slightly red, her voice trembling as she asked. Lin Ling met her gaze, forcing a smile. He gently raised his hand, and a figure enveloped in demonic aura appeared beside him. Zhang Lao. Zhou Weiyun instantly flashed to Jiang Shani's side, but Jiang Shani raised his hand, creating a spatial barrier that sent Zhou Weiyun flying. Jiang Lao? Zhou Weiyun was astonished. She could no longer sense Jiang Shani's vitality. Jiang Lao's condition isn't good, but one day in the future, he will definitely return, Lin Ling said, and Jiang Shani vanished once more. He then looked at Zhou Weiyun. Aunt Zhou, I am going to Demon Island. I will have these 68 deities stationed in the Dragon Kingdom. Although they have lost their divine power, the slots for divine bestowal are still there, you can arrange it. Lin Ling suddenly added, by the way, do you remember the story you told me about the mantis catching the cicada? Zhou Weiyun looked puzzled. What story? It's the one you mentioned last time, where the mantis caught a silkworm, and a yellow bird was secretly trying to eat both of them. As Lin Ling spoke, his eyes slightly shifted to the side. Zhou Weiyun's pupils suddenly constricted. Are you saying there's a bird in that tree? Lin Ling nodded gently. Zhou Weiyun instantly understood everything. Dragon Kingdom, return to your homeland," she shouted, and all the surviving Dragon Nest warriors rose and flew towards the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Ling turned to Gabriel and the other deities. "I will prepare a temple for you. Our agreement still stands. After 10 years, I will let you return to the divine realm." "Thank you, Master." The deities, led by Gabriel, entered the mothership. "Be careful, Lin Ling," Zhou Weiyun said before turning to enter the mothership. The practitioners from other countries also chose to leave. In an instant, this area was left with only Lin Ling. "Your Excellency, come out," Lin Ling called softly, the direction of light already prepared. It was just waiting for that person to appear, and then it could be locked on immediately. He, you really found me. No wonder I value this physical form," a young voice came from the air, and the next second, the space flickered slightly, revealing a figure. Just as Lin Ling was about to lock onto the target, the person gently removed the mask from their face. An old yet familiar face instantly came into Lin Ling's view. Lin Ling squinted slightly. "Renlong. They call him Renlong? An interesting name, but I don't like it. From now on, he will be called Magusan, meaning sun. Sunshine always intoxicates people." The young voice came again from Renlong. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. "Who are you?" "I have many names. Let me think. I've consumed too many souls, and my memories are a bit jumbled. Let's go with the name that people call me the most. Some call me Susanu, others call me Magusan, and before I came to this world, they called me Brian. But I prefer the name Magusan. You, however, intrigue me. To think you can slay gods at the 5th transition. I guess you're not a native of this world, right? You aren't from the Soul Clan, are you? Where do you come from? The Divine Domain Soul Clan or the Unmerged Soul Clan? Your physical form is much stronger than mine." "I'm too old," Renlong said again, but Lin Ling was left confused by his words. "You shouldn't touch Renlong," Lin Ling said, and the 12 spirit servants, except for Jiang Shani, appeared beside him simultaneously. "Human, I admit you are indeed strong. Although I can't kill you, you won't be able to kill me either, at least not here," Renlong shrugged. "Are you so sure I can't kill you?" Lin Ling's voice grew increasingly cold. Renlong pointed a finger at his own head. "Friend, don't you realize? The so-called Renlong, which is me, has no health bar. You can only destroy this physical body, but I don't belong here at all." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly. He had felt something was off before. Now he realized, as Renlong said, that the health bar above Renlong's head had indeed disappeared. "State your conditions. How can I get Renlong out of this body?" The strangeness of the situation exceeded Lin Ling's understanding. Now he just wanted to figure out whether Renlong was still alive. "Leave? Sure, you can give your body to me, and I'll return this old man's body to you." Lin Ling remained silent, pondering away, but he couldn't think of any method to kill this person without harming Renlong. "All right, I'm leaving now. Don't worry, I won't damage this body until I find a more suitable one. In fact, I will help him grow stronger quickly. As for the old man's soul, why does this soul seem a bit off? I haven't even consumed it, and it's already wilting? Is it a scam? No, I need to go back. Lin Ling, I hope you can survive to reach the divine domain and protect this body of yours. I have it reserved. Remember, my name is Magusan. Don't foolishly think you can find me. We are not in the same world. Your level is too low. It won't be long before I can enter the divine domain, and I will wait for you there." As Renlong spoke, his figure slowly faded before Lin Ling's eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his gaze. Just then, another voice echoed in his mind. "Don't look for me, I'm fine." That voice belongs to the Dragon Man. What is he doing? Did he voluntarily allow himself to be possessed? Magusan, a race without a physical body, a world that cannot see the sun. That cherry blossom woman seemed to mention. The underground city, Demon Island instance, 6th level. In front of the demon suppression gate, the global record has been broken by us. Whether we can charge into the 7th level depends on today. Piece of cake. Aotion is preparing to charge. Elin will cover. Big Sister is ready to rescue at any time, and Qin Xian is advancing. Good. Received. Here they come. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted from the city gate ahead. The massive city gate exploded into a cloud of wood chips. Abyssal creatures, like a black tide, surged out. Dozens of teams rushed toward the city gate simultaneously. After a few days, everyone realized one thing. Once the Abyssal army rushed in, it would be very difficult to kill them. However, as long as they held the gate, they could repel them in at most 3 hours. By then, the army of professionals could ignore the rule of the passage opening once every 24 hours and directly charge into the next level. At this moment, all the surviving professionals were incredibly excited. The final level was right in front of them. However, just as the professionals charged toward the city gate, on a distant hill, a figure cloaked in a black robe revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. A black cube appeared in his hand, and he gently touched a red button on the cube with his thumb. pressing it down hard. The demon island underwent a drastic change. Boom! A massive roar echoed simultaneously from the 6 demon suppression gates of the Divine Domain Spirit Tower. Flames shot into the sky, and the demon suppression gate instantly turned into ruins. At that moment, an incredibly wide passage appeared between the human race and the abyss. The 1st to the 7th levels were instantly connected. Amidst the deafening roar, smoke and fire intertwined, and chaos spread across the ruins of the demon suppression gate. The professionals were stunned, shocked by the sudden explosion. They watched helplessly as the once solid defense line collapsed in an instant, the wide passage like a gaping wound connecting the human race directly to the abyssal creatures. "What's happening?" someone shouted in terror. "It's a trap." Another voice trembled in response. The abyssal creatures would not miss this opportunity. They surged forward like a black tide, roaring fiercely. Their numbers far exceeded billions. The terrifying roar seemed to come from the depths of hell, shattering hearts and courage. "Quick, organize a defense," a professional shouted hoarsely. But amidst the chaos, the transmission of orders became incredibly difficult. Some quick-reacting professionals immediately raised their weapons, ready to face the onslaught of the abyssal creatures. But they knew that even if a god came, it would be futile against this level of abyssal tide. The light of magic shone, arrows shot out like locusts, and the sound of clashing swords filled the air. However, the number of abyssal creatures was simply too great. They surged in endlessly, as if there was no end. At this moment, even GMO and the others felt their scalps tingle. "Retreat!" GMO roared, and Zhou Mengyan instantly cast a buff on everyone. As they moved, other professionals immediately followed suit. But still, many teams were swallowed by the abyssal creatures before they even had a chance to escape. Just then, "Combine!" a voice suddenly rang out from behind. In the next second, a towering war god phantom, hundreds of meters tall, appeared in the eyes of all professionals. Whoosh! A massive blade of light, spanning thousands of miles, slashed toward the abyssal tide, grazing the ground. Wherever the blade passed, the abyssal army was cut down like chives. However, the Bachan army did not continue to push forward. "All soldiers, listen to my orders." A general whose aura far surpassed that of an 8th transformation powerhouse shouted loudly. In an instant, this voice echoed throughout the spirit tower of the divine realm. "Present." 700,000 soldiers of the North Star Army responded in unison. "The demon suppression pass has been breached. Prepare to evacuate this place." "Understood." The North Star Army began to retreat, clearly intending to abandon this secret realm instance. At that moment, dozens of figures in black suddenly appeared in front of the North Star Army. "North Star Army, listen up. I am the heir of the War King Zheng Bachan, sent by the Grand Commander to lead you all out of here." A figure in a black robe raised a tiger talisman waist token and shouted loudly, "The Grand Commander's heir has arrived. The Grand Commander's heir has finally come. We can finally leave this damned place." Cheers erupted from the North Star Army. The general stepped forward, arriving in front of the figure in the black robe. He raised his hand to take the tiger talisman waist token, and his expression changed instantly. He glanced at the newcomer, who had golden hair and blue eyes, clearly of a different race. However, upon examining the tiger talisman waist token, he found nothing unusual. "What? Do you dare to defy orders?" the figure in the black robe coldly questioned. "Do you have the Grand Commander's token?" the general suddenly asked. The figure in the black robe's expression remained unchanged. "No." "Do you have the Tiger Talisman Commander's ring?" the general asked again. "No, but I know that the Grand Commander once said that in the absence of the Tiger Talisman Commander's ring and his token, seeing the Tiger Talisman waist token is like seeing the Grand Commander, right?" The figure in the black robe sneered. The general furrowed his brows but did not refute. The Grand Commander had indeed said this before leaving. Military orders were as solid as a mountain, and he had no choice but to obey. This subordinate pays respects to the new commander. Though the general was reluctant, he could only clasp his fists in salute. "Good. Now I represent the Grand Commander to issue the first order. Do not pay attention to the abyssal creatures, kill all those people. They used the excuse of helping defend off the tide of demons, but they are the real culprits behind the destruction of the demon suppression pass. Their intention is to exterminate our human race, and their hearts deserve to be punished." The figure in the black robe said with a cold smile, "What holy son of the temple, what talents from various nations, weren't they just making a wedding dress for them?" As these words were spoken, the 700,000 soldiers of the North Star Army simultaneously turned their gazes toward those professionals. Their eyes gradually turned extremely cold, but at that moment, a strange scene suddenly unfolded. A figure clad in black and gold armor suddenly appeared in the air. He gently waved a knight's sword in his hand. A beam of golden light instantly engulfed all abyssal creatures within sight. In an instant, billions of abyssal monsters fell to the ground, unable to rise, and a white light suddenly illuminated beneath the figure's feet. He smiled slightly and turned to look at the mysterious figures in black robes. 12 scorpions, you truly have ill intentions, but unfortunately, you are too foolish. This tiger talisman waste token belongs to me. Shura Swamp. With his light shout, a black vortex suddenly appeared beneath each black-robed figure. Their bodies were instantly pulled down by the vortex. At that moment, panic filled the eyes of every black-robed figure. But they found that an inexplicable force bound them, and at that moment, they couldn't even blink. All of them were 7th transformation powerhouses, yet before this person, they had no strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, more than 37th transformation powerhouses were completely devoured by the vortex. At this moment, a system prompt appeared before every professional. The world barrier of the spirit tower of the divine realm has been broken, and treasures buried underground for countless years are about to emerge. When the last treasure is obtained by a professional, the challenge will officially end. 4-dimensional attribute points will be rewarded based on the number of abyssal creatures killed and survival time. Treasures sealed in the spirit tower of the divine realm include fragments of the dark divine fragment, fragments of the time divine fragment, fragments of the thunder divine fragment, fragments of the light divine fragment, chaos divine stone, divine artifacts, divine realm admission tokens, divine level skills, divine source crystals, divine level forbidden spell skill books, spirit fruit of divine thought. All treasures will be obtained by those fated to have them. Good luck to everyone. Countdown to the excavation of divine treasures. 10, 9, 8, 7. The plot of Demon Island is reaching its climax. Many pits need to be filled, and the truth about the 12 scorpions will gradually be revealed under the night. I hope everyone can continue, as it will only get more exciting from here. Lucky Garin, Unfortunate Pushkin. Lucky Garin, Unfortunate Pushkin looked at the prompt that appeared before them, and the breaths of all the professionals became increasingly rapid. What is a divine fragment? What the hell is a chaos divine stone? Divine artifacts, did you see that? There will be 28 divine artifacts emerging. The fruit of divine thought is the ultimate treasure. It is unique and adds 10,000 mental power. I heard that 10,000 mental power has already reached the divine level. The divine level forbidden spell skill book is the real treasure. If this skill book is learned, can it directly kill many deities with one skill? The professionals went completely mad. At this moment, no matter who it was, their breathing became hurried. Any of these items was enough to make these professionals envious. Just then, a streak of light suddenly shot up into the sky and flew rapidly towards the distance. As soon as this thing appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. At least a dozen figures chased after that streak of light. Everyone knew that no matter what they obtained, this thing could make them rich overnight. However, at that moment, a figure clad in black and gold armor streaked across like a long rainbow. It instantly caught up with that light. Seeing this scene, a look of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. It seemed there was a kind of restriction in the Divine Domain Spirit Tower, and everyone's speed was controlled to a certain extent. Even the fastest assassin could not break through that limit. But just now, Garin and Pushkin's speed had definitely far exceeded that limit. A crystal appeared in Pushkin's hand. Upon seeing this thing, a hint of fervor flashed in his eyes. Is it a complete divine fragment? Garin immediately used his detection skill. Crystal of divine source quality, sacred usage level, level 60 item analysis, a precious elemental crystal from the divine domain. After use, it can forcibly elevate a professional's level and familiarity to 8th transition, cannot be used by those with more than 3 professions. After using the crystal of divine source, it will automatically default to a 4-star completion of the job transition task and grant corresponding rewards and talent awakening opportunities. Seeing the attributes of this item, even Garin's heart raced. He hesitated slightly but ultimately could not resist the temptation of the 8th transition and chose to use it directly. Rays of white light rose from beneath his feet, and his level soared directly to 210. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th transition. All attributes increased by 300. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th transition. Successfully awakened the talent, Heart of the King. Heart of the King talent analysis. You possess the unwavering heart of a king, all attributes increased by 500. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th transition, successfully awakened the talent, Unassailable. Talent analysis, after awakening Unassailable, you gain the passive ability, Evasion. You will inevitably evade the opponent's attacks unless their hit rate exceeds 100, otherwise, they cannot inflict any damage on you. Upon seeing these two talents, a flash of ecstasy crossed Garin and Pushkin's eyes. This was more joyful for him than completely mastering the Divine Domain Spirit Tower. Ha ha ha, I, Garin, am indeed the child of destiny. Even in the Divine Domain, I am the king among all professionals in the myriad worlds. He laughed out loud, and the invincible aura around him made others feel intimidated. Feeling the change in his aura, those professionals who were already gradually going mad fell completely into madness. At that moment, 2 more streaks of light suddenly shot up from an underground location, flying towards the east and west directions. 2 professionals soared into the sky, heading straight for the 2 streaks of light. Garen's eyes narrowed instantly, a glint of cold light flashing in them. He chased after one of the streams of light, and with a single sword strike, he cleaved a peak 6th-tier professional in 2. Blood rained down from the air, yet it could not suppress the increasingly fervent emotions of the professionals. GMO watched those streams of light, feeling quite tempted, but none in their team rushed to seize them. They had promised Lin Ling to protect Zhou Mingyan's safety. When the 3rd treasure emerged, 4 streams of light appeared, but only a dozen professionals remained at the city gate. These individuals displayed ecstatic expressions. A few of them chased after the streams of light. Zhou Mingyan also noticed the fervor in her teammates' eyes. "You all go for the treasure, don't worry about me. If I encounter danger, I'll signal you immediately, and I have enough means to protect myself," Zhou Mingyan said. A few of them hesitated, but no one moved. Zhou Mingyan smiled sweetly. "What do you think this is?" A trident appeared in her hand, instantly capturing everyone's attention. When they cast their detection spells, they all gasped in shock. "Divine artifact. No wonder she's the boss's daughter. She can get her hands on something like this," Chen Outyan and Wang Yilin said enviously. Zhou Mingyan shot them a glance. "This was given to me by Lin Ling. With this, you can go with peace of mind. You all go for the treasure. I'll stay by Big Sister's side. I should be fine," Zhuochong said. The others nodded upon hearing his statement. Throughout this journey, it must be said that Zhuochong had indeed contributed a lot. Several times when they encountered danger, this kid had foreseen it in advance. Moreover, his social skills were no exaggeration. Along the way, generals of all ranks from the 700,000 North Star Army had basically drunk and sworn brotherhood with him. If it weren't for Garen's unexpected intervention during the previous riot, relying on Zhuochang's connections in the North Star Army, it was highly likely that everyone would have been safe. Suddenly, over a dozen streams of light burst forth from the ground, flying in all directions. "Big sister, be careful," GMO shouted lightly, and he vanished from his spot. The others also rushed towards the streams of light. Garen Pushkin grabbed a rapidly flying orb of light ahead. He looked on with delight, and this time he had caught a scroll radiating a gray aura. Cursed Divine Talent Scroll, Quality, Sacred, Durability, 10, Item Analysis. After use, the item automatically binds, allowing you to randomly obtain a divine talent that lasts for 24 hours each day. Once the talent is successfully acquired, it cannot be changed, and after a 24-hour cooldown, a new divine talent can be obtained. The scroll disappears after being used 10 times. Warm reminder, this scroll is cursed and cannot be wielded by ordinary people. Be mentally prepared before use. Garen Pushkin frowned slightly. 10 divine talents? Even if temporary, it would be an absolute advantage over others. As for the fact that ordinary people could not wield it, Garen ignored it. At this moment, he had the heart of a king. How could he be considered an ordinary person? Would you like to use the talent scroll to draw today's talent? Use. Garen eagerly chose to use it, wanting to obtain the talent as soon as possible to continue seizing treasures. As his voice fell, a system prompt immediately popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained the temporary divine talent, Wish Fulfillment. Seeing the name of this talent, Garen's joy surged again. But upon seeing the subsequent talent analysis, his expression instantly turned to stone. Talent analysis, anyone who makes a request to you, you will inevitably agree to them. Garen. Various warplanes filled the base's tarmac. At this moment, leaders from all countries on Blue Star gathered at the Dragon's Nest base. The enormous conference room was filled with leaders from various nations, but there was not a single person from the Dragon Kingdom present. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in attendance were filled with apprehension. Minutes ago, the leaders received a notification from the Dragon Kingdom's War God Temple simultaneously. The message was simple, a 15-minute deadline to attend a meeting at the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon's Nest, with latecomers bearing the consequences. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, these big shots were already seated in the conference room. The leaders of Eagle Sauce Nation and A3 Nation wiped the sweat from their foreheads. When it came to understanding Lin Ling's terror, aside from the already transformed secret realm of Cherry Blossom, only these two nations knew. Old Brook, what do you think the Dragon Kingdom means by this? The president of A3 Nation swallowed hard and quietly asked the president of Eagle Sauce Nation. The president of Eagle Sauce Nation's face twitched. If you ask me, who should I ask? After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the member countries of the American Treaty Organization. No one should back down later. The Dragon Kingdom wouldn't dare to really do anything to us. As long as we stand united, victory will be ours, Old Brook said confidently. The other leaders immediately nodded in agreement. For so many years, They had been led by Eagle Sauce and had long developed the habit of following whatever Eagle Sauce said. "Boss, can we still get our deity back?" asked the leader of Germany. "Yes, we must get it back. That is our country's deity. The Dragon Kingdom's actions are simply unreasonable," Old Brook said angrily. "Right, we must get it back. We won't compare fists with them. We will reason with them. The Dragon Kingdom is the easiest to talk to. It is the ambassador of peace, the only civilization among the 4 ancient civilizations that has stood strong for nearly 6,000 years. They will definitely be willing to reason with us. What if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't want to reason this time?" With the words of a president from a small NATO country, the American treaty circle instantly fell silent. Old Brook suddenly stood up and looked at everyone present. "You all should know that today is bound to be a feast of treachery. None of you want to be oppressed by the Dragon Kingdom. I will negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom later, and you must cooperate with me. Raise your hands if needed, and support me if necessary. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement, and Old Brook's heart finally settled. "It seems that my Eagle Sauce still has some influence." Old Brook suddenly felt capable again. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. All the country representatives immediately sat up straight. Even Old Brook, who had just regained his confidence, was no exception. The head of the War God Temple, Jo Wei-yun, walked in first, her tall figure, proud demeanor, and long limbs. Behind her, a young man dressed in silver casual wear walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets. Upon seeing this young man, the leaders immediately held their breath. Many had never seen Lin Ling, only heard of his name. Although many had seen pigs but never seen them run, Lin Ling's photo had already spread across Blue Star in less than 5 minutes after the Cherry Blossom Sea battle. Lin Ling did not take the seat of honor but sat in the position of the deputy temple master. However, everyone's gaze remained fixed on Lin Ling. "I called you here today to inform you of a few things. From now on, any country's world instance will be open for free to Dragon Kingdom professionals. Each country must submit the corresponding number of sacred equipment according to my notification. The Dragon Kingdom will build a military base in each country, with the nearest base city managed by the Dragon Kingdom. Starting today, the Dragon's Nest organization officially becomes the Blue Star Professionals Alliance. The name of the Dragon's Nest remains unchanged, and all professionals will be uniformly managed by the Dragon's Nest. Those deities who have not visited the Dragon Kingdom must report within 3 days. Latecomers will not be waited for. That's all for now. We'll notify you if we think of anything else." Meeting adjourned. After Jo Wei-yun finished speaking, he began to pack his things, looking ready to leave. The dozens of leaders below were already sweating profusely. Old Brook took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and stood up, saying, "Master Jo, did you forget to ask us whether we agree? Your approach makes us very uncomfortable." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of tapping sounds suddenly came from above. Lin Ling's fingers lightly tapped on the table as he slightly raised his eyes to look at Old Brook. "You don't understand what Master Jo said?" Old Brook's eyelids twitched violently. I understand. We are notifying you, not discussing with you. You just need to make a decision, obey or not obey, the rest is our business." Lin Ling spoke again. Old Brook clenched his fist tightly in his sleeve. "Isn't the Dragon Kingdom's behavior too unreasonable? Aren't you afraid that all our countries will unite against you?" A trace of disdain flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. "Come, let me see who you are referring to as you. If there are enough people, I might consider it." A glimmer of ecstasy crossed Old Brook's eyes as he immediately raised his hand. "Rise, starving and freezing slaves." However, the next second, he froze in place, because not a single person in attendance stood up. "Everyone, get up. We agreed to resist together." Old Brook exclaimed repeatedly, but still, no one responded to him. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly, and with a flash, he appeared on the table in front of Old Brook. He slightly bent down, looking down at Old Brook. "It seems that the you referred to is just you alone." A cold voice echoed in Old Brook's ear. His face began to twitch again. "Mr. Lin, you are making me very uncomfortable." Lin Ling revealed a devilish smile. "Your comfort has nothing to do with me. As long as we are comfortable, that's enough." At that moment, Old Brook felt as if he were facing a prehistoric beast. "Mr. Lin, can you be reasonable? Does the Eagle Sauce country want to become a secret realm?" The unprecedented sense of oppression made him sit back down in his chair. Lin Ling straightened his back and looked at everyone. "My goal is the Divine Realm, where I want to carve out a territory belonging to humanity. We are all Blue Star people, so I hope this grand undertaking is participated in by all Blue Star people. This is the real reason I came to find you. You may very well become my cannon fodder, but you might also be the first to eat crabs. In the future, the Dragon Nest will be led by the Dragon Kingdom to form a community of shared human destiny. This is the opportunity one am giving you. Whether you can seize it depends on yourselves." Lin Ling's voice resonated throughout the venue, and the eyes of all the leaders gradually lit up. The divine realm is an Eden for anyone. Mr. Lin, our Eagle Sauce country is willing to accept your country's arrangements. I am willing too. My kangaroo country is willing. My Asan country is willing. My white bear country is willing. My sun never sets country. Voices rose one after another. This day was destined to become a milestone. It represented the rise of the Dragon Kingdom and marked the official entry of the entire Blue Star into the era of United Front. After the meeting concluded, Lin Ling planned to set off for Demon Island. But just as he was about to depart, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. The treasure map you activated has less than 1 hour left until the final excavation deadline. The treasure map will disappear after 1 hour. The Yao Yen Star, Galen's wish fulfilling. The Yao Yen Star, Galen's wish fulfilling in the Siberian ice field. Looking at the vast snowfield ahead, Lin Ling was momentarily speechless. He had truly forgotten about the treasure map. Coordinates 1362. Lin Ling positioned himself on the heavenly overview map. Upon seeing the coordinates, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. Lin Ling raised his hand to touch his nose. This is really a waste of time. The coordinates indicated a location that was precisely where the ice and snow goddess temple had been. Although the aerial view did not reveal the temple, he could mark its position. Who would have thought it would overlap with the treasure location on the treasure map? Lin Ling's mind stirred, and he once again activated the Tiansha. After several teleportations, he finally saw the icy palace ahead. As soon as he appeared, a figure instantly appeared outside the palace. It was none other than Dias, the disciple of the ice and snow goddess. When Dias saw Lin Ling, she looked as if she had encountered a bandit. "You, why are you here again? I won't let you extort anything from me again. You are not welcome here, please leave." Dias immediately issued an expulsion order. Lin Ling revealed a charming smile. "If you want me to leave, you can help me with a favor." Dias's face was filled with vigilance as she took 3 steps back. Lin Ling awkwardly touched his nose, wondering if he was really that terrifying to scare the girl. "What favor? If it's borrowing something, I won't lend it," Dias said cautiously, seemingly afraid Lin Ling would set a trap for her. "I have a treasure map here, and the treasure's coordinates are right below the palace. I hope you can help me find it. If I do it myself, this palace might not be safe," Lin Ling said with a smile. A flicker of doubt crossed Dias's eyes as she looked skeptically at the treasure map in Lin Ling's hand. "It really is here." Dias's eyes turned, thinking she must make things difficult for this demon. "I can help you find the treasure, but you have to agree to one request of mine. If you can do it, I'll help you. If not, you can return the frost star you extorted from me last time. State your request." Lin Ling's patience was quickly wearing thin. I haven't had sweet potatoes in a long time. If you can get me a roasted sweet potato within 10 seconds, I'll help you. If you can't, then you'll have to find it yourself. Let me remind you, the ice here is protected by the will of the divine realm. Not even a high-ranking god can break the glacier, only my ice and snow goddess clan can open it. 10, 9, 8, Dias said maliciously, looking at Lin Ling. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a roasted sweet potato appeared in Lin Ling's hand. "What a coincidence, I just happened to have a roasted sweet potato." Lin Ling found it amusing. During the first ring task, the little girl Loria had given him a roasted sweet potato, which he had kept with him. He never expected it would come in handy now. Seeing the roasted sweet potato in Lin Ling's hand, Dias was instantly petrified. Her beautiful face trembled in confusion. She simply couldn't understand why a serious person would always carry a roasted sweet potato. But now, she could only fulfill her promise to Lin Ling. "Follow me, what bad luck," Dias muttered as she turned and walked toward the ice and snow goddess temple. She stood in front of the temple, stretched out her arms, and the next second, the magnificent icy palace actually flew up. In front of her, the glacier instantly cracked open a huge fissure. Lin Ling looked down and couldn't help but narrow his pupils. At a depth of 1,000 meters in the crack, a mysterious object with a metallic sheen was sleeping within the ice. Lin Ling teleported directly above this mysterious object. The exposed part of this object was about the size of a football field, but Lin Ling had a feeling that this was just the tip of the iceberg. His mental power began to extend along the mysterious object into the glacier, and soon his eyes were filled with shock. Moments later, he finally saw the full appearance of this object. It was a deep blue triangular fighter jet, and at that moment, only a corner of the aircraft's wing was exposed outside the glacier. All along, Lin Ling always felt that his Phantom fighter jet was quite large, but the Phantom with a wingspan of 50 meters was still less than 1,000th the size of this aircraft. This triangular fighter jet, though called a fighter, looked more like a UFO. With a wingspan exceeding 50,000 meters, such a massive thing could at least accommodate tens or hundreds of thousands of people, right? Lin Ling bent down and gently touched the aircraft, and a system prompt immediately popped up before him. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the wreckage of the Yao Yen Star interstellar shuttle. Is this really an alien civilization? This is just absurd. It's absurd to the point of being ridiculous, Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim. How am I supposed to take such a large spaceship away? And it's just wreckage, if only I could put it into the Abyssal Demon Tower. Just as Lin Ling had this thought, the Yao Yen Star beneath his feet instantly vanished. In the first layer of the Abyssal Demon Tower, a massive spaceship appeared. Goodness, it really got stored. Alright, I'll study it later when I have time. I should head to Demon Island now, he thought to himself, immediately refocusing his attention and teleporting back to the glacier. After a simple farewell, he flew towards Demon Island. At this moment, the atmosphere on Demon Island was particularly strange. An hour had passed since the treasures began to erupt. Compared to an hour ago, many professionals had undergone significant changes. After acquiring that wish-granting talent, Garen became exceptionally cautious. He was genuinely afraid, if he encountered an opponent who told him to slit his throat, he would really do it. However, he also thought of a way to cope, to avoid everyone. As long as he didn't run into others, they wouldn't make demands of him. Moreover, with his reputation, few dared to make requests of him. A streak of black light flashed before Garen's eyes. Behind the streak, 5 or 6 figures were chasing after him. Stop! This thing belongs to me, Garen shouted loudly when those people were still a kilometer away. As soon as those professionals realized it was Garen, they immediately gave up the chase. Watching them leave, Garen then satisfiedly pursued the black streak of light. Soon, he successfully captured the black streak. A black crystal appeared in his hand. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a fragment of the Dark Divine Authority. Garen felt a surge of ecstasy. As the holy son of the temple, he naturally understood the significance of divine authority. Moreover, he had already collected several fragments of divine authority, but unfortunately, he had yet to obtain the dark and light divine authority fragments he needed. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared less than 20 meters away from him. This person was slender, with narrow eyes fixed intently on the dark divine authority fragment in Garen's hand. Garen's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, "What do you want?" The newcomer was GMO, who was also pursuing the dark divine authority. However, he had remained invisible and did not retreat. He could sense that this dark divine authority was extremely important to him. "I want the thing in your hand," GMO said honestly. However, upon hearing this, Garen was completely dumbfounded. His body uncontrollably moved towards GMO at that moment. "Since you want it, then here you go." The dark divine authority fragment fell directly into GMO's hand. GMO's face was filled with astonishment, followed by wild joy. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. It was only at this moment that Garen regained control of his body. Garen slapped his thigh hard. What a sin! Whoosh! Another streak of black light flew in, and Garen, who had just been feeling dejected, suddenly brightened up. He accelerated abruptly and instantly captured the black light. Another fragment of dark divine authority. Ha ha ha! Heaven is helping me! Garen laughed out loud, but just then, that slender figure appeared before him once more. "Hey, can you give me that one too? Since it's useless, why not just give it to me? Since it's useless, why not just give it to me? Can you also give me this one?" GMO asked somewhat shyly. He had no expectation that the other party would agree. Although he didn't know this person, he had witnessed them kill those black-robed figures. If it weren't for the indescribable temptation of the dark divine fragment, he wouldn't have taken the risk to come here. Ever since he sensed the aura of the dark divine fragment, a voice seemed to echo in his ears. "Get it! Get it! Get it!" GMO was always ready to hide and escape. The aura from Galen Pushkin made him feel suffocated. However, at that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before GMO's eyes. The blonde giant across from him, whose face had been dark enough to drip water, suddenly broke into a smile. "We are fated. Since you have a request, I will give it to you." A voice rang out, and the dark divine fragment immediately flew into GMO's hand. Until the moment the dark divine fragment was in his grasp, GMO still felt it was somewhat unreal. It all felt like a dream. GMO put away the dark divine fragment, feeling immensely touched. Apart from Lin Ling, this was definitely the second best person to him. "You're quite a good person." He left a good person card and instantly dashed off into the distance. Once he confirmed his safety, GMO couldn't wait to take out the 2 divine fragment pieces. Information about the dark divine fragment immediately appeared before him. Dark divine fragment quality, Divine Level Item Analysis. The divine fragment is the essence of a god. Possessing a complete divine fragment allows one to open the divine realm without the approval of a deity. Professionals with a divine fragment will automatically receive a divine level title. 10 transitions are also known as divine job transitions. Reaching the level will automatically accept the job transition task, and completing the task will officially make one a deity of that law system. Binding the divine fragment will allow one to perceive a trace of the corresponding deity's law power, with a chance to gain a law talent. Collecting 10 fragments can synthesize a complete dark divine fragment. Divine fragment holders can sense each other's existence. Killing each other will yield the other's divine fragment, with higher mental strength leading to clearer perception. Jimo's heart began to race wildly. Whether as an assassin or with his talent, the Song of Death, both were of the dark attribute. This dark divine fragment was a perfect match for him. Jimo had always felt that the gap between him and Lin Ling was growing larger. He wanted to be by Lin Ling's side, not protected from behind. He yearned to grow stronger, and the dark divine fragment showed him a shortcut. At that moment, the system popped up again. Do you want to bind the dark divine fragment? Once bound, it cannot be unbound unless you die? He didn't hesitate at all. Bind. Binding successful. You have successfully comprehended some dark law power. The dark law power will bring you enhancement. Since your mental strength has not reached divine level, you will receive a mental strength reward. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the talent, Dark Touch. Talent analysis. Can manipulate all darkness into tentacles to assassinate enemies. Tentacle attacks will deal 200 physical damage to the target. Jimo's heart raced. My mental strength has reached 2950, and I only bound 2 dark divine fragments to increase by 2000 mental strength. If I can obtain more, won't I gain even more enhancement? I must quickly find more fragments. That blonde big brother was so strong and so kind. He said we are fated and gave it to me. He must not need the dark divine fragment. Why not keep an eye on him? If he gets another dark divine fragment, he might give it to me. Thoughts swirled in Jimo's mind. Although it made him feel somewhat ashamed, the temptation of the dark divine fragment was too great. He made up his mind, his figure disappearing as he charged once more towards the position where Garen was located. On the other side, compared to the fated ones with Jima, Qin Xian was in a completely different situation. He was also chasing a streak of light. However, there was not a single person around him who dared to come close. The reason was simple: 100 skeletal warriors, each capable of dealing damage comparable to a 7th turn expert, surrounded him. Anyone who dared to approach would not escape the rain of arrows from the skeletal army. A 6th turn light mage attempted to purify the skeletons to seize the treasure. However, before the light skill could evolve the skeletons, a wave of arrows came, and he was instantly killed by the skeletal army. A few mages, 4 or 5 in total, launched a joint attack on Qin Xian, relying on their ranged advantage for precise strikes. Yet, those magical skills clearly bypassed the skeletal army and landed on Qin Xian. But it was the skeletons that lost health. After a few rounds, all the adventurers were forced to retreat. At this moment, Qin Xian was akin to a being walking within the Divine Realm's Spirit Tower. His weakness was his slow speed, but there was no competition to contend with. When he caught up to the first light orb, the shortcoming of his level completely vanished. Qin Xian looked at the crystal in his hand, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Divine Source Crystal. Such a miraculous treasure. Without hesitation, he absorbed the Divine Source Crystal, instantly ascending from the 5th to the 8th turn. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th turn. All attributes increased by 300. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th turn, successfully awakening the talent, King of the Undead. Talent analysis. Randomly summon a King of the Undead from the corpse soul realm, underworld, or netherworld, whose tier will definitely surpass that of the current opponent. If the King of the Undead kills the opponent, you will plunder 10 attribute points from them. If the King of the Undead is defeated, you will suffer a backlash. Looking at the newly added talent skill, King of the Undead, in his skill list, and the summonable quantity below the summoning skeleton talent, Qin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The King of the Undead was undoubtedly a top-tier skill. There weren't that many prodigies like Lin Ling in the world. Data crushing was the orthodox way. If the opponent was an 8th turn expert, he could summon a 9th turn King of the Undead. The outcome of the battle would almost certainly be a victory for the King of the Undead. The seemingly existing backlash would hardly occur unless it was particularly unfortunate. Originally, his maximum summonable quantity was 150, now it had skyrocketed to 105,000. 100,000 skeletal warriors, not just a temporary summon like a forbidden spell. His army of 100,000 skeletons could exist for up to 3 hours. Another streak of light flew over his head. With a thought, the vast skeletal army appeared. These skeletons began to stack on top of each other, quickly forming a large pocket made of skeletal warriors that captured the streak of light. When a black crystal was delivered to his hand by a skeletal warrior, a fiery gaze flashed in Qin Xian's eyes, similar to Jima's. Fragment of the Dark Divine Rank? Without hesitation, Qin Xian chose to bind it after understanding its function. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the fragment of the Dark Divine Rank, gaining a glimpse of the Dark Laws. Due to your mental power not reaching divine level, you are rewarded with mental power. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the talent, Dark War Song. Talent analysis: when the Dark War Song plays, your undead creatures will receive a 300 power boost. Qin Xian's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Can the boss's army of 100,000 undead clear all enemies for you? He thought to himself, immediately leaping onto a bone dragon and chasing after the streak of light that flew by in the distance. The scene shifted back to Garen Pushkin. After Jima left, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My Dark Divine Rank. Who the hell cares about your good person card? Can you stay a little further away from me? If I encounter that guy again, I must kill him before he speaks. No way, that guy can turn invisible, and his invisibility level is extremely high, even I can't detect him. If he starts asking for things before others show up, I'm doomed. I must avoid this guy. I can't let him discover my secret. I need to find some helpers to kill that brat, Garen muttered, and suddenly his eyes brightened. With a flip of his hand, a badge appeared in his grasp. This badge was the military token of the Northern Star Army held by the 12 Scorpions. A sinister smile crept across Garen's lips as he turned and flew toward the location of the Northern Star Army. However, he hadn't flown far when 3 streaks of light shot toward him at high speed from the front. Behind those streaks were 7 or 8 figures chasing after. Garen's heart leaped with joy. He soared upward directly. Get lost! A loud shout rang out. He swung his sword, and the sword light, like a solid object, spanned hundreds of meters. Those people saw Garen turn and ran, but the one flying in front was still cut down by his sword. A red mist flew out from the corpse of the fallen professional and directly entered Garen's body. He shot into the sky, his speed reaching its peak, instantly capturing the 3 streaks of light in his hands. Time Divine Fragment, Divine Source Fruit, Divine Skill Book, Heavenly Flame Funeral. Ha ha ha, all good things, but unfortunately useless to me. He laughed maniacally, but suddenly an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Garen didn't look back and immediately planned to flee. However, a voice that made him want to cry had already sounded in his ear. Earlier you said we were fated. Since it's useless, why not give it to me? Garen. Fortuitous disaster? Danger approaches. Fortuitous disaster? Danger approaches. Who the hell is fated with you? Garen cried. But in Jimo's eyes, he was truly a good person. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, seeing GMO speak, he still handed over the 3 treasures. It takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, 1,000 years to share a bed. My fate with you is indeed not shallow. Since you have a request, I will give it to you, only asking that we never meet again. Garen said, echoing Pushkin, as the 3 treasures changed hands once more. At this moment, his face was already streaming with tears. GMO received the items, and the enchanting scenes from that dream resurfaced in his mind. He looked at the golden-haired man before him and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Thank you, fated person, I promise I won't unexpectedly meet you again. As soon as he finished speaking, he concealed his figure and slipped away into the distance. This time, he was truly scared. Could this golden-haired man be the beauty from my dream? My goodness, no wonder he was so nice to me. Turns out he was a woman in the last life. This won't do, I don't want to share a bed with you. Next time, I should keep my distance from him. Hey, didn't we agree not to meet again? Why am I thinking about the next time? It's over, GMO, you've fallen. For the treasures, it's all worth it. GMO muttered to himself as he fled. Finally, far away from that heart-wrenching place, he took out the 3 fateful gifts. Divine Source Crystal? Wow, there's such a thing? Eating one will get me to the 8th transformation? Ha ha ha. I'm going to become the number 1 in the heavenly court. Suddenly I really want to beat up the boss. That thought is very dangerous. Streaks of white light lit up beneath Jimo's feet, and the black dog also experienced the joy of ascension. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th transformation. All attributes increased by 300, mental power. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 8th transformation, successfully awakening the level talent, Path of the God of Killing. Talent analysis: for every target killed, you can accumulate 1 point of God of Killing source. Each point of God of Killing source can unleash double your attack power. The source of the Killing God can accumulate up to 100 points at most, and upon releasing the source of the Killing God, it unleashes an attack with 100 times the damage. The strongest strike on the Path of the Killing God may affect the dungeon, so do not use it lightly while inside. I also have my trump card, this is definitely a killing move. If you push me, I don't care if it's a dungeon, I'll come at you with a blade. Time Divine Fragment? Can this thing be bound? Binding successful. You have successfully comprehended a trace of the laws of time. Due to your mental power not reaching divine level, reward, mental power. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the talent, Shadow of Time. Talent analysis. You can delay or advance your attacks, making it difficult for enemies to defend against your strikes. My mental power is 6,550 now. So it turns out any divine fragment can be bound. Divine skill book? This one is for the mage class. I'll save it for the boss. As GMO was frantically counting his gains, Garen had completely collapsed. He rushed towards the Northern Star Army, not even bothering to snatch the flowing light. Along the way, he saw several people swallowing the divine source crystals and ascending to the 8th transition, but Garen did not make a move. He knew that unless he dealt with that damned assassin, no matter how many treasures he snatched, it would only serve to make others rich. Garen now hated the damned fated person to the bone. At this moment, the Northern Star Army looked bewildered. The long-awaited successor of the commander had been inexplicably killed. Although the Abyss creatures had temporarily stopped their attack, they knew that without the city gate, when the Abyss army launched their attack again, it would be the time for this land to fall. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared above the 700,000 Northern Star troops. The Tiger Talisman is here, Northern Star Army, heed my command. Garen Pushkin shouted, holding the Tiger Talisman. The 9th Transition General recognized at a glance that this was the same talisman he had seen before. Although he knew this person was not the new commander, according to military orders, seeing the Tiger Talisman and the Tiger Commander's badge was like seeing the commander himself. Moreover, they were currently in a dilemma, so he stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, Nangong Zhan, at your service. Garen was overjoyed to see the Tiger Talisman effective. Now send your men to capture all the practitioners. Prohibit anyone from snatching the flowing light treasures. Any treasures found must be stockpiled. And if those people resist, injure, or knock them out, but do not kill them. Garen ordered, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. These practitioners had to be killed by him personally. The stronger the practitioners, the greater the help it would be for him to completely control the Divine Domain Spirit Tower after killing them. What he needed to do now was to obtain the treasures and let these practitioners grow. When the chives thrive, it would be time for him to harvest. The general of the Northern Star Army hesitated slightly, glanced again at the Tiger Talisman in Garen's hand, and then turned to give the order. Soon, the 700,000 Northern Star troops began to methodically capture the practitioners. Zhou Mengyan and Zuochong found a hilltop and quietly waited for GMO and the others to return. Suddenly, they saw tens of thousands of Northern Star troops surrounding them. Zhou Mengyan frowned slightly and immediately took out the divine artifact, the trident. But Zuochong shook his head at her, sister-in-law, my talent doesn't have danger warning. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Northern Star troops had completely surrounded them. By the order of the general, please come to the main camp for a temporary stay. A general said, cupping his fists. Seventh brother, what does big brother mean by this? Zuochong quickly stepped forward, grabbing the general's arm and asking. The general looked to be only about 30 years old. With a silly smile as he said, old 8, a yellow-haired guy with a command token came and told us to capture all of you. Zuochong was astonished, so you came to capture us? How could that be? We're all sworn brothers, let's go back and drink, the young general said. Upon hearing this, Zuochong immediately felt relieved. He returned to Zhou Mengyan's side and raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, big sister-in-law, with me around, nothing will go wrong. Zhou Mengyan could only shake her head helplessly. This kid's social skills were truly impressive. Soon, the two were taken back to the temporary camp set up by the Bachan army. At that moment, more than a dozen professionals had already been tied up in the camp. They looked on with wide eyes as Zuochong and the generals of the Bachan army walked into the tent, incredulously staring at them. As soon as Zuochong entered the tent, he immediately cupped his fists to a few generals. 8th brother greets 2nd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother. The generals first bowed to Zhou Mengyan. We greet the female bodhisattva. Then they all laughed and looked at Zuochong. You little rascal, where are your companions? Zuochong did not answer but instead asked, brothers, what's going on today? One general shook his head and said with some dissatisfaction, they said they were bringing you back, not allowing you to fight over those flying treasures, and that any treasures seen would be confiscated, waiting for that yellow-haired one to take. Hearing this, Zuochang's eyes immediately lit up. Brothers, what exactly are those treasures? Did you find anything? As soon as the generals heard his words, they knew what this kid was up to. They chuckled and said, we did manage to bring back a few items. I know your little scheme, but of course, the treasures should be prioritized for our own people. I'll take you to have a look. You and the female bodhisattva can pick, and whatever's left can be given to that yellow-haired one later. Hearing about the treasures, even Zhou Mengyan felt a bit excited. For priests, there had never been any initiative in treasure hunting. Unexpectedly, there was a chance to gain something without effort. The generals led the two to a tent where supplies were stored. On a table lay 5 items radiating a brilliant aura. Divine Artifact, Sun-Chasing Bow. Divine Source Crystal, Divine Artifact, Wind God Boots. Chaos Divine Stone, God-level Ice Skill Book, Ice Heaven's Burial. Seeing these items, their breathing gradually quickened. Indeed, they were treasures from the divine realm. They examined the attributes of each item, and their gazes fell simultaneously on the Divine Source Crystal. A treasure that could elevate someone to the 8th transition was irresistible to any professional. Zhou Mengyan turned to Zuocheng. You should use this Divine Source Crystal. Zuocheng's eyelids twitched violently, and he was already in a mental struggle. Not wanting to use it was definitely a lie, but using it made him feel he couldn't explain it to Lin Ling. You are a fire mage. Once you become an 8th transition holy magic guide, it will be the best choice for both the Dragon Kingdom and others. Leaving this here is like a ticking time bomb. It absolutely cannot be used by anyone else, Zhou Mengyan calmly analyzed. Hearing this, Zuocheng nodded vigorously and immediately used the Divine Source Crystal. In an instant, he successfully broke through to the 8th transition, everything feeling like a dream. His face was filled with ecstasy. Now, apart from lacking forbidden spell skills and 8th transition equipment, he could be considered above average among 8th transition powerhouses. He looked at the generals. Brothers, I want to take these items with me. Ha ha ha. Take them as you wish. At worst, we'll just say we didn't get any treasures. Upon hearing this, Zuocheng immediately raised his hand and gave the Wind God Boots to Zhou Mengyan. Big sister-in-law, keep these on you in case of emergencies. Zhou Mengyan did not refuse and immediately put the boots away. Zuocheng stored the remaining 3 items in his storage space before leaving with the generals. I didn't expect to be captured by you and still get such good fortune. Otherwise, I would have come directly without waiting for you to catch me, Zuocheng said with a smile. This haul was definitely an unexpected delight. You brat, you're craving our osmanthus wine again, aren't you? If one day we can leave here, we must go to your hometown to taste that erguotu and see if you're just bragging, said the second brother. I really am not. Second brother, let us out through the back door. My strength has surged, and I need to go grab some treasures right away, Zuocheng said. The general pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, at worst, they'll just catch you again. Zuocheng bid farewell to the general and swaggered out of the tent under the fiery gaze of a professional. Soon, a figure appeared in the camp. It was Garen. He didn't dare to go far, fearing that GMO would sneak up on him again. Upon seeing the professionals tied up in the camp, he suddenly felt a surge of joy. Have you generals made any gains? Quickly bring me the treasures you've collected, Garen said with hopeful eyes. One general shook his head and replied, we caught a few people, but we don't have any treasures right now. There should be some later. As soon as he finished speaking, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. He hadn't lied, there had been treasures before, but now there were none. Just then, a professional tied to a post suddenly shouted, there were treasures just now, taken by the priests of the Dragon Kingdom. At this, the expressions of several generals changed instantly. Garen's face darkened. Humph, he snorted coldly, and his knight's sword suddenly slashed towards the general. Target cannot be killed. A prompt popped up in front of Garen. The generals, seeing this scene, were about to rush up in a frenzy. Garen took out the tiger talisman again. Are you planning to rebel? He shouted coldly. The generals looked at the tiger talisman, their teeth clenched, but they could only kneel on one knee. We dare not. Humph, the only reason I haven't killed you is that you are still useful. If you dare to make any more small moves, I will kill you all. Garen shouted coldly, then immediately turned to the professionals. How many priests were there? And which way did they go? The professionals shivered and hurriedly answered, 2 people, 1 male and 1 female, they went east. Garen raised his hand and with one sword stroke, the professionals' heads were instantly severed. Strands of red silk floated towards Garen, and as the red mist dissipated, he transformed into a shadow and chased eastward. Today, 2 chapters totaling over 6,000 words, no chapter breaks. Haris Hussein on a small hill 3,000 miles away from Haris Hussein. At this moment, 3 people were confronting each other from 100 meters apart. Among these 2 groups, there was 1 old man and 2 young ones. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely have some impression of this old man. His name was Haris Hussein, a 6th transformation warrior from the Iron Pakistan. Back at the Ganges instance, he had been humiliated and tormented by professionals from the A3 country, who crushed the ticket he had bought with his life savings. It was the appearance of Lin Ling and the others that allowed him to successfully enter the Ganges instance and complete the 6th transformation task. At this moment, he held the hilt of his sword, the silver crescent blade ready to be drawn at any time. His armor was already damaged in several places, yet he stood there without a trace of blood on him. Opposite him were two people, one holding a longbow and the other empty-handed, yet over 100 flying knives hovered in front of them. These two were Zhang Zai and Ling Qiye from the Dragon's Nest. In the middle of the three, there were 2 or 3 treasures radiating brilliant light. At this moment, both Zhang Zai and Ling Qiye were particularly frustrated, especially Zhang Zai. After the explosive emergence of divine domain treasures, he had been fortunate enough to obtain a crystal of divine source. Ascending to the 8th transformation, his confidence soared. After finding Ling Qiye, the two of them had chased a treasure for 1,000 miles. But just as they were about to catch up, 2 streaks of light suddenly flew in from another direction. The 3 streaks of light collided and landed on this hill. Behind those 2 treasures followed the old man. Zhang Zai could tell at a glance that the other party only had the strength of a 6 turn. He planned to drive the old man away and take the 2 treasures for himself. But who would have thought that a dignified 8-turn holy archer like him couldn't defeat a mere 6-turn old man? Even with Ling Qiye's assistance, they could only manage a stalemate in a 2-on-1 situation. It should be noted that when the two of them were at 5 turns, their combat power was stronger than many 6 turns, especially Ling Qiye, who had even single-handedly killed more than one 7-turn powerhouse. Yet, despite this, they were helpless against this old fellow. The old man's swordsmanship was terrifyingly strange. It seemed he only knew this one skill, drawing his sword and sheathing it. Yet, this very skill could both attack and defend. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't take down the old man. The scar on the old man's face, resembling a centipede, trembled slightly, adding a few more sinister lines to his aged visage. "Old sir, there are many treasures. If we continue to stalemate like this, we might miss out on even more treasures. How about this? The 3 of us each choose one of the 3 treasures," Ling Qiye suggested. The old man hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to agree. The 3 of them stepped forward simultaneously, yet none of them lowered their weapons. When they saw the 3 items, their gazes gradually became fervent. Crystal of Divine Source. Fragment of Time Divine Authority. Fragment of Dark Divine Authority. "Old sir, please choose first," Ling Qiye said. He felt guilty. It was clearly the old man who discovered 2 of them, while they had only found one. Now they were about to snatch one from him, and he felt embarrassed. Haris Hussein nodded slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between the Fragment of Time Divine Authority and the Crystal of Divine Source, seemingly unable to make a decision. He glanced at the polite Ling Qiye and noticed the young man's eyes were firmly locked on the Crystal of Divine Source, so he directly picked up the Fragment of Time Divine Authority and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Ling Qiye gratefully picked up the Crystal of Divine Source and immediately began to absorb it. Soon, a white light illuminated the area. Ling Qiye also ascended to 8 turns. His mental power surged to 8,000, and the number of flying knives he could control simultaneously reached an astonishing 10,000. Moreover, he successfully awakened the advanced talent of sword control. Now he could ride the sword, achieving a terrifying speed. Zhang Zai chose to fuse with the Fragment of Dark Divine Authority. Unfortunately, his comprehension ultimately limited his growth. Even though he grasped a hint of the Dark Laws, he still did not awaken the talent of Dark Laws. However, all his skills underwent some transformation. His archery skills now carried a hint of dark elements, significantly enhancing his attacks. At the same time, the surge of 1,000 in mental power made him ecstatic. The two of them, brimming with confidence, continued their search for treasures. Meanwhile, the fleeing Haris Hussein arrived in an uninhabited area and immediately fused with the Fragment of Time Divine Authority. "Congratulations, you have successfully fused with the Fragment of Time Divine Authority and gained a hint of comprehension of the time laws. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the advanced talent, Time Rewind." Talent analysis. When using skills to attack a target, it can revert the target's state to 3 days prior. Fusing more Time Divine Authority fragments may evolve the talent, extending the duration of the Time Rewind. Congratulations on your mental power. Harris's eyes gradually narrowed. This talent, if used well, could be a divine skill. If used poorly, it would be quite useless. Against those long-established big shots, there was little difference between 3 days ago and now. However, against opponents who had just recently broken through, 3 days ago, they might not have even made the breakthrough. If he could obtain another Fragment of Time Divine Authority, allowing for a greater span of time to rewind. If he struck with his current blade while the opponent bore the state from 3 years ago, then this talent can truly be considered invincible, but for Haris now, it is already enough. He can be certain that 3 days ago, his enemy was not this strong. A glimmer of hope gradually appeared in his somewhat murky eyes. The image of a young girl emerged in his pupils, but soon that girl transformed into a pool of blood red. Haris Hussein, a citizen of the Iron Brotherhood, originally a Christian, had awakened to the rare profession of a Templar Knight, but now he had converted under the guidance of Allah. What could cause a believer's faith to collapse and turn to another god? He could never forget that night 5 years ago. The Templar's son, Galen Pushkin, killed his daughter right before him, the reason being that his daughter had merely looked at Galen a few more times, thus desecrating the son. And that man's teacher had stepped on his face, forcing him to witness this tragedy unfold. He had only had this daughter at the age of 50, and hatred began to sprout in his heart. He had thought he would surely die, but the big shots of the Eagle Sauce country did not take him seriously at all. This was how Harris had survived for 5 years. Harris looked at his talent panel. Level talent, 1 sword style, talent analysis, can only bind 1 skill for refinement. Once bound, the skill will have no cooldown and no power consumption. Each time it is used, skill proficiency is gained, and for every level the skill rises, a damage bonus of 10 is obtained. Bound skill, draw sword slash, current level, 100. Current damage bonus, 1000. Harris withdrew his gaze, tightening his grip on the hilt of the sword. Over the past 5 years, he had practiced the draw sword slash almost without pause. Except for 4 hours of sleep every 3 days, he had not stopped refining the draw sword slash for a moment. He had developed various techniques for the draw sword slash, able to draw his sword over 100 times in a second at his fastest. He could attack or defend. After 5 years of hard training, he finally perfected it a month ago. After completing the job change task in the Ganges dungeon, Harris set out on the path of revenge. Even if he wanted to take revenge on someone like Galen Pushkin, he had no opportunity. However, the opening of the Demon Island dungeon gave him a glimmer of hope. This time, Allah stood by his side. After waiting for 6 long days, he finally spotted Galen Pushkin. Atari, Dad promised you he would avenge you. This thrilling moment is almost here. The old man's hand still gripped the waist knife as he walked step by step toward the Northern Star Army's main camp.